Once recognized as an infamous playboy, after suffering the annihilation of my family, I concealed my identity for 5 years and emerged as the young master of the all-powerful divine demon island. When I returned with overwhelming power, I saw my once beloved actually guarding my tomb for 5 years, disfigured, framed, and even forced to kneel and die. I could no longer restrain myself, publicly removing the mask, revealing my identity, and crushing all who had harmed her beneath my feet. I want everyone to know that I'm back, and no one will ever lay a finger on her again. My name is Ye Xun, and I'm the young master of the Ye family, whose clan was once exterminated. 5 years ago, my home was mysteriously burned to ashes by an unknown assailant. I narrowly escaped and was rescued by my master, Fan Qingxue, who took me to the remote divine demon island. Now that I've mastered my skills and returned, my top priority is revenge. On the overseas demon god island, the 108 infamous fiends known worldwide for striking fear into hearts knelt before me in unison, weeping as they begged me to leave. Ye Xun, your cultivation talent is nothing short of prodigious. We senior brothers truly have nothing left to teach you. This is the divine demon order. With it, you can command the world. Our master asked me to give it to you. Hurry and leave, little ancestor. The demons begged me to leave quickly. I know they were following the master's orders, letting me return for revenge. With a helpless sigh, I had no choice but to leap onto the luxurious yacht prepared by my senior brothers. 3 days later, I returned to Donglin city after a 5-year absence and headed straight for the ancestral home without a moment's delay. The once grand mansion of the Ye family stands now in ruins, with nothing but desolation as far as the eye can see. My heart felt as if it were being torn apart, and I fell to my knees, tears streaming uncontrollably. Out of the entire family of over 10 members, I am the only one left barely alive in this world. Such a deep and bloody hatred, how could I not seek vengeance? Gritting my teeth, I swore to make the enemies pay with their blood. Suddenly, I discovered a grave in the overgrown grass at the southeast corner of the ruined house. The tombstone bore the names of all the Ye family members who had perished, including mine. The great fire back then had destroyed all the bodies, so whoever erected the tombstone gathered whatever remains could be found and buried them together. Little martial uncle, the one who erected the stele, is the second miss of the Su family, Su Zhixin. A clear voice called out from behind me. I turned around, and Xia Yutong, the female disciple of 13th brother, was walking towards me. I frowned and said, "You just mentioned that Ye Xun was the one who collected my family's remains." Su Zhixin was my high school classmate, and we had grown up together, developing mutual affection. Yes, Xia Yutong nodded, then sighed and added, "Because she buried the Ye family members, Miss Su has suffered endless humiliation these past 5 years. Not only was she disfigured by her cousin Su Qingxue, but she is now falsely accused of poisoning the Su family patriarch. The Su family has announced that they will deal with Miss Su today at the patriarch's memorial hall." My body trembled, and my fists clenched tightly. Little martial uncle, over the years, I'd been secretly investigating the Ye family tragedy and found that the case is related to the other 3 of the 4 great families. Now, the Ye family's assets have been divided among the 3 families, with the Su family benefiting the most, having replaced the Ye family as the top family in Donglin. Su Qingxue confessed to you back then but was rejected, turning love into hatred. Now that she has taken control of the Su family, she bullies Su Zhixin in every possible way. Xia Yutong laid out everything she knew. Su Qingxue, that viper-hearted woman, she no longer deserves to live. Rage set my hair on end as my figure blurred into a streak, vanishing beyond the ruins of the Ye family estate. Watching my figure disappear, Xia Yutong let out a faint sigh, then took out her phone and sent a message. Uncle Master has returned with formidable force. The eastern lands are about to witness upheaval. Notify everyone to stand ready and await Uncle Master's command at any moment. At this moment, the Su family ancestral hall was already filled with influential figures from all walks of life in Donglin, while Su Qingxue, the eldest granddaughter of the Su family, pretended to lower her head and wipe away tears. "Schwerer, we've caught the murderer who poisoned Grandpa. Today, we must severely punish that vile woman Su Zhixin to avenge Grandpa," angrily declared Gu Mingyu, the young master of the Gu family and Su Qingxue's fiancé. "Someone, bring that wretch in." Su Zhixin was shoved forward by several servants. She was once recognized as the #1 beauty of Donglin, but now she has been tortured beyond human recognition, her face covered in terrifying scars. "I didn't poison Grandfather." Su Zhixin's face was etched with anguish as she clenched her teeth and glared at Su Qingxue. "I'm already a useless person. I pose no threat to you. Why won't you just let me go?" "Why, just because of Ye Xun." Su Qingxue grabbed Su Zhixin's hair and sneered coldly. "I see, it's all because of that enchanting face of yours. Well then, I'll make sure you become the ugliest woman in the world. Ye Xun is already dead, and I've grown tired of you too, so, I'll send you to hell to keep him company." "Su Zhixin, you murdered Grandpa. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths." Su Qingxue glared coldly at Su Zhixin, then shot Gu Mingyu a meaningful look. Understanding her cue, Gu Mingyu loudly announced, "Let us welcome the Marquis of Donglin." The Marquis of Donglin has arrived. A stern-looking middle-aged man entered, escorted by a group of armored guards. "Miss Su, there's no need for formalities. General Lingtian and I have been close friends for many years. It is my honor to offer even the slightest assistance to the Su family." Your lordship, I am innocent. I beg you to uphold justice for me. Su Zhixin knelt before the Marquis of Donglin, pleading desperately. Seeing this, Gu Mingyu slapped Su Zhixin hard across the face, instantly causing blood to trickle from the corner of her mouth as she fell to the ground. The Marquis of Donglin announced expressionlessly, Su Zhixin has been conclusively found guilty of poisoning Elder Su. By my decree, she is sentenced to death, to be carried out immediately. Who dares lay a finger on her? Just as the words left Donglin Ho's lips, a thunderous roar erupted. At the same time, a piercing screech of metal grinding echoed as I, wearing a ferocious ghost mask, slowly approached, dragging a coffin forged from dark iron. On the iron coffin, the name Su Qingxue was prominently engraved. Who are you? Su Qingxue mustered her courage and demanded angrily. Gu Mingyu waved his hand, and more than a dozen bodyguards surrounded me from all sides. Su Qingxue, take a good look. This is the coffin I specially crafted for you. Have a pleasant journey to the underworld, I said with a voice as cold as frost, grabbing the iron casket and hurling it towards Su Qingxue and Gu Mingyu. The iron coffin crashed heavily to the ground, instantly cracking and collapsing the marble floor. Who exactly are you, daring to cause trouble at my Su family? Su Qingxue demanded sharply amidst the dust and smoke. Haha, I'll let you see right now who I am. I laughed wildly, slowly removing the mask. Ye Xun. Everyone widened their eyes in astonishment. It's you, Ye Xun. You're not dead. Everyone stared at me in shock, with Su Qingxue and Su Zhixin reacting the most intensely. Overwhelmed with shock and then ecstasy, Su Zhixin threw herself into my arms and burst into tears. Zhixin, thank you for everything you've done for me. From now on, with me here, no one shall harm even a single hair on your head, I declared domineeringly, holding Su Zhixin in my arms. Trash, this is the Su family. You can't run wild here. Gu Mingyu's face darkened as he tried to intervene. Scram, I casually backhanded Gu Mingyu, sending him flying backward. Even if you come back alive, you still won't escape death today, Su Qingxue hissed through clenched teeth. Do you really want to kill me so badly? And were you also involved in the Ye family massacre 5 years ago? My expression turned icy as I stared at Su Qingxue, a chilling murderous aura instantly filling the air. Trash, you're right. We all participated in the night raid on the Ye family back then, and I was the one who personally sent your damned father to his grave with my blade. Gu Mingyu struggled up from the ground, glaring at me with vicious defiance. Very well, Gu Mingyu, I only intended to kill Su Qingxue, but since you're eager to die, you can accompany her on the journey. My pupils contracted sharply as I advanced toward Gu Mingyu like the Grim Reaper. Marquis, Ye Xun is so audacious, clearly showing no respect for you. I implore you to severely punish this arrogant scoundrel, Su Qingxue hastily pleaded to the Eastern Frontier Marquis for help. Don't worry, Miss Su. With me here, no one dares to touch you. Marquis Donglin stepped forward, ordering his subordinates, seize this man and execute him on the spot. Ye Xun, you can't defeat them, run now. Su Zhixin was so startled that her face turned pale. Zhixin, don't worry. Given their capabilities, they can't harm me, I reassured her softly, then turned an unflinching cold glare towards the Marquis of Donglin. Marquis Donglin, this is a personal grudge between me and them. You'd better not interfere, roared Marquis Donglin in fury, pointing at me and shouting, attack together and kill him. Several outer strength experts launched a simultaneous assault on me, yet they didn't even touch the hem of my robe before I effortlessly knocked them down. Ye Xun, you remnant of the Ye family, just how powerful have you become? Marquis Donglin stood stunned in disbelief. Tell me, who dies today, me or you? I walked straight up to Gu Mingyu, staring at him expressionlessly. Gu Mingyu trembled with fear, his legs shaking uncontrollably as the pungent odor of urine filled the air. Humph, the Gu family. Once I confirm their involvement in the Ye family massacre, I'll wipe them out. I let out a cold snort, then turned with an icy expression to scrutinize Su Qingxue, demanding sharply, Xin is so kind-hearted. Why do you bully her so cruelly? Clearly, you were the one who poisoned the old master, yet you dare to shift the blame onto her. You guessed right, that old thing was slowly poisoned to death by me. What can you even do about it? Su Qingxue gritted her teeth, glaring at me, then suddenly let out a hysterical roar. My eldest brother is General Lingtian. If you dare lay a finger on me, he won't let you off. Su Qingxue, it's really you, Su Zhixin exclaimed in shock and fury, her voice sharp with reproach. Bitch, do you really think that old man made me CEO out of kindness? Only when he's dead will the entire Su family truly belong to me. Su Qingxue suddenly slapped Su Zhixin across the face. Seeking death. I helped Su Zhixin up and bellowed in fury, darting forward like lightning to clutch Su Qingxue and Gu Mingyu by their throats, hoisting them both off the ground. As I exerted force with both hands, Su Qingxue and Gu Mingyu both showed expressions of pain, struggling desperately but unable to break free. Chapter 4, If you dare not, then kneel. Stop. The Duke of Donglin roared angrily, stepping forward once more to intervene. This time, a gun appeared in his hand, its black muzzle pointed squarely at Ye Xun. Even though he knew Su Qingxue and Gu Mingyu deserved death, what could he do? In the face of profit, what value did justice hold? If he could save their lives today, it would mean Lingtian would owe him a favor. His future prospects would be limitless. Donglin Ho, you dare protect scum like them? That proves you're cut from the same cloth, you deserve to die too. With a gun pressed to his head, Ye Xun remained utterly unfazed. Without even glancing at the Duke of Donglin, his left hand suddenly tightened, snapping Gu Mingyu's windpipe. Ah! Seeing Gu Mingyu clutch his throat, eyes rolling back as he collapsed dead, everyone present was utterly petrified. Though the Gu family couldn't compare to the Su family, they were still one of the three great families of Donglin, possessing extraordinary power. Ye Xun had just killed Gu Mingyu in broad daylight. This was nothing short of a colossal disaster. Die! Gazing down at Gu Mingyu's lifeless body, eyes wide in death, the Marquis of Donglin's rage erupted. His eyes bulged as he frantically pumped the trigger, firing shot after shot at Ye Xun. Bang! Bang! The deafening gunfire echoed repeatedly, the acrid smell of gunpowder filling the air so thickly it made breathing difficult. Just when everyone thought Ye Xun would surely be riddled with bullets, they watched in horror as he remained standing there, steady as a rock. Those with keen eyes even noticed Ye Xun hadn't flinched at all. Not only that, but in his hand, Ye Xun was clutching a bullet. How was that possible? He caught a bullet with his bare hands? Everyone was dumbfounded. Was this really the same timid young master Ye Xun from the Yi family of years past? Even Su Zhixin stared in utter disbelief. Your gun should be empty now, right? I'll give you one more chance. Reload it. If you can injure me, you win. Ye Xun ignored the crowd, scattering the bullet casings and pellets onto the ground. His icy gaze fixed on the Duke of Donglin like a knife. This. The Duke of Donglin's face paled, and he stumbled backward. At this point, if he still couldn't recognize Ye Xun's overwhelming power, he wouldn't be the cunning and calculating Duke of Donglin. What? Even the bloodthirsty Duke of Donglin dares not kill now? Ye Xun advanced step by step, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Go ahead. I'll stand right here today. What if I let you come and kill me? Mr. Yi, you've misunderstood. I wouldn't dare. The Earl of Donglin's throat convulsed, his facial muscles twitching in an expression of utter humiliation. Humph. Since you dare not, then kneel. Ye Xun's face darkened like an abyss, and suddenly he roared. The thunderous roar reverberated like a clap of thunder, causing every listener's eardrums and heartstrings to tremble violently. With a thud, the Marquis of Donglin finally succumbed to the overwhelming pressure of that commanding gaze, dropping to his knees. Ah! This scene left Su Qingxue and the other Donglin dignitaries utterly speechless. The Marquis of Donglin, this king who had reigned over Donglin for over a decade, had been forced to kneel. In an instant, the entire memorial hall fell into a deathly silence. The once formidable Eastern Ling elites now stood frozen in fear. Everyone felt as if their very breath had been ruthlessly extinguished. No! Impossible! Ye Xun, you're just a good-for-nothing. You couldn't possibly be this strong. Su Qingxue, hair disheveled, screamed hysterically. You dare bark like a mad dog even as death approaches. Kneel. Seeing Ye Xun's expression grow increasingly grim, the Marquis of Donglin suddenly gritted his teeth and kicked Su Qingxue hard in the knee, forcing her to her knees. Donglin Ho, kneel and you may live. But you, Su Qingxue, today, you die. Ye Xun grabbed Su Qingxue's hair, his eyes blazing with murderous intent so palpable it seemed tangible. Ye Xun, if you dare kill me, my brother will never let you off. He'll make you wish you were dead. Though terrified out of her wits, Su Qingxue stubbornly brandished Su Lingtian's name to intimidate Ye Xun. Humph. What kind of dog general is he? Even if Su Lingtian showed up right now, I'd make him kneel and watch me kill you. Ye Xun snorted coldly, completely ignoring Su Qingxue's threats. He raised his palm, ready to strike down at the crown of her head. No! Seeing Ye Xun truly intent on killing her, Su Zhixin's heart lurched in alarm. She frantically grabbed his arm. Ye Xun, if you kill me, grandfather will truly be doomed. Su Qingxue's face turned as pale as paper, her voice trembling with panic. What do you mean? Ye Xun's palm strike hovered above Su Qingxue's head, baffled by what devious scheme this venomous woman was plotting now. Everyone else looked equally bewildered. Could it be? Old Master Su had somehow come back from the dead? I administered a fake death potion to grandfather, Su Qingxue hurriedly explained, fearing Ye Xun might actually strike. Only I possess the antidote. What? Your grandfather isn't dead? Hearing this, Su Zhixin was both shocked and overjoyed. Yes, grandfather isn't dead. Su Qingxue clutched Su Zhixin's hand as if grasping her last lifeline. Zhixin, tell Ye Xun not to kill me. If you agree, I can bring grandfather back to life right now. Her expression twisted into a demonic grimace as she gritted her teeth and spat out, if I die, that old bastard will be buried with me. Stunned by Su Qingxue's ferocious demeanor, Su Zhixin remained speechless for a long moment. Smack! Ye Xun, pushed beyond endurance, suddenly lashed out, slapping Su Qingxue hard across the face. Su Qingxue, you truly don't deserve to be called human. I could spare your life now, but you must pay for all the years you've tormented Zhixin. Ye Xun sneered coldly, a knife suddenly appearing in his hand as he slashed it across Su Qingxue's face several times. Put! With each stroke of Ye Xun's blade, fresh gashes appeared across Su Qingxue's delicate face. Drops of blood fell, making Su Qingxue's features appear even more hideous and terrifying. Ye Xun, don't! Su Zhixin gasped in horror, trying to stop him, but it was already too late. This scene instantly left everyone dumbstruck. For a woman, beauty is more precious than life itself. Ye Xun's move was truly ruthless. Ye Xun, how dare you disfigure me? I won't let you off the hook. One day, I'll kill you with my own hands. Su Qingxue screamed like a rabid wolf as she lunged at Ye Xun. Ye Xun showed no mercy, delivering a kick that knocked her unconscious. Then, he leapt toward the memorial hall and smashed open the coffin lid with a single palm strike. Inside the coffin, old Master Su lay still, utterly lifeless. Find the antidote quickly. The Duke of Donglin's expression darkened. He was about to order his men to search Su Qingxue for the antidote when Ye Xun barked him off. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ye Xun's palm flipped swiftly, and several silver needles appeared between his fingers. They shot toward old Master Su like lightning. 5 years of arduous cultivation had honed Ye Xun's mastery of traditional Chinese medicine to a level even the most renowned physicians of the era could only aspire to. This was precisely why he felt no need to retrieve the antidote from Su Qingxue. Instead, he had confidently knocked her unconscious. As the needles pierced the acupoints, the once deathly pale and lifeless old Master Su slowly opened his eyes. Ye Xun had actually brought the dead back to life. Everyone gaped in astonishment. The Duke of Donglin, his face turning ashen, seemed to wrestle with intense turmoil before suddenly gritting his teeth and demanding, "What exactly have you endured these past years? What I've endured is not something you're worthy of knowing." Ye Xun's face was as cold as frost, his hands clasped behind his back in haughty defiance. Everyone was intimidated by Ye Xun's fierce aura. Even old Master Su, who had just regained consciousness. Listen carefully, all of you. I have returned to avenge the annihilation of my clan. Therefore, anyone whose hands are stained with the blood of my Ye family shall die. 7 days hence is my family's memorial day. I command you to kneel before my ancestors' graves and beg forgiveness. Then, prepare to die. Ye Xun's piercing gaze swept across each face before he turned and swept his sleeves as he departed. The icy chill he left behind caused the entire atmosphere to plummet to freezing temperatures. Chapter 5, I Will Marry You. The storm had subsided. But for the Su family, the storm had only just begun. In the grand hall, the elderly patriarch Su sat with a grim expression at the head of the table, flanked by Ye Xun and Su Zhixin. Below them stood two middle-aged couples, the Su family's eldest son, Su Qingxue, and his wife, along with the second son, Su Zhixin, and his wife. 4 people in total. Su Qingxue knelt before the hall, head bowed like a schoolchild who had done something wrong. Su Qingxue, you have the nerve. Cough cough. Recalling how he had nearly been poisoned and buried alive, the old patriarch's rage boiled over. He slammed his fist on the table so hard it shook, coughing violently. Grandfather, you've only just recovered. You mustn't get angry. Su Zhixin tenderly patted the old man's back. Ye Xun watched coldly, saying nothing. Ye Xun knew exactly what kind of man old Master Su was. The old man was undoubtedly implicated in the Ye family tragedy years ago. The reason Ye Xun saved him was to sit back and watch them tear each other apart. Grandfather, I never meant to harm you. Su Qingxue trembled in terror, collapsing to the ground. She knew full well the ruthless nature of the old man's actions this time. Her life was surely forfeit. Dad, Xue is a filial child. She would never do something so unfilial. Su Qingxue grimaced, trying to defend his daughter. Enough. Old Master Su waved him off, staring intently at Su Qingxue for a full 2 minutes before sighing. Rise, Xue. I know it was Gu Mingyu who bullied you into this. Grandfather doesn't blame you. What the hell? Hearing this, Su Qingxue froze in place, while the rest of the Su family nearly thought they'd misheard. Only Ye Xun shot a cold stare at old Master Su, his eyes flashing with sharpness. Even a 3-year-old could see it was Su Qingxue's poisonous scheme to seize the family fortune by framing Su Zhixin. Yet coming from old Master Su's mouth, it somehow became Gu Mingyu's fault. You're absolutely right, grandfather. It was all Gu Mingyu's doing. Surprised, Su Qingxue quickly jumped on the bandwagon. This matter ends here. Xiao Xue, the company still requires your attention for many affairs. I am tired. Everyone, withdraw. Grandfather Su looked visibly weary as he waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. Thank you, grandfather. Su Qingxue's face beamed with triumph as she made a defiant gesture toward Ye Xun and Su Zhixin. Hold on. Grandfather, isn't this unfair? Without Zhixin, you might have been buried alive long ago. Even if you choose not to punish Su Qingxue, can you really show no consideration for Zhixin? Just as old Master Su prepared to depart, a jarring voice pierced the air like an icy dagger. All eyes turned toward the speaker, each face etched with astonishment. The speaker was none other than Ye Xun. How dare you? Who do you think you are? This is our family affair. How dare you, an outsider, question the old master's decision? Su Qingxue roared in fury, his voice sharp as a blade. Ye Xun, stop talking. Leave immediately. Seeing the old master's face darken, Su Zhixin's complexion drained as she pushed Ye Xun toward the door. Young man, don't think that because you saved me, you can make demands of this old man. I am the head of this household. Whom I reward or punish is my decision alone. You have no right to interfere. Old Master Su shot Ye Xun a chilling glance, his gaze almost murderous. Oof. When it comes to shamelessness and ingratitude, if you claim second place, no one dares claim first. Ye Xun met his gaze with piercing eyes, his words as cold as ice. At the sound of Ye Xun daring to insult Old Master Su, the entire Su family turned pale. Insolent scoundrel! How dare you show disrespect to the old master? Su Quingxue's face burned with righteous indignation, yet he was all thunder and no rain, not even daring to approach Ye Xun. Even the Marquis of Donglin had been forced to kneel by this brat. If he dared lay a finger on him, he'd be courting death. Ye Xun, hold your tongue. Seeing the patriarch's face turn ashen with rage, Su Zhixin was terrified and quickly tried to intervene. Already timid by nature, his status as an illegitimate son left him utterly powerless within the Su family, while his daughter endured relentless bullying because of him. Ye Xun snorted coldly, "Whoa, old master, since you can't treat us fairly, there's no point in Zhixin staying with the Su family any longer. I'll take her away right now." "You dare, you brat!" Old Master Su was furious enough to burst a blood vessel. "How dare you?" The Su family was, after all, the foremost clan in Donglin. How could they allow a woman of their family to be taken away so casually? Even an unwanted, cast-off daughter. Humph. Not only do I dare, but I intend to marry Zhixin and free her from the Su family once and for all. Ye Xun couldn't be bothered to waste words with Old Master Su. Regardless of Su Zhixin's wishes, he grabbed her and walked out. Left behind, Old Master Su and the rest of the Su family were furious. "Ye Xun, are you truly going to marry me?" Her delicate hands tightly clasped by Ye Xun's, Su Zhixin's heart pounded wildly. She lowered her head, her face flushed with bashful shyness. Of course. Feeling the warmth of Su Zhixin's palm, Ye Xun's heart stirred. He suddenly bent down, pulling Su Zhixin into his embrace. Gazing intently into her eyes, he spoke softly, "Zhixin, I love you. I will marry you. I will make you the happiest bride in the world. I will give you a grand, romantic wedding where all of Donglin comes to bless us." Su Zhixin blushed deeply at his words, an endless wave of happiness flooding her heart. But then, the thought of her disfigured face struck her, and the happiness instantly turned to despair and self-pity. "Ye Xun, I'm not worthy of you like this." With that, Su Zhixin found an unexpected surge of strength within her. She pushed Ye Xun away and buried her face in her hands, weeping bitterly. Ye Xun embraced her tightly, his voice filled with deep affection. "Zhixin, give me one day. I have a way to restore your beauty." "What? You can truly restore my appearance?" Su Zhixin stared at Ye Xun in shock, almost convinced she'd misheard. No woman in the world is indifferent to her own appearance. In her quest to heal the scars on her face, Su Zhixin had visited numerous major hospitals. But the answers she received only brought disappointment time and again, until she was utterly despairing. "Come with me. I'll treat you right now." Ye Xun nodded confidently, taking Su Zhixin's hand and pulling her toward the exit. "Stop." Suddenly, a figure appeared, blocking their path. "Su Qingxue, it seems you truly wish to die?" Ye Xun's pupils contracted as he stared expressionlessly at Su Qingxue. He grew to despise this venomous woman more and more. If not for the 7-day truce, Su Qingxue would already be dead. "Su Zhixin, you saw grandfather's attitude, didn't you? Even though he knows full well I did everything, he still favors me. What can you possibly do about it? In his eyes, only my brother and I are the true heirs of the Su family. As for you, you'll always be an illegitimate bastard with no legitimate status. Even if you run off with this lowly man, you'll never escape being a worthless servant." Su Qingxue ignored Ye Xun, glaring viciously at Su Zhixin. "Su Qingxue, I don't want to fight you over anything. Why won't you just leave me alone?" Tears welled in Su Zhixin's eyes as years of pent-up resentment finally overflowed. "Leave you alone? Humph. You worthless woman, just die. I'll leave you alone once you're dead." Su Qingxue gritted her teeth, her expression twisted into a hideous grimace. Smack! A resounding slap sent Su Qingxue crashing to the ground. "Su Qingxue, you have only 7 days left to live. Cherish these 7 days well." Ye Xun coldly withdrew his hand, saying no more. He took Su Zhixin's hand and walked out of the Su residence. "Ye Xun, I don't care what kind of backing you have. Dare to mess with me, Su Qingxue, and I'll make you wish you were dead." Blood trickled from the corner of Su Qingxue's mouth. Her eyes burned with venom, and the crimson scars on her face spread like centipedes, making her appearance even more hideous and terrifying. Chapter 6, The Supreme Club. As soon as Ye Xun and Su Zhixin stepped out of the Su residence, a young man in black emerged from a Rolls-Royce. He approached with utmost respect and bowed. "Mr. Yi, I am Mr. Xia's bodyguard. Mr. Xia instructed me to escort you." "Very well." Ye Xun knew that the general manager Xia he referred to was Xia Yutong, so he nodded and got into the car with Su Zhixin. Atu closed the doors for them and started the vehicle. Ye Xun noticed that Atu's breathing was steady, his stride deliberate, and his entire being radiated explosive power from within, clearly another martial arts master who had honed his external techniques to perfection. Squeak! The journey passed without incident. After about 10 minutes, the Rolls-Royce came to a smooth stop in front of a grand building. Atu respectfully opened the doors for Ye Xun and Su Zhixin. Ye Xun stepped out and looked up at the magnificent building before him. Supreme Club. The Divine Demon Island maintained liaison points throughout the Great Xia Kingdom. This Supreme Club was one of them. Xia Yutong was the person in charge here. Supreme Club, named for its supreme status, exists to recruit elite individuals from various nations for the Divine Demon Island. Ye Xun, this isn't a place ordinary people can enter. Let's go. Upon learning their destination was the Supreme Club, Su Zhixin grew flustered and tugged at Ye Xun, urging them to leave. In Donglin, even children knew that those who frequented this place were invariably the elite of society. Su Zhixin nodded and followed Xia Yutong's female assistant out. Though she didn't fully grasp the nature of Ye Xun and Xia Yutong's relationship, Su Zhixin placed absolute trust in Ye Xun. Junior Master, let's discuss this in the office. Watching Su Zhixin depart, Xia Yutong ushered Ye Xun into the club. The handsome man and beautiful woman walking side by side drew envious glances from passers-by. Junior Master, you've stirred up quite a commotion today. The Su, Gu, and Chen families, under pressure, may well join forces. Have you considered a countermeasure? Upon entering the office, Xia Yutong personally poured Ye Xun a cup of tea before asking in a solemn tone. Of the three families, the Su family is the strongest. However, since Su Qingxue's scheme failed this time, they likely won't dare stir up trouble again in the short term. The Chen family is a fickle bunch, hardly worth worrying about. Ye Xun's eyes flashed with a cold smile as he dismissed the concern. As for the Gu family, Gu Mingyu is already dead by my hand. Even if I don't seek them out, they'll soon come looking for revenge. In that case, I'll eliminate the Gu family first. Destroy the Gu family? Had these words come from anyone else, they would have been laughed off as absurd. The Gu family's assets neared 10 billion, and their power was second only to the Su family. Who could possibly annihilate such a colossus? Yet hearing it from Ye Xun's lips, Xia Yutong felt not a shred of doubt. After a pause, Xia Yutong frowned and said, Junior Master Uncle, Su Qingxue will never accept defeat. She'll definitely bring Su Lingtian back. As the confidant of the Northern Frontier War God, he holds the special privilege to mobilize an entire province's military forces. He must not be underestimated. Su Lingtian is nothing but a madman with an empty reputation. Ye Xun sneered coldly, if he dares to come, I'll entertain him properly. Xia Yutong voiced her concern. 5 years ago, Su Lingtian was merely a lowly adjutant. Yet after the Yi family massacre, the Northern Frontier War God promoted him to lead his 4-star generals. There must be hidden circumstances. I suspect he knows the truth behind the Yi family tragedy. Yes, I've harbored similar suspicions. Even if Su Lingtian doesn't come for me, I will seek him out to uncover the truth. Whoever bears the blood of my Yi family members must pay the price. The horrific scene of his family's annihilation flashed through Ye Xun's mind, a cold, murderous intent flickering in his eyes. He walked with his hands behind his back to the large floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the bustling city below. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on something below, and Ye Xun's pupils contracted sharply. What is it? Noticing the change in Ye Xun's expression, Xia Yutong approached and gasped in shock, it's the Gu family. How dare they come here seeking revenge? It turned out that several luxury cars had arrived at the entrance of the Supreme Club at some point. Over a dozen men in black, radiating murderous intent, burst out of the vehicles. From her elevated vantage point, Xia Yutong instantly recognized the middle-aged man leading them, none other than Gu Shichao, the eldest son of the Gu family. Perfect timing. Come on, let's go down and see. Ye Xun was no stranger to Gu Shichao either. Hearing this, a cold, disdainful sneer curled his lips as he stepped outside. Atu, the Gu family's imperial guard has come to cause trouble. Block them. Don't let them run wild. Xia Yutong's face turned icy as she dialed her bodyguard Atu. Cut the nonsense. Hand over the murderer who killed my son. Meanwhile, at the club's entrance, Gu Shichao and Atu faced off. Head of the Gu family, the person you seek is not here. Please leave immediately. Atu showed no fear, blocking them with several security guards. Bull. My men clearly saw you bring Ye Xun here. Now you dare block my way? My patience is not infinite. Hand him over now, or don't blame me for unleashing hell. Gu Shichao glared with bloodshot eyes, his voice a fierce roar. He knew full well this was the Supreme Club, and Xia Yutong was no one he could afford to offend. But with his only son murdered, the enraged Gu Shichao had abandoned all restraint. Even if this place were a sea of fire and blades, he would storm through it and turn Ye Xun into mincemeat. Slaughter? Whom? With your Gu family? Atu's expression darkened. At his command, the security guards behind him drew their weapons, ready for battle. Looking for death. Kill. Slash them down first, then follow me in to slaughter that bastard Ye Xun. Gu Shichao roared with fury, charging forward with a dozen thugs in tow. Just as a violent clash seemed inevitable, a shrill voice suddenly rang out from within the building, "Stop!" Chapter 7, The Inner Strength Master. As the voice fell, Xia Yutong and Ye Xun stepped out. "You little bastard Yi. If I don't tear you limb from limb today," Gu Shichao swears he's no longer human. Seeing Ye Xun, Gu Shichao's pent-up rage erupted like a volcano. He bellowed at his men, "Attack! Whoever kills this brat gets 10 million in reward. Where there's a hefty reward, there's bound to be a brave soul." Hearing the 10 million reward, only the two black-clad bodyguards flanking Gu Shichao remained still. The rest of his men, energized as if injected with adrenaline, surged forward in a swarm. Gu Shichao had spared no expense this time, bringing only martial artists. Especially those two black-clad bodyguards by his side. Both had reached the peak of the outer force realm. "I dare anyone to try." Xia Yutong stepped in front of Ye Xun, her voice filled with fury. "Gu Shichao, you have the nerve to cause trouble on my turf. Miss Xia, this brat killed my son. This grudge is unforgivable. Once I've killed him, I'll come apologize to you." Gu Shichao felt a twinge of apprehension towards Xia Yutong. "Gu Shichao, if you don't leave now, don't blame me for wiping out your entire Gu family." Xia Yutong's words carried a deadly edge, her beautiful face now twisted with murderous intent that instantly radiated from her entire being. The three great families were merely renowned by name. When it came to overall strength, they were far inferior to certain hidden forces in Donglin. The Supreme Club was undoubtedly the strongest among these hidden forces. Gu Shichao had no doubt that Xia Yutong possessed the power to destroy his Gu family. "My son is dead. All my hopes have been shattered." Gu Shichao pointed at Ye Xun, his eyes flashing with a bitter, cruel smile. "Miss Xia, even if you intend to annihilate my entire clan, today I, Gu, will drag this brat down with me. A2, kill anyone who dares to approach." Xia Yutong's slender frame trembled with fury as she coldly commanded A2. "Yes." A2 responded instantly, shifting sideways as his form blurred into a trail of afterimages. His fist unleashed a torrent of overwhelming force, striking the warrior charging at the forefront. Boom! Unable to withstand the impact, the warrior's chest caved in at a visible speed. His body was sent flying several meters away, dead on the spot. Peak external force. Witnessing their comrade's gruesome demise, the remaining warriors were shaken to their core. The martial arts path was rigidly stratified, with clear divisions between ranks. Though they were martial artists themselves, their strength barely reached the initial stage of outer force. While they could easily handle ordinary people, confronting a peak outer force expert was like throwing eggs at a stone. Not only them, but even the two bodyguards flanking Gu Shichao paled, their thick brows knitting tightly. Attacked together. A2's combat prowess had stunned the entire crowd, yet these martial artists were hardened killers who had tasted blood on the battlefield. Driven by the lure of the enormous bounty, not a single one retreated. Instead, they closed in for the kill. "Brothers, let's fight them to the death." Seeing A2 being beaten, the security guards didn't back down either, swinging their rubber batons to join the fray. "You're no match for them. Protect President Xia. I've got these guys covered." Amidst the fierce battle, A2 suddenly bellowed, driving the security guards back. His words were no empty boast. In the blink of an eye, several more fighters were struck down by him. "Bunch of useless trash. All of you, back off." Seeing his fighters were no match, Gu Shichao grew desperate and signaled to his two black-clad bodyguards. "Overconfident fool, prepare to die." The two men understood and simultaneously swung their fists forward. Their fists carried hidden force, their momentum surging like thunder, causing the surrounding air to crackle with sonic booms. They were internal energy masters. Though both had only recently begun cultivating internal energy, the gap between external and internal cultivation in martial arts was as vast as heaven and earth. A2 hadn't even broken through the peak of external force cultivation. How could he possibly withstand the combined assault of two internal force masters? Just as ATU seemed destined to fall before the two masters, a figure darted in like a startled crane, arriving in a flash. Boom! Boom! With two dull thuds, the air beneath the two internal energy masters' fists seemed to be sucked away by a vortex. In the next instant, two lifeless bodies crashed to the ground like torn sacks. The entire scene unfolded in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could even discern who had struck, the two internal energy masters had been killed. Mr. Yi. Seeing Ye Xun suddenly appear before him, A2, still shaken, knelt with a thud. "Thank you, Mr. Yi, for saving my life." The one who struck was Ye Xun. Only then did the others comprehend. The only one showing no trace of surprise was Xia Yutong. She understood Ye Xun's strength better than anyone. As the sole disciple of his grandmaster and the future heir to the divine demon island, how could his power be weak? "Ye Xun, I will never forgive you. Die." Gazing at the corpses of the two elite warriors he had paid dearly to hire, Gu Shichao's eyes nearly popped from his sockets. Gnashing his teeth, he lunged at Ye Xun. "Kneel." A cold, icy glint flashed in Ye Xun's eyes. With a flick of his right middle finger, 2 silver needles shot out at lightning speed, piercing Gu Shichao's knees. Gu Shichao collapsed to his knees with a thud, struggling to rise despite his defeat. You were complicit in destroying my family all those years ago, but I'm not ready to kill you yet. Ye Xun stepped forward, kicking Gu Shichao flat onto the ground. He planted his foot on the man's face, his voice as cold as ice. Get out of my sight. In 7 days, I'll come back for your worthless life. Ye Xun, our enmity is as deep as the abyss. If you spare me today, I will tear you limb from limb someday. Gu Shichao glared at Ye Xun with venomous hatred, hurled his final threat, and fled in panic. Junior Master Uncle, Gu Shichao is known for holding grudges. Having failed this time, he will surely return to settle the score. Xia Yutong gazed at the corpses of the 2 internal energy masters lying on the ground, her face clouded with worry. It matters not. Ye Xun seemed unconcerned. As if remembering something, he pulled out a prescription and handed it to Xia Yutong. I need to treat the scars on Zixin's face. Gather these herbs immediately. Very well, I'll handle it personally. Xia Yutong accepted the prescription. Ye Xun nodded, turning toward the clubhouse. Spotting a 2 standing respectfully at the entrance, he offered a calm smile. Your martial arts foundation is solid. Keep up the good work, you'll achieve great things someday. Thank you, Master Yi. I shall not disappoint your trust. How could a 2 fail to recognize Ye Xun's intention to promote him? Overwhelmed with joy, he knelt before Ye Xun's retreating figure with profound reverence. The onlookers now gazed at Ye Xun with nothing but awe in their eyes. Ye Xun, are you alright? Did they hurt you? The moment Ye Xun stepped into the room Xia Yutong had arranged for Su Zhixin, Su Zhixin asked with concern. She had just heard that someone had come seeking revenge against Ye Xun and was about to rush over in panic when Ye Xun arrived. I'm fine. Just a bunch of clowns. I've already dealt with them. Ye Xun smiled with nonchalance, took out his needle case, and said, Come, I'll first perform acupuncture to clear the heat and unblock the facial meridians. Chapter 8, The moment of miracle has arrived. What did you say? 2 internal energy masters couldn't block that kid's moves? At the same time, at the Gu residence, old Master Gu roared in shock at Gu Shichao. How is this possible? 2 masters of internal force, even if not invincible, were still a force to be reckoned with in Donglin City. The Gu family had spent a full 30 million to secure their services. Yet who could have imagined that the moment they appeared, Ye Xun's technique instantly took them down? Father, that brat must have used some kind of sorcery. I didn't even see him move before both masters were dead. Gu Shichao looked utterly defeated. He'd never faced such a crushing defeat before. Father, Ye Xun must have received guidance from a master over these past 5 years, that's why his strength is so terrifying. Right now, we must choose retreat. We absolutely must not provoke him again. Gu Zhixin, the second son of the Gu family, frowned deeply as he spoke with worry. Sigh. Do you think I want to provoke this demon? Back when the Gu family participated in the massacre of the Yi family, we all ended up on his death list. Where can we possibly run? Old Master Gu sighed deeply, his heart filled with sorrow under Ye Xun's overwhelming pressure. Father, retreating is not an option. We must fight that boy to the bitter end. Gu Shichao gritted his teeth. I've already contacted the international assassination organization Heavenly Palace. With them handling it, success is guaranteed. Tianfu. At the mention of that name, both father and son paled. Tianfu, one of the world's 10 most notorious assassination organizations. It was said that the assassins within this organization were demons from hell, not only exceptionally skilled, but also endlessly inventive in their methods of killing. Since its founding, no one had ever escaped alive from its assassin's grasp. Alright, Shichao, you handle it. No matter what price no matter what group offers, as long as they can kill Ye Xun, the Gu family is willing to pay. After a moment's deliberation, old Master Gu resolved to stake everything on this gamble. Father, we cannot stake everything on Tianfu alone. We must also ally with the Su and Shen families to confront Ye Xun together. Gu Zhixin pondered for a moment before suggesting. This man excels in strategy and cunning, far surpassing his elder brother in scheming. Unfortunately, the old patriarch favored his eldest son and did not place much trust in him. Nevertheless, the old Master Gu accepted Gu Zhixin's suggestion. Very well. Proceed as Zhixin advises. You shall each take separate actions. Ye Xun, if I do not kill you in this lifetime, Gu Shichao swears he is no man. Gu Shichao clenched his fists, swearing silently to himself as he strode out. At the Supreme Club, Su Zhixin sat there, her face swathed in bandages, her heart pounding with anxiety. Over the past day, Ye Xun had performed acupuncture on her 3 times and given her 3 doses of herbal medicine. Just moments ago, Ye Xun had smiled and told her, the moment to witness the miracle has arrived. What miracle? Could it be that her face would truly return to its former self? Ye Xun smiled faintly as he began unwrapping the bandages from her face. As layer after layer of white gauze was removed, Su Zhixin's heart raced even faster. Zhixin, open your eyes and embrace a brand new world. Ye Xun leaned close and whispered softly into her ear, his voice gentle as a spring breeze, soothing Ye Xixin's anxious heart. 1, 2. Su Zhixin silently counted in her mind, finally gathering the courage to slowly open her eyes. The beauty reflected in the mirror was breathtakingly gorgeous. This was undoubtedly a face of supreme beauty. Her delicate eyebrows were as fine as silk threads, her almond-shaped eyes clear as autumn waters, her nose high and straight, her cherry-red lips full and lovely, and her gracefully upturned chin radiating gentle charm. Especially that tender, smooth skin pale yet rosy, like a precious pearl or jade. Where was there even a trace of the scars left behind? Ye Xun, is this really me? Su Zhixin leapt to her feet, eyes wide, staring at her reflection in disbelief. Of course it's you. Ye Xun's smile was bright and gentle, and this is your truest self. Little master's wife, you are truly beautiful. Even Xia Yutong couldn't help but exclaim in admiration at Su Zhixin's breathtaking beauty. No wonder Su Qingxue was so jealous of her. A beauty like this, even women couldn't resist. Thank you, Ye Xun. 2 tears of emotion slid down Su Zhixin's cheeks as she clung tightly to Ye Xun, sobbing softly. It's all over now. With me here, no one will ever dare bully you again. Ye Xun gently stroked Su Zhixin's shoulder, offering comfort. Seeing this touching scene, Xia Yutong knew she shouldn't linger as a third wheel and turned to leave. The lovers embraced for a moment before Su Zhixin finally broke into a smile through her tears. Just then, her phone rang. Xiao Xin, where are you? Hurry back. Your grandfather is holding a family meeting to expel our family from the Su clan. The moment Su Zhixin answered, her father Su Zhiyong's anxious voice filled her ears. What? Okay, I'll be right back. Su Zhixin paled with alarm at the news. I'll go with you. Ye Xun heard every word clearly. His expression darkened abruptly as he ordered a car to be prepared and rushed toward the Su residence. While the two were still on their way, chaos had already erupted at the Su residence. Grandfather Su's stern face erupted in fury at Su Zhiyong. Su Zhiyong, do you think you've grown wings and dare defy the family? Father, what are you talking about? Your son would never dare. Su Zhiyong's face drained of color in terror as he hastily knelt. The shameful status of being an illegitimate son weighed on him like a mountain, forcing him to live his entire life cautiously, afraid to offend even a dog belonging to the Su family. Humph. Second brother, you've certainly sired a fine daughter. Su Chuanzhong sneered coldly. If it weren't for your daughter's ambiguous relationship with Ye Xun and her erection of a memorial for the Yi family. Ever become entangled with our Su family? Now look, this scourge has returned to exact vengeance. Will our Su family ever know peace again? This. Su Zhiyong knelt on the ground, his face twisted with grievance, not daring to respond. Dad, big brother, you can't blame my Zixin for this. She had no idea that little bastard was still alive. Su Zhiyong's wife, Zhang Fong, with her strong-willed nature, muttered defiantly. Shut your mouth. Old Master Su slammed his cane into the ground, his face darkening as he cut Zhang Fong off. Grandfather, there's no need for further discussion. The entire Su Zhixin family is a source of trouble. If we don't expel them, they'll eventually drag our clan down. Su Qingxue's expression turned icy as she pressed her advantage. All these years, she had spared no effort in suppressing and tormenting Su Zhixin, and now she certainly wouldn't miss this chance. Very well. I hereby declare, the Su Zhiyong family is expelled from the Su clan. Grandfather Su's face darkened as he delivered the verdict. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiyong felt all strength drained from his body, collapsing into his chair. Zhang Fong, unwilling to accept this, was about to protest when a frantic cry came from outside the door. Grandfather, what have we done wrong? Why are you treating us this way? All eyes turned to see Su Zhixin rushing in, her face flushed. Behind her, Ye Xun followed like a shadow, his gaze sweeping over the Su family members with an intimidating aura. Chapter 9, Old Master Su's Scheme. Su Zhixin, you treacherous. You brought this disaster upon us, and now you have the nerve to question grandfather. Su Qingxue glared at them, her face frozen in fury. She raised her hand to slap Su Zhixin across the face. But just as her hand rose, she suddenly saw Su Zhixin. Her body trembled as if struck by lightning, and she gasped in shock, Ah! Your face, how is it healed? Everyone turned to look, their expressions frozen in horror as if they'd seen a ghost. Could this beauty before them truly be Su Zhixin? Zixin, is it really you? Your face. Zhang Fong was the first to recover, asking in a startled voice. Mom, Ye Xun healed me. Su Zhixin, who had been frantic with worry moments ago, hadn't considered such questions. Hearing the question, she hurriedly explained. Ye Xun? How could that be? Everyone turned their stunned, doubtful gazes toward Ye Xun. Especially Su Qingxue, whose eyes burned with venom and hatred. Ye Xun had disfigured her, yet he had healed Su Zhixin. This only deepened Su Qingxue's existing jealousy and resentment toward Su Zhixin, making her seethe with hatred for both of them. Why? Why was fate so unjust, bestowing every blessing upon Su Zhixin? And she, despite all her scheming and plotting, ended up with nothing. At that moment, the hatred within Su Qingxue erupted completely. Her facial scars twitched violently with rage, making her appearance even more terrifying.
Su Zhixin, you damned vixen. You won't let me live in peace, and neither will you. Die.
Su Qingxue screamed like a madwoman, suddenly drawing a dagger and lunging toward Su Zhixin.
Ah!
Everyone gasped in shock at the sight. With only a few steps between them, Su Qingxue's attack was too swift to stop. Thud! Just as the sharp blade was about to pierce Su Zhixin's chest, a hand shot out, knocking the dagger from Su Qingxue's grasp.
Smack! Immediately after, a sharp slap echoed through the air.
Su Qingxue flew backwards several meters, her body flung like a. The one who intervened was Ye Xun. He caught the still shaken Su Zhixin in his arms and reassured her in a deep voice, "It's over now."
Ye Xun, I.
Su Zhixin's fair face turned pale. Fear and hurt mingled within her, her spirit sinking low. "Ye Xun, you have some nerve. How dare you strike someone in front of the old master?" Su Quanzhong helped Su Qingxue to her feet. Seeing the bloody handprint glaring on his daughter's face, he roared like thunder.
Hit someone? Next time, I'll kill them outright.
Ye Xun's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Su Quanzhong, his pupils sharply contracting. Each word cut like an icy blade. You! Meeting the icy glare in Ye Xun's eyes, Su Quanzhong felt as if he'd been plunged into an ice cellar, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. "Grandfather, you must avenge me. That Su Zhixin dared to incite Ye Xun to strike me, she must not be spared." Su Qingxue endured the stinging pain on her face as she rushed to grandfather Su to lodge her complaint. "Father, I beg you not to punish Xiao Xin. I'll take my wife and daughter and leave Donglin immediately, never to set foot in the Su family again." Seeing the old master's darkening expression, Su Zhiyong gritted his teeth and knelt down to plead. Though timid and conflict-averse by nature, Su Zhixin was his only daughter. He would risk his life to protect her. "Leave? Humph. Su Zhiyong, you refused to go when I told you to earlier. Do you really think you can walk out now?" Su Quanzhong snorted coldly and barked at his henchmen, "Seize this bastard and his family. Shoot on sight if they resist." Though brothers, Su Quanzhong had always looked down on and bullied this half-brother. Had the old patriarch not still been alive, he would have slaughtered Su Zhiyong's entire family long ago. "Halt! All of you!" Just as the thugs closed in on Su Zhiyong's family, the old patriarch's stern voice cut through the chaos. "Big brother, I'm not dead yet, and you're already so eager to turn on your own family? Once you've killed your younger brother, will you come for me, this old man?" This time, the old master Su broke character, unleashing a torrent of abuse on Su Quanzhong. "Father, I never meant." Su Quanzhong was startled and tried to explain, but the old man cut him off sharply. "Silence." The old man's outburst stunned not only Su Quanzhong's family but also Su Zhiyong's household and Ye Xun. What they never anticipated was the old master's next words, which sent a wave of stunned silence rippling through the entire gathering. Grandfather Su's gaze swept across the room, finally settling on Su Zhixin's delicate, beautiful face. A sly, scheming smile curved his lips as he declared, "Ahem. Ziyang, not only will I not drive you out, but I will bestow upon your family a villa. Furthermore, I will place Zhixin in a position of trust, promoting her to vice president of the company." "Ha!" The words exploded like a bombshell, sending shockwaves through everyone's minds. What the hell is going on? This sudden reversal from the old man was utterly unexpected. Dad! Grandpa! Su Quanzhong and Su Qingxue, father and daughter, were utterly shocked. They tried to intervene, but the old man's fierce glare silenced them. The entire Su family empire was built by the old patriarch alone. Though aged, he still commanded absolute authority within the clan. No one dared challenge him. Not even the renowned Lingtian war general was an exception. Meanwhile, Su Zhiyong's family exchanged bewildered glances, clearly still reeling from the patriarch's sudden decision. Ye Xun stared at the old man's cunning face, a cold smile playing on his lips. He certainly didn't believe this was the old man experiencing a sudden pang of conscience, deciding to mend his ways and treat Su Zhixin's family kindly. On the contrary, Ye Xun sensed the scent of a conspiracy. Sure enough, what old Master Su said next confirmed Ye Xun's suspicions. "Zhixin, now that your appearance has been restored, shouldn't you also contribute something to the family?" Old Master Su beckoned Su Zhixin to his side, forcing a smile onto his deeply wrinkled face. The family currently has a major project underway and wishes to engage with Tan Jinggong, the wealthiest man in Donglin. Tan Xiao, the son of Mr. Tan, is a rising star among the younger generation. Your grandfather intends to arrange a marriage between you and young Master Tan. What are your thoughts on this? At these words, the expressions of those present shifted. So this was the real reason behind old Master Su's sudden change of heart. Who in Donglin didn't know Tan Xiao was a notorious playboy, spending his days idling away without a care? Such a spoiled scion, no woman with even a shred of sense would dare marry him. Now, for the sake of family interests, old Master Su was pushing Su Zhixin to marry Tan Xiao. Wasn't this like pushing her into a pit of fire? Su Quanzhong and his daughter exchanged a swift glance, their faces breaking into chilling smiles of understanding. The old master truly outmaneuvered them.
Grandfather, I am about to become Ye Xun's wife.
I will never marry Tan Xiao.
Su Zhixin's expression darkened, yet she clutched Ye Xun's hand tightly, declaring her stance resolutely. What? You dare defy grandfather's decision?
At these words, Old Master Su's face darkened.
He shot a stern glare at Su Zhixin, signaling pressure. This. Under the old man's glare, Su Zhixin's face instantly turned pale with fear.
He dared not defy the old man's decision. Yet, the thought of marrying his daughter off to a scoundrel like Tan Xiao filled him with reluctance.
I agree. The Tan family is rich and powerful. Xiao Xian, marrying into them will make you a wealthy lady far better than marrying a penniless man like Ye Xun.
Zhang Feng, on the other hand, listened with eyes sparkling with delight.
Fine, it's settled. I'll finalize the engagement date with Mr. Tan shortly, and Xiao Xian will marry into their family.
Old Master Su sealed the deal on the spot.
He couldn't care less about Su Zhixin's family's opinion.
This was his decision, and no one could change it.
But at that very moment, a cold laugh challenged his authority.
Old man, Zhixin is my wife.
Did you even ask me before arranging this match?
Chapter 10, These bigwigs are all disciples of the divine demon island.
Young upstart, don't get cocky. Do you truly believe this old man fears you?
Seeing that the speaker was Ye Xun, Old Master Su was so enraged his beard bristled and his eyes bulged. Though Ye Xun had indeed saved his life, Old Master Su felt not a shred of gratitude, only bitter resentment. The root cause lay in Ye Xun's return being a mission of vengeance. Old Master Su had been directly involved in the Yi family tragedy years ago. Moreover, among the three families, the Su family had reaped the greatest benefits. To Old Master Su, regardless of whether Ye Xun attacked him personally, Ye Xun remained an irreconcilable enemy of the Su family.
He must be eliminated. Ye Xun, give up that notion.
Even if we were to offer Su Zhixin to young Master Tan for his amusement, we would never allow you to marry her. At that moment, Su Qingxue regained her composure. Su Chuanzhong also threatened harshly, Ye Xun, I advise you to abandon your revenge and leave Donglin immediately. Otherwise, when the three major families unite, they will crush you into dust.
Is that so? Seems you intend to resist to the bitter end?
Ye Xun sneered with contempt, his words as cold as ice. I wouldn't mind uprooting your three great families entirely. Because you all deserve to die.
Arrogant. Su Chuanzhong possessed little skill but a temper to match.
Enraged, he barked another order, commanding the Su family's elite fighters to surround and attack Ye Xun. As the foremost of the three great families, the Su clan possessed formidable strength. Among the experts who appeared were several early-stage internal energy cultivators, and even an elder whose cultivation had reached the mid-stage of internal energy.
Foolhardy.
Ye Xun's eyes flashed with cold light as overwhelming killing intent surged forth, palpable as substance.
Stop fighting.
Just as Ye Xun was about to unleash a slaughter upon the Su family's elite, Su Zhixin suddenly stepped in front of him, pleading with a trembling voice.
Su Zhixin's heart was kind. On one side stood her beloved, on the other her kin.
The thought of either suffering casualties was unbearable for her to witness. Ye Xun, go back home first. I'll handle matters at home myself. As if summoning strength from somewhere, Su Zhixin pushed Ye Xun out of the Su residence with all her might. Then, without waiting for Ye Xun's reaction, she wiped away her tears and ran off.
Zhixin. Watching Su Zhixin's retreating figure, Ye Xun felt an inexplicable pang of heartache. He wanted to chase after her, but was stopped by Su Quan and Su Zhong. I warn you, if a single hair on Zhixin's head is harmed, I will slaughter every last member of the Su clan. Sweeping a gaze over the Su family members, Ye Xun's expression was grim and resolute as he spoke harshly before turning and leaving. Watching Ye Xun's departing figure, the Su family members all wore solemn expressions. This gravity stemmed not merely from concern. It was, above all, fear. Father, what should we do next? Su Chuanzhong suddenly shivered. Though it was the transition between spring and summer, he inexplicably felt the air had dropped a degree. This young man is not to be underestimated. We must proceed in 2 steps. First, form an alliance with the Gu and Chen families. Second, cling tightly to the mighty tree that is Tan Jingong. Old Master Su's gaze was deep and cloudy, mirroring the stormy, muddy paths he traversed over decades. Ye Xun had barely returned to the Supreme Club when Xia Yutong presented him with a list. Junior Master, these are all disciples from my divine demon island. They heard you were coming to Donglin and specially requested an audience. I've arranged for them all to wait in the reception hall. Ye Xun took the list. The names on the list were all prominent figures in Donglin City. What surprised Ye Xun most was seeing Donglin's wealthiest man, Tan Jingdong, and the underworld kingpin Hong Tai, prominently listed among them. Let's go meet them. Closing the list, a faint smile curved Ye Xun's lips. If old Master Su knew that Tan Jingdong the tycoon he'd gone to such lengths to curry favor with, even sacrificing his granddaughter, was actually under Ye Xun's command, what would that old fox think? Xia Yutong and Ye Xun entered the reception hall, one in front and one behind. Inside the reception room sat over a dozen individuals. Each exuded an air of distinction, their every gesture radiating the aura of influential figures. particularly the two middle-aged men seated at the head of the table. One was of medium build, handsome, with piercing eyes that radiated determination and wisdom. The other was broad-shouldered and imposing, his stern demeanor radiating an unstoppable, warrior-like courage. Needless to say, just by their appearance, Ye Xun could guess that these two were Tan Jingong and Hong Tai. Tan Jingong and Hong Tai each held sway over the white and black underworlds of Donglin respectively, wielding influence that far surpassed that of any major family. "Mr. Xia, has the young divine lord arrived yet?" The crowd, growing impatient, swarmed toward Xia Yutong as soon as she entered. In truth, Ye Xun stood right behind Xia Yutong, but his plain attire and unremarkable appearance made him easily overlooked. Ye Xun's master, Fan Qingzhou, was revered as a god by his disciples on the Divine Demon Island. As Fan Qingzhou's last disciple, it was only natural for everyone to address Ye Xun as the young divine master. "Everyone, this is my junior master." Xia Yutong smiled as she introduced Ye Xun. What? This unremarkable-looking young man before them was actually the future heir to the Divine Demon Island? Countless astonished gazes turned toward Ye Xun, the reception hall falling so silent you could hear a pin drop. This subordinate, Tan Jingong, greets the young divine lord. "Greetings, young divine master. I am Hong Tai." Tan Jingong and Hong Tai were the first to react, kneeling before Ye Xun in a formal bow. The others dared not delay, kneeling in unison. "Rise, everyone." Ye Xun stood before them, his posture as steady as a mountain, as calm as a deep pool. With a casual wave of his hand, a surge of hidden force swirled like a whirlwind, compelling everyone to rise involuntarily. The power he displayed in this single gesture once again stunned the assembly. To project internal energy outward that signified at least the level of a master of the transformation realm. Good heavens! The young divine lord is so young, yet he's already a master? This is utterly terrifying. Young divine lord, I've spent decades building a foundation here in Donglin and have accumulated some assets. This is a black jade card accepted by all major banks, with 100 billion in deposits. Please accept it. His subordinates control the entire underworld of Donglin, commanding thousands of gang members who stand ready to obey the young divine lord's every command. Following Tan Jingong and Hong Tai's pledges of loyalty to Ye Xun, the others swiftly followed suit, showing profound reverence toward this young divine lord. Ye Xun took the black jade card from Tan Jingong's hand. Suddenly struck by a thought, he sneered coldly, "Mr. Tan, I hear your son is quite notorious in Donglin. Many people fear him, don't they? Has this young divine lord been provoked by my good-for-nothing son? I'll have him brought before you at once, do with him as you will." Having navigated the business world for decades, Tan Jingong instantly grasped the hidden meaning behind Ye Xun's words. His heart pounded wildly, beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down his forehead. Not at all. No need to be nervous, Mr. Tan. Seeing Tan Jingong drenched in sweat, Ye Xun found it amusing. He waved dismissively. "I've just heard quite a few negative reports about your son. Tell him to be more careful in the future." "Yes, young divine master. Upon returning, I will discipline this rebellious son thoroughly and ensure he never breaks the law again." The weight lifting off Tan Jingong's chest made him nod vigorously. Ye Xun smiled indifferently. His mention of Tan Xiao was merely a warning to Tan Jingong, to prevent the Tan family from truly being dragged into the Su family's schemes. "Young divine master, we have prepared a reception banquet for you at the Imperial Grand Hotel. We earnestly request your presence." Tan Jingong wiped the sweat from his brow, exchanged a knowing glance with Hong Tai and the others, and replied respectfully. "Very well. I shall be there this evening." Ye Xun nodded in agreement. This time, returning to the city to exact vengeance, he knew he couldn't eliminate all his enemies relying solely on human strength. Therefore, he must build a team truly loyal to him. Tan Jingong, Hong Tai, and others fit his requirements perfectly. Chapter 11. Tell me, who sent you? The city lights were just beginning to glow. Knock knock. Ye Xun was meditating and practicing his martial arts in his room when a sudden knock sounded at the door. "Come in." Ye Xun exhaled deeply, slowly concluding his practice. The visitors were Xia Yutong and Atu. Seeing the cloud of vapor rising from Ye Xun's head, both of their expressions froze instantly. Especially Atu, his entire body seemed electrified, stiffening into a rigid posture. His pupils were filled with utter astonishment. True Qi. Earlier, when Ye Xun had demonstrated his ability to project internal energy outward, Atu, like Tan Jingong and the others, had assumed he was a master at the transformation realm. But now, witnessing the true Qi Ye Xun had unleashed, Atu finally realized just how utterly wrong he had been. Ye Xun's cultivation had at least reached the Qi refining realm. As a martial artist himself, Atu understood that the path of cultivation was a long journey from martial arts to the Tao. The martial cultivation stage was divided into 5 realms: external force, internal force, body tempering, transformation realm, and innate realm. The cultivation stage was further divided into Qi cultivation, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, spirit communication, void penetration, body merging, great perfection, and tribulation crossing. The most difficult barrier to cross between martial cultivation and immortal cultivation was true qi.
Only when martial artists condense true qi within their bodies do they truly break free from the shackles of the flesh and embark upon the path of cultivating immortality. Atu had thought Ye Xun was already formidable, but he never imagined Ye Xun could be this powerful. In truth, not only was Atu stunned, but Xia Yutong also wore an expression of utter disbelief. She recalled that 2 years ago, when she came to Donglin on her master's orders, her junior master was only at the transformation realm grandmaster level. Yet in just 2 short years, Ye Xun had shattered the void and become a true qi cultivator. Such monstrous cultivation talent was unparalleled in the entire world.
Junior master, the banquet is about to begin. Let's go.
Composing herself, Xia Yutong said with a smile.
All right.
Without further ado, Ye Xun rose and followed the two out of the room.
Atu kept his head bowed, following cautiously behind Ye Xun the entire way.
There was nothing he could do. His cultivation hadn't yet broken through to the outer force realm, and he simply couldn't withstand Ye Xun's overwhelming aura.
Atu, you needn't be so tense. Little master uncle isn't some monster, he won't eat you.
Seeing Atu's nervous demeanor, Xia Yutong couldn't help but suppress a giggle, covering her mouth with her hand.
Yes.
Atu nodded his head like a chick pecking at grain, yet dared not spare Ye Xun another glance.
Ye Xun sighed wryly, inwardly wondering, could it be? I really am that terrifying? Something's up.
As the three exited the company and approached the car, a sudden sense of foreboding flashed through Ye Xun's mind.
Whoosh!
The moment the word left his lips, a black Audi suddenly appeared out of the night, accelerating with blinding speed as it barreled toward the trio. The driver had clearly floored the accelerator. The oncoming car's momentum was like a thunderbolt, unstoppable. At this speed, even an Iron Man would be crushed into mincemeat upon impact.
Watch out!
Xia Yutong let out a startled cry at the sudden turn of events.
In that split second, Atu didn't even flinch.
He lunged toward Ye Xun.
He could tell the Audi driver's target was Ye Xun.
Atu's reflexes weren't slow, and Ye Xun's speed was incredibly swift. Before Atu could push him out of the way, Ye Xun vanished from his spot in an instant. Whoosh! The sound of fabric tearing through the air seemed poised to shatter everyone's eardrums. What left everyone's jaws dropping was that Ye Xun's figure transformed into a streak of lightning, charging toward the Audi in the opposite direction.
Good heavens, was he actually going to block the car with his bare body?
Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding scene.
Boom!
Unsurprisingly, Ye Xun's body collided with the speeding Audi, producing an earth-shattering roar.
But the outcome everyone had imagined did not materialize.
Ye Xun wasn't thrown back. On the contrary, the Audi seemed unable to withstand the immense force of the impact. Its front end crumpled, and all the windows shattered into pieces. The scene looked as if the Audi hadn't hit a person at all, but a locomotive. Holy! Witnessing this, Atu was utterly stunned, almost convinced he was dreaming. He had clearly witnessed Ye Xun's body suddenly emit a burst of true qi at the instant of impact with the Audi. This qi appeared gentle, yet upon contact with the car body, it became as hard as stone, utterly unbreakable. After bringing the Audi to a halt, Ye Xun didn't stop there. He walked forward with a cold expression. Inside the car, the driver lay dead, covered in blood. To everyone's surprise, another figure sat inside. Seated in the back, a figure clad in black sat motionless like a statue, his expression dark and terrifying. His gaze was as cold and fierce as a predator's, staring straight through the shattered window glass at Ye Xun. A murderous aura swiftly spread under the night sky. Ye Xun stood before the car, hands clasped behind his back, locked in a stare with the dark-clad figure. He had noticed the figure long ago, and from the aura emanating from him, Ye Xun could tell this man's cultivation level was at least mid-stage internal force. Boom! After a prolonged stare down, the black-clad figure could no longer withstand Ye Xun's overwhelming pressure. He punched through the car door, bursting out like a leopard. Boy, someone paid to have you killed. Prepare to die. The black-clad figure was still mid-air as the last syllable of his words echoed, yet a fist-shaped beam of concentrated force already slammed toward Ye Xun. All the bystanders were frozen in shock by the scene. They had assumed this was just an ordinary car accident, but everything turned bizarre when Ye Xun began colliding with the vehicle using his bare body. Even more shocking was the assassin who burst out of the vehicle. In an instant, the crowd scattered in a panic. Even the boldest onlookers dared only watch from a distance. Watch out! Xia Yutong and Atu both paled, instinctively lunging forward to intervene. But before they could reach him, Ye Xun suddenly struck, crushing the black-clad assassin's fist with a single blow. Snap! Hearing the crisp snap of shattered knuckles, the assassin froze, utterly bewildered by what had just happened. How was this possible? He had killed countless people in his life, ranked among the top 20 on the Heavenly Net Assassin list, and was on the verge of breaking through to the 7th level of internal energy. Today, in a single exchange, he suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of this youth before him? No. He refused to accept it. The black-clad assassin wanted to roar, to express the bitterness in his heart. Yet the searing agony could only wring from him a series of bestial whimpers. Kneel.
Tell me, who sent you? Ye Xun showed no sign of stopping. He kicked the assassin's kneecap to pieces, forcing him to his knees. Kid, you're ruthless. Kill me if you dare. I won't reveal my employer's identity. The assassin gritted his teeth, his face set in a death-defying resolve. Seems he truly wants to die. He's yours. Ye Xun sneered with disdain, kicking him down with a single blow. Got it, Mr. Yi. Give me 3 minutes. Responded, grabbing the assassin by the collar and dragging him into a corner. In terms of cultivation, was nowhere near Ye Xun's level. But when it came to the art of tormenting people, if he ranked second, no one dared claim first. At least 100 methods were at Atu's disposal to force the black-clad assassin to spill every secret down to his ancestors' 18th generation. Sure enough, within 3 minutes, Atu returned and respectfully reported to Ye Xun, he is He Xia, a 3-star assassin from Tianfu. Gu Shichao paid 50 million to hire him to kill you. Gu Shichao, it's you again. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Ye Xun's eyes. It seemed he wouldn't need to wait until the family memorial day to deal with this man. Yutong, attend the banquet at Tan's place in my stead. Ye Xun's cold, grim smile held a murderous intent sharp as a blade. Atu, start the car. We're heading to the Gu residence. Mr. Yi, what should we do with He Xia? Atu responded, glancing at the black-clad assassin he'd beaten to a pulp. Kill him. Ye Xun waved his hand dismissively and climbed into the Rolls-Royce without looking back. Watching Ye Xun's receding figure, Xia Yutong couldn't help but sigh deeply. 2 years apart, and her young master-uncle had truly undergone a profound transformation. Chapter 12, tonight, the Gu family will be slaughtered. Inside the Rolls-Royce, Ye Xun sat in the back seat, his expression grave and unspoken. This tense atmosphere instantly made Atu, driving in the front seat, feel a bit nervous again. Sweat was already beading in the palms of his hands as he gripped the steering wheel tightly. Yutong already said it, I'm not a monster. I don't eat people. So you don't need to hold back around me. Ye Xun seemed the first to crack under the oppressive silence, breaking it with a smile. Alright. Atu wiped the sweat from his forehead, unsure how to respond. You possess great talent for cultivation. The reason you've made no progress is due to your training methods. From now on, I'll personally guide you. Ye Xun was at a loss for words and could only extend an olive branch. Though Atu was just a minor figure, Ye Xun could see he possessed a reserved and steady temperament, was loyal and trustworthy, and had a solid foundation in martial arts. With just a little guidance from him, Atu could easily become a capable commander. Ah! Thank you, Mr. Yi. Hearing Ye Xun's offer to mentor him, Atu's hands trembled with excitement, nearly causing him to lose grip on the steering wheel. Just focus on driving. Ye Xun gave a faint smile, then leaned his head back against the headrest and closed his eyes, feigning sleep. Squeak! 10 minutes later, the Rolls-Royce pulled up before the Gu family villa. As the second most prominent family in Donglin, this villa was the Gu family's face a costly construction worth hundreds of millions. Yet at this moment, the atmosphere surrounding this resplendent mansion felt unusually heavy. In fact, it was heavily guarded. Swish! Swish! The moment Ye Xun and Atu stepped out of the car, over a dozen bodyguards surged forward, surrounding the two men in an instant. Gu Shichao, come out and die. Ye Xun stood with his hands behind his back, not even glancing at these fools. He bellowed toward the villa. Infused with his inner strength and amplified by the night air, the thunderous shout split the sky like a bolt of lightning. Buzz! The bodyguards were mere foot soldiers. How could they withstand such overwhelming force? Their eardrums shattered instantly. Clutching their ears, blood streaming from the wounds, they collapsed to the ground, writhing and wailing in agony. Even Atu gritted his teeth, summoning a burst of chi to protect his heart meridian, barely avoiding the damage. Thud! 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 Ye Xun's command proved effective. As soon as the words left his mouth, another group burst out of the villa. Leading them was none other than the grim-faced elder of the Gu family. Standing behind him were Gu Shicheng and his son, Gu Mingho. Yet Gu Shichao was conspicuously absent. You insolent brat from the Yi family. You killed my grandson and still dare to challenge my Gu family? Do you truly believe there's no one in the Gu family capable of cutting you down? Old Master Gu's face turned ashen with rage as he glared at Ye Xun, his teeth clenched. If looks could kill, Ye Xun would have been reduced to nothing but bones long ago. Hand over Gu Shichao, and you may live for a few more days. Otherwise, tonight, I will slaughter the entire Gu family. Ye Xun ignored Old Master Gu, his voice as cold as the Grim Reaper himself. And he, precisely, was that very god of death from the divine demon island. How dare you! Gu Mingho, young and impetuous, eager to prove himself before Old Master Gu, roared in anger and swung his fist at Ye Xun. Though born into a wealthy family, he was no mere playboy like his cousin Gu Mingyu. With years of training under his father, Gu Shicheng, his martial prowess had reached the mid-stage of external force cultivation. Whoosh! Gu Mingho's fist shot forward, cutting through the air with a whistling sound. Having never witnessed Ye Xun's fighting style firsthand, he was certain this single blow would instantly defeat him. Yet reality dealt him a harsh blow. Retreat immediately. You are no match for him. Seeing Gu Mingho strike, Gu Xixin's face paled. He lunged forward to stop him, but it was too late. As Gu Mingho closed in on Ye Xun's side, Ye Xun casually deflected the attack with a flick of his wrist. In the blink of an eye, Gu Mingho felt a massive hand clamp down on his throat, choking off his breath. Ye Xun, don't kill him. Gu Xixin, consumed by love for his son, pleaded desperately. Ye Xun lifted Gu Mingho off the ground with one hand, his cold gaze sweeping toward Old Master Gu. This should be the Gu family's only remaining bloodline, right? If you don't want the Gu family to die out, hand over Gu Xichao. Dad, I told you this plan of big brothers is unworkable. Seeing the old man still hesitating, Gu Xixin stamped his feet in frustration. That boy is a demon. He mustn't be provoked. Are you really willing to watch how die before your very eyes? Old Master Gu stood frozen, his face etched with despair. Deep wrinkles furrowed his brow, as if he had aged a decade overnight. Ye Xun, Howard had no part in the Ye family massacre years ago. The man you seek is inside that house. If you must kill him. How can you slaughter the innocent? As Gu Mingho faced imminent death, Gu Xixin erupted in fury. His eyes blazed crimson as he roared at the top of his lungs. Fine. I hope your words hold true. Ye Xun harbored hatred, yet he was not a bloodthirsty man. His eyes turned cold at the words. He tossed Gu Mingho aside and strode boldly into the villa, right before Old Master Gu's eyes. Gu Xixin, you treacherous dog. I'll have you pay for this. At that moment, a furious shout echoed from within the villa. Instantly, a figure darted out through the side door under cover of night, attempting to flee. No need to ask, the fleeing figure was none other than Gu Xichao. He had paid a fortune to hire the Heavenly Realm assassin, Black Slaughter, convinced Ye Xun was as good as dead this time. But who could have predicted that He Xia would be instantly killed by Ye Xun with a single move? Unfortunately, he learned of this too late. Before he could react, Ye Xun had already stormed the villa. No one in the Gu family could save him now. Of all the strategies, flight was the only option. Humph. Do you think you can escape me? Ye Xun let out a cold snort. His figure swiftly split into several afterimages in the night sky, arriving before Gu Xichao despite starting later. Boy, go to hell. Still reeling from shock, Gu Xichao gritted his teeth, seized a blade, and swung it viciously at Ye Xun. Under the night sky, the blade flashed like a shooting star. But the target of that swift blade wasn't Ye Xun, it was Gu Xichao himself. Eyes widened in shock as the crowd finally saw, the blade in Gu Xichao's hand had been snatched by Ye Xun at some point, now slashing back at its original wielder. Thud! Gu Xichao's strength paled in comparison to Ye Xun's, leaving him utterly defenseless. His head was severed cleanly at the neck, rolling all the way to land directly at Old Master Gu's feet. Old Master Gu lowered his head just in time to see Gu Xichao's head, its eyes wide open in death. The sight terrified him so thoroughly that, had Gu Xixin not caught him in time, he would have collapsed to the ground. Killing him is merely a small warning to you all. I've said it before, anyone who spills the blood of my Ye family will pay with their life. Every last one of you, no one escapes. Ye Xun tossed the blood-soaked blade at Old Master Gu's feet, his voice icy as he spoke. Then, without another glance, he turned and walked away as if no one else existed. Old Master Gu cradled Gu Xichao's severed head, finally unable to contain the overwhelming grief and fury surging within him. Gritting his teeth, he declared, we absolutely cannot sit idly by and wait for our doom. Xixin, dial that number immediately. This connection has reached a point where we have no choice but to use it. Chapter 13, The Gu Family's Plea for Help. Hearing this, Gu Xixin's brow furrowed slightly. Truth be told, he didn't want to resort to that connection unless absolutely necessary. As for Ye Xun, he was easily dealt with. With Gu Xichao, the mastermind behind the Ye family's downfall, now dead, half the grudge was settled. Later, all it would take was a little bloodshed, sacrificing a few men to appease Ye Xun's vengeance, and the matter would be buried. As long as the Gu family remained standing, Gu Xixin was confident he could restore its former glory and even surpass it. By then, a mere Ye Xun would be nothing to worry about. Gu Xixin. Old Master Gu's eyes blazed crimson as his hand trembled slightly, clutching Gu Xichao's severed head. What are you waiting for? Hearing this, Gu Xixin glanced at Gu Xichao's severed head, a flash of hatred crossing his eyes. Grandfather, please reconsider. Before Gu Xixin could make a move, Gu Mingho had already dropped to his knees. Grandfather, if we activate that connection, the Gu family will face either death or ruin. This was no idle threat. The Gu family's acquaintance with that person had been a mere stroke of luck. Merely an acquaintance. To persuade him to intervene even once would demand a commission. Even for the Gu family, it would be a crippling blow, and success isn't guaranteed. Smack! Without a word, Old Master Gu delivered a sharp slap. The sharp crack of the slap echoed through the room, leaving both Gu Xixin and his father frozen in place. I know exactly what you're scheming, Old Master Gu declared, his voice icy as he addressed the courtyard before him, enunciating each word with deliberate precision. Facing the courtyard before him, Old Master Gu spoke coldly, enunciating each word deliberately. As long as I'm still here, it will never happen. Gu Xixin snapped his head up, his eyes burning with hatred and venom as he glared at Old Master Gu. Father, Mingho. Before Gu Shichen could finish, old Master Gu cut him off. Beat him. That single word silenced Gu Shichen completely. Kneeling on the floor, Gu Mingho heard the command, his eyes brimming with confusion and resentment. Imperial Grand Hotel, Yunlan Pavilion Private Room. Yunlan Pavilion, the renowned private dining room of the Emperor Grand Hotel, was reserved for the wealthy and powerful. At this moment, the city's most powerful figures from both the legitimate and underworld spheres sat together around a table set with only a few simple dishes. The powerful figures who usually commanded respect throughout Donglin City now sat utterly silent, the entire private room as quiet as a graveyard. Hong Tai and Tan Jinggong sat flanking the main seat, deliberately leaving it empty. Old Hong, old Hong. Hong Tai, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly heard someone calling his name. HM? Hong Tai opened his eyes and looked across at Tan Jinggong. Old Hong, I've got a question I probably shouldn't ask. Hong Tai glanced at him and said indifferently. Since the young Divine Lord has already agreed to come, he won't go back on his word. Just wait patiently. Tan Jinggong was stumped by the retort and reluctantly shut his mouth. Tan Jinggong lowered his head and fiddled with his phone. The screen was filled with accusatory messages from his son, Tan Xiao. But after asking for ages, he still hadn't gotten a straight answer. Tan Xiao was a spoiled brat who got into trouble practically every day. How could he possibly remember which day he had inadvertently offended Ye Xun? Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of his son, Tan Jinggong turned his attention to Hong Tai. Old Hong, old Hong. Perhaps growing impatient, Hong Tai snapped back irritably. Didn't I tell you to just wait patiently? Tan Jinggong rose and walked over to Hong Tai, leaning close and whispering with a sly wink. Old Hong, tell me straight, did you know the young god had arrived all along? Hong Tai shot him a look, staring at Tan Jinggong as if he were an idiot. Old Tan, has being the richest guy in town turned you into a fool? Tan Jinggong froze, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, if not for Xia Yutong's introduction, neither of them would have believed it. That unremarkable youth was none other than the young Divine Lord of this era. Not to mention having prior knowledge of Ye Xun's arrival in Donglin City. Under these circumstances, Tan Jinggong naturally couldn't pry anything out of Hong Tai. He had become Donglin City's wealthiest man through cunning and scheming. But his son? Not a chance. Tan Jinggong knew his son all too well, especially since Ye Xun had specifically mentioned it earlier. True, he had indeed handed over 100 billion, but who knew what trouble his son had gotten into? What if that sum wasn't enough to appease Ye Xun's wrath? That kid from the Gu family was the perfect example. Sigh. Returning to his seat, Tan Jinggong felt utterly helpless. All he could do was silently pray that Tan Xiao hadn't caused any major trouble. Tan Jinggong fell silent, and the atmosphere in the private room instantly grew oppressive. Before long, Ye Xun, his clothes still speckled with bloodstains, pushed open the door and walked in. The moment Ye Xun opened the door, Hong Tai and Tan Jinggong, accompanied by a group of bigwigs, rose to greet him at the entrance. Young God Master. The men in the private room shouted in unison, their faces etched with reverence. Tan Jinggong, in particular, showed not only reverence but also a hint of fear. After returning their greetings, Ye Xun took his seat at the head of the table, guided by the others. With the main guest now present, the atmosphere at the banquet table instantly grew lively. Hong Tai, seated at Ye Xun's lower seat, reached under the table and pressed a button lightly. Before long, exquisite dishes were carried in by several beautiful young women. As the food and wine arrived, the already lively atmosphere at the table grew even more vibrant. Young Divine Lord, my homeland is renowned for its wine. I took the liberty of bringing several bottles of cloudy wine. If you don't mind, perhaps we could share a few cups? Young Divine Lord, these dishes. Though ostensibly describing the dishes and wine, the group at the table was really just trying to curry favor with Ye Xun. Ye Xun saw through their intentions but said nothing, offering only a faint smile and a light nod as he graciously accepted their offerings. Before they knew it, 3 rounds of wine had been shared, and 5 courses of food had been served. The eyes of those at the table gradually grew hazy. Just then, a shrill ringtone shattered the heated atmosphere. All eyes except Ye Xun's turned toward the source of the sound. Hong Tai felt a bit awkward. He glanced briefly at the name on the phone and was about to hang up. Answer it. Don't delay things. At that moment, Ye Xun suddenly spoke up. Hong Tai murmured his agreement before answering the call and switching it to speakerphone. Mr. Hong, I need your help. The moment the call connected, Gu Shichen's voice came through. But before he could finish his sentence, the voice of Old Master Gu came through on the other end. Mr. Hong, I won't beat around the bush. Someone killed my son. I'm asking you to kill him. Old Master Gu's voice was icy cold, filled with venomous hatred. The moment Ye Xun heard Old Master Gu's voice, he instantly understood what was happening. Yet he remained silent. Alright, you know the price. Who is that person? Before agreeing, Hong Tai glanced at Ye Xun's reaction out of the corner of his eye. Seeing no response from Ye Xun, he finally consented. That person is? Ye Xun. Chapter 14, Agreed. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire room fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Hong Tai maintained a composed facade, though his hands trembled slightly beneath the surface. Mr. Hong, if you were to intervene, the Gu family. Hong Tai now wished he could strangle old Master Gu through the phone to shut him up. He had arranged this dinner precisely to cultivate a relationship with Ye Xun, the young godlike figure. Now, thanks to old Master Gu's meddling, not only had he failed to build that relationship, but things had become incredibly awkward. Agree to it. Let him come here. Just as Hong Tai was about to firmly refuse old Master Gu, Ye Xun's voice suddenly reached his ears. Hearing this, Hong Tai instinctively looked at Ye Xun, only to find an inscrutable smile playing on the other's face. Fine, I'll agree. Come to the Yunlan Pavilion private room at the Emperor Hotel. Hearing this, cold sweat instantly broke out on the foreheads of everyone present. They all looked at Hong Tai with expressions ranging from shock to dread. Tan Jingong, in particular, couldn't help but start trembling. What the hell is old Hong playing at? He actually dares to take this on. And right in front of Ye Xun. Could it be? Tan Jingong wasn't a fool. He quickly pieced together the situation and shot Ye Xun a peculiar look. Alright. Mr. Hong, I'll be right over. Seeing Hong Tai agree, old Master Gu immediately grew excited. He hung up the phone the moment he finished speaking. Beep. Hearing the busy tone on the line, Hong Tai sprang to his feet, took a slight step back, and was about to kneel down. But before his knees touched the floor, Ye Xun extended both hands to support him in midair, unleashing a whirlwind of hidden force. This humble servant deserves death 1,000 times over. Please punish me, young divine lord. Though Ye Xun didn't force Hong Tai to kneel, Hong Tai wasn't a fool. Refusing to kneel didn't mean he'd just stand there dumbly. A proper apology demands the right attitude. Though Hong Tai did not kneel, he bowed deeply. Please punish me, young divine lord. Ye Xun still wore that faint smile on his face, but he made no other move. Tan Jingong instantly grasped the meaning behind Ye Xun's reaction. He promptly rose, clasped his hands, and bowed. Young divine lord, though Hong Tai committed an offense, he did so without malice. I earnestly beg for your mercy and forgiveness. Tan Jingong was a shrewd man. While appearing to speak on Hong Tai's behalf, in reality, he was offering Ye Xun a way out. After all, Ye Xun was the young divine lord. Hong Tai had openly declared his intent to kill him in front of him. Without punishment, others would inevitably exploit the incident later. The others present weren't fools either. After less than half a second of stunned silence, they rose in unison, clasped their hands, and bowed. In unison, they pleaded. We humbly beg the young divine lord for mercy. Seeing this, Ye Xun smiled and said. Those words were mine to teach Hong Tai. What fault is there in him? The others exchanged glances upon hearing this. The young divine lord is wise. Ye Xun swept his gaze across the assembled crowd, lingering a second longer on Tan Jingong. Everyone, there's no need for such formality. Please be seated. Hearing this, the crowd finally relaxed and sat back down properly. Only one man remained standing. Tan Jingong sat on his chair as if on pins and needles, a chill running down his forehead and back. Though Ye Xun's gaze had lingered on him for only a second longer than the others. But Tan Jingong, recalling Ye Xun's earlier meaningful words, instantly set his mind racing with wild speculation. What trouble had that little brat gotten himself into? Tan Jingong now wished he could rush home, grab Tan Xiao by the collar, and demand to know what kind of trouble he'd gotten himself into. By now, they were already on their third round of drinks. Besides, none of the people present had come here for the food. Everyone took turns trying to strike up a conversation with Ye Xun, but they'd only known each other for less than a day. What topics could they possibly have? It was all small talk. Just then, someone blurted out. Young divine master, the Gu family hired Hong Tai to kill you. Why did you agree to let Hong Tai take the job? The moment the words left his mouth, every pair of eyes in the room turned to him. The speaker fought the urge to slap himself silly talk about rubbing salt in the wound. The Hong Tai incident had only just been put to rest. Ye Xun himself had stated that Hong Tai wasn't to blame. Bringing it up again now. That would be like offending both Hong Tai and Ye Xun at the same time. Just as everyone held their breath, waiting for Ye Xun to explode in anger, Ye Xun smiled and said, No need to worry, no need to worry. Truth be told, the Gu family had already attempted to assassinate me once before I even arrived here. Whoa. The moment Ye Xun uttered those words, everyone present sucked in a sharp breath. The Gu family must have grown a pair of balls to even attempt assassinating Ye Xun. But then they reconsidered the Gu family's actions weren't entirely without reason. First, to outsiders, Ye Xun appeared merely as a relatively powerful ordinary person. Second, Ye Xun had returned solely to avenge his family's massacre. To claim the Gu family had no involvement in the Ye family massacre back then, no one would believe it. The Gu family truly had the nerve of a bear and the audacity of a leopard. No sooner had Ye Xun's words left his mouth than Tan Jingong slammed his fist on the table and leapt to his feet. Rest assured, young divine master. When the Gu family arrives, I will ensure they never return.
Seeing Tan Jingong react so swiftly, the others couldn't help but curse inwardly. But curses aside, Tan Jingong had already made his stance clear they couldn't afford to fall behind.
We'll make sure they never return.
Ye Xun swept a glance over the fiercely agitated crowd and smiled faintly.
No need to rush. Wouldn't you all like to hear how the Gu family attempted to assassinate me?
Hesitation flickered across their faces at his words.
Curiosity was human nature, yet they knew now was not the time to indulge it.
The Gu family dared to attempt assassinating the young divine lord. No matter their methods, they must pay with blood.
Tan Jingong paused for only half a second before continuing. Rest assured, young divine lord.
Within 3 days, I will ensure the Gu family ceases to exist in Donglin City. Tan Jingong's words were a bit bold, considering the Gu family was, after all, one of the most prominent clans in Donglin City. Eradicating the Gu family within 3 days was challenging for Tan Jingong, but not impossible. Under normal circumstances, Tan Jingong would never touch such a losing proposition with a 10-foot pole.
But now was different.
Tan Xiao had somehow crossed Ye Xun, and no matter how Tan Jingong pressed him, he couldn't get the truth out of him. If Ye Xun ever decided to pursue the matter, being merely the wealthiest man in Donglin City wouldn't save him. Even if he were the world's richest man, it wouldn't matter.
Just as Tan Jingong was pacing anxiously, the Gu family practically walked right into his trap. How could Tan Jingong possibly pass up such a golden opportunity?
Ye Xun heard Tan Jingong's words and gave him a meaningful look. We'll discuss these matters later.
How about I first walk you through the specifics? Chapter 15, A Sudden Blow.
As Ye Xun spoke, his eyes never left Tan Jingong. This made Tan Jingong feel uneasy all over, and he lowered his head with a hint of guilt. The young divine lord is correct. Upon hearing this, Ye Xun withdrew his gaze and slowly recounted the recent assassination attempt by Ye Xia. He also revealed how he had single-handedly stormed the Gu residence and personally killed Gu Shichao. After hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Just moments ago, they'd been seething with righteous indignation, vowing to make sure no one from the Gu family returned alive. But Ye Xun had already taken matters into his own hands and avenged this wrong.
Tan Jingong, in particular, flushed slightly and dared not lift his gaze to meet Ye Xun's eyes.
Just moments ago, he had vowed to eradicate the Gu family from Donglin City. Now Ye Xun had informed him. The vengeance had already been exacted.
Young god, your valor is truly awe-inspiring.
Tan Jingong quickly found a way to save face, easing the slightly awkward atmosphere.
Gu family villa.
Old Master Gu sat on the sofa, still cradling Gu Shichao's severed head in his hands. Though his eyes had mostly returned to normal,
bloodshot veins remained clearly visible. Shichao, father will avenge you soon. Just wait a little longer. This time, Ye Xun will surely meet his end. Gu Shichen sat silently beside him, his eyes occasionally flashing with hatred. This time, the Gu family had enlisted Hong Tai's assistance. On the surface, no conditions had been mentioned. But in reality, both sides understood this was a straightforward transaction, one willing to strike, the other willing to endure. There was no room for haggling. To put it plainly, Old Master Gu was now willing to destroy the entire Gu family for Gu Shichao. How could Gu Shichen not feel resentment? Grandfather, the car is ready. Let's go.
Gu Mingho stood at the doorway for a moment, took a deep breath, and then pushed open the door. Old Master Gu rose, cradling Gu Shichao's severed head, and stepped slowly toward the incense hall. Inside the incense hall stood a clay-molded deity statue. Grandfather Gu walked slowly to the altar, placing Gu Shichao's head slightly below the statue. After completing these actions, Old Master Gu took out 3 sticks of incense and lit them. Shichao, wait here patiently for your father. I will definitely cut off Ye Xun's head and use it to honor your memory. With that, Old Master Gu placed the incense sticks into the incense burner. Turning to Gu Shichen and his son, he said,
"You needn't follow me."
Gu Shichen's eyes widened abruptly, a flash of intense, murderous intent flickering within them. Old Master Gu's tone was icy cold, making it abundantly clear he no longer considered Gu Shichen and his son part of the Gu family. However, no matter what, the Gu family's decline was currently known only to a select few. If they endured now, Gu Shichen still had a chance to turn the tables. But if they truly turned against him, it would be Gu Shichen and his father who would pay the ultimate price.
Yes, father. Take your time.
Gu Shichen shot his son, Gu Mingho, a meaningful glance before replying respectfully. Upon hearing this, the old patriarch said nothing further. He shot Gu Shichen a glance before striding away. "Dad, why did you stop me?" Once Old Master Gu had departed, Gu Mingho finally asked angrily. Gu Shichen uttered only one sentence, and Gu Mingho fell silent.
"The time isn't right yet. Once your grandfather truly deals with Ye Xun, our opportunity will come."
Meanwhile, Old Master Gu was rushing to the Imperial Grand Hotel in his car.
Faster. Much faster.
Seated in the back, Old Master Gu kept glancing at his wristwatch while urging the driver on.
The driver was drenched in sweat, his focus unwavering.
The Emperor Hotel stood in the most bustling district of Donglin City.
even though it was already late. The streets were still teeming with traffic. Maintaining a steady speed of 60-something miles per hour was already a considerable feat for the driver, yet the elderly Mr. Gu in the backseat pressed him relentlessly like a relentless specter. Emperor Hotel, Yunlan Pavilion Private Room. Hong Tai glanced at his wristwatch and said, "Young master, the Gu family should be arriving soon. What do you think?" Truthfully, Hong Tai had no idea what Ye Xun was really up to. After recounting his earlier encounter, Ye Xun had completely avoided mentioning the Gu family. This left Hong Tai somewhat puzzled. Before long, old Master Gu had already arrived at the entrance of the Imperial Grand Hotel. Squeal! A screeching halt echoed as the black BMW skidded to a stop in front of the Grand Palace Hotel, leaving a long skid mark on the pavement. A hotel valet, displeased by the scene, approached the BMW. "Wait for me here." Old Master Gu stepped out of the car, speaking without turning back. The hotel attendant's expression instantly shifted from displeasure to obsequiousness upon recognizing the man stepping out as old Master Gu. "Mr. Hong, I'm already downstairs. I'll be right up." Only after hearing the acknowledgement on the other end of the phone did old Master Gu quicken his pace toward the hotel. Inside the private room at Yunlan Pavilion, Hong Tai, who had just ended his call, reported solemnly, "Young master, the Gu family has arrived." Ye Xun gave a slight nod, his hands folded on the table, a faint smile playing on his lips. As the elevator ascended floor by floor, old Master Gu's complexion gradually regained its healthy flush. His eyes brimmed with excitement. Ding! The elevator's arrival chime sounded, causing old Master Gu to startle. He quickly smoothed his collar before stepping out of the elevator. He stepped directly out of the elevator. Thump! When the knock sounded outside the door, all eyes in the private room turned to Ye Xun, seated at the head of the table. Ye Xun remained silent, merely nodding slightly. "Come in." Only after seeing Ye Xun nod did Hong Tai speak aloud. Creak! The door to the private room swung open from the outside, and old Master Gu stepped inside. The moment he stepped inside, old Master Gu froze in place. For he saw the one person who should never have been here, Ye Xun. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot, filled with intense murderous intent. However, when he noticed Hong Tai also seated there, his expression instantly shifted to one of excitement. Mr. Hong truly keeps his word. I offer my gratitude in advance. The moment these words fell, the expressions of everyone in the private room turned peculiar, with a hint of pity visible on several faces. Hong Tai rose with a smile and approached old Master Gu. Smack! Old Master Gu was about to offer a few more polite words, but suddenly Hong Tai's hand shot out and landed a sharp slap across his face. Old Master Gu was stunned into silence. You. Hong Tai paid him no mind, his smile vanishing as his tone turned icy. Kneel. Chapter 16, Severing the Limbs. Old Master Gu stared at Hong Tai in utter disbelief, frozen in place. He couldn't fathom why Hong Tai's attitude had shifted so drastically. Not long ago, Hong Tai had just agreed to help him kill Ye Xun. Mr. Hong, you. Before he could finish, Hong Tai whipped his hand around and delivered another stinging slap. I won't repeat myself a second time. Kneel. Within mere seconds, old Master Gu had been struck twice across the face, and now he too felt a surge of anger. But he knew full well that Hong Tai was someone he absolutely couldn't afford to provoke. Thud. After a few seconds of hesitation, old Master Gu knelt down directly, only his direction faced Hong Tai. Mr. Hong, I beg you kill Ye Xun first. Afterwards, whatever punishment you wish to mete out to me, I shall accept it without complaint. Old Master Gu delivered these two sentences in rapid succession, as if terrified Hong Tai might refuse. By the time Hong Tai tried to stop him, it was too late. He could only reply with a grim expression. You have the nerve. Upon hearing this, old Master Gu froze in place. What exactly did Hong Tai mean by that? Ye Xun was just an ordinary person. Who was Hong Tai? The entire underground criminal underworld of Donglin City was his domain. Hong Tai was the kingpin of the underworld. The gap in their statuses was simply too vast. Mr. Hong, what do you mean by that? Old Master Gu sensed something amiss, yet he persisted, unwilling to concede. Hong Tai snorted coldly, offering no reply. He turned and walked directly before Ye Xun. Young god, this man intended to assassinate you. I request your permission to execute him. Upon hearing these words, old Master Gu's eyes widened in shock. No, this can't be. This can't be. He wasn't a fool. The current situation was crystal clear, even someone less perceptive could see it. Old Master Gu's eyes bulged as if they would burst from their sockets. He looked like a madman, muttering incoherently to himself. The gap between his ideals and reality was simply too vast. Old Master Gu couldn't accept it all at once, plunging him into a state of madness. Not a single person in the high-ranking group paid old Master Gu any mind, all eyes fixed firmly on Ye Xun. No need. Just the Gu family? Not worth worrying about. Break his hands and feet, then throw him out. Ye Xun observed the nearly deranged old Master Gu, his tone utterly calm. His demeanor suggested he was discussing something utterly mundane. Upon hearing this, Hong Tai respectfully acknowledged the order. "You little bastard, you're asking for death." Before Hong Tai could react, the previously deranged old Master Gu suddenly grabbed a table knife from the dining set. He lunged toward Ye Xun. Old Master Gu's cultivation wasn't low either, having nearly reached the peak of the outer force realm. For a clan to reach such cultivation levels was truly remarkable. Young god, beware. Old Master Gu's cultivation was no small feat, and coupled with the suddenness of the attack, the others in the private room were momentarily caught off guard. Within half a second, Hong Tai snapped out of it first. With a thunderous shout, he charged straight out. Ye Xun remained seated, perfectly composed, his smile unwavering as if mocking Old Master Gu for his overreach. Witnessing this, Old Master Gu's hatred intensified, his grip on the dinner knife tightening unconsciously. At that moment, Hong Tai stepped in front of Ye Xun, seizing Old Master Gu's wrist with one hand. Snap! A sharp crack of breaking bone echoed, and Old Master Gu's face twisted in pain. Ah! Gripped by pain, Old Master Gu instinctively released the knife. Thud! Hong Tai's face remained cold as he delivered a kick to the old man's chest, sending him flying backward. Hong Tai, Ye Xun, I... Put! Before he could finish his sentence, Old Master Gu, who had just scrambled to his feet, coughed up a mouthful of blood. His breath instantly grew weak and faltering. Hong Tai casually grabbed a dinner knife and walked toward Old Master Gu. "The young god is merciful and won't hold this against you, but I hope you remember." Amidst screams and bloody scenes, Hong Tai's voice echoed eerily. "I'm not one to be easily swayed. Once I've..." Before Hong Tai could finish, Old Master Gu erupted into maniacal laughter. "Ye Xun, one day I will make you regret this. Let me live to tell the tale." Old Master Gu knew revenge was impossible today. Merely escaping with his life was already a miracle. Yet he understood the blood feud between him and Ye Xun was irreconcilable. And unless one of them died, the hatred would never be resolved. Ye Xun glanced at Old Master Gu and spoke indifferently. "I'll be waiting for you. But first, see if you can survive tonight." Hearing this, Old Master Gu laughed even more wildly. "Ha! You're scared, little bastard?" Ye Xun smiled indifferently, his gaze fixed on Old Master Gu, tinged with a hint of pity. The reason Ye Xun didn't kill Old Master Gu outright was to see what kind of man Gu Zhixin, the Gu family's last remaining son, truly was. What kind of man was he? Ye Xun had heard rumors about Gu Zhixin. Rumors circulated that Old Master Gu favored his eldest son and didn't place much trust in Gu Zhixin. Now it seemed those rumors were indeed true. Otherwise, how could he possibly not bring Gu Zhixin along to an occasion like this? After all, this was the prime opportunity to make a name for himself before Hong Tai, the emperor of Donglin City's underworld. That was precisely why Ye Xun had chosen to spare Old Master Gu for the time being. The moment Old Master Gu spoke, Hong Tai, standing beside him, delivered a sharp slap across his face. "A dying old dog still barking wildly deserves to die." Hong Tai raised his knife to stab the old man, but Ye Xun intervened. "Hong Tai, just throw him out. No need to dirty your own hands." Hearing this, Hong Tai withdrew his hand and coldly summoned several waiters. The waiters entered and saw Old Master Gu lying in a pool of blood. They didn't ask a single question. They carried Old Master Gu out of the private room. Other waiters brought tools and began cleaning the bloodstains from the floor. The entire process unfolded with orderly precision and utter silence. Ye Xun watched the waitstaff, raising an eyebrow slightly. These individuals were all martial artists, though only at the external force level. They were highly trained and worked in perfect coordination. Ye Xun was almost certain. Even if pitted against a master who had just entered the inner force realm, they wouldn't lose within 100 rounds. They might even gain a slight upper hand. "These are your people?" Ye Xun looked at Hong Tai and asked with a smile. "Yes, young Divine Lord." "Indeed. Junior Divine Lord Miaozan, it is their honor to serve you." After cleaning the bloodstains from the floor, the waitstaff quietly withdrew. Chapter 17, The Abandoned Girl, Gu Yaxuan. After the waitstaff departed, the atmosphere in the private room returned to normal. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Grand Palace Hotel, main entrance. Several waiters dragged Old Master Gu out of the elevator like a dead dog, under the astonished stares of the front desk staff. They dumped him out the front door. The driver, who had been waiting in the car, saw the old man being thrown out. Still stained with blood, he hurriedly opened the car door and rushed over. "Sir! Sir!" The driver's voice carried a hint of panic and fear, yet his face remained largely expressionless. His expression seemed to suggest he had anticipated this outcome all along. Lying on the ground, Old Master Gu had his limbs broken and was utterly unable to rise. Naturally, he couldn't see the expression on the driver's face. "Back to the car," Old Master Gu said weakly. The staff at the front desk of the Emperor Hotel pointed at the two of them and whispered among themselves. Lying on the ground, Old Master Gu felt the burning stares piercing his skin, causing unbearable pain throughout his body. The driver heard his words but did not immediately help the old man into the car. Sir, hold on. I'll call an ambulance right away, Before the driver could finish, old Master Gu clamped down on his calf with all his strength. The driver winced in pain and looked down. Only then did old Master Gu clearly see the driver's face for the first time. It's you! Realizing his identity had been exposed, the driver abandoned all pretense. He leaned close to old Master Gu's ear. The second young master instructed me to tell you, he will make the Gu family the undisputed first family of Donglin. The implication was crystal clear. He wouldn't live to see tomorrow. You! Old Master Gu was so enraged that blood spurted from his mouth once more. Seeing this, the driver adopted a tone of urgency. Sir, hold on. I'll take you to the hospital immediately. With that, the driver helped the elderly Mr. Gu into the car. The black BMW sped away under the watchful eyes of the staff at the Emperor Hotel. It vanished into the night. After the BMW departed, the staff at the Emperor Hotel began discussing the incident. Hey, did you hear? What is it? Tell us. I heard that old Mr. Gu came to our hotel today just to ask a big shot for a favor. The waiter vividly recounted the evening's events to the others. Inside the Yunlan Pavilion private room. Ding dong. Hong Tai, who was talking with Ye Xun, suddenly felt his phone vibrate. He glanced at the screen. Young Divine Master, they've already spread the news about tonight's incident. Hong Tai reported respectfully. Upon hearing this, Ye Xun's eyes narrowed slightly. Very well. Then we shall sit back and watch the show unfold. Inside the private room, aside from Hong Tai and Tan Jingdong, the others were completely baffled. Yet they all understood that Ye Xun was playing a grand game. They themselves were likely just pieces on Ye Xun's chessboard. At the Gu family residence, before the incense altar in the main hall, Gu Zhixin stood before the altar, holding 3 incense sticks. Brother, may you rest in peace. Our Gu family is no match for Ye Xun, at least not now. Don't even think about revenge. Oh, and by the way, I'll be the head of the Gu family tomorrow. I promise to take good care of your wife and daughter. As Gu Zhixin spoke these words, a flicker of greed and satisfaction passed through his eyes. He had waited far too long for this moment. There had been a time when Gu Zhixin believed this day would never come. Yet, unexpectedly. At this thought, a faint smile crept onto Gu Zhixin's lips. Soon, the entire living room echoed with his laughter. Late into the night, Gu Mingho entered the living room and forced himself to speak calmly. Dad, that old bastard is back. Hearing this, Gu Zhixin sprang to his feet, rubbing his hands together. Let's go. We'll pay your grandfather a visit. The Gu family, underground chamber. Gu Zhixin, his son, and driver Sumu stood before a hospital bed where the elderly Mr. Gu lay. Various tubes were attached to the old man, sustaining his vital signs. Gu Zhixin gently stroked the old man's face. Dad, if only you'd listened to me, you wouldn't be in this state. Old Master Gu stared at Gu Zhixin, his eyes wide and filled with rage that seemed ready to erupt. He never imagined Gu Zhixin would use this incident to secretly harm him. Sir. Sumu turned and retrieved a document bearing a signed signature from nearby, handing it to Gu Zhixin. Dad, just watch. Ye Xun will die, and the Gu family will become the wealthiest in Donglin. Gu Zhixin wore a dazzling smile as he spoke, taking old Master Gu's hand in his. Gu Mingho produced a seal pad from somewhere. Whoa! Old Master Gu could only make muffled sounds, struggling desperately. But it was all in vain. He was strapped to the hospital bed, tubes of all kinds inserted into his body. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't stop Gu Zhixin. Ha! Gazing at the vivid red fingerprint on the document, Gu Zhixin could no longer contain his emotions and burst into loud laughter. Congratulations, father! Congratulations, father! Lying in his hospital bed, old Master Gu watched the scene unfold, his heart surging with boundless sorrow. Tears flowed uncontrollably down his cheeks. After regaining his composure, Gu Zhixin turned to Sumu. How did things go? Upon hearing this, Sumu promptly replied with utmost respect. Sir, his tongue has been cut out, and Hong Tai has crippled his limbs. The reason was that Hong Tai had added a last-minute condition demanding that Miss Gu Yaxuan marry him. Hearing this, Gu Zhixin couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Gu Yaxuan was Gu Shichao's illegitimate daughter. More accurately, Gu Shichao had disdained her birth mother for bearing a daughter. He took another wife, who bore Gu Mingyu. For all these years, Gu Yaxuan and her mother had been treated no better than servants within the Gu household. Even Gu Shichao himself held this view. He never regarded Gu Yaxuan as his own daughter. Logically speaking, old Master Gu should never have risked conflict with Hong Tai over an abandoned daughter. Unless. You should investigate further why Hong Tai flew into a rage. Also, assign some people to keep an eye on Gu Yaxuan and her daughter. Gu Zhixin paused briefly before speaking. Also find out how Hong Tai learned about Gu Yaxuan. Gu Mingho, who had been listening quietly, couldn't help but interject. Dad, she's just an abandoned girl. Is all this fuss really necessary? Gu Zhixin shot Gu Mingho a fierce glare upon hearing this. Do you really think that old bastard would risk falling out with Hong Tai over some abandoned girl? Gu Mingho instantly understood the implication. Dad, you mean? Exactly. One of them must have deliberately leaked false information. Chapter 18, A Vicious Scheme. Gu Mingho heard this and turned to glance at the motionless figure of old Master Gu lying in the hospital bed. A flicker of doubt crossed his face. That's unlikely, Dad. How could that old bastard care about that? He hasn't even glanced at her in all these years. Gu Zhixin paused to consider before speaking. True enough, but Hong Tai has no reason to spread false information to us. Lying in his hospital bed, old Master Gu faintly overheard these words. A barely perceptible curve lifted the corners of his mouth. Though he hated Ye Xun with a passion, wishing to tear him limb from limb and devour his flesh, he had to admit Ye Xun was a master at exploiting information gaps. The false information Hong Tai had released had successfully diverted Gu Zhixin's attention. With that, Ye Xun could effortlessly plant his own people within the Gu family. Destroying the entire Gu clan would merely be a matter of time. Better safe than sorry. What if that bastard really was the old man's last resort? That would be a problem. After a moment of deep thought, Gu Zhixin spoke. Though the old man looked down on him, he had to admit the old man still had some tricks up his sleeve. With the conversation having reached this point, even if Gu Mingho harbored lingering doubts, he could say nothing more. He could only nod in agreement. Only after Gu Zhixin and the others had all departed did the old man dare to let a smile touch his face. His smile gave way to a soft sigh. Donglin City, Su family residence, main hall. Deep into the night, every household had extinguished their lights and retired for the night, yet the Su residence remained brightly lit. Grandfather Su sat in an armchair, rolling a pair of walnuts between his fingers, while Su Qingxue and his family sat below him. His face betrayed unmistakable excitement. Dad, if you ask me, we shouldn't bother with anything else. Just tie up that little Su Zhixin and deliver her to Tan Zhao's bed. Once the deed is done, no one can interfere. The moment Su Qingxue heard her father's words, she immediately chimed in. Exactly, grandfather. That little betrayed us, turned her back on the Su family. She deserves it. Before Su Qingxue could finish, old Master Su cut her off. Enough. Grandfather Su slammed his walnut cracker down on the table with a sharp crack, his face darkening with displeasure. Do you think the Su family is some kind of brothel? At that, everyone fell silent, staring down at their own feet. Grandfather Su's gaze swept over Su Qingxue and the others in turn as he spoke in a deep voice. Listen carefully. I won't interfere with your internal squabbles, but... The old patriarch paused briefly before continuing. Whoever dares to bring shame upon the Su family will not be spared. Su Qingxue and the others heard these words and felt overjoyed inside, though their faces wore expressions of humble acceptance. They nodded in agreement. What old Master Su meant was that the matter could proceed. But it must not be done openly at the very least. No methods that couldn't be justified in the open should be used. Put simply, as long as there was a plausible justification, the actual methods didn't really matter. If there was one thing Su Qingxue excelled at, it was coming up with devious schemes. Dad, I've got another idea. It's... Su Qingxue deliberately paused, feigning hesitation. Old Master Su gave him no leeway, cutting straight to the point. Spit it out. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? Su Qingxue chuckled twice upon hearing this before beginning. I heard the Gu family patriarch was severely beaten tonight. His condition is unknown. A sharp gleam flashed in old Master Su's eyes as they narrowed slightly. Is this true? Absolutely true. It won't be long before Gu Zhixin comes begging us for cooperation. Su Qingxue said with a hint of smugness. After all, he is the eldest son of the Su family, and the Emperor Hotel is a renowned establishment. How could there not be people loyal to him within its walls? Then there's no need to rush the partnership. We must secure the maximum benefit. Old Master Gu's expression softened slightly as he spoke in a deep voice. All right. Tomorrow, you'll pay a visit to the Chen family and sound them out. Su Qingxue heard his words and respectfully replied, yes. Old Master Su nodded and continued. What are your plans regarding Tan Zhao? Now that the cooperation matter has been settled, the other side is Tan Zhao. Tan Zhao himself is nothing but a spoiled brat, hardly worth paying attention to. But his father, Tan Jingdong, is the wealthiest man in Donglin City. That is the person the Su family truly wishes to cultivate a relationship with. Upon hearing the old master's words, Su Qingxue quickly replied. That little has already been locked up today. It just so happens that the Gu family incident has also occurred. Let's lock that little up for a couple of days. We'll send someone to Tan Zhao's place to make some connections. After 2 or 3 days, we'll have that little released at specific times to get some fresh air. We'll be feeding Tan Zhao some sweet talk over there. I guarantee you, within half a month, that little will be in Tan Zhao's bed. It must be said, Su Qingxue's scheme was utterly despicable. With his maneuvering, what was originally a premeditated scheme has now been transformed into a matter of emotional entanglement. Even if Tan Zhao eventually grew tired of her and casually discarded Su Zhixin, it would merely be a private matter between two individuals, having absolutely no connection to the Su family whatsoever. Upon hearing this plan, Old Master Su nodded repeatedly in approval. Xuanzhong, this plan is sound, but there's one more detail that needs refining.
Su Chuanzhong heard these words and dismissed them internally, yet his face remained humble and receptive.
Your son is dull-witted. Please enlighten me, father. Old Master Su offered no further explanation, merely offering a simple reminder. Consider for whom that girl stayed behind. Upon hearing this, Su Chuanzhong paused to reflect and suddenly understood.
Su Zhixin had stayed with the Su family solely because of Ye Xun. Of course, her parents played a role too, but whether they mattered in Su Chuanzhong's plans, he simply chose to overlook them.
Dad, what you're saying is. Su Chuanzhong didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was already abundantly clear.
Old Master Su gave a slight nod, closed his eyes, and continued rolling walnuts between his fingers.
Su Chuanzhong instantly grasped the elder's meaning. I understand. We'll go downstairs to prepare now.
After uttering these words, he hurriedly left the hall with his wife and daughter.
The night grew deeper.
The sky, which should have been studded with stars, now held only the morning star, hanging high above.
Dark clouds spread out in every direction, obscuring even the faintest glimmer of light. Chapter 19, West City Market.
Su Chuanzhong and the others returned to Su Chuanzhong's room together. The formal meeting chaired by Old Master Su had concluded, and now it was time for the private family meeting among Su Chuanzhong and his immediate family.
Dad, why didn't you tell Grandpa earlier that we already have a way to sneak that little into Tandashi's bed without anyone noticing? The moment they entered the room, Su Qingxue couldn't help but confront her father.
Admittedly, the Su family's plan to use Su Zhixin to climb onto Tan Jingdong's powerful connections was merely a spur-of-the-moment idea. But Su Qingxue had always disliked Su Zhixin intensely, even after she'd been disfigured.
Su Chuanzhong looked at his daughter, his gaze laden with meaning. After a long moment, he sighed.
Xiao Shui, he said, in life and in action, one must never be short-sighted.
Su Chuanzhong said meaningfully. Before Su Qingxue could respond, her mother couldn't contain herself. Why bother with all this useless talk? If we're being honest, it's because you're such a failure. You still haven't secured the position of family head, forcing us mother and daughter to swallow our pride alongside you. Su Chuanzhong heard this and burst out laughing in exasperation.
He shook his head and sighed helplessly. Su Qingxue and her mother were so accustomed to their arrogant and domineering ways that they wouldn't listen to anyone's advice. Not even their own father could change that.
All right. Let's not talk about this anymore. Knowing Su Qingxue and her mother wouldn't listen anyway, Su Chuanzhong saw no point in wasting his breath.
She immediately changed the subject.
In your opinion, who stands the best chance of getting close to young Master Tan?
At this question, Su Qingxue and her daughter, who had been so arrogant moments before, fell instantly silent. Tan Xiao was notorious as a playboy, a debauched young master.
But that didn't mean he was a complete fool. Quite the opposite, he was actually quite calculating. After all, like father, like son. As the son of Donglin city's wealthiest man, he couldn't possibly be a good-for-nothing playboy who only knew how to eat, drink, and be merry. That's why, all these years, he never did anything worthwhile. But he'd never done anything truly outrageous either, or at least, nothing that Tan Jingdong couldn't handle. Dad, I don't think we can just send someone completely unrelated. Even if we step in ourselves, it can only happen once or twice at most. Su Qingxue paused to consider before speaking. Su Chuanzhong found her reasoning somewhat valid. After all, if a complete stranger suddenly appeared, insisting on recruiting him for shady business, anyone with half a brain would know something fishy was going on. Ah, that distant cousin of yours, the one named. Su Chuanzhong paused thoughtfully, then suddenly looked up at his wife and said, Bai Yumin. After receiving her reply, Su Chuanzhong continued. Yes, that's him. He's always been relying on our Su family to go out and live it up day in and day out. Su Qingxue pondered for a moment before adding. I heard Tan Dashi seems to know him too, though he's not clear on his background. Dad, are you implying that? Su Chuanzhong didn't answer, but nodded with a smile. At dawn the next day, just as the first rays of sunlight pierced the horizon, a figure slipped through the back gate of the Su residence, creeping in like a ghost. Remember, stop at the right moment. Don't let him see through your purpose. The figure weighed the briefcase in his hand slightly before replying with a broad smile. Rest assured, I'll handle this matter perfectly. Donglin City, West City Market. It was only 5:15 in the morning, yet every vendor in the market had already set up their stalls, awaiting customers at any moment. At the very end of the market, a young woman was spraying water on the vegetables displayed on the shelves. She wore a black and blue tracksuit with an apron over it, her jet black hair pulled high into a ponytail at the back of her head. Though clean and tidy, the tracksuit clearly showed signs of years of wear. Xiaoya, go get some sleep. I'll handle things here. Gu Yashuan heard the voice and replied with a smile. Mom, you're awake. You've been through so much. Li Wan watched her daughter's busy silhouette and felt a pang of sadness, murmuring to herself. Gu Yashuan's movements slowed for a moment, then she resumed her tasks as if nothing had happened. Let's get back to work. Mom, are you hungry? I'll go buy some steamed buns for you.
It took over 10 minutes just to organize the vegetables on the shelves.
Gu Yaxuan said to her mother as she untied her apron. I'll swing by Uncle Ghost's place while I'm out.
He took a nasty fall recently, heard it was pretty serious and just got discharged from the hospital.
After hearing this, Gu Yaxuan nodded in agreement and headed out the door with some money. Donglin City, Supreme Club.
After leaving the restaurant last night, Ye Xun headed straight back to the club without stopping anywhere else. This was largely thanks to Hong Tai and Tan Jingdong. Once they hit their stride last night, seemed to have momentarily forgotten Ye Xun's status as the young god. They kept pouring drink after drink into his glass. At Ye Xun's level, he was practically immune to alcohol. 1,000 cups wouldn't make him tipsy, 10,000 wouldn't knock him down. But if he wanted to get drunk himself, there was no stopping him. Yesterday had been an eventful day. Su Zhixin had stayed at the Su residence. Not a single message had reached Ye Xun since then, leaving him both anxious and fearful. Ye Xun hoped that after sleeping off a drunken stupor, Su Zhixin would appear by his side. So when he saw the empty room this morning, when he saw the cold edge of the bed beside him, Ye Xun lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Emptiness, dread, fear, all sorts of negative emotions crept into his heart. No, he couldn't wait like this any longer. He didn't know how much time had passed before Ye Xun suddenly sprang up from the bed. He muttered to himself in a frantic tone. Thump. Just then, a knock sounded at his door. Ye Xun, who had just gotten up, glanced at the clock on the wall and saw it was only 6:30 a.m. The Supreme Club was an establishment owned by the Divine Demon Island, and its manager was none other than Xia Yutong. Xia Yutong's staff would never be so disrespectful as to knock on a VIP guest's door this early in the morning. What is it? Mr. Yi, Ms. Xia requested that if you were awake, you come to her office. Alright, I got it. After a quick tidy up, Ye Xun opened the door. Chapter 20, Shenlong. Lead the way. Ye Xun had only arrived yesterday and was completely unfamiliar with the layout, having made no effort to memorize it. Where exactly was Xia Yutong's office? Please follow me. The attendant bowed respectfully, gesturing for him to proceed, then fell slightly behind Ye Xun. Within a few minutes, the attendant led him to Xia Yutong's office. Mr. Yi, please wait here for a moment. Ye Xun took a half step back, and the attendant quickly stepped forward to knock on the door. Enter. Xia Yutong's voice came from inside almost immediately, and only then did the attendant lead Ye Xun inside. Xia Yutong, who had been sitting at her desk reviewing documents, looked up as Ye Xun entered and froze in surprise. Junior Master Uncle, how did you? Upon hearing this, the attendant felt cold sweat trickle down his back. His legs went weak, and he nearly collapsed to his knees. Not long ago, Xia Yutong had specifically instructed him that there was an important guest inside the room, and if the person inside woke up, he was to inform her immediately. The waiter had completely misunderstood, thinking the person inside was there to discuss some major business deal with the boss. Thus, though the waiter's demeanor was exceedingly respectful, he showed not a trace of panic. After all, no matter what, this was on their turf. Even if it was an important guest, they had to give their boss some face. It was unthinkable for the boss to personally come to the room to meet this important guest. I had something to discuss with you. I happened to hear this young man was also seeking you out, so I came along with him. Ye Xun glanced at the expressions of both the waiter and Xia Yutong, and he roughly guessed what was going on. The waiter paused slightly upon hearing this, then quickly chimed in with agreement. Xia Yutong, seated at the desk, wore a dark expression. Get out. The waiter obeyed as if receiving an imperial decree, rushing out at top speed and closing the door behind him. Junior Master, late last night, a suspicious figure entered the Su residence. Not long after, they emerged carrying a suitcase. Xia Yutong took a moment to compose herself before speaking sternly. Ye Xun's brow furrowed involuntarily, a flash of ferocity darting through his eyes. It seemed the Su family had truly grown tired of living. Xia Yutong rose to her feet and stepped before Ye Xun. Junior Master Uncle, please don't panic. Junior Master's wife should be safe for the time being. The identity of that person has been confirmed. His name is Bai Yumin, just a lowlife who's been living off the Su family's lavish lifestyle. I suspect the Su family intended to prevent this man from approaching Tan Shao. Ye Xun nodded, his face still flushed with anger. Where is this man now? Upon hearing the question, Xia Yutong immediately walked back to the desk and rummaged through a pile of documents. According to our intelligence, after leaving the Su residence, he headed straight toward the western part of the city. According to our intel, after leaving the Su family, that guy headed straight for the western part of the city. Ye Xun nodded slightly upon receiving this information. Yutong, have your people track his location and send real-time updates to my phone. With that, Ye Xun turned and walked straight out of the office without looking back. He was starting to feel a bit afraid now, afraid that the Su family might actually sell Su Zhixin. Even more, he feared that Tan Shao, that reckless brat, might succumb to his baser instincts and give in to temptation, leading to an irreversible catastrophe. By then, even executing the entire Su family would be too little, too late.
West City Market, Ghost Head Pig Butcher Shop. Gu Yaxuan stood at the shop entrance, a simple basket of fruit in hand, peering inside. It was barely past 6, and the butcher shop wasn't open yet. Gu Yaxuan didn't dare knock on the door alone. The butcher shop's owner, Ghost Head Old Man, was the ghost uncle Li Wan had mentioned. He was a burly man, his bulging muscles straining against his clothes, and he had a rather peculiar temper. He would fly into a rage at the drop of a hat, and few neighbors dared to approach him. When Gu Yaxuan and her daughter first started setting up their stall here, they encountered numerous problems, the biggest of which was the local gangsters. Had Ghost Head not intervened promptly, Gu Yaxuan and her daughter might never have had the chance to set up their stall at all. That's precisely why, upon hearing Ghost Head had broken his leg, Li Wan immediately sent her daughter over with some supplies to check on him. Gu Yaxuan took a deep breath, walked to the wooden gate behind the stall, and raised her finger to knock. "Hey, what are you doing standing there?" Before Gu Yaxuan could even raise her hand, a thunderous voice boomed from behind her. Ghost Head Liao limped back from outside, bumping right into Gu Yaxuan. "Ghost Uncle, my mom sent me to bring you some fruit and see how your injury is healing." Uncle Ghost roared with laughter upon hearing this, his voice booming like thunder. "Li Mei is so thoughtful. Come in, girl, have some tea." As he spoke, Ghost Head walked to the wooden gate, gripped it firmly with both hands, and began prying off the door panels. Gu Yaxuan didn't seem particularly surprised. She was already quite accustomed to this sight. Ghost Head's strength was terrifyingly immense, a well-known fact. Removing a door panel with his bare hands was hardly surprising. "No, Ghost Uncle, my mom can't manage everything alone. I need to go back and help." After placing the fruit on the table in the inner room, Gu Yaxuan spoke with a slightly evasive expression. The girl didn't particularly want to linger here any longer. Firstly, she felt a bit afraid of Ghost Head himself. Second, Gu Yaxuan felt a growing sense of unease, as if something bad was about to happen. She worried about her mother left alone to watch the shop and wanted to hurry back to check on her. "Oh, won't you stay a while? Alright then, take your time." A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Ghost Head Old Man's face upon hearing Gu Yaxuan's words. He quickly regained his composure. Gu Yaxuan, with her keen observation, naturally noticed this subtle shift. "Ghost Uncle, I'll come visit you when I have time." Gu Yaxuan hesitated slightly before finally mustering the courage to say it. Ghost Uncle visibly froze for a moment, his smile nearly bursting through his face. Just come visit whenever you can. Just come visit whenever you can." Gu Yaxuan smiled in agreement, waved goodbye, and hurried off toward her own shop. Meanwhile, the market welcomed its first customers, though these visitors seemed to have ulterior motives. They wore all sorts of bizarre outfits, their hair dyed in garish colors, adorned with countless trinkets and accessories of every size. Their steps clinked and clanked with every step. They surrounded a young man dressed in designer labels. Among them all, this young man's attire was the most eye-catching. Though his clothes were designer labels, they were a hodgepodge of different brands, a veritable fashion exhibition. "Hey, old hag, time to pay your protection money." Chapter 21, Conflict. The thugs approached a stall. The young man, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, mumbled indistinctly. The old woman stared at the people before her, utterly flustered. I just paid yesterday." The young man stepped onto the shelf, leaning down to look at the old woman. "Yesterday is yesterday, today is today. You old hag, didn't you hear what Brother Long said? Hurry up and hand over the money." Before Chen Long could say more, his henchman behind him immediately jumped in. Hearing this, Chen Long's brow furrowed, then a trace of self-mockery flashed across his face. "Old hag, mark my words, if you don't have the money by this time next month." Chen Long didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. "Let's go. Next house." Seeing Chen Long leave, his henchman muttered things like, "Good luck to you, and next time won't be so easy." They quickly followed Chen Long. Today marked Chen Long's second visit this month to collect protection money, and the outcome matched his expectations. A meager sum. Collecting protection money only once a month was an unwritten rule that had long been established. And no one ever dared to break it. Chen Long wouldn't have broken this rule unless he was truly backed into a corner. "Brother Long, this isn't enough." About half an hour later, a small-time thug approached Chen Long and whispered, "If we don't get 100 grand before dark, I'm afraid." Chen Long's expression darkened considerably. He puffed on his cigarette, taking slow, deliberate drags, without uttering a word. His silence only deepened the worry etched on the small-time thug's face beside him. After hesitating for a while, "Brother Long, how about I go see Huazi and see if I can get some money from him first?" At those words, Chen Long abruptly stopped in his tracks. "If you dare go, I'll break your arms and legs." Chen Long stared at the man beside him, enunciating each word clearly. "But? No buts about it. If it comes down to it, the Red Dragon Gang will disband. Enough. Move on to the next place." Without waiting for a response, Chen Long strode purposefully toward the next establishment. Li Wan remained in her own shop, hesitating whether to close up first. The moment Chen Long and his crew stepped into the market, sharp-eyed individuals were already on the lookout.
The news spread like wildfire among most of the market vendors, and nearly everyone made their decision in the blink of an eye. Each made their own decision. Some chose to shut down immediately, preferring to lose a day's business rather than risk encountering Qianlong and his group. Before long, the stalls still open in the market were mostly those run by people too poor to do otherwise. They had neither the money to pay protection fees nor the option to stop doing business. Sigh. Better to lose money than lose your business. Better to go bankrupt than face disaster. Li Wan pondered for a long while before letting out a deep sigh. She pulled open the cash drawer and scooped out handfuls of loose change. She placed it on the table and carefully calculated the protection fee. Protection money. Protection money. Qianlong and his crew arrived with a clamor before their voices reached Li Wan. Hearing the commotion, she hurried outside. Brother Long. Li Wan cried out in fear. Qianlong glanced at Li Wan's clothes, a flicker of reluctance crossing his eyes. But then he found it rather amusing. He was barely hanging on himself, yet here he was feeling sorry for others. Wasn't that the biggest joke in the world? The protection money for this round is all prepared, right? Qianlong took a deep breath and shifted his gaze elsewhere. Li Wan wore a forced smile and spoke politely. It's ready, it's ready. I'll go get it for Brother Long. With that, the woman turned and dashed behind the shelves, retrieving the pre-prepared money from the counter. Brother Long, here it is. Just as Li Wan was about to hand the protection money to Qianlong, a voice suddenly echoed from afar. Mom, don't give it to him. Gu Yaxuan had just returned from Ghost Head's place and witnessed the scene. Her anger flared instantly. Gu Yaxuan, after all, had been raised in the Gu household. Though she lacked material possessions, she was no pushover. Over the years, she had come to understand one truth. To deal with a villain, you had to be even more ruthless than them. Otherwise, you'd be bullied for the rest of your life. Mom, you can't give him this money. As she spoke, Gu Yaxuan had already rushed to Li Wan's side. She snatched the money from his hand and turned to head straight for her family's shop. Everyone present froze in place at the sight. It took about half a minute before anyone reacted. You dare mess with Brother Long. A henchman behind Qianlong flew into a rage, lashing out with a slap aimed squarely at Li Wan's face. The blow came unexpectedly. By the time Qianlong could react, it was too late to stop it. A sharp crack echoed as a vivid red handprint instantly appeared on Li Wan's face. Now that it had happened, Qianlong couldn't really say much. His crew hadn't had a proper meal in days, and even the outfits they wore today were borrowed. On top of that, the previous shops hadn't paid them a single penny. Resentment had already begun to simmer within them. Only to have it snatched back by Gu Yaxuan, how could they not be furious? Taking someone's money is like killing their parents. Seeing her mother beaten, Gu Yaxuan's rage boiled over. She grabbed the scissors from the table and charged forward. Without a word, she lunged at the man who had struck her mother. The man, clearly trained in combat, ducked backward, dodging the scissors. You crazy, you're asking for death. The man's face twisted with malice as he snarled at Gu Yaxuan. Gu Yaxuan said nothing, shielding Li Wan behind her while holding the scissors, watching Qianlong and the others warily. The tension in the air thickened instantly. What had started as a routine gang protection fee collection now threatened to escalate into a life or death showdown. Chen Xinghe, come back. It felt like an eternity before Qianlong finally spoke. But, come back. Chen Xinghe shot Gu Yaxuan a hateful glance before turning back to stand behind Qianlong. Seeing the tension finally ease, Li Wan quickly interjected. Xiaoya, put down the scissors. Be a good girl. Gu Yaxuan glanced at Qianlong but didn't turn her head. Mom, don't get involved. These people aren't good. No need to be polite with them. Hearing this, Li Wan's expression suddenly darkened. That brat. What nonsense are you spouting? Apologize to Brother Long right now. No way. I didn't do anything wrong, why should I apologize? Chapter 22, Su and Chen's Secret Meeting. Gu Yaxuan glared at Qianlong and the others, her hand trembling slightly as she gripped the scissors. The girl had never trained in martial arts or been in a fight. But Gu Yaxuan knew this, she absolutely couldn't back down now. Such things, once started, would only happen again and again, each time worse than the last. They wouldn't dare break the unwritten rules, they simply couldn't. But this time, if Li Wan paid the protection money, it would mean they'd have to tighten their belts for the entire month. They might not even get a drop of oil in their 3 daily meals. Brother Long, what if we? Neither side knew how long they'd been locked in this standoff. The thugs behind Qianlong had long since lost their patience. If Qianlong hadn't been standing in front of them, these guys would have already grabbed their weapons. Qianlong's face twisted with conflict. After a long silence, he murmured, "Let's go. Next place." The thugs trailing behind him heard this and their faces clearly showed reluctance. The look some of them gave Qianlong had changed. As the saying goes, robbing someone of their money is like killing their parents. Ordinary people find it hard to let go of such easily obtained gains. Seeing not a single one of his men stir, Qianlong's expression darkened instantly. Didn't you hear me?
The thug beside him wore a look of slight unease. He knew exactly what kind of scum the thugs behind Qianlong were. But as the young gang leader, he couldn't let Qianlong lose face at this moment. Caught between a rock and a hard place, the thug felt like he was being roasted over a fire. "Qianlong, you coward!" After a few seconds, Chen Xinghe bellowed and charged straight at Gu Yaxuan. It all happened too suddenly. Gu Yaxuan couldn't react in time. As Chen Xinghe's menacing face loomed closer, the scissors clattered to the floor. Seeing this, Chen Xinghe felt a surge of satisfaction, his expression growing even more frenzied. Qianlong finally snapped out of his daze. His face turned as still as water as he stomped his foot and charged forward. At the same time, the Chun household welcomed a guest. Chen Shaoj, the head of the Chen family, sat in the seat of honor, with Su Quingxue seated below him. "Brother Su, it's been ages since you last visited your old brother here, hasn't it?" Su Qingxue replied with a smile. "I didn't want to disturb you, Brother Chen, knowing how busy your business has been." Chen Shaojie waved his hand dismissively, speaking with apparent magnanimity. "Brother, you shouldn't say that. With our friendship, there's no need to talk about bothering or not bothering." "You're right, brother. I was overthinking it." The two sat in the main hall, exchanging polite pleasantries back and forth, but after a long while, not a single useful word had been spoken. After a while, Chen Shaoj finally steered the conversation back. "Brother Su, what brought you to visit me today?" Su Qingxue's expression immediately changed. He opened his mouth slightly, as if about to say something. But he closed his mouth again just as quickly. "Ah, it's nothing. Truly nothing." Su Qingxue sighed, feigning deep distress. Chen Shaojie sat in the seat of honor, his eyes narrowed slightly. "Brother Su, you're being too formal. If there's anything on your mind, feel free to tell me. We're brothers, and the Su and Chen families are old friends. What is there we can't talk about?" Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue deliberately feigned hesitation on his face. Chen Shaojie said no more, simply sitting silently in the seat of honor as he watched the performance unfold. Truth be told, from the moment Su Qingxue entered, Chen Shaojie had already guessed why he'd come. Yesterday had been eventful, but upon careful reflection, only a handful of events could have captured the attention of Donglin City's four major families. First and foremost was the Gu family hiring Tianfu assassins to attempt a covert assassination of Ye Xun. Originally, the heads of the other three major families believed that with the Tianfu assassins involved, Ye Xun was as good as dead. Yet the outcome defied all expectations. Not only were the assassins killed, but the Gu family also lost one of their own Gu Shichao. It could be said that everything that unfolded afterward essentially stemmed from this incident. Beyond the Gu family, the remaining three clans, witnessing this outcome, each began formulating their own calculations. Forming an alliance was inevitable, but the specifics of how and with whom remained to be discussed. Moreover, it had only been a day, there was no rush. They could afford to wait and see. One thing was certain, however, the Gu family had suffered a sudden, massive upheaval, with several attempts ending in failure. Old Master Gu himself had been beaten to the brink of death. The Gu family's status among the four great families was now little more than a hollow title. Any future cooperation would inevitably require them to cede greater concessions. "Brother Chen, since you brought it up, I won't keep it from you." A few minutes later, Su Qingxue adopted an air of having made some momentous decision. But after uttering those words, he abruptly fell silent, his gaze darting left and right. "You may all leave now." Chen Shaojie immediately understood and dismissed all the servants attending on either side. Once the servants had exited the main hall, only Su Qingxue and Chen Shaoj remained inside and outside the hall. "Brother, speak your mind." Su Qingxue nodded in response, speaking in a voice only the two of them could hear. "I wonder if Brother Chen knows Tan Xiao, the young Master Tan." At the sound of that name, Chen Shaojie's pupils instantly contracted. Tan Xiao's name was known to everyone in Donglin City. He was notorious as a spoiled playboy, a good-for-nothing, yet his father was equally infamous as the city's wealthiest tycoon. In Donglin City, almost no one dared to openly challenge Tan Jingdong. Even the authorities, without concrete evidence, had to treat him with utmost courtesy no matter what cases he was involved in. "Brother Su, what are you doing?" Su Qingxue adopted a cautious demeanor once more, as if terrified their conversation might be overheard by a third party. "Truth be told, young Master Tan has set his sights on my niece. Su Zhixin? But isn't she?" What Ye Xun had done since his return, along with Su Zhixin's role in burying the Yi family years ago, these were facts the Su family couldn't conceal even if they tried. Chen Shaojie naturally knew about it too. Su Zhixin is essentially Ye Xun's Achilles heel, touch it and you die. Past events have proven this point well. Now Su Qingxue suddenly tells Chen Shaojie that Tan Xiao is interested in Ye Xian's Achilles heel. He might even pursue Su Zhixin. Chapter 23, The Venomous Snake. Chen Shaojie immediately began to ponder the hidden agenda behind this. Whether Su Qingxue's words held truth or deception was beside the point for now. After all, Tan Xiao was notorious as a womanizer. It wouldn't surprise anyone if he didn't know about this. Nor was it surprising that he would develop feelings for Su Zhixin.
To put it plainly, Su Zhixin was undeniably a beauty of unparalleled grace, captivating all who laid eyes on her. No man could see her and not be moved.
But that doesn't mean Tan Xiao would necessarily side with their major clans to join forces against Ye Xun. Tan Xiao was a playboy, but Tan Jingdong was no pushover.
Chen Xiaojie found it hard to believe Tan Jingdong would allow his son to risk alienating a potential ally over a woman. To defeat an internal energy master, Ye Xun himself must be at least an internal energy master. Such masters are rare in the mortal world. Fundamentally, no one would risk offending such a master over a woman of little consequence.
Brother Su, are you serious?
Chen Xiaojie's mind raced through 100 twists and turns before he finally decided to test the waters. Ye Xun's revenge against their three great clans was a foregone conclusion. Gaining an ally at this juncture would significantly ease the pressure. The moment Su Qingxue heard this, his heart immediately leapt with joy.
He knew Chen Xiaojie was already wavering.
All it would take was one more push from behind.
The alliance would be as good as sealed. I can't say for certain, Brother Chen. I wouldn't dare tell you.
Chen Xiaojie stroked his chin, his gaze drifting outside as a thoughtful expression crossed his face.
Su Qingxue remained silent, waiting quietly for several minutes before adding one more sentence. Young Master Tan still doesn't know about Ye Xun.
This sort of thing is truly a family disgrace. Since he hasn't asked, we haven't felt comfortable bringing it up. Chen Xiaojie turned and shot Su Qingxue a glance upon hearing this. His words sounded noble and proper, but in truth, they were meant to ensure that when the crucial moment came, Tan Xiao and Ye Xun,
if these two factions clash,
as long as the two sides could be successfully pitted against each other, the Su family, as the instigator, would naturally find ways to profit from the situation.
Indeed, family secrets shouldn't be aired publicly.
Your Su family has its own reasons, I suppose. At these words, Su Qingxue forced a wry smile onto his face, inwardly cursing under his breath.
What's the point of pretending?
You're just afraid of trouble. Thoughts are one thing, actions another. Some matters simply cannot be discussed openly.
Enough of that. Brother Chen, I actually have a favor to ask of you this time.
Chen Xiaojie feigned utter surprise upon hearing this.
Oh, no need for formalities. Your business is my business. Go ahead and speak freely. Su Qingxue chuckled twice, thanked Chen Xiaojie first, then began to speak.
My daughter, who knows whose advice she took, got it into her head to start some kind of machinery manufacturing company.
Brother Chen, you tell me, isn't this sheer folly?
Chen Xiaojie heard this and inwardly sneered. After all this beating around the bush, we've finally gotten to the crux of the matter.
Brother Su, you're quite mistaken. My niece has lofty ambitions and exceptional talent. Who knows? She might just become a female entrepreneur someday. Su Qingxue waved his hands repeatedly, shaking his head with a smile. She doesn't have that kind of ability. She's been slow-witted since childhood and loves to play.
If you put money in her hands, she'd blow it all within 3 days.
Brother Su, that's where you're mistaken.
Children have their own destinies. As elders, it's our duty to support them. Su Qingxue sighed, deliberately feigning a touch of envy.
My daughter isn't anything like Brother Chen's son, sharp and capable. If no one guided her, she'd probably help count the money even after being sold off.
Chen Xiaojie, upon hearing this, wore a look of pride mixed with modesty, waving his hand and offering a few polite responses. The two men chatted about this topic for a while longer, meandering here and there.
Hey, Brother Chen, where is your son working these days?
Su Qingxue's face flushed with a mix of anticipation and embarrassment, as if he were genuinely scouting a suitable business partner for his own daughter.
Looking for a suitable business partner.
Chen Xiaojie's expression turned slightly troubled upon hearing this, and he feigned hesitation as he replied.
Brother Su, I know what you mean, but my son has been. Sigh.
As he spoke, Chen Xiaojie even put on a show, deliberately sighing heavily.
Su Qingxue quickly seized the opportunity, feigning concern as he inquired. Brother Chen, could it be that your son isn't in the city at the moment?
Chen Xiaojie feigned hesitation, pausing for over 10 seconds before speaking. It's not that, he continued. It's just that my son has a very high opinion of himself and looks down on others. If it comes to collaborating with my niece, he probably won't agree so easily.
After finishing his explanation, Chen Xiaojie even put on an air of regret and disappointment.
Su Qingxue observed this, his mind filled with bitter laughter. It all boils down to wanting a bigger slice of the pie, to gain more advantage.
Brother Chen, what nonsense are you talking? Having your son join would be an honor for my daughter.
This is settled. I'll make the decision. Your son will hold 51% of the company's shares.
Su Qingxue wore an expression that brooked no refusal, his words firm and decisive.
Chen Xiaojie, upon hearing this, put on an act of being flattered and overwhelmed. No, my son says he's helping out, but really, it's also a learning experience for him. How could he possibly take such a huge advantage?
No, absolutely not. Su Qingxue sneered inwardly, yet his expression remained unyielding.
He spoke with utmost sincerity. I know my daughter all too well.
Without your son joining the company, it'll be finished in 3 days flat. No, as an older brother, how could I let my younger brother suffer a loss? Chen Xiaojie, ever the actor, deliberately feigned undeserved gratitude, waving his hands repeatedly in refusal. After several rounds of mutual refusal, Chen Xiaojie finally feigned reluctance before accepting. Oh, Su, my brother, you see this. Brother Chen, please stop refusing. How about this if you really feel bad about it? Consider it my treat to your son, just keep an eye on my daughter for me, make sure she doesn't get taken advantage of. Chen Xiaojie deliberately wore a look of deep embarrassment, uttered some polite refusals, and finally agreed to the arrangement. After settling this matter, the two sat in the hall chatting idly about this and that. Before they knew it, the sun was high in the sky. Oh my, brother Su, it's getting late. Why not stay for lunch before you go? It would be perfect timing, I'll have my son come out to meet you first. Su Qingxue wore a broad smile, though his mind was already scheming how to deal with the Gu family once the Su and Chen clans joined forces. Before long, the two had arrived at the dining hall. Chapter 24, Chen Yunhu, the Chen family's eldest grandson. A round table stood in the dining room, where an elderly man was already seated. Dressed in traditional Chinese attire, he sat with his back straight, his graying hair neatly combed. His weathered face bore sharp, sword-like eyebrows and piercing tiger-like eyes. To his right sat a birdcage. Simply sitting there playing with his bird, he exuded an imposing presence that commanded respect without needing to raise his voice. Old master, Su Qingxue brother Su will be dining with us today. Chen Xiaojie stepped forward and said respectfully. The old man finally turned to look at them, a smile spreading across his face. Sit down. Those two simple words sent a shiver down Su Qingxue's spine. The elderly man before them was none other than Chen Yaoran, the previous patriarch of the Chen family. Back in the day, his name was practically synonymous with the entire city of Donglin. Unlike other families, when this patriarch led the Chen household, the Chen family was teetering on the brink of collapse. It was Chen Yaoran who, with iron-fisted methods, propped up the crumbling edifice. Otherwise, the Chen family would never have become what it is today. Su Qingxue endured an exceedingly uncomfortable meal, picking at his food with extreme caution. Of course, he dared not utter a word, silently enduring it all. During the meal, Chen Xiaojie also had his son, Chen Tianhu, come over to meet him. After what felt like an eternity, the meal finally concluded. After chatting with Chen Xiaojie for a while longer, Su Qingxue promptly rose to take his leave and departed the Chen residence. After seeing Su Qingxue off at the gate, Chen Xiaojie turned and walked back into his own home. Before long, he appeared in a secret chamber where Chen Yaoran had been waiting for him. Deal struck? Yes. Su Qingxue has agreed to a 60-40 split once the deal is done. Upon hearing this, Chen Yaoran nodded slightly, walked over, and patted Chen Xiaojie on the shoulder. Not bad. You've improved. Receiving the praise, Chen Xiaojie's face showed neither joy nor sorrow as he respectfully replied. Father flatters me. Chen Yaoran smiled, brushing past Chen Xiaojie without turning back. Get ready. Gu Chaochang should be arriving soon. Chen Xiaojie turned, clasped his hands in a respectful bow, and replied. Yes, father. Several hours earlier, Donglin City, West City Market. Chen Xingha's face was lit with an unstoppable grin as he clenched his fist and slammed it fiercely toward Gu Yaxuan. The fist cut through the air with a whistling sound, clearly demonstrating its immense power. If it landed on Gu Yaxuan, she would be lucky to escape with just a few scrapes. Gu Yaxuan was utterly stunned. She had never witnessed anything like this before. Though she endured constant bullying within the Gu household, most of those around her were ordinary people. Those fortunate enough to train in martial arts paid her, an unwanted daughter, no mind. Chen Xingha's martial arts might not be exceptional, but he had at least reached the initial stage of external force cultivation. Facing this man, Gu Yaxuan once again felt that helpless despair. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as a violent gust of wind swept through the air. The girl bit her lip tightly, closed her eyes, and spread her arms to shield her mother. The gale swept across her face, tangling her hair. Gu Yaxuan's hands and feet trembled uncontrollably, yet she remained firmly shielding her mother. Li Wan had already collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at her daughter before her. Chen Xingha, are you rebelling? Chen Long bellowed, his grip on Chen Xingha's wrist tightening with a sudden, brutal force. A sudden crackling sound echoed, followed by Chen Xingha's blood-curdling scream, as if a pig were being slaughtered. Chen Long, though slower to react, had already blocked Gu Yaxuan's path in the blink of an eye. Chen Long, you're doing this to me over a woman. Chen Xingha roared, forcing back the excruciating pain. Knowing he was in the wrong, Chen Xingha spoke first, twisting the meaning of Chen Long's rescue of Gu Yaxuan. Sure enough, the moment the words left his mouth, the thugs who had been trailing behind Chen Long, who had been looking confused, unsure whom to support, suddenly united in their stance. They stood behind Chen Xingha. Brother Long, let go of Xingha first. Let's talk this out calmly. Exactly, Brother Long, it's not worth it over a woman. Chen Long, you actually laid hands on a brother over a woman. With that, nearly every thug began denouncing Chen Long. The thug who had stood beside Qianlong earlier was now beyond control, even if he wanted to restrain himself. Chen Qinghe, you truly are a venomous snake. Qianlong was so enraged that his 3 souls trembled violently and his 5 spirits surged skyward. Gritting his teeth, he retorted. Chen Qinghe sneered coldly, shooting him a look of utter contempt. Long before Chen Qinghe had joined the Red Dragon Gang, someone had warned Qianlong that this man was a venomous snake. He'd been warned that keeping him close would only lead to self-destruction. Qianlong had refused to listen back then. Now, he saw that the words of that person had indeed proven true. Qianlong, if you go kill that woman now, we'll let today's events slide. Chen Qinghe stared at Qianlong with utter scorn, raising another finger to point at Gu Yaxuan. Qianlong's teeth clenched so hard they ground together, yet he couldn't utter a single word for a long while. Though forced into collecting protection money as a thug, Qianlong never saw himself as one. He refused to engage in activities like robbing men, bullying women, extorting businesses, or vandalism, and he strictly forbade his own men from doing such things. Even though he collected protection money, when trouble arose for the vendors who paid him, Qianlong would still bring his crew to settle things. It was just like running a business: you take the money, you do the job. What's the matter? Aren't you always saying you care most about your own brothers? Chen Qinghe paused deliberately at this point before raising his voice again. Now you won't even kill someone to make amends for your brothers. Upon hearing this, Qianlong clenched his fist and flung Chen Qinghe backward with a violent throw. A blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered, instantly echoed throughout the entire market. Qianlong declared firmly, I'm protecting this mother and daughter today. Anyone who objects. Qianlong paused here, his gaze sweeping over the crowd like a god of death. Go ahead and try. The thug who had been whispering to Qianlong earlier now hurried over to his side. The others stood frozen in place. A standoff instantly formed between the two sides, neither daring to make the first move. What they didn't know was that in a nearby corner, Ye Xun had been observing them for quite some time. Now, Ye Xun emerged from the corner and walked toward Qianlong's group as if nothing had happened. Hey, you pretty boy, roll over here. Ye Xun halted, tapping his chest with a finger. You calling me? Chapter 25, Ye Xun's sudden appearance. Seeing Ye Xun's gesture, the thugs wanted to laugh but dared not make a sound. They could only force themselves to suppress the smiles on their faces. At this moment, Ye Xun looked as ordinary as could be, not a trace of a master's presence about him. The thugs didn't give him a second glance, mistaking him for just another early morning shopper. Yeah, you. Get over here. One of the thugs, bolder than the rest, dared to point at Ye Xun arrogantly and say in a tense standoff. Pointed at Ye Xun arrogantly and said. Chen Qinghe glanced back at the thug, his eyes now tinged with a hint of murderous intent. It was now clear that everyone had split into two factions, one led by Qianlong, the other with Chen Qinghe as its backbone. Under these circumstances, with neither of the two big shots saying a word, the punk dared to take it upon himself to summon Ye Xun over a move that was nothing short of courting death. Ye Xun recognized this danger, but he didn't care. He walked straight toward Chen Qinghe and his group. Instantly, tension surged on both sides. Nearly everyone with any sense of the situation focused their attention on him. Though Ye Xun appeared utterly ordinary at the moment, neither Chen Qinghe nor Qianlong could guarantee he wasn't an unpredictable variable before getting to know him. Click. Click. The entire market fell silent, echoing only with Ye Xun's footsteps. Everyone felt their breath catch in their throats. Eyes fixed intently on Ye Xun's footsteps. I'm here. Did you need something? Ye Xun approached the small-time thug and asked with a smile. At that moment, the small-time thug finally understood. His face turned ashen, and he turned his head toward Chen Qinghe. Brother Chen, I didn't mean it. At those words, Chen Qinghe's expression darkened further. He strode step by step toward the small-time thug. He reached out and slapped the guy on the shoulder. Is this guy your friend? A faint smile played on Chen Qinghe's lips, though his grip tightened noticeably. The thug winced in pain but dared not cry out. With a pained expression, he nodded frantically. Since he's your friend, then don't let this friend witness your humiliation. As Chen Qinghe spoke, a flash of ferocity flickered in his eyes. You lot, he ordered, take this friend over to the tea house next door. Chen Qinghe extended a finger toward several of the thugs. Upon hearing this, they immediately approached Ye Xun. These thugs were clearly different from the others. Their positioning completely blocked all of Ye Xun's escape routes. Even if Ye Xun sensed something was amiss and tried to leave, these men would never let him go so easily. Qianlong, of course, noticed this and stepped forward. The man who had been by his side all along saw this and tugged at Qianlong's sleeve. Young master, it's better to avoid trouble. We've got enough problems of our own right now. Qianlong turned to look at the man after hearing this. This mess is entirely my own fault. I won't drag innocent people into it. But, the man clearly wanted to say more, but Qianlong raised his hand to cut him off. Sigh. The man sighed deeply, then took a step forward as well. Having served by Qianlong's side for many years, he understood his temperament well. Once Qianlong made a decision, he rarely changed his mind. Ye Xun noticed Chen Long's subtle gesture and overheard his exchange with the strategist. He couldn't help but nod slightly. This Chen Long might be a street thug, but he handled himself reasonably well, certainly better than some phony hypocrites. Excuse me, I'll interrupt here. Just as the small-time thugs surrounding Ye Xun were about to forcibly drag him away, he suddenly raised a hand, as if answering a teacher's question. I'm not his friend, and didn't you call me over? Ye Xun pointed at the guy who just called him pretty boy, smiling broadly as he spoke. Hearing his words, everyone present instantly turned to stare at him with peculiar expressions. Their expressions were as if they were looking at a fool. Any clear-eyed person could tell that Chen Qinghe and his crew were definitely no good. Any sane person hearing they had a chance to escape wouldn't waste time with all this nonsense. Young man, you must be mistaken. Chen Qinghe walked up to Ye Xun with a smile plastered on his face, pointing at the man who had just spoken. He mentioned to me not long ago that an important friend would be coming to see him today. I suppose that person must be you. Chen Qinghe had made the exit path crystal clear. Anyone with half a brain would take it. But Ye Xun didn't take it. He tilted his head and pondered for a moment. As if he were genuinely pondering whether such a thing had ever happened. Everyone present was utterly dumbfounded by his maneuver, and for a moment, no one dared to forcefully intervene. Moments later, a smile blossomed on Ye Xun's face. Nothing like that happened. I don't even know the guy. Chen Qinghe's expression darkened instantly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. If this hadn't been at the market but somewhere else, Chen Qinghe would likely have already attacked. Oh, and you lot must be gangsters, right? You're in such a rush to take me away you wouldn't be planning to kill me, would you? Ye Xun deliberately feigned extreme fear, though his tone carried a hint of mockery. Chen Qinghe finally understood the man before him was no ordinary person. His earlier act had been nothing but a ploy to toy with him. Strike! Kill him! The men who had surrounded Ye Xun dropped all pretense. Spring knives flashed from somewhere, their gleaming blades instantly making the atmosphere even more oppressive. As the thugs lunged forward, Chen Qinghe took a step back without a flicker of emotion. Just because the thugs couldn't see it didn't mean Chen Qinghe couldn't. Once he confirmed Ye Xun wasn't an ordinary person, Chen Qinghe immediately began speculating about his purpose for coming here. After much thought, he could find no other explanation. It must be that his own identity had been exposed. His furious outburst and orders to attack were merely a cover. His true intent was to seize the opportunity to flee. Chapter 26, Chen Qinghe's Escape. Chen Long saw this and flew into a rage. He never imagined Chen Qinghe would dare to attack someone. Ye Xun's current appearance was that of an ordinary person, showing not a single trace of a martial arts expert. Chen Long felt both anxious and furious, unconsciously quickening his pace. But he failed to notice that Wang Bing, the strategist who had remained by his side all along, had seen through it. The young man before him was definitely no ordinary person. The thought barely formed in his mind when Wang Bing saw the youth's feet shift slightly. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of a small-time thug. Ducking to avoid the switchblade, he delivered a punch straight to the thug's midsection. Though Ye Xun hadn't channeled any inner energy, he had formally entered the ranks of cultivators. The strength of his body was no longer comparable to that of ordinary people. Even without channeling any inner energy, the force of that punch was far beyond what an ordinary thug could withstand. The thug flew through the air, tracing a perfect arc before crashing down. With a thud, he slammed into a street vendor's stall. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Goods from the shelves scattered across the ground, completely burying the thug beneath them. Witnessing this, the others froze in terror, clutching their switchblades but dared not move. Get him! Kill him! From behind the crowd, Chen Qinghe spotted the thugs frozen in place and bellowed the order. Amidst the chaos, the thugs couldn't pinpoint where the voice came from. One of them, his blood boiling at the command, lunged forward toward Ye Xun. Where there's a first, there's a second. In situations like this, the hardest part is getting someone to take the first shot. Once someone dared to charge forward, the rest would instantly lose their senses. Chen Qinghe, you dare! Chen Long, witnessing this, had no time for further thought. He bellowed in fury. His pace quickened once more. The distance between them was already short, and with Chen Long's speed steadily increasing. The next second, he was already in the midst of the crowd, spreading his stance. He grabbed a thug's wrist and twisted it hard. Clang! The thug, wincing in pain, instinctively let go, and the switchblade in his hand clattered to the ground. Almost simultaneously, Ye Xun reached out, grabbing the wrists of two other thugs. His feet shifted positions as if strolling through a garden, and with a gentle tug of his hands, the two thugs instantly felt a tremendous force propelling them forward. With a thud, the two thugs collided head-on, their switchblades now firmly in Ye Xun's grasp. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Bing felt his suspicions confirmed. The young man before him was definitely no ordinary person. His martial arts cultivation was certainly no less than Chen Long's. No, these two couldn't even be compared. Chen Long was utterly insignificant in his presence. Before long, the 7 or 8 thugs who had charged at him earlier lay sprawled haphazardly across the floor.
After dealing with them, Qianlong looked up, his face flushed with anger.
He glanced left and right, only to discover that Chen Xinghe had slipped away unnoticed. Damn it! Regretting not having caught Chen Xinghe immediately, Qianlong couldn't help but curse under his breath.
Wang Bing approached him and whispered,
"Young master, this young man is no ordinary fellow."
"Perhaps." Qianlong turned his head slightly upon hearing this, glancing at Ye Xun with the corner of his eye.
Even with Wang Bing's warning, he still couldn't discern it. What was so different about this person before him?
But Wang Bing had served by his side for so many years, and over 80% of the strategies he contributed never failed. "Sir, I'm terribly sorry to have embarrassed you."
"Are you unharmed?"
Qianlong stepped before Ye Xun, his face breaking into a broad smile as he spoke courteously. Ye Xun had reverted to that vacant, almost dazed expression, tapping his own chest with his finger.
"Are you talking about me?"
Hearing the exact same words repeated, Qianlong couldn't help but pause in surprise. He glanced at Wang Bing beside him, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Now Wang Bing couldn't be sure either whether this young man before him was actually a master. His demeanor was far too ordinary, even bordering on foolish. He simply didn't look like a master. But Wang Bing had just witnessed his moves. That decisive, ruthless, and precise technique was absolutely impossible for an ordinary person to execute.
With that realization, Wang Bing gave a slight nod. "My deepest apologies, sir.
These men are my subordinates." They were momentarily misguided, swayed by slanderous words.
"That's why they attacked you. I hope you won't hold it against them."
Qianlong's words were both polite and skillfully crafted. Ye Xun had already made it clear earlier that these men were gangsters, so the explanation of internal gang conflict was entirely plausible.
Oh, no problem. They're all lying on the ground anyway. Now then, did you need something from me?"
After saying this, Ye Xun stared intently at Qianlong, as if genuinely awaiting his response. Qianlong was momentarily at a loss for words, glancing sideways at Wang Bing beside him. Wang Bing stepped forward, clasped his fists in a respectful salute, and spoke with utmost courtesy. "We deeply apologize for the disturbance caused today, sir. It was entirely our fault.
Might we have the honor of learning your name?"
"Our young leader will personally visit your residence to offer his apologies at a later date."
Wang Bing's words served two purposes. First, to test Ye Xun and see if he was feigning ignorance. Secondly, it was to lay the groundwork for better courting Ye Xun in the future. The Red Dragon Gang was still in its infancy and desperately needed talent. If a master like Ye Xun were to join at this critical juncture, it would be an absolute blessing for the Red Dragon Gang.
But before Ye Xun could respond, Gu Yaxuan had already arrived before him, accompanied by her mother. Li Wan gazed at the young man before her, her thoughts becoming more active. Following traditional etiquette, she bowed gracefully and spoke with utmost respect. "Sir, you saved my mother and me. We humbly request you honor our humble abode, so we may offer you some token of our gratitude." Upon hearing these words, Ye Xun's expression turned slightly peculiar. He glanced at Qianlong before turning his gaze to Gu Yaxuan and her mother.
Chapter 27, Li Wan's Thoughts.
"I was merely a passerby.
Wasn't it these two who truly saved you?"
Ye Xun pointed at Qianlong and the others before him, a hint of puzzlement on his face.
He wasn't wrong.
After all, it was Qianlong and his companion who had truly saved Gu Yaxuan and her mother. Upon hearing this, disdain immediately flashed across Gu Yaxuan's face.
Wang Bing witnessed this and felt a sudden pang of unease.
He opened his mouth to speak, but before a word escaped, Gu Yaxuan cut him off. Those two were in cahoots with those thugs earlier.
They just admitted it themselves. Disdain filled Gu Yaxuan's face, while Wang Bing inwardly cursed his luck. Though undeniably true.
But sometimes, different ways of telling the story could create entirely different impressions. Just like Gu Yaxuan's version, now it made it sound like Qianlong and his crew were nothing but a bunch of crooks in cahoots with those punks from earlier. Their so-called rescue was nothing more than a thief crying "Stop thief." Moreover, most reasonable people wouldn't stop at just that conclusion. Following this line of reasoning, it suggests Qianlong had set his sights on Gu Yaxuan, but she couldn't care less about a lowlife like him. The rest, as they say, is history.
"No, that guy we were talking about actually,
Qianlong tried to explain, but he genuinely didn't know how to put it into words.
No matter how you looked at it, Gu Yaxuan wasn't wrong. They really were a group.
And he, Qianlong, was the leader of this group.
After hearing Qianlong's explanation, Wang Bing couldn't help but sigh, pressing his hand to his forehead.
Qianlong's attempt to explain only made things worse. Not only did he fail to clarify the situation, but he actually solidified the truth of what Gu Yaxuan had said. Ye Xun glanced at Gu Yaxuan, then at Qianlong and the others. He deliberately adopted a pensive expression, then spoke after a long pause.
"I'm feeling a bit thirsty. How about we grab some tea first?"
Everyone had been eagerly awaiting Ye Xun's response, only for him to suddenly blurt out this remark. At that moment, everyone was left speechless, unsure how to respond. Only Li Wan's face softened into a faint smile. All right. Please come in.
They arrived at Gu Yashuan and her mother's shop, found a small table, and sat down. Xiaoya, come with me to make some tea. Gu Yashuan had been happily perched at the table, her big eyes sparkling as she watched Ye Xun. But upon hearing her mother's words, she pouted slightly and stood up, looking a bit displeased. After Gu Yashuan left, the atmosphere at the tea table grew slightly awkward. Chen Long nudged Wang Bing with his elbow. We've been talking for so long, but we still don't know your honorable name, sir? Wang Bing understood the hint and revisited the earlier question. Upon hearing the question, Ye Xun countered with a question of his own. I don't know your names either. A sudden gleam flashed in Wang Bing's eyes upon hearing this. This humble one is Wang Bing. And this is our young leader, Chen Long. Chen Long clasped his fists in a respectful salute, his face breaking into a courteous smile. Pleased to meet you, sir. Ye Xun merely responded with a simple "oh," then fell silent, turning his gaze toward the window. Chen Long and Wang Bing instantly felt awkward, unsure of what to say next. Behind the shop, a simple open-air kitchen had been set up. Gu Yashuan and her daughter were busy working there. Xiaoya, what do you think of that young man? Li Wan asked without turning her head, her hands busy washing teacups. Gu Yashuan was currently setting up a makeshift platform to boil water for tea. Hearing her mother's question, Gu Yashuan's face flushed slightly. Mom. Oh, you're not exactly a child anymore, why be shy? Li Wan placed the washed teacups on the stand, wiped her hands on her apron, and said with a smile. That young man is quite handsome, and he seems honest. With skills like that, his family background must be decent too. It must be said, Li Wan had a keen eye. In just a short while, she had already sized Ye Xun up pretty well. Mom, things like this, well, it all depends on whether he's willing, doesn't it? Gu Yashuan, her face flushed crimson, murmured in a voice barely louder than a mosquito's buzz. Li Wan watched the scene unfold, her smile stretching so wide it nearly split her cheeks. Oh my silly daughter. When a man pursues a woman, it's like climbing a mountain. When a woman pursues a man, it's like lifting a veil. Besides, with my daughter being this beautiful, all she needs is a little initiative, it'll be as easy as pie. Gu Yashuan's blush spread all the way to her neck. Not knowing what to say, she simply fell silent. Li Wan moved closer to her daughter, glanced down at the whistling kettle. Her eyes crinkled with amusement as she said, Sweetie, the water's boiling. Lost in thought, Gu Yashuan let out a soft gasp and reached for the kettle. But instead, she got burned by the hot kettle. Oh dear, that's enough. You're so impatient. Go find your sweetheart instead. Leave this to me. Mom. Alright, Mom spoke out of turn. Let's go attend to our guests, shall we? Gu Yashuan's face flushed as she carried the tea set and dashed back into the shop. Before long, Li Wan returned to the shop with freshly brewed tea. She poured steaming cups of fresh tea for everyone present. We don't have any fine tea here, this is all we have. I hope you won't mind. Ye Xun glanced down at the tea in his cup. It certainly wasn't anything special, likely just the most common variety, starry sky. Just broken tea leaves and dust. You're too kind, Auntie. This tea is quite good. With that, Ye Xun lifted his cup and took a small sip. With those words, the awkwardness that had hung over the tea table dissipated somewhat. Everyone picked up their cups and began sipping their tea. Hey, what's your name? I still don't know it. Gu Yashuan, seated beside Ye Xun, asked with a slight blush. Ye Xun. Clang. Crack. The moment Ye Xun uttered his name, the sound of cups crashing to the floor echoed through the room. Li Wan stared blankly at Ye Xun, her hand still frozen mid-air holding the teacup. Chapter 28, Prelude to the Beauty Trap. In an instant, all eyes turned to Li Wan. Mom, are you okay? Did you burn yourself? Gu Yashuan rushed over to Li Wan's side at that moment. She helped brush away the scattered tea leaves from Li Wan's clothes and asked with concern. Only then did Li Wan snap back to reality. She shrank her neck and shuddered uncontrollably. Gu Yashuan visibly froze, casting a puzzled glance at her mother. But she didn't make a fuss, instead continuing to help her mother clean the tea residue off her clothes. Mother, are you alright? Ye Xun stood up, intending to help Gu Yashuan. No need, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, sir. Seeing Ye Xun rise, Li Wan's expression visibly flashed with panic as she hurriedly replied. Seeing her mother's reaction, Gu Yashuan felt increasingly puzzled. She turned her head slightly, glancing sideways at Ye Xun standing nearby. Could this man have some connection to mother? Gu Yashuan murmured to herself silently before supporting her mother to the back. Chen Long and Wang Bin exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of confusion in the other's eyes. Behind the shop, Li Wan sat slumped against the wall, her expression slightly vacant as she murmured to herself. He's here. He's been watching me. He's here. Gu Yashuan, who was helping her mother apply medicine, heard her mother's words and couldn't help but feel puzzled. In her memory, Li Wan had always been the strong mother figure. Even back then, when Gu Shichao had abandoned them, leaving mother and daughter to fend for themselves within the Gu household. Li Wan had never acted like this before. But today, why?
No matter how hard Gu Yashuan tried to figure it out, she simply couldn't understand why her mother had suddenly changed like this. But since Li Wan herself didn't speak of it, Gu Yashuan dared not pry further, silently tending to her mother's burn wounds.
Mom, get some rest.
I'll go clean up out front.
A short while later, Gu Yashuan stood up and addressed her mother.
At that moment, Li Wan, who had been somewhat dazed, suddenly grabbed her wrist and said in a trembling voice,
"No, don't go." Gu Yashuan was utterly baffled by her mother's behavior and finally couldn't contain her curiosity any longer. "Mom, what's gotten into you?"
Li Wan bit her lip tightly, as if struggling to express something deeply painful.
After a moment, her voice trembled as she spoke. "Do you remember, Mom once told you about a once prosperous family that was brought down by despicable means?" Gu Yashuan tilted her head in thought upon hearing this, then nodded slightly.
She recalled her mother mentioning that the family's downfall seemed connected to some powerful and influential figures. But by that time, Gu Shiqiu had already turned his back on her mother. Even if she had wanted to help, she simply didn't have the means.
That ruined family bore the surname Yi.
Li Wan saw her daughter nod and grew even more alarmed, her voice trembling as she spoke.
Upon hearing those words, Gu Yashuan's eyes widened instantly. "Mom, are you saying?"
"Yes. That person is likely a descendant of the Yi family he's returned for revenge."
Gu Yashuan couldn't help but tremble slightly, but quickly feigned nonchalance. "Mom, don't scare me like that. This isn't funny."
Li Wan grew anxious when she saw her daughter's disbelief.
"It's true, Xiaoya. Listen to Mom. Get rid of him right now and never see him again." "No, that's not enough. Pack your things tonight, we're moving out tomorrow." Li Wan's emotions flared even more intensely.
She stood up and murmured under her breath.
Seeing her mother like this, Gu Yashuan felt a pang of heartache.
She rushed forward and embraced her mother. She comforted her softly.
"Even if it is him, it doesn't necessarily mean he's targeting us. We weren't involved in those events back then.
It has nothing to do with us." Gu Yashuan gently patted her mother's back, offering soothing words for a long while until Li Wan's emotions finally began to settle. "Xiaoya, promise me you'll never see him again."
"Never."
Li Wan clasped her daughter's hand, her expression solemn.
Gu Yashuan nodded gently and agreed, though her thoughts were far from that promise.
Li Wan's words only deepened Gu Yashuan's curiosity about Ye Xun, making her even more determined to uncover what had truly happened all those years ago. Inside the shop, Qianlong, Wang Bing, and Ye Xun sat across from each other at the tea table, staring at one another awkwardly. They had only met today, how could they possibly have much to talk about? Once the host left, only awkwardness remained.
"If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave."
Upon hearing this, Wang Bing and Qianlong promptly rose and bowed.
"Please take your time, sir.
If you have the opportunity another day, feel free to drop by the Red Dragon Gang for a chat." Ye Xun nodded and walked toward the exit without looking back. Only after he left did Qianlong and the others begin discussing matters.
"What do we do now? It's just the two of us left."
Wang Bing paused briefly before speaking. "If all else fails, I still have 2,000 or 3,000 on hand.
That should buy us a little more time."
Qianlong remained silent for a long time after hearing this. After a long while, he rose and sighed. "Sigh, I suppose that's all we can do. I'm sorry to put you through this."
"It's fine. Young master will surely repay me 100-fold later." Qianlong gave a bitter laugh upon hearing this.
"I'm barely holding on myself, where do you find such confidence?" Wang Bing stood beside him, smiling silently. After sitting for a while longer, the two finally rose to leave. Before long, darkness had fallen completely, and the Chen household welcomed another distinguished guest. Gu Shiqiu arrived at the Chen residence in person, accompanied by his son, Gu Mingho. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, the neon-lit bars opened their doors.
Men and women of all kinds, dressed in colorful and eccentric outfits, came and went. Bai Yumin was among them.
"Raise your hands, let me hear your screams. Everybody shake it with me."
The bar's resident singer performed energetically on stage. On any other night, Bai Yumin would have been dancing wildly to the beat.
But today, he merely glanced at the stage before withdrawing his gaze and heading toward the bar.
Thump. Thump.
Bai Yumin tapped the bar counter and said in a low voice,
"One margarita." Chapter 29, Prelude.
The bartender promptly placed the drink before him. Bai Yumin picked up the glass, downed it in one gulp, and slammed it back down on the counter with a thud.
Another round.
Not far away, Tan Xiao sat on a large sofa, surrounded by women on either side. He and the girls beside him were happily playing a game.
Hearing the commotion, he glanced sideways toward Bai Yumin.
From the moment he walked in, Bai Yumin's attention had been entirely focused on Tan Xiao. He'd already found out that Tan Xiao came here one day every week. And each time, he didn't book a private room, he just sat on the sofas out here. As for the reason behind it, no one knew, and Tan Xiao never volunteered the information.
Just then, the bartender placed the second drink in front of Bai Yumin.
Just like before, Bai Yumin tilted his head back and downed the drink in one gulp, slamming the glass down on the bar.
"Another round, please." Bai Yumin usually held his liquor well, at least 2 drinks wouldn't knock him out. Yet now he appeared thoroughly intoxicated, his speech slurred and incoherent. Seeing his state, the bartender worried he might cause trouble. "Sir, you're drunk." Bai Yumin sprang to his feet at the remark. "Nonsense. I'm not drunk." Bai Yumin gestured wildly, his face flushed and body swaying unsteadily. He looked every bit the drunkard. The bartender watched the scene unfold, his brow furrowing slightly. Getting drunk wasn't a big deal. How many people left this bar sober? But someone like Bai Yumin, who went down after just 2 drinks, was a rare sight. More crucially, judging by Bai Yumin's demeanor, he was clearly intent on causing trouble here. "Sir, you're clearly intoxicated. May I call someone to come pick you up?" The bartender frowned slightly but remained courteous. Bai Yumin glanced sideways at Tan Xiao nearby, noticing Tan Xiao had been watching this whole time. Only then did he put on a show of being extremely angry. "What do you mean by that? What do you mean?" Bai Yumin suddenly erupted in rage, pointing an accusing finger at the bartender's nose as he shouted. "You're just a lowly bartender. What gives you the right to mock me? How dare you mock me?" The bartender froze in place, dumbfounded, unable to retort. He remained frozen for half a minute. Bai Yumin glanced at Tan Xiao out of the corner of his eye and noticed he'd been watching the scene with keen interest. Seizing the moment, he fired off another shot. "That woman looks down on me, and her family looks down on me too. Now." Bai Yumin, riding the momentum, feigned unsteadiness and staggered backward a few steps. Arrived at Tan Xiao's location. You, and you. You all look down on me." Bai Yumin pointed his finger at a few people at random, putting on an act of anger and hurt. "You all just wait. One day, I'll trample every last one of you underfoot." As Bai Yumin spouted these bold threats, he kept a watchful eye on Tan Xiao's movements out of the corner of his eye. His nerves were frayed to the limit. Earlier that day, Bai Yumin had already gathered the facts. Tan Xiao wasn't just a playboy who spent his days carousing, he was also a meddlesome peacemaker. Once he got interested in something, he'd meddle no matter what. He'd justify it by saying, "As fellow men of the underworld, we can't stand by and watch someone die." But this only applied to him. No one else would do it. Even those with greater power generally avoided meddling in others' affairs. The bartender finally caught on, his face turning ashen. Of all the things he'd guarded against, the one he dreaded most had come to pass. Now, more than half the bar's patrons had their attention fixed on Bai Yumin. If he caused even the slightest disturbance, the consequences would be. At that thought, the bartender shuddered uncontrollably. Under normal circumstances, he could simply have 2 bouncers escort Bai Yumin out, and the matter would be settled. But not tonight. The boss had specifically warned them, important guests were coming. The place absolutely couldn't be disrupted. The bartender paced anxiously, while Bai Yumin felt an intense sense of urgency. He knew full well the consequences of causing trouble in a bar. If Tan Xiao didn't make a move soon, he'd likely be thrown out. You look down on me too, don't you?" Seeing Tan Xiao make no move, Bai Yumin steeled his nerves and deliberately approached him. Pointing his finger right at Tan Xiao's nose, he snapped. "You pretty boys are all scum. All you do is live off women. Ugh." The bartender, still pondering his next move, glanced at Tan Xiao sitting on the sofa. And suddenly felt like he looked familiar. Holy! It took only a second for the bartender to recall Tan Xiao's identity. His soul nearly leaped out of his body as he scrambled over to Tan Xiao. "Mr. Tan, I'm so sorry. I'll throw him out right now." Tan Xiao, seated on the sofa, said with a smile. "A guest is a guest," he said. "How could a business owner turn someone away at the door?" Hearing this, the bartender discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Tan Xiao saying that meant he wasn't angry. "Yes, Mr. Tan is right. So, what should we do about this person?" The bartender bowed slightly, his face plastered with an apologetic smile. Since Tan Xiao wasn't angry and didn't intend to pursue the matter, it naturally came to nothing. Bai Yumin felt overjoyed inside, though he dared not show it on his face. Swaying slightly, he pointed at Tan Xiao and said, "You're pitying me?" After uttering these words, Bai Yumin deliberately adopted an indignant expression. "I don't need it. None of you are any good." The bartender was nearly driven to fury by Bai Yumin. If Tan Xiao hadn't been watching, he would have loved to cover Bai Yumin's mouth. He wanted to drag him into a back alley and beat him senseless. But honestly, Bai Yumin really understood these people's psychology. With just a few simple words in his dramatic performance, he had already hinted at the shadow of a compelling story. It made people curious about his experiences, and Tan Xiao was no exception. "I wonder if this pretty boy here has the honor of sharing a drink with you?" Tan Xiao looked at Bai Yumin and said with a smile. The other patrons in the bar overheard this, their gazes toward Bai Yumin filled with envy and resentment. Some even began scheming inwardly about mimicking Bai Yumin next time. Though most patrons in this bar had only heard of Tan Xiao, never seen him in person. And certainly never imagined Tan Xiao himself was sitting right there on that sofa. But everyone could tell from the bartender's fawning demeanor that Tan Xiao must be someone special. Upon hearing Tan Xiao's words, Bai Yuman's mind was already bursting with fireworks in celebration. Yet his expression betrayed utter disgust. "I'm in a bad mood today, young master. I don't have time for this." With that, Bai Yuman turned and staggered toward the exit, his heart racing. "Sir, please wait." Just as Bai Yuman was about to exit the bar, Tan Xiao finally called out to him. Chapter 30, The Tripartite Meeting. Hearing this, Bai Yuman instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him. The task Su Qingxue had entrusted him with was urgent and demanding. If he failed today, he couldn't imagine another chance to get close to Tan Xiao. Bai Yuman paused slightly at the words. Something else? His tone softened slightly, though his body still swayed unsteadily. He looked every bit the picture of a man already drunk. Tan Xiao continued. "Bro, if you don't mind, you can join me for a couple of drinks." The moment the words left his mouth, the gazes of everyone in the bar instantly turned envious. Bai Yuman felt a surge of excitement, but his face betrayed only hesitation. That might not be appropriate. As he spoke, he turned around and slowly walked back. Tan Xiao smiled as he added, "Get this brother a shot of tequila. Tonight's entire tab goes on my account." The bartender had been slightly annoyed upon hearing the first remark. After all, Bai Yuman had caused quite a scene, and the bar hadn't taken action yet, all because of Tan Xiao's influence. Now Tan Xiao was keeping Bai Yuman here. This would make managing future disturbances at the bar difficult. But that second statement made everything else irrelevant. Not only would everyone have a fantastic time tonight, they'd be deeply grateful to Tan Xiao. The kickback from tonight's drinks alone would cover the bartender's wages for 4 or 5 months. Forget just pouring a drink. Even if he asked Bai Yuman to work like a horse, it wouldn't be unreasonable. Bai Yuman plopped down beside Tan Xiao without hesitation, his eyes fixed intently on him. "What's up?" Tan Xiao didn't get angry, but smiled and said. Bai Yuman's face twisted into an odd expression. "Are you out of your mind?" The bodyguard accompanying Tan Xiao immediately lost his temper. "How dare you?" Tan Xiao raised his hand to restrain his guard and asked with a smile. "Bro, what's got into you? I just insulted you like that, yet not only are you not angry, you're even offering me a drink. Only someone with a screw loose would do something like that." Bai Yuman appeared outwardly calm, but inside he was scared out of his wits. His palms were still drenched in sweat. "Down this glass first, and I'll tell you why." Just then, the bartender brought over the drink Tan Xiao had ordered. Tan Xiao picked up the glass and raised it toward Bai Yuman. Bai Yuman feigned hesitation, but after a moment's pause, he took the cup. He downed it in one gulp. "Nice, bro, you can hold your liquor." Tan Xiao watched Bai Yuman down the tequila shot and immediately praised him. After downing that shot, Bai Yuman was genuinely feeling a bit tipsy now. His face flushed crimson. "So, tell me, why did you specifically keep me here?" Tan Xiao didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. "Honestly, brother, I'm a guy who loves hearing stories. The moment I saw you, I knew you were someone with a story to tell." Bai Yuman felt overjoyed inside, but deliberately put on a feigned look of anger. "So in the end, you just see me as some kind of entertainment?" Tan Xiao remained unperturbed, watching Bai Yuman stomp his feet in front of him. "Well, yes and no. Even if someone has a story, I usually don't care to hear it." Bai Yuman's heart skipped a beat, his eyes darting nervously. Could this guy have seen through my act? But upon closer observation, Bai Yuman concluded it didn't seem so, and his mind eased once more. Oh well. It was a joke to begin with, I've nothing left to lose." With that, Bai Yuman's face twisted into a wry smile. "I'm all ears." Tan Xiao sat up straight, adopting the posture of a diligent student ready to absorb every word. Bai Yuman motioned for the bartender to bring another cup of liquor. He downed it in one gulp before beginning his story. "I used to be a lowly office worker with a girlfriend who wasn't too bad looking. Half an hour earlier, at the Chen residence. The sun had barely set when the Chen residence welcomed distinguished guests once more. The current leaders of the Gu, Chen, and Su family's Gu Zhixin, Chen Xiaoj, and Su Qingxue were all seated in the Chen family's grand hall. Brother Gu, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I'm truly stretched too thin." Gu Zhixin's expression darkened upon hearing this. He had long suspected that the Su and Chen families might form an alliance before him. But he hadn't anticipated Su Qingxue's moves would be so swift. Last night, the Gu family had suffered such a tragedy, and now, before night had even fallen, the Su and Chen families had already sealed their cooperation. No matter. Since Brother Chen has more pressing matters, I wouldn't dream of pressuring you." Gu Zhixin's expression quickly returned to normal as he smiled and said, "Brother Gu, I truly apologize. Next time, our two families will definitely collaborate." Shen Xiaojie also wore a broad smile, betraying no hint of emotion. Su Qingxue remained silent, sitting there with a smile but saying nothing. After some more small talk, the conversation finally circled back to the main topic. "Brother Gu, Brother Su, the most pressing matter now is how to deal with that little bastard Ye Xun. At these words, the previously lively atmosphere instantly fell silent. Gu Shichen and Su Qingxue both fell silent almost simultaneously. Chen Xiaojie sat in the seat of honor, his cold gaze fixed on the two men below him. He knew full well that each of them had their own methods. While they couldn't guarantee absolute success against Ye Xun, but at the very least, temporarily blocking Ye Xun on that day should pose no problem. After a long silence, Chen Xiaojie was the first to speak, breaking the quiet. Brother Su, Brother Gu, now is not the time for infighting among our three families. You two have witnessed that little bastard's strength for yourselves. Su and Gu's expressions instantly darkened. Since Ye Xun's return, the only family he hadn't caused trouble for was the Chen family. Thus, the Chen family remained the most intact and powerful of the four clans to date. If they could successfully eliminate Ye Xun, the four major families of Donglin City would truly need to be reshuffled. We've suffered casualties, even deployed assassins from the Heavenly Kingdom, yet we still can't touch that little bastard. We truly don't know what to do. Gu Shichen spoke first, making his position clear. To be perfectly honest, our niece is still siding with the enemy, still thinking about that little bastard. It's truly. Su Qingxue chimed in immediately afterward. Clearly, these two old foxes had no intention of taking the lead in this matter. They schemed relentlessly, pushing the Chen family forward. Chen Xiaojie's expression darkened slightly, a hint of irritation flickering in his eyes. Chapter 31, The Publicity Plan. The Ye Xun incident wasn't just the Chen family's problem. The three major families were now effectively bound to the same fate. Still trying to put in minimal effort while expecting maximum results, how could Chen Xiaojie not be furious? Perhaps noticing Chen Xiaojie's sour expression, Su Qingxue spoke up. Brother Chen, that little bastard has already cost us dearly. I'm not ashamed to admit it, we're truly at a loss now. A flicker of shame crossed Su Qingxue's face, whether feigned or genuine, it was impossible to tell. Gu Shichen's expression shifted several times upon hearing this, but in the end, he said nothing. Among the three families, the Gu household had suffered the heaviest losses. Ye Xun had just returned when he killed Gu Mingyu outright, which had driven Gu Shichao into a hot-headed rage, compelling him to seek revenge. Later, Gu Shichen grew increasingly regretful not over opposing Ye Xun. Rather, he regretted not stopping Gu Shichao's impulsive actions. If only he'd been given more time to prepare. Even if Ye Xun could control everything, Gu Shichen believed he could still stand his ground. But now? Ha! Brother Gu, Brother Gu. Lost in thought, Gu Shichen snapped back to reality at the sound of Chen Xiaojie's voice. He gave a brief reply. A flicker of displeasure crossed Chen Xiaojie's face as he spoke in a cool tone. Brother Su and I just came up with a plan. What are your thoughts, Brother Gu? Gu Shichen remained composed in his seat, responding politely. My humble opinion is hardly worth mentioning. You two should proceed according to the plan. Upon hearing this, Su and Chen said no more. In that case, I shall explain the details of our plan to you both. Chen Xiaojie, seated in the position of honor, cleared his throat, paused briefly, and continued. The first step, he said, is for both of you to hold a press conference upon your return and declare your stance. The words had barely left his mouth when Gu Shichen nearly dropped his water glass. The three major families were now facing Ye Xun's retaliation. It could be said they had brought this upon themselves. Members of the three major families, to varying degrees, were involved in the Ye family tragedy years ago. Not a single core member of those families was exempt. All these years, the matter had remained a secret. No core member within the three families dared to bring it up, let alone hold a press conference. Chen Xiaojie glanced at Gu Shichen, his expression unreadable. Su Qingxue also showed little reaction, clearly indicating his agreement. Brother Gu, what's the matter? Gu Shichen paused for a moment before shaking his head. Nothing. Brother Chen, please continue. The three major families were now bound together, their fortunes intertwined, rising and falling as one. Gu Shichen had no right to refuse this condition. That little bastard dares to act so lawless now simply because he's found a loophole. Chen Xiaojie glanced at Gu Shichen and offered an explanation. Once we knock him off his moral high ground, the rest will be much easier to handle. Chen Xiaojie offered only this brief explanation before moving on to the details of the plan. Everyone seated here was intelligent, they understood without needing lengthy explanations. For the next hour or so, Chen Xiaojie detailed his plan. Gu Shichen didn't utter another word. After discussing their plans, the three exchanged pleasantries and small talk. Only then did Gu Shichen and Su Qingxue rise to take their leave. Brother Chen, wait a moment, wait a moment. Brother Chen, please stay. No need to see us off. As they reached the doorway, Gu Shichen and Su Qingxue smiled and offered a polite farewell. Chen Xiaojie paused at the doorway, smiling as he saw them off. Only when Gu and Su were completely out of sight did Chen Xiaojie change his expression. Have the eldest young master come see me immediately. After giving that order, Chen Xiaojie turned and walked straight back inside. Not long after, in the Chen family's secret chamber. Father, grandfather. Chen Yunhu knelt on one knee, his voice solemn and respectful.
Chen Shaojia gave him a slight nod upon seeing him, then turned to address Chen Yaoren.
Father, Yunhu has arrived. Chen Yaoren's deeply wrinkled face betrayed no emotion.
His hand still held a birdcage, inside which sat an exceptionally beautiful kingfisher. It was fluttering its wings joyfully. The chamber instantly fell silent, broken only by the bird's melodious chirping. Chen Shaojia and his father dared not even breathe heavily, standing respectfully by with heads bowed. As if they were not the masters of this household at all. After an unknown span of time, Chen Yaoren's slightly aged voice finally echoed through the room. Yunhu. The moment Chen Yunhu heard his grandfather call his name, he stepped forward promptly, maintaining a single knee kneeling posture.
How much do you know about the events of 20 years ago?
Upon hearing these words, Chen Yunhu glanced up at his father standing beside him. He was barely a child back then. Even if he had any memories, they would have faded completely by now. The Yi family had been wiped out, not the Chun family. To Chen Yunhu, it was an irrelevant matter. Had his father not brought it up yesterday, he would never have recalled it.
I know a little. After a split second of thought, Chen Yunhu answered truthfully. He wasn't the type to be a model child in everyday life when out in the world, he was every bit the spoiled brat. But in front of this grandfather, he dared not show the slightest bit of insolence. 20 years ago, your father didn't handle things well. He failed to eliminate the threat completely. Chen Yaoren produced a packet of birdseed from somewhere, pinched a small amount between two fingers, and sprinkled it into the cage. The kingfisher spotted the food and immediately chirped happily. After hearing Chen Yaoren's words, Chen Yunhu turned to look at his father again. He couldn't quite grasp why Chen Yaoren was bringing this up now. What exactly was he trying to accomplish? 20 years ago, it was indeed Chen Shaojia's oversight that allowed Ye Xun to survive until now. But the blame couldn't entirely rest on Chen Shaojia. The other two families had undoubtedly conducted exhaustive searches as well. For Ye Xun to evade such a search, he must have had powerful helpers at the time. Rest assured, grandfather. This time, I guarantee that little beast won't survive. Chen Yunhu's face twisted into a cruel smile as he spoke with absolute confidence. Though he too had heard rumors of Ye Xun that he could even slay assassins dispatched by the Heavenly Kingdom right in broad daylight. But he wasn't the least bit worried. Chen Yunhu possessed intelligence that even surpassed his own father's. He knew exactly how powerful the assassins sent by the Heavenly Palace were. Just because they couldn't defeat Ye Xun didn't mean he couldn't. Besides, sometimes force wasn't the only way to resolve matters. Chapter 32, The Blood Feud. Upon hearing these words, Chen Yaoren nodded with apparent satisfaction. Chen Yunhu, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of satisfaction. Though Chen Shaojia now held the title of family head, the character acting still preceded his name. As long as Chen Yaoren remained alive, he would still hold the ultimate authority within the Chen family. Chen Shaojia had taken over the Chen family for too short a time to fully establish his own faction. If Chen Yaoren were to grow displeased and replace Chen Shaojia at this juncture, it would deal a devastating blow to their branch of the family. Therefore, Chen Yunhu was genuinely pleased to have won Chen Yaoren's favor. He failed to notice, however, that Chen Shaojia, who had been standing beside him all along, now wore a distinctly displeased expression. Yunhu, how old are you this year? Chen Yaoren asked casually, seemingly distracted as he played with the green bird in its cage. Chen Yunhu paused slightly upon hearing the question. Grandfather, I'll be 23 after the 15th. Though he wasn't quite sure why his grandfather was asking this question. Chen Yunhu quickly answered. 23, huh? You're no longer a child. You can't keep acting so immature. After uttering these words, Chen Yaoren clicked open the lock on the cage. The kingfisher inside the cage froze for a moment, then took 2 tentative steps forward. Seeing no reaction from its keeper, the kingfisher grew excited. It flapped its wings, trying to fly out. But just as the kingfisher stepped out of the cage, poised to soar, Chen Yaoren suddenly reached out and grabbed the kingfisher. With a surge of internal energy in his hand, the kingfisher let out a mournful cry as feathers began falling from its entire body. Before long, the kingfisher had breathed its last. Chen Yunhu watched the scene unfold, his heart filled with horror. He lowered his head, unable to speak for a long time. He knew he had spoken out of turn, yet he couldn't fathom which specific words had caused the trouble. From the moment he entered until now, Chen Yunhu had spoken fewer than 5 sentences. He was certain none of those 5 sentences were problematic. Logically, Chen Yaoren shouldn't have gotten angry. Yunhu, is there nothing you wish to ask? After about 3 minutes, Chen Yaoren walked over to Chen Yunhu. Looking at his grandson standing before him with his head bowed, a faint smile touched his lips as he spoke. Scared? Upon hearing this, Chen Yunhu knew it signaled his grandfather's impatience. Gritting his teeth, he replied. Grandfather, I don't know where I've offended you. Please tell me. After uttering these words, Chen Yunhu dared not lift his head. He knelt on one knee on the ground. Ha! Chen Yaoren stared at him for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. The sound carried a faint hint of relief. Shaojia, your son is far superior to you. Chen Xiaojie's back broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this, yet he still stepped forward and bowed his hands in respect. Father's guidance has been exemplary, so Yunhu naturally excels beyond me. Enough. I won't beat around the bush with you two. After speaking, Chen Yaoran walked straight to a table inside the secret chamber. He reached out and pressed his hand beneath the surface. Immediately, the chamber echoed with clanging sounds. Opposite Chen Yaoran, a hidden compartment appeared in the wall. He walked to the hidden compartment, retrieved something from within, and then slid the panel back into place. The mechanism reset, and within less than 10 seconds, everything in the chamber returned to its original state. Chen Xiaojie watched this unfold with clear eyes, a flicker of fervor passing through his gaze. Legend held that the Chen family's secret treasure was hidden within this very chamber, though its exact location remained unknown. Such treasures had always been passed down exclusively to the head of the Chen family, and only with the recognition of the previous head. Otherwise, even if one ascended to the position, they would never uncover the treasure. This is precisely why Chen Xiaojie has always sought Chen Yaoran's recognition. But at this moment, Chen Xiaojie, who had always held back, was moved by murderous intent. Chen Yaoran remained unaware of Chen Xiaojie's thoughts as he carried the items back to stand before father and son. Look at this. Chen Yaoran held a stack of photographs in his hand and slammed them down on the table with a loud thud, looking extremely angry. Chen Xiaojie and his father exchanged a glance before both reaching out to pick up the photographs. The photo showed a girl wearing an extremely cheap outfit. Yet, despite the inexpensive clothing, it couldn't conceal her extraordinary aura. Judging by the lighting, the photo must have been taken during the day. The girl was busy working alone in the breakfast cart, with 2 or 3 customers waiting in front of it. Chen Yunhu held the photograph in his hand, momentarily speechless. Because the girl in the photo bore a striking resemblance to Ye Xun 5 or 6 parts alike. Go ask your father about that. Chen Yaoran snorted coldly, his tone dripping with irritation. Chen Xiaojie's face had also turned slightly pale, and the hand holding the photo trembled uncontrollably. Chen Yunhu shot his father a questioning look but remained silent. Could the person they failed to find all those years ago be? Chen Yaoran glanced at him but said nothing more, clearly tacitly acknowledging his suspicion. Grandfather, I'll have him taken care of immediately. A flash of ferocity flickered in Chen Yunhu's eyes as he spoke in a low, grave tone. Chen Yaoran shook his head upon hearing his words. She's already in Donglin City. It's too late. Chen Yunhu's face drained of color upon hearing this. The annihilation of the Yi family years ago involved all 3 major clans. Yet, with their vast wealth and influence, even after wiping out the Yi family, they had covered their tracks completely. Without evidence, no one could touch the 3 major families. But this person's existence was a wild card. What if she was like Ye Xun? Chen Yunhu dared not dwell on the thought. One Ye Xun was already more than they could handle another one? The fate of the Yi family back then would be their fate. Grandfather, I have a contact in the underworld. What if we just... Before Chen Yunhu could finish, Chen Xiaojie cut him off. Shut up. Your grandfather has already devised a plan. Hearing this, a flicker of doubt crossed Chen Yunhu's eyes, but it quickly transformed into astonishment. He looked up at Chen Yaoran before him and said respectfully, "Please enlighten us, grandfather." Chen Yaoran nodded and spoke. "I want you to bring this man into your company." Chapter 33, The Yi Family. Upon hearing these words, Chen Yunhu was momentarily stunned. He couldn't fathom why Chen Yaoran would do such a thing. If this girl truly was a remnant of the Yi family who had escaped all those years ago, then her very existence in this world was a ticking time bomb. The strength of a single ant may seem insignificant, but what if there were 2 or 3? A single spark could ignite a prairie fire. The Chen family might be vast and powerful, but they were still bound by the laws of the mortal world. At the very least, they cannot openly violate them. Leaving a hidden threat behind is hardly a wise move, let alone keeping that threat close at hand. Strange, isn't it? Seeing Chen Yunhu's prolonged silence, Chen Yaoran smiled and asked. Chen Yunhu dared not speak, lowering his head to stare at his own toes. I've had it thoroughly investigated. That girl still doesn't know the truth about what happened back then. With just those words, Chen Yunhu's earlier worries vanished instantly. In its place surged an excitement and uncontrollable excitement. Grandfather, you mean? Chen Yaoran smiled and nodded. Don't let me down this time. Chen Xiaojie and his father immediately knelt on one knee, responding in unison with solemn voices. We will not disappoint grandfather, father. The night grew deeper, and the stars had completely vanished from the sky. The morning star hung askew in one corner of the sky, emitting a faint glow. Amidst the steel forest, no animal sounds could be heard, only the distant rumble of thunder. It seemed Donglin City was about to be hit by an unprecedented downpour. Several hours earlier, inside a red brick house in the western part of the city. Most residents here were poor or ordinary folk, and red brick houses were the most common architecture in this area. Exposed red bricks had flaked away in patches from wind and sun exposure. The interior decoration, if it could even be called that, was merely a thin layer of plaster. Not even floor tiles had been laid. The Red Dragon Gang's stronghold was hidden within such a brick house. You, what can I even say about you? In the main hall, a burly middle-aged man extended a finger and tapped Shenxing's forehead. He spoke with a hint of frustration, as if lamenting wasted potential. Shenxing had kept his head bowed, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes, but he remained silent. Seriously, with all those people around, couldn't you have given him a little face? After all, he's the young master of the gang. If you keep snapping at him like that, it'd be a miracle if he didn't punch you. A look of resignation flashed across the middle-aged man's face. He sighed, about to continue speaking. A commotion erupted from outside. When he looked up, he saw his son, Qianlong, and military strategist Wang Bing walking in together. The middle-aged man stood up, about to say something, only to realize that besides these two, none of the others they'd sent out this morning had returned. Staring at this scene, the middle-aged man froze, instinctively asking, "Longer, where are the others?" Qianlong heard his father's voice and lifted his head to respond. But then he saw Chen Xinghe standing before his father. Qianlong's eyes instantly turned bloodshot at the sight, and he shouted hoarsely, "Chen Xinghe, what are you doing here?" Before Chen Xinghe could even speak, the middle-aged man's face had already turned stern. "Longer, how dare you speak to him that way? He's one of our own, brought up by the Chen family. Why shouldn't he be here?" Watching his father fall prey to deceitful manipulation, Qianlong lost his composure. He cried out in desperation, "Father, you're being foolish." The moment Wang Bing heard those words, he knew trouble was brewing. He hadn't been with the Chun family for an exceptionally long time, but he knew their personalities inside out. The one thing middle-aged men couldn't stand was being called foolish. Sure enough, the middle-aged man's face immediately darkened with anger upon hearing those words. "You brat! How dare you speak to your father like that?" As the tension in the hall thickened, Chen Xinghe's lips curled into a cold smile. His reason for returning here was precisely to sow discord between Qianlong and his father. To turn them against each other. But unexpectedly, before he could succeed, Qianlong had returned of his own accord to fan the flames, helping him achieve his goal. "Boss, young master, please both calm down." Seeing the situation about to escalate, Wang Bingyan quickly stepped in to play peacemaker. But Qianlong was already consumed by rage and couldn't hear reason. "Wang Bing, get out of my way. I'm going to kill him." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Qianlong, seemingly summoning strength from nowhere, shoved Wang Bing aside with a single push. He swiftly drew a dagger from his waist and lunged forward in a series of rapid strides. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Chen Xinghe, dagger raised high. "You ungrateful son, how dare you!" The middle-aged man hadn't expected Qianlong to dare kill someone right before his eyes. He roared and charged forward. This middle-aged man was clearly a skilled fighter himself. With a series of swift steps, he leapt into the air. He arrived first, blocking Chen Xinghe's path and grabbing Qianlong's wrist. "Qianlong, do you even see me as your father anymore?" Raging with fury, the man trembled all over, his voice even carrying a hint of quivering. Qianlong's fury now boiled over, his rage nearly tangible, erupting from his eyes. "Dad, get out of the way. Let me kill him first, then I'll explain everything to you." "Bull. What good will that do then?" The middle-aged man cursed angrily, twisting his hand forcefully backward. Clang! The stabbing pain made Qianlong instinctively release the dagger. "Father, just trust me this once." He really. Before Qianlong could finish, he saw Chen Xinghe who'd been hiding behind the middle-aged man. He had picked up the dagger Qianlong had dropped earlier, a chilling smile now playing on his lips. Qianlong panicked instantly, bellowing in alarm as his body began to struggle violently. "Chen Xinghe, you dare!" Hearing this, Chen Xinghe's laughter grew even more unrestrained as he stepped forward. He thrust the dagger forward with force. With a wet thud, the middle-aged man felt warm liquid trickling down his waist. The world went black before his eyes, and he collapsed onto the ground. "Chen Xinghe." Qianlong, witnessing this scene, felt his eyes bulge in fury. His hands trembled as he forced out a few words through clenched teeth. Chen Xinghe paid no heed to his cries. With a flick of his wrist, he gave a sharp shake. A silver flash instantly sank into the middle-aged man's chest, blood spattering everywhere. Chapter 34, Narrow Escape. Crimson blood spilled onto the ground, like a blooming red rose. Beautiful, yet sinister. Chen Xinghe laughed maniacally, his hair whipping wildly in the wind. The few remaining gang members outside, hearing the commotion inside, they all rushed in at once. But the moment they reached the doorway, they froze in their tracks. Qianlong had murdered his father to seize power utterly inhuman. Before anyone could react, a cruel smile flashed across Chen Xinghe's face. Hearing this, their expressions changed dramatically as they all turned to stare at Qianlong. Qianlong's face darkened like storm clouds as he ground out a single word through clenched teeth. "Death." As the word fell, Qianlong stomped several times in succession, transforming his palm into a blade. His robes billowed without a breeze. "No!" Only then did Wang Bing react, shouting urgently. At this moment, if Qianlong could calm down and offer an explanation. The gang members might not have believed Chen Xinghe's one-sided account. But once he struck, it would look like Qianlong was rushing to silence witnesses. The matter would become even more impossible to explain. "Gentlemen, help me eliminate this villain." Chen Xinghe's lips curled slightly, yet his tone was filled with urgency. Qianlong's palm struck down toward Chen Xinghe's crown, a single blow meant to kill. Witnessing this, the gang members who still didn't know the truth couldn't help but believe Chen Xinghe's words a little more. In an instant, several skilled fighters leapt out from the crowd, their target clearly Qianlong. Wang Bing, witnessing this, wasted no time. He casually grabbed a chair, smashed it apart, and seized both legs in his hands before leaping into the air. Bang! Four explosive cracks echoed as Wang Bing single-handedly intercepted the four skilled fighters who had just leaped forward. Landing on the floor, their faces were filled with shock. "You're channeling true qi? You're an internal force master?" Hearing this, the other gang members also wore expressions of utter shock. All these years, Wang Bing had remained by the old gang leader's side, serving as his strategist. He never participated in missions, and no one had ever seen him fight. Everyone in the Red Dragon Gang believed Wang Bing was merely a strategist with empty intellect, possessing no martial prowess whatsoever. "Everyone, this isn't what you think it is. May I explain?" Wang Bing looked at the crowd before him, his face showing signs of urgency as he spoke. Yet the skills he just displayed, coupled with the two chair legs he now held in his hands, had everyone on edge, and no one was inclined to listen to his explanation. On the other side, Qianlong's eyes blazed crimson as he brought his palm crashing down, unleashing a whirlwind of gale force winds. Chen Xinghe took a step back, flipped his wrist, and flung a dart forward. The dart whistled through the air, hurtling straight for Qianlong's chest. Qianlong, his strength not yet fully restored, had no time to dodge. He could only growl lowly, forcing himself to halt his forward momentum. Twisting his body, he avoided the vital strike. Thud! The dart pierced through Qianlong's shoulder, sending a spray of blood mist into the air. "What are you all waiting for? Now is the time to strike." Chen Xinghe saw all the gang members blocked by Wang Bing at the perimeter and inwardly cursed them as useless. Hearing this, the gang members' eyes flashed with savage intent as they turned their gaze toward Wang Bing. "Execute the traitor!" A shout erupted from the crowd, instantly pushing everyone's emotions to a boiling point. "Kill him!" The words barely left their lips before 7 or 8 skilled fighters charged forward, surrounding Wang Bing completely. The rest charged toward Qianlong. "Chen Xinghe! If a single hair on our young master's head is harmed, I'll tear you limb from limb." Wang Bing watched the men charging toward Qianlong, his aura erupting as he roared in fury. Hearing this, Chen Xinghe felt an even greater surge of satisfaction. Even Wang Bing, usually the most level-headed, had now lost his reason. "Qianlong would die today, no doubt about it. You audacious scoundrel! You dare bark like a mad dog even as death approaches." Chen Xinghe deliberately feigned extreme anger, flicking a dart backward. He hurled it straight at Wang Bing. "Wang Bing, watch out!" Qianlong, who was about to launch another attack, caught sight of this and shouted. Before his words had even faded, he saw the dart pierce through a gang member's shoulder and sink into Wang Bing's chest. "Ah!" Wang Bing cried out in pain, his aura surging with a sudden surge of power. He forced the dart out of his body. Clang! As the dart hit the ground, everyone froze in place. No one could have imagined Wang Bing would be so fierce. Taking advantage of their momentary daze, Wang Bing planted his foot firmly on the ground. His entire body shot forward like a cannonball. "Oh no!" Chen Xinghe snapped out of it and dashed toward Qianlong in a few quick strides. Qianlong wasn't stupid either. Without pausing, he retreated nearly a meter. With the wall bearing down behind him, leaving no room to retreat, Qianlong bent his knee slightly and planted his foot firmly against the wall. Transforming his palm into a fist, he unleashed a straightforward, no-frill straight punch hurtling toward Chen Xinghe. Chen Xinghe sneered coldly, stepping back as he flicked a dart toward his opponent. "You think you can take me down with you? You're not worthy." A mocking expression spread across Chen Xinghe's face, the smile at the corner of his mouth impossible to conceal. He could already envision himself completing his mission and returning to the Chen family in glory. So Chen Xinghe had been Chen Yunhu's man all along. The reason he'd followed Qianlong and his father away from the Chen family was to wait for this very day. "Chen Xinghe, prepare to die." Chen Xinghe, still basking in the excitement of completing his mission, suddenly heard Wang Bing's voice behind him. His expression changed drastically as he instinctively turned to look behind him. At that very moment, Qianlong shifted his stance, twisting his body. He forcibly dodged the dart that seemed certain to hit, then delivered a punch to Chen Xinghe's back. Caught completely off guard by this brutal blow, Chen Xinghe felt a metallic taste in his throat as a mouthful of blood gushed forth. His face paled further as his body staggered. Having landed the decisive blow, Qianlong saw no need to linger. He turned, grabbed Wang Bing's hand, and charged toward the exit. The situation on the battlefield shifted so rapidly that the gang members hadn't even had time to react. Qianlong had already rushed to their side with Wang Bing. "Stop them! Chen Xinghe bellowed, flicking his wrist to send 7 or 8 darts flying simultaneously. Whoosh! The whistling sounds grew louder and louder. Chen Long didn't even turn his head. He raised his fist and struck one gang member squarely in the solar plexus. The gang member doubled over in pain, instinctively clutching his stomach. Chen Long seized the moment to slip out the front gate. By the time Chen Xinghe caught up, Chen Long and his companion had vanished without a trace. Search! Search for them! Chen Xinghe was nearly driven mad with rage. What he had thought was a sure thing. But Chen Long and his men had slipped away. The more Chen Xinghe thought about it, the angrier he became. He punched the wall, instantly leaving a dent in the plaster. The next day, the Gu family, the Su family, and the Chen family, the 3 major clans, announced almost simultaneously that they would hold press conferences. Chapter 35, The Press Conference. The press conferences were scheduled for 1 hour later, at 9:30 that morning. The content? Internal documents regarding the Ye family tragedy from years past. Upon receiving this news, the journalists wished they had 3 heads and 6 arms. They would have loved to attend all 3 press conferences simultaneously. Remember, it must be published immediately, front page headlines. All of you grab your cameras and head out for live coverage. Drop everything, I need exclusive interview rights with all 3 companies. The moment this news broke, major newspapers went absolutely wild. Even before the scheduled times, restaurants and cafes near the venues were already packed. Everyone wanted to get their hands on the first-hand material. Supreme Club, Xia Yutan's office. Facing the mountain of documents before her, Xia Yutan felt utterly overwhelmed. These documents detailed the underhanded maneuvers of the Chen, Gu, and Su families over recent years. Ye Xun had specifically asked her to help organize it. When she accepted this task, Xia Yutan knew it would be an incredibly tedious undertaking. After all, to become one of Donglin City's 3 major families, their hands couldn't be entirely clean. Still, Xia Yutan felt genuinely pleased. This was the first real assignment Ye Xun had entrusted to her since arriving in Donglin City. She didn't want to mess this up. After rubbing her eyes and resting for a moment, Xia Yutan prepared to dive back into the work. Just then, Tu burst through the door in a flurry. President! President! It's bad! Xia Yutan frowned and glanced up before quickly looking down again. Don't be so reckless. If Junior Master Uncle sees you like this, what kind of impression will it make? Tu turned and walked out, closing the door behind him before knocking again. Come in. Xia Yutan nodded with satisfaction. Ye Xun was currently staying at the Supreme Club, and Xia Yutan didn't want him to see even the slightest flaw. Even though she knew Ye Xun wasn't the type to care about appearances. Speak. What is it? Hearing Tu enter, Xia Yutan didn't look up, continuing to flip through the documents. President, about that. Kang Tu hesitated, prompting Xia Yutan to finally look up. Speak your mind. Hearing this, Tu hesitated before continuing. The Gu, Chen, and Su families announced press conferences almost simultaneously, stating they would reveal secrets about the Ye family from years past. Slam. Xia Yutan slammed her hand on the table after hearing this, standing up with a cold expression. Those shameless old bastards. Tu stood by, feeling somewhat helpless. Just moments ago, Xia Yutan had warned him to be careful. Ye Xun was still present, and she didn't want him to leave a bad impression. Now he was the one cursing first. Tu, prepare the car immediately. I'm going to the Gu residence myself. As for the other 2 families, send some people to keep an eye on them. Tu hesitated upon hearing this. Logically speaking, Xia Yutan's arrangements made perfect sense. After all, the other side had already made their move, so they definitely needed to go check things out. But this matter involved Ye Xun, and from Xia Yutan's tone, it seemed she didn't plan to notify him. Mr. Ye's side. Tu hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. Xia Yutan pondered briefly before replying. Let's not tell Junior Master Uncle for now. We'll go see what they're up to first. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Ye Xun's voice echoed from the doorway. What is it you don't want me to know? Hearing Ye Xun's voice, Xia Yutan's body suddenly stiffened. She shot Tu a fierce glare. Tu looked utterly innocent, spreading his hands slightly. Little Master Uncle, you're here. What are you 2 up to? Why won't you let me know? This. Xia Yutan was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. After hesitating for a long while, she pointed at Tu standing nearby. I suddenly need to use the restroom. Little Master Uncle, have Tu explain it to you. With that, Xia Yutan hurried out of the room as fast as she could. Tu was instantly dumbfounded, watching helplessly as Xia Yutan disappeared from the room. Oh my. I think I want to go too, so why don't we? Tu hadn't even finished speaking when he noticed Ye Xun staring straight at him. A strange smile played on his face. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Tu's back. Mr. Yi, calm down first. I'll explain, Tu stammered. Ye Xun smiled faintly, walked up to Tu, and patted his shoulder. Relax, take your time. I'm not going to eat you. Tu felt like dying right then and there. On one side stood his own boss, and on the other, Ye Xun, a man even his boss held in high esteem. He couldn't afford to offend either of them. Ha! Seeing A2 remain silent for so long, Ye Xun's gaze toward him grew more puzzled. Mr. Yi, please promise me you won't get upset after hearing this. Hearing this, Ye Xun could roughly guess what was going on and nodded slightly. Seeing Ye Xun nod, A2 immediately repeated what he had just said. After listening, Ye Xun released A2, his entire face growing cold and stern. A2 stood nearby, watching cautiously, not daring to breathe. After standing in place for a moment in deep thought, Ye Xun turned to A2 and said, A2, go prepare a vehicle for me immediately. Upon hearing this, A2 nearly dropped to his knees. Mr. Yi, please don't go. If anything were to happen to you, I wouldn't have enough lives to atone for it. Ye Xun smiled upon hearing this. Go ahead and make the arrangements. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Don't worry. A2 now truly regretted bringing this up. If he hadn't said anything, nothing would have happened. Now look at this mess. After a moment's hesitation, A2 finally went to prepare for Ye Xun. 9:25 p.m., Gu residence. Reporters from major newspapers had already crowded the front and back gates of the Gu residence. They knew full well that no one from the Gu household would answer their questions until the appointed time. Xia Yutong sat in a cafe diagonally across the street, with Ye Xun beside her and A2 standing nearby. Junior Master Uncle, why don't you head back first? This guy could talk himself into anything. Before Xia Yutong could finish her sentence, Ye Xun waved her off. There was no other reason, it was simply because Su Zhixin had emerged from the Gu residence. Media friends, as this press conference was arranged at short notice, the venue is rather modest. We appreciate your understanding. Su Zhixin wore an all-black suit, with a handkerchief tucked into his breast pocket. He looked as if he were attending someone's funeral. Everyone, please follow me. Under a barrage of camera flashes, Su Zhixin spoke with a faint smile. After uttering these words, he turned and headed toward a building not far from the Gu residence. Let's go take a look too. Ye Xun spoke as he rose and strode swiftly out of the cafe. Hey, Uncle Gu, wait for me. Xia Yutong hurriedly got up to follow, not forgetting to shoot A2 a glare over her shoulder as she left. Chapter 36, Twisting Truth and Lies. What kind of situation is this? A2 felt utterly wronged, muttering under his breath as he paid the bill and followed. Inside a spacious conference room, Su Zhixin stood at the podium, surveying the journalists below. Clearing his throat, he began to speak. Media friends, we've gathered you here today because we've received some truly wonderful news. At this point, Su Zhixin even pretended to wipe the corner of his eye. The journalists below immediately perked up at his words. We deeply regret the tragedy that befell the Yi family years ago. However, we have now discovered the surviving orphan of the Yi family's descendants. Su Zhixin paused to take a deep breath, as if this were truly cause for celebration. Xia Yutong, who had been listening from the back, grimaced with disgust and spat out a disdainful pft. Pft, a cat crying over a dead mouse. Fake compassion. Ye Xun showed little reaction, merely listening. Over the years, our three major families have spared no effort in searching for the true culprit. In fact, after the Yi family tragedy, our three families organized teams hoping to find the real culprit or any surviving members of the Yi family. Unfortunately, Su Zhixin stopped speaking at this point, gazing up at the ceiling. As if, overcome by emotion, he feared tears might fall. Xia Yutong stood behind him, watching the scene with a cold smile. How dare he say such things? Doesn't he fear divine retribution? The Yi family tragedy back then was orchestrated by the three major clans themselves. Those who could access that level of information. Those who knew were aware. But knowing is one thing without concrete evidence, no one dares touch the three major families. After a brief silence, Su Zhixin seemed to steady his emotions before continuing. As you are all aware, my Gu family recently experienced some upheaval. Back then, the Gu family failed to find the culprit. That debt remains. The matter is in the past, and we hold no desire to pursue it further. Upon hearing this, Xia Yutong nearly lunged forward to punch Su Zhixin. Put. Pursue? As if you're worthy. Su Zhixin seemed to hear the commotion and glanced over in their direction. Ye Xun reacted with lightning speed, blending into the crowd in the blink of an eye and masking his presence. When Su Zhixin looked over, he only saw Xia Yutong and A2. Ye Xun was nowhere to be seen. Su Zhixin paid little attention and withdrew his gaze. During yesterday's meeting between the three families, they had concluded that Xia Yutong would definitely come. The only uncertainty was which family she would choose. But we also hope this matter can be put to rest. Su Zhixin put on an air of magnanimity as he continued. We understand his desire for revenge, but we also hope he can understand our position. We can help him find the killer, but... Su Zhixin didn't finish his sentence, a look of awkwardness flitting across his face. The reporters below instantly grasped the situation. Far from finding fault, they instead perceived the three great families as having shown utmost benevolence and righteousness. If Ye Xun continued to make a scene, it would only make him appear unreasonable. Moreover, the four major families had always been in competition. While the Ye family massacre might implicate the other three. But without proof, who dares make baseless accusations? Now, people only saw that the three major families, especially the Gu family, had lost many lives at Ye Xun's hands. Alright, media friends, you may now ask questions freely. I shall answer everything truthfully. The reporters below the stage instantly went wild, jostling frantically to be the first to ask a question. In an instant, a sea of microphones thrust toward Su Zhixin, a cacophony of chatter erupting from the crowd. Mr. Gu, we heard that the Yi family once demanded you kneel before their ancestral tomb to apologize. Is there any truth to this? The first question was so pointed that everyone present froze in surprise. Even the journalists frantically jostling for position paused in their frenzy. Standing behind him, Xia Yutong watched Su Zhixin with a cold smile. The question was far too pointed. Admitting it would mean everything Su Zhixin had just said was bull. Denying it would only make Su Zhixin look like he was trying to cover up the truth, especially since the rumor was already spreading like wildfire. It was indeed true. To everyone's surprise, Su Zhixin showed no intention of evading the question, instead acknowledging it openly and unreservedly. The journalists below stared at him in stunned silence. Even Xia Yutong was momentarily dumbfounded. He must be out of his mind? Xia Yutong stood rooted to the spot, muttering to herself. The orphan of the Yi family had been deceived by villains, mistakenly blaming the three major clans for the deaths of his loved ones. We understand and won't hold it against him. We only hope he can see the people around him clearly and stop doing foolish things. With just a few words, Su Zhixin absolved himself of all responsibility, then turned the tables, openly and subtly mocking Su Zhixin. The reporters below, upon hearing this, wore expressions of sudden realization. Ye Xun stood amidst the crowd, his eyes flickering with murderous intent. Insult him? Fine. Even if the three great families hurled the most vile curses, Ye Xun could endure it. But if anyone dared to touch Su Zhixin, Ye Xun would make them pay 1,000-fold. Su Zhixin, standing on the stage, suddenly felt a chill down his spine and instinctively turned to look behind him. Yet by then, Ye Xun had already retracted the murderous intent radiating from his entire being and blended back into the crowd. Naturally, Su Zhixin found nothing amiss. Was it just his imagination? Su Zhixin turned back, murmuring softly to himself. Xia Yutong patted her chest, exhaled a long breath, and wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Su Zhixin truly had no shame, capable of spouting such blatant lies. But that wasn't the point. The point was that everyone present now believed Su Zhixin's words. If Ye Xun moved to kill him now, not only would he be branded a murderer, but he'd likely face public condemnation. After all, every person here was a journalist. As the saying goes, the pen can save lives, but it can also destroy them. If these reporters spun any nonsense in their tabloids, Ye Xun's reputation, indeed, the entire Ye family's reputation, could be utterly destroyed. Fortunately, Ye Xun retained a shred of reason and refrained from acting here. Mr. Gu, you mentioned that all three families were searching for the murderer and the Ye family's orphan. Now that the orphan has been found, what about the murderer? Another reporter in the crowd posed the question. Su Zhixin looked at him, a faint smile curling his lips. Unfortunately, we haven't found the killer. But after years of relentless effort, we've finally uncovered some leads. Su Zhixin paused deliberately at this point. The reporters, playing along, began to clamor for him to continue. Chapter 37, the press conference concludes. Xia Yutong, who had been standing at the back the entire time, heard these words. Her face was filled with astonishment. The Yi family tragedy had indeed left behind some clues. However, all these clues pointed to the three major families, and the vast majority were incomplete. They simply couldn't be used as valid evidence. Though I dearly wish I could share what this clue is, I regret to say I cannot reveal it at this time. A hint of regret flashed across Su Zhixin's face. Whispers rippled through the journalists below, their curiosity about this so-called clue intensifying. Yet no one dared to press further, and the topic was hastily dropped. Hidden among the crowd, Ye Xun furrowed his brow slightly. He couldn't quite fathom what the Gu family was truly aiming for with this move. After the reporters asked a few more inconsequential questions, the impromptu press conference came to an end. Ye Xun concealed his aura and blended into the crowd as he made his way out. Hey, Chairman, what's? Tu Chao glanced left and right but couldn't spot Ye Xun anywhere. A flicker of anxiety crept into his heart. He turned to ask Xia Yutong, but before he could finish, Su Zhixin cut him off. Miss Xia? Su Zhixin deliberately feigned surprise, smiling as he spoke. Miss Xia, you honor us with your presence. I apologize for not greeting you at the entrance. Please forgive my oversight. Xia Yutong returned the greeting with a polite smile. Mr. Gu, you're too kind. I heard that the old master was unwell, and since I happened to be passing by, I thought I'd stop by to see how he was doing. Hearing this, a flicker of resentment crossed Su Zhixin's face. But he quickly concealed it. Thanks to Miss Xia's efforts, the old master is now out of danger. Oh? Is that so? That's truly wonderful news. You see, I didn't bring anything.
Xia Yutong deliberately left her sentence unfinished, her expression a mix of amusement and amusement as she looked at Gu Xixin.
Gu Xixin's expression stiffened for a moment before he quickly forced a smile.
Miss Xia's visit to see the old master is already an honor for the Gu family.
It's just unfortunate that he hasn't fully regained consciousness yet. Xia Yutong didn't press the matter, instead following Gu Xixin's lead.
In that case, we shan't disturb old Master Gu's rest.
Ah Tu, let's go.
Ah Tu's face visibly flickered with hesitation at the words. But since Miss Xia had spoken, he quickly moved to walk behind her. Only after Xia Yutong and Ah Tu had left did Gu Xixin's expression darken. He stood there pondering for a moment, a flicker of realization crossing his face.
Someone.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than 2 or 3 men who appeared to be stewards materialized behind Gu Xixin, seemingly out of nowhere.
Verify today's attendees. Report any findings immediately. The butler-like figures acknowledged the order and departed without a sound.
10:50 a.m., Xia Yutong's office, Supreme Club.
Yutong, what are your thoughts on the lead Gu Xixin mentioned?
Upon hearing his question, Xia Yutong paused briefly before responding.
Junior Master, I believe that lead Gu Xixin mentioned is merely a decoy.
After hearing Xia Yutong's analysis, Ye Xun found it somewhat plausible, though certain aspects remained unexplained.
Xia Yutong believed that the clue Gu Xixin mentioned was nothing more than a decoy.
In reality, the 3 major clans hadn't uncovered anything substantial, or rather, they had likely destroyed nearly all the evidence long ago. Even Xia Yutong, after all these years, hadn't uncovered any useful leads. Therefore, she believed Gu Xixin's statement was merely to elicit sympathy, so Ye Xun wouldn't dare take real action after the 7 days.
This explanation was logically sound and well-founded. Not a single flaw could be found. Yet Ye Xun couldn't shake the feeling that the 3 major families holding press conferences at this exact moment, and announcing it almost simultaneously, was deeply suspicious. If they were going to hold press conferences anyway, they could have simply held a joint conference instead of going to such great lengths to hold separate ones. Such uncharacteristic behavior made it seem as though the 3 families were trying to conceal something. This was precisely what puzzled Ye Xun the most. Yutong, don't you think the timing of these press conferences is a bit too coincidental?
Xia Yutong tilted her head, pondered for a moment, then shook her head. Junior Master, you're so powerful it's only natural the 3 major families would be afraid. Xia Yutong said with a sweet smile. Those people value their own lives more than gold, it's only natural they'd be afraid. Ye Xun shook his head, a serious expression crossing his face.
Yutong, never underestimate any opponent.
Xia Yutong pouted, letting out an oath that carried a hint of displeasure.
Alright, I'm not saying you're doing a bad job. Ye Xun could see Xia Yutong's hurt feelings and offered gentle reassurance. You should know these things better than I do. Those people aren't fools either.
Little Master Uncle, I'm starting to think you're becoming more and more like my old master. Xia Yutong muttered under her breath.
Hearing this, Ye Xun couldn't help but smile wryly. His senior disciple, who is also Xia Yutong's master, is only in his 40s. Yet Xia Yutong already called him old man.
Ye Xun was momentarily at a loss for words, and the atmosphere grew tense.
After a few minutes, Xia Yutong finally spoke up. How about this, Junior Master?
Ye Xun turned his gaze toward her, his eyes carrying a hint of inquiry. I'll continue investigating the events from back then. Additionally, I'll have Ah Tu send some people to keep an eye on the 3 major families.
Then,
Ye Xun listened for a moment before he couldn't take it anymore and interrupted.
Hold on. If you're all handling this, what am I supposed to do?
Upon hearing this, Xia Yutong slapped her forehead, as if she'd only just remembered Ye Xun.
Oh right, let me think.
Xia Yutong tilted her head, pondering for a long while before finally blurting out.
How about roasted whole lamb for dinner tonight, little Master Uncle? What do you think? Ye Xun, for some reason, blurted out without thinking.
You're the one who's wrong about the arrangements. Mid-sentence, Ye Xun finally caught on.
I asked what I should do, not what we're having for dinner.
Hearing this, Xia Yutong rested her hands on the table, propping her chin up as she stared at Ye Xun.
Exactly.
Your task now, little Master Uncle, is to recover your health and wait until the 7-day deadline passes, then slaughter every last one of them. Xia Yutong delivered these shocking words with the sweetest voice and the most adorable expression. Even Ye Xun was momentarily stunned.
If you have no objections, little Master Uncle, then it's settled. I'll go reserve a seat first, then make the necessary arrangements.
With that, Xia Yutong hummed a tune as she headed toward the door.
Chapter 38, Assessment in Acting.
Ye Xun was left dumbfounded by Xia Yutong's words, nodding instinctively.
Alright, then. He was about to say that's settled, but mid-sentence, he snapped back to reality. You come back here. Xia Yutong's movements halted abruptly.
She turned her head and looked at Ye Xun with a pout.
Little Master Uncle. Hearing that, Ye Xun's lingering anger vanished instantly.
Vanished without a trace.
Let Ah Tu follow me.
Before Ye Xun could finish his sentence, Xia Yutong had already dashed off.
leaving only one sentence behind. "I'll go make arrangements right now. Don't forget to have roast lamb for dinner today, little master uncle."
Ye Xun heard this and was about to respond when he turned around. Xia Yutong had already vanished without a trace.
Ye Xun could only sigh helplessly and leave the office.
Just as the Gu, Su, and Shen families were holding their press conference, Bai Yumin and Tan Xiao found themselves in a high-end restaurant.
A successful chance encounter. Upon entering the Starlight Hotel, Bai Yumin glanced around left and right. He looked as though he was searching for someone.
The staff in the hotel lobby witnessed this and exchanged whispers.
Finally, the lobby manager approached Bai Yumin. "Hello."
Bai Yumin had actually spotted him long ago and overheard their earlier murmurs. But now he put on a cautious demeanor.
"Ah, may I ask if Mr. Tan Xiao is here?"
The manager's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this, his eyes darting around.
"The young master is not here at the moment. May I ask?"
In truth, Tan Xiao was inside this very hotel, seated in a private room on the 3rd floor. He watched the entire scene unfold through the surveillance monitors. Bai Yumin had been navigating the underworld since he was 13. To put it bluntly, he knew all the tricks and little games of these young masters inside out.
He knew them inside out. Bai Yumin's peripheral vision caught several hidden cameras nearby. He forced a look of disappointment onto his face. This disappointment was laced with a hint of gratitude and inferiority. His expression mirrored that of any ordinary person facing a wealthy young master. "Oh, I see." With that, Bai Yumin reached into the backpack slung across his back. A bottle of red wine. Tan Xiao, seated in the private room, recognized the bottle just by its packaging. Though inexpensive, it still cost 2 or 3,000 yuan. At this price point, even for a gift, most people wouldn't be willing to part with it. "Please deliver this bottle to Mr. Tan for me."
The manager accepted the bottle, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. He wouldn't even touch that wine himself, so there was no way he'd deliver it to Tan Xiao for Bai Yumin. And he certainly wouldn't pass on any messages for him. The manager had seen plenty of people like Bai Yumin trying to gift Tan Xiao. Each time Tan Xiao received such gifts, he'd toss them aside immediately. Those trying to curry favor with Tan Xiao inevitably ended up losing both face and money, yet they dared not make a fuss. Much less dare to show anger. The manager understood this, and Bai Yumin certainly did too. Bai Yumin even knew that Tan Xiao actually relished the feeling of being fawned over. But Tan Jinggong never allowed him to accept gifts without permission. Doing so would get his credit card revoked. Given this constraint, Tan Xiao simply cultivated an image of refusing bribes. "Then I'll trouble you, big brother." Bai Yumin feigned concern, speaking hesitantly. The hotel manager, overhearing his words, waved him off impatiently. Go on, go on." Bai Yumin lingered, glancing back every few steps as he repeatedly instructed the manager. "Make sure you deliver it for him." The manager grew increasingly impatient, urging him to leave quickly. Inside the private room, Tan Xiao watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Who is this man? The hotel general manager standing behind the sofa glanced at the screen and immediately replied. "This is..." Before the manager could finish his sentence, Tan Xiao cut him off. "Tell him not to come tomorrow. I don't need people who don't know the rules around here." The manager nodded in agreement, a thin sheen of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Phew, thank goodness it wasn't me on duty in the lobby today." The general manager silently rejoiced, still trembling with fear. The system implemented at Star Hotel was rather unconventional and innovative. At the front desk, aside from essential staff, every manager, including the general manager, must take turns manning the front desk. However, despite being on duty, very few actually went to the front desk. Unless there was a leadership inspection or some special circumstance, they wouldn't go to the front desk. Today's manager was unlucky. Although the hotel had notified Tan Xiao, the big shot, in advance that he would be coming, they hadn't specified the exact time of his arrival. This front desk duty system was personally established by Tan Xiao, so whoever was on duty today naturally dared not slack off. Outside the hotel, Bai Yumin deliberately lingered near the entrance, refusing to leave. His expression deliberately carried a hint of hopeful anticipation. Bai Yumin kept glancing around, trying to spot where all the cameras were positioned. However, after searching for quite some time, he couldn't find a single one. First, Bai Yumin was convinced that Tan Xiao had undoubtedly installed cameras even outside the hotel. Fearing Tan Xiao would detect any inconsistencies, Bai Yumin dared not make overly conspicuous movements. Moreover, Bai Yumin was merely a street thug, not a special forces operative. Spotting surveillance cameras inside a hotel required not only experience but also a fair amount of luck. Moreover, the hotel lobby wasn't that large. If Tan Xiao wanted to monitor him, the cameras wouldn't be placed too far away. But the area outside the hotel was vast. Bai Yumin dared not gamble that Tan Xiao hadn't placed surveillance cameras outside. Anyway, it was only a matter of hours. He could just endure it. Holding on to this thought, Bai Yumin lingered outside the hotel, spending the entire morning there. Not a single soul paid him any attention during those hours.
He literally spent the entire morning pacing outside the hotel. He neither entered nor left. Even Tan Xiao, sitting in his private room, was growing impatient with the wait. By midday, Tan Xiao felt it was about time. Over the past 2 days, Tan Jingdong had repeatedly warned him to keep a low profile. If he provoked someone he shouldn't have, Tan Xiao wouldn't be able to shoulder the consequences. By then, regret would be too late. Tan Jingdong's intention was simply for Tan Xiao to rein himself in a bit lately. He shouldn't act as recklessly as he had before. But Tan Xiao had misunderstood, thinking his father had grown weary of him. He was told to cut ties with his unsavory friends. So Tan Xiao steeled himself and cut off contact with those shady buddies. Last night, feeling utterly stifled, he secretly slipped out to unwind at a few dive bars. Unexpectedly, he ran into Bai Yumin. After chatting for a while, Tan Xiao found the man quite intriguing. But then, Tan Xiao remembered what Tan Jingdong had told him. His mind raced, and an idea struck him. After today's investigation, Bai Yumin certainly didn't disappoint him. Chapter 39, The Beauty Trap begins. Young master, observe him a little longer. Just as Tan Xiao opened the door to step out of the private room, preparing to descend the stairs and summon Bai Yumin, a figure suddenly materialized before him, extending an arm to block his path. Tan Xiao instantly grew displeased. Step aside. The man's face showed no emotion, his voice devoid of any inflection as he stood straight and spoke. Young master, appearances can be deceiving. Your servant. Tan Xiao's face darkened at these words. Step aside. The man closed his mouth but didn't budge an inch. You. Fine, you win. With that, Tan Xiao stormed back into the private room. After watching Tan Xiao enter the private room, the man swiftly moved and hid in the shadows. Bai Yumin had been standing outside the hotel all morning, hot, thirsty, and hungry. He cursed under his breath, but dared not show it on his face. After a while, the hotel staff began leaving one by one. Everyone passing by him whispered and pointed. The manager who had taken his wine earlier now emerged from the hotel. Seeing Bai Yumin still standing there, a look of disgust flashed across his face. Hey, you over there! Didn't I tell you to leave already? Blinded by the sun, Bai Yumin instinctively replied. Don't rush me, that. Bai Yumin had intended to say, that kid's about to fall for it. But he caught himself mid-word. Then I should at least meet young Master Tan and thank him in person. Bai Yumin forced himself to change his words, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. The manager heard his words, and the disgust on his face deepened. Get out. Scram. Young Master Tan is a precious treasure. Do you think you can just see him whenever you want? Under normal circumstances, this statement held truth. Not everyone could simply request an audience with Tan Xiao. Otherwise, Tan Xiao would be swamped with visitors. But he shouldn't have said it now. Tan Xiao, watching from inside the private room, leapt to his feet in fury. Fire him. Right this instant. The general manager, who had been standing behind him the whole time, was overjoyed. He scampered out eagerly. At the hotel entrance, the manager who had been shooing away the loiterers turned around and spotted the general manager rushing out of the building. His attitude did a complete 180-degree turn, and he bowed and scraped as he rushed over. Sir! Before he could utter another word, the general manager slapped an envelope into his hand. The manager instinctively took the envelope, completely baffled by what had just happened. You're fired. Get out. The general manager's face was cold, his tone devoid of any emotion. The manager froze, blurting out instinctively. Why? The general manager shot him a cold stare and sneered. Why? I'll tell you why. First, you accepted bribes without authorization. Second, you rudely drove away customers with your crude language. For these 2 reasons alone, you're fired. After hearing this, the manager froze for a moment before abruptly turning to Bai Yumin. Before anyone could react, the manager slid to his knees before Bai Yumin. Sir, I'm sorry. I'm not human. I'm despicable. The manager spoke while repeatedly slapping his own face. But I have elderly parents and young children to support, sir. I can't lose this job. Bai Yumin stood frozen in place, unable to react, staring blankly at the manager. But deep down, he knew perfectly well that his plan had succeeded. The moment the general manager had appeared in the hotel lobby, Bai Yumin had already spotted him. Just from the clothes he wore and the way others in the hotel treated him, Bai Yumin could roughly guess his identity. Security! Security! The general manager, witnessing this scene, panicked instantly, his voice growing hoarse. Within half a minute, 2 uniformed security guards arrived on the scene. Get him out of here. The farther the better. Hearing this, the 2 security guards immediately grabbed the manager and pulled him away. No, I didn't do anything wrong. You can't fire me. What right do you have to fire me? Bai Yumin stood frozen in place, seemingly stunned, but in reality coldly observing the struggling manager. At that moment, the general manager approached him with an obsequious expression. Sir, are you waiting for young Master Tan? Bai Yumin feigned confusion, waiting until the general manager repeated the question twice. He finally pretended to respond. Then please follow me. The young master usually dines here a bit later in the evening.
Bai Yuman casually glanced at the manager before him, noticing he had kept his head bowed the entire time. Not once had he lifted his gaze to meet his expression.
Damn, this must be a major family, even their subordinates know their place.
After silently marveling at this in his mind, Bai Yuman finally nodded in agreement. Before long, the general manager led him into a luxurious private room. Please wait here for a moment, the young master should be arriving shortly. After saying this, the manager promptly exited the private room, closing the door behind him. Inside the private room, Bai Yuman looked around in all directions, as if he were an old countrywoman visiting the Grand View Garden for the first time.
In reality, he was searching the room for surveillance cameras.
Only after a thorough inspection confirmed the absence of cameras did he finally relax and begin to enjoy himself.
You've done well.
Tan Xiao leaned back on the sofa, eyes closed in relaxation, uttering the words with casual indifference.
Meanwhile, in Su Qingxue's room at the Su residence,
Su Qingxue, who was sitting in a chair flipping through various documents, suddenly felt his phone on the table vibrate. He picked up the phone and glanced at it, a smile immediately curling the corners of his mouth.
Su Qingxue set the phone down and tapped lightly on the desk.
Immediately, someone pushed open the door and entered. Sir. The man stood by the doorway, his tone respectful.
Go fetch the young lady.
Yes, sir. After responding, the man bowed and retreated, closing the door behind him.
Before long, Su Qingxue appeared in Su Qingxue's chambers. The operation with the vagrants has largely succeeded. You may begin your actions here as well.
At these words, a cruel smile spread across Su Qingxue's face.
Su Zhixin, this time, I'll make you wish you were dead. Leave Ye Xun's side.
Su Qingxue said coldly.
Su Qingxue frowned upon hearing this. You are the one destined to inherit the Su family. Your vision and perspective must not be so narrow. Chapter 40, Kept in the Dark.
Su Qingxue lowered her head, silent, a flicker of excitement dancing in her eyes.
Su Qingxue did not pursue the matter further, shifting his focus. This mission determines whether we can eliminate that little bastard outright. There can be absolutely no room for error. Su Qingxue replied with unwavering certainty. Don't worry, Dad. That little Su Zhixin won't notice a thing. Su Qingxue nodded upon hearing her words.
Though this plan had been conceived on the spur of the moment, its meticulousness far surpassed any previous scheme. For no other reason than Ye Xun's terrifying strength was deeply etched into his mind.
The assassin dispatched by the Tianfu sect possessed at least internal force cultivation.
The fact that Ye Xun could kill him. That alone was proof enough of Ye Xun's power. An inner strength expert was a coveted asset wherever they went, fiercely sought after by all major factions.
At least, that was Su Qingxue's understanding.
To kill Ye Xun openly and fairly was simply an impossible mission. Oh, right, keep a close eye on Chen Yunhu's side too. If possible, it would be best to lure him back. After a brief moment of silence, Su Qingxue seemed to suddenly recall something. He tapped the tabletop lightly with his fingers and said with great seriousness. Su Qingxue reluctantly nodded upon hearing this. To be perfectly honest, Su Qingxue actually looked down on Chen Yunhu. Even though he was the Chen family's sole designated heir, she felt he wasn't quite worthy of her. In Su Qingxue's heart, only someone as powerful as Ye Xun could truly be worthy of her.
But then, Su Qingxue's words undoubtedly stirred up Su Qingxue's inner turmoil.
At the same time, it only deepened her hatred toward Su Zhixin.
Father and daughter exchanged a few more casual pleasantries. Su Qingxue then rose and left the room.
In a small room within the Su family's side courtyard, Su Zhixin sat alone in a chair by the window, her hand propping up her cheek as she stared blankly outside. Ever since she told Ye Xun she wanted to stay that day, she had been banished here. It could be said she was under house arrest in this small room. Food, drink, and daily necessities were all delivered solely by her father. Though Su Zhixin felt pity for his daughter, his inherently timid nature compounded by his status as a son-in-law by marriage left him utterly powerless to defy the old master. He dared not defy old master Su, let alone rescue his own woman and take her far from the Su family. As for Su Zhixin's mother, she wholeheartedly approved of her daughter's marriage to Tan Xiao. She certainly wouldn't help Su Zhixin escape the Su household at a time like this. Under these circumstances, Su Zhixin remained under house arrest, never uttering a word. At noon, Su Zhixin came again to bring his daughter her meal.
Xinxin, it's time to eat.
Su Zhixin placed the meal on the table and murmured softly, head bowed.
Su Zhixin offered no reply.
She silently walked to the table, sat down, picked up her chopsticks, and began eating. Su Zhixin stood nearby, unsure of what to do. Several times he wanted to speak, but the words gathered at his lips only to be swallowed back down. Father and daughter ate their lunch in this oppressive atmosphere, neither uttering a single word. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Su Zhixin set down her chopsticks and stood up. More than half of the food on her plate remained untouched.
Xinxin, eat a few more bites. You can't go on like this.
Su Zhixin had intended to urge his daughter to eat more, but the words were only halfway out of his mouth.
He felt he had no right to say it. Both her parents were alive and well, both right by her side, yet Su Zhixin was being held under house arrest in plain sight. And Su Zhixin, who delivered her meals every day, couldn't do a single thing about it. This was truly the biggest joke in the whole world. Sighing deeply, Su Zhixin fell silent and began quietly clearing the tableware. Once finished, he left the room, glancing back over his shoulder with every step. It wasn't that Su Zhixin didn't want to rescue his daughter. He feared that once they left the Su household, father and daughter would live in constant peril. Living in constant dread, they might starve to death on the streets without anyone ever knowing. More crucially, his own wife wasn't on his side. In this environment fraught with difficulties, Su Zhixin, who was inherently timid, didn't know what to do. Su Zhixin returned to the window, her hand propping her cheek as she watched her father walk further and further away. Not a single tear fell from the corners of her eyes. Her heart had already died, and her tears had dried up completely on the very first day. Hey, did you hear? Grandpa apparently held a press conference today, saying he'd talk about the Ye family's past. After what felt like an eternity of staring blankly out the window, Su Zhixin suddenly heard a voice nearby. The moment those two words Ye family reached her ears, Su Zhixin's long-dead heart began to beat once more. Su Zhixin didn't blame her parents or anyone else. She only felt that her fate was cruel. She hadn't even had the chance to express her love to the one she cherished, and now even seeing him once more had become an impossible dream. Nothing is more sorrowful than a heart that has died. Ever since she was confined to this room, Su Zhixin had abandoned all hope. She understood her fate all too well. Her only wish was to trade her own life in exchange for the eternal safety of her beloved. Yet the moment she heard those words, Su Zhixin felt an ominous foreboding. As the sound drew nearer, she hurriedly shut the window and hid behind the door. If you ask me, that Ye Xun really doesn't know his place, daring to claim he'll wipe out the 3 major families within 7 days. Grandpa has only played a minor trick so far, and Ye Xun has already been completely pushed into a defensive position. Listening to the sounds outside the door, Su Zhixin clenched her fists tightly, struggling to steady her breathing. A faint flush colored her cheeks. Su Zhixin couldn't understand why the Su family wouldn't let Ye Xun off the hook. She had made such a huge concession. She was even willing to sacrifice her own life. Why? Why must these people continue to torment Ye Xun, even going to such lengths to kill him? 2 clear tears streamed down Su Zhixin's face as she screamed silently within her heart. If you ask me, this second young miss is truly pitiful. Sold out by our master, yet still counting his money for him. Shoo! Keep your voice down, you can't just blurt that out. What does it matter? No one ever comes here anyway. Chapter 41, Falling into the Trap. Su Zhixin, eavesdropping behind the door, heard these words and instantly whitened her eyes. Her hands clenched into fists so tightly that blood seeped from the cracks in the bedhead. She remained utterly oblivious. Su Zhixin never imagined her own grandfather and eldest uncle would betray family bonds to deceive her so utterly. The night Ye Xun left, the Su family had actually convened a secret meeting. The purpose of the meeting was to force Su Zhixin to agree to this arranged marriage. Su Zhixin, of course, had also laid down her own conditions at that time. The Su family absolutely must not harm Ye Xun. This applied to both overt and covert actions, and they must also ensure the other 2 families couldn't harm Ye Xun. Fine. We can agree to the first condition. As for the second, we can only say we'll do our best. These were the exact words spoken by Old Master Su to Su Zhixin at the time. Su Zhixin naturally trusted her grandfather's word and agreed to the marriage. However, she had one additional demand: the Tan family must formally propose marriage with a grand wedding procession to formally welcome her into their household. Upon hearing this condition, the old Master Su agreed without hesitation. Yet despite his consent, the old patriarch paid little heed to this stipulation. In truth, he had never intended to honor the 2 conditions Su Zhixin had proposed earlier either. His verbal consent was merely a ploy to placate Su Zhixin. After all, if Su Zhixin truly caused a scene, it would reflect poorly on the Su family's reputation. Thus, at this very moment, the 2 individuals outside the door were merely putting on a show. Not a single word they spoke was false. Also, word is our master has already arranged to meet that Ye Xun fellow at a bar tonight. Officially, it's for business talks, but in reality, skilled fighters have already been positioned inside the bar. If Ye Xun dares to show up, it's a dead end. After delivering this statement, the speaker feigned nonchalance and glanced toward a nearby room. Only after confirming Su Zhixin was indeed eavesdropping behind the door did he continue. I reckon he's as good as dead this time. Anyone who dares cross our master deserves nothing less. Ah, it's just a pity for the second young Mississippi. She's about to marry that playboy without a clue, and in the end, she won't have anything left to show for it. With that, the 2 men outside quickly departed. Su Zhixin, pressed against the door, suddenly released her grip. Her entire body collapsed like a pile of mud. She slid down to the floor, her eyes vacant as she stared ahead. Those final words struck her like a thunderclap, exploding within her heart. After about 10 seconds, Su Zhixin sprang up from the floor. Her hands gripped the doorknob as she quietly opened the door, peeking her head out to glance left and right. Only after confirming the area was clear did the girl slip out of the room. Her pace quickened with each step as she raced toward the main entrance. Shortly after he left, the two men who had spoken earlier emerged from around a corner. One pulled out a phone and made a call, exchanging words of unknown content. A few minutes later, Su Zhixin appeared at the main gate. But strangely, the Su residence was usually bustling with activity. Even without visitors, the butler and servants were always busy with their duties. Logically speaking, the Su residence absolutely should not be as quiet and deserted as it was now. Yet Su Zhixin's mind was completely occupied with the words spoken by the man moments ago. She hadn't even noticed this, and in fact, she felt relieved that she hadn't encountered anyone on her way over. Once she was certain it was truly safe, Su Zhixin quickly left the Su residence. Only after she had disappeared from sight did the household stewards and servants emerge. Su Qingxue also appeared at the main gate. Watching the direction Su Zhixin had departed, a cruel smile curled at the corners of her mouth. At noon, in a dilapidated mud hut on the outskirts of Donglin city, Su Long sat pale against the wall, his shoulders, waist, and chest completely wrapped in bandages. Dark bloodstains stained the white bandages. Before Su Long stood a blazing fire pit, over which a pot was suspended. Though called a pot, it was little more than an oversized enamel bowl. Bubbles gurgled and popped within, clearly simmering a plain rice porridge. Wang Bing sat across from Su Long, gently stirring the porridge with a spoon that had numerous dents. Just a little longer, young master. Just a little longer and it'll be ready to eat. Wang Bing peered into the pot and managed a faint smile as he spoke. Su Long's mouth moved as if to speak, but his extremely frail body prevented him from producing much sound. Seeing this, Wang Bing quickly leaned closer, straining to hear. Get out. Su Long's words were simple, just that one syllable. Yet a faint tremor carried within the sound. Wang Bing chuckled upon hearing it, then sat back down and slowly stirred the white porridge in the pot. Ah, once I've finished cooking this porridge and the young master has eaten, I'll be on my way. Su Long heard this and a curve lifted at the corner of his mouth. He began to laugh. His laughter grew louder and louder, until the force of his movements tugged at his wounds. Occasionally, he'd cough twice. Wang Bing didn't stop him, but would walk over and pat his back whenever he coughed, helping him clear his throat. As Su Long laughed, two streams of tears began to flow from his eyes. Upon witnessing this, Wang Bing hurried over, wiped the tears with his sleeve, and asked cautiously, Young master, have you been thinking of the old master again? Su Long shook his head, struggling to speak before his voice came out hoarse. I was laughing at how foolish you are. How utterly foolish. As he spoke, Su Long suddenly wrapped an arm around Wang Bing and whispered softly in his ear, Thank you. The atmosphere grew awkward for a moment. Wang Bing was a rough-and-tumble sort himself. He didn't know how to comfort Su Long at that moment. Another 10 or so minutes passed before Su Long's lips suddenly twitched again. Wang Bing quickly leaned in to listen. Hungry. Wang Bing paused for a moment, then a smile spread across his face. The porridge should be ready. Let me feed you. Without waiting to see if it was hot, Wang Bing picked up the enamel bowl with his bare hands. He scooped up a spoonful, brought it to his lips, and blew gently on it. Here, open wide. Su Long cooperated by opening his mouth wide. In less than 10 minutes, he had already finished a bowl of plain congee. Chapter 42, The Tail End of the Beauty Trap. Inside a luxurious private room at the Starry Sky restaurant, Bai Yuman now stood alone in the vast private room, glancing around here and there, thoroughly pleased with himself. At this stage, he had already accomplished the bulk of his mission. The remaining tasks were mere trifles. The most crucial step, gaining Tan Zhao's trust, had already been accomplished. There were no major obstacles ahead. Having seen enough, the white-collar vagabond simply sprawled out on the sofa, crossed his legs, hummed a tune, and waited leisurely for Tan Zhao to arrive. Little did he know, however, that someone had already set their sights on him. The moment Bai Yuman stepped out of his home, Ye Xun and the two had already quietly followed him in their car. Ever since learning of Bai Yuman's existence, Ye Xun had sensed that if the Su family intended to make a move, would undoubtedly exploit this individual. Therefore, after leaving Xia Yutong, he had been discreetly following this individual. Inside the private room, Bai Yuman remained oblivious. His mood couldn't have been better. He had already begun fantasizing about where he would go to enjoy himself once this mission concluded. About 10 minutes passed before he finally heard footsteps approaching outside the private room. Though the booth's soundproofing was excellent, Bai Yuman had made his living in this line of work. The slightest disturbance was enough to put him on high alert. He instantly dropped his slacker act, sat upright in his chair, and propped his head up with a clenched fist. He made himself look as though he had already fallen asleep. When Tan Zhao pushed open the door, he saw Bai Yuman sitting in the chair pretending to sleep. Far from feeling annoyed, he actually felt a pang of guilt. Here was such an honest, straightforward man, and yet he had tested him, deliberately put on airs, and made him wait so long. It was truly. Tan Zhao silently reflected as he watched Bai Yuman feigning sleep. At that moment, Bai Yumin feigned sudden awakening, deliberately rubbing his eyes before standing up and turning to look behind him. When he spotted Tan Xiao, he immediately feigned utter shock. After a moment's hesitation, he hurried over to Tan Xiao's side. "Young Master Tan, you've arrived." Though Bai Yumin appeared respectful, he didn't place himself in a particularly low position. He spoke with his head slightly bowed. Seeing this demeanor, Tan Xiao instantly grew fonder of him, and the guilt in his heart deepened. "I've heard about what happened earlier. I'm truly sorry, old buddy." Upon hearing this, Bai Yumin instantly feigned a look of flattered surprise, waving his hands repeatedly as he protested. "Oh, Master Tan, you mustn't speak that way. I truly did nothing wrong." At this point, he deliberately adopted a slightly dejected and self-effacing expression. "I'm just a lowly commoner. Yesterday, I was fortunate enough to exchange a few words with young Master Tan. I really shouldn't have." At this point, Bai Yumin deliberately paused, leaving the sentence unfinished. Tan Xiao, ever the consummate collaborator, interrupted him at that precise moment. The transition between them was so seamless, not a trace of pretense could be detected. "Brother Bai, you mustn't speak that way. We hit it off instantly, we're friends, brothers." As Tan Xiao spoke these words, a hint of indignation lingered in his voice, as if he and Bai Yumin hadn't just met yesterday. Rather, it felt as though they'd known each other for over a decade. Upon hearing this, Bai Yumin immediately adopted a demeanor of deep reverence and apprehension. He waved his hands repeatedly, even taking a slight step backward. "Young Master Tan, you're too kind. How could a lowly commoner like me possibly be worthy of calling you brother?" Upon hearing this, Tan Xiao deliberately stiffened his expression. "Enough of that talk. I say you're my brother, so you are. No one dares bully you." Though Bai Yumin was inwardly overjoyed, he maintained a look of genuine distress. After a moment's hesitation, he continued. "Alright, since young Master Tan insists so strongly, I won't refuse any longer." "Ah, that's more like it. Go prepare plenty of fine wine today, I'll drink my fill with my brother." The general manager glanced at Bai Yumin with a hint of envy in his eyes upon hearing this. He then hurriedly withdrew. Before long, the wine and dishes were brought into the private room, and Tan Xiao warmly welcomed Bai Yumin. It must be said, Bai Yumin truly possessed remarkable eloquence. In just a few sentences, he had livened up the entire room. The two of them drank more and more, growing increasingly merry with each glass. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 courses of food, Bai Yumin silently calculated that the time was about right. He adopted a slightly cautious demeanor. "Young Master Tan, there's something I've always wanted to ask you, but I never quite had the nerve to bring it up." Upon hearing this, Tan Xiao's flushed face flashed a hint of boldness. "Go ahead, ask whatever you want." Hearing this, Bai Yumin was almost certain Tan Xiao was already drunk. After hesitating for a few seconds, you immediately spoke up. "I hear young Master Tan has been pursuing a girl for quite some time, but hasn't succeeded yet." At this point, he deliberately paused, observing Tan Xiao's expression. Tan Xiao had been smiling broadly, but upon hearing this, his entire face instantly darkened. His face turned as sour as a toilet bowl. Bai Yumin paid him no mind and continued. "And that girl, it seems, has recently gone so far as to defy her own family for another man." The moment those words left his mouth, a loud crash echoed through the room. Tan Xiao slammed the wine glass he was holding onto the floor, his face now visibly contorted with rage. "Whoa, Mr. Tan, calm down, calm down. I misspoke, I deserve a beating." Seeing the scene unfold, Bai Yumin knew when to stop. He immediately rushed to Tan Xiao's side, crouched down, apologized profusely, and began cleaning up the shards of broken glass. Tan Xiao took several deep breaths, struggling to regain his composure. "Stop picking up the pieces. Go back to your seat." Hearing this, Bai Yumin adopted a cautious demeanor, stood up, and returned to his seat. The atmosphere in the private room instantly turned awkward. Chapter 43, Sugar-Coated Bullets. Bai Yumin sat with his head bowed, appearing deeply remorseful. But inside, he was scheming how to gradually guide Tan Xiao from here on out. Bai Yumin knew full well that raising this issue would infuriate Tan Xiao. It was even possible that the relationship he had painstakingly built would shatter completely. Yet Bai Yumin had no choice but to broach the subject. After all, if he wanted to complete his mission, this topic was absolutely unavoidable. After several minutes of silence, Bai Yumin deliberately made his voice sound hoarse. "Young Master Tan, I..." He paused deliberately, feigning both indignation and remorse. As if, upon learning of this matter, he too felt deeply angered on Tan Xiao's behalf. Tan Xiao didn't look at him, his face dark as he picked up his phone. He casually lit up the screen, glanced at the time just past 1, then turned it off again, his expression still dark. Bai Yumin bit his lip, grabbed the liquor bottle on the table, and gulped down more than half of it in one go. Truthfully, this alcohol content wouldn't get him drunk at all, but he had a peculiar habit. When he drank, it showed on his face. Even a little high-proof liquor would make his face turn as red as a monkey's butt. Anyone unfamiliar with his condition who saw him like this would assume he was drunk. "Young Master Tan, I just feel so sorry for you.
Bai Yumin slammed the bottle down on the table, feigning drunkenness as he bellowed. Tan Xiao remained silent, his eyes now flashing with anger.
If you ask me, that girl really doesn't know a good thing when she sees it. It's her honor that Master Tan took a liking to her, yet she still. At this point, Bai Yumin deliberately stopped talking, grabbed the liquor bottle on the table, and started chugging it straight from the bottle. Liquor gushed out of the bottle, soaking his clothes and the floor beneath him. Surprisingly, very little actually made it into his mouth. Tan Zhao's face darkened as he picked up a glass from the table and downed its contents in one gulp. After finishing, he slammed the glass down hard, shattering it on the floor. Yes, you're right. After a few seconds of silence, Tan Xiao slammed his fist on the table and shouted angrily. What's so great about that pretty boy? I've got money and power, am I really no match for some pretty boy? Bai Yumin was startled at first. After all, Tan Zhao's sudden, frenzied outburst would unsettle anyone. But he quickly regained his composure, feigning anger as he chimed in. You're right. That pretty boy is quite handsome, but Master Tan, you're no less than Panin in looks. If you ask me, that girl just looks down on you, young Master Tan, that's why. At this point, Bai Yumin deliberately feigned panic. He raised his hand and slapped himself several times across the face. How dare you talk nonsense? How dare you talk nonsense? Bai Yumin continued slapping his own face, his face flushed with shame. Tan Xiao sat across from him, his face dark, lost in thought. Seconds later, Tan Xiao stood up, grabbed a bottle of strong liquor from the table, unscrewed the cap, and began chugging it straight from the bottle. Bai Yumin nearly died of fright at the sight, cursing silently under his breath. Are all rich kids idiots? Young Master Tan, please don't do this. Please don't. Bai Yumin scrambled to his feet, reaching out to wrestle the bottle from Tan Xiao's grasp, his voice laced with panic. After all, what Tan Xiao held was high-proof liquor. This stuff could kill you even if you drank it slowly. And with him chugging it like that? He'd be lucky not to end up with alcohol poisoning. If Tan Xiao really met with some misfortune here, Bai Yumin wouldn't have enough lives to make amends, even if he had 10. All that talk about the Su family would be meaningless then. After a few seconds of struggle, Bai Yumin managed to wrestle the bottle away. Fortunately, Tan Xiao seemed to have been acting in the heat of the moment. Most of the bottle ended up splashed across his clothes and the floor, with very little actually consumed. After confirming this, Bai Yumin breathed a sigh of relief and felt a bit pleased. Though Tan Xiao could hold his liquor, he just downed nearly 2 ounces of the stuff, and this was high-proof baijiu. The fact he hadn't passed out immediately was proof of his solid tolerance. Young Master Tan, you really shouldn't do this. It's not worth ruining your health over an ungrateful girl. Bai Yumin feigned deep concern as he carefully guided Tan Xiao to the nearby sofa. Tan Xiao's face was flushed bright red, his entire body burning with heat. He unconsciously undid the top button of his shirt. Only after tugging at his shirt did he feel a slight coolness. Beside him, Bai Yumin fussed over him, showering him with soothing words and kind compliments. Hearing these words, Tan Xiao felt a wave of warmth wash over him. After all, it had been ages since anyone had spoken to him like this. His old friends were mostly fair-weather companions, only hanging around him because of his money and influence. Every single one of them had hoped to get him drunk and trick him into signing a contract or two. Tan Zhao's mother had passed away when he was very young, and Tan Jinggon was always too busy with his career to pay much attention to him. Therefore, for him, this most ordinary expression of care and concern had become the most precious thing of all. Bai Yumin had conducted thorough research beforehand and was well aware of this. Young Master Tan, I'll have the kitchen prepare a bowl of hangover soup for you. After saying this, Bai Yumin pretended to rise as if to leave. After a moment's hesitation, Tan Xiao reached out and grabbed his arm, pulling him back down onto the sofa. His breath reeked of alcohol as he spoke. No need. After uttering those words, he hesitated for a moment before finally closing his mouth. He had wanted Bai Yumin to say a few more words of concern, even if they were just lies. But the words died on his lips. Such words always carried a hint of petulance, and coming from 2 grown men, it felt utterly inappropriate. Tan Xiao remained silent, and Bai Yumin didn't initiate the conversation either. After all, it was still early. He had plenty of time to wait for Tan Xiao. Chapter 44, One Misstep. To complete the task Su Chuanzhong had entrusted to him, he needed to stall until nightfall. Besides, such a luxurious hotel wasn't exactly the ideal location. By then, Tan Xiao would likely have sobered up considerably. Therefore, Bai Yumin couldn't let Tan Xiao act impulsively, nor could he let him think that all the decisions he'd made earlier were made in a drunken stupor. Thus, he showed no urgency whatsoever, simply staying by Tan Xiao's side without uttering a word. Bai Yumin needed Tan Xiao to genuinely accept the plan Bai Yumin had proposed from the bottom of his heart. Otherwise, the entire plan would be nothing but a load of nonsense. The two sat on the sofa for over 10 minutes, neither uttering a single word. The atmosphere in the private room was eerily quiet, as if all sound had been completely shut out. Under the influence of alcohol, Tan Xiao felt his body growing increasingly hotter and hotter.
Finally unable to endure it, he rose, grabbed the remote, and lowered the air conditioner's temperature by a few more degrees. Then he stood directly beneath the air conditioner. In less than half a minute, he felt as if an extra layer of clothing had been draped over his shoulders. Turning around, he saw Bai Yumin had taken off his own jacket and draped it over Tan Zhao's shoulders. Upon catching Tan Zhao's gaze, Bai Yumin deliberately adopted a slightly embarrassed and self-conscious expression. Taking a slight step back, he murmured softly, "Young Master Tan, I meant no offense. The air conditioner is set too cold, it's bad for your health." Upon hearing this, Tan Zhao paused slightly, then a faint smile curved his lips. He couldn't quite recall the last time someone had shown him such concern. Everyone saw him as a spoiled playboy, everyone assumed he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. But no one knew how profoundly lonely and isolated he truly felt inside. Tan Zhao yearned for a pure, untainted love story of his own. He longed for a Snow White who would be his alone. But his position in life made such a thing impossible. From the day he started school, every person he encountered, every friend he made, had approached him deliberately because of his family background. Tan Zhao had initially guarded his purity, believing that as he grew older, he would meet a girl who truly loved him. But that was a thought he held when he was very, very young. As he grew older, he no longer held such naive notions. Bai Yumin's actions today gradually reminded Tan Zhao of the kind of affection he had longed for as a child. Yumin, I. The emotional impact, combined with the effects of alcohol, made Tan Zhao feel as though he couldn't control himself. A fire raged fiercely within his heart. Sunlight cast upon Bai Yumin's figure, reflected in his eyes. It was so beautiful, so dreamlike. Having been in the underworld for over a decade, Bai Yumin felt a sudden chill run through him the moment he saw Tan Zhao's gaze. Every hair on his body stood on end, goosebumps rising all over. The money the Su family offered wasn't enough to make him sell his body. Young Master Tan. Bai Yumin deliberately put on a slightly frightened expression, or rather, one that was half real, half feigned. He was genuinely a little scared now. Seeing his expression, the flame burning within Tan Zhao flared even brighter. Overcome by heat, Tan Zhao not only tore off the clothes Bai Yumin had just draped over him, but also stripped off his own jacket and shirt. As he undressed, he moved closer toward Bai Yumin. Tan Zhao's face grew increasingly flushed, his gaze hazier and hazier as he drew closer step by step. Bai Yumin now felt a twinge of regret. For the first time in these past 2 days, he wondered if he should have accepted this mission. The distance between them grew closer and closer, until their breaths mingled, each exhaling onto the other's face. Smack! A sharp slap echoed through the air. Bai Yumin instantly feigned fear. His voice trembled slightly. "Young Master Tan, I'm sorry, but please calm down." Tan Zhao stood frozen in place, his face flushed whether from alcohol or embarrassment, it was unclear, seeming even redder than before. He wanted to say something to ease the awkwardness, but after uttering just one syllable, he swallowed the rest of his words. In this situation, anything he said seemed wrong. Silence was the only option. The atmosphere in the private room instantly turned stifling again, with both Tan Zhao and the other person feeling profoundly awkward. What Tan Zhao didn't know was that Bai Yumin was actually feeling a bit pleased inside. To be honest, he never imagined Tan Zhao would react this way. After this move, Bai Yumin had plenty more tricks up his sleeve waiting for Tan Zhao. After all, though Tan Zhao was a spoiled rich kid, he was still the son of a prominent family. He'd received elite education since childhood, so logically, he shouldn't be this easy to manipulate. Today, Bai Yumin had simply stumbled upon a rare opportunity, striking precisely at Tan Zhao's weak spot. After an indeterminate period, Bai Yumin feigned hesitation before speaking. "Young Master Tan, I truly understand your situation." "Really?" Tan Zhao turned to Bai Yumin with utter disbelief upon hearing those words. Earlier, whether he'd been possessed by some demon or what, he'd subconsciously thought that even if Bai Yumin was a man, it wasn't impossible. Now that he'd sobered up and recalled his earlier actions, Tan Zhao felt he'd been utterly depraved. He didn't expect Bai Yumin to remain his friend after what had happened. He only hoped Bai Yumin wouldn't label him a pervert. But he never imagined he'd hear such a response. "Young Master Tan, I'm a straight shooter. If I've said anything wrong, I hope you'll forgive me." Bai Yumin feigned hesitation, deliberately adding this remark, as if he truly understood Tan Zhao. Perhaps in others' eyes, "Young Master Tan, you live in the limelight, but no one knows how profoundly lonely you truly are." Upon hearing these words, Tan Zhao nodded in deep agreement. He felt that after all these years, he had finally found someone who truly understood him, a kindred spirit. Little did he know that this line could be applied to any wealthy young master. Who among us, in this life, doesn't carry some burden? Chapter 45, Plunging into the Abyss. The poor have their troubles, and the rich have theirs. Everyone envies others, convinced the other person lives the life they dream of. Yet few realize that every position comes with its own set of troubles. If you never learn to be content, you'll never find happiness, no matter where you end up. Tan Zhao's situation is actually common among children from poor families, only the circumstances are entirely different. One has nothing but money, while the other has nothing but poverty. Having drifted through society for so long, Bai Yuman had encountered his fair share of wealthy, powerful playboys. He knew exactly what to say in such situations. After briefly stating his position, Bai Yuman sighed. His face took on an expression of wanting to speak but holding back. Sure enough, upon seeing this, Tan Xiao immediately spoke up. "We're brothers. Brothers don't beat around the bush. If you have something to say, just say it." Hearing this, Bai Yuman felt a surge of delight within. Yet he still put on a look of hesitation. "Ah, never mind then." Tan Xiao grew visibly anxious upon hearing this. He sensed Bai Yuman might have a way to help him, but for some reason, Bai Yuman hadn't revealed it. "Just tell me. If it really doesn't work out, just take pity on your brother and do me a favor." After hearing this, Bai Yuman glanced at him, his face betraying a look of hesitation. After a long, drawn-out pause, he finally spoke in a low voice. "Honestly, sometimes you're just too principled, young Master Tan." After uttering those words, even Bai Yuman found himself chuckling inwardly. Thank goodness it was a clear day, otherwise, lightning would have struck him first. Blunt lies, no draft needed. Upon hearing this, Tan Zhao's face lit up with a look of deep agreement. "So you mean that sometimes to win a girl's heart, you don't have to be relentless, you can start by winning her body?" At this point, Bai Yuman stopped speaking. Instead, he changed the subject abruptly. "What kind of nonsense am I spouting? Don't mind me, young Master Tan. Just pretend I let out a fart." Upon hearing this, Tan Xiao immediately fell silent. Such tactics were indeed despicable, and to put it bluntly, they were practically illegal. If he were arrested for it, he'd deserve it. Not to mention, Tan Jinggong had specifically warned him not long ago to keep a low profile during this period. He couldn't keep acting recklessly like before. Yet while he understood the logic, the thought of truly refraining from such actions left Tan Xiao feeling somewhat regretful. And deep down, he instinctively agreed that Bai Yuman's blunt words held truth. After all, feelings were something cultivated gradually between two people, and eventually, they would reach that point. Pushing things forward a bit now wasn't really such a big deal, was it? Tan Xiao stared at his shoe tips, a dark thought slowly taking root in his mind. Sometimes that's just how people are. If no one brings it up, it's fine. But once someone hints at it or stirs things up, the dark thoughts within would surge forth like a tiger released from its cage. "Young Master Tan, it's getting late. I should be heading back." After sitting for a few more minutes, Bai Yuman finally stood up and said. He feigned the intention to leave the private room. Upon hearing this, Tan Zhao's expression shifted. He picked up his phone, lit up the screen, and glanced at it. Exactly 2 p.m. It's only 2 o'clock. If you're not in a hurry, why don't we go take a bath together? Tan Xiao stood up, straightened his clothes, and let a faint smile touch his lips. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuman's expression turned hesitant. "Well, okay then. But don't stay out too late." Receiving the affirmative reply, Tan Xiao smiled in agreement, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. Downstairs, inside a black Jeep Wrangler, Tu sat in the driver's seat, yawning wearily with his hands on the steering wheel. Staking out surveillance was grueling, mentally draining work, endless waiting when nothing happened. Just as Tu was overcome by drowsiness, on the verge of drifting off, Ye Xun suddenly spoke up beside him. The person had already exited, a black Mercedes-Benz minivan, license plate number. After gathering this crucial information, Tu immediately started the car and gently pressed the accelerator, slowly tailing the vehicle. Meanwhile, inside a small bar. At 2 or 3 in the afternoon, most bars wouldn't be open. Only quiet bars like this one would still be open at this hour. When Su Zhixin arrived, the bar hadn't even opened yet. She glanced up at the bar's sign. Miss Knight. After noting the bar's name, Su Zhixin intended to leave. She had only heard that the Su family was to negotiate with Ye Xun inside the bar. The Su family had even set up an ambush beforehand, but Su Zhixin didn't know which bar it was. She had no choice but to resort to the most tedious method, searching bar by bar. Using her prior knowledge of old Master Su's habits, Su Zhixin immediately ruled out several options. She then crossed off all bars owned by the Su family's rivals, followed by those unsuitable for ambushes. This significantly narrowed down the possibilities. But that was still relative, there were still over 100 bars left. To eliminate them one by one, the workload was immense. Just as Su Zhixin was rushing to the next bar, she overheard 2 staff members in uniform chatting. "Hey, did you hear? Seems like our bar's been booked out for the night. I heard ages ago. You're way behind on this news. Let me tell you, the ones who booked it are from the Su family. Wow, no wonder they're one of the 3 major families. Even when they come out for drinks and entertainment, they go all out." The 2 had already walked far away. Su Zhixin couldn't hear what they said afterward, nor did she care to listen anymore. She hailed a taxi and climbed straight in. "Driver, take me to the Supreme Club." At the name of the place, the driver visibly froze, his body suddenly stiffening. He slowly turned his head to glance back. Upon realizing it was a young woman, he exhaled in relief. He slowly started the car. Before long, the taxi arrived at the Supreme Club.
Su Zhixin paid the fare and briskly walked up the steps toward the entrance. Chapter 46, all set. Su Zhixin arrived at the Supreme Club just as the workday began, and the front desk was staffed. She practically ran up the stairs, arriving at the club's entrance in 2 strides. The front desk staff naturally noticed her and exchanged a glance. "Miss, how may we assist you?" One receptionist turned and headed upstairs, while the other approached Su Zhixin. After a moment's hesitation, Su Zhixin addressed the unfamiliar face before her. "Excuse me, is Ye Xun here?" The front desk staff heard this and a hint of something indefinable flashed in their eyes. "Please wait a moment while I check for you." After saying this, the front desk staff turned and left, leaving Su Zhixin standing alone. Since the other party hadn't said much, Su Zhixin didn't move from her spot. Yet her anxious expression, peering around nervously, clearly revealed her deep distress. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed from the stairwell. "Little Master's wife." Xia Yutan's voice preceded her arrival, calling out from a distance. Hearing that familiar voice, Su Zhixin instinctively turned to look, yet she struggled to recognize the person before her. "Are you President Xia?" Su Zhixin asked hesitantly. Xia Yutong appeared disheveled and unkempt, her hair a tangled mess, hardly the image of a corporate president. Perhaps Su Zhixin's words made her feel a bit awkward, for she gave an embarrassed chuckle. "It's me. I was just gathering information for my junior master when I got a bit." Xia Yutong quickly tidied herself up and asked. "Oh, right. Little Master's wife, you're here to see Little Master, aren't you?" Su Zhixin nodded. "Where is he now?" "I have something very important to discuss with him." Hearing this, Xia Yutong's face immediately clouded with a look of difficulty. Ye Xun had left on a mission not long ago, or rather, he'd gone to monitor the members of the 3 major families. As soon as Xia Yutong heard Su Zhixin had arrived, she tried calling Ye Xun. But after several attempts, all her calls went straight to voicemail. This was normal. Generally, people like them wouldn't use cell phones for urgent matters. They either used long-distance communication talismans or sent messages via carrier pigeons. While phones were convenient, nearly everyone turned theirs off during missions, leaving them on risk exposing their location or allowing others to track them. "Little Master's wife, Little Master Uncle has gone out. I can't reach him right now. How about?" A flicker of concern crossed Su Zhixin's face. After a moment's hesitation, she finally spoke. "No need. If he's not here, I'll just leave." With that, Su Zhixin turned and walked out without pausing. Watching Su Zhixin's retreating figure, Xia Yutong felt a sense of foreboding rising in her heart. Find a few skilled men to follow the young mistress discreetly. Xia Yutong frowned, issuing the order without turning back. The man behind her murmured a quiet yes and backed away. Meanwhile, Bai Yumin and Tan Xiao arrived at a modestly sized bathhouse. "Young Master Tan, this place may be small, but small has its own advantages." Bai Yumin led Tan Xiao inside, his face still wearing a slightly embarrassed expression. Tan Xiao had mostly sobered up by now, his mind clear once more. He glanced around. He noticed that though the bathhouse was small, the receptionists standing at the entrance each had their own unique charm. Youthful and vibrant, mature and alluring, the girl next door type. Though not exceptionally beautiful, each wore no makeup, radiating a unique kind of beauty. Even Tan Xiao, who was no stranger to beautiful women, felt a surge of desire in his lower abdomen upon seeing these receptionists. Felt a surge of desire stirring in his lower abdomen. Bai Yumin stood nearby, glancing over them briefly before chuckling inwardly. As a man himself, Bai Yumin knew exactly what Tan Xiao was thinking. He knew all too well. He had specifically chosen this place, instructing the bathhouse owner to prepare days in advance. He wasn't worried Tan Xiao wouldn't be tempted, he was worried he wouldn't show up. "Young Master Tan, my financial resources only stretch this far. Please don't look down on it." Tan Xiao, a seasoned man who'd seen it all, showed no trace of it on his face, nearly smiling faintly. "Brother Bai, you're too kind. With such generous intentions, how could I possibly look down on it?" That's good, that's good." With that, the two exchanged a knowing smile, each harboring their own hidden agenda. One after the other, they entered the bathhouse and soaked comfortably in the tub. At that very moment, Su Zhixin returned to the bar. The bar wasn't open yet, but preparations were already underway. "Miss, I'm sorry, we're not open yet." Unfamiliar with the bar's procedures, Su Zhixin was stopped at the door just as she tried to enter. She sized up the attendant from head to toe, trying to put on an air of superiority. "Do you know who I am? Blocking my way? Do you believe I could shut down your bar?" Su Zhixin's act might fool ordinary people, but those working in bars and nightclubs. Who doesn't have a knack for reading people? "I'm sorry, ma'am, we're not open yet. Please don't make things difficult for us." This is Su Zhixin. If it had been Su Qingxue, that face would already have a handprint on it. "Fine, you won't let me in, huh? I'll make sure your bar shuts down tonight." After delivering this threat, Su Zhixin promptly walked away. To appear composed, she deliberately didn't run. Once Su Zhixin was out of sight, the man turned and pulled out his phone. "Sir, the fish has taken the bait." Su Qingxue's voice came through the phone. Mei Chem, keep a close eye on her. Don't let anything go wrong.
Rest assured, sir. While he was on the call, Ye Xun and Ah-Tu also drove up to the small bathhouse. Sitting in the car, Ye Xun glanced at the vehicles in the parking lot before closing his eyes to rest. Ah-Tu, bored out of his mind, picked up the exclusive phone from the Supreme Club, intending to read some novels to pass the time. Beep. But the moment he turned on the phone, a call came in. Ah-Tu glanced at the contact name on the screen and quickly answered. Chairman. Tell him to take the call. Xia Yutong on the other end cut straight to the point without any pleasantries. Ah-Tu didn't dare delay. He tapped Ye Xun on the shoulder and pointed to the phone in his hand. Yutong, what's up? Ye Xun took the phone and glanced at the contact name on the screen, feeling a pang of unease. When they were on missions, they habitually kept their phones turned off. Xia Yutong surely knew this. Junior Master, is now a convenient time to talk? Chapter 47, Clues That Won't Connect. On the other end, Xia Yutong's voice sounded slightly hesitant. Ye Xun was puzzled and glanced at the stationary sedan outside the window. Go ahead. What is it? After hearing this, the line fell strangely silent. Ye Xun was bewildered. He glanced at Ah-Tu beside him, his eyes asking what the hell was going on. Ye Xun had just taken the phone away from his ear, wondering if the other party had hung up. After this eerie silence stretched on for over 10 seconds, a voice finally came through on the other end. Junior Master, promise me no matter what you hear next, you absolutely must not act impulsively. Upon hearing these words, Ye Xun's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Instead of agreeing immediately, he countered with a question. What exactly is it, Yutong? On the other end, Xia Yutong visibly hesitated again, her voice becoming stammering and hesitant. Seeing her reaction, Ye Xun began to piece together his own suspicions. Though Xia Yutong could talk the talk to anyone, she was always straightforward with those close to her, especially with Ye Xun. She always spoke her mind without holding back. Unless this matter involved Ye Xun. Just say it. Whatever it is, we'll have to face it anyway. After another dozen seconds of silence, Ye Xun spoke first. Since this matter now concerned him, Ye Xun absolutely could not remain uninvolved. The young mistress just arrived at the club. After a moment's hesitation, Xia Yutong finally spoke up. Hearing this, Ye Xun felt both relieved and a little worried. If Su Zhixin could go to the club, it meant she wasn't under house arrest at the Su residence. At the very least, she possessed a degree of freedom within certain time constraints. Of course, there was another possibility: the Su family might be using Su Zhixin. That would explain why she was granted periods of freedom. Without further evidence, both possibilities held equal weight. Ye Xun, however, leaned toward the second possibility, and his worries grew deeper. Yutong, I. Before Ye Xun could finish his sentence, Xia Yutong on the other end of the line cut him off. Don't worry, little master uncle. I've already arranged for several skilled members of the guild to secretly protect little master aunt. But I suspect this matter won't be so straightforward. What do you think, little master uncle? Ye Xun nodded upon hearing this. He too sensed this incident wouldn't be straightforward. The Su family had become so ruthless they'd sacrifice Su Zhixin for their gains. Sacrificing Su Zhixin for profit. There was no way they'd allow Su Zhixin to move freely. After all, the risk was simply too high. No one in the Su family could guarantee Su Zhixin wouldn't escape. The Su family had always firmly believed that as long as they could climb onto the high branch of Tan Jingdong, Ye Xun was of no consequence whatsoever. To achieve this goal, the Su family had no choice but to keep Su Zhixin under strict surveillance. Yet now, not only was Su Zhixin not under house arrest, she was even able to go to the Supreme Club to search for Ye Xun. Moreover, the Su family appeared to have assigned no one to follow Su Zhixin, not even undercover surveillance. Otherwise, Xia Yutong's people would have detected them long ago. This situation reeked of conspiracy. Got it. Keep a close eye on Zhixin. If you sense any danger, get her out of there immediately. Ye Xun pondered for a moment before speaking. It wasn't that he didn't care about Su Zhixin. It was simply that he was now nearly 80% certain this was a plot specifically targeting him. As long as he stayed out of sight, Su Zhixin would remain safe for now. After all, bait serves its purpose best before the fish takes the hook. No angler would discard their bait before the fish even appears. Alright, senior uncle, rest assured. With me here, junior auntie will be perfectly safe. Xia Yutong patted her chest emphatically on the other end of the line. Yet for some reason, upon hearing this assurance, Ye Xun felt not the slightest bit reassured. Instead, a heavy sense of foreboding settled over him, as if something terrible was about to happen. He couldn't pinpoint where this feeling came from. He could only shake his head, trying to dispel the feeling. Alright. Also, send me the address where Xinqing is staying now. I'll head over as soon as I finish up here. Upon hearing his request, Xia Yutong on the other end of the line. She chuckled, feeling a bit embarrassed. Little master uncle, you don't know this, but little master wife is currently at a cafe near a bar. But my people noticed that little master's wife's gaze kept drifting toward that bar.
This statement instantly put Ye Xun on high alert. What's the name of that bar? I think it's called Midnight.
Upon learning the bar's name, Ye Xun immediately hung up the phone.
He began searching for information about the bar online.
Within minutes, he had uncovered every record related to the establishment. From the founder's name to transfer records, and even floor plans, fire safety diagrams, and other blueprints.
Based on the clues he'd uncovered so far, Midnight was indeed the perfect location for an ambush.
Especially for the kind of ambush where the numbers were stacked against them.
Moreover, this bar wasn't even owned by the Su family.
Even the person who had booked it for the night, upon closer inspection, had no connection whatsoever to the Su family. To put it simply, although the Su family was nominally renting the place tonight,
but in reality, should anything happen, the Su family could claim their identity was stolen. They wouldn't have done anything that day. They could easily wash their hands of all responsibility. What exactly is wrong here?
Ye Xun sat in the passenger seat, turned off his phone screen, and murmured softly to himself.
After piecing together all the clues, the Su family's conspiracy became clear. Yet some clues remained inexplicable.
For instance, this time the Su family had made their scheme far too obvious.
This couldn't even be called a conspiracy anymore, it was practically an open secret. Moreover, if things were as straightforward as they appeared on the surface, then Bai Yumin and Tan Xiao wouldn't have needed to meet today.
If the Su family could capture Ye Xun today, the rest would be a mere formality. Even if they failed, the Su family still held Su Zhixin as a hostage. Considering Su Zhixin's safety, Ye Xun wouldn't make any rash moves anytime soon.
Chapter 48, Lambs Led to the Slaughter.
From any perspective, Bai Yumin himself seemed to have no reason to exist.
Yet here he was, not only existing but seemingly granted considerable authority by the Su family.
Not only had he been sent alone to approach Tan Xiao, but he would likely receive a hefty reward afterward. Bai Yumin was precisely the element that shattered all current leads. None of the clues Ye Xun held could be seamlessly connected to Bai Yumin.
It's more accurate to say they can't even be forced into a connection.
It was precisely because of this that Ye Xun believed Bai Yumin,
the most pivotal figure in the Su family's current conspiracy.
Su Zhixin was merely a decoy released to muddy the waters.
But upon further reflection, this theory didn't hold water.
If Su Zhixin's release was solely for misdirection, she wouldn't have been able to uncover the existence of this bar, Midnight. After all, as bait, knowing sooner rather than later would be advantageous. Ye Xun pressed his hands to his temples and massaged them, feeling his brain turn into mush. Brain cells were dying off in droves. All the clues he currently held couldn't be seamlessly pieced together. Compounded by his growing concern for Su Zhixin's safety, the tangled threads of evidence only became more difficult to untangle. Mr. Yi, have some coffee first. At some point, A2 had gotten out to buy 2 cans of coffee. As he spoke, he handed one over. Ye Xun paused slightly before accepting the coffee.
Silently, he gazed ahead.
Before long, the sky gradually darkened, and streetlights began to illuminate one by one. Seated in the car, Ye Xun was still pondering how to connect all the clues he had gathered.
A2, sitting in the driver's seat, was dozing off.
Suddenly, a pair of blindingly white headlights flashed, momentarily dazing both Ye Xun and A2.
Ye Xun's eyes lit up. With a hint of excitement, he said, "Follow it."
A2 perked up at the command, revving the engine and stepping lightly on the accelerator to pursue the vehicle. After an unknown amount of time, Ye Xun and his companion followed the white-clad drifter to a bar. Ye Xun instinctively glanced up at the bar's name.
Midnight.
His pupils suddenly contracted, his heart skipping a beat.
Mr. Yi! Mr. Yi!
A2 noticed Ye Xun's unusual state and called out anxiously twice. Only then did Ye Xun snap back to reality, pulling out his phone and dialing Xia Yutong.
Yutong, help me confirm Xinqing's location, get the exact coordinates.
Clearly, Xia Yutong hadn't anticipated Ye Xun's sudden move either, and she was momentarily flustered. After waiting quietly for several minutes, Ye Xun finally heard Xia Yutong's voice on the other end. The young master's wife is still at the coffee shop.
Hearing this, Ye Xun exhaled a long breath.
His entire body slumped into the chair like a pile of mud.
Alright, that's fine. Thanks. Hey, little master, no need to be so formal with me.
After hanging up, Ye Xun opened the storage box and pulled out a simple makeup bag. A2 was stunned by the sight. He hadn't even noticed when Ye Xun had placed the makeup bag in the car.
Mr. Yi, this.
A2 looked on in confusion as Ye Xun began applying makeup in the rearview mirror.
Not many people have seen you. Just wear a little disguise. Come inside with me later. Hearing this, A2's initial shock instantly transformed into excitement.
He'd been tailing Ye Xun all day, confined to the car under surveillance, with scarcely any chance to get out and stretch his legs. Before long, the two, now disguised, had exited the car and were walking toward the bar. What they didn't know was that someone had already entered the bar before them. Su Zhixin sat alone in a corner of the bar, a glass of orange juice before her. This scene felt utterly out of place in this bar. After all, no one came to a bar to order orange juice and sit in the corner by the bar.
Su Zhixin's intentions were far too obvious. Even though she had gone to great lengths to disguise herself and had even hired someone to impersonate her. All to keep her whereabouts hidden. Unfortunately, her experience was too limited, and her intentions were too obvious anyone with eyes could recognize her at a glance. Hey, beautiful. Why sitting here all alone? A gaunt, disheveled delinquent with hair dyed 7 different colors approached her in a thuggish tone. He walked up to Su Zhixin and asked. Su Zhixin said nothing. She picked up the glass of orange juice from the table, rose silently. She was about to leave. Hey, beautiful, it's lonely being alone. Why don't I keep you company? Su Zhixin still didn't speak, slightly turning her body to distance herself. But the delinquent wouldn't let it go, reaching out to grab Su Zhixin's shoulder. His tone was suggestive. Hey, don't be shy. Orange juice is nothing compared to the good stuff. Su Zhixin recoiled a step, her face twisted with disgust, her voice sharp but trembling inside. You'd better stay away from me, or I'll make you regret it. She thought this would scare him off, but to her surprise, upon hearing her words, he actually burst out laughing. Ha! Fine, I'd love to see how you're going to make me pay. The delinquent laughed as he inched closer to Su Zhixin. Panic surged through Su Zhixin. Instinctively closing her eyes, she grabbed the orange juice from the table and flung it at him. Before her eyes closed completely, Su Zhixin thought she caught a glimpse of a faint smile on the delinquent's face. A faint smile on the delinquent's face. You ungrateful. Just as the delinquent, drenched in juice, was about to lash out, the bartender behind the counter barked. Get lost. You dare lay a hand on someone in my territory. The bartender clearly commanded respect, for the delinquent slunk away immediately upon hearing the words. Sorry about that, miss. That guy's a real jerk. Hope I didn't scare you too much. Consider this orange juice my apology. Saying this, the bartender slid a glass of orange juice toward Su Zhixin. Facing the bartender who had come to her rescue, Su Zhixin offered a sweet smile. She picked up the orange juice from the bar and took a sip. Chapter 49, Under the Spell of a Love Potion. Facing the bartender who had just saved her from an awkward situation, Su Zhixin felt no guardedness whatsoever. She instinctively felt this bartender must be a good person. That's just how people are sometimes when someone lends a helping hand in a pinch. And instinctively assumed they must be good people, lowering their guard without a second thought. Standing behind the bar, the bartender watched as Su Zhixin finished her glass of orange juice. A faint smile gradually curved his lips. Young lady, he remarked, you don't look like someone who frequents places like this. Why are you? The bartender deliberately left his words ambiguous, feigning utter confusion. Upon hearing this, Su Zhixin instinctively replied. No, I come to places like this all the time. The bartender chuckled, saying nothing. But his eyes clearly showed he didn't believe a word. Su Zhixin suddenly felt flustered and quickly added. Really, it was just. The girl couldn't find a suitable excuse to explain her earlier behavior, and her panic only grew. Su Zhixin knew full well that the bar had been reserved by the Su family for the evening. If someone who had never set foot in the bar before suddenly appeared here, Su Quingxue and the others would get word very quickly. Then she wouldn't be able to notify Ye Xun. The Su family had already set up a trap here, waiting for him to walk right into it. It was precisely for this reason that when doubts about his identity began to surface, Su Zhixin instinctively panicked, stammering as she desperately tried to explain. But sometimes, struggling to explain is the least effective approach. It might even backfire. The bartender deliberately adopted a solemn, earnest expression. Young lady, don't listen to those who've already fallen. This place isn't what you think it is. If you've never been here, it's best you never come. The bartender's words were delivered with such noble pretension, like an older brother trying to steer his misguided younger sister away from the wrong path. Su Zhixin felt a pang of emotion upon hearing this. She hadn't even considered that the events unfolding felt suspiciously coincidental. Bars were a melting pot of all sorts of people. That thug earlier had spoken with a touch of vulgarity. He hadn't actually laid a finger on Su Zhixin. If this hadn't been a setup, the bartender's words just now could very well have sparked a fight between the two of them. But Su Zhixin remained unaware of the intricate schemes at play. She simply believed that even in a place like a bar, where all sorts of people mingled, there were still good people out there. Thank you, but I can't leave just yet. Su Zhixin expressed her gratitude with a hint of appreciation, but the reason she had come here today. She had her own reasons. He wouldn't leave this bar until he achieved his goal. The bartender put on a look of regret, sighed softly, and said no more. He went back to his work. Seeing the bartender fall silent, Su Zhixin felt a twinge of awkwardness herself. After all, on the surface, the bartender had shown goodwill. What Su Zhixin didn't notice was that from the moment that thug approached the bar, someone had been sitting on a sofa in the distance, watching this side intently. Bai Yuman sat on the sofa, a glass in one hand and a cigarette in the other, calmly observing Su Zhixin's side. When he saw the bartender hand Su Zhixin the orange juice laced with a sedative, and Su Zhixin drank it all down without hesitation, A flicker of excitement and greed suddenly crossed Bai Yumen's face. The two nightclub hostesses beside him noticed this change in him, exchanged a glance. They immediately began fawning over him. Nightclub hostesses typically possess keen eyesight, instantly detecting even the slightest emotional shifts in their patrons. They then skillfully leverage these subtle shifts to encourage customers to spend more. "Brother Bai, let me massage your shoulders." With that, the hostess turned and moved behind Bai Yumen, placing both hands on his shoulders. Her fingers began massaging with extreme gentleness. Another hostess, not to be outdone, began massaging Bai Yumen's legs. Both women wore dresses with extremely high slits, the hems reaching nearly to their thighs. Their necklines were deliberately plunging, revealing expanses of snow-white skin. White Yumen, already in high spirits, grew even more delighted. He stubbed out his cigarette and set down his glass. He yanked both women into his embrace, his hands roaming freely over their bodies. Meanwhile, Tan Xiao, waiting alone in the bathhouse, had completely sobered up and was growing increasingly impatient. Bai Yumen had arranged a private massage room for him, where the therapists were not only young and beautiful but also had stunning figures. Their massage skills were also top-notch. At first, Tan Xiao thoroughly enjoyed it, even feeling a bit drowsy. But as the time dragged on, he grew increasingly bored and irritable. Finally unable to wait any longer, he pulled out his phone and called Bai Yumen. "Young Master Tan." No sooner had Tan Xiao dialed the number than Bai Yumen's voice came through on the other end. The background noise was unusually loud, as if he were in a bustling, crowded place. Tan Xiao's face darkened instantly, his mood growing even more sour. "Where are you?" Bai Yumen on the other end seemed to sense Tan Xiao's mood. He immediately replied. "I'm at a bar, young Master Tan. If you're done showering." At this point, Bai Yumen deliberately paused for a moment. Lowering his voice, he added in a mysterious tone. "You can head over to room 1803 at the Dynasty Hotel to rest first." Tan Xiao was instantly baffled, struggling to understand what his newfound brother was up to. What exactly was this guy up to? But since Bai Yumen had already suggested it, and he happened to have nothing better to do, he might as well go. "What are you up to? Why all the secrecy?" Though he'd already decided to go, Tan Xiao still asked tentatively. Sure enough, Bai Yumen replied cryptically on the other end of the line. "It's a secret. You'll find out once I get back." Tan Xiao couldn't be bothered with further small talk and hung up immediately. Minutes later, he was dressed and driving away. Chapter 50, The Beauty Trap Succeeds. Meanwhile, inside the bar, Su Zhixin grew increasingly anxious as Ye Xun's figure remained nowhere in sight. Anxiety began to creep into her heart. During this brief wait, Su Zhixin had already spotted 7 or 8 enforcers from the Su family. Each possessed formidable strength, with even the weakest at the mid-stage of external force cultivation. The fact that so many skilled fighters had been mobilized at once almost confirmed the rumors Su Zhixin had overheard. This only deepened the anxiety in the young woman's heart. Su Zhixin kept glancing down at her wristwatch, clearly waiting for someone. The bartender approached her once more. "Did your boyfriend stand you up?" "Ah." Just as Su Zhixin was feeling anxious and restless, a voice suddenly sounded from behind her. She jumped in fright and instinctively cried out. In an instant, most of the bar's patrons turned their attention toward her, drawn by her cry. Su Zhixin instinctively took a step back, feigning nonchalance. She picked up the orange juice on the table and sipped it cautiously. Her hand hidden behind her back trembled slightly, while the fingers gripping the glass turned white. The bartender beside her merely glanced at her fingers, and a smirk instantly curved his lips. He was almost certain that if anyone dared to approach Su Zhixin at that moment, that cup in Su Zhixin's hand would undoubtedly smash into that person's face, orange juice and all. Everyone who came to the bar was here to have fun. Normally, upon hearing such a sound, most would ignore it, but a handful of troublemakers would inevitably cause a scene. But now, after everyone in the bar heard that sound, they merely glanced in Su Zhixin's direction, and then quickly looked away. Such an eerily strange scene would surely tip off anyone with street smarts that something was off. Even the usual Su Zhixin would have sensed something amiss at this moment. But right now, the girl's mind and eyes were entirely focused on alerting Ye Xun, urging him to leave this trouble spot immediately. Naturally, she couldn't possibly notice such subtle oddities. Phew. Seeing that everyone had withdrawn their gaze, Su Zhixin instinctively relaxed her body and mind. She exhaled deeply. It was precisely at this moment that Su Zhixin suddenly felt a bit dizzy and lightheaded. But the girl didn't find it strange, thinking it was merely a stress response triggered by her sudden release from extreme pressure. A mere stress reaction. The bartender naturally noticed Su Zhixin's change. When he saw her eyebrows furrow slightly, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry, suspecting she might have caught onto something. But when Su Zhixin returned to his side, acting as if nothing were wrong, the bartender's lingering worry vanished instantly. "Young lady, I never would have guessed you were a spy." Hearing those words, Su Zhixin's heart skipped a beat. She snapped her head up to stare at the bartender. But when she saw the playful expression on his face, she instantly relaxed. At that moment, the dizzying sensation grew even more intense. Su Zhixin felt her entire head grow hazy, her eyelids growing heavier and heavier. But Ye Xun hadn't arrived yet, and Su Zhixin hadn't accomplished the purpose of her visit. She dug her fingernail into her thigh, forcing herself to stay alert. "Heh, you're joking." Struggling to hold on to her wits, Su Zhixin mustered what little lucidity remained. The bartender didn't pick up the conversation like before, but instead got busy. It was as if Su Zhixin wasn't even sitting there. With no response from the bartender, the girl saw no point in continuing. Glancing back at the bar entrance, she saw no one had entered. She turned back to the bartender and said, "Can I get a cup of coffee?" Upon hearing this, the bartender approached Su Zhixin. He put on an extremely serious expression. "Young lady, what you need right now isn't a cup of coffee, it's a bed. You really need to go home and get some rest." Su Zhixin shook her head vigorously. "Please, just give me a cup of coffee." Multiple red welts already marred Su Zhixin's thighs, yet she continued pinching herself to stay awake and avoid detection. The girl continued to pinch her thigh hard. But this stubborn persistence was futile. Bai Yumin hadn't used any ordinary sedative available on the market this time. It was specially procured by Su Qingxue from the black market. Even if an elephant were to ingest this drug, once its effects kicked in and the animal fell into a deep sleep, it wouldn't wake up for at least half a day. "Young lady, I've told you before, places like bars are a mixed crowd. They're no place for a young girl like you." Watching Su Zhixin's condition deteriorate, her eyelids drooping heavier by the second, the bartender finally dropped the act, standing before the girl with an enigmatic smile. His tone carried a hint of regret. Su Zhixin finally snapped back to awareness, but it was too late. After lying dormant for so long, the drug's effects had now fully kicked in. The girl collapsed with a thud onto the bar counter. Unconscious. When Ye Xun and a two, disguised, slipped into this bar, Su Zhixin had already collapsed unconscious on the bar counter. Both Ye Xun and Su Zhixin had employed some tricks to disguise themselves. Moreover, the spot where Su Zhixin had been seated was tucked away in a corner of the bar. From that vantage point, the entrance was clearly visible, yet the entrance offered no view of that corner. "Mr. Yi, look." After scanning the crowd, a two's gaze locked onto Bai Yumin, who was playing games with two young women on the sofa. Ye Xun glanced in that direction, feeling an even stronger sense of unease. Bai Yumin had been cozying up to Tan Xiao all day, trying to build a friendship with him. He'd gone to extreme lengths to do so. But now, at this crucial evening hour, he seemed to have holed up alone in the bar, living it up. He'd completely left Tan Xiao hanging at the bathhouse. "Mr. Yi, should we go fetch him and ask what's going on?" A two also sensed something was off and whispered to Ye Xun. Ye Xun pondered for a moment before gently shaking his head. "Just keep an eye on him. Also, contact Yutong and tell her it's about time to bring Xinxing back." Chapter 51, An Absolute Surprise. A two murmured his agreement and turned to leave. Ye Xun began wandering around the bar alone, taking a moment to survey the layout of the place. And the people inside. Upon closer inspection, he realized there were at least 20 elite fighters from the Su family inside. Their cultivation levels were all at the peak of the outer force realm. It could be said that this represented the entirety of Su Qingxue's available forces. But this made no sense whatsoever. Ye Xun was now certain that this bar and Su Zhixin were essentially smokescreens deployed by the Su family. The one truly capable of making a difference should be this Bai Yumin. Yet the current situation left Ye Xun utterly perplexed. He walked while observing the white drifter's movements. Meanwhile, in the bar's restroom, a two held his phone with a panicked expression. "Miss Su is missing? Why are you yelling so loud? Afraid little master uncle can't hear you?" Amidst a two's yelling, Xia Yutong's hysterical shouts echoed back from the other end of the line. Just minutes earlier, Xia Yutong had also decided it was time for Su Zhixin to return. She had instructed the people who had been following Su Zhixin to escort her back to the Supreme Club. But when they arrived at her location, they discovered the person they'd been guarding all along wasn't Su Zhixin at all. Upon learning this, they immediately reported it to Xia Yutong. Xia Yutong nearly lost her mind upon hearing the news. She immediately ordered all available personnel to be mobilized, demanding Su Zhixin be found at any cost. Safely returned to the Supreme Club. Xia Yutong relayed this news to everyone except Ye Xun. She knew full well that if Ye Xun learned of this, he would likely lose his mind on the spot and storm the Yi family compound to slaughter every last member. The three major families had only just concluded their press conference today. At this critical juncture, they absolutely could not make any major moves. Otherwise, they would immediately plunge into a deadly public relations storm. At that point, Ye Xun might even become a rat everyone wanted to beat. "Chairman, rest assured. I will bring Miss Su back safely." A two's expression grew grave as he assured Xia Yutong on the other end of the line. But remember, don't let Junior Master Uncle catch wind of anything." With that, Xia Yutong hung up the phone. At that very moment, the bartender had already stuffed Su Zhixin into a burlap sack. They loaded her into the car and began heading toward the Imperial Dynasty Hotel. Unaware of the situation, Ye Xun remained in the bar, observing Bai Yumin's every move. But after watching for a long time, he didn't notice anything unusual about Bai Yumin. The members of the Su family present in the bar also showed no signs of suddenly attacking. They all seemed to be waiting for someone's command, or perhaps waiting for something to happen. The problem was, Ye Xun still couldn't fathom what that event might be. After an unknown amount of time, Ye Xun finally realized that Atu, who had gone to make a phone call, still hadn't returned. A sense of foreboding immediately gripped him, and he began scanning the crowd for Atu. Meanwhile, Atu was searching inch by inch within the bar for clues related to Su Zhixin. Earlier, during his discussion with Ye Xun had mentioned that Su Jia had likely revealed something to Su Zhixin, leading her to find this particular bar. Therefore, now that Su Zhixin was missing, Atu's first thought was that she might have disguised herself and slipped into this bar. But this bar was itself a trap set by the Su family. Su Zhixin would only be in greater danger here. Atu wanted to find her before anything happened. He must find Su Zhixin immediately. Ah, Atu. Who's there? Atu felt a sudden tap on his shoulder. He spun around instantly, taking a step back. His entire body tensed, ready to attack. Ye Xun stood across from him, looking at him with puzzlement. Atu, what's gotten into you? Recognizing Ye Xun, Atu relaxed slightly and improvised a lie. Oh, nothing. By the way, Mr. Yi, how's the situation with Bai Yumin? The moment he saw Ye Xun, a sudden sense of foreboding gripped Atu. He asked instinctively. Ye Xun didn't suspect anything, replying calmly. I came to tell you about this very thing. That guy has already left the bar. We need to hurry and follow him. Upon hearing this, Atu's heart skipped a beat. That sense of foreboding grew stronger and stronger. Mr. Yi, how long ago did he leave? About 5 minutes. I'll go get the car now. Meet me at the bar entrance. With that, Atu hurriedly departed. Ye Xun also sensed something was amiss at that moment and quickly exited the bar. 10 minutes earlier, room 1803, Dynasty Hotel. Tan Xiao sat alone on the hotel bed, idly scrolling through his phone. He'd been in the room for over 15 minutes now, yet Bai Yumin still hadn't shown up. If Tan Xiao hadn't believed Bai Yumin wouldn't do such a thing, he would have stormed out in frustration long ago. Feeling stood up. Just then, Tan Xiao's phone suddenly rang. The number displayed on the screen was Bai Yumin's. Hey, what the hell are you playing at? You call me here and then don't even show up yourself. Oh my, please calm down, Mr. Tan, please calm down. I was just preparing a surprise for you. It's ready now right downstairs in room 1703. After a few more words, Tan Xiao hung up and got up to leave the room. He made his way downstairs, half believing, half doubting. The bartender, who had been waiting by the door, immediately handed Tan Xiao the room key as soon as he saw him approach. He turned and walked away immediately. Feeling somewhat baffled, Tan Xiao muttered under his breath before swiping the card to enter. But the moment he stepped inside, Tan Xiao gasped for breath as he slammed the door shut, then tiptoed cautiously toward the bed. There, lying on the bed, was Su Zhixin, the very woman who had been drugged. The dream lover who haunted his thoughts lay before him, vulnerable and defenseless. Tan Xiao felt his breath catch in his throat, swallowing hard. Just then, his phone rang again. The sudden ringing startled Tan Xiao so much he nearly smashed the phone. After regaining his composure, he finally answered the call. Young Master Tan, are you pleased with the surprise I prepared for you? Hearing this, Tan Xiao swallowed hard and remained silent for a long moment. Chapter 52, The Beloved. He loved it. He loved it beyond measure. He couldn't possibly love it anymore. Throughout his entire life, he'd received countless gifts, yet never once had he felt had ever been so perfectly tailored to his tastes. Satisfied. Very satisfied. Tan Xiao's breathing grew heavier without him noticing as he spoke into the phone. On the other end, Bai Yumin chuckled softly upon hearing his words. As long as young Master Tan likes it, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Then I shan't disturb you further. With that, Bai Yumin hung up the phone decisively. Not a single unnecessary word, not even a single demand. Listening to the busy tone on the line, Tan Xiao felt a bit dazed. He could scarcely believe the events unfolding before him were real. He stood frozen in place, staring at Su Zhixin's slender form sprawled before him. He swallowed involuntarily. If he could still muster a shred of rationality, he would have sensed the unusual nature of this situation. The gift was so perfectly suited to her tastes, and Bai Yumin hadn't made any unreasonable demands either before or after giving it. This was clearly an extremely abnormal situation. Essentially, all humans pursued their own interests, especially when it concerned their own well-being. Some would stop at nothing to achieve their goals, sacrificing everyone around them if necessary. Yet Bai Yumin had bestowed such a grand gift without making even the slightest demand of Tan Xiao. This defied basic logic and common sense. No one would willingly take on a thankless task, especially one like this. The primary beneficiary was Tan Xiao himself. It held no greater moral significance and certainly had nothing to do with world peace. But Tan Xiao was now consumed by his own desires, leaving no room for such considerations. Step by step, he approached the bedside and turned to sit down. He turned his face to look at Su Zhixin lying on the bed, his eyes burning with a mixture of desire and anticipation. To be precise, Tan Xiao and Su Zhixin had actually known each other for quite some time. But this acquaintance was entirely one-sided. Back then, Su Zhixin was just a student. Tan Xiao and his friends were out traveling when the two had unexpectedly crossed paths. No, that phrasing might not be entirely accurate. It would be more precise to say Tan Xiao had spotted Su Zhixin back then. Back then, Su Zhixin wore a school uniform, the most ordinary, run-of-the-mill kind. Yet even this plain, ordinary uniform couldn't conceal the girl's radiance. When she wore it, the simple uniform seemed to transform into an entirely different style. Su Zhixin in her uniform resembled a fallen immortal, always carrying an otherworldly aura, like a fairy from the heavens. Tan Xiao had only caught a glimpse of her, yet it was love at first sight. No, it was more accurate to say he was instantly captivated by her beauty. Over the years, he'd slept with countless women. Among them were many innocent types. Yet Tan Xiao could never find that same aura that Su Zhixin possessed back then. Sometimes, the more unattainable something is, the more one craves it. All these years, he'd longed to possess Su Zhixin, and not merely in a physical sense. He wanted this girl before him to genuinely like him from the bottom of her heart. He yearned for an ordinary romance with this girl. Like any ordinary couple, shopping, dining, chatting, sipping tea, watching movies. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Tan Xiao gazed at Su Zhixin's tightly closed eyes, his heart racing with excitement, nervousness, and anticipation. After hesitating for a long while, he couldn't resist reaching out to gently caress her cheeks. Su Zhixin, do you know? I really like you. Like, really, really like you. Tan Xiao murmured softly as his fingers traced her cheeks. As if pouring out the longing he'd carried all these years. Don't blame me, he continued. I'm doing this because I care about you so deeply. As he spoke these words, a flicker of conflict crossed Tan Xiao's eyes. Truthfully, if he could have chosen, he would never have wanted to take Su Zhixin's first time this way. Tan Xiao hoped he could wait until the day Su Zhixin willingly offered herself to him. To hear her profess her love for him with her own lips. But ideals are always lush, while reality is often stark. Su Zhixin, the goddess in Tan Xiao's heart, not only disliked him but didn't even know him. Their only connection existed solely through others' words. All she knew was that Tan Xiao was a spoiled rich kid, a second-generation wealthy heir with deep pockets. That was all. Zhixin, I'm sorry. I don't dare hope you'll forgive me when you wake up, but since this has happened, I hope you'll give me one chance. Let me properly show you who I am, let me reveal my charm to you. Tan Xiao gently stroked Su Zhixin's cheeks as he murmured to himself. His gaze toward Su Zhixin was intensely complex, filled with desire, anticipation, and deep affection and profound guilt. Tan Xiao didn't even know how long he'd been sitting by the bedside before finally letting out a long, drawn-out sigh. He rose and walked toward the bathroom. Though this first time might not be perfect, Tan Xiao still hoped it could be clean and pure. At the very least, he himself must be clean. Su Zhixin was unlike any other superficial woman. She held immense significance in Tan Xiao's heart. Tan Xiao refused to let his first time with the woman he loved begin and end in such a slapdash manner. What he hadn't noticed was Su Zhixin, lying motionless on the bed. As he turned to head toward the bathroom, her eyelashes fluttered slightly. Her last finger twitched as well. Though these movements were faint, the sounds barely perceptible, perhaps even silent. But when strung together, these movements could spell serious trouble for Tan Xiao. Meanwhile, outside the hotel, Ye Xun and the two sat in the car, their eyes fixed intently on the vehicle ahead. Although they had lost track of Bai Yumin inside the bar, thanks to the Supreme Club's formidable intelligence network, they tracked him down within a mere 5 minutes. They had followed him all the way to this hotel. A two sat in the driver's seat, his heart pounding with anxiety. Chapter 53, with a single word. Though he didn't fully understand Ye Xun's temperament, one thing was crystal clear to him. Su Zhixin was incredibly important to Ye Xun, even more so than his own life. If anything happened to Su Zhixin, Ye Xun would very likely take direct action to annihilate the three major families. And he wouldn't spare a single soul. Ye Xun sat in the passenger seat with a grim expression, phone in hand. On the other end of the line was Xia Yutong. Yutong, have you heard anything about Zhixin? Xia Yutong remained silent for a long time on the other end, hesitating to speak. Little Master Uncle, please don't worry. Little Master Aunt will be fine. I've already dispatched everyone to search. I'm confident we'll find her soon. After a 5-minute silence, Xia Yutong finally spoke first. But despite her words, she herself had absolutely no confidence that they could find Su Zhixin. In fact, Xia Yutong was now growing concerned that Su Zhixin might have been recaptured by the Su family. The situation might even be worse.
Ye Xun had mentioned earlier that the Su family intended to use Su Zhixin to curry favor with Tan Xiaogong's son, Tan Xiao. The nature of that favoring, of course, was self-evident. Xiao Yutong dared not share this suspicion with Ye Xun, nor did she dare show even a hint of it. She knew her junior master too well. Once he flew into a rage, he could pierce holes through the heavens themselves. If Ye Xun learned of her conjecture, even if it was merely a conjecture, tonight, the three major families would surely be drenched in blood. Now was not the time to formally declare war on the three major families, much less engage in direct confrontation. The three major families had just held a press conference this morning, presenting an innocent image before everyone. If Ye Xun acted now, not only would he likely fail to exact revenge, he'd also be dragged into a whirlwind of public opinion. By then, he'd truly become a rat everyone wants to beat, let alone seek revenge. Even living a quiet life would become impossible. After hearing Xiao Yutong's words, Ye Xun's face darkened as he spoke bluntly. No need. Recall all your men. Send one person to the Su family to find Su Qingxue. On the other end of the line, Xiao Yutong's heart skipped a beat at those words, inwardly cursing her misfortune. Junior Master Uncle, please don't get upset. My people should find Junior Master's wife very soon. Ye Xun chuckled lightly before continuing. Yutong, recall your people. They won't find her. Do as I say. Tell Su Qingxue, if a single hair on Xinqing's head is harmed, I will make her wish she were dead. After delivering this warning, Ye Xun paused briefly. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he added. Oh, right, make sure to plant a listening device on the people you send. With that, Ye Xun hung up the phone without further ado. He didn't give Xiao Yutong a single moment to respond. Beside him, Atu, the moment Ye Xun's words fell silent, began fiddling with the car radio. The vehicle they'd driven out today belonged to the Supreme Club. Unless on a mission, this particular car was rarely ever taken out. Every vehicle belonging to the Supreme Club was equipped with a full set of eavesdropping and receiving devices, ready for any contingency. Naturally, Ye Xun's vehicle was no exception. After waiting a few minutes, a voice came through the receiver. Mission guaranteed. A deep, gravelly male voice delivered the statement before its owner promptly exited the building. In less than 3 minutes, the man had already reached the gate of the Su residence. Halt! What do you want? At that very moment, a piercingly high-pitched voice rang out from the receiver. The voice was so high-pitched it was impossible to tell whether it belonged to a man or a woman. Ye Xun couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. I'm here to see Su Qingxue. Please have her come out. Their man gave him a once-over and immediately let out a contemptuous snort. Our lady isn't just anyone you can see whenever you please. You. Before he could finish, 3 thuds echoed. From the receiver came the muffled thuds of fists striking a face, followed by the ungendered figure's wail, like the howling of a ghost. Donglin City, Su Family Hall. Grandfather Su sat in the main seat, his face dark and sullen. Below him sat Su Quingxue, his face twisted with rage. Su Zhixin sat with his head bowed in a corner, while his wife's face was filled with confusion and fury. Bring him up here. Grandfather Su's voice was deep and ominous, his expression clearly nearing the brink of explosion. Yet despite his words, it was that very man who strode into the hall with head held high and chest puffed out. He stood before old Master Su, eyes locked on him, and spoke deliberately, enunciating each word. Mr. Yi asked me to pass a message to Su Qingxue. Slam. Upon hearing these words, old Master Su slammed his hand down on the table. How dare you? No sooner had the words left his mouth than numerous martial artists shot out from the corners of the hall. The weakest among them had already reached the peak of the outer force realm. The elderly man standing beside old Master Su possessed strength that had reached the mid-stage of internal force cultivation. The figure stood in the center of the hall, narrowing his eyes as he looked at the elderly man beside old Master Su. Without flinching, he repeated his earlier words. Mr. Yi has asked me to deliver a message to Su Qingxue. The elderly man who had remained by old Master Su's side all along, upon hearing these words, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his aura surged out in an instant. This triggered a chain reaction, as every martial expert in the hall unleashed their full aura. This colossal aura, like rivers, lakes, and seas, converged and surged toward the figure standing at the very center of the hall. Sweat beaded on that person's forehead as their knees buckled involuntarily, nearly forcing them to their knees. Yet he grunted, forcing his knees straight. He repeated the previous statement once more. The old man's smile vanished instantly, his voice taking on an eerie, inexplicable tone. Young man, it would be wise not to be so brash. Too much rigidity leads to easy breakage. This statement was nothing short of a blatant threat. Yet the man stood in the center of the hall, meeting the old man's gaze without flinching. Chapter 54, arriving just in time. Mr. Yi said that if a single hair on Miss Su's head is harmed, he'll make you wish you were dead. With that, the man lingered not even a minute longer. He turned and strode toward the main entrance. Everyone in the hall froze in place for a moment, stunned by his words. They forgot to stop him. As he neared the entrance, Su Qingxue screamed like a madwoman. Too late! Too late! Su Zhixin, after tonight, you'll be nothing but a whore for all to use a whore forever. The man, who had already reached the doorway, suddenly halted upon hearing those words. He turned to look at Su Qingxue. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, his eyes clouded with confusion. Even he could see that Ye Xun had sent him here merely as a ploy to provoke a reaction. If he could extract some useful clues, all the better. But getting nothing was also understandable. After all, the Su family was one of the 3 great clans. Even if some members were idiots, as long as there was still one sensible person in charge, it wouldn't matter too much. Take the old matriarch Su, for instance. The moment he entered, she didn't ask a single question. Instead, she immediately dispatched all the Su family's elite fighters to intimidate him. This was an indirect message. The Su family wouldn't kill him, but they wouldn't reveal any useful information either. Yet he never imagined that just as he was about to leave, he'd receive a surprise. Smack! Su Qingxue was nearly beside himself with rage. He raised his hand and slapped Su Qingxue across the face. He knew his daughter was accustomed to acting high and mighty. That's why, upon learning that someone had come to cause trouble at the Supreme Club, he had specifically warned Su Qingxue. This person who had come was merely a provocation tactic employed by Ye Xun. No matter what he said or did, she absolutely must not lose her temper. It was best to remain silent and make no movements whatsoever. Su Qingxue had agreed wholeheartedly, and her performance just now had been flawless. She hadn't uttered a single word throughout the entire incident. But who could have predicted she'd suddenly snap at this critical moment? This single act threw all of Su Qingxue's plans into disarray. You're Su Qingxue? The man glanced at Su Qingxue, a faint smile touching his lips. You'd better be careful. Mr. Yi will come looking for you. With that, the person showed no further hesitation. He strode out the main gate of the Su residence, strutting away with deliberate ease. Meanwhile, seated in the main position, Old Master Su's face darkened to a terrifying shade of gloom. Should I pursue him? The elder beside Old Master Su hadn't finished his sentence, but his meaning was already clear. After a moment of silence, the Old Master Su shook his head. They're practically begging us to make a rash move. Best not to act for now. Upon hearing this, the elder made no further comment. He simply shrugged his shoulders and exited the hall. Su Qingxue finally snapped out of her daze and knelt down with a thud. Grandfather, I. Su Qingxue stammered for a long moment, unable to form a complete sentence. She simply didn't know how to explain her recent actions. Grandfather Su's face darkened to a terrifying shade of gloom. He didn't even glance at Su Qingxue, who remained kneeling on the floor. He turned to Su Qingxue beside him and said, "Your people. You handle them yourself." With that, the old patriarch rose from his seat, his face still dark, and left the hall. As for Su Zhixin and his men, they had already slipped away long before the experts emerged. Once the elite warriors had appeared, they knew their presence here was no longer meaningful. In the vast hall, only Su Qingxue and his family remained. Father, please plead with grandfather on my behalf. I truly acted in a moment of foolishness." Su Qingxue looked at his daughter kneeling on the floor, his voice filled with disappointment. A moment of foolishness? Didn't I tell you this was just a ploy to provoke you? You absolutely mustn't lose your temper. Su Qingxue was rendered speechless by this rebuke, lowering her head to stare at the floor. Her hatred for Su Zhixin deepened further. The entire hall fell into an eerie silence, so thick you could hear a pin drop. This silence lasted for over 3 minutes before Su Qingxue finally let out a long sigh. "Someone, take the young lady downstairs." Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue thought her father had finally let go of his grievances against her. A smile immediately spread across her face, and she was about to say something to thank Su Qingxue. But then she heard the 4 words that followed from Su Qingxue. 40 strokes of the cane. Su Qingxue and her mother were both stunned, collapsing onto the floor as they stared at Su Qingxue. The Su household servants stood outside the hall, hesitant to enter, their expressions filled with uncertainty. Within this household, Su Qingxue effectively served as acting head of the family. His words carried the same weight as those of Old Master Su. Yet Su Qingxue was Su Qingxue's only daughter, the sole princess of the Su family. As for Su Zhixin, hardly anyone in the Su household regarded her as one of their own. "Are you all deaf?" Seeing no one move, Su Qingxue roared angrily. A few minutes earlier, outside the Imperial Dynasty Hotel, Ye Xun sat in the car, his face dark, having heard Su Qingxue's words. A two sat beside him, uneasy and anxious, fearing Ye Xun might lose his temper and charge straight to the Su residence. Slaughter the entire Su family. After the call ended, the car fell into a deathly silence. Neither spoke, silently staring ahead. Click. After an unknown amount of time, Ye Xun opened the door and stepped out, walking straight toward the white nomad's vehicle. Atu was instantly terrified. He grabbed the weapon from the storage compartment and jogged after him. Bai Yuman was still sitting in the car, sweet-talking his old flame. "Ah, what's that? After today, I'll buy you villas, yachts, let you drive luxury cars and live in mansions. Keep dreaming."
I must have been blind to ever fall for you. What nonsense! Don't I look like a real catch? Before Bai Yumin could hear a response from the other end of the call, he heard a knock on the car window. He turned to look outside and saw two unfamiliar faces. Thinking they were parking lot attendants collecting fees, he casually waved them off. The two people outside were none other than Ye Xun and A2. Bang! 3 gunshots rang out. Ye Xun yanked open the car door and pressed the gun against Bai Yumin's forehead. Bai Yumin froze in terror. ATU snatched the phone from his hand and crushed it underfoot. Big brother, let's talk this out. I have money, I have. Chapter 55, Premature Awakening. The scene unfolded too swiftly and abruptly. Bai Yumin visibly froze for a moment before registering what had happened. He was the type to recognize when the writing was on the wall or perhaps just a complete spineless coward. The way Ye Xun and his companion stood there made it abundantly clear they were not people to be trifled with. Come out. Ye Xun's face remained cold as he spat out the 2 words in an icy tone. Beside him, A2 kept scanning the surroundings, his eyes darting back and forth like surveillance cameras. His eyes darted back and forth. Handguns were illegal nationwide. If discovered, even as club members, they'd face interrogation and hardship. Especially Ye Xun, who carried his weapon openly, seemingly unconcerned about being discovered. Fortunately, this white-collar vagrant seemed just as guilty as he was careless. He'd parked precisely in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras. Anyone watching from the surveillance room wouldn't have seen a thing happening right before their eyes. All right, I'm coming out. I'll come out immediately. Please calm down, sir. Let's talk this out properly. Bai Yumin raised his hands, trembling with fear, and struggled to climb out of the car. Ye Xun and his companion escorted Bai Yumin to a secluded corner. How did things go? Ye Xun's expression remained as cold as ever, his tone unchanged from before. Yet the 2 men present visibly flinched at his words, surprise clearly etched on their faces. If you don't want to answer, I'll send you on your way. Bai Yumin trembled violently at the threat, his voice shaking as he replied. Big brother, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand. Ye Xun gave a cold laugh, his wrist flickering slightly as his fingers snapped back. Bang! A deep crater instantly appeared beside Bai Yumin's head, wisps of blue smoke curling upward from the wound. Bai Yumin's knees buckled, nearly sending him crashing to his knees. If the shots fired earlier were merely meant to intimidate Bai Yumin, then now they had truly turned deadly. The bullet had just grazed Bai Yumin's face, embedding itself in the wall directly in front of him. This alone demonstrated Ye Xun's pinpoint accuracy. Any lingering thoughts Bai Yumin had harbored about fleeing were now completely extinguished. Though he was just a petty thug, he took his physical training seriously. Plus, he knew this place like the back of his hand, where he could go, where he couldn't, and where traps could be set. Bai Yumin knew it all inside out. With both the timing and the location in his favor, he had dared to confront Ye Xun, who was armed with a pistol. But now, that thought had vanished entirely. Facing a sharpshooter, he was nothing more than a slightly larger ant. Are you people from the Su family? Bai Yumin asked in a trembling voice. Ever since he realized escape was impossible, his mind had been racing. He pondered how to resolve the current predicament. Given that Ye Xun had previously inquired about the progress of his task, Bai Yumin naturally associated him with the Su family. In recent days, he had only accepted assignments from the Su family. Upon hearing his words, Ye Xun offered no reply. He merely shifted the muzzle forward ever so slightly. With the still warm muzzle pressed against the back of his head, Bai Yumin had already formed his own suspicions. Tell Su Qingxue the matter is settled. I'll be waiting for him at the usual spot in a few days. With Ye Xun's tacit approval, Bai Yumin felt as if he'd swallowed a reassuring pill. His fear subsided considerably. Though he was a small-time thug, he always liked to keep his options open. As long as the people who had hired him were eliminated, all the dirty secrets would be exposed. Besides, this job wasn't particularly difficult, and for the Su family, it hardly amounted to anything significant. As long as Bai Yumin kept his mouth shut and understood his place, there was absolutely no need to silence him with murder. Ye Xun didn't respond to his words. Standing behind him, he watched silently. The gun in Ye Xun's hand remained pressed against Bai Yumin's nape. Brother, that's enough. We're all working for the boss. Let's not make things difficult for each other. Seeing Ye Xun showed no intention of lowering the gun, Bai Yumin felt a faint unease creeping into his heart. He feared the Su family might indeed send an assassin to silence him. Yet his face betrayed none of this unease. Instead, he merely frowned slightly. He appeared thoroughly impatient. Only after hearing Bai Yumin's words did Ye Xun speak, his tone icy cold. My master sent me here for his own reasons. As for you. Ye Xun trailed off, a faint, mocking curve lifting the corner of his mouth. Bai Yumin understood the implication, though he was deeply reluctant. But he still spoke up. They're all in room 1703. It probably hasn't started yet. Let's wait a bit longer. Seeing that he'd finally heard the words he wanted to hear, Ye Xun saw no point in continuing the charade.
With a flick of his wrist, he slammed the butt of his gun into Bai Yuman's skull. Bai Yuman, already in a foul mood, had barely finished speaking when a searing pain erupted at the back of his skull. The searing pain instantly sobered him, making him realize he might have been tricked. But it was already too late. Before he could even turn around, darkness engulfed his vision, and he crashed onto the floor with a thud. Ye Xun glanced at the unconscious figure before him, then turned and led it straight out of the parking lot. They strode swiftly toward the hotel lobby. The hotel staff, upon seeing the two of them, initially prepared to offer warm hospitality. But Ye Xun wasn't actually staying at the hotel. He had no interest in their warm hospitality. The only words he exchanged with the staff from start to finish were a single question. Which floor is room 1703? Room 1703 at the Dynasty Hotel. Tan Xiao, wrapped only in a bath towel, stood frozen in place. On the bed, Su Zhixin reclined half lying against the headboard. Though her face showed no trace of a smile, her eyes held little anger, more a lingering sense of dread. Zixin, I. Tan Xiao looked at Su Zhixin, who had already woken up, and found himself momentarily flustered. Not knowing what to say, he stammered out a few words. Yet these words failed to form coherent sentences, let alone convey what he truly wished to express. Chapter 56, How to Proceed. Su Zhixin still felt utterly drained, even speaking requiring immense effort. What you said sitting on the bed earlier, was any of it true? Tan Xiao, already reeling from disarray, was struck as if by lightning upon hearing those words. He stood frozen in place, his expression solidified on his face. He had no idea how to answer this question, or rather, he'd never imagined finding himself in this predicament. Bai Yuman had mentioned on the phone that he had a surprise for him. It wasn't until he entered this room that he realized what that surprise was. It was Su Zhixin, lying unconscious. At that moment, his mind was clouded by desire. The fact that he could still manage to calm himself down and ramble on about all that nonsense. That was already the limit of what Tan Xiao could endure. But he never imagined that in the time it took to take a shower, something that had been within his grasp had undergone such a drastic change. If Su Zhixin remained unconscious, Tan Xiao would never pass up such a golden opportunity. His dream lover, whom he'd longed for day and night, lay unconscious on the bed, appearing utterly vulnerable and defenseless. Anyone would find it irresistible. Su Zhixin held immense weight in Tan Xiao's heart. If he took her innocence without her knowing, he would cherish her for the rest of his life. But now, Su Zhixin had regained consciousness and was staring straight at him. Any thoughts of what to do next were now impossible. Tan Xiao absolutely refused to allow himself to take a woman by force, as he had done before. Especially not with the woman he'd longed for day and night. Zixin, listen to me. It's not what you think. I can explain it all. I can definitely explain everything. After a moment of stunned silence, Tan Xiao snapped back to reality and blurted out urgently. He didn't want to ruin the good impression Su Zhixin had of him before they'd even truly gotten to know each other. Exhausted, Su Zhixin shook her head gently. I know your reasons, but wrong is wrong. Those words echoed in Tan Xiao's ears, and he instantly fell silent, as if struck dumb. His expression turned desolate as he lowered his head. Tan Xiao had imagined countless times what kind of occasion their reunion would be, what topics they would discuss. Yet he never imagined their first meeting would unfold in this manner. Su Zhixin watched Tan Xiao, silent and head bowed, and let out a soft sigh. Truth be told, she understood Tan Xiao's current state. Back when she learned of Ye Xun's death, she had felt utterly hopeless, just like Tan Xiao did now, unable to find any meaning in continuing to live. Call Ye Xun for me. After you're done, you should leave quickly too. At the mention of Ye Xun's name, Tan Xiao's eyes instantly reddened. He slowly lifted his head. A painfully forced smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Can you tell me where he was better than me? Consider it fulfilling my final wish. After this, we shall never meet again. Su Zhixin frowned slightly upon hearing these words. Tan Xiao's words were downright ambiguous, couldn't get any more ambiguous. His words didn't sound like something two people who had only met once and in such an extremely awkward situation would say. I never compare him to anyone else. He is who he is. Su Zhixin murmured these words with a slight frown, regaining a bit of strength. Her longing for Ye Xun grew ever more intense within her heart. Upon hearing these words, Tan Xiao flashed a smile uglier than a cry. To kill someone with words, this was the truest form of it. To hear with your own ears the person you deeply cherish express the most intense affection for another with the simplest words. It was likely the most gut-wrenching experience in the entire world. Tan Xiao took a deep breath, yet still asked, unwilling to give up. Do you remember back in senior year, when you went out with friends and bumped into someone? Su Zhixin heard the question and began to recall carefully. Within half a minute, she shook her head gently. Of course. Who would remember a complete stranger? Tan Xiao's smile was painfully strained, as if all the strength had been drained from his body. An eerie silence instantly filled the room, neither of the two people inside uttering a word. This eerie silence persisted for 2 full minutes. Tan Xiao asked in a hoarse voice. If you had met me first,
do you think we could have been together? This time, Su Zhixin shook her head without hesitation, replying softly. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Ha! Upon hearing this, Tan Xiao burst into laughter, tears streaming down his cheeks. They slid down his cheeks, one after another, landing on the ground. Where in the world is there no grass? Good, very good. Su Zhixin looked at the young master before her, and an inexplicable wave of sympathy welled up in her heart. Though this man had nearly ruined her virtue, what should never have happened ultimately did not. And the young master before her was nothing more than a lovesick fool. At least for now, at this very moment. After an unknown span of time, Tan Xiao spoke in a hoarse voice. I'll go to the front desk right now and have them notify Ye Xun to come pick you up. With that, he headed straight for the door. Just as his hand touched the doorknob, Tan Xiao turned back, his eyes reddened. Tell Ye Xun for me he's truly fortunate. Squeak! Before Tan Xiao could even open the door, the handle began turning. He had no idea what was happening, but immediately felt a tremendous force pushing inward. Caught off guard, Tan Xiao stumbled backward several steps and landed flat on his backside. Ye Xun and Atu burst through the door right behind him. The first thing Ye Xun did upon entering the room was to immediately scan the entire space with his eyes. Tan Xiao, slumped on the floor, was naturally caught in his gaze. But Ye Xun had no time to concern himself with Tan Xiao. He darted straight to the bedside. He wrapped his arms around Su Zhixin. His strong arms held her tightly, as if the slightest loosening of his grip, Su Zhixin would vanish instantly. Yi! You scared the life out of me. You absolutely cannot act so recklessly again. You mustn't. Ye Xun couldn't continue. His voice choked, unable to form words. Tears streamed down like beads from a broken string, one after another. Chapter 57, Rebellious Son, Rebellious Son. Tan Xiao slumped to the ground, fists clenched tightly, eyes red-rimmed. He stared fixedly at the scene. Atu crossed his arms over his chest, leaning his back against the wall nearest the doorway. He glanced sideways at Tan Xiao, who remained seated on the floor. With only Su Zhixin and Tan Xiao in the room, it was obvious without asking. Tan Xiao absolutely could not be allowed to leave this room. Ye Xun wasn't bothering with him now, but that was only because he didn't have the time to deal with him at the moment. Punishment was inevitable. On the bed, a pair of lovers embraced and wept as they reluctantly parted. Ye Xun gripped Su Zhixin's shoulders, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Xinxin, he didn't do anything to you, did he? Su Zhixin shook her head, her tone tinged with a hint of petulance. You have no idea how worried I was about you when I heard the news. When I couldn't find you in the bar, I thought. As she spoke, tears welled up in Su Zhixin's eyes. All the grievances she'd endured these past days. All poured out in one flood. Ye Xun cradled Su Zhixin's head against his chest, his face filled with heartache as he said. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I'm so sorry. After about 5 or 6 minutes, perhaps from crying herself out, or maybe just from today's overwhelming tension, she suddenly relaxed and fell into a deep sleep in Ye Xun's arms. Ye Xun gently laid her on the bed, then turned to face Tan Xiao with a cold expression. Though Ye Xun was now seething with rage, he forced himself to suppress his fury. Were you deceived, or were you complicit the whole time? Ye Xun's question was essentially offering Tan Xiao a way out. He was also showing respect for Tan Xiaogong, Tan Xiao's father. One shouldn't push things too far, but the necessary punishment must never be spared. Upon hearing these words, Tan Xiao lifted his head to look at Ye Xun. His voice was hoarse. What difference does it make? Having committed such vile acts, I deserve to be spat upon by thousands and beaten by tens of thousands. Ye Xun stared at Tan Xiao sitting on the ground. Beyond the raging fury in his eyes, a hint of surprise. Truth be told, Ye Xun never imagined Tan Xiao would utter such words. A spoiled brat like him shouldn't possess such awareness. Today's events should have been nothing more than routine for Tan Xiao. But Ye Xun didn't want to delve into the reasons behind it. He simply said indifferently. Xinxin is asleep. I don't want to hear any noise. Upon hearing this, Atu gave a slight bow, turned around, and proceeded to beat Tan Xiao senseless. Throughout the entire ordeal, Tan Xiao didn't utter a single sound. Perhaps he feared provoking Ye Xun, or perhaps he genuinely worried about waking Su Zhixin. But none of that mattered now. Ye Xun didn't care either way. After 10 minutes, Tan Xiao lay beaten like a dead dog, and lay on the ground without the strength to rise. Ye Xun finally murmured softly. That's enough. Atu immediately stopped and turned to stand by the wall. You like Xinxin, right? Ye Xun's tone betrayed no emotion, his face as still as a calm lake. As if he were stating the most ordinary of facts. Upon hearing those words, Tan Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He couldn't fathom how the man before him had figured it out, or perhaps his feelings were simply too obvious. Still, Tan Xiao didn't deny it. He replied frankly. You're lucky. At least much luckier than I am. Upon hearing this, Ye Xun turned his gaze toward Su Zhixin, who lay fast asleep on the bed. She's wonderful, kind as an angel, right? Tan Xiao didn't answer, but the expression on his face spoke volumes. A two stood by, utterly baffled, unable to fathom what Ye Xun was really up to. If he were in Ye Xun's shoes, he might just stab Tan Xiao right then and there. I'm giving you one chance. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone still lucid in the room froze in shock. They'd never heard of anyone encountering such a situation and not only failing to get angry, but actually give the instigator a chance to pursue his own girlfriend. Unless this person was insane. Are you okay? Tan Xiao, already beaten half to death, cried out in sheer astonishment. The moment he finished shouting, excruciating pain surged through his body, making him grimace in agony. Ye Xun heard this and continued coldly. But if I catch you using such dirty tricks again, it won't be as simple as today. Tan Xiao's face flushed red then drained pale, momentarily at a loss for words. After hesitating for a long moment, he finally mumbled. Who do you think you are? How dare you make decisions for Zixin? Ye Xun smiled faintly and replied softly. I can't, and I don't have the right to. That's why I'm not talking about now. Xinxin must nod in agreement for this promise to hold any weight. At this point, Ye Xun stood up and walked over to Tan Xiao. If Xinxin doesn't agree, the deal's off. Every time I see you, I'll beat you up. Tan Xiao curled his lip at the words, letting out a dismissive snort. Yet a flicker of hope still rose unbidden within him. Ye Xun saw no point in further discussion. He returned to the bedside, gently cradling Su Zhixin in his arms. Perhaps because her lover's embrace was too warm, Su Zhixin murmured softly. She snuggled closer against Ye Xun's chest. He called Tan Jingong, instructing him to come pick them up. With that, Ye Xun turned and walked out of the hotel without looking back. Half an hour later, in the grand hall of the Tan residence in Donglin City, Tan Xiao, covered in wounds, lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. He would occasionally laugh out loud. Tan Jingong stood beside him, glaring at him with disappointment, sighing from time to time. He silently lamented his own actions. What kind of karma had he brought upon himself? Didn't I explicitly warn you time and again? You absolutely mustn't act recklessly like you used to during this period. Tan Xiao heard this and tilted his head to glance at his father. A hint of hurt flashed across his face. Yeah, I haven't hung out with those bad influences anymore. But how was I supposed to know that guy surnamed Bai wasn't any better? Tan Jingong was so furious he nearly spat blood. Pointing at Tan Xiao lying on the bed, his vision went black and he nearly fainted on the spot. Fortunately, his robust constitution and regular exercise prevented him from collapsing outright. You ungrateful son! Chapter 58, utterly confused. Lying in the hospital bed, Tan Xiao gazed at his father with a bewildered expression. He genuinely couldn't figure it out. These past few days, he hadn't had any contact with those good-for-nothing friends. And precisely because of that, Tan Xiao felt stifled and restless. Back when he hung out with those reckless friends, they'd go out partying and splurging everywhere. At least that had allowed him to temporarily forget his loneliness. But Tan Jingong had made it clear, no more associating with those reckless friends. Tan Xiao had genuinely cut off all ties with them. He knew exactly who mattered more to him, his father or those reckless friends. He hadn't wanted today's events to unfold this way. No, it should be said that Tan Xiao hadn't anticipated things escalating to this point. Dad, please don't be angry. The person involved has already forgiven me. Upon hearing these words, the anger on Tan Jingong's face instantly vanished. He strode over to his son and asked, his voice tinged with nervousness. He truly forgave you? Tan Xiao looked at his father with confusion, utterly baffled by the dramatic shift in his father's mood after hearing those words. Such a dramatic shift in his mood. But since Tan Jingong was no longer angry, Tan Xiao naturally seized the opportunity. He nodded vigorously and added, Dad, it's really okay. Not only did he forgive me, but he also said that if I truly liked Zhixin, pursuing her wouldn't be forbidden, but it must be done through proper means. Upon hearing these words, Tan Jingong stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Tan Xiao called out to him several times, but he didn't respond. Dad! Dad! What's wrong with you, Dad? If he hadn't been so weak, Tan Xiao would have leaped out of bed already. He grabbed his father's shoulders and shook him violently. Tan Jingong's current state was as if his soul had already left his body, his eyes nothing but emptiness. Tan Xiao was nearly terrified out of his wits, shouting at the top of his lungs. Dad, don't scare me like this. I won't do it again, I promise. I'll listen to you from now on. Please don't die, Dad. Before he could finish, Tan Jingong delivered a kick straight to his head. Stop whining. I'm not dead yet. Hearing his father's voice again, Tan Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. You scared the hell out of me, Dad. Tan Jingong didn't respond, his eyes fixed intently on his son lying in the hospital bed. If looks could kill, Tan Xiao would have been torn to pieces by now. No matter how hard he racked his brain, Tan Xiao couldn't fathom why Ye Xun would say such things to his son. Truthfully, even if Ye Xun had crippled his son then and there, leaving Tan Xiao childless forever, Tan Jingong wouldn't have said a word. After all, it was his own flesh and blood. If he dared to commit such despicable acts, he had to bear the consequences and pay the price. But Ye Xun hadn't done that. He'd merely given Tan Xiao a simple beating. Then he let him take his son back. Such superficial injuries were hardly punishment for what Tan Xiao had done. Even if it were just an ordinary person who had done something like this. Even if nothing truly happened in the end, it absolutely couldn't be wrapped up so easily. The victim would likely be bedridden for a year before venting their anger. Tan Xiao watched his father deep in thought, utterly baffled. Back when he was still young and reckless, he pulled similar stunts before, but Tan Jinggong had always stepped in at the critical moment to stop him. Yet never before had his father paused to ponder after asking just a couple of questions. It was as if he were pondering something exceptionally difficult to grasp. This kind of thing would have been absolutely unthinkable in the past. If Tan Xiao had dared to act like this back then, he would have been dealt with by the family rules. But back then, Tan Xiao was thick-skinned and resilient, and he was still just a child at heart, naturally playful. It took Tan Jinggong administering corporal punishment several times before Tan Xiao would hesitate when faced with such situations. "Dad, are you okay?" It felt like an eternity before Tan Xiao finally gathered his courage to ask. His father lowered his head and glared at him upon hearing the words. "You ungrateful son! You ungrateful son!" Tan Jinggong grew angrier the longer he looked at him, yet he was utterly powerless. After all, the man before him was his own flesh and blood. As the saying goes, even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. No matter how despicable Tan Xiao's actions might be, he was still his son. Ye Xun's words left Tan Jinggong utterly perplexed. He simply couldn't comprehend them. Under the circumstances at that time, why could Ye Xun still utter such words? Was the young divine lord implying that Tan Xiao alone couldn't resolve this matter? Or perhaps Tan Xiao simply lacked the qualifications to handle it? An ancient saying holds true: the son pays for the father's debts. This principle works equally well in reverse. If a child is not properly taught, it is the father's fault. The young divine lord might be hinting that I need to give him an explanation. Tan Jinggong pondered silently within himself, his gaze growing increasingly resolute. He was almost certain this matter unfolded exactly as he had suspected. Tan Xiao, lying in the hospital bed, dared not utter a single sound. He held his breath, his gaze fixed on Tan Jinggong. He had barely uttered 5 sentences in total before being scolded twice. If he uttered 2 more words, he feared Tan Jinggong might lose his temper and resort to family discipline, inflicting further injury upon him. Sigh. Tan Jinggong sighed before speaking slowly. "Rest well here tonight. First thing tomorrow morning, you're coming with me to the Supreme Club." With that, Tan Jinggong turned on his heel and walked out of the hospital room without looking back. Tan Xiao was left alone in the room, utterly bewildered. Truth be told, it wasn't just Tan Jinggong who couldn't fathom what Ye Xun was thinking. Tu was equally baffled, his mind swirling with questions. After Tan Jinggong picked up Tan Xiao, he promptly departed the hotel. By then, Ye Xun had already departed. Even if Tu wanted to ask why, there was no one left to ask. Suppressing his curiosity, he hailed a cab and headed straight back to the Supreme Club. Upon returning to the club, he didn't seek out Ye Xun immediately. Instead, he headed straight for the president's office. Chapter 59, Humanized Rules. Knock. Tu took 2 deep breaths before cautiously knocking on the door. "Come in." Xia Yutan's voice echoed from inside. Upon hearing that voice, Tu couldn't help but tremble slightly all over. Suppressing the fear in his heart, he turned the doorknob, pushed open the door, and stepped into the room. "President." Xia Yutan, seated at her desk, lifted her eyelids slightly upon hearing the sound. Recognizing the visitor, she lowered her gaze and her fingers flew across the keyboard. Tu dared not disturb her, standing quietly by to wait. The entire office instantly fell into a deathly silence. Perhaps before Tu's arrival, all sound seemed to have been cut off. Only the clatter of the keyboard remained. "Chairman." Tu, who had been standing by the entire time, finally couldn't hold back any longer. He spoke first, breaking the deathly silence. He called out cautiously. Xia Yutan paid him no mind, continuing with her task. As if he weren't even in the room at all. Receiving no response, Tu hung his head in frustration, his heart filled with unease. He hadn't completed a single task Xia Yutan had assigned him today. He'd even managed to make things worse. Such failures were never tolerated at the club. Should they occur, the individual would face the club's most severe punishment. "You should know the rules, right?" Upon hearing these words, Tu's entire body suddenly trembled. A bitter smile flickered across his face. "After returning, I began copying. Those who fail to complete their tasks within the club will be punished, and this punishment is nothing else. Copying the Sutra of Tranquil Mind in the club rules 100 times. When this rule was first established, many found it utterly astonishing. They all thought the punishment was far too lenient. Even in a small gang, the lightest punishment for failing a task was 20 lashes. Larger gangs might even sever limbs. The Supreme Club, strictly speaking, could indeed be considered a massive criminal syndicate. However, its backing was simply too formidable. No one in all of Donglin City dared to provoke it. Within such a powerful and highly disciplined organization, punishment for failing a mission should logically be severe. No organization, whether in the underworld or the legitimate sphere, would tolerate idlers. If you lack real ability, you should at least know how to suck up and flatter. If you lack real strength, you should at least learn to muddle through. Those who fail to complete their tasks, regardless of their circumstances, must face the corresponding punishment. Otherwise, those with ulterior motives will exploit this loophole to deliberately fail their assignments. After all, the punishment for failure isn't that severe. For tasks that require risking one's life. Under these circumstances, no one would risk their life to complete the task. This is precisely why so many people opposed Xia Yutong's establishment of this rule. At the time, Xia Yutong pushed through against overwhelming dissent, disregarding everyone else's opinions and directly establishing this rule. Many believed the Supreme Club might disintegrate because of this rule. However, they eventually discovered that copying the rules turned out to be an extremely heavy punishment in itself. Shortly after the rule was established, numerous members deliberately failed to complete their tasks. Xia Yutong showed no leniency, ensuring everyone faced punishment. Copying 100 times was actually quite easy. Most people completed their punishment in less than a day. But Xia Yutong rejected all their work and ordered them to rewrite it. I can't even read your handwriting, and the content is a complete mess. If this is supposed to be punishment, what's the point? With her words spoken so plainly, they had no choice but to return and rewrite everything. Hundreds upon hundreds of times in the blink of an eye, they had copied nearly 3,000 times. Finally, it was deemed acceptable. Because of this punishment, nearly all of them had memorized the Sutra of Tranquil Mind and the rules of the assembly. Only then did they realize this punishment inflicted not just physical pain, but mental torment as well. Under such dual pressure, it wasn't impossible for someone to snap and go mad. From that point onward, not a single soul dared to deliberately fail to complete their tasks. Of course, those who genuinely couldn't complete the task due to unavoidable circumstances. Although they still faced punishment, Su Yutong did not deliberately make things difficult for them. Following the rules, she had them copy the text 100 times before letting them go. Gradually, word spread throughout the club that they had found a good president. Those with influence also murmured that under Xia Yutong's leadership, the Supreme Club was destined for its next era of glory. For no other reason than this one remarkably humane rule. Anything else? Xia Yutong glanced at Atu, who was still standing there, and asked with a hint of teasing in her voice. Was 100 times not enough for you? Lost in thought, Atu snapped back to reality and shook his head hastily. But the reason he hadn't left was precisely because he had something he wanted to ask Xia Yutong. President, I have a question to ask. Please don't get angry, okay? Upon hearing this, Xia Yutong's face twisted into an expression that was both amused and exasperated. Go ahead, go ahead. When have I ever blamed you? Atu hesitated slightly before speaking. Was Mr. Yi always such a patient person? Xia Yutong paused, clearly taken aback by the unexpected question. She replied instinctively. Not exactly. Except for us, his junior disciples and fellow apprentices, he was patient with us and never got angry. But with outsiders, he always repaid grudges with grudges and favors with favors. After hearing this, Atu's expression turned slightly peculiar. Revenge for wrongs, repay kindness? Not necessarily. At the very least, the part about repaying grudges isn't entirely accurate. Tonight was an exception. That kid was merely riding on his father's coattails, and he hadn't truly harmed the young mistress. Otherwise. At this point, Xia Yutong glanced down at Atu's lower body. Atu instantly felt a chill surge from his feet to his scalp, every hair on his body standing on end. He swallowed hard with some difficulty. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. After saying this, Atu turned and hurried to escape the place. But just as he reached the doorway, he heard Xia Yutong call out. Chapter 60, Lady Yi. The punishment can wait until tomorrow. First, go book a restaurant that serves whole roasted lamb. I promised little master uncle we'd have it. Atu grunted a reply and hurried out the door. Xia Yutong called after him from behind. Honestly, you shouldn't be asking me about this. Ask little master uncle, he should know best. Atu shuddered violently, stumbling backward and nearly falling flat on his face. Gossiping behind someone's back was already bad enough, doing it to their face was even worse. Especially with Ye Xun's formidable strength, he feared the master might lose his temper. A single palm strike could end him right there at the dinner table. If that happened, he'd likely be the most unjustly killed person in the entire world. Supreme Club, Ye Xun's room. Ye Xun gazed at the sleeping figure on the bed, his eyes brimming with tenderness and affection. He couldn't help but recall every little moment he'd shared with Su Zhixin. A faint smile would occasionally curve his lips. He didn't know how long he'd been sitting there in the room when suddenly, a soft, delicate whimper reached his ears.
Lying in bed, Su Zhixin felt as though she hadn't slept this soundly in ages. She felt utterly refreshed all over, likely because she had just woken up. Su Zhixin instinctively stretched her arms wide. Ye Xun, sitting beside her, was mesmerized, completely lost in an indescribable state. Ah! Su Zhixin, who had just noticed Ye Xun, instinctively gasped, pulling the blanket up over her shoulders. Ye Xun snapped back to reality and asked with a smile. Awake? Su Zhixin's hand, hidden beneath the covers, quietly pinched her thigh hard. The sudden pain made her wince, but she was happy, so very, very happy. Su Zhixin still couldn't believe this was real. She had always thought she was having a nightmare. No, it must have been a wonderful dream. In her dream, Ye Xun had saved her at the crucial moment, just like the Prince Charming from fairy tales. He always appeared before the princess just as danger struck. Su Zhixin leapt out of the covers, wrapped her arms around Ye Xun's neck, and whispered with their faces pressed together. I'm hungry. Her tone carried a hint of joy and a touch of playful coquetry. Ye Xun smiled faintly, reaching out to tickle her nose. What would you like me to make? Steamed lamb, grilled lamb chops, roasted chicken legs. Su Zhixin smiled, rattling off a long list of dishes like a stand-up comedian delivering a rapid-fire monologue. At the end, she finally smiled sweetly. Just kidding. Actually, all I want is a bowl of noodle soup. Ye Xun hadn't spoken a word throughout, only smiling as he watched her, his arms wrapped around her waist. He felt this was enough. At this very moment, he was likely the happiest man in the entire world. But some people just couldn't pick a better time, and the doorbell rang precisely then. Upon hearing the knock, Su Zhixin released Ye Xun's neck almost instantly. She flopped backward, diving straight back under the covers. Grabbing the quilt, she pulled it up over her face. Ye Xun watched the scene unfold, feeling both amused and exasperated. Even though they were already officially together, Su Zhixin remained this shy. She dared not show any more affection in front of others. Day after day, who was this person with no sense of tact? Ye Xun muttered under his breath as he walked toward the door. Mr. Yi, the chairman says the whole lamb banquet is ready and waiting for you. The man standing at the door was none other than Atu, whom Xia Yutong had just sent to book a restaurant specializing in roast whole lamb. But he felt it was getting late, and finding a roast lamb restaurant befitting their status, that proved rather difficult. So Atu decided to cut through the hassle and simply have all the ingredients for the roast lamb brought directly to the clubhouse. After all, the clubhouse had a banquet hall available year-round for dining purposes. He even upgraded the roast lamb to a full lamb banquet. Little did Atu know that his actions perfectly aligned with someone else's desire for a whole lamb banquet. When Su Zhixin heard Atu mention the whole lamb banquet, she couldn't help but pull the quilt down a little lower. Closing her eyes, she listened in on their conversation. Ye Xun naturally noticed this and deliberately raised his voice. Tell Yutong we're not hungry yet and don't need anything, so elaborate a bowl of noodles will do just fine. Upon hearing this, Atu turned to leave, looking rather dazed, when suddenly he noticed the quilt on the bed not far away twitch slightly. Mr. Yi, Mrs. Yi seems. Before he could finish, Su Zhixin had already leaped off the bed. Her face flushed bright red as she rushed to Atu and said, Please tell President Xia we appreciate her kindness. Atu nodded at the first part and turned to leave, but then heard the second half. We'll be down shortly after tidying up. Please have President Xia wait a moment. Atu froze in place, staring at Ye Xun in bewilderment. After thanking someone for their kindness, is this really the next thing you say? Wasn't that kind of phrase typically used to politely decline someone's request? Why did they just agree outright? And hadn't they discussed this beforehand? One says yes, the other says no? Atu was baffled, utterly baffled. He didn't know whom to listen to. The two people before him were Xia Yutong's junior master uncle and junior master aunt. He couldn't afford to offend either of them. Just follow her lead. Ye Xun noticed Atu's dilemma and smiled in response. All right then, Mr. Yi, Mrs. Yi, I. Before Atu could finish his sentence, he felt a pair of eyes fixed intently on him. He turned his head to the side and said nonchalantly, I shan't disturb you further. Carry on. With that, he slammed the door shut at the fastest speed he'd ever managed. Mrs. Yi, tidy up. Let's head downstairs too. Who's Mrs. Yi? I don't know who you're calling. Su Zhixin's face flushed crimson, her words stumbling out, yet her heart felt as sweet as honey. Mrs. Yi. It was a bit embarrassing, but it really did sound lovely. Su Zhixin thought to herself, her mood light and tinged with bashfulness. Ye Xun had nothing to tidy up, so he sat nearby, watching Su Zhixin apply her makeup. His mind drifted back to what Atu had just said, and the more he thought about it, the happier he felt, until he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chapter 61, Delaying Tactics Are Best. Donglin City, Su family residence, secret chamber. Old Master Su Quanzhong, and Su Qingxue stood in separate corners. Their expressions were equally grim and unsettled. Especially Su Qingxue. Besides the grimness, her face held a trace of venomous resentment. They had already learned of Su Zhixin's successful escape.
After all that effort, this was the outcome. Who wouldn't look displeased? What was worse, Su Qingxue had previously boasted that she would make Ye Xun regret it. She vowed to turn Su Zhixin into a true whore, available to any man. This was practically laying her cards on the table, an indirect admission that today's events had been orchestrated by the Su family. Dad, Schwer. Su Qingxue cautiously broached the subject, unsure how much time had passed. No matter what, she was his only daughter. He couldn't let anything happen to Su Qingxue. But before he could finish, Old Master Su shot him a glance. His gaze held no trace of emotion, only a murderous intent that could fill the heavens. Su Qingxue couldn't help but flinch, immediately shutting his mouth. He knew Old Master Su's temper all too well. He would do anything to ensure the Su family's prosperity. In his eyes, nothing else existed but the Su family. Su Qingxue remained silent throughout, head bowed, inwardly cursing Su Zhixin with bitter hatred. Even now, Su Qingxue still didn't believe she had done anything wrong. Today's events, that little beast wouldn't let it slide so easily. After a long silence, Old Master Su sighed. Su Qingxue remained silent, waiting quietly for the elder's next words. With him silent, Su Qingxue dared not speak recklessly, keeping her lips tightly sealed. This matter was started by you two. You tell me how it should be handled. Seeing that neither of the two before him spoke, Old Master Su asked a question. However, Old Master Su didn't harbor high expectations that the two before him would offer any advice. Upon hearing the Old Master's words, Su Qingxue did not rush to speak. Instead, he grew even more silent. He kept his head bowed, silent, appearing deep in thought. In truth, Su Qingxue already had a rough plan in mind. After 2 or 3 minutes, Su Qingxue finally feigned hesitation. Father, I do have a plan, but... Su Qingxue feigned hesitation, as if weighing whether to voice his thoughts. Old Master Su frowned slightly, watching Su Qingxue without speaking. Su Qingxue stood silently for a moment before continuing. Schwer will soon be partnering with Chen Yunhu to start a company. Upon hearing this, the old master's gaze toward Su Qingxue shifted instantly. The murderous intent he had suppressed reappeared in his eyes. Such behavior from Su Qingxue might be considered unremarkable in ordinary families. Some parents might even feel their child was now capable of shouldering life's burdens, having matured into a truly independent adult. But within a prominent family like the Sus, it was an entirely different matter. The old patriarch hadn't even kicked the bucket yet, and Su Qingxue was already collaborating with others behind his back. And the partner in this venture was none other than the Chen family, one of the other 3 major clans. This was an extremely dangerous signal, suggesting he might have long coveted the position of family head. The moment the old patriarch loosened his grip on power, Su Qingxue rushed to forge alliances. Su Qingxue was well aware of this. That's why he kept this news completely under wraps until today. He hadn't even informed Old Master Su during the preparations. The reason he brought it up so openly today was primarily because of this very matter. Old Master Su had already begun to lose trust in him. He himself was not the problem. The trouble lay entirely with Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue possessed none of his cunning or scheming nature. Pulling minor schemes to deal with a few women might be manageable, but expecting Su Qingxue to vie for the position of family head? That's simply too difficult. Continue. Old Master Su ultimately suppressed the murderous intent that had surfaced in his heart, speaking in a cold, detached tone. Su Qingxue offered no explanation, continuing instead. This morning, my spy within the Chun household reported that someone was discussing the orphan of the Yi family. Old Master Su remained unruffled, his face expressionless, though his eyes betrayed a hint of disappointment. The orphan of the Yi family? That would be Ye Xun. They already knew about him. Such useless information. That spies would report it all showed just how poor Su Qingxue's intelligence network was. Su Qingxue caught the fleeting shadow of disappointment that crossed the old master's face, but he didn't think much of it. The spy said this orphan. At this point, Su Qingxue deliberately paused, as if to build suspense. Old Master Su's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure visible. It's a girl. Inside the secret chamber, Su Qingxue and the elderly Mr. Su both lifted their heads simultaneously. Their gaze fell upon Su Qingxue. Absolutely true. Su Qingxue's lips curved into a faint smile as he spoke calmly. Old Master Su felt his breathing quicken. The events of that year. It was still unclear whether this man knew about it. The old Master Su fell silent, and no one else spoke in the secret chamber. After an unknown period of time, Old Master Su finally spoke. There are less than 3 days left. Father, delaying tactics are best. Old Master Su shot Su Qingxue a glare, his face flushing with anger. How could the Su family be disgraced by that little bastard? Su Qingxue knelt with a thud. Father, I'll persuade the Gu and Chen families. Once the plan succeeds, we'll settle both old and new grievances. Su Qingxue raised his head, his gaze unwavering. We'll settle them all at once. Old Master Su fell silent once more, his eyes fixed intently on Su Qingxue kneeling before him, as if trying to read something in his face. Go. This time, do not disappoint me. With that, old Master Su walked straight past Su Qingxue and left the secret chamber. I won't let you down, father. Su Qingxue called out after the old master.
Su Qingxue remained silent throughout, listening quietly with her head bowed. Only after old Master Su had gone did he dare to approach Su Qingxue.
Dad, is what you said true?
Ever since earlier, Su Qingxue had wanted to ask, was the orphan of the Yi family her father mentioned?
Did he really exist? Su Qingxue didn't answer her question. He glanced at him and sighed. You will eventually become the head of the family. You must broaden your vision and think long term. This time, you must not act recklessly. Follow my commands in all matters.
Su Qingxue lowered her head, a flicker of excitement and satisfaction crossing her face.
She obediently replied, yes. Supreme Club, second floor banquet hall.
Seated around the expansive dining table were Xia Yutong, Ye Xun, and several others. They clinked glasses, chatted, and boasted, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Time slipped away unnoticed as the group, well fed and well drunk, remained seated at the table.
Their conversation drifted in and out of focus. Junior Master Uncle.
Xia Yutong called out hesitantly, but ultimately held back the rest of her words.
Chapter 62, A Little Interest.
Ye Xun wore a faint smile, seeming quite pleased.
Just say what's on your mind. We're all family here, there's nothing we can't talk about.
Hearing this, Xia Yutong glanced at Su Zhixin seated beside Ye Xun.
It's fine, it's fine. Come, little master's wife, let me toast you.
With that, Xia Yutong stood up and raised her wine glass.
No rush. For what happened today, someone's got to pay the price.
Xia Yutong froze in place, the wine glass clattering to the floor. Not for any other reason, but because the one who spoke those words was none other than Su Zhixin. Ye Xun also turned to look at the person beside him, his expression filled with surprise.
What's going on? Did I say something wrong? Su Zhixin blinked, her voice tinged with confusion.
The others at the table exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words.
Little master's wife, you.
Xia Yutong hesitated, looking at Su Zhixin with an embarrassed expression. Su Zhixin smiled back at her, as if the matter they were discussing had absolutely nothing to do with her.
What's wrong? Little master's wife, don't you mind that?
Xia Yutong hesitated for a long while before finally asking the question.
Su Zhixin smiled, seemingly unconcerned about the matter. I'm Su Zhixin, not a member of the Su family. Why should I care? Upon hearing this, Ye Xun, sitting beside them, visibly froze for a moment. Then a smile spread across his face. The Yi family tragedy back then was undoubtedly orchestrated by the other three major clans. He wanted revenge. The first families he would target were undoubtedly these three.
The Gu and Chen families were less of a concern, they held no personal connection to him. Even if he were to wipe out their entire lineages, Ye Xun wouldn't hesitate for a moment. It was the retribution they deserved, justified both in reason and in justice.
But the Su family was different.
Su Zhixin was born into the Su family, and her parents were both members as well. Ye Xun would inevitably hold back when taking action. Though Su Zhixin felt little attachment to the Su family, her biological parents were still part of it. Human nature inevitably caused some hesitation. This was one reason why Ye Xun hadn't immediately targeted the Su family today.
In that case, I'll be blunt. Xia Yutong showed no hesitation whatsoever, speaking directly. I've confirmed that everything that happened today was orchestrated by the Su family. The mastermind behind it all is Su Qingxue.
Ye Xun nodded, glancing briefly at Su Zhixin beside him.
He said nothing more. Seeing his silence, Xia Yutong continued.
It must be said that the Supreme Club's investigative capabilities were truly formidable.
In just a single day.
In fact, in less than a day, Xia Yutong had essentially pieced together the entire sequence of Su Qingxue's plan. After she finished speaking, the entire banquet hall fell silent. Almost everyone suddenly shifted their gaze toward Su Zhixin.
Although this incident targeted Ye Xun, Su Zhixin was the true protagonist of the affair.
Or rather, calling her the true victim would be more accurate.
I'm just Su Zhixin. The Su family's affairs have nothing to do with me.
After a brief pause, Su Zhixin offered a faint smile. Hearing these words, Ye Xun felt as if his heart had been pierced by a needle. It only strengthened his resolve to make the Su family pay. Xia Yutong opened her mouth to speak, but the words formed on her lips vanished back into her throat. In the end, she said nothing. You're not just yourself, you're also Mrs. Yi. Atu, who had sat silently throughout, suddenly blurted out this unexpected remark. Suddenly, he blurted out this sentence. Though his voice wasn't loud, there were only a handful of people in the banquet hall. Every single person heard it loud and clear. Su Zhixin flushed instantly, lowering her head as she fiddled with the hem of her dress.
They weren't even married yet, she couldn't call him that.
Ye Xun paused for a moment, then smiled as he gently wrapped his arm around Su Zhixin's shoulder.
Tu was right, you're not just yourself. You're also my Mrs. Yi.
This made Su Zhixin blush even more, her cheeks turning crimson all the way to her neck. She instinctively leaned into Ye Xun's embrace, muttering incoherently under her breath. Inside the banquet hall, two bright, almost blinding light bulbs, or rather, two people were huddled together, whispering.
Chairman, did I say something wrong again? No, no. Your punishment is forgiven. I'll also give you 3 extra days off. Go out and have some fun.
A2 was still puzzled as to why Su Zhixin had suddenly dropped the punishment, and even granted him 3 days off to enjoy himself.
It was a bit too baffling. But that didn't matter much.
Free time was free time, and he was genuinely pleased. He grinned foolishly, scratched his head, and responded politely. I didn't exactly do anything that great, President.
You really didn't have to go out of your way like this.
Su Zhixin shot him a glance and replied bluntly.
If you're unwilling, then I'll take back the holiday.
A2 froze in shock, wishing he could slap himself silly.
Ye Xun chimed in with a perfectly timed jab. Sigh, some people just love playing coy. A vacation you had in the bag, gone in an instant.
Hearing this, A2 felt even more aggrieved. He looked pitifully at Su Zhixin. His pitiful expression made everyone present chuckle, and they all burst into laughter. Another 7 or 8 minutes passed before everyone finally left the banquet hall.
Late at night, in the president's office.
Yutong, you must be extra careful in the early stages.
Don't let anyone catch on.
After hearing this, Su Zhixin nodded and assured him with great confidence. Rest assured, Junior Master, my people are all trustworthy. After saying this, she seemed to suddenly recall something. Her expression turned grave as she added. But little Master Uncle, we only have 3 days left now.
That might not be enough.
Ye Xun smiled faintly and turned his gaze toward the window.
Don't worry. The 3 major families still have some clout. Even if I wanted to uproot them completely, 7 days wouldn't be enough. Then why are you still?
Su Zhixin looked at Ye Xun with a puzzled expression, her eyes filled with confusion. Just collecting some interest from them early.
The real game hasn't even begun yet. Su Zhixin was completely baffled, unable to grasp what Ye Xun meant.
Ye Xun showed no intention of explaining further, so she decided not to press the matter. Oh, right, if Tan Jingdong shows up early tomorrow, just give him a token punishment. Otherwise, it wouldn't matter who became the richest man in Donglin City.
After uttering these few words, Ye Xun left the office.
Chapter 63, Late Night Visitor.
Ye Xun sat alone at his desk in his room, flipping through an ancient historical text.
It was as if he were waiting for a visitor to arrive. After about half an hour, Ye Xun, who had been quietly reading, suddenly put down the book.
He rose and walked to the window.
Since you're here, why not stay for a cup of tea before you go? After uttering these words, the entire room fell silent. Ye Xun showed no sign of haste, turning back to return to his desk.
He gathered his books and began brewing tea.
Before long, the rich aroma of tea filled the entire room. At the same time, a figure slowly materialized from the doorway. The young divine lord of the divine demon island truly lived up to his reputation. Eradicating light and shadow, obliterating traces and evidence, Miss Tao Tao, I've been waiting for you. Ye Xun pushed the teacup toward the corner of the table and shifted to a seat on the opposite side.
Tao Tao pulled out a chair with a casual flourish and plopped down.
She downed the tea in one gulp, then looked at Ye Xun with a hint of amusement.
Young Master Yi, I'm not some kind of monster, am I? Is it really necessary to keep such a distance?
A flicker of awkwardness crossed Ye Xun's face.
Men and women should not be too familiar with each other.
If someone saw us, it would ruin Miss Tao's reputation for no reason. Tao Tao rolled her eyes so hard they nearly popped out, her expression dripping with contempt.
Oh, come on. You're just scared your mistress might catch you. Ahem, never mind that. I'm afraid I'll need your help this time. Tao Tao snorted disdainfully, muttering under her breath. Big brother, huh?
When something good comes up, you don't think to call on us siblings, but when it's time for dirty or hard work, suddenly we're on your mind.
Her voice was low, but in the dead of night, with only the two of them in the room, Ye Xun couldn't help but hear it. Ahem, this isn't entirely without benefits for you. You might even find someone special.
Tao Tao practically leaped to her feet, her voice brimming with fury.
Those misfits? They're worthy of me?
You have no idea. Yesterday when I registered, that guy surnamed Shen. Ye Xun nearly leaped up to cover her mouth. He grabbed the teacup from the table and poured the tea straight into Tao Tao's mouth.
Cough. Tao Tao nearly choked to death, pounding her chest as she coughed uncontrollably.
Hey, you're my big brother,
for crying out loud. Are you trying to murder your own little sister? Sworn siblings.
Ye Xun corrected earnestly.
Fine, I won't argue with you. I'll sleep here tonight. You can go wherever you want. With that, Tao Tao flopped straight onto the large bed.
She sprawled out in all directions, even letting out a few contented snores. Ye Xun stood rooted to the spot, his lips parting several times as if to speak, but in the end, no words came out.
He sighed and headed for the door.
Oh, write no more of those pretentious opening lines from now on.
They're so bloody tedious. Tao Tao mumbled from her position on the bed, her voice muffled.
Ye Xun acknowledged her, but just as he was about to step out, he seemed to suddenly remember something and immediately turned back.
First thing tomorrow morning, you need to leave. Don't let anyone catch you. Cao Cao lay on her bed, replying impatiently. Got it, got it. You're so easily swayed by looks. I'm your sister, after all.
Ye Xun shook his head with a bitter smile, saying nothing as he opened the door and walked out. The next day, as dawn broke, Tan Jingong had already arrived at the entrance of the Supreme Club. His upper body was bare, a bundle of thorns strapped to his back. Tan Xiao, who accompanied him, was dressed in the same manner.
Father and son stood silently by the entrance as passers-by pointed and whispered at them.
Yet their faces showed no trace of shame. Fortunately, it was still early dawn, with only a handful of people on the street.
It wasn't too embarrassing.
In the president's office, Ye Xun and Xia Yutong stood side by side at the window. They looked down from above at Tan Jingong and his son standing at the entrance of the clubhouse.
TSK.
If only they'd known this would happen. Hearing the voice, Ye Xun startled, instinctively turning his head. He discovered someone had appeared beside him without warning.
Cao Cao spoke in a nonchalant tone. Relax, relax. She can't see me.
If someone who hasn't even reached the Qi cultivation realm can spot me, I might as well give up on this life. Ye Xun looked at the girl before him and sighed helplessly.
Didn't I tell you to leave at dawn? Bro, with those two statues standing there, how am I supposed to leave? The excuse sounded perfectly reasonable if anyone else had made it.
For Cao Cao of the Absolute Shadow sect, it didn't matter if there were just two people standing at the entrance or even a whole row of them. She could still come and go without a trace. After all, this was the mundane world. No matter how many people came, they were just ordinary folk, the sort who could spot an ordinary person.
As she said, no need to blend in. Cao Cao simply didn't want to miss out on the spectacle. Bring them both up here.
As the wealthiest man in Donglin City, he couldn't let himself be made a laughingstock for nothing.
This remark was directed at Xia Yutong. As for Cao Cao, he couldn't be bothered. If he himself didn't pay attention, he wouldn't even notice Cao Cao, let alone anyone else. Thud. Tan Jingong had barely reached the office doorway when he dropped to his knees. He pulled Tan Xiao down beside him as well. My son has failed in his duties. I beg the young god to punish me. Tan Xiao seethed with resentment, but with his father already kneeling, he had no choice but to follow suit. Ye Xun rose and approached Tan Jingong, extending both hands to help him up. Overwhelmed by the unexpected kindness, Tan Jingong's voice trembled slightly. This subordinate deserves 1,000 deaths for his crimes, but I beg the young divine master to punish only me. Let this worthless son of mine.
He paused briefly before continuing. Let me live in poverty and wander the world, never setting foot in Donglin City again. This punishment sounded mild at first glance, but upon deeper reflection, it was utterly terrifying.
The meaning behind those 8 words, destitute and wandering the world, went far beyond merely squandering one's fortune.
It was akin to an ancient emperor personally decreeing that someone must beg for alms for the rest of their life.
Barred from any trade or occupation. How could it come to this? How could it come to this? His punishment should not be decided by me.
At this point, Ye Xun turned to look at Xia Yutong beside him. Yutong, please bring Xinqing over for me. As Xia Yutong stepped out, Cao Cao followed her. She paid no heed to Ye Xun's gaze behind her, a mix of concern and murderous intent. Soon, Su Zhixin arrived at the office. Looking at the bastard who had tried to humiliate her last night, Su Zhixin now felt not a shred of resentment toward him. Her mind was consumed with how she could secure more benefits for Ye Xun. Forget any other punishment, just hand over 30% of your company's shares.
Chapter 64, Not Understanding a Woman's Heart.
At those words, everyone in the office paused in surprise. Even Cao Cao, who had kept her presence entirely hidden, was taken aback. No one had expected Su Zhixin to utter such words. This. A flicker of hesitation crossed Tan Jingong's face as he glanced at Ye Xun standing nearby.
His hesitation wasn't because he thought the demand was unreasonable.
Rather, it was because he felt Su Zhixin was asking for far too little.
Truth be told, even if Su Zhixin demanded his entire fortune, Tan Jingong wouldn't have hesitated for a second.
First, Ye Xun was the young divine lord, offending him would bring nothing but trouble. If it weren't for his own incompetence, he'd be scrambling to curry favor. Since Zhixin had spoken, so be it. Ye Xun smiled at Tan Jingong, his words carrying a hidden meaning. After all, I'm still in Donglin City. I'll need the wealthiest man in Tan to keep looking out for me.
Tan Jingong shuddered violently, hastily pledging his loyalty.
How could I dare refuse, young master? Should you ever need anything, I shall devote myself to the utmost, even unto death. Tan Jingong, who had only just stood up moments ago, immediately knelt back down. Seeing his goal achieved, Ye Xun smiled and reached out to help Tan Jingong up again. No need for such formalities.
It's not that serious. Come, rise quickly. Tan Jingong kept his head bowed, avoiding Ye Xun's gaze.
With Ye Xun's support, he slowly rose to his feet. This scene truly painted a picture of a virtuous ruler and a loyal subject. But a tiger father begets a dog son. Some people always act according to their own whims, never considering the occasion. Mr. Yi, you said earlier that I could still pursue Zhixin. Does that still hold? Tan Jingong's body suddenly stiffened. A surge of anger nearly made him spit out a mouthful of blood. What a disgrace! What a disgrace! How could I, Tan Jingong, have raised such a good-for-nothing? Tan Jingong silently cursed himself under his breath. But he couldn't just stand by and watch Ye Xun kill him on the spot. Please calm your anger, young divine lord. That young upstart speaks nothing but nonsense. I beg you not to take his words to heart. Ye Xun glanced at him, a fleeting, indefinable expression flickering in his eyes. Tan Jingong's heart skipped a beat. The next second, he delivered a swift kick to his son's groin. Tan Xiao cried out in pain, then immediately knelt before Ye Xun. Quickly, apologized to the young divine lord. Tan Jingong's original intention was that, after all, there were so many people present, and his son had just spoken words of great disrespect. Forgiveness wasn't something granted lightly. He was an adult now, mistakes came with consequences. But who knew Tan Zhao's stubborn streak would flare up again at this moment? He stiffened his neck and declared defiantly. No way, he declared. He said it himself. Why can't I even ask? Tan Jingong trembled with rage, pointing a finger at his son. You. In the end, he was utterly helpless. He couldn't possibly beat his son in front of everyone in the office. Besides, doing so would be tantamount to implying that Ye Xun was a. My foolish son is ignorant and lacking in propriety. I humbly apologize to the young divine group on his behalf. After speaking, Tan Jingong made a move to kneel once more. This was his third attempt to kneel. Perhaps he believed this tactic was particularly effective against Ye Xun. Rise quickly. Your son is not wrong. Those words were indeed mine. Su Zhixin, who had been standing by, listening with growing bewilderment. After hearing Ye Xun's words, she abruptly turned to look at him, her face etched with utter disbelief. Feeling Su Zhixin's gaze, Ye Xun scratched his head awkwardly before turning and cautiously explaining. Actually, I meant to tell you last night, but I was so excited I completely forgot. Su Zhixin gave him a once-over from head to toe and snorted coldly. So, Tan Xiao, right? If I give you a chance today, where do you plan to take me? After saying this, she turned her head and looked at Ye Xun with a challenging expression. No, absolutely not. Before Ye Xun could even object, Tan Jingong was the first to jump up and protest. His words were sincere, his stance firm. It was as if he were correcting some grave mistake. Oh? Then tell me, what's wrong with it? Su Zhixin turned to Tan Jingong, asking with keen interest. Truthfully, by the time she uttered those words, she had already grasped the situation. Su Zhixin was using this method to express her dissatisfaction to Ye Xun. After all, there were still so many people in the office, and Ye Xun had just admitted that everything Tan Xiao had said was what he had promised. Su Zhixin couldn't very well refuse Tan Xiao outright and say to Ye Xun no face at this moment. But she couldn't agree outright either, so this indirect approach was her only option. Fortunately, Tan Jingong was a seasoned veteran. He instantly saw through Su Zhixin's maneuver. She was merely giving Ye Xun a way out. Having just made a mistake and desperate to redeem himself, he naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip. The young divine lord and Miss Su are a perfect match, a pair of heavily made lovers. Such a union is destined by fate. No one can take it away or steal it. At this point, Tan Jingong shot a glance at his son. That good-for-nothing lad was merely infatuated with Miss Su's beauty. His heart was filthy, his behavior crude. What merit did he possess to even deserve a chance to pursue Miss Su? Su Zhixin heard these words and nodded slightly with great satisfaction. It was just a pity that Tan Xiao had never been an obedient child. Especially when, in front of his own love rival, he was being disparaged by his own father. How could he possibly tolerate this? Bull. I genuinely love Zhixin, and my feelings are absolutely pure. Ye Xun glanced sideways, his expression slightly sour as he watched Tao Tao sitting on the sofa, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. He too was puzzled. What was Tan Jingong's deal today? Though they hadn't met often, Ye Xun didn't think he was the type to back down. Besides, both Su Zhixin and he had already agreed to this matter. Old Tan, your son is grown now. Sometimes you just have to let go. I trust the bond between Xinxin and me. Besides, you said it yourself, Xinxin and I are a perfect match. No one can tear us apart. So why be afraid? Tan Jingong was at a loss for words. What was even more troubling was that he thought he faintly heard a faint chuckle that seemed to be held back. Su Zhixin's face was flushed red, whether from anger or embarrassment, no one could tell. Chapter 65, Assassin Type B. Ye Xun. After a long moment of pent-up frustration, Su Zhixin finally ground out the two words through clenched teeth. Ye Xun turned to look at her, his face filled with confusion. He could tell Su Zhixin was angry, but he had no idea why. Seeing the situation was getting awkward, Xia Yuton quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Little master's wife, calm down, calm down. Xia Yuton wrapped her arms around Su Zhixin's shoulders and whispered softly in her ear.
Junior Master Uncle is a blockhead. Calm down, calm down.
Su Zhixin snorted coldly, wrenched her arm free from Xia Yutong's grasp, and shot a sidelong glance at Ye Xun beside her. With a huff, she strode off. Ye Xun was still completely baffled. He couldn't figure out why she'd suddenly gotten so angry out of nowhere. The office atmosphere instantly turned awkward. Only Tan Xiao remained, his face tinged with a hint of excitement and anticipation. If not for the unresolved matter from yesterday, he would have left long ago. After an unknown amount of time, Xia Yutong was the first to speak, breaking the silence. That's how it is today. The punishment will be as the junior master's wife just said. But neither I nor the junior master wish to see this happen again. Tan Jinggong, who had been on edge the entire time, finally exhaled in relief upon hearing these words. He quickly replied. Yes, there won't be a next time. Absolutely not. Then I'll take my leave now. After speaking, Tan Jinggong grabbed Tan Xiao by the ear and marched straight out of the office. Now, only Xia Yutong and Ye Xun remained in the office. They stood there, staring at each other, momentarily at a loss for words. After a long while, Xia Yutong sighed. Little Master Uncle, she said, Tan Jinggong was absolutely right just now. You and Little Master Ant are truly meant for each other. No outsider could ever come between you. Ye Xun nodded, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Of course. Xinqing and I have shared so many years of love. His unwavering certainty momentarily left Xia Yutong speechless. After a moment's hesitation, she continued. Young Master Uncle, I'm about to say something I shouldn't. What on earth were you thinking, agreeing to Tan Zhao's absurd request? Ye Xun seemed somewhat perplexed, pausing before asking. Is this why Xinqing is upset? Xia Yutong didn't respond, only giving him a look that said, what else could it be? But Ye Xun's next words nearly made her collapse on the spot. No way. Xinqing isn't the petty type, and besides, didn't she just agree to it herself? Xia Yutong was speechless, staring at Ye Xun with an expression that said he was an idiot. Moments later, a question rose from the depths of her soul. Little Master Uncle, how on earth did you win over Little Master Ant? At those words, Ye Xun's eyebrows shot up. He was eager to tell Xia Yutong all about his love story with Su Zhixin. Xia Yutong sighed silently, murmuring to herself. Little Master Uncle, you know everything from astronomy to geography, possessing extraordinary talent and unmatched abilities. But why on earth can't you understand a woman's heart? Ye Xun talked non-stop for over half an hour, recounting their journey from childhood friends to mutual affection. From naturally becoming a couple to living an ordinary life together. Ye Xun's story encompassed everything every single day spent with Su Zhixin. Each moment was a precious gift worthy of being written down in detail and carefully preserved. Yet after listening to it all, Xia Yutong grasped only one truth. Ye Xun and Su Zhixin being together truly felt like fate itself, a natural progression. Every step unfolded with such natural logic that they completely bypassed the essential ritual of confession. No wonder. Hold on, I'll go check on the young mistress. Young master, you stay here for a bit. With that, Xia Yutong turned and left the office without looking back. She'd had her fill of romantic scenes, now it was time to switch roles and become the scapegoat. Once Xia Yutong had exited the room and the office fell completely silent. Tao Tao erupted in a thunderous burst of laughter. Ye Xun stood nearby, watching her with a look of helpless resignation. 10 minutes later, Ye Xun finally couldn't hold back any longer. Suppressing his anger, he said. Alright, that's enough. You're laughing like there's no tomorrow. Only upon hearing this did Tao Tao manage to stifle her laughter. But the twisted expression on her face and the twitching of her shoulders still betrayed her current state of mind. Nothing's wrong. You should hurry up and leave while they're not paying attention over here. Ye Xun said, pressing his hand to his forehead. Tao Tao covered her mouth, but a few giggles still slipped out now and then. Enough already, stop laughing. I'm trying to focus here. Tao Tao forced back her laughter, her voice sounding slightly unnatural. Bro, if you and your wife hadn't been childhood sweethearts, you'd be in big trouble right now. Ye Xun waved his hand impatiently. Seriously, can't you wish me some luck? All you ever do is spout gloomy stuff. Sigh, you just don't understand women's hearts. Ye Xun turned and glared at Tao Tao. She stuck out her tongue, made a funny face, and walked out the door. But she turned right back around after stepping out. What now? Forgot something? Tao Tao didn't answer. She walked straight up to Ye Xun and said with a serious expression. Bro, did you kill a Tianfu assassin the other day? Hearing this sudden question, Ye Xun paused briefly before nodding. Not long ago, a Tianfu assassin had indeed been sent to kill one hired by the Gu family at great expense. But the assassin only made one appearance before Ye Xun crippled him. Afterward, he had to extract some information from the assassin's mouth. As for whether the assassin was dead or alive, he wasn't entirely sure. Because that assassin died, your mission has now been upgraded. The next assassin sent will be directly at the Qi cultivation stage. Upon hearing this, Ye Xun's heart jolted, and his expression abruptly changed.
Wasn't the Heavenly Palace's rule that missions only escalated slightly if uncompleted? Why had it jumped straight to Qi cultivation stage? All entry-level assassins in the entire Heavenly Palace were divided into 4 tiers, A, B, C, and D. Assassins in tiers C and D correspond to the outer strength and inner strength realms of the mortal world. Assassins of these 2 tiers were the most common in the secular world. Most secular world missions for the Heavenly Palace are handled by these tiers. Class B assassins correspond to the Qi cultivation stage, while Class A assassins align with the Foundation establishment stage. Beyond these tiers, Ye Xun was not entirely certain, knowing only that above the 4 tiers of assassins Class A, B, C, and D, there exist the 7 deputy envoys and the 3 chief envoys. When will the assassins arrive? Ye Xun's face remained composed as his fingers tapped lightly on the table. Not entirely sure, but when I received the intelligence, it was said the assassin had already been en route for a day. Chapter 66, Corporate Life. Ye Xun's expression grew grave as he lowered his head in deep thought. I'll be going now, boss. Stay safe. Cao Cao left only those words before hurrying out of the office. It was precisely 7 o'clock, and the club staff would soon be waking up. If she didn't leave soon, she couldn't guarantee no one would notice something amiss. At 8:05 a.m., Cao Cao had already changed her appearance and appeared in front of a real estate company. The real estate company was called Qingyun Properties. It was the very company co-founded by Su Qingxue and Chen Yunhu. Though their partnership was merely nominal, they were, after all, prominent families. Setting up a company wasn't a big deal. Moreover, having a company as cover made their collaboration seem more natural. Cao Cao glanced up at the sun in the sky and silently grumbled to herself. This damn weather, it's way too hot. While inwardly complaining, Cao Cao tugged at her business attire. As if that would make her feel even slightly cooler. Miss Yi. Someone behind her seemed to be calling her name, but Cao Cao walked straight into the company building as if she hadn't heard a thing. Chen Yunhu watched the scene unfold, a shadow of gloom fleeting across his face. But he quickly regained his composure, jogging a few steps forward and calling out once more. Miss Yi. Cao Cao feigned surprise, turning to look back. Mr. Chen? Seeing he'd finally gotten a response, a faint smile appeared on Chen Yunhu's face. Miss Yi, you're up so early too. Ah, yes. I just arrived, and since I live far away, I can't afford to be late every day. I have to get up early each morning. Cao Cao adopted a polite yet distant demeanor, offering a brief, courteous explanation. Chen Yunhu, sensing her lukewarm attitude toward him, instantly felt a bit displeased. As the young master of the Chen family, Chen Yunhu had been raised with a silver spoon in his mouth since childhood. Flattery was never in short supply around him, and such a cold reception was a first for Chen Yunhu. Still, he forced himself to endure it, squeezing a smile onto his face. Miss Yi, with such diligence, you must be the kind of virtuous woman who excels both in the drawing room and the kitchen. Whoever marries you will truly be blessed with good fortune from a past life. Cao Cao found it slightly amusing, yet she maintained a modest expression. Mr. Chen, you flatter me. I'm just an early bird, that's all. As they spoke, several people passed by them, most whispering among themselves. Their eyes kept drifting their way. Cao Cao felt it was about time to move on, a hint of awkwardness flitting across her face. It was as if she had only just noticed the people pointing and whispering at them. If there's nothing else, Mr. Chen, I'll head inside now. After saying this, she paid no mind to whether Chen Yunhu truly had other matters. She took quick, small steps and entered the company. Chen Yunhu had never felt as miserable as he did today. He stood rooted to the spot, coldly observing the people whispering among themselves. Feeling Chen Yunhu's gaze, they immediately fell silent, bowed their heads, and hurried into the company. What? Got rejected by that girl again? Chen Yunhu heard the voice and turned his head to look back, only to see Su Qingxue's face, which held a hint of mockery. Oof. She's just a woman. In no time, she'll be at my beck and call. Chen Yunhu turned his head and retorted stubbornly. Su Qingxue smiled, her tone laced with sarcasm. She wasn't just any woman, don't forget her surname. Are you here to share a flat with me or to pick a fight? Chen Yunhu suppressed his temper, replying without turning his head. Naturally, I'm here to cooperate with you. Su Qingxue stepped forward, positioning herself beside Chen Yunhu. Narrowing her eyes, she continued. But that little won't fall just because of you. You'll need me. Chen Yunhu shot her a dismissive glance and snorted in disdain. He walked straight into the company. Su Qingxue shrugged at his retreating figure before following him inside. Soon it was 9 o'clock, the official start of the workday. As a new hire, she was saddled with nearly every menial task and trivial chore. Cao Cao seethed inwardly, but for the sake of completing Ye Xun's plan, she forced herself to endure. Now that she'd finished all the odd jobs, she sat down at her computer desk. She began preparing to tackle her own tasks for the day. Hey, you, the new one. Go get me a glass of water. Cao Cao had just opened her document when a slightly coarse female voice called out from nearby. Before the words had even faded, a pink water cup was already placed before her. Cao Cao glanced at the person without saying a word, picked up the cup, and headed toward the water cooler. The rest of the office remained silent, their eyes drifting toward her from time to time, tinged with mockery. A country bumpkin trying to climb the social ladder? Dream on. Well, who knows? Maybe she was a fox spirit in a past life. Our boss practically circles around her every day. Probably just seeking novelty. Once he's had his fill, he'll toss her aside. After all, she's only fit to be a discarded shoe. A few nosy women gathered together, whispering and gossiping in a cacophony of voices. Their words grew increasingly outrageous and unbearable to hear. When they reached the juiciest parts, they'd giggle quietly. They thought Cao Cao hadn't heard a word. But Cao Cao not only heard them, she was already considering what poison would be colorless, odorless, and easily soluble in water. But it was merely a fleeting thought. She wouldn't act on it. It wasn't out of fear of prison time, but because turning against him now would ruin Ye Xun's plan. You there, come to my office. After stepping out of her private office, Su Qingxue scanned the large open workspace. Finally, she lifted her chin and pointed at Cao Cao. Cao Cao feigned confusion, tapping her own chest with a finger. Yes, you. Receiving confirmation, Cao Cao screwed the lid back on and returned the thermos to the person who had just summoned her. After Cao Cao left, the remaining staff immediately began chattering away in a flurry of discussion. Thud. Come in. Cao Cao pushed open the door and entered, asking cautiously. Manager Su, you wanted to see me? Su Qingxue frowned and slammed the documents she was holding onto the desk. Did you hand me garbage instead of a report? Cao Cao remained silent, looking somewhat frightened as she lowered her head even further. A girl should respect herself and her dignity. Those who spend all day scheming to hook up with rich men are nothing but prostitutes. Cao Cao snapped her head up, a flash of murderous intent darting through her eyes. Chapter 67, A Small Punishment. Though Su Qingxue didn't see that fleeting glint of murderous intent, she felt it. Her body trembled violently, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. Suddenly, Su Qingxue felt as though the girl before her had become a stranger. No longer the little girl who came to the company bearing immense hatred, enduring humiliation, and suffering in silence. Instead, she was a killer whose hands were stained with blood from countless missions. I'm sorry. After a long moment, Cao Cao finally reined in the murderous intent within her heart and murmured, head bowed. Seeing her like this, Su Qingxue's earlier shock and suspicion vanished instantly. How could such a useless person possibly be an assassin? Su Qingxue reassured herself inwardly, her mouth continuing to spew venomous words. Know your place. Stop obsessing over seducing men all day long. My company doesn't keep idle hands. If you can work, work. If you can't, get out. Though Su Qingxue's words were merely a cover to allow Chen Yunhu to act freely. But it must be said, being able to curse someone without restraint and face no consequences. Truly the best form of catharsis in the entire world. Cao Cao listened with her head bowed as Su Qingxue hurled insults, her mind wandering several times. Should she kill this woman before her and infiltrate the company under a new identity? She'd heard others curse before, but never with such viciousness as Su Qingxue's. Every word felt like a knife stabbing into flesh. Outside the office, the nosy co-workers had already gathered one by one, hiding by the doorway to eavesdrop. Su Qingxue should be grateful to them. If not for their presence, Cao Cao might have actually acted on her thoughts. Get out. I expect a new version on my desk by this afternoon. About half an hour later, having vented her fury, Su Qingxue flung the document on her desk straight at Cao Cao's face. The papers fluttered down like snowflakes, while the folder holding them struck Cao Cao squarely on the forehead. Cao Cao gritted her teeth, repeating to herself that for Ye Xun's plan, she absolutely must not lose her temper. Rustle. Just as she crouched down to gather the scattered papers, Su Qingxue abruptly stood up. She grabbed the coffee from the table and poured it directly over Cao Cao's head. Feeling the scalding coffee run down her head, Cao Cao froze in shock. Her entire body froze. In less than half a second, the girl's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. In that moment, she no longer seemed like the meek employee who had been pushed around. No one had seen clearly how Cao Cao had managed to gather the scattered documents on the floor or how she had walked to the door. More crucially, no one knew why, but two vivid red handprints suddenly appeared on both sides of Su Qingxue's cheeks. Manager Su, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Only after hearing those words did Su Qingxue belatedly feel a stinging pain on her face. She glanced outside and noticed that the expressions of the people there seemed somewhat off. Su Qingxue immediately sensed something was wrong and quickly grabbed a small mirror from her desk. Ye Xun. Gritting her teeth, Su Qingxue growled softly at the two vivid red handprints on her face. Though she herself didn't know how Cao Cao had managed it. But at that moment, only Su Qingxue and Cao Cao had been in the office. If she still couldn't figure it out, she'd truly be beyond stupid. Outside the door, the colleagues who had gathered to watch the spectacle saw Su Qingxue's face flushed crimson with rage. And quickly scattered, not a single one daring to linger. Hey, you guys, do you think she knows some kind of demonic magic? Or is she actually a demon herself? What demon or no demon? Since the founding of the nation, no one's allowed to become a spirit, you know? In my opinion, she's just a witch skilled in using poisonous insects. Oh no, what should we do? Maybe we should call the police. Whoever suggested that, everyone fell silent instantly. That scene had truly terrified them. The slap mark on Su Qingxue's face was clearly Cao Cao's doing. Yet everyone had only seen Su Qingxue pouring coffee over Cao Cao's head. No matter how you looked at it, Cao Cao was the victim. How could the situation have flipped so completely in the blink of an eye? Call the police? What for? To report Manager Su for mistreating his subordinates? Do you all want to lose your jobs? A woman who appeared to be a senior employee stood with her hands on her hips, surveying the group before speaking coldly. Upon hearing her words, the others nodded in deep agreement. Cao Cao might be intimidating, but at the end of the day, she was just an ordinary employee. Su Qingxue was the manager, their direct superior. They could offend anyone but not Su Qingxue. Listen to me. Everything stays the same. Bully her mercilessly. No need to hold back. But there was no but. The fact that the girl had endured it all this time before finally snapping proof that while she had her ways, she couldn't always use them. The old woman's words swayed the group, and gradually, others began to echo her sentiments. What they didn't know was that Cao Cao had been lurking around a corner the entire time. Leaning against the wall, she listened to their discussion. She needed them to keep bullying her, otherwise, Chen Yunhu wouldn't have had the chance to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress. And Cao Cao would never have had the chance to get close to Chen Yunhu. Shoo, she's coming. The moment those people saw Cao Cao, they immediately shut their mouths. Looking guilty, they turned back to their workstations and pretended to focus on their tasks. Cao Cao acted as if she knew nothing, sitting at her own workstation as usual. She began preparing all the documents needed for the day. As for that document Su Qingxue had ordered her to revise by this afternoon, Cao Cao didn't give it a second thought. She was almost certain Su Qingxue hadn't even glanced at it. It was merely one randomly selected from the dozen or so documents he'd submitted over the past few days. All she wanted was an excuse to berate him. Afternoon arrived quickly, and Cao Cao had nearly finished all her tasks. She spent a few minutes adjusting the formatting and title of the document, then printed it out and placed it directly on Su Qingxue's desk. Miss Yi? She had just stepped out of Su Qingxue's office when she bumped into Chen Yunhu, who was about to clock out. Cao Cao looked up absently, giving him a fleeting glance. Chapter 68, Greasy Confession. The moment she recognized the person before her as Chen Yunhu, Cao Cao instantly switched to an expression that was both pleasantly surprised and slightly disappointed. Mr. Chen. After uttering just those words, the girl lowered her head, intending to hurry away. As they brushed past each other, Chen Yunhu spun around and grabbed Cao Cao's shoulder. What's wrong? Did something happen? Chen Yunhu's words carried an ambiguous undertone, laced with a hint of concern that was almost imperceptible. It was as if a boyfriend was worrying about his girlfriend's safety. Cao Cao played along perfectly, shaking her head quickly and adopting a look of genuine alarm. No, I'm fine. It's just. She trailed off mid-sentence. A look of hurt and self-righteousness flashed across her face as she lowered her head, unable to meet Chen Yunhu's gaze. She struggled a couple of times, trying to leave. Seeing her like this, Chen Yunhu's lips curved into a faint smile. But his expression remained deliberately displeased. Is someone picking on you? Tell me, and I'll fire them on the spot. Cao Cao heard this and silently gave him a mental thumbs up. It must be said, Chen Yunhu had a knack for wooing women. This single sentence showcased both his strength and his sincerity. It was as if he'd do anything for the girl. Chen Yunhu had put on such a convincing performance, and Cao Cao was certainly no slouch herself. She shifted slightly, feigning the motion of turning away, but then halted abruptly. After a moment's hesitation, she turned back around and spoke in a polite yet distant tone. Mr. Chen, there's no need for such formalities. No one is bullying me, I'm just foolish and stubborn, deceiving myself. After saying this, Cao Cao deliberately shrugged her shoulders twice. She put on an expression of holding back tears, then continued walking forward without looking back. Chen Yunhu watched this scene unfold, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. How could one win over a girl who had already suffered significant psychological trauma in the shortest possible time? The answer was both simple and not so simple. It involved making her relive that trauma, then having anyone show her even the slightest kindness. Show her a little care, let her feel that she too is protected and needed. Once this stage was reached, the mission was accomplished. The girl would undoubtedly become utterly devoted to that person. Is she Chen Yunhu jogged a few steps to catch up, grabbing Cao Cao's delicate little hand in one swift motion. Cao Cao, already braced for impact, halted abruptly, her entire body trembling. She turned her head at an agonizingly slow pace, her face etched with utter disbelief. Yi Xian, remember this, as long as I'm here, no one will ever bully you again. Hearing those words, Cao Cao felt her stomach churn violently, nearly making her vomit.
Such cheesy lines might work on young girls, but she was a grown woman now, she wasn't falling for that nonsense anymore. Hearing it again only made her feel sick to her stomach. But even so, the act had to be played out. Otherwise, it would be an instant giveaway. What good am I? Cao Cao deliberately feigned surprise and self-consciousness, lowering her head and avoiding Chen Yunhu's gaze. Chen Yunhu gently cupped her face, deciding against further words. Closing his eyes, he leaned in and kissed her. Oh my god! As Cao Cao lifted her head, Chen Yunhu's massive face loomed larger and larger before her eyes. She almost blurted out a curse word in reflex. She had one rule: acting was fine, but it was strictly limited to hugging and holding hands. Going any further was absolutely out of the question. That Cao Cao had even gone this far was purely out of respect for Ye Xun. Mr. Chen. I think we really shouldn't meet anymore for the time being. Cao Cao pushed Chen Yunhu away while taking 2 steps back, her voice trembling with timidity. She was clearly stating her boundaries, retreating to advance. If the person standing before Chen Yunhu had truly been just a young girl, he might have actually gotten a kiss from her. After all, it was just a kiss, nothing more serious than that. A flicker of displeasure crossed Chen Yunhu's eyes upon hearing her words. Never before had a woman refused his kiss, this one was the first. I'm sorry, Ye Xun. I didn't mean to. Chen Yunhu deliberately adopted an innocent expression as he flustered out his explanation. After finishing his explanation, Chen Yunhu hesitated for a moment. He added another sentence. Are you free after work tonight? Cao Cao feigned shyness, her words hinting at both refusal and invitation. Mr. Chen, we. Cao Cao's acting skills reached their peak at this moment. Her face displayed a whirlwind of emotions: fear, inferiority, reluctance. All these expressions flashed across her face in less than 2 seconds. Chen Yunhu watched it all unfold, his satisfaction growing by the second. Seizing the moment, he stepped forward and declared with heartfelt sincerity. Ye Xun, I'd take on the whole world for you. Chen Yunhu extended a finger and placed it gently on Cao Cao's lips. Leaning close to Cao Cao, she whispered sweetly. In that moment, Cao Cao suddenly felt like she was watching a teen idol drama, thinking the plot was a bit too melodramatic. But there was nothing she could do. She had written this script herself. She'd have to swallow her pride and keep it all bottled up inside. Mr. Chen. Don't call me Chairman Chen. Call me Yunhu, okay? Chen Yunhu took it a step further this time, advancing until he was practically face to face with Cao Cao. He reached out and took her hands, lowering his head as he spoke earnestly. Ye Xun, from the moment I first saw you, I realized I'd fallen for you utterly and hopelessly. Every smile and frown of yours lingers in my mind. When you furrow your brow, I worry for days. Every single one of your smiles is etched into my heart. Though Cao Cao wore a look of surprise on her face, inside she was sneering coldly. You've probably said lines like this to at least 15 girls. This is just your universal pickup line formula. Have the guts to look me in the eye when you say that. Don't you feel even a shred of embarrassment? Still, despite her inner snark, Cao Cao played along perfectly. After spouting a string of platitudes that wouldn't even move himself, Chen Yunhu decided the moment was right. He grabbed Cao Cao's arm and pulled her back, pulling her straight into his embrace. Cao Cao froze, her chi surging violently for a split second before she forced it back down. Chapter 69, The Assassin's Visit. But forcing such a suppression in such a short time exacted a heavy toll. For at least the next 2 or 3 days, Cao Cao would be unable to fight again. Ye Xun, I like you. I really, really like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Chen Yunhu spoke while deliberately making exaggerated faces, trying to squeeze out a tear or two. He wanted his words to sound more genuine. Cao Cao was now itching to punch this guy to death. If it weren't for his sudden stunt, she wouldn't be rendered unable to act for 2 or 3 days. No, I need more time to think. Chen Yunhu released Cao Cao, a fleeting look of disappointment crossing his face before vanishing instantly. Cao Cao kept her head bowed, deliberately feigning coyness, though inwardly she was utterly disgusted. So tonight. Chen Yunhu deliberately left his sentence unfinished, feigning hesitation. As if he feared his request might be refused. Cao Cao hesitated for a moment, then without uttering a word, gave a bashful nod. Then she turned and hurried away. Chen Yunhu watched the girl's retreating figure, feeling supremely satisfied. I knew it. No woman I set my sights on could ever escape me. No matter how bashful you are, you still ended up agreeing to me in the end. Chen Yunhu gloated inwardly, unaware that all of this was merely a trap set by Ye Xun. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Su family residence, Grandfather Su, Grandfather Chen, and Su Zhixin sat in their designated seats according to the order of host and guests. All three remained silent, the atmosphere in the hall oppressively heavy. Young Gu, I understand your feelings and your reservations, but this matter is pressing. After a long silence, Old Master Su, seated at the head of the table, finally spoke. The three of us gathered here today to discuss a simple matter. Should we first submit to Ye Xun? Several days ago, Ye Xun personally declared at the Su residence that if the three families failed to visit the Ye family gravesite within 7 days to acknowledge their wrongdoing,
He would uproot the three great families entirely. Now, 4 or 5 days had passed in the blink of an eye, and the 7-day deadline was drawing ever closer. In the end, Old Master Su accepted Su Quanzhong's suggestion and summoned the heads of the Gu and Chen families. They were preparing to discuss the matter. Old Master Chen raised no objections, his perspective aligning almost perfectly with Su Quanzhong's. On the surface, the situation seemed to favor their side, but in reality, they were in the open while Ye Xun operated in the shadows. If they were to confront him head-on, it might not necessarily turn out to their advantage. It would be wiser to employ a delaying tactic for now and deliberate further in the future. Gu Shichen understood this well. Yet the Gu family had suffered so many killed and crippled by Ye Xun. He couldn't agree to this request immediately. Otherwise, he'd have no way to explain it to his own family back home. Old Master Su, my Gu family suffered such heavy losses at his hands. How can we simply let this go so easily? Gu Shichen's face twisted with grief and fury as he spoke, his words almost gritted out. Old Master Su and Old Master Chen exchanged a knowing glance. Indeed, letting the Gu family off so easily would be rather unconscionable. At that moment, Old Master Chen also spoke up. Seated in the position of honor, Old Master Su deliberately adopted an expression of deep reluctance. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke. This is what we propose. Our two families will provide 5 manuals of internal energy techniques and 100 million yuan in funds as compensation to the Gu family. This. Upon hearing this, Gu Shichen's face betrayed a hint of hesitation. Though internal energy manuals were scarce, each of the 3 major families possessed some in their collections. Offering 5 volumes was an extremely generous proposal, yet it wouldn't inflict crippling damage on the Su and Chen families. Thus, they would proceed as grandfather Su had suggested. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Shichen agreed. This offer was quite favorable. With these materials, the Gu family could recover from the losses they had suffered in recent days. With that, the atmosphere in the hall grew lively once more. The heads of the 3 major families sat together, chatting and laughing, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Time flew by, and evening soon arrived. True to her word, Tao Tao accompanied Chen Yunhu to a rather upscale restaurant. Su Zhixin, who had spent the entire day out with Tan Xiao, also returned to the Supreme Club at this time. As Su Zhixin stepped out of Tan Zhao's car, Ye Xun was seated in the first-floor reception area, sipping tea and reading the newspaper. The moment he saw Su Zhixin return, a smile instantly lit up his face, and he scampered over. "Xin, you're back. Are you tired? Have you eaten yet?" Su Zhixin shot him a glance and gave a cold snort. "I've already eaten. No need for Lord Yi to trouble himself." Ye Xun awkwardly rubbed his nose, tugging at the hem of Su Zhixin's clothes. He tugged gently. "Xin, I was wrong. I should have told you beforehand. I shouldn't have made decisions on my own." Upon hearing this, Su Zhixin turned her head to look at Ye Xun. Seeing his pitiful yet utterly earnest expression, Su Zhixin felt both exasperated and amused. "Do you really think I'm holding this against you?" Ye Xun paused slightly, then asked instinctively. "Isn't that exactly what it is?" Su Zhixin offered no explanation. She brushed his hand away and strode straight inside. She left him with just one sentence. "Figure it out yourself. If you can't, I'll be out shopping and dining with other men every single day." Ye Xun watched Su Zhixin's retreating figure, scratching his head in frustration as he couldn't fathom what exactly had made her so angry. Before he knew it, night had fallen, and Ye Xun temporarily set the matter aside. He selected a sword from the club's armory and headed straight back to his room. Once back in his room, Ye Xun placed the sword on the table. He sat down at the desk, picked up a book, and began reading by the light of the desk lamp. About 10 minutes later, a voice suddenly echoed through the room. "Mr. Yi, you truly have refined tastes." Ye Xun heard the voice, smiled faintly, set down his book, and picked up the sword on the table. Turning toward the empty doorway, he addressed it. "May I inquire about your honorable name?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than a derisive snort echoed from the doorway. As if mocking Ye Xun. "Must the dead go to such lengths? Once I reach the underworld, I'll report to the king of hell who killed me." "I don't think that's necessary." As the words faded, 2 sharp whistles pierced the air, and the desk lamp shattered into pieces. Chapter 70, The Treasure Killer. As the lamp shattered, the entire room plunged into darkness. Only the moonlight from outside remained. "I've never heard of anyone from Tianfu being afraid of light." Ye Xun raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. The voice offered no reply, seemingly having already guessed Ye Xun's intent to use this method to pinpoint his location. An eerie silence filled the room as the two stood silently facing each other, one in light, the other in shadow. The faint moonlight stretched Ye Xun's shadow long and thin. The long sword in his hand remained unsheathed. He simply held it in his hand. 1 minute, 2 minutes' time slipped away silently amidst their standoff. Ye Xun began to show a hint of impatience. "Are you going to make a move or not? If you don't, I'm leaving." Silence. The only response was still silence. It seemed the assassin who had just burst into his room had now departed.
But Ye Xun knew the assassin had remained standing 3 paces away from him the entire time. The assassin's faint, yet palpable killing intent hung before Ye Xun like an incredibly sharp steel needle, suspended in midair. A gentle breeze blew past the window, seeming to stir the dark clouds in the sky. Gradually, they obscured the bright moon. The moonlight that had spilled into the room moments ago now receded like an ebbing tide, vanishing bit by bit at an astonishing speed. In less than half a minute, the entire room plunged into complete darkness. In that very instant, the assassin launched his attack without a sound. A razor-sharp blade aimed directly at Ye Xun's throat. The most deadly aspect of assassins wasn't their superb skills, but their extraordinary patience. Even when exposed right under their target's nose, they could endure the wait for the perfect moment. Just like now. By the time Ye Xun sensed the danger, the blade was less than 3 inches from his throat. Clang! Ye Xun violently drew his sword, swinging it upward in a backhand strike. The moment the 2 blades collided, a piercing screech of friction erupted. Sparks from the clash reflected on both men's faces, allowing Ye Xun to see the assassin's features for the first time. His strike missed. The assassin withdrew his blade and retreated, returning to his position at lightning speed. Ye Xun casually tossed the scabbard aside, his sword now pointing diagonally at the floor. Well, he murmured in astonishment. I never imagined the assassin of the EZ would be so young. Ye Xun stood sword in hand, murmuring his astonishment. Every individual who reaches the Qi cultivation stage must endure at least 30 years of arduous training. Of course, this doesn't include those with extraordinary talent like Ye Xun himself. But even with such extraordinary talent, one still requires over 20 years of arduous cultivation to reach this realm. Ye Xun, being on the Divine Demon Island, had access to all sorts of unique cultivation resources from birth. Coupled with guidance from a master, he succeeded. Yet, even among 10,000 people, one like him could scarcely be found. The assassin remained silent, simply swinging his second strike in utter stillness. Ye Xun took a step back, swinging his sword to block with a reverse grip. His other hand transformed from a palm strike into a fist, unleashing a straightforward, unadorned jab that shot straight forward. This punch could truly be called a return to simplicity. Outwardly, it appeared ordinary, yet it harbored true energy within. Should an enemy underestimate it, they would inevitably suffer a heavy blow. Take this assassin, for instance. Seeing Ye Xun deliver such an unadorned punch, the assassin let out a faint, disdainful snort. He instinctively felt he had overestimated the man before him. He casually unleashed a palm strike, while his other hand continued its relentless assault, seemingly unstoppable. But the next second, he regretted it. With a sharp crack, the assassin looked down at his left hand in shock. A fist halted his left hand's advance, a fist devoid of any aura of true energy. You. Before the assassin could finish his words, Ye Xun stepped back, retreated a pace, and pressed his sword-wielding right hand forcefully to the side. The assassin's guard was instantly wide open, and Ye Xun's second punch slammed through. The fist landed squarely on the assassin's chest, sending him flying backward like a. He slammed into the wall with a dull thud. The sound wasn't loud, but it was enough to alert the occupants of the adjacent bedroom. Go tell your boss this is the last time I want this, Ye Xun said. Ye Xun didn't launch another attack. A faint smile played on his lips as he looked at the assassin. The assassin saw that smile and felt a chill run through him. He could clearly sense that he and Ye Xun were on the same level, both roughly at the mid-stage of Qi cultivation. Logically speaking, combat prowess shouldn't vary so drastically between practitioners of the same tier. Even if he had underestimated his opponent, he shouldn't have been beaten into submission in just a few moves. The heavenly command cannot be disobeyed. If you do not kill me today, I shall take your head tomorrow. After a few seconds of silence, the assassin turned to Ye Xun and spoke. The assassin was clearly wearing a voice-altering device, and the voice now coming from it had been processed. It was impossible to tell whether the voice belonged to a man or a woman. Ye Xun looked at the assassin with a hint of resignation. Look, just relay what I just said to your boss. If he still wants you to kill me, I won't put up a fight. Given how far the conversation had gone, the assassin should have dropped a couple of threatening lines. Then turn and walk away, reporting the matter to higher-ups. But he didn't do that. Instead, he simply closed his eyes, stiffened his neck, and lay sprawled on the ground. Looking every bit the scoundrel. Ye Xun was so exasperated he laughed. He casually picked up the sword scabbard and sheathed his blade. He walked over to the assassin and kicked him. Get lost. People will be here soon. The assassin lay motionless on the ground, eyes tightly shut, fingers still trembling slightly. Damn it, aren't you afraid of dying? I'm not even going to kill you, just get out of here already. Ye Xun was utterly exasperated, even beginning to suspect the assassin might be trying to drive him to his grave with this behavior. Just as the two of them were tangled up in this mess, a series of hurried footsteps echoed outside the room. Someone's really coming. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to later. Ye Xun's voice betrayed his growing impatience as he kicked the motionless assassin once more. If he didn't need someone to deliver the message to avoid future complications, he would have drawn his sword and killed the man right then and there.
The footsteps outside grew closer. In his panic, Ye Xun crouched down. His hands gripped the assassin's shoulders. Chapter 71, Playing the Victim Won't Work. The assassin's body visibly trembled, his eyes clenched tighter. Seeing this, Ye Xun couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. We're roughly on the 15th floor. Remember to shield your body with your chi when you descend. The assassin heard his words and suddenly opened his eyes, glancing at him. His eyes were filled with confusion. He couldn't quite figure out why Ye Xun would suddenly say that at such a moment. But he quickly understood. Ye Xun grabbed his shoulders with one hand and hoisted his legs with the other. Carrying him princess style, he walked to the bedside. Taking a step back, he flung him straight out the window. Ye Xun, you bastard. Ye Xun only caught the first part of the sentence, the rest was drowned out by the gentle breeze. Standing by the window, a look of utter wretchedness spread across his face as he waved down at the ground below. 15 stories was exceptionally high, but for a chi cultivation expert, such a height posed little threat. As long as he could shield his vital organs and bones with true chi, he'd only need 4 or 5 days of bed rest to recover. Junior Master Uncle. Ye Xun. Mr. Yi. 3 voices rang out simultaneously. Ye Xun, standing by the window, turned his head to look back. A faint smile touched his lips. Standing at the doorway were Xia Yutong, Su Zhixin, and Tu. I'm fine, no need to worry. Just a petty thief, he's already jumped out the window and fled. Ye Xun spoke calmly, a faint smile still on his face. The 3 across from him stared at him in astonishment, then glanced at the now broken window. Just a petty thief? Tu instinctively swallowed hard and spoke up first. Ye Xun nodded earnestly. What else could it be? Well then, I'll go downstairs and look for his corpse, no, body. After uttering this, Atu turned and descended the stairs with an odd expression. The others in the room offered no objection, remaining silent. Ye Xun looked slightly awkward, scratched his nose, and walked toward the 2 by the door. It's getting late. Why don't we call it a night? Xia Yutong scrutinized the young master before her, her face clearly displaying 4 words. I don't buy it. Are you kidding me? While others might be unaware of little Master Uncle's strength, she knew it all too well. Besides, this place was 15 stories high and firmly within the territory of the Supreme Club. What petty thief would be so blind as to dare steal from a place like this? Even if some petty thief had the audacity to steal from the Supreme Club's territory, Ye Xun would toss him off the 15th floor, no chance of survival. And Ye Xun wouldn't do something like that anyway. The only plausible explanation is that Ye Xun had just encountered an assassin, and that assassin had already jumped out the window and fled before they arrived. Little Master Uncle, could it be? Just as Xia Yutong was about to voice her suspicion, Ye Xun shot her a fierce glare. His face twisted into a grimace, as if silently warning her. Under no circumstances reveal the truth. Are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere? Su Zhixin wasn't stupid, how could she not see through such a clumsy lie? But she had no time to dwell on that now. Ye Xun's safety was the absolute top priority. As she spoke, Su Zhixin grabbed Ye Xun's shoulders and examined him thoroughly, scanning him up and down, left and right. Only after confirming Ye Xun was truly unharmed did Su Zhixin finally react. Her face flushed as she took a step back. Xinxin, I'm fine. You're not mad at me anymore, right? Ye Xun scratched his head, a mix of embarrassment and happiness flitting across his face. He asked, looking slightly dazed. Su Zhixin flushed and took a step back, muttering in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. What a fool. Ye Xun took a step forward, wearing an expression that practically begged to be punched. He asked, feigning ignorance. Xinxin, what did you say? Su Zhixin flushed bright red at his teasing. She lowered her head and took several steps backward. I'm going to bed. It was precisely at this moment that Ye Xun's acting skills suddenly kicked in. He clutched his other arm, feigning intense agony. Oh dear, my arm suddenly hurts so badly, and my head feels dizzy too. Standing nearby, Xia Yutong shot her junior master a look of disdain and was about to speak. But then Su Zhixin rushed over to Ye Xun's side at an astonishing speed, supporting him. Where does it hurt? Let me see. Ye Xun immediately adopted a pitiable expression, shifting his hand ever so slightly away from his arm. He tapped the spot lightly with his finger. It hurts here. I need a kiss to make it better. Xia Yutong, standing in the doorway, instantly made a gagging face and silently mouthed to Ye Xun. Little Master Uncle, you're really disgusting. Ye Xun shook his head, ignoring Xia Yutong's words entirely, his face beaming with smug satisfaction. At that moment, Su Zhixin's hand had already reached over his clothes, preparing to pull them off. Ye Xun, who had just turned around, saw this scene and was startled. He hurriedly stopped her. Xinxin, why are you trying to strip me? There are outsiders here. Xia Yutong rolled her eyes and turned to leave. Upon hearing his words, Su Zhixin's face flushed bright red all the way to her neck, her cheeks as crimson as a monkey's bottom. She reached out and playfully punched Ye Xun's chest. What nonsense are you talking about? If you don't take off your clothes, how am I supposed to check you're wound? Ye Xun grew even more flustered, waving his hands frantically as he took a few steps back, stammering. No need. As long as you're not angry with me, I'll be completely fine. Hearing this, Su Zhixin paused slightly, a flicker of emotion passing through her eyes. Just as Ye Xun saw the change in the girl's expression and began to relax, he heard Su Zhixin say firmly. No. If the wound isn't treated promptly, it could become infected and fester. With that, the girl paid no further heed to Ye Xun's words. Her delicate hands pulled firmly, tearing open Ye Xun's shirt. Feeling the warmth radiating from Ye Xun's chest, Su Zhixin couldn't help but feel a flicker of embarrassment. She turned her head away. Upon witnessing this scene, Xia Yutong no longer hurried to leave. Instead, she leaned against the doorframe, observing Ye Xun with a faint, ambiguous smile. He knew full well Ye Xun was perfectly fine, no wounds, not even internal injuries. Ahem, Xinxin, it's getting late. You should go rest first. I'll have a to help me apply some medicine later. Chapter 72, Unbearable Greasiness. Upon hearing this, Su Zhixin froze momentarily, her entire body stiffening in place. A flicker of loneliness passed through her eyes. Ye Xun saw this and felt a pang of pity. He was about to tell Su Zhixin the truth. But he saw the girl had already slipped away from him, turning to head toward the door. Xia Yutong hadn't anticipated Su Zhixin rising at that moment. Her face still bore that expression of someone ready to watch the show, a faint, almost imperceptible, teasing smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Her gaze fixed on Ye Xun. When Su Zhixin turned her head, her gaze locked directly with Xia Yutong's. The expression on Xia Yutong's face was clearly visible to Su Zhixin. The girl immediately turned to look at Ye Xun sitting by the bedside, and suddenly everything became clear to her. No, Xinxin, let me explain, I really am hurt. Su Zhixin was in no state to listen to this now. She stomped her foot down hard, crushing Ye Xun's foot. The pain made Ye Xun yelp in agony. But Ye Xun couldn't care less about that now. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his foot, he hopped and skipped after Su Zhixin, who had already reached the doorway. Xinxin, I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to cheer you up. Upon hearing these words, Su Zhixin abruptly halted her steps. Xia Yutong, standing nearby, covered her face with her hand, thinking to herself, oh no. When a girl is upset, the last thing she wants to admit is that she's upset. And she certainly doesn't want to hear her boyfriend say that very thing while she's angry. It made her feel like she was just being unreasonable. I'm fine. I'm not angry. Well then. I'm tired. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Su Zhixin didn't give Ye Xun a chance to speak, striding out of the room. About 10 seconds later, a loud slam echoed down the hallway. It was Su Zhixin, still seething with anger, slamming the door shut with all her might. Ye Xun stood frozen in place, casting a pleading glance at Xia Yutong, who remained standing there. Don't look at me, little master uncle. You'll have to handle this yourself. I can't help you with this. Noticing Ye Xun's gaze, Xia Yutong waved her hands repeatedly with a smile. Yutong, just this once. Please help your junior master this one time. Ye Xun adopted an utterly pitiful expression, his eyes pleadingly fixed on Xia Yutong. Junior master, you brought this upon yourself. Don't blame others. Or are you still clueless about women's hearts? Xia Yutong said this with a smile, then turned and left the room with her hands behind her back. The room was suddenly left with only Ye Xun, who sat dejectedly on the bed. Was playing the victim not working? Maybe he should try another approach? Moments later, Ye Xun sat alone on the bedside, head bowed, murmuring to himself. That same day, 7:30 p.m., Starlight Restaurant. Starlight Restaurant was a fairly well-known establishment in Donglin City, rumored to have even been featured in an exclusive report by state media. Whether by reputation or recommendation, Starlight Restaurant was the favorite haunt for wealthy young men looking to impress women. Chen Yunhu naturally chose this restaurant for their dinner and generously reserved the entire place. As he and Tao Tao walked side by side into the restaurant, a melodious piano tune began to play. Tao Tao deliberately feigned surprise, but inwardly she scoffed. Look at you showing off, such a big shot. This is a restaurant I carefully selected. Are you satisfied? Chen Yunhu put on a polite expression and turned to ask his female companion with a smile. Tao Tao maintained her feigned look of surprise, nodding almost instinctively. But immediately, a hint of shame and inferiority flashed across her face. This must have cost a fortune. We could have just grabbed something at a roadside eatery. Upon hearing this, Chen Yunhu instantly feigned displeasure. He declared with what he considered a commanding tone. I won't have you saying things like that. You're my princess. Spending half the world's gold and silver for you is worth it. Tao Tao felt like she was about to vomit. She silently prayed for this mission to end quickly. She couldn't help but wonder how someone so greasy could exist in this world. If you scraped all that grease off him, it'd be enough to fry a whole table full of dishes. I'm not as good as you make me out to be. Tao Tao adopted a coy demeanor, her tone laced with 3 parts bashfulness, 3 parts self-doubt. Yet it also held 3 parts joy and a hint of sorrow. Her emotional nuance was spot on. Cao Cao felt that with her acting skills right now, she was bound to walk the red carpet and win an Oscar. Seeing her like this, Chen Yunhu felt a surge of delight mixed with a hint of excitement. The cost of dining at Starlight Restaurant wasn't exorbitant for a young master like him. But if he were to reserve the entire venue, even Chen Yunhu would feel the pinch. Having spent so much, Chen Yunhu naturally wouldn't be satisfied with just a meal. Never mind that. Let's head upstairs. The second floor offers a great view of the street while we dine. Chen Yunhu swallowed nervously, one arm casually draping over Cao Cao's shoulder while the other extended in a polite gesture. Cao Cao felt slightly uncomfortable all over, but bound by their plan, she couldn't voice her discomfort. She could only endure it for now, feigning coyness as she nodded. And so, the two of them stepped to the music and made their way to a window seat on the second floor. Waiter! Chen Yun snappily cracked his fingers in an overly cocky manner, making Cao Cao's stomach churn violently. Her appetite vanished completely. The waiter appeared out of nowhere, handing the menu to Chen Yunhu. Chen Yunhu shot him a withering glance and held out a hand. For this lady. After receiving the menu, Cao Cao, who had been ready to give Chen Yunhu a hard time, had lost most of her appetite. She casually ordered 2 dishes, then closed the menu and handed it back to the waiter. Is that all? Yeah, I don't eat much. I can't handle a lot. Chen Yunhu listened, then gave the waiter a subtle nod. The two whispered briefly, and the waiter then took the menu and withdrew. Before long, a man in a tailcoat approached their table carrying a violin. After a slight bow, he began to play. Violin Concerto No. 8. Cao Cao recognized the piece within seconds of hearing it. Chapter 73, Chen Yunhu's Preparations. Recognizing the piece, Cao Cao instantly understood Chen Yunhu's intent. She breathed a silent sigh of relief. His reason for impersonating Ye Xun's sister and infiltrating the company run by Chen Yunhu and Su Qingxue was precisely to get close to Chen Yunhu and leverage his identity. To uncover some secrets of the Chen family, or to obtain some evidence of their crimes. However, Cao Cao and Ye Xun hadn't planned this scheme long ago. It was only on the night after Ye Xun returned to Donglin City that Cao Cao sought him out. She revealed that several months prior, mysterious individuals had begun tailing her. They had even taken photographs, much like paparazzi. At first, Cao Cao hadn't paid it much mind. That was until she heard Ye Xun had also arrived in Donglin City, returning specifically because of the Ye family tragedy from years ago. Upon receiving this news, Cao Cao instantly pieced together all the clues. She was almost certain that the paparazzi who had been following her earlier must have been from one of the 3 major families. Thus, a plan was formed. After a day of investigation, the Chen family was identified as the target. Coincidentally, the 3 major families were also holding a press conference at that very moment. News of the Chen and Su families joining forces to establish a company was quietly disseminated. And so, this plan came into being. Though Cao Cao felt immense joy inside, she knew she couldn't rush things just yet. Her face wore an expression that, though unable to name the melody, was utterly captivated by it. Chen Yunhu, seated across from her, wore a faint smile as he observed Cao Cao's expression. His eyes unconsciously roamed up and down her figure, and he instinctively licked his lips. It must be said, Cao Cao truly had an amazing figure. Curvy with a pert figure, fair skin and beautiful, she was charming and lovely, as if she carried a faint, elusive maidenly fragrance. Her face was perfectly oval, with bright eyes, pearly teeth, willow-like brows, and a delicate nose. Her thin lips were coated with a light layer of lipstick. Now she appeared utterly lost in the music, stirring a wave of heat within Chen Yunhu. He couldn't help but swallow several times. Ye Xian, do you still like it? As the piece ended, the violinist bowed slightly and slipped away silently. Sitting across from Cao Cao, Chen Yunhu asked with a smile. A faint curve touched Cao Cao's lips, and her eyes, as if capable of speech, fluttered gently. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Chen Yunhu feigned anger, stiffening his expression. He rose, extended a hand, and with a practiced air of spontaneity, ruffled Cao Cao's hair. Don't call me Mr. Chen. Call me Yunhu. Chen Yunhu's movement was so swift that Cao Cao hadn't even had time to react. Or rather, she never imagined Chen Yunhu would dare to be so bold. How many times had they even met? Yet he dared to make such an intimate gesture. He really wasn't afraid of being rejected and losing face. Though Chen Yunhu's sudden move caught Cao Cao completely off guard. Her reaction was remarkably swift. After less than half a second of stunned silence, she immediately put on a coy and surprised expression, cautiously calling out, Yunhu. Hearing that soft, sweet voice call his name with a hint of coyness, Chen Yunhu felt his breath catch in his throat. A surge of heat flared in his lower abdomen, threatening to erupt at any moment. He took a deep breath, forcing down his physical urges. He forced a gentlemanly smile onto his face. That's more like it. No need to be so formal with me. Cao Cao adopted a coy expression, lowering her head in silence. Seeing her like this, Chen Yunhu felt an even greater surge of satisfaction. Beaming with delight, he began chatting casually with Cao Cao. Moments later, their first course arrived.
Meanwhile, someone else stood in the cold wind, eyeing the dishes on another table,
silently swallowing saliva.
Wang Bing had no idea how long he'd been standing at this corner, only that Donglin City's winter winds felt more biting than ever this year. Even though it was already spring, he still felt a bone-chilling cold.
Not far ahead, a household's lights shone brightly. Diagonally across from their doorway stood a dining table.
The table was laden with all sorts of delicacies, or rather, all sorts of home-cooked meals. A couple and their 2 children sat around the table, chatting and laughing as they ate. Wang Bing watched the scene, pulling his thin coat tighter around himself and swallowing hard.
Just then, his stomach growled uncontrollably.
Wang Bing looked down at his stomach, a wry smile spreading across his face. Ever since he and Chen Long escaped from the Red Dragon Gang, they had been living hand-to-mouth. Their shelter was nothing more than a dilapidated mud hut. He could endure it, but Chen Long, already wounded, was suffering the double torment of hunger and cold. His physical condition over the past 2 days had deteriorated to its worst. Every night, he coughed incessantly. Watching from the sidelines, Wang Bing could only fret helplessly, utterly powerless to help. They had spent every last penny they had, and no one was willing to hire a sickly man like Chen Long. Leaving Chen Long alone in such a place was something Wang Bing simply couldn't bring himself to do. He knew Chen Long's current condition well. An hour or 2 might be manageable, but if it stretched beyond half a day, without anyone to look after him, Chen Long would likely die in that cold, dilapidated hut. Apart from stealing, killing, or robbing, the best solution Wang Bing could think of was to go begging on the streets. It was the quickest way to get money. At the very least, any amount would ease their immediate crisis. The future could wait. Today, he had just managed to beg for a little money. After buying medicine and a steamed bun, his pockets were completely empty.
Wang Bing gave Chen Long both the medicine and the bun. Only after ensuring Chen Long was asleep did he venture out again.
He hoped to beg for a little more money, making tomorrow's life a bit easier. But before he knew it, he found himself back at the same vegetable market. Truth be told, the place where he and Chen Long lived wasn't too far from this market, at most a half-hour walk.
"Hey, you're brother Wang, right?"
The sudden voice behind him startled Wang Bing, who quickly turned to look back.
Chapter 74, The Lowest of the Low.
Only then did he realize that, unbeknownst to him, Gu Yaxuan, that little girl, had quietly slipped up behind him.
Wang Bing couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh.
After all, he was a mid-stage internal energy master, and lately, he was on the verge of breaking through to the late stage.
To be caught off guard by a little girl like this. "Brother Wang, is it really you?" Gu Yaxuan scrutinized the figure before her, then exclaimed with a hint of delight.
A flicker of embarrassment crossed Wang Bing's face as he lowered his head and murmured softly,
"Miss, you've mistaken me for someone else." Upon hearing this, Gu Yaxuan laughed and waved her hands repeatedly. "Impossible, brother Wang. Even if I did mistake someone, I'd never mistake you." After saying this, Gu Yaxuan peered cautiously behind him. Then she asked with a hint of confusion, "Hey, where's brother Chen? Didn't he come out with you?" Hearing Gu Yaxuan's words, Wang Bing felt a pang of shame. It was his suggestion for Chen Long to collect another round of protection money that had led to all this trouble. Now, with Gu Yaxuan addressing him as brother Wang, how could he possibly bear such responsibility? He has something to do tonight. Upon hearing this, a mischievous grin instantly spread across Gu Yaxuan's face. "Gotcha, and you said you weren't brother Wang." Wang Bing paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "You little devil, you're so clever." "Ha!" Gu Yaxuan scratched her head, smiling sheepishly before giving herself a light tap on the head, as if suddenly remembering something. "Oh, right. Brother Wang, why are you dressed like this?" Wang Bing's heartache was stirred up, his eyes reddening as tears threatened to spill. As the saying goes, a man doesn't shed tears easily, only when he's truly heartbroken. These past days had truly given Wang Bing a taste of what human suffering meant. On several occasions, Wang Bing had seriously contemplated, if Chen Long were to die, would he seek revenge for Chen Long before dying, or would he immediately follow Chen Long in death? Hey, brother Wang, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying?" Gu Yaxuan, seeing Wang Bing like this, suddenly grew flustered. After fumbling around on her person, she pulled out a crumpled tissue. "Here, take this and wipe your tears first, brother Wang." Wang Bing nodded, took the tissue, and silently wiped away his tears. "Brother Wang, what happened? Why are you?" Perhaps mindful of Wang Bing's pride, Gu Yaxuan stopped herself from saying more. Wang Bing gave a bitter smile, a look of shame crossing his face. "I'm a dying man who's committed countless evils in my life. What merit do I have to deserve your calling me brother?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yaxuan feigned anger. "Brother Wang, what nonsense are you talking? You, brother Chen, and brother Ye are all good people. I know you and brother Chen were forced into it back then." Brother Ye had already sent a letter explaining everything that very night, along with some money. Wang Bing paused slightly upon hearing this, suddenly recalling the scene of the 3 of them sitting around that small square table. It felt like only yesterday, yet it seemed like an eternity ago.
The moment he first laid eyes on Ye Xun, he sensed the young man was no ordinary person and harbored intentions to recruit him. Yet due to some misunderstandings, he had failed. Now it seemed Ye Xun knew everything all along, but had simply chosen not to expose his intentions. Brother Yi possesses unparalleled martial prowess and wisdom. I'm certain he foresaw this very outcome for me long ago. Upon hearing this, Gu Yaxuan immediately interjected. Brother Wang, you're mistaken. Brother Yi mentioned in his letter that both you and Brother Chen are good people. If Mom and I ever face danger again and have no one else to turn to, we can seek help from you and Brother Chen. Brother Yi said you would definitely assist us. Wang Bing sighed deeply upon hearing this, his face etched with desolation. Alas, times have changed. We can barely protect ourselves now, how could we possibly help you? As Wang Bing turned to leave, Gu Yaxuan stepped forward and stopped him. Brother Wang, you're mistaken. Help is meant to be mutual. With you and Brother Chen facing hardship now, how could we possibly stand by and do nothing? My mother is at the shop right now. Tell me where Brother Chen is, and I'll go fetch him. Brother Wang, you should rest at the shop first. Wang Bing was about to refuse, but upon reflection, he realized he had little right to object. Chen Long was now a sickly man, coughing every other day, with no medicine seeming to help. Even the doctor said it wasn't a serious illness, just a case of catching a chill. He just needed to avoid drafts and take some medicine to recover. But they didn't have that luxury. Having a place to stay was already a blessing. Then I'll thank you in advance. Young master is currently. After hearing the location, Gu Yaxuan turned and hurriedly left the place. Wang Bing watched the girl's retreating figure, sighed deeply, gave a wry smile, and turned to walk in the opposite direction. Mrs. Li. Li Wan was still sorting vegetables, preparing tonight's dinner, when she suddenly heard someone speak at the doorway. She looked up toward the doorway and saw a person dressed in rags, looking somewhat like a beggar. He stood awkwardly at the doorway. It took Li Wan a moment to recognize the figure at the doorway as Wang Bing. Oh my, Brother Wang, what brings you here? A hint of awkwardness also flashed across Wang Bing's face. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke. It's a long story. Miss Gu said I could rest here for a couple of days with the young master. Upon hearing this, Li Wan's face lit up with sudden understanding. Look at me, I completely forgot to invite you in. Come on in, quickly, come in. Wang Bing hesitated awkwardly for a moment, took several deep breaths. He finally stepped into the shop. Li Wan was a kind-hearted person. Seeing the clothes Wang Bing wore, she could vaguely guess what kind of life they had been leading these past days. She simply warmed up a bowl of radish soup and placed it before Wang Bing. It's getting chilly. Have some to warm yourself up first. Wang Bing stared at the steaming radish soup before him, swallowing hard. His hand reached forward slightly, then immediately retracted. He stole a glance at Li Wan, and when he saw she wasn't paying attention, he hurriedly picked up the radish soup and gulped it down. He even burned his mouth from gulping it down too quickly. Slow down, be careful, it's hot. Li Wan chuckled softly, her back turned to Wang Bing. Wang Bing nodded in response, tears mingling with the soup as he swallowed it all down. Moments later, Gu Yaxuan also helped Chen Long into the shop. Chapter 75, Kindness and Pride. Chen Long's face was pale, his limbs limp and weak, slumped limply against Gu Yaxuan's shoulder. Gu Yaxuan was drenched in sweat, panting slightly. Wang Bing saw this and immediately stood up, but unexpectedly, he rose too abruptly. Everything went black before his eyes, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Hey, be careful. Your health comes first. Li Wan, standing nearby, saw this and immediately stepped forward to steady Wang Bing. Once Wang Bing recovered, a hint of self-mockery flashed across his face. I'm truly sorry to trouble you both, Sister Li and Miss Gu. Gu Yaxuan helped Chen Long sit down, feigning anger. Brother Wang, if you keep being so polite, I'm going to get upset. Wang Bing and Chen Long exchanged glances upon hearing this, their faces breaking into wry smiles. Just days ago, they never would have imagined ending up in such a desperate state. Even less could they have imagined that Gu Yaxuan and her daughter, who had once treated them like enemies, would come to their rescue when they were at their lowest. To rescue them. Li Wan watched the scene with a smile, patting Wang Bing on the shoulder. Yeah, Wang, no need to be so formal. What's done is done, no need to dwell on it. Gu Yaxuan chimed in at that moment. Exactly. You're both good people. What you did back then was just out of necessity. Mom and I understand you both. The more they spoke like this, the more ashamed Wang Bing and Chen Long felt. I don't have much to offer you in return now. As he spoke, Chen Long meekly reached out to pull Wang Bing toward him, making a move to kneel before Gu Yaxuan and her mother. As they said, reduced to such destitution, they had no money and their clothes were ragged and tattered. They had nothing to offer in gratitude to Gu Yaxuan and her daughter. What are you doing? We only did a small favor, no need for this. Li Wan hurriedly reached out both hands to help Chen Long and Wang Bing up. Gu Yaxuan also spoke up indignantly from the side. Brother Wang, Brother Chen, I told you not to be so formal. Acting like this makes us feel like outsiders. Hearing this, Li Wan frowned and turned to scold.
What's with all the shouting? Do you think you're going to fly? Scolded by her mother, Gu Yaxuan pouted and fell silent. Li Wan shot her a stern look before turning back. Gentlemen, please don't mind her. She's used to running wild and doesn't know when to hold her tongue. Wang Bing and Chen Long waved their hands repeatedly, indicating they weren't bothered. Li Wan's face still held a trace of apology, but she quickly changed the subject. But rough words can carry truth. You two young men should settle in here comfortably. From now on, we're family, no need for such formalities. A flicker of delight crossed Chen Long and Wang Bing's eyes at these words. They had assumed that after finishing this bowl of hot soup, they might stay one more night at most before having to leave. After all, that was only natural. Life wasn't easy for Gu Yaxuan and her daughter. It was unlikely they would keep these two burdens around long term. But reality turned out to be far beyond their expectations. After the brief surprise, both Chen Long and the other man felt a twinge of worry and embarrassment. One was a patient, the other a martial artist. When it came to business matters, they were utterly useless. Wang Bing's wisdom primarily lay in strategy and scheming. He was completely clueless about the practical aspects of running a business. So when they heard Li Wan's words, both hesitated. Li Wan glanced at them and smiled. I usually get up early to restock my shop. It's not that tiring, but it does mean getting up before dawn. Brother Chen is still injured, and if you don't mind, Brother Wang. Before Li Wan could finish speaking, Wang Bing excitedly interrupted. Auntie Li, I'm in. Don't even mention just restocking, I'd follow you through fire and water. Li Wan smiled faintly at his words. That won't be necessary. Since you don't mind, Brother Wang, you can come with me first thing tomorrow morning to get familiar with the place. Wang Bing eagerly agreed twice, then turned to look at Chen Long. Both pairs of eyes held a hint of excitement and gratitude. Only Gu Yaxuan seemed displeased, standing nearby with a pout. Li Wan glanced back at her daughter, a hint of resignation flickering across her face. Please sit down for a moment, have a bowl of hot soup to warm yourselves. I'll go prepare dinner. Wang Bing rose to help, but Li Wan stopped him. No need. You two just stay here. Xiaoya and I will handle it. A clear look of hesitation crossed Wang Bing's face. He opened his mouth and murmured softly. I'm actually a pretty good cook, it's just, my skills aren't very consistent. Li Wan smiled, pretending not to hear, then called out to Gu Yaxuan and turned toward the kitchen in the back. Gu Yaxuan pouted, reluctantly trailing behind Li Wan. Before long, Gu Yaxuan and her mother had gathered all the necessary ingredients. But there was one thing Gu Yaxuan hadn't uttered a single word throughout the entire process. It was as if she were sulking at her mother. Sizzle. Sigh. As Li Wan placed the greens into the pot, she let out a soft sigh. Xiaoya, Xiaoya. Li Wan called out twice before Gu Yaxuan finally shuffled over to her side. You little thing, are you blaming me for sending Brother Wang to restock? Gu Yaxuan said nothing, but the look on her face spoke volumes. Li Wan sighed and said habitually. You haven't stepped into the real world yet. There are some things you just don't understand. High schoolers and even college students hate hearing that phrase most of all. It's like saying you're still too young and don't understand anything. It treats them like children. Mom, I'm not a child anymore. I'll be graduating in a year and a half. Gu Yaxuan said with obvious displeasure. Li Wan didn't pause her work, smiling affectionately. Right, our Yair is all grown up now. So tell me, when I brought it up earlier, why didn't Brother Wang refuse? Why did he agree so quickly? Gu Yaxuan was at a loss for words. Anyone could see that just now, Wang Bing had practically jumped at the chance to agree. As if he'd been waiting for it all along. Li Wan's smile grew wider. She stirred the pan a few times before casually pulling out a plate from beneath the stove. Your brother Wang and brother Chen were both remarkable figures in their time, men with their own pride. Kindness doesn't mean you can trample on someone's pride. Got it? Gu Yaxuan nodded instinctively, then shook her head immediately, looking at Li Wan with confusion. You'll understand later. Go on, serve it up. Li Wan smiled as she placed the dish before Gu Yaxuan. Chapter 76, Exploitation and Being Exploited. Before long, the small shop's table was set with 3 dishes and a soup. Though they were all ordinary home-style dishes, Gu Yaxuan and her mother rarely treated themselves to such a spread. Usually, a simple dish and soup sufficed. Today's feast was prepared especially for Wang Bing and his companion. They'd gone out of their way to make it a bit more substantial. Just a simple home-cooked meal, don't be picky. Li Wan casually wiped the grease from her hands onto her apron and smiled. Wang Bing and the others smiled back, saying this was already more than enough. It had been days since they'd had such a hearty dinner. And so, dinner proceeded in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. At the table, only Gu Yaxuan occasionally glanced at Wang Bing, then looked back at her mother. In this world, everyone was destined to be different. Some dined with contentment and joy. Others endured it with great agony like Tao Tao at this very moment. Tao Tao stared at the meager portion of food artfully arranged on her plate, wishing she could swallow the plate whole. But she couldn't do that.
After all, she was currently playing the role of a wealthy young lady, even if she had fallen on hard times. She couldn't completely disregard her table manners.
Not having any more?
Chen Yunhu observed the seemingly untouched food and inquired with a smile. Cao Cao wanted to bite his head off inside, but she still managed a faint smile.
No, I'm full. No way. I'm not full at all. This is for the rabbits. Who could possibly get full on this measly amount? Why even ask? Can't you just get the important stuff done first instead of wasting time on this?
Cao Cao wore a radiant smile, but inside, she was seething with rage. From the start of the meal until now, Chen Long hadn't once mentioned confessing his feelings.
Not even a single subtle hint.
This made Cao Cao's frustration boil over, making her so angry she wanted to punch someone.
Shall we go then?
Chen Yunhu watched Cao Cao with a smile, his excitement bubbling beneath the surface. Girls only put on airs of reserve in front of someone they like, or at the very least, someone they have a strong interest in. Otherwise, why would she put up with this?
Earlier during dinner, Chen Yunhu had faintly heard Cao Cao's stomach growling.
She was clearly still hungry, but when he asked, Cao Cao insisted she was full.
What else could this be but putting on airs?
Cao Cao, unaware of what Chen Yunhu was thinking, heard his words.
She gave a slight nod and rose to leave. Just then, the same waiter from earlier appeared out of nowhere. Miss, please wait.
Cao Cao turned back, looking at the waiter with some confusion. The waiter produced an exquisitely crafted small box from somewhere, slowly opening it with both hands. Miss, this was specially selected by your boyfriend as a gift for you. Inside lay a necklace that looked incredibly expensive. But the moment Cao Cao caught sight of it, her inner voice started ranting. Put! What a big shot! How dare he give such a cheap thing? After all, I'm a fallen heiress now. Giving such a cheap gift, doesn't he fear being exposed? Though her mind was filled with complaints, the girl put on a look of genuine surprise and delight. The necklace wasn't anything special, its market value was at most 100,000 or so. For an ordinary family, it would be considered a rare treasure. But Cao Cao was now playing the role of the impoverished heiress of the Ye family, Ye Xun's sister. The Ye family had once been one of the 4 great families, and an item worth a mere 100,000 yuan was hardly worth their notice.
What's more, the necklace showed signs of refurbishment, though they weren't very obvious.
Clearly, Chen Yunhu had used this trick to deceive quite a few girls before.
We're just ordinary friends. Cao Cao feigned sudden realization, lowering her head with feigned modesty as she asked. The waiter visibly froze for a moment, though his reaction was still remarkably quick. He immediately smiled and said, "You two make such a perfect couple, a match made in heaven. I'm truly sorry this misunderstanding happened." Cao Cao didn't say much after hearing this, merely murmuring a quiet acknowledgement. That look was just like a young girl in the throes of first love, playing hard to get. Chen Yunhu, seeing his reaction, felt even more pleased.
He smiled as he walked up to the waiter. He reached into the box and pulled out the necklace. Seems my taste isn't too shabby after all. This necklace suits you perfectly. After fastening the necklace around Cao Cao's neck, Chen Yunhu took a slight step back. Gazing at the girl's snow-white neck, he murmured his praise with a smile. Cao Cao looked both delighted and shy. She lowered her head, reached up, and cupped the necklace around her own neck, a faint curve forming at the corners of her mouth. Her ears even flushed faintly. She looked just like a girl in the early stages of romance, having received a precious gift from the boy she admired. Chen Yunhu's face remained smiling, yet a surge of desire stirred within his lower abdomen. Cao Cao was already exceptionally beautiful, and now, with this coy, charming demeanor, it was doubtful anyone could resist such temptation. Chen Yunhu could practically guarantee that any man witnessing this scene would be itching to pounce and devour Cao Cao. Just then, the waiter who had delivered the gift slipped away quietly, leaving only Chen Yunhu and Cao Cao in the restaurant. A gentle, melodious tune played in the background. A full minute passed before Cao Cao finally feigned a look of flattered surprise. She hastily removed the necklace from around her neck. Chen Yunhu watched this unfold, utterly baffled. "Ye Xian, what are you doing?" Before he could finish his sentence, Cao Cao had already removed the necklace. She solemnly placed it in his hand, her expression unwaveringly resolute. "I'm sorry, Yunhu. I know how you feel, but..." At this point, Cao Cao channeled her inner drama queen, her face contorting into a sorrowful expression. A single tear actually welled up in the corner of her eye. The girl turned her head away, saying nothing more, appearing utterly heartbroken. Chen Yunhu witnessed this scene and instantly understood. After that, I really did rush things a bit. After all, this woman before him carried so much hatred, and he intended to use that very hatred against Ye Xun. Ye Xian, you don't need to apologize to me. I'll wait forever until the day you can accept me. Chen Yunhu now put on the appearance of a devoted, loving man, clutching the necklace tightly in his hand. Chapter 77, The Failed Plan. Upon hearing these words, Cao Cao couldn't help but let out a cold, mocking laugh. How could she not know what Chen Yunhu was scheming? If I were truly the sole survivor of the Ye family, my elder brother's sister, I'd likely have been deceived by you, you little bastard, by now. What a wolf in sheep's clothing. Pa!
After silently cursing him in her mind, Tao Tao raised her hand and gently wiped away the single tear that had formed at the corner of her eye. Taking 2 deep breaths, she finally turned around. I'm sorry for ruining the mood. Why don't we call it a day? As she spoke, a sorrowful expression remained on the girl's face. But this sorrow was buried deep within her, leaving only the faintest trace visible on her face. Chen Yunhu flashed a look of anxiety upon hearing her words. Earlier that evening, Chen Yunhu had already arranged every detail for the night. The restaurant, movie theater, and hotel all had been reserved exclusively. He had a whole host of plans lined up for the rest of the evening. If Tao Tao were to leave now, he felt utterly unwilling. How could he let a sure thing slip through his fingers? Ye Xun, it's still early. Why don't we catch a movie first? After saying this, Chen Yunhu feared Tao Tao might refuse. He quickly added, after the movie, I'll take you straight home. Is that okay? Upon hearing this, Tao Tao's face betrayed a look of deep hesitation. Yet silently, she began counting down in her mind. She knew men like Chen Yunhu all too well. If nothing kept them hooked, men like Chen Yunhu would abandon the girl they'd been pursuing without a second thought once they'd achieved their goal. They'd abandon the girl they'd been pursuing without a second thought. After all, to them, even the most beautiful girl was nothing more than a doll. Like those ubiquitous stuffed animals in stores. A person with a collection of dolls wouldn't abandon any of them for just one. Unless that particular doll holds some special meaning. And now, Tao Tao was determined to create that meaning. Alright, then. We're agreed you'll take me home after the movie. It took Tao Tao about 2 minutes before she finally agreed. The reason for her prolonged hesitation was to keep Chen Yunhu in a state of constant negativity. To slightly dull his rationality and judgment. That way, Tao Tao wouldn't have to put in so much effort in her act. After all, their dinner had stretched on for over an hour. While eating, Tao Tao had to maintain her act, ensuring nearly every detail was flawless. Add to that Chen Yunhu's unbearably greasy, shamelessly smooth talk. All these factors combined meant Tao Tao barely ate anything that evening. Upon receiving Chen Yunhu's affirmative response, Tao Tao felt immensely relieved. Alright, then. Shall we go now? Alright, let's go. With those final words, the two walked side by side out of the restaurant. However, Tao Tao deliberately kept a distance from Chen Yunhu. Even though they walked side by side, the space between their shoulders and the distance between them remained quite distant. From a distance, they looked like just ordinary friends. Chen Yunhu felt a wave of frustration wash over him upon noticing this. But given the current situation, he couldn't really say much more. If he angered Tao Tao, it would truly be a case of losing more than he gained. After the two of them got into a jet-black Cayenne, the car's taillights gradually disappeared into the stream of traffic. Meanwhile, Tan Xiao was enveloped in immense happiness. After receiving Su Zhixin's permission that morning, Tan Xiao returned home. He immediately went to his room, rummaged through his belongings, and pulled out a map of Donglin City. Spreading the map flat on his desk, he grabbed a red marker and began scribbling and drawing all over it. Every location he circled was a place he had visited before. Places he personally deemed suitable for taking a girl out. Of course, these selections were also carefully curated based on online recommendations. Take Longchang Commercial Street, Donglin City's most bustling thoroughfare. This street offered an astonishing variety of goods, selling everything imaginable. Some even claimed that a single stroll down Longchang Commercial Street, you could find anything, no matter how rare or unusual. With that in mind, Tan Xiao immediately added it to his itinerary. After all, one tip he found online mentioned that girls are naturally born to love shopping. There isn't a single girl who doesn't enjoy shopping. As for the next destination, it was Donglin City's Defang amusement park. Though not particularly famous, this amusement park was a must-visit spot for many couples. Of course, this popularity was limited to within about 15 kilometers of the park itself. There's also a rather famous legend associated with this amusement park. It's said that years ago, there was a couple whose relationship had been fraught with hardship, nearly reaching the point of breaking up. But after visiting this amusement park and especially riding its Ferris wheel, they immediately got married upon returning home. Over a decade has passed since then. They remain deeply in love to this day. Whether the legend is true or not, Tan Xiao didn't care. Just based on the fact that the couple got married right after returning, Tan Xiao didn't hesitate to include this amusement park in his plans. By noon that day, Tan Xiao finally finished the entire plan. Feeling somewhat exhausted, he was about to lie down to rest. But just then, a servant rushed over to inform him. Su Zhixin was calling him. And so, the current scene unfolded. Though Tan Xiao's plan still had numerous unrefined details, picking a few spots for impromptu outings, it was still more than sufficient. By the time the two of them emerged from Longchang Commercial Street, the sky had turned completely dark. Tan Xiao promptly suggested grabbing dinner. Su Zhixin hesitated briefly before agreeing. However, she immediately rejected Tan Xiao's suggestion of a couple-themed restaurant, casually picking a roadside hole in the wall and walking straight in. Tan Xiao had no choice but to follow her inside. Neither of them noticed that after they entered the dingy eatery. It swept past like a gust of wind. With a screech of tires, Chen Yunhu pulled up in front of the movie theater. Chapter 78, an absurdly bad movie. After parking, Chen Yunhu immediately scampered over to open the door for Tao Tao. To showcase his gentlemanly manners. Tao Tao sat in the car, her stomach churning violently. It took her a long while to recover. Damn it, did every single one of these rich kids crave thrills this badly? Driving this fast on city streets? They really aren't afraid of causing an accident? Even if they weren't scared, couldn't they at least consider how I felt sitting in the back? This is my star, you big star. A look of distress flashed across Tao Tao's face as she silently cursed Chen Yunhu, that complete idiot. Seeing Tao Tao like this, Chen Yunhu couldn't help but look slightly embarrassed. He'd heard Tao Tao reject him earlier, and while he understood it was only natural, but resentment still welled up inside him, and he subconsciously pushed the car faster and faster. As if he were heading straight for the afterlife. Ye Xun, are you okay? I'm sorry, just now I... Before he could finish, Tao Tao reached out and stopped him. Fighting back nausea and dizziness, he carefully stepped out of the car. Yunhu, I know what I said earlier disappointed you, but... You can't murder me just because you're disappointed. Tao Tao struggled mightily to force those words back down her throat. The effort was so intense that a tear or two squeezed from the corners of her eyes. Her appearance perfectly embodied the image of a heartbroken beauty. Chen Yunhu swallowed hard upon seeing this scene. Half a second later, he snapped back to reality, his face shifting into an expression of profound regret. Ye Xun, I was too impatient. I didn't consider your feelings. I'm sorry. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yunhu immediately adopted a deeply affectionate expression. But my feelings for you are genuine and sincere. You have your reasons, it's alright. I'm willing to wait. I'll wait for you until the end of time. As he spoke, his hands instinctively rested on Tao Tao's shoulders. Tao Tao felt utterly sick to her stomach, as if 10,000 ants were crawling all over her body. Yet her face still wore a look of profound emotion as she gazed at Chen Yunhu with deep affection. Yunhu, I. Before she could finish her line, Chen Yunhu unexpectedly extended a finger and pressed it against her lips. Tao Tao froze for a moment. When she snapped back to reality, her instinct was to bite off Chen Yunhu's finger. Are you kidding me? Even Ye Xun had never made such an intimate gesture toward her. Who did Chen Yunhu think he was, daring to do this? But in the end, she held back, feigning coyness as she took a slight step back. She created a slight distance between herself and this irritating man before her. Seeing this, a flicker of anger flashed across Chen Yunhu's face. But he quickly concealed it, replacing it with a slightly disappointed expression. Ye Xun, the movie's about to start. Let's go in first. Tao Tao nodded and followed behind him. The two walked into the cinema one after the other, while Tan Xiao and Su Zhixin were currently sitting in a cheap eatery, enjoying their meal heartily. Su Zhixin stabbed the char siu in front of her with her chopsticks, one stab after another. As she stabbed, she muttered curses under her breath. Damn Ye Xun, rotten Ye Xun, wooden blockhead. After all this time, he still hasn't bothered to call and comfort me. Tan Xiao watched with bated breath, secretly sweating for Ye Xun. But he quickly snapped out of it, feeling a flicker of relief. If Ye Xun weren't such a blockhead, he wouldn't have gotten this chance in the first place. With that thought, Tan Xiao found himself thanking Ye Xun all over again. Inside the cinema, Tao Tao stared at the movie playing on the screen, utterly speechless. If Chen Yunhu hadn't been sitting beside her, she would have walked out immediately. The reason was simple, the plot was utterly ridiculous and over the top. The film Chen Yunhu had chosen was a romance. It primarily told the story of a female protagonist whose family was destroyed, vowing to seek revenge. Up to this point, it was still within the realm of normal human emotions, but what followed was utterly absurd. The heroine later encountered the son of her enemy and immediately fell head over heels for him. She then sets her sights on marrying the male lead, determined to become a femme fatale who wreaks havoc on his family. The rest of the plot unfolds predictably. The heroine successfully marries the male lead, who discovers the truth through a series of inexplicable coincidences. The protagonists then inflict emotional torment upon each other. Ultimately, they lay aside their hatred, unite, and even have children. Happily ever after, the story wraps up with confetti. For over an hour, Tao Tao sat with a furrowed brow, constantly glancing at her phone. She desperately wanted to crack open the screenwriter's skull to see what kind of mind could conceive such mind-boggling plot twists. But more than that, she wanted to crack open Chen Yunhu's skull. To see how he'd come up with the idea of dragging her to watch such a mind-bending film. Was he subtly hinting at something? Ye Xun, don't get the wrong idea. Chen Yunhu also noticed halfway through that the plot was indeed a bit off. He turned to offer an explanation, but before he could finish his sentence, he saw Tao Tao's eyes fixed intently on the screen, completely absorbed in the film. This made Chen Yunhu breathe a sigh of relief. What he didn't know was that Tao Tao was already on the verge of falling asleep, or rather, she was in a state of half-sleep, half-wakefulness. This was one of Tao Tao's signature tricks, specifically used to slack off during her master's lectures. Since arriving in the mortal world, she hadn't used it yet. Ye Xun, let's go. Once the entire film concluded, Chen Yunhu also quietly exhaled in relief. He turned and said with a smile. But Tao Tao showed no reaction whatsoever. Ye Xun? Sorry, Before Tao Tao could finish her sentence, Chen Yunhu cut her off. It's okay, I was deeply moved the first time I watched it too, couldn't shake it off for ages. Tao Tao didn't feel like arguing back either, she'd just woken up and didn't have the energy. Chen Yunhu saw Tao Tao looking completely lost, so he pretended to be nonchalant. He walked up to Tao Tao, speaking as he reached out his hand. Let's go. It's still early. We can go sit somewhere else. The instant their fingers touched, Tao Tao instinctively pulled her hand back. The speed was lightning fast, leaving Chen Yunhu momentarily stunned. Tao Tao regained her composure, but didn't make a big deal of it. She put on a slightly shy yet somewhat hurt expression. Take me home first. I'm a bit tired. With that, Tao Tao walked straight out without looking back. Chapter 79, Caught Off Guard. Watching Tao Tao's receding figure, an inexplicable rage suddenly surged within Chen Yunhu. Usually, when Chen Yunhu asked a girl out, it was always to get a room. Not once had there been an exception. Not a single girl had ever refused, and some were even more eager than him, practically throwing themselves at him. Never before had Chen Yunhu been rejected twice in a single night like this. You really think I'm going to let you off today? Chen Yunhu muttered under his breath as he watched Tao Tao's retreating figure. The words had barely left his mouth when Tao Tao abruptly stopped, turning to face him with a faint, mocking smile. Chen Yunhu's heart skipped a beat. Feeling a pang of guilt, he averted his gaze. Yunhu, aren't you leaving? The flicker of amusement on Tao Tao's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of puzzlement. A flicker of doubt crossed Chen Yunhu's eyes, wondering if he'd misread the situation. Oh, here it comes. Chen Yunhu was still pondering the inexplicable smile that had flashed across Tao Tao's face moments ago. The two walked out of the cinema together, and Chen Yunhu pushed his earlier confusion to the back of his mind. I'll go get the car. With a smile, he said before turning and walking away. Watching Chen Yunhu gradually disappear from view, Tao Tao's expression instantly darkened. She walked over to a nearby kiosk, bought a bottle of water, and washed her hands. Today, Tao Tao had truly gotten a taste of what biological diversity meant. Grandpa, that grandson is calling you again. Just as Tao Tao was pondering what to do if Chen Yunhu wouldn't let her return home, the phone rang. Hello? Spit it out already. I'm busy here. Tao Tao fished her phone out of her bag and glanced at the number flashing on the screen. She snapped irritably. A somewhat obsequious male voice came from the other end of the line. Second sister, are you free? If not, I'm hanging up. Hearing the nonsense on the other end, Tao Tao reached for the hang-up button without a second thought. The person on the other end, hearing this, suddenly panicked and shouted urgently. No, second sister. Hearing the shriek, Tao Tao instinctively looked up ahead, a hint of tension still on her face. After confirming no one was paying attention, she muttered a curse under her breath into the phone. You little brat, are you trying to get yourself killed? Didn't I tell you I'm busy? Can't you keep your voice down? The person being scolded didn't argue back, just chuckled a couple of times. The tone suggested he was actually a bit embarrassed. So, who's got you stuck this time? Tao Tao sighed and whispered. Heh, second sister really is prescient. Little brother is impressed. Get lost. I must have been blind to ever become sworn brothers with you. The voice on the other end sounded flustered, speaking hurriedly. We swore an oath before heaven and earth. You can't go back on your word. Tao Tao heard this and couldn't help but roll her eyes. You have 30 seconds to explain what the hell is going on. Tao Tao forced down her rising anger, speaking slowly and deliberately. The person on the other end was the sworn brother who had bonded with Ye Xun and Tao Tao back then. His surname was Zhang, and his given name was Shui, meaning handsome. True to his name, Zhang Shui was as handsome as a god, with a graceful and elegant bearing. Unfortunately, he lacked the aptitude for cultivation. After 7 years of training in the sect, he had only just reached the peak of the inner force realm. If not for his aunt holding the position of elder within the flower-seeking sect, he would have been expelled long ago. But though Zhang Shui's combat prowess was mediocre, his talent for stirring up trouble was second to none. In the 2 years since they became sworn brothers, Tao Tao couldn't even count how many times she'd had to clean up after him. He knew full well that if he went looking for Ye Xun, he'd inevitably be dragged back by the sect and beaten senseless. I knew second sister was the best. Zhang Shui let out a couple of smug chuckles, speaking with the obsequious flattery of a sycophant. Tao Tao couldn't help but wonder why, besides Ye Xun, there wasn't a single normal man around her. 10 seconds. Zhang Shui heard this and immediately rattled off his address at top speed. It's hard to explain in a few words. You'll see when you get here, second sister. I'm right outside the Qianlian bar. Tao Tao's eyebrows shot up at the word bar. You're something else, kid. How long have you been in the mortal world, and you're already hanging out in bars? Zhang Shuai's voice clearly betrayed his flustered state as he hastily explained. It's not what you think, I swear. Before Zhang Shuai could finish, Cao Cao spotted Chen Yunhu approaching from a distance. I've got something to take care of first. I'll be right over once I'm done. You better stay put and wait for me, kid. Otherwise. Poof. Cao Cao gave a cold snort before hanging up the phone. Chen Yunhu had just reached her when he stopped, looking puzzled. Who was that? Oh, nothing. Just a friend. Cao Cao didn't bother explaining, brushing it off casually. Seeing her attitude, Chen Yunhu felt even more furious. He had already claimed Cao Cao as his own property. Even a passing glance from another man could set him off. And now she was secretly calling someone behind his back? It was still early. Why don't we grab a couple of drinks before heading back? As if afraid Cao Cao might refuse, Chen Yunhu immediately added another sentence. Don't worry, just a couple of drinks. You must be tired after working all day. A drink or two will help you relax. A look of reluctance flashed across Cao Cao's face as hesitation began to cloud her thoughts. She knew exactly what Chen Yunhu was up to. But if she refused him now, her plans would be difficult to carry out later. Yet if she agreed, Zhang Shuai was still waiting for her to save his life. Sure, Zhang Shuai was a bit of a scatterbrain, but he was still her brother. She couldn't just abandon him. While Cao Cao was still wavering, Chen Yunhu's patience was wearing thin. The number of rejections he'd received tonight alone exceeded the total from the past 2 or 3 years combined. He simply couldn't bear to hear another refusal. Ye Xun, I really like you. Can you give me one chance? Chen Yunhu suddenly lunged forward, stepping in front of Cao Cao and grabbing her wrist. He put on a look of deep affection. Lost in thought, Cao Cao hadn't anticipated Chen Yunhu's move and froze in surprise. Chen Yunhu got his way. Let go of me first. No matter how capable Cao Cao was, she was still a girl at heart. She couldn't help but feel flustered. Ye Xun, I love you. I truly, deeply love you. Chen Yunhu gazed at Cao Cao's exquisite features, his lustful desires boiling over. Chapter 80, The Interloper. He yanked her hands forcefully, pulling Cao Cao straight into his embrace. Before Cao Cao could react, she stumbled forward, nearly falling. Hold on, you must hold on. If you let go, the plan to take down his older brother is ruined. Hold back, you must hold back. Cao Cao repeated this mantra in her mind, refusing to kill Chen Yunhu, forcing herself to suppress the urge to strike. She took deep breaths over and over. Unaware of the truth, Chen Yunhu assumed Cao Cao was simply caught up in his own emotions. That's why she was breathing so heavily, he thought, his heart swelling with joy. Ye Xun, trust me, I'll take good care of you. After saying this, Chen Yulong closed his eyes and leaned in to kiss Cao Cao's delicate lips. Cao Cao's eyes widened in shock. She froze for a full half-second before struggling desperately. Mr. Chen, you're drunk. Don't. Hearing this, Chen Yunhu's temper flared instantly. His grip on Cao Cao's arm tightened. Just moments ago, Cao Cao had been calling him Yunhu, but now she had switched directly to Mr. Chen. Don't underestimate the power of a simple title change. It signified the growing distance between them. Chen Yunhu had poured his heart into this evening. Even after being rejected twice in one night, he hadn't lost his temper. But now he couldn't take it anymore. He had thought their relationship had made some progress. Not that they were already boyfriend and girlfriend, but at least there was some mutual attraction. But now, it felt like they'd been thrown back to square one overnight. Chen Yunhu had lost his patience. He decided to force things tonight. After all, she was just a fallen heiress. A phoenix that falls into a chicken coop can only become a chicken, it can never be a phoenix again. Ye Xun, believe me, I genuinely like you. Chen Yunhu forced down the rage boiling in his chest, gripping Cao Cao's wrists tightly. Let's have a drink first. I want to express my feelings to you. Chen Yunhu was now incoherent. Though his mind remained clear, his words held no logic. His eyes burned with desire. The moment Cao Cao saw the look in Chen Yunhu's eyes, she felt herself on the verge of losing control. Or rather, the girl sensed that if she didn't act now, she might just let this bastard have his way. Knock him unconscious, just knock him unconscious. At worst, she could ask the sect for some medicine later to make him forget everything. Cao Cao stared at Chen Yunhu, deliberately feigning a look of extreme fear on her face. But inside, she was already calculating how to handle things after knocking him out, how to minimize the damage. The more the girl struggled, the more excited Chen Yunhu became. Perhaps it was because Chen Yunhu was inherently twisted, or perhaps it was the pent-up lust he'd suppressed all day finally erupting in this moment. Without a second thought, he placed both hands on Cao Cao's shoulders, curling his fingers inward. He yanked her toward him with brutal force. In that instant, Cao Cao unleashed her entire chi cultivation aura without reservation. But the next second, she instantly reeled it all back in. The abrupt withdrawal left her face pale as a sheet. Chen Yunhu witnessed this scene, and a flicker of shock crossed his eyes as he blinked instinctively. Yet the moment his eyes closed and reopened, a trace of confusion appeared in his gaze. His hand paused mid-motion. Strange. Just now, he had clearly sensed a heart-stopping aura erupting from that little. How could it vanish in the blink of an eye? Could it be? Chen Yunhu murmured to himself, eyeing Tao Tao suspiciously from just inches away. Little. Tao Tao deliberately feigned utter shock, her mouth agape as she managed to utter just one word. Before Chen Yunhu could process what was happening, he felt a heavy blow strike his right cheek, his entire face contorting in an instant. His entire body flew backward to the left. Tao Tao instinctively covered her mouth with her hand, stumbling backward 2 steps. Her face was frozen in disbelief as she stared at the person before her. The mistress! Tao Tao screamed inwardly, her heart instantly churning with a storm of emotions. She immediately turned her head to the side, just in time to see Su Zhixin rushing over in a panic. This only deepened her astonishment. Because the person who had just struck someone was none other than Tan Xiao, who had come out to play with Su Zhixin. Just minutes ago, he and Su Zhixin had finished their meal. Feeling somewhat downcast, he had walked out of that dingy little eatery. Throughout the entire meal, Su Zhixin hadn't even acknowledged his existence. Her mouth was filled with low curses directed at Ye Xun, while the piece of char siu in her bowl. It could hardly even be called char siu anymore. Lotus root would be a more fitting description. His beloved sat directly across from him, yet her words and thoughts were constantly fixated on another man. Such a situation would be hard for anyone to accept, at least for a while. For as long as Su Zhixin cursed Ye Xun, Tan Xiao sat across from her, enduring it all. Such endurance, such composure even in the world of love-struck dogs, he stood alone. Zhixin, why don't we eat first? It'll get cold soon and won't taste as good. After what felt like an eternity, Tan Xiao finally steeled himself and mustered the courage to speak. Upon hearing those words, Su Zhixin abruptly lifted her head. If looks could kill, Tan Xiao would have been dismembered 1,000 times over. Su Zhixin merely nodded in response before lowering her head to continue eating. As she ate, she kept glancing sideways at the phone resting beside her, as if she were constantly waiting for someone's call. Unfortunately, not all wishes come true. By the time Su Zhixin had polished off the last grain of rice in her bowl, the phone beside her had never once rung. Not even the screen flickered to life. To put it simply, Ye Xun hadn't called or texted her once during that entire time. Check, please. Su Zhixin snorted coldly, slammed her chopsticks down on the table, and shouted. By the time Tan Xiao tried to rush to pay, it was too late. The restaurant owner had already approached Su Zhixin. He shot Tan Xiao a peculiar glance. His gaze held a mix of curiosity and admiration. Tan Xiao understood what the owner was thinking, but he didn't feel like explaining, or rather, he didn't want to explain. Leaving things misunderstood like this was actually quite nice. Shall we go? Chapter 81, Thick-Skinned. Tan Xiao asked cautiously, as if afraid of provoking Su Zhixin. Su Zhixin didn't say much either. She simply nodded in agreement before heading outside. Tan Xiao followed behind, mentally reviewing the day he'd spent with Su Zhixin. And then he realized there wasn't a single memorable moment to speak of. Although Su Zhixin came out with him, she wore a sour expression the entire time. She maintained a certain distance from him, sometimes as much as 2 or 3 meters. They didn't look like a couple out on a date, but rather a disgruntled young lady taking her butler out for a stroll. Oh, wait, even the distance between a young lady and her butler would be closer than the gap between Tan Xiao and Su Zhixin. At best, Tan Xiao could only be considered a servant. After reaching this conclusion, Tan Xiao felt utterly dejected. He kept his head down, eyes lowered, trailing behind Su Zhixin. I'll go get the car. Since parking wasn't allowed in front of this fly-infested joint, Tan Xiao had driven to another spot. After saying this, he intended to leave immediately, expecting Su Zhixin to merely give a half-hearted response. But when he looked up, Tan Xiao suddenly noticed Chen Yunhu and Tao Tao struggling with each other not far away. From a distance, Chen Yunhu looked exactly like a drunk man trying to make a pass at a girl. Tan Xiao had no intention of getting involved in such a situation. He glanced over once and turned back, ready to walk away. But after taking 2 steps, a thought crossed his mind. Girls usually love this kind of hero rescuing the damsel in distress scenario, right? This was a perfect opportunity. What if I? Tan Xiao had already imagined Su Zhixin standing before him, gazing up at him with admiration and saying, "Big brother, you're so amazing. Zhixin, wait here for me a moment." Su Zhixin looked up at him with a puzzled expression, unsure what he meant by repeating such a simple phrase twice. Tan Xiao had already mentioned he needed to retrieve his car, so Su Zhixin would naturally have to wait here for him. After all, he needed to borrow it later to vent his anger at Ye Xun. He couldn't let her drive him back. In the brief moment Su Zhixin was lost in confusion, Tan Xiao had already charged forward, landing a punch squarely on Chen Yunhu's face. He showed no mercy whatsoever. The side of Chen Yunhu's face that took the blow immediately swelled up high. Tan Xiao watched Chen Yunhu sprawled on the ground, a smug look spreading across his own face. "You little punk, thinking you can bully girls? Not in a million years. Thanks for giving me such a perfect chance to show off."
Tan Xiao stood his ground, his face beaming with satisfaction as he stared down Chen Yunhu, thinking silently to himself. Cao Cao glanced at Tan Xiao before her, then turned her head slightly to see Su Zhixin running toward them. Her mind raced for a moment before she instantly grasped the situation. The girl stifled a laugh, let out a shriek, and dashed toward Chen Yunhu. Mr. Chen! Mr. Chen! Are you alright? What should have been a two-step distance felt like 10 seconds to Cao Cao. Had the distance been longer, she might have stretched out that time even further. The moment he heard Cao Cao's words, Tan Xiao froze in place, staring blankly at Cao Cao and Chen Yunhu. When Su Zhixin arrived, a flash of anger crossed her face, quickly fading into resignation. What's wrong with you? How could you just hit someone like that? Well done, brilliantly done, you hit him just right. With people like this, you don't need to be polite, just beat them to death. Though Cao Cao's face was flushed with anger, her heart was bursting with joy as she spoke with a split personality. Tan Xiao suddenly found himself at a loss, stammering for a long time without managing to utter a single coherent sentence. Su Zhixin couldn't help but sigh. Young lady, I'm terribly sorry. My brother has a hot temper. Seeing your Mr. Chen. Su Zhixin trailed off, glancing sideways at Chen Yunhu who had just scrambled to his feet. You. Chen Yunhu, having been beaten for no apparent reason, was naturally seething with anger. He had just gotten back up and was ready to confront the offender. But the moment he recognized who had struck him, his hand snapped back. Are you kidding me? Though Chen Yunhu was the eldest son and grandson of the Chen family, one of the four great families, he was nothing in front of Tan Xiao. Tan Xiao was arguably the most powerful playboy in all of Donglin City. Tan Jingdong, as the wealthiest man in all of Donglin City, possessed both vast fortunes and immense influence. Let alone the Chen family, which ranked at the bottom among the four great families. Several years ago, they had gained some benefits from the Yi family tragedy, but they hadn't fully developed yet. Therefore, even if Su Yunhu was publicly humiliated by Tan Xiao right now, he could only swallow his pride and endure it. The consequences would be too severe for him to bear. Indeed, the entire Chen family would be unable to withstand them. Young Master Tan, what brings you here? It's been ages since we last met. Chen Yunhu said without a flicker of embarrassment, his face even sporting a cheerful smile. His demeanor suggested the recent incident had never occurred. This left Cao Cao and the other two staring in stunned silence, each silently giving Chen Yunhu a mental thumbs up. His thick skin was truly unmatched, without equal in history. Tan Xiao gave him a thorough once-over, his eyes darting around before a smile spread across his own face. Well, I'm just accompanying my sister out shopping. Tan Xiao forced himself to swallow the word girlfriend and replaced it with sister. After all, Su Zhixin had just confirmed Tan Xiao was her brother, so naturally, he had to call her sister now, right? Hearing Tan Xiao's explanation, Chen Yunhu finally noticed the other person beside him. It wasn't Chen Yunhu's fault his emotions had shifted too abruptly. Who had time to notice if someone else was standing beside Tan Xiao? Oh, that. Chen Yunhu had intended to butter him up a bit more, but upon seeing Su Zhixin, he froze instantly. Su Zhixin also felt a bit puzzled, yet she recognized the man before her as vaguely familiar. Back when she was with the Su family, she had interacted with the other three major clans, but that was all from her childhood. So many years had passed since then, how could she possibly remember? I'm truly sorry, sir. My brother acted impulsively out of ignorance. Perhaps I should accompany you to the hospital? We'll cover all medical expenses. Chapter 82, Mix Bar. Su Zhixin didn't think twice, offering her apology with a regretful expression. Chen Yunhu froze in place, momentarily unable to react. Seeing him remain silent, Su Zhixin thought Tan Xiao might have concussed him. Sir, are you okay? Su Zhixin asked cautiously, feeling a bit nervous herself. If something serious happened, a lawsuit would be inevitable. Tan Xiao had powerful connections, and this man before them was no ordinary person either. Su Zhixin thought to herself, unable to resist shooting Tan Xiao a disapproving glance. Yeah, if there's any problem, just say the word. I'll take full responsibility. Tan Xiao scratched his head, looking thoroughly embarrassed. But inside, he was secretly delighted. After all, before today, he and Su Zhixin were mere strangers. At best, they could be considered acquaintances who'd met once. But in just this one day, Su Zhixin not only went shopping with him, she had even explicitly stated that Tan Xiao was her younger brother. Reaching this level of closeness already made Tan Xiao incredibly happy, causing him to instinctively overlook Su Zhixin's other behaviors today. Upon hearing this, Chen Yunhu replied awkwardly. I'm just a rough and tumble sort. A punch won't hurt me. But Master Tan, does your hand hurt? The words had barely left his mouth when everyone present fell into stunned silence. They'd seen sycophants before, but never one quite like this. Though Cao Cao still stood nearby, her thoughts had long since drifted away from Chen Yunhu. Compared to Chen Yunhu, she was far more concerned about Zhang Shuai. What had become of him now? Su Zhixin was rendered speechless by Chen Yunhu's remark, suddenly at a loss for words. The four of them fell into a silence, each lost in their own thoughts. The real problem was, none of them knew what to say next.
Young Master Tan, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave? After what felt like an eternity, Chen Yunhu finally spoke up cautiously. Taking that punch for nothing, there was no way Chen Yunhu wasn't furious. In fact, failing to achieve his sleazy objective tonight had him so furious his lungs felt like they might burst. But he knew exactly who Tan Xiao was. Even though rage burned within him, he couldn't let a single trace show on his face. Tan Xiao, meanwhile, was just as eager to find an excuse to leave. After all, he'd intended to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress. Little did he know that after all this commotion, it turned out to be a complete misunderstanding. Not only had he failed to achieve the glorious feat of rescuing the damsel in distress and establishing a positive image in Su Zhixin's heart, he might even have earned a reputation for being impulsive. But he couldn't blame anyone else. After all, he'd rushed in impulsively before getting to the bottom of things. Now Tan Xiao just wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible. After all, Chen Yunhu had already said he was fine. No hospital visits, no compensation needed. If you have urgent business, you should go ahead. After saying that, Tan Xiao slipped a hand into his pocket, preparing to pull out a card to offer some compensation. In the past, such a thing would have been unthinkable. For a powerful young master like him, it was merely a matter of punching someone once. Such a minor incident never required his personal attention. But times had changed. Su Zhixin was standing right beside him now. Tan Xiao didn't want to leave Su Zhixin with the impression of him being unreasonable and overbearing. Before he could finish his sentence, he looked up to find Chen Yunhu had vanished without a trace. Glancing left and right, he realized Chen Yunhu had left with Tao Tao at some point. This left Tan Xiao feeling utterly bewildered. How could someone as peculiar as Chen Yunhu exist? Even though he knew him and was aware of his status, Chen Yunhu hadn't shown any obvious hostility. He certainly wasn't acting as arrogant and overbearing as before, and Tan Xiao had even offered to compensate Chen Yunhu. And just like that, Chen Yunhu hurriedly left with Tao Tao, as if fleeing for his life, without even looking back. This left Tan Xiao feeling rather awkward. He rubbed his nose, shifting his hands awkwardly, then turned to Su Zhixin. Zhixin, don't misunderstand. Tan Xiao had intended to explain, but the words caught in his throat. To say he wasn't an arrogant and domineering person, what about all the things he'd done in the past? As a member of the Su family, Su Zhixin might not know him intimately. She couldn't possibly be unaware of his past deeds. Now, if he claimed he'd never done any of those things, that would be a bit hypocritical. Don't be so impulsive next time. Just take me home first. Su Zhixin glanced at him, turned away, and simply said this. Upon hearing her words, Tan Xiao paused for a moment, then a delighted smile spread across his face. He scampered along behind Su Zhixin. Not far away, at a corner, Tao Tao stood leaning against the wall. Her gaze followed Tan Xiao and Su Zhixin as they walked away. Her eyes held a mix of hostility and curiosity. Hey, leaving already? A taxi pulled up beside Tao Tao. The driver rolled down his window and leaned out from the driver's side to ask. Hearing the voice, Tao Tao pretended to be unaware and wiped her face with her hand. Faintly, one could almost see a brilliant light blooming from her hand. How much to mix bar? The next second, Tao Tao turned around, completely transformed into another person. She now resembled a young girl in her prime, her unadorned face graced with a radiant smile. Her eyes were narrowed into crescent moons. The taxi driver froze upon seeing this, then smiled and said, Hop in. I'll use the meter. Tao Tao nodded in agreement, her steps light as she walked to the taxi and pulled open the door. She got in without hesitation. 70s rock music played inside the cab. Sitting in the back seat, Tao Tao's head swayed to the beat. Hey, how old are you? The driver glanced at Tao Tao in the rearview mirror and asked with a smile. I'll be 23 after today. Tao Tao narrowed her eyes slightly and replied with a smile. Bars aren't exactly the best places. Girls like you should avoid them in the future. Tao Tao said nothing, closing her eyes and swaying her head to the beat of the music. The driver sighed deeply. In the gaze he cast through the rearview mirror, there was an added hint of something indescribable. Chapter 83, Midnight Taxi. Entertainment venues like bars are typically located in the most densely populated areas. But Mixed Bar was different. Though clearly a bar, it was stubbornly located in the suburbs, over half an hour's drive from the city center. It was even farther from the place Tao Tao had just been. When Tao Tao left the movie theater, it was already nearly 11 p.m. Then there was the unexpected incident caused by Tan Xiao. Tao Tao got into the taxi precisely at 11:30 p.m. The cab was quiet, with only 60s and 70s rock music playing from the stereo. The girl in the back seat occasionally hummed along to the tunes. Driver, are we there yet? As the surrounding traffic thinned and the night grew darker, Tao Tao deliberately feigned a hint of fear. The driver, seated up front, caught sight of Tao Tao's reflection in the rearview mirror. A faint smile crept onto his lips. Kid, you're going to a place that's pretty far away. We've still got a while to go. Upon hearing this, Tao Tao said nothing and fell silent. The taxi continued driving forward. At some point, the music inside had switched to a lullaby. Seated in the back, Tao Tao listened to the music, nodding her head like a chick pecking at grain. As if she were utterly exhausted. The driver glanced at the girl in the rearview mirror, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His foot gradually shifted from the accelerator to the brake. At that very moment, the taxi pulled into an exceptionally desolate area. Not only were there no cars, but barely any houses were visible either. The only residential building beside the road had only its emergency lights glowing, casting a faint green light from within. It looked incredibly eerie. The sound of tires scraping against the pavement echoed as the taxi came to a steady halt. In the back seat, Tao Tao, unable to resist the overwhelming wave of drowsiness, had leaned against the window and fallen asleep. The driver in the front seat rolled down the window and leisurely retrieved a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from the glove compartment. Click! The bright yellow light illuminated the car as the driver lit his cigarette and began puffing away. 2 or 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye before the driver opened the door. He flicked the cigarette butt aside, opened the back door, and climbed straight in. Tao Tao, seemingly oblivious, was still leaning against the window, appearing to be fast asleep. The driver placed both hands on her shoulders and laid her down on the back seat. TSK, such a pretty kid. What a shame. A look of genuine regret flashed across the driver's face, yet his hands never paused. He had already started unbuckling his own belt. By the time the driver had stripped completely naked, he who had already exited the vehicle crawled back inside once more. Gazing at Tao Tao's exquisite features, the driver leaned in and inhaled deeply. An utterly perverted look of pleasure spread across his face. Schoolgirls like this are the best. They're still just kids, yet they insist on pretending to be grown-ups. But it's all right. Today, this uncle will make you truly become an adult. After uttering these words, the driver let out 2 wicked chuckles. He swallowed hard, a fiery glint flashing in his eyes. His gaze swept upward from Tao Tao's feet. He rubbed his hands together and swallowed hard several times, as if desperately resisting something. His body leaned lower and lower, his weight pressing almost onto Tao Tao. His gaze finally settled on Tao Tao's face. It was at this very moment that their gazes collided. You. The driver immediately tried to stand up, but the taxi's interior was too cramped. The moment he made a move to rise, his head slammed into the ceiling. Yet the driver seemed oblivious to the pain, staring at Tao Tao with sheer terror. Hello there, sir. Tao Tao blinked innocently, her face radiating harmless charm as she looked at the driver. Her sweet, innocent look was hard to resist. The driver, whose mind had been filled with lewd thoughts, instantly scrambled backward on all fours upon seeing that smile. You're from the sect. Kneeling on the ground outside, the driver pointed at Tao Tao, his voice trembling. Tao Tao's face still bore that smile as she slapped both hands hard on the car's leather seat. Her entire body flew forward in an awkward posture, landing a kick squarely on the driver's face. Uncle, didn't you just say I'm still just a kid? By now, Tao Tao had risen to her feet, her bare feet planted firmly on the driver's face. But the next moment, she pulled her foot away from the driver's face with a look of disgust. For on the driver's face, Tao Tao had glimpsed a trace of pleasure, a sight that sent a shiver through the girl's entire body. She silently marveled to herself. City folks sure know how to play this as downright twisted. So, who taught you this hypnosis spell? Tao Tao had no desire to waste words with him. After wrapping her foot in a layer of true qi, she stood firmly on the ground and addressed the driver. A flicker of regret and fear crossed the driver's face upon hearing this. I developed it myself based on the soul-numbing incense. Hearing this, Tao Tao kicked him hard in the shins and snapped back. You're quite proud of yourself, aren't you? Tell me, how many girls have you harmed? Tao Tao's foot was wrapped in true qi. Even without exerting full force, its lethality was beyond what ordinary people could withstand. And Tao Tao hadn't held back at all. If this driver hadn't reached the peak of internal strength himself, that kick would have either killed him or crippled him. Even so, a kick from someone at the qi cultivation stage was no joke. The driver sucked in a sharp breath of pain, his voice trembling as he replied. Spare me, heroine. Spare me. You're only the second one. Tao Tao raised an eyebrow, her gaze turning fierce as she fixed it on the driver. Only, she snapped. So you plan to ruin more people? The driver trembled violently at her words. If he could have gotten up right then, he'd have scrambled to the ground and kowtowed to Tao Tao. Spare me, heroine. I didn't mean it that way, the first one was my girlfriend. Hearing this, Tao Tao's anger only intensified. Infusing her hands with a bit of true qi, she immediately began punching and kicking the driver. After all, they were both cultivators. A little beating wouldn't kill him. At worst, it would only result in serious injury. After an unknown amount of time, Tao Tao finally stopped, her voice still tinged with anger. Chapter 84, Joint Invitation. If I catch you doing this kind of thing again, I'll kill you myself. With that, Tao Tao turned and strode away. Shortly after her departure, the driver, his face a bruised and battered mess, slowly scrambled to his feet.
Shivering, he fumbled his phone from his pocket and dialed a number with practiced ease.
Hey, she's already gone. You'd better double the payment this time. That little hit way too hard.
A voice indistinguishable as male or female answered briefly on the other end.
And hung up immediately. Meanwhile, Tao Tao arrived at Mick's bar.
Just in time to see Zhang Shuai and an unknown woman surrounded by a group of thugs. Without a word, Tao Tao flexed her muscles and strode toward them.
Get lost. Can't you see I'm busy?
The thug standing on the outer edge snapped impatiently without even turning his head. But he soon regretted it.
Because the next second, he heard a voice. You're in the way.
As the words fell, he felt his entire body seem to fly through the air. The thug struggled frantically in midair, desperate to see who had hurled him away. But all he caught was a blurred silhouette before his head slammed into the ground, knocking him unconscious.
Who the hell are you?
All the thugs turned to stare at Tao Tao, a figure who seemed to be their leader.
Asked angrily. Tao Tao glanced at him and replied indifferently. You're the boss? No. Before the gang leader could finish his sentence, Tao Tao grabbed his wrist. Still bewildered, he looked at the girl before him with confusion. In the blink of an eye, a blood-curdling scream erupted from his throat. Tao Tao had just dislocated his arm. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the others froze for half a second before instinctively taking a small step back. Got that? He's my brother. Stay the hell away from him from now on.
Tao Tao pointed her finger at Zhang Shuai, who stood at the very back, her voice devoid of any emotion.
Everyone except the gang leader knelt down almost immediately. Brother Zhang is mighty. Sister Zhang is mighty. Tao Tao swept a glance over the crowd, not bothering to correct their mistaken address. She walked straight up to Zhang Shuai. Turn around. Ha! Turn around.
Zhang Shuai suddenly seemed to remember something, his face clouding over as he said. Second sister, maybe we should go back and... Zhang Shuai shot a glance at the woman beside him.
She, too, was staring at him and Tao Tao with curiosity.
Tao Tao glanced at the woman, then turned and casually found a seat. She tapped Zhang Shuai with her finger.
Get a car ready.
I'll go to Big Brother's place and bring her along. Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy lit up Zhang Shuai's face. Yet in his eyes, something indescribable flickered. The next morning, Ye Xun had barely gotten out of bed when he noticed two unfamiliar figures suddenly standing in his room. This startled him.
Ah, phew. Could you two please stop appearing so ghost-like from now on?
After saying this, Ye Xun turned his face toward Tao Tao.
Especially you.
Hearing this, a look of hurt flashed across Tao Tao's face. She muttered under her breath.
I'm almost at the peak of the chi cultivation stage, and I still get scared? Who would believe that? What are you talking about?
Nothing, you misheard. Ye Xun shook his head helplessly, glancing from Tao Tao to Zhang Shuai.
A flicker of realization crossed his face. Shuai, did you upset your sister again? Hearing Ye Xun bring up the matter, Tao Tao instantly grew agitated.
Bro, I'm telling you, we really need to teach Xiao Shuai a lesson this time.
He actually dared to go to a bar last night.
As Tao Tao spoke, her face still brimmed with indignation. As if Zhang Shuai had committed some heinous crime that made heaven and earth resent him. Meanwhile, Zhang Shuai sat beside Ye Xun, his face wearing a look of utter grievance.
Alright. He's 18 now. Besides, it's not his first time in the mortal world. A little curiosity is only natural.
As his older sister, you shouldn't be so hard on him.
He didn't do anything wrong, right? Shuai Shuai.
Zhang Shuai nodded immediately upon hearing this, his face now radiating vindication.
As if he'd endured some immense injustice. Seeing his expression, Tao Tao instantly realized she'd been a bit too presumptuous last night. The Oscars should have gone to Zhang Shuai.
Hey, you little rascal.
Thump.
Before Tao Tao could finish her sentence, a knock sounded at the door. Chaos erupted inside the room, while a voice called out from outside.
Mr. Yi, are you awake? Oh, it's you, Tuesday. What's the matter?
Upon hearing this, Tu immediately pushed open the door and stepped inside. His expression was solemn as he scanned the room with his eyes. After confirming no one else was present, he then closed the door. What he didn't know was that while he was checking the room, two people had already slipped out under Ye Xun's warning gaze. They slipped out the door. Well, Mr. Yi, the three major families have invited you to visit the Su household. They wish to discuss the matter of the 7-day agreement. After speaking, a Tu handed the invitation from the three major families into Ye Xun's hands. Ye Xun opened the invitation in his hand, gave it only a cursory glance. He then handed the invitation back to a Tu. Mr. Yi, should I just throw it away? No, prepare yourself. We'll depart for the meeting at 7:50. Upon hearing this, a Tu nodded and prepared to leave. But something felt off. After pondering for a moment, he turned back, looking startled. Mr. Yi, you mean you're going? Ye Xun nodded, smiling at a Tu. Is there a problem? No, it's just... Then I'll go prepare. They've extended such a gracious invitation we wouldn't want to be late, would we?
Tu had intended to ask more, but upon hearing Ye Xun's words, he knew pressing further would yield nothing. He gave a brief nod before turning and leaving. A few minutes later, Tao Tao's voice called out from behind Ye Xun. Brother, are you really going? Why not bring us along? If this turns out to be a trap, more hands mean more strength. Chapter 85, A Fleeting Glimpse of Hatred. Zhang Shuai chimed in at the same moment. Exactly, big brother. If we follow you, we can lend a hand if anything happens. No sooner had Zhang Shuai finished speaking than Tao Tao, standing beside him, couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Hearing their words, Ye Xun felt a warm surge in his heart. Though the three shared no blood ties and had known each other for only 2 short years, yet their bond felt stronger than that of many biological siblings, at least, that's how Ye Xun saw it. To have 2 siblings like them, he considered himself incredibly fortunate. No need. They're just a few mundane families. They won't cause much trouble. Ye Xun turned away, his expression calm as he spoke. Tao and Tao heard this and were about to say something, but Ye Xun waved them off. Don't worry. I know my limits. Tao Tao had just exhaled in relief when she heard Ye Xun's next words. But some people will have to pay a price. These were the words Tao Tao dreaded most from Ye Xun. She knew a thing or two about Su Zhixin's situation and understood perfectly well. Given Ye Xun's temperament, he would never simply let it go. He had spared Tan Xiao earlier because of his father, plus Tan hadn't had time to do anything truly bad, and his feelings seemed genuine. Ye Xun had merely given him a light punishment and called it a day. As the masterminds behind the plot, the Su family had repeatedly attempted to harm Su Zhixin. Ye Xun letting them off would be a miracle. Big brother, what about the people behind them? Tao Tao didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. The Su family was merely a mundane clan, nothing to Ye Xun and his kind. Wiping them out was no big deal. The problem was that the Su family had produced Su Lingtian, a true cultivator. If Ye Xun wiped out the Su family, Su Lingtian would certainly not let it rest. Even if Ye Xun wasn't afraid, open attacks are easy to dodge, but hidden arrows are hard to guard against. Ye Xun had naturally considered this possibility, though he didn't dwell on it much. The only noteworthy figure in the entire Su family was Su Lingtian. No worries. The time isn't right yet. No one from the Su family will die, they'll just pay a price. Ye Xun said with a smile. Yet beneath that smile lay a raging inferno of fury. Seeing this, Tao Tao knew she couldn't dissuade Ye Xun. She sighed. Alright, but you must promise me you absolutely cannot strike first. Alright, I promise. Ye Xun wore a smile as he affectionately ruffled Tao Tao's hair. Tao Tao's face held a trace of resignation as she muttered under her breath. I'm not a kid anymore. Hearing this, Ye Xun teased her back. Right, Xiao Tao is 19 now, a grown woman. Tao Tao couldn't help but shoot Ye Xun a glare, her expression seeming slightly annoyed, yet she made no move to stop him. Neither of them noticed Zhang Shuai standing nearby. A flicker of anger, no, hatred passed through his eyes. It was as if the man standing before him wasn't Ye Xun, whom he addressed as big brother, but his father's murderer. But perhaps fearing Ye Xun and Tao Tao might notice, Zhang Shuai's flash of hatred vanished instantly. In its place was the most ordinary look of concern. Even though Zhang Shuai moved with lightning speed, Ye Xun still sensed it. He glanced sideways, but beside him stood only Zhang Shuai, no one else. This left Ye Xun feeling puzzled, even doubting whether his senses had deceived him. Ye Xun never doubted that the hatred emanated from Zhang Shuai. Bro, Zhang Shuai, seeing Ye Xun notice him, startled inwardly and hurriedly spoke up. I wanted to say something. But before he could finish, Ye Xun grinned and gave him a big bear hug. You little rascal, behave yourself lately. Don't make your second sister worry about you. Ye Xun patted Zhang Shuai's back firmly, smiling as he spoke. Hearing this, the fleeting fear and guilt that had just surfaced in Zhang Shuai vanished instantly. Yeah, I will. Zhang Shuai didn't say much, just gave a brief reply while putting on a worried expression. Big brother, you. Before Tao Tao could finish her sentence, a knock sounded at the door. Knock. Tu stood outside the door, looking at it with a puzzled expression. He'd prepped the car and rushed straight up to find Ye Xun. But the moment he reached the door, he heard several voices coming from inside the room. Tu thought he must have misheard, so he stood at the doorway listening for a few more seconds. Upon confirming the distinct voices of others inside, hesitation instantly gripped him. Ye Xun had just instructed him to prepare the car and come up to call him once ready. But now there were others in Ye Xun's room, they might be discussing something important. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't have been a big deal, he could have just walked in. Ye Xun wouldn't hold it against him. But now was different. The invitations from the 3 major families had arrived early this morning. Apart from him and Ye Xun, practically no one else knew. He couldn't be sure if Ye Xun wanted the people inside to know about this. What if he didn't? Wouldn't his presence just embarrass Ye Xun? After much hesitation, Tu finally decided to knock first. Knocking first would at least let Ye Xun know that Tu had completed the task he'd been assigned. Inside the room, Tao Tao and the other person heard the knocking.
A flicker of annoyance and resignation flashed across their faces. Big brother, be careful.
Someone's here. Tao Tao could only briefly inform Ye Xun.
Clasping her hands in a spell formation, she cast the invisibility technique and led Zhang Shuai to the door.
Come in.
Ye Xun said with a smile, waving a quiet farewell to Tao Tao and the others. Ah Tu, hearing Ye Xun's voice, cautiously pushed open the door and entered. The moment he entered the room, Ah Tu immediately looked toward the dressing table. At a glance, a look of astonishment flashed across his face. He scanned the room again, left and right, confirming that Ye Xun was the only person present. His astonishment deepened. Meanwhile, Tao Tao had already slipped out with Zhang Shuai. What was he looking for? Ye Xun knew exactly what Ah Tu was searching for and deliberately spoke up to dispel his doubts. Ah Tu, hearing this, felt a bit awkward and stammered.
Nothing.
Mr. Yi, the car is ready. Ye Xun didn't pursue the topic further, merely nodding and saying,
Let's go then.
Ye Xun walked straight out of the room, Ah Tu following behind him. Only when they reached the main gate did Ye Xun pause.
Ah Tu, you can head back first. I'll go alone.
Ye Xun said flatly.
Chapter 86, Peace Talks.
Ah Tu heard this and wore a very serious expression on his face, solemnly shaking his head.
No, Mr. Yi.
The chairman said I must accompany you at all times when you go out. A trace of surprise flashed across Ye Xun's face.
When did Yuton tell you that?
Ah Tu's expression remained unchanged as he looked at Ye Xun with utmost seriousness.
Last night. You don't need to follow me today.
I'll explain things to Yuton myself.
No way.
If Mr. Yi doesn't take me along today, I'll go on my own. Ye Xun and Ah Tu stood facing each other, their eyes locked.
After 2 or 3 minutes, Ye Xun finally relented. Get in the car.
He muttered the words irritably before diving straight into the back seat. Ah Tu heard Ye Xun's words, gave a simple nod with a silly grin, and ran to the driver's seat.
At 8:15, a black Rolls-Royce Wraith pulled up at the Su family's front gate.
Ah Tu stepped out, ran to the back seat, and opened the door for Ye Xun.
Good evening. May I ask if you are Mr. Yi?
No sooner had Ye Xun stepped out than a servant-like figure approached him. He inquired with eager attentiveness.
Ye Xun didn't respond.
He glanced at him and said in a clear voice.
Since you invited me here, you can't even muster the courtesy to greet me at the door?
Ye Xun's words were infused with true energy. Though his voice wasn't loud, it carried clearly into the Su family's main hall. This is outrageous. Su Zhixin slammed his fist onto the armrest, instantly cracking the wooden surface of the grand chair. They spread densely, resembling a spider's web. Su Qingxue and his family sat nearby, casting only a glance before inwardly sneering. Even if Su Zhixin demonstrated mid-stage internal strength now, the Gu family would still bear the heaviest sacrifices during the upcoming negotiations. Su Zhixin's current strength was hardly enough to make Old Master Su or Old Master Chen wary. Both elders had already reached the early stage of inner strength cultivation, and each was accompanied by a guest advisor whose true strength remained unseen. If it came to blows, Su Zhixin would have little chance of victory.
Master Gu, please do not lose your temper. What harm is there in enduring him for a while?
Once my son Lingtian returns in due time, that little bastard will die. These words came from Old Master Su, his face still bearing a trace of pride. Old Su speaks with reason.
I, Gu, have been rash.
A flicker of anger passed through Su Zhixin's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. He spoke with a faint smile. Old Master Su nodded with satisfaction at these words, clearly pleased.
Quan Zhong, you go handle this.
Remember, be courteous. Su Qingxue acknowledged the order and rose to leave the hall. Outside the Su family gates, after calling out his instructions, Ye Xun strolled leisurely back to the car to rest his eyes. Stop right there. Spotting Su Qingxue approaching, Ah Tu immediately stepped forward to block his path. Suddenly stopped, anger flashed across Su Qingxue's face. Just as he was about to slap the man, he remembered what Old Master Su had told him earlier. His face instantly softened into a broad smile. Would you kindly inform them that Su humbly requests Mr. Yi to come to the residence for a chat? Su Qingxue's words were polite and refined, making it hard to believe they came from him. Ah Tu gave him a once-over from head to toe, then simply said, wait here. He turned and climbed straight into the carriage. Su Qingxue watched the scene unfold before him, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Damn it, this little bastard sure knows how to put on a show. Before long, Ah Tu emerged from the car and hurried to the back to open the door for Ye Xun.
Hey, isn't this little Zhong? Where's that bunch of old farts?
Hearing this, Su Qingxue nearly lost his temper on the spot. Ye Xun's words weren't just insulting or mocking, they were outright dismissing the 3 great families. Truth be told, with Ye Xun's abilities, the so-called 3 great families were hardly worth his attention.
But how could Su Qingxue know that?
All he knew was that Ye Xun was powerful, nothing more. Mr. Yi, you jest. My grandfather, Elder Chen, and the Gu family head are all waiting for you in the main hall. Ye Xun shot Su Qingxue a half smile, his tone laden with meaning. Seems you've been making quite a splash lately, Mr. Su.
playing both sides of the law and gaining favor, eh? Hearing this, Su Qingxue lifted his head to look at Ye Xun, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. But it vanished almost as quickly as it appeared. He knew Ye Xun would eventually trace things back to him, but he hadn't expected Ye Xun to move so swiftly. It had only taken a day or two to uncover everything. You flatter me, Mr. Yi. It's merely the old man spoiling me. Ye Xun didn't pursue the topic, letting out a light chuckle. Let's go. We shouldn't keep those old fellows waiting too long. Su Qingxue's mouth twitched slightly, his expression sour, though no one noticed as he kept his head down. Is this little bastard here to negotiate or to stir up trouble? Su Qingxue cursed silently under his breath. The entire Su residence was vast. It took nearly 2 minutes to walk from the main gate to the grand hall. I'm sorry, sir, but you cannot proceed further. As he reached the hall entrance, Su Qingxue suddenly turned around, his face seemingly carrying a trace of apology. When Ye Xun saw this, he almost doubted his own eyes. Upon hearing Su Qingxue's words, Tu immediately stepped forward. Though he uttered not a word, that single step spoke volumes. Su Qingxue's mouth twitched as he turned to look at Ye Xun. Tu, you stay here. I'll go in alone. Tu's face flickered with hesitation at the words. But Ye Xun smiled and patted his shoulder. You'll be right outside. What could possibly happen that you couldn't get back in time for? Tu thought for a few seconds before nodding with a worried look. Let's go. Ching. The entire hall of the Su family residence was divided into an inner hall and an outer hall. The spot where Ye Xun had been standing was right at the entrance to the outer hall. After walking a little further with Su Qingxue, they finally spotted the 3 elders of the Su family. Well, Mr. Gu, Old Master Su, it's been ages. The moment Ye Xun stepped into the inner hall, he immediately greeted them with a smile, even waving his hand toward Old Master Su and the others. It was as if they were old friends reuniting after many years apart. The moment Su Zhixin spotted Ye Xun, his expression darkened noticeably. But the next second, his expression transformed into a broad smile. Mr. Yi, we've been waiting for you. Before Old Master Su could finish his sentence, Ye Xun had already seated himself beside Old Master Chen. Quan Zhong, serve tea to Mr. Yi. Not far away, Su Qingxue, seated in the corner, nearly shot flames from her eyes upon seeing Ye Xun. Had Old Master Su not been present, she would have lunged at him already. Mr. Su, won't you introduce us? Ye Xun glanced at Old Master Chen beside him with a smile and spoke softly. After Old Master Su briefly introduced Old Master Chen's background, the 4 began exchanging polite pleasantries. After exchanging a few moments of trivial conversation, Ye Xun maintained his smile throughout, observing the other 3. Chapter 87, Peak Internal Force. Seeing that the atmosphere had reached its peak, Old Master Su changed the subject. Mr. Yi, I wonder if you recall the 7-day promise you made that day. Upon hearing this, Ye Xun chuckled twice, his expression suddenly hardening. You old bastard. I thought you'd forgotten all about it. The words fell, and the room fell silent. 5 or 6 pairs of eyes turned toward Ye Xun simultaneously, while Su Zhixin had already prepared for battle. Hidden within his wide sleeves, his hand quietly clenched into a fist. A faint glow emanated from it as chi energy swirled around his knuckles. The atmosphere in the inner hall instantly grew oppressive. Ye Xun, don't you dare forget why you came here today. Seeing no one speak, Su Zhixin finally couldn't hold back. He had always been somewhat opposed to the appeasement policy of the Su and Qin families, believing it to be nothing more than adding fuel to the fire. It would achieve absolutely nothing. All 3 major families had participated in the Yi family massacre back then. The grudge of patricide and clan annihilation. Su Zhixin simply couldn't believe Ye Xun would let go of that hatred just because of a few words from the Su and Qin families. Ye Xun sat calmly in his chair, glancing briefly at Su Zhixin across from him. Why am I here? Wasn't it you who wanted peace talks that brought me here? As he spoke, Ye Xun's aura surged violently, reaching the pinnacle of his internal energy in the blink of an eye. He was but a single step away from stepping onto the profound and mysterious path of cultivating immortality. Upon witnessing this, the expressions of Old Master Su and Old Master Chen shifted slightly. They quietly inquired of the guest advisor beside them. Upon learning that Ye Xun was now but a hair's breadth away from reaching the chi cultivation stage, they instantly lost their composure. But old foxes are cunning, and these 2 had once been formidable figures in their youth. Their rise to such positions today was certainly not achieved by strength alone. Ha! Young Master Yi truly is a prodigious hero. This old man is deeply impressed. Ye Xun merely shot an icy glance at Old Master Su and snorted coldly, saying nothing. Seeing Ye Xun ignore him, Old Master Su didn't seem the least bit embarrassed. Rising to his feet, he took 2 steps forward and continued. Mr. Yi, the Gu family head is still young and may have spoken out of turn. If he has offended you in any way, this old man offers his apologies on his behalf. Given that the matter had been addressed so thoroughly, and since everyone gathered here was not seeking conflict but peace talks, most people would have granted Old Master Su the courtesy of a response. But was Ye Xun a normal person? His right hand shot out like lightning. With a light tap of his foot on the ground, he appeared before Gu Shichin in the blink of an eye. One hand clamped around his throat, lifting him off the ground with brutal force. Gu Shichin already sensed that Ye Xun's sudden outburst would shatter today's peace talks beyond repair. There was essentially no chance for any turnaround. This very thought made Gu Shichin anxious. What if the three major clans joined forces and still couldn't subdue Ye Xun? That could spell the destruction of their families. However, upon seeing that Ye Xun's cultivation level was merely at the peak of the inner strength stage, he felt a slight sense of relief. As long as he hadn't reached the Qi cultivation stage, anything was still negotiable. No matter how formidable Ye Xun might be now, what difference did it make? His true strength had already been exposed. To say nothing of other factors, the Gu family alone had spent their entire fortune to recruit 3 or 4 late-stage inner strength cultivators. Add in a few early-stage inner strength practitioners. They could overwhelm Ye Xun with sheer numbers. And he himself is only at the early stage of inner strength cultivation, having just broken through not long ago. His strength wasn't quite solid yet, but he could still be considered a combatant. Before Ye Xun made his move, Gu Shichin still believed that even if he were to fight Ye Xun, even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. But the moment he saw Ye Xun gathering power, Ye Xun was already upon him in the blink of an eye. Now, Gu Shichin's eyes were wide as saucers, his legs dangling in midair, flailing frantically. His hands clutched Ye Xun's arms tightly, his face turning purple from the strain. Yet even amidst this chaos, Old Master Su and Old Master Chen remained seated in their chairs. They looked as though it had nothing to do with them. Seeing the two of them still seated, showing no intention of intervening, he couldn't help but curse them silently as old bastards. Humph. After about a minute and a half, Ye Xun felt it was about time. If it dragged on any longer, Gu Shichin might actually be killed. He gave a cold snort and tossed Gu Shichin aside like a piece of trash. Thud. 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 The table and chairs shattered under Gu Shichin's weight. He himself slumped to the floor, coughing incessantly. If we're to negotiate, then we should at least look the part, wouldn't you agree, Old Master Su? Ye Xun now appeared as if nothing had happened, casually brushing the dust off his clothes. A faint smile played on his lips. Both Old Master Su and Old Master Chen watched this scene with a start, inwardly warning themselves that this youth would surely become a great threat in the future, one that must not be allowed to remain. But thoughts were one thing, attempting to kill Ye Xun at this moment was as difficult as plucking a star from the heavens. Mr. Yi speaks with great wisdom. But I wonder what conditions Mr. Yi might have. That's simple enough. As I stated earlier, all 3 of your great families must kneel before the Yi family, burn incense, and apologize. Grandfather Su and Grandfather Qing showed no change in expression upon hearing this. They had already anticipated Ye Xun would demand precisely this. Hearing it directly now, they felt no surprise. Only Gu Shichin, slumped on the floor, glared at Ye Xun with venom in his eyes. He opened his mouth, about to say something. But in the end, he forced himself to swallow his words back down. So, it seems none of you have any objections? I won't make things difficult for you. I only need one person from your family head and the direct line to come. Ye Xun wore a magnanimous expression as he spoke calmly. This time, no one spoke. The inner hall fell silent once more. Rest assured, Mr. Yi. In 2 days, we shall personally visit the Yi family estate to offer incense for the departed souls of the Yi clan. Old Master Su truly lived up to his reputation as a sly fox. With a single simple sentence, he had transformed an utterly humiliating situation into something seemingly normal. Ye Xun saw no point in quibbling over words. His primary objective in coming here had already been achieved. There was no need to dwell on trivialities. Additionally, when Ye Xun spoke, the crowd that had been about to depart instantly halted in their tracks. All eyes turned to him in unison. Though today's meeting was a peace negotiation, the heads of the 3 major families wouldn't tolerate Ye Xun endlessly making demands. Chapter 88, Evidence. Grandfather Su sat in the seat of honor, his face stern as he looked at Ye Xun. Mr. Yi, the old patriarch said, I vaguely recall you having made a request earlier. Ye Xun let out a cold laugh upon hearing this. That is correct. However, someone took advantage of my absence to harm those close to me. The words had barely left his mouth when Su Qingxue's expression shifted, though he still forced himself to remain composed. He glanced at Old Master Su without betraying his emotions. This matter had been planned by the 2 of them together, and Old Master Su was naturally aware of it. However, Su Qingxue hadn't yet reported the fact that Ye Xun had rescued Su Zhixin. Seated at the head of the table, Old Master Su remained impassive upon hearing Ye Xun's words. Oh? Who dares to mistreat those close to Mr. Yi? Old Master Su put on quite the convincing act, as if he knew nothing about the matter. But from the previous poison incident, Ye Xun already knew this old patriarch was nothing but a shameless old bastard. He didn't believe for a second that Old Master Su, as the head of the household, wouldn't know about Su Zhixin's situation. In fact, it was highly probable that Old Master Su himself was the mastermind behind it all. Su Qingxue was merely a pawn pushed forward. Did Old Master Su truly know nothing of this? Truly unaware. Seated in the head position, the old patriarch spoke with an expression of sincere earnestness.
Hearing this, Su Qingxue broke out in a cold sweat, inwardly cursing the old bastard.
With things having come to this point, how could he not understand what his father was scheming?
This was undoubtedly a critical moment in the peace talks. The fact that Ye Xun dared to bring up this matter now. It meant he must hold some crucial evidence in his hands. To put it plainly, old Master Su was prepared to sacrifice the pawn to save the king.
If that was the case. Upon hearing the old master's words, Ye Xun gave a slight nod and declared in a clear voice. Su Qingxue. What more can you possibly say?
As the words fell, Ye Xun's aura surged once more, reaching the peak of his inner strength in the blink of an eye. His robes billowed without wind, and his wildly dancing black hair made Ye Xun appear like a demon god.
Witnessing this, Su Qingxue nearly collapsed to his knees.
Cold sweat poured down his back as he swallowed hard.
How dare you accuse me of doing this?
Ye Xun wasted no words. With a flick of his foot, he appeared before Su Qingxue. Seizing the back of his neck, he hurled Su Qingxue into the center of the inner hall. Seated at the head of the table, old Master Su still stared at Ye Xun and Su Qingxue with utter disbelief. His gaze toward Ye Xun even held a trace of irritation.
This expression sent a chill through Su Qingxue's heart.
He silently cursed himself, thinking it was all over. If old Master Su had maintained his usual cold demeanor, Su Qingxue might have clung to a sliver of hope. After all, the old patriarch usually wore a perpetually stern, unsmiling expression. But when his expression shifted, especially such a sudden, dramatic change, it signaled that the old Master Su had already made up his mind long ago, and the expression on his face was merely a mask.
Mr. Yi, what do you mean by this?
Seated in the head position, old Master Su feigned anger as he barked the question. Old Master Chen sat beside him, his face as still as water, appearing utterly detached from the matter. He had heard bits and pieces about Su Zhixin's situation. But since Ye Xun wasn't targeting him, there was no need to jump in and stir trouble at this moment.
Moreover, if the Su family could be weakened, wouldn't that give his Chen family a greater chance to rise to power overnight and swallow up the other families? What's the point? It was your own son who laid a hand on Xinxing. Hearing this, old Master Su feigned disbelief, shifting his gaze to Su Qingxue.
Su Qingxue sneered inwardly, yet his face wore a look of grievance as he protested his innocence. You old bastard, just wait until I'm in power, then I'll make sure you pay. No, killing you would be too easy. I'll keep you alive this worthless life of yours and torture you slowly. Su Qingxue seethed with venom inside, yet dared not show the slightest hint of it on his face. He maintained a thoroughly aggrieved expression. After feigning a moment of stunned silence, old Master Su finally turned his gaze to Ye Xun. Mr. Yi, you keep insisting Qingxue harmed Zhixin. Do you have any evidence? Su Qingxue chimed in at just the right moment, as that was now his only purpose. Ye Xun glanced at old Master Su and let out a cold laugh.
You want proof, huh? Bring Tu in here.
The servants attending in the inner hall immediately turned their gaze toward old Master Su upon hearing this. Old Master Su hesitated slightly before giving a slight nod. In less than a minute, Tu rushed in from outside, breathless with urgency. Mr. Yi. Ye Xun turned and whispered something to him. Tu listened intently, nodding repeatedly. Finally, he gave a solemn nod of agreement before rushing out again. The others in the inner hall watched this exchange unfold, their puzzled gazes turning toward Ye Xun.
Su Qingxue, in particular, felt his nerves fray.
He had assumed Ye Xun dared to bring up this matter here because he must have seized some crucial leverage. But now it seemed things weren't quite as he'd imagined. This uncertainty left Su Qingxue feeling a bit lost, yet a sliver of hope began to take root in his heart. If Ye Xun held no decisive evidence, then he might just have dodged a bullet this time. Not only that, but old Master Su could use this incident to make his move. By squeezing some benefits out of Ye Xun, Su Qingxue would be the first to reap the rewards. 5 minutes had passed in the blink of an eye, yet Tu still hadn't returned. This began to worry Su Qingxue, who put on a look of mocking contempt.
Mr. Yi, surely you haven't come up empty-handed?
Upon hearing this, Ye Xun merely glanced at him and replied with a smile.
No need to rush.
Even if you're in a hurry to be reincarnated, there's no need to rush this moment.
Fine.
Then I'll see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. The inner hall fell silent once more, not a word spoken. Another 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye before Tu finally rushed back. This time, he held a recording file in his hand. Under everyone's gaze, Ye Xun connected the device and played the recording. This recording contained the conversation between Su Qingxue and Bai Yumin. Irrefutable proof. Chapter 89, Ye Xun's Conditions. Su Qingxue's face drained of color. His body swayed, and he stumbled backward 2 steps. Su Qingxue, what more do you have to say? Ye Xun's face was cold as ice, his gaze sharp as a blade as he barked the question. Whether it was because Su Qingxue knew he was doomed today. Upon hearing Ye Xun's voice, his legs gave way, and he collapsed directly onto the ground. His eyes were lifeless, his expression blank. Old Master Su sat upright in the seat of honor, his face a mask of shock and fury. If one looked closely, one could even discern a hint of heart-wrenching sorrow. Old Master Su, I leave this man to your own judgment. Ye Xun glanced at Su Qingxue, who sat slumped on the floor as if his soul had been scared out of him, then turned to address Old Master Su. A flicker of surprise crossed the old master's eyes at these words. But he quickly concealed it, transforming that momentary surprise into cautious delight. Mr. Yi is so magnanimous. I, Su, would like to express my gratitude on behalf of my unworthy son. Before Old Master Su could finish his sentence, Ye Xun cheerfully interrupted with a hand raised. I don't recall mentioning this matter. Let's just forget about it, shall we? Old Master Su's expression stiffened, the smile on his face now looking utterly awkward. But he was no novice in the ways of the world, and immediately responded. Mr. Ye's magnanimity in sparing this unfilial son of mine is already beyond measure. This old man shall certainly compensate Mr. Yi in other ways. As the words fell, Ye Xun's smile grew even broader. Seeing that smile, Old Master Su felt a sudden sense of foreboding. With such sincerity from Old Master Su, I cannot refuse. Ye Xun stepped forward with great courtesy, clasped his fists, and bowed deeply. When he lifted his head, his gaze turned sharp once more. Elder Su, you are advanced in years, and none of your descendants have proven themselves worthy to shoulder such a heavy responsibility. Ye Xun paused mid-sentence, but before he could finish, everyone in the inner hall had already guessed his next words. In that case, I believe Xinqing is quite suitable. Why not step aside today, Old Master Su, and let her take your place? As the final syllable fell, the room seemed to hold its breath. How dare you? I refuse. Two voices, one deep, one sharp, sounded simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, a figure materialized before Ye Xun. A withered hand, carrying a gust of gale-force wind, lunged toward Ye Xun's throat. Ye Xun let out a cold laugh, his feet shifting slightly as his body twisted, positioning himself beside the old man. His palm transformed into a fist, its surface shimmering with light like multicolored glass. The old man gasped in shock, blurting out instinctively, "Glass fist?" Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed across Ye Xun's face. He hadn't expected this mundane martial artist to even know of the glass fist. The glass fist technique itself wasn't particularly rare, but many years ago, most cultivation techniques and martial arts manuals no longer circulated in the mortal world. They were now only accessible to practitioners at the Qi cultivation stage or above, obtained through bartering or purchased at exclusive auction houses for cultivators. The manuals circulating in the mortal world, being scarce, had become extremely expensive. This meant that most mundane practitioners, even those reaching the mid-stage of internal energy cultivation, possessed only a handful of techniques for strengthening the body. Precisely because of this, practitioners in the mortal world are generally no match for those in the cultivation realm. Take the current situation, for instance. Even though Ye Xun had suppressed his strength to the late-stage inner force realm, which was essentially on par with the old man's, he still sent him flying with a single punch. Put. Still mid-air, the old man coughed up a mouthful of blood. You're from the cultivation world. His aura was weak and weary, his face twisted in a look of utter shock. Ye Xun merely chuckled at his words, offering no denial. When Old Master Su and the others saw Ye Xun didn't deny it, their expressions instantly turned as sour as if they'd eaten. After all, they were the patriarchs of the three great families. Even if they hadn't witnessed it themselves, they had certainly heard of it. They understood all too well what the term cultivation realm truly signified. Among those present, only Old Master Su regained his composure fastest. A flicker of shock and doubt crossed his face. But he quickly regained his composure. So what if they were from the cultivation world? Su Lingtian held the rank of war general who wouldn't bow and address him as War General Lingtian? Even minor sects from the cultivation world treated him with utmost respect, never daring to act arrogantly. Useless scum. What are you still lying there for? Kill him now. Su Qingxue, who had been sitting in the corner, now stood up, hands on her hips, pointing at the old man lying on the ground. Her words were sharp and cutting. The old man was already feeling depressed, and now he was being ordered around like a dog by a woman, Su Qingxue. His face darkened instantly. He snorted coldly and stood up. Humph. Wait until you become the family head before you start giving me orders. The old man glanced at Old Master Su, then at Su Qingxue, a faint smile curling his lips. Ye Xun nearly burst out laughing upon hearing this. The old man's words had effectively filled Su Qingxue's hatred to the brim. After all, the old man was a guest master of the Su family. A man of his stature wasn't someone just anyone in the Su family could boss around. Typically, only the family head or trusted confidants bearing the family head's token could request assistance from a guest master. By saying this, the old man was essentially accusing Su Qingxue of harboring ambitions to usurp power. But Su Qingxue, that woman, completely missed the old man's meaning and flew into a rage. You old fool. We've provided you with food, shelter, and money. Now you're acting like this, are you rebelling? Upon hearing this, the expression on Old Master Su's face, seated in the position of honor, suddenly turned extremely grim. Su Qingxue's words were tantamount to admitting she truly harbored rebellious intentions.
How could the old patriarch possibly look kindly upon her? Bang! Enough! Seated at the head of the table, old Master Su slammed his fist hard onto the armrest of his chair, his face dark and stormy. His voice was cold. Ye Xun stood rooted to the spot, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. Su Qingxue was startled, her legs buckling as she knelt before old Master Su. She blurted out without thinking. "Grandfather, I didn't mean it that way. I was just..." Before Su Qingxue could finish, old Master Su cut her off forcefully. "Enough! Is this not embarrassing enough?" Shouted at by the old patriarch, Su Qingxue could only lower her head, remaining silent for a long while. Su Quanzhong, watching from the side, felt both anger and helplessness. Xiao Shui, you're a grown woman, why can't you use your head? Old Yan has already made his position perfectly clear, yet you still don't know when to quit and insist on pushing forward. Do you think you're made of tough stuff, or do you think your old man here is some kind of immortal? Staring at Su Qingxue kneeling on the ground, Su Quanzhong couldn't help but let his complaints pour out. Anyone stuck with a daughter as troublesome as Su Qingxue would probably find themselves complaining a little. But grumbling aside, she was still his flesh and blood. He couldn't just abandon her. Chapter 90, Half the Shares. Father, Xiao Shui is still young. This was an unintentional mistake. If you must blame someone, blame me alone. Su Quanzhong knew full well that old Master Su must have been driven mad by Su Qingxue's actions. Reason was surely in short supply. But even so, he had to step forward. He couldn't just stand by and watch his own daughter suffer, could he? Upon hearing his words, old Master Su shot him a sidelong glance and snorted coldly. Su Quanzhong, you're starting to look the part of a family head now, aren't you? Upon hearing this, Su Quanzhong immediately dropped to his knees with a thud. He kept his head bowed, saying nothing. Ye Xun watched the scene unfold, initially intending to leave this father and daughter be. But he had only achieved one of his objectives today, the most crucial one remained unfulfilled. If old Master Su took advantage of this incident to muddy the waters and slip away, it would be a case of losing more than he gained. Old Master Su calmed his anger, and it seemed unlikely they intended anything worse. Seated in the head position, the old patriarch glared angrily at Su Qingxue and her father, contemplating how to punish them. Then Ye Xun spoke up. This caught old Master Su off guard, and he turned his gaze toward Ye Xun. Since Mr. Yi has spoken thus, I shall let you off this time. Su Quanzhong, regardless of who had saved him, immediately bowed low upon hearing this, thumping his forehead 3 times on the ground. Only then did he pull Su Qingxue to her feet. Old Master Su snorted coldly, glaring at Su Qingxue and her father. Get out of here! Father and daughter responded with a nod, immediately backing away to the side. Grasping Su Qingxue's mother's hand, they exited the inner hall through a side door. Grandfather Su sat in the main seat, his face still bearing an expression that hadn't yet cooled. But in truth, after Ye Xun spoke, old Master Su had largely regained his composure and understood why Ye Xun had intervened. Old Master Su, now that the distractions have departed, I believe we can continue discussing my terms? Ye Xun, having read the elder's thoughts, spoke up in a clear voice. Old Master Su's expression darkened considerably as he fixed his gaze on Ye Xun below. His gaze seemed to want to strip Ye Xun of his flesh and bones, devour him alive. But there was no way around it. Ye Xun had already presented the crucial evidence. If he couldn't offer compensation that satisfied old Master Su now, the entire Su family risked having their reputation utterly destroyed by this evidence. They might even face ruin and death without Ye Xun needing to lift a finger. Of course. After a few seconds of composure, an extremely insincere smile finally appeared on old Master Su's face. His tone was slightly more natural as he spoke. So, old Master Su, do you think it would be better to hand over the position of family head to Xinqing, or? Ye Xun paused deliberately at this point, as if teasingly holding back the rest of his words. Old Master Su had already resolved to throw caution to the wind. After all, the position of family head would never pass to Su Zhixin. Not only had the Su family never had a woman in power, but even if there had been, he would never have allowed it. Not even Su Qingxue could ever hold power, let alone Su Zhixin, a pawn so deeply disliked. Old Master Zhou would rather pay Ye Xun more money than agree to this condition. He knew Ye Xun would never accept it, so he'd already begun scheming in secret. He would bring Su Lingtian back early. No matter how formidable Ye Xun might be, his power only extended to the mundane world where he was stronger than ordinary folk like them. In the cultivation world, Ye Xun was likely just an obscure minor figure. With this thought solidifying in the old master's mind, a plan was instantly set in motion, awaiting Su Lingtian's return for execution. But what he never could have imagined was that Ye Xun's conditions weren't a single choice, they were two. Though the old patriarch's mind raced with complex thoughts, this internal struggle lasted but a few seconds. Mr. Yi, please state your second condition. Old Master Su didn't hesitate. If Ye Xun's second condition wasn't too unreasonable, he might just accept it. Upon hearing these words, Ye Xun's lips curved into a faint smile. He looked at old Master Su with a faint, ambiguous smile. So, old Master Su accepts my second condition, then? Let's hear it first. Everything is open to discussion.
Ye Xun chuckled softly, then flicked his sleeve, producing the evidence tape he just mentioned.
My demand is actually quite simple. I give you this recording, and you give me half of all the shares in the Su family's companies. The words had barely left his mouth when everyone gasped in shock, their heads whipping around to stare at old Master Su seated at the head of the table. Ye Xun's demand this time was nothing short of outrageous. Half the shares of all the companies? What did that signify?
It meant handing over half of the entire Su family empire and handing it over to Ye Xun. Such a deal was impossible to accept not just for old Master Su, but for anyone present. No, it was not just this particular demand that was impossible to accept.
No one would willingly hand over a family empire they'd painstakingly built from scratch, let alone to an enemy.
After speaking, Ye Xun stood there for a moment, that faint, almost imperceptible smile still playing on his lips. His gaze swept over every person present, yet not a single soul dared meet his eyes. Especially old Master Chen and Gu Shichen.
Are you kidding?
It was best to stay out of this kind of business if possible. After all, it had nothing to do with them.
Besides, they couldn't fathom Ye Xun's temperament. What if a single glance was enough to draw his attention? That would be a loss far greater than any gain.
What's your decision, old Master Su?
Are you going with option 1 or 2?
Another 5 minutes passed before Ye Xun, hands behind his back, turned his gaze toward old Master Su seated at the head of the table. He still held the tape in his hand. Old Master Su's hands gripped the armrest so tightly, his knuckles had turned slightly white. Veins bulged faintly on his forehead as he stared at Ye Xun, remaining silent for a long while. As mentioned earlier, both conditions Ye Xun had proposed were equally difficult to accept. Had it not been for the old patriarch Su, seeing Ye Xun's earnest expression,
he'd still think Ye Xun was deliberately toying with him. What's the matter? Don't you want to choose either?
Ye Xun waited another minute or so before finally speaking with a smile on his face. Old Master Su remained silent upon hearing this.
Chapter 91, half the shares in hand. Choose? How could he choose? Whichever demand he selected would leave him dissatisfied. Whichever demand he chose would be the wrong one.
Seeing the old patriarch's persistent silence, Ye Xun's expression hardened instantly, his smile vanishing completely. He demanded sharply.
Did old Master Su really believe the Su family could get away with this without paying any price?
Ye Xun paused briefly, his cold, piercing gaze sweeping over every person present. Wherever his gaze fell, no one dared meet his eyes. Old Master Su gripped the armrest of his chair tightly, his fingernails scraping against the wood with an unpleasant sound.
He was unwilling to accept this, but what could he do?
The strongest elder by his side had just been sent flying by a single punch from Ye Xun. Even that elder had been utterly astonished upon witnessing Ye Xun's power. It could be said that before Su Lingtian's return, no one in the Su family could stand against Ye Xun. Within the range of his reach lay only the land of the nation, beneath his formidable fists lay only the truth. No matter how unwilling old Master Su felt, he had no choice but to make a decision at this moment. Mr. Yi, I mean no disrespect, but this is a matter of great consequence.
Might you allow me some time to consider?
Old Master Su uttered each word of this sentence with deliberate precision. The rage in his heart, the hatred toward Ye Xun, reached its peak in that very moment. Upon hearing these words, Ye Xun arched an eyebrow, a faint smile curling his lips. Old Master Su, do you take me for a child? Once you step out that door, will you still acknowledge me? Old Master Su was rendered speechless by the question, momentarily at a loss for words. He had indeed planned to do just that, wait for Ye Xun to return, then drag out the matter indefinitely.
Until Su Lingtian returned. Once Su Lingtian returned, that would be Ye Xun's day of reckoning. But alas, Ye Xun wouldn't give him such an opportunity.
He had already exposed the sinister plot hidden within his words.
Mr. Yi, you jest. The Su family values its reputation above all else.
We would never allow such matters to be spread. Ye Xun watched him with a cold smile, inwardly finding the whole situation rather amusing. A man who could orchestrate a scheme to have his own son drugged and rape his granddaughter and then claim he cares about reputation.
He might as well be telling ghosts they wouldn't believe him either. Reputation? After committing such an act, still caring about reputation? It's nothing but a fig leaf.
Ye Xun showed no mercy to old Master Su, his words cutting deep. Old Master Su's face darkened instantly. Leaning on the armrest of his chair, he stood up abruptly. He glared at Ye Xun, his aura steadily intensifying. Ye Xun observed this scene without a hint of nervousness, instead standing his ground with leisurely composure, waiting for old Master Su. Joking aside, Ye Xun had already reached the qi cultivation stage, even approaching its peak. Even with his power suppressed to roughly the peak of the inner strength stage, he was no longer someone like old Master Su could casually provoke.
Master, this youth possesses formidable strength.
Do not engage him head-on. Just as old Master Su was about to lose his temper, the other elder had silently returned to his side. He tugged discreetly at the sleeve and transmitted his words through true qi without moving his lips. Upon hearing these words, old Master Su regained his composure.
He plopped back down into his chair. But while old Master Su had dispersed the aura radiating from his body, Ye Xun had not. The aura emanating from his peak internal strength made the elderly man feel a subtle sense of unease. He looked at Ye Xun with a hint of surprise, thinking to himself, he's only one minor realm below me, yet he's so much stronger. Merely the aura radiating from his body was enough to make me feel uneasy. Could this be the difference between the cultivation world and the mundane realm? As the old man was lost in his own thoughts, Ye Xun spoke once more. It seems old Master Su has no intention of accepting my terms. Very well. I've long been eager to witness your mastery. With that, Ye Xun lightly pushed off the ground, soaring into the air. Like a lion pouncing on its prey, he bared his claws and fangs, sending a chill down the spine. The old man forced down the fear in his heart, stomping his foot hard. His body twisted, instantly blocking Su Laoye's path as he struck out with a palm strike. Thud. Clang. Squeak. The shattering of the table, the smashing of the vase, the tearing of fabric, all these sounds erupted with the burst of force. The entire room erupted in a cacophony of noise. After clashing palms with the old man, Ye Xun executed a backflip and landed back where he had been. His expression remained unchanged. Not only was he unharmed, he hadn't even broken a sweat. The old man, however, looked rather disheveled. His left foot was forward, his right foot back, his clothes torn and tattered. His face was pale, a faint trace of blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. As the old man walked back, he deliberately kept his hands behind his back, for that hand trembled uncontrollably. It was as if he had Parkinson's disease. Ha! Old man, for someone of your caliber, you did quite well to withstand my palm strike. Ye Xun chuckled softly, his gaze fixed on the old man who had returned to his position. The old man stood there, his face alternating between pale and flushed. He wanted to protest, but this was the undeniable truth before him. How could he possibly argue? Mr. Yi, show mercy where you can. Old Master Su was now furious beyond measure, yet he had no recourse. The strongest elder by his side was no match for Ye Xun. So even as Ye Xun openly caused a disturbance within the Su family's inner hall, old Master Su could only pretend not to see it. He even had to continue pondering which of Ye Xun's demands he should concede to. Old Master Su, so you're still alive? I thought you'd been driven to your grave by anger. All this time, not a word. Upon hearing the old master's words, Ye Xun turned to glance at him, his tone laced with sarcasm. None of the three major families had a single decent person among them. More importantly, the three individuals before him were all his enemies. Facing his enemies, Ye Xun didn't immediately draw his sword that alone was showing them face. Mr. Yi, might we discuss this further? You think this is haggling over vegetables at the market? Let me make this perfectly clear. Today, you must choose one of these two conditions. Old Master Su clamped his mouth shut once more, his gaze fixed on Ye Xun, brimming with venomous hatred. Then as Mr. Yi says, the Su family will transfer half of all company shares to Mr. Yi. No, you're mistaken. Chapter 92, A Hopeless Case. Ye Xun held up a single finger, waving it before his eyes. Upon hearing this, old Master Su began contemplating gathering all the Su family's resources. Was there any way to forcibly keep Ye Xun here? The answer, of course, was impossible. The Su family's servants and retainers were all ordinary people. The strongest among the bodyguards had only reached the peak of external force cultivation. As for the guest experts residing at the estate, even he himself might not be able to persuade them to stay. Otherwise, old Master Su might have had some confidence. After much deliberation, he could find no better solution. So, however humiliating it might be, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and accept it. Mr. Yi, please state any further conditions. Whatever the Su family can fulfill, we shall fulfill. Ye Xun glanced at him, feeling a certain satisfaction. Alright, since old Master Su has already spoken, I'll respectfully comply. Half the shares can't be transferred directly to me, they must all go to Xinxing's name. After dragging things out for so long, Ye Xun finally revealed his ultimate objective. He knew full well that as long as any of old Master Su's lineage remained, they would never agree to let Su Zhixin become the head of the family. So Ye Xun simply switched tactics. If he couldn't become the head of the family directly, he would first secure half of the company's shares. With half the shares, he would effectively hold half the authority of the family head. Once Su Zhixin built up her own connections in the future, becoming the head of the family would merely be a matter of time. And it would be a secure and stable position. Upon hearing Ye Xun's words, old Master Su's expression shifted repeatedly, yet he remained utterly silent, refusing to give any response. What? Are you changing your mind again, old Master Su? Not planning to agree to my terms? After waiting nearly a minute, Ye Xun finally spoke in a leisurely tone. Yet the aura that had faded from his presence began to rise once more, bit by bit. Well, since Mr. Yi has spoken so plainly, this old man shall agree. Hearing this, Ye Xun immediately dispersed the aura surrounding him. Very straightforward. Then I'll take my leave. I expect to see the share transfer agreement on my desk before noon tomorrow. With that, Ye Xun turned and walked away. without even looking back. Once Ye Xun's figure vanished entirely from the Su residence, Old Master Chan and Gu Shichen cast sympathetic glances toward Old Master Su seated at the head of the table. In less than half a day, Old Master Su had effectively handed over half of the Su family's assets. That magnanimity, that decisiveness, I couldn't hold a candle to it. Old Master Chan and Gu Shichen thought to themselves silently. Gentlemen, it's getting late. Please forgive my inadequate hospitality. You should be going now. Hearing this, Gu Shichen and Old Master Chen made no further remarks. They rose, exchanged a few polite words, and departed one after the other. Poof! Once the two had departed, Old Master Su's aura erupted violently. He struck out with a palm strike. The fear scale shattered the very chair Ye Xun had been sitting on moments before. Then, palm winds like a raging storm slammed into every piece of furniture in the inner hall. Only after the entire inner hall lay in utter disarray did the old master's emotions begin to settle slightly. He gave a cold snort and turned to leave through the small door. In the Su family's secret chamber, Old Master Su sat upon a chair, while an elderly attendant stood respectfully by his side. Before them both stood a youth of about 17 or 18. Old Master Su, you're in a bad mood. The young man stood before Old Master Su and Su Qingxue, his face wearing an expression that practically begged to be slapped. Old Master Su had no intention of acknowledging him, immediately changing the subject. How are things on your end? The young man shrugged nonchalantly. Nothing happens overnight. Just be patient and wait. Good things come to those who wait. Su Qingxue heard this and snorted coldly, his voice dripping with sarcasm. It'd better be a good show. I'm afraid some people just eat and do nothing. The young man heard this, his face still wearing a cheerful smile. As if he hadn't noticed, Su Qingxue's words were aimed directly at him. Old man, Ye Xun was spot on about one thing: your descendants are each worse than the last. Su Qingxue's face darkened instantly, and Old Master Su's expression also turned grim. But the old patriarch couldn't think of a rebuttal in the moment. After all, what was said was undeniably true. That fool Su Qingxue knew full well the young man came from the cultivation world, possessing strength at the peak of the inner force realm. Yet Su Qingxue still dared to mock him, even doubting his abilities. What else could he be but a fool? You've traveled all this way, surely it's not just to show concern for the future of the Su family? After several seconds of silence in the secret chamber, Old Master Su finally spoke. His tone was neither warm nor cold. The young man heard his words and quipped. What if I say I am? Then I genuinely think you're ill. The young man burst into laughter upon hearing this reply, and only after he'd finished laughing did he turn his gaze toward Old Master Su. It'll take a little more time, but it won't be long. Before then, let's give him a little surprise. With that, the young man walked toward the secret room's exit, still laughing. Midway, he suddenly turned around, smiling warmly at Su Qingxue. I admire your courage, he said. But next time, I can't promise I'll feel the same way. Ha! With that, the young man strode briskly out of the chamber. Su Qingxue stood rooted to the spot, watching the young man's retreating figure. A look of puzzlement flitted across his face. He couldn't quite grasp why the young man had uttered those parting words. He hadn't even realized his own slip of the tongue. Grandfather Su, seated beside him, noticed the bewildered look on his face. Anger surged within him, and words of rebuke were already on the tip of his tongue, only for Old Master Su to force them back down his throat. Sigh. All this frustration at the young man's lack of promise dissolved into a single sigh. Now, Su Qingxue was the only one left in the Su family who could inherit the position of family head. True, Su Qingxue possessed a certain shrewdness. With the older generation absent from the business world, he had indeed managed to thrive. But what good was that? Su Qingxue may be qualified to run a large corporation, but to shoulder the entire Su family? He was still far from qualified. Qingxue, you mustn't be so reckless in your words and actions going forward, especially when dealing with those from the cultivation world. Seeing Su Qingxue ponder for a long time without grasping the meaning, Old Master Su sighed again and gave him a pointed reminder. If Su Qingxue still couldn't grasp this, the old patriarch wouldn't bother with him anymore. His body could still hold out for at least another 7 or 8 years. Finding another heir wasn't out of the question. Chapter 93, The Second Assassination Attempt. But that was a last resort. Unless absolutely necessary, the old patriarch wouldn't resort to such measures. Fortunately, Su Qingxue wasn't beyond redemption. After being called out by the old patriarch, he finally grasped the situation. But the most dangerous thing for a person is hindsight. When Su Qingxue had mocked the young man, he hadn't sensed anything amiss, he'd even felt a secret satisfaction. He believed he had made a strong impression before the old master. But now, recalling it, Su Qingxue's legs went weak. He nearly collapsed to his knees, cold sweat pouring down his back. Fortunately, the young man hadn't held it against him. Otherwise, Su Qingxue would already be a corpse. Dad, I. A few seconds later, Su Qingxue seemed to remember something and spoke up nervously. I won't be. He simply didn't have the courage to finish the sentence. Old Master Su glanced at Su Qingxue, a deep sense of sorrow welling up inside him. But what could be done? Su Qingxue was now the only suitable candidate to succeed as head of the Su family. Stand up. If you're scared by something this small, how will you shoulder the heavy responsibilities in the future? Though he had no intention of punishing Su Qingxue, the old patriarch needed to vent his frustration. His words inevitably grew harsher. Su Qingxue trembled violently, nearly falling to his knees in genuine terror at the old patriarch's presence. But he forced himself to stand firm, refusing to kneel. He had just heard old Master Su say with his own ears that he was to shoulder the main responsibility. The implication was clear enough. Yes, father. Su Qingxue's voice carried a hint of emotion, his expression one of profound acceptance. Old Master Su didn't even glance at him, leaving the secret chamber without a single word. Only after Su Qingxue could no longer see the old master did he finally suppress his inner excitement. He let out a low, maniacal laugh. This news was undoubtedly the best he'd heard all day. Meanwhile, Ye Xun and the others didn't return to the Supreme Club immediately. He instructed a two to drive around the city in circles, covering nearly every road within a 15-kilometer radius of the Su family compound. Only then did he instruct a two. Head left. Toward the outskirts. A two's face flashed a hint of surprise upon hearing this, as if he wanted to ask something. But in the end, he remained silent. After silently turning the steering wheel, Ye Xun's car veered off the main thoroughfare. As time stretched on, the traffic they could see grew increasingly sparse. The scenery outside the window grew increasingly desolate, and a two felt a growing sense of unease. Ye Xun had only returned to Donglin City within the past 2 days, and his purpose was to avenge the Ye family tragedy from years past. Moreover, a two hadn't heard of Ye Xun having any friends in this city, and to be staying in such a desolate place. But a two didn't press further. If this was where Ye Xun wanted to go, there must be a reason. After a while longer, the scenery around the car had become completely desolate. Nothing but towering trees lined the road. In a place like this, finding a hiding spot would be difficult even for a cat, let alone a person. Further ahead lay a village that was practically abandoned, inhabited by little more than vagrants. But Ye Xun didn't call for a stop, and a two dared not pull over. He could only suppress his curiosity and keep driving forward. Brake! After an unknown amount of time, Ye Xun, who had been resting with his eyes closed in the passenger seat, suddenly opened his eyes and roared. Startled by the sound, a two's foot, which had been lightly resting on the accelerator, instinctively pressed down harder. The entire vehicle roared like a beast, shooting forward like an arrow released from its bowstring. Seeing the car veering out of control, a two yanked the steering wheel with one hand while pulling the emergency brake with the other. His foot shifted to the brake pedal and slammed down hard. Squeal! Crack! A shrill screech of friction filled the air, accompanied by the sound of the rear window shattering. Under a two's control, the car executed a dramatic spin. Long skid marks trailed behind the vehicle. After finally bringing the car to a halt, ATU turned to stare in astonishment at the rear window. It was important to note that every window in this vehicle had been specially modified, with glass 3 mm thicker than standard bulletproof glass. Even 3 consecutive shots from a standard sniper rifle might not penetrate this vehicle's glass, let alone shatter it outright. Only an anti-tank sniper rifle possessed that kind of power. Stay in the car. You are absolutely forbidden to get out without my permission. Ye Xun offered no explanation. His face darkened as he dropped that single sentence. He opened the door and jumped out. A two had intended to assist him, but when he saw the red dot appearing above Ye Xun's head, he immediately abandoned the idea. Ye Xun had already retreated nearly a meter, yet remained completely unscathed. Evidently, the sniper harbored some apprehension toward Ye Xun. If he got out now, not only would he fail to help Ye Xun, but he'd likely endanger both himself and Ye Xun. Stay right there. Don't move. When Ye Xun reached about half a meter in front of a large tree, a voice impossible to tell if it belonged to a man or a woman suddenly came from the tree. Friend, if you wish to kill me, come at me directly. Attacking the vehicle risks harming others by mistake. As Ye Xun spoke these words, he quietly took another half-step forward. Back up, or I'll kill you right now. A hint of surprise flashed across Ye Xun's face before he obediently took half a step back. Answer me. Who taught you the glass fist? Hearing this, Ye Xun froze instinctively, glancing toward the tree in surprise. He had assumed the assassin had held off until now because there was some crucial question needing his answer. But he never imagined the assassin would ask such a question. In the cultivation world, the glass fist technique, while not exactly commonplace, was hardly a rare treasure either. Certainly not valuable enough to make a Tianfu assassin abandon the prime moment to complete his mission. I'm asking you a question. Did you hear me? The tone alone revealed the assassin was beginning to grow impatient. Want to know? This time, the assassin offered no reply, only a click served as his response. Ha! A top-tier assassin abandoning a mission for some commonplace manual? How laughable.
A hint of scorn flashed across Ye Xun's face, utterly unconcerned by the crimson dot on his forehead.
Chapter 94, The Baffling Assassin.
After Ye Xun finished speaking, the large tree suddenly fell silent.
It was as if the assassin had already departed.
Only the crimson dot on Ye Xun's forehead remained as proof of the assassin's existence.
That wasn't some run-of-the-mill secret manual. After a long while, the voice, still impossible to tell if male or female, echoed again from the tree branches. A hint of surprise flashed across Ye Xun's face as he looked up at the dense, leafy branches. He hadn't expected the assassin to respond under these circumstances, especially just to refute his previous remark. A cultivation manual accessible to nearly everyone in the cultivation world, wasn't that precisely the definition of commonplace? After uttering those words, Ye Xun took a step forward as if absent-mindedly. This time, the assassin in the tree showed little reaction outwardly, but Ye Xun could sense it. The assassin's heart was now brimming with surging killing intent, even more intense than the last time in his room. This only deepened Ye Xun's curiosity. What could possibly be so precious about this manual that the assassin had pushed his mission to the back burner? For assassins of the Heavenly Kingdom, this was virtually unthinkable. For these assassins, failure meant facing the harshest punishment upon return. Especially for assassins of the E-class rank, who rarely undertook missions. Once they went out on a mission, it was either death for them or death for the target. There was absolutely no third option. Ye Xun pondered this for only a moment before pushing the question to the back of his mind. He focused all his attention on the assassin perched in the tree. As an assassin of the Heavenly Palace, you disregard both your mission and your target, all for a single manual? Don't you fear punishment? While speaking, Ye Xun quietly edged 2 or 3 steps closer to the base of the tree. The assassin seemed to have lost the keen vision he displayed moments before, completely unaware that Ye Xun's position had shifted. How did you learn the glass fist? The assassin refused to answer Ye Xun's questions, instead repeating his earlier words once more. This time, Ye Xun didn't proceed with the same caution as before. Instead, he lightly pushed off with his feet, silently advancing several steps forward. Because of this, he was now positioned almost directly beneath the tree. With such commonplace manuals, would one even need to go out of their way to seek them? Ye Xun could now guess that the Liuli Fist manual must hold particular importance for this assassin. Though he didn't yet understand the reason, he immediately thought of using this manual. Distract that assassin. Sure enough, upon hearing Ye Xun's words, the assassin roared in fury and pulled the trigger. The immense recoil shook the entire tree, sending crisp green leaves drifting down in a flurry. A dull thud echoed through the air. The assassin, perched on a thick branch, looked ahead in shock. Where had Ye Xun vanished to? The bullet, carrying explosive force, slid several more meters forward before embedding itself into the concrete floor. A dull thud echoed. Simultaneously, Ye Xun, who had already arrived beneath the tree. Summoning his chi, he planted his feet firmly and launched himself into the air. The assassin perched on the branch instinctively tried to dodge, but it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, Ye Xun was already before him. Ye Xun's hands, like 2 soaring dragons, surged with powerful chi as they struck toward the assassin's vital point. The assassin, now powerless to resist, flashed a look of fierce determination across his face. He bit through his own tongue and drew a weapon, part blade, part sword, from an unknown source. A spurt of blood from his severed tongue splattered onto the blade. The weapon, now stained with his blood, instantly burst into a dazzling radiance. 7-star sword. When Ye Xun saw that weapon, his eyelid twitched involuntarily, a shock rippling through his heart. The 7-star sword was a legendary blade forged by a master swordsmith in the cultivation world, harnessing the power of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. Legend held that in its heyday, wielded by a peerless power capable of splitting heaven and earth, its might was like the Milky Way pouring down, capable of turning the world upside down. Even now, among the 100 most renowned swords in the cultivation world, the 7-star sword still ranks 15th. This alone attested to its formidable might. Ye Xun could never have imagined that the Celestial Kingdom would spend such a fortune equipping a mere Class B assassin with the 7-star sword. It was like handing an anti-tank sniper rifle to a 7 or 8-year-old child utterly reckless. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, the assassin's aura erupted violently from every pore. Yet his face turned deathly pale in that instant, and even his life force began to slowly drain away. When Ye Xun noticed this, astonishment overwhelmed him. No way! What have I ever done to deserve this? A Class B assassin wielding the 7-star sword, the world's most treasured blade, is trading his life for mine. This wasn't just using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, it was firing a cannon at a tiny mosquito. Stop. Let's talk this out. It's just a manual, I'll give it to you. As the 7-star sword's glow intensified, the assassin's life force drained at an ever-increasing pace. Ye Xun cried out in panic. Yet even now, he hadn't forgotten why he'd deliberately walked all the way here before taking flight. The assassin still held an anti-tank sniper rifle. Facing this weapon, even reaching the peak of the chi cultivation stage would be laughable. Within a kilometer, this weapon targeted a cultivator's vital point. A single hit meant certain death. And at such close range? Ye Xun's outstretched hands appeared to strike toward the assassin, but just as their bodies were about to collide, Ye Xun sidestepped backward, his body twisting mid-air to land directly behind the assassin. His hands reached for the sniper rifle strapped to the assassin's back. Just as the assassin swung his 7-star sword backward, he suddenly felt a lightness on his left shoulder. The assassin swung the 7-star sword backward in a crescent arc, its star-like brilliance flashing momentarily. Chapter 95, Killing to Save. Fortunately, at that very moment, Ye Xun had already seized the sniper rifle and leaped onto a higher tree branch. Yet under the force of that strike, the massive tree trunk was nearly cleaved clean in two. Ye Xun glanced down, raised his sniper rifle, and smiled. Without hesitation, he leaped off the tree. The assassin showed not a moment's hesitation, charging after him with the 7-star sword raised. Landing one after the other, they wasted no time in exchanging words and immediately plunged into combat. The only weapon Ye Xun had at his disposal was that anti-tank sniper rifle. Fortunately, this particular rifle seemed to be forged entirely from steel. Not only was it significantly heavier than standard sniper rifles, its hardness was also beyond that of ordinary sniper rifles. Ye Xun treated it like a spear, swiftly stripping out all but one round of ammunition. He retained only a single bullet, reserved for emergencies. The clanging of metal echoed incessantly, sparks flickering intermittently from the friction. The assassin and Ye Xun fought fiercely on the open ground, locked in a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand. In truth, Ye Xun held the slight upper hand. The assassin wielded the 7-star sword and had even resorted to a secret technique that burned away life force to forcibly boost his cultivation. This was the only reason he could barely hold his own against Ye Xun. Otherwise, in a fair fight, the assassin would never stand a chance against Ye Xun. But generally speaking, assassins avoid direct confrontation unless absolutely necessary. An assassin like this one is truly one in a million. Hey, I said, that's enough. After battling for over half an hour, Ye Xun finally spoke with a hint of impatience. The assassin, however, seemed completely oblivious to his words. The 7-star sword in his hand darted like a venomous snake flickering its tongue. Every strike was lethal. Ye Xun finally got genuinely angry. With a clang, he parried the 7-star sword. He flung his right hand, sending the sniper rifle hurtling up to rest on his shoulder. Ye Xun stepped forward, braced the rifle's butt stock against his shoulder, and pressed the muzzle firmly against the assassin's forehead. Yet though the assassin froze in place, the light emanating from the 7-star sword remained undimmed. The rate at which life drained from him remained unchanged. After such a prolonged battle, the only change visible in the assassin was his face growing paler and paler. His current state could scarcely be called human. It was more terrifying than any ghost. I'll hand over the Jade Fist manual to you. This time, let me go back temporarily. If you can, blink your eyes. The sniper rifle's muzzle never left the assassin's forehead, Ye Xun's finger firmly locked on the trigger. There were two reasons Ye Xun hadn't killed him just now. First, he wanted to understand why this assassin valued a martial arts manual, one so commonplace it was practically worthless, more than his own life. The second reason was that Ye Xun simply didn't want to kill him yet. While the assassin was a nuisance, his strength was still manageable within Ye Xun's control. If he killed this assassin, the Heavenly Kingdom would likely send someone even more formidable. Before gauging the newcomer's strength, Ye Xun and his group would have to lie low for a while. Weighing the pros and cons, anyone would know which choice to make. However, the current situation presented a slight twist. Given the assassin's current state, if no one intervenes, Ye Xun won't even need to take action himself. With a little delay, the assassin would naturally die from the complete depletion of his vital essence. Ye Xun had previously hoped to find an opportunity to save this reckless assassin. But now it seemed unnecessary. This assassin was determined to take Ye Xun down with him. You're a disciple of the 5-colored glass sect? Just as Ye Xun was about to pull the glass fist manual from his robe, the assassin, who had been watching him intently, suddenly blurted out this question out of nowhere. Ye Xun froze, staring blankly at the assassin. The 5-colored glass sect, that name sounded so familiar, as if he'd heard it somewhere before. Ye Xun pondered silently for a moment before a look of suspicion flashed across his face. Could you be? About 17 or 18 years ago, the 5-colored glass sect could be considered one of the stronger minor sects. Back then, they were just a hair's breadth away from being promoted directly to an intermediate sect. Unfortunately, just 2 years later, on a night roughly 15 years ago, the 5-colored glass sect was suddenly attacked by a large force of elite warriors. The entire sect was slaughtered. Even the sect master and his wife fought desperately to the death, yet they could not escape the fate of their sect being slaughtered. That night, rivers of blood flowed through the sect. Inside and out, a deathly silence reigned. Not a single living soul remained. Bodies lay scattered in heaps throughout the sect, strewn haphazardly in every direction. After the 5-colored glass sect was wiped out, the Glass Fist manual naturally found its way onto the cultivation world's market. It soon became a commonplace manual. If this assassin was a survivor of that massacre, it would explain why his emotions flared so violently upon witnessing Ye Xun wield the glazed fist. became so agitated that he was willing to use the 7-star sword and burn his life force to take Ye Xun down with him. Right? The assassin ignored what Ye Xun had said, emphasizing his tone as he repeated the question. Upon hearing this, Ye Xun let out a soft sigh and shifted the sniper rifle's muzzle away from the assassin's vital point. Witnessing this, the assassin froze momentarily, staring blankly at Ye Xun. Whoosh! At that very moment, a piercing whistle cut through the air. Ye Xun vanished from his original position, reappearing directly before the assassin the next second. Caught completely off guard, the assassin was just about to draw his sword to block when Ye Xun's fingers already pressed against an acupoint on his body. The assassin instantly felt a numbing sensation spread throughout his body, causing the 7-star sword in his hand to fall to the ground. Ye Xun showed no sign of stopping, his movements becoming so swift they left after images. Within mere seconds, the assassin felt over a dozen vital acupoints on his body. The assassin was utterly shocked and instinctively tried to force all the true qi out of his body. The assassin was utterly shocked and instinctively tried to force all this true qi out of his body. But he found himself utterly unable to do so. Ye Xun's true qi was exceptionally pure. Not only was it unmatched among practitioners of the same level, but even those of a higher tier would struggle to achieve such refinement. After realizing this, the assassin ceased all resistance. A single word escaped his lips, followed by a wretched, pitiful smile. Chapter 96, The Second Invitation. Perhaps it was because the gap between himself and Ye Xun had been erased, or perhaps it was simply that life in this world had grown too wearying and too arduous. Besides the sorrow and desolation, the assassin's face also bore a hint of relief and anticipation. After about half a minute, Ye Xun sealed the final acupoint with his qi. He flashed back to his original position. Seeing the expression on the assassin's face, Ye Xun said with a sigh, "Don't worry, you won't die." The assassin, who had already closed his eyes awaiting death, suddenly heard these words. He opened his eyes in astonishment. He couldn't quite believe it. How could someone, knowing they were about to be killed and holding absolute initiative? This defied all logic. It defied all logic. But surprise aside, the assassin wasn't foolish enough to take Ye Xun's words at face value. Without a second thought, he crossed his legs and sat down, turning his attention inward to examine his physical condition. Any cultivator who had reached the qi cultivation stage possessed the ability to internally observe their own physical condition. Some could observe with meticulous detail, while others could only grasp a rough overview. The assassin belonged to the latter group. Yet even with this limited insight, he was secretly startled. His meridians hadn't ruptured from the true qi Ye Xun had infused into him. Instead, the meridians that had been slightly damaged from using secret techniques were now slowly repairing themselves. Why? The assassin rose to his feet, meeting Ye Xun's gaze directly as he asked the question, his voice thick with confusion. Ye Xun shrugged indifferently. It's rare to encounter a second-rate assassin like you. You're alive so that no one more formidable will come after me. The assassin didn't buy it for a second. Who in their right mind would save someone trying to kill them for such a flimsy reason? That's just ridiculous. Thanks. I lost this time, but next time we meet, I'll still fight to the death to kill you. The assassin bowed deeply with utmost sincerity, his expression earnest. Ye Xun couldn't help but chuckle at his words. Feigning slight annoyance, he turned his back and retorted. I save your life, and you try to kill me? Talk about the farmer and the snake. Ye Xun spoke as he walked toward it too. The assassin remained rooted to the spot, watching Ye Xun gradually walk away. He offered no retort and showed no intention of attacking him. Mr. Yi, you. Tu had witnessed the entire fight between Ye Xun and the assassin with his own eyes. Though he felt immense admiration for Ye Xun. But when he saw Ye Xun hadn't killed the assassin, a hint of confusion flickered across his face. Killing him would only prompt the heavenly palace to send someone even more formidable. Better to keep him alive. Besides, I know exactly what he's capable of. I'm not afraid of him sneaking up on me. Ye Xun's words were half truth, half lie. The first part was genuine, but claiming he wasn't afraid of the assassin's sneak attack was simply impossible. After all, the assassin was a qi cultivation stage practitioner, a seasoned Class B assassin with years of experience in the assassin's trade. If he were to lurk in the shadows and make his move, even Ye Xun couldn't guarantee he'd be able to defend against it. Thud! Just as Tu was about to start the car and drive away, a knock suddenly sounded on the window. He turned his head to look beside him and saw the assassin standing right next to Ye Xun. Tu saw the assassin and instinctively reached for the pistol hidden under the seat. But Ye Xun stopped him. What is it? Ye Xun rolled down the window, calmly facing the assassin. Qingxue. Qingxue had now reverted to her original voice, a somewhat sweet-sounding female voice. Ye Xun froze slightly upon hearing it, finding the voice oddly mismatched with the person before him. What? My name is Qingxue. If you ever want someone killed in the future, you can tell me if you're still alive, that is. With that, Qingxue turned and walked away without looking back. Ye Xun looked at the note in his hand with a helpless expression. It contained a phone number. This time, he would intervene to save Qingxue because he sensed she shared a similar fate to his own. The only difference was that he at least knew who his enemy was. Qingxue, however, was the exact opposite. Not only did she not know who her enemy was, she didn't even have a rough idea. The five-colored glass sect back then had been something of a dark horse in the cultivation world. Far too many had wanted to see its downfall. The tragic events of that era cast suspicion on nearly every minor sect within the cultivation world. Even some lower-ranked medium-sized sects were no exception. Mr. Yi, this. Tu stared blankly at the note in Ye Xun's hand, at a loss for words. Upon hearing his words, Ye Xun smiled faintly and casually slipped the note into his pocket. Let's go back to the clubhouse. Seeing Ye Xun had already spoken, Tu didn't press further. He started the car and sped off without delay. Shortly after Ye Xun and the others departed, Qingxue, who should have left long ago, jumped down from a large tree and cast a complex look in the direction they had departed. 10 o'clock in the morning. Sitting at her workstation, Cao Cao kept glancing at the time displayed on her computer screen. Although the Su family couldn't really do anything to Ye Xun, Cao Cao feared they might court their own demise. She feared they might provoke Ye Xun into a fit of rage, leading him to wipe out the Su family in a moment of fury. In that case, even if they were in the right, until they found evidence of the Su family's actual involvement in the Yi family tragedy, they would have no choice but to flee far away first. In the cultivation world, the act of slaughtering an entire sect and annihilating a clan is absolutely forbidden. Once exposed, they would be immediately branded as heretical cultivators, becoming the public enemy of the entire cultivation world. They would face relentless pursuit by every cultivator in the realm, unless there was evidence proving the other party had acted unjustly first. Just as Cao Cao was silently sweating for Ye Xun, Chen Yunhu appeared at the corridor entrance, his expression complex as he gazed at Cao Cao at her workstation. His expression was complex as he looked at Cao Cao at her workstation. After returning home last night and calming down, Chen Yunhu couldn't shake the feeling that the events of yesterday were too bizarre. Or perhaps it was just too coincidental. It felt as though some invisible hand was secretly orchestrating events behind the scenes. His first suspicion fell on Cao Cao. But after meticulously reviewing the events, he dismissed her as a suspect. After all, Chen Yunhu hadn't shared any details about his itinerary with Cao Cao yesterday, so she couldn't possibly have prepared in advance. Chapter 97, Coincidence. After ruling out Cao Cao, the second suspect that came to Chen Yunhu's mind was Ye Xun. But the moment this thought surfaced in his mind, he immediately dismissed it. It was simply impossible. Ye Xun had no knowledge of their plans, let alone Chen Yunhu's itinerary. In fact, anyone could potentially know Chen Yunhu's schedule. But Ye Xun was the one person who couldn't possibly know. After ruling out these two prime suspects, even Chen Yunhu himself couldn't identify a third possible culprit. Moreover, aside from appearing a bit dazed, Cao Cao showed absolutely no signs of abnormality today. Chen Yunhu shook his head, trying to clear the jumble of thoughts from his mind. Perhaps last night's incident was truly just a coincidence. Chen Yunhu thought to himself. Seated at her workstation, Cao Cao remained completely unaware that Chen Yunhu was already watching her from the shadows. Her mind was entirely occupied with thoughts of Ye Xun. Cao Cao had considered calling Ye Xun, but it remained just a thought, he hadn't acted on it. Setting aside the present moment, making the call might arouse Chen Yunhu's suspicion. Besides, Ye Xun usually turned off his phone during such times. Even if he did call, Ye Xun might not pick up. Sigh. Cao Cao let her hands fall limply onto the desk and sighed heavily. Those nearby heard it but simply assumed he was exhausted from too much work, hence the sudden sigh. They shot Cao Cao a sideways glance but paid little further attention. Chen Yunhu, who had been hiding in the corner, watching Cao Cao's every move, heard that sigh. He grew even more certain that last night's events had been mere coincidence. In Chen Yunhu's view, Cao Cao was undoubtedly feeling deeply conflicted now because of the words he had spoken last night. After all, Cao Cao was now playing the role of a girl burdened by a blood feud. Faced with such a situation, it was only natural to feel anxious and conflicted, unsure how to proceed. A faint smile curved his lips as he strolled toward Cao Cao with the ease of someone taking a leisurely stroll. Yi Xian, come to my office for a moment. Chen Yunhu tapped lightly on Cao Cao's desk, his tone gentle. The sudden voice startled Cao Cao, who had been lost in thought. She instinctively turned her head to the side, her mouth opening to curse. But the moment he recognized the figure as Chen Yunhu, he forced himself to swallow the curse words forming on his lips. Yes. After receiving the affirmative reply, Chen Yunhu seemed in good spirits. He smiled and turned to leave. Chairman Chen, please just call me Xiao Yi from now on. Cao Cao deliberately adopted a conflicted expression, her cheeks flushing slightly as if torn between hesitation and bashfulness. Upon hearing this, Chen Yunhu turned to look at Cao Cao. A smile that could be called pure lit up his face. Xian, we don't need to be so formal with each other. The moment the words fell, everyone in the office froze in their tracks. They stared blankly at their computer screens, wishing they could slap themselves to confirm they weren't dreaming. To confirm they weren't dreaming. What gives? What on earth does he have that could have a playboy so completely wrapped around his finger? It's only been a few days. Almost everyone in the entire office couldn't help but voice these complaints inwardly. Even Tao Tao herself couldn't help but silently give Chen Yunhu a mental thumbs up. Cheeky. Absolutely cheeky. If there were a world championship for thick-skinned people, Chen Yunhu would undoubtedly take first place. Chairman Chen, I. Even though Chen Yunhu had already reached such a shameless level, pushing his words to this extreme. It was practically a public declaration of love to Tao Tao in front of the entire office. But Tao Tao couldn't just nod along at this moment. As the saying goes, men rarely cherish what comes too easily. Only when they feel a bit of difficulty, when they perceive their pursuit as challenging, can keep things fresh for them. Seeing that his words had reached this point yet still fell on deaf ears. A surge of inexplicable anger flared within him. If this weren't happening in an office, with so many people watching, Chen Yunhu wouldn't have hesitated, he'd have taken her by force. All these years, he'd never failed to get the woman he desired. But now? In just a single day and night, Tao Tao had made Chen Yunhu eat his words 3 or 4 times. His patience was wearing thin. Tao Tao watched Chen Yunhu's shifting expression and felt a flicker of unease. Chen Yunhu, don't make me look down on you. If you give up over a little setback like this, are you even a man? Being rejected was no big deal, just try again. After all, you had thick skin anyway. So what if everyone's watching? Tao Tao deliberately kept her head down, avoiding Chen Yunhu's gaze. She counted the patterns on the floor tiles while silently thinking to herself. He wasn't afraid of Chen Yunhu resorting to force. After all, he had reached the qi cultivation stage. Even without using his true qi, Chen Yunhu, a mere mortal, would never stand a chance against him. If Chen Yunhu really tried to force the issue, who would end up worse off? Ha. Chen Yunhu took a deep breath, forcing down the rage in his heart. After a brief pause, he continued speaking. Ye Xun, I know you might not be ready to accept me yet. That's okay. I can wait until the day you're ready to accept me. Chen Yunhu wore an expression of profound affection on his face. If anyone unfamiliar with him saw it, they might genuinely believe he was a devoted man, willing to endure endless waiting and silent sacrifice for the woman he loved. Those unfamiliar with him would think exactly that upon seeing him like this. And that goes double for the people in the office. Wow, who knew Chairman Chen was such a devoted man? That really doesn't know a good thing when she sees it. Who wouldn't agree? If I'd met a devoted man like Chairman Chen, I would have said yes ages ago. If you don't want to say yes, how about I take your place? Mr. Chen, look at me, I'm just as good. The women in the office gathered in small groups, lowering their voices to whisper and gossip. Chen Yunhu couldn't hear their words, of course, but even a fool could guess what they were saying. Chapter 98, the male lead in a romance drama. Chen Yunhu feigned complete ignorance, his face still plastered with that devoted expression. Standing still, he watched Tao Tao before him, as if waiting for her answer. Chen Yunhu couldn't hear what those people were discussing, but Tao Tao heard every word clearly. When he heard those words, a cold sneer escaped his lips. Oof. If you knew Chen Yunhu started sleeping with women at 16, you probably wouldn't be so eager to marry him. Mr. Chen, I'm not worthy. Tao Tao deliberately feigned deep conflict, hesitating for several seconds before finally uttering those words. Yet her voice carried a tremor, a hint of self-doubt, and a touch of cautious restraint. It was like any young girl who'd fallen in love but, for some special reason, couldn't be with the boy she liked. That sorrow, that inferiority, that hesitation and unwillingness, Tao Tao portrayed it all with consummate skill. Upon hearing her words, a rare flutter stirred in a tender corner of Chen Yunhu's heart. Even Chen Yunhu found it somewhat unbelievable. After all, though still young, he was no stranger to the game of love. As the saying goes, he'd been through countless relationships without ever getting truly attached. Every girlfriend Chen Yunhu had ever dated was merely a fling, he never invested genuine emotion. It was fair to say both parties were the same, they were together purely for mutual benefit. Chen Yunhu understood perfectly well that, born into the Chen family, his life's most important decision was not his to make. His future wife was practically predetermined to be Su Qingxue, that silly, stubborn, and willful girl from the Su family. In the past, Chen Yunhu would have looked down on a woman like Su Qingxue. She was the type with above-average looks and figure, yet her IQ and EQ were both severely below average. Having a girlfriend like that would be exhausting. Ye Xun, it's okay. I know you have your reasons. It's fine. Lost in these jumbled thoughts, Chen Yunhu's feet instinctively took a step forward. His hands reached out as if guided by an unseen force, grasping Tao Tao's hand as he spoke with a mix of sincerity and pretense. Upon witnessing this, Tao Tao finally felt a flicker of relief in her heart. He could sense that this time, Chen Yunhu's words carried a sliver of genuine sincerity. Though it was only a little, it was enough. Tao Tao feigned surprise and delight, quickly pulling her hand away from Chen Yunhu. She took several quick steps backward, still keeping her head down, unable to meet Chen Yunhu's gaze. Mr. Chen, please don't do this. Men and women should not touch each other. Hearing these words, Chen Yunhu felt an extremely rare pang of heartache. For the first time, he instinctively realized what a pure, innocent girl truly felt like. If that was the case, then perhaps having a genuine, heartfelt romance wouldn't be so bad. The thought barely formed before Chen Yunhu couldn't help but laugh at himself inwardly. He was clearly approaching Cao Cao with ulterior motives, and he himself was a scumbag who couldn't get any scummiest. To him, girls were nothing more than toys to be discarded whenever he grew bored. Ye Xian, I genuinely like you. Chen Yunhu took another step forward, but his words trailed off abruptly mid-sentence. His expression was thick with sorrow. His expression mirrored that of any ordinary boy rejected by the girl he liked. Upon witnessing this scene, nearly everyone else in the office couldn't help but inwardly curse. Damn it, if you don't want her, just get lost and let me have a shot. But they could only fantasize about it. Not only were Chen Yunhu and Cao Cao just putting on a show. Even if it weren't, Chen Yunhu wouldn't have eyes for anyone in this office. After all, there wasn't a single woman in the office who could compare to Cao Cao in any way. Upon hearing Chen Yunhu's words, Cao Cao immediately feigned a flustered expression. She instinctively glanced up at Chen Yunhu, but after just a fleeting look, she quickly lowered her head again. Her expression was like that of a young girl, both heartbroken over the one she loved and yet too afraid to meet his gaze. Even this complex emotion was perfectly executed by Cao Cao, not too much, not too little, just right. If she ever ventured into the film industry, she'd genuinely have a shot at snagging an Oscar. Chen Yunhu felt immense joy upon witnessing this scene. Beyond the satisfaction of progressing with the mission, there seemed to be an extra bit of inexplicable joy. Mr. Chen, I'll be in your office shortly, but I need to get back to work now. Cao Cao bit her pearly lips and murmured in a voice so sweet it could make even herself feel sick. Upon hearing these words, Chen Yunhu immediately took a commanding step forward. His hands, resting on Cao Cao's shoulders, swept downward, pinning her directly onto the desk. A flicker of terror crossed Cao Cao's face, yet beneath that fear lurked a murderous intent so intense it seemed almost tangible. But this entire range of emotions vanished in an instant. Chen Yunhu saw the flicker of fear on Cao Cao's face, but he failed to notice the murderous intent concealed beneath it. The instant Chen Yunhu had pinned Cao Cao down, she had instinctively wanted to strike back. Fortunately, her self-control was strong. Remembering Ye Xun's plan, she immediately suppressed that impulse. Joking aside, if Cao Cao had acted now, all her previous sacrifices would have been for nothing. Ye Xian, you know my feelings. I'm willing to wait for you, but before that. As Chen Yunhu spoke these words, he seemed to feel his emotional intensity was lacking. He quietly summoned a surge of true qi. He forced out a tear or two. Don't push me away like this anymore, okay? Chen Yunhu's voice was soft, even trembling slightly, paired with those 2 tears hanging at the corners of his eyes. It was the textbook script for a romance drama's male lead. Cao Cao stared at Chen Yunhu's face, momentarily unsure whether to laugh or cry. After all, while she had plenty of theoretical knowledge about romance, she'd never actually experienced it firsthand. Having been single her entire life, Cao Cao's knowledge of love was limited to theoretical understanding. After all, she'd watched her fair share of romance dramas. Cao Cao should have put on a deeply moved expression, and if she could add a hint of hesitation, it would have been perfect. But right now, she simply couldn't manage it. Chapter 99, Stocking the Goods. Chen Yunhu and Cao Cao's faces were now no more than 5 centimeters apart. At such close quarters, the warmth of their breath could be felt on each other's skin. Not to mention the details usually unnoticed. Chen Yunhu's face, when viewed up close, wasn't exactly impressive. It had its fair share of minor flaws. At least, that was Cao Cao's impression. For instance, his dark circles were a bit pronounced, his eye bags slightly larger, his nostrils a tad wider, and his lips a little thicker. Under normal circumstances, these minor imperfections might go unnoticed, completely overshadowed by his positive traits. But at this close distance, every flaw was magnified countless times. Especially those large nostrils. They inexplicably reminded Cao Cao of the saying, "a pig's nose with garlic stuck in it," complete with vivid imagery. As a result, Cao Cao nearly burst out laughing on the spot. Cao Cao couldn't utter a single word now, struggling desperately to stifle her laughter. Instinctively, she covered her face with her hands, fighting to keep the sound from escaping, her shoulders twitching uncontrollably every now and then. Chen Yunhu was puzzled why wasn't Cao Cao reacting at all. After all, he was no stranger to the game of love, and this tactic had never failed him. It worked the same way on almost everyone. As Chen Yunhu pondered this, he suddenly noticed Cao Cao's trembling shoulders. A seemingly perfectly reasonable explanation instantly formed in his mind. Oh, so she was just too shy. It made sense after all. With so many people watching, it was only natural for a girl to feel shy. With that thought, Chen Yunhu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He reached out and gently stroked Cao Cao's hair, convinced he was being tender. Ye Xian, you're the first girl to captivate me like this, and the first to throw me completely off balance. Chen Yunhu uttered these cliched sweet nothings, feeling quite pleased with himself. You're a bad girl, barging into my heart, plucking at my heartstrings, yet planning to just walk away like that. Tao Tao was already struggling to stifle her laughter when Chen Yunhu's disgusting words suddenly made her feel sick. Her body jerked violently, every hair on her body standing on end. Yet to Chen Yunhu, this reaction only confirmed that Tao Tao had been moved by his words. She dared not accept his proposal only because she bore the weight of a blood feud. Ye Xun, I know you have your reasons, but it's okay. I'm willing to wait. But if you're willing to share it, I'd be even happier. I want to help you bear it together. I can't stand seeing you so worn down and miserable. Tao Tao felt like she wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. Her heart was filled with disgust, and for a moment, she forgot to respond. Chen Yunhu didn't seem in any hurry, as if certain of victory, simply watching Tao Tao silently as she covered her face. The others in the office pretended to work while pricking up their ears to eavesdrop on the commotion. How touching. A man as devoted as Chairman Chan is a rare gem. Oh, who wouldn't agree? Chairman Chan is so devoted. If I were Ye Xun, I'd drag Mr. Chen to the Civil Affairs Bureau right now to get married. A man this good, once he's gone, you'll never find another like him. Tao Tao nearly jumped out of her skin hearing this, pointing her finger right at them. Damn it! Immediately getting married, a man you'd never find even with a lantern, a good man? Put. That guy slept with more women than you've eaten meals in your life. If he's a good man, then there are no bad men in the world. After venting her frustration inwardly, Tao Tao sighed helplessly. At this point, he had to give some kind of response. A man like Chen Yunhu didn't have much patience. Getting this far was already no small feat. If she didn't give him some sweetness now, he'd probably run off. Chen Yunhu, I actually. Tao Tao feigned extreme shyness, dropping her hands and turning her head away, avoiding Chen Yunhu's gaze. She stammered softly. Seeing her like this, Chen Yunhu felt bubbles of delight rising in his heart. Mei Chem, I'm listening. Go ahead. We can start as friends. Alright, then I'll pick you up for dinner after work tonight. Chen Yunhu deliberately raised his voice a few decibels as he spoke. In an instant, the entire office knew the two of them were going out for dinner tonight. Tao Tao froze in shock, rising to her feet as she watched Chen Yunhu's retreating figure. Damn it, could this guy be any more shameless? When the hell did I agree to go out to dinner with you tonight? Damn it all to hell. Tao Tao cursed under her breath, offering no explanation. She sat there in a daze for a while before finally getting back to work. The same day, as dawn was just breaking. The sun had only just peeked over the horizon, not yet fully risen. Li Wan had already gotten up and come to Wang Bing's room, gently nudging him. Half asleep, Wang Bing felt someone nudging him. He squinted and turned his head. When he saw a woman standing by the bed, he nearly jumped out of his skin. Of course, circumstances didn't allow it. The room he shared with Chen Long was more accurately described as a stairwell than an actual room. The entire space had a ceiling height of barely 5 feet, with dimensions under 4 feet in both length and width. The space was crammed with miscellaneous clutter, with only a bed frame, a quilt, and 2 pillows squeezed into one corner. That was Wang Bing in the other's bed. Aunt Li, it's you. Startled awake, Wang Bing opened his eyes and recognized the visitor. He exhaled in relief, rubbing his eyes as he spoke. Li Wan smiled and quietly helped Wang Bing tidy his clothes. Then she lowered her voice. Brother Wang, remember what we discussed last night about going to restock together? Wang Bing shook his still dazed head, trying to recall. After a long moment, he slapped his forehead. Oh my, I was so exhausted last night I completely forgot about it. What time is it now, Aunt Li? Li Wan still smiled gently, lowering her voice to offer reassurance. There's still some stock left in the shop. It's no big deal if we start a bit later. Though she said this, Wang Bing still scrambled down with a thud and finished his morning routine as quickly as possible. Aunt Li, I'm ready. Let's go. Li Wan walked over to Wang Bing, her hands holding 2 steamed buns she'd somehow produced. Eat something before we go. There's no rush. Alright, I won't say no to that. Wang Bing took the 2 steamed buns and gave a simple, earnest smile. After they'd eaten their fill, it was already 5:15. Only then did the two of them step out of the shop. Chapter 100, The Market. Wang Bing and his companion headed toward the loading area, which wasn't far from the market. It took them about 40 minutes to reach the supply point. Though called a supply point, it was really just a larger version of the vegetable market. No, it couldn't even be called a market anymore, it was more like a bazaar. Most of the vendors here were small traders, and nearly all their goods were laid out directly on the ground, no shelves in sight. But the quality and prices of these goods made one instinctively overlook this minor flaw. Wang Bing was momentarily stunned by the scene, turning to glance at Li Wan beside him with a look of suspicion. Could it be that all these years, Aunt Li and her daughter had been running their business by buying low and selling high in a place like this? Wang Bing wondered silently. It wasn't surprising he'd think this way. Virtually everyone selling produce in the market either grew their own vegetables at home or had 1 or 2 regular farmers they could contact directly when they needed supplies. Either grew their own produce or had 1 or 2 regular farmers they could source directly from when needed. Li Wan's method of sourcing goods was more commonly seen among vendors selling small commodities. After hearing his words, Li Wan smiled awkwardly. We're not from this line of work, don't know anyone in it, and with little money to spare, this is the only way we can manage. Li Wan rubbed her nose, her tone tinged with both embarrassment and a hint of bitterness. Wang Bing fell silent, unsure what to say. Ever since he joined the Red Dragon Gang, Li Wan and her mother had been selling vegetables in that very market. At least 2 years had passed since then. It was hard to imagine how much effort it took for a woman like Li Wan to haul all that produce back every single day. Come on, I'll introduce you to the other vendors first. Li Wan seemed to snap out of her awkwardness, smiling as she patted Wang Bing's shoulder. You know what? Walking side by side like that, they actually did look a bit like a married couple. Wang Bing was a warrior, or rather, a rough-and-tumble sort who never paid much attention to his appearance. Though barely 30, his face looked like it belonged to a man in his 40s or 50s. Li Wan, too, had aged considerably from years of hard labor. If you looked closely, you could spot strands of white hair hidden among her dark locks. Owner, give me 5 green peppers, 3 carrots, half a sheet of nori, and weigh out some eggs for me. Oh, little Li's back again. Right away. Li Wan rattled off his order with practiced ease, exchanging a few casual words with the vendor as he did so. After packing everything up, the vendor handed it over to Wang Bing without a second thought. Wang Bing, who had been standing silently nearby, thought he'd observe carefully so he wouldn't be clueless when he came back on his own. Young man, take it. Seeing Wang Bing hesitating, the vendor called out with a smile. Only then did Wang Bing snap out of his daze. He gave a blank nod and instinctively took the vegetables. Xiaoli, this is for you. The boss deliberately left his sentence hanging, instead winking at Li Wan with a suggestive grin on his face. Li Wan's face flushed slightly, and she quickly took over the conversation. The new hire, he'll be the one coming from now on. Upon hearing this, the shop owner turned to glance at Wang Bing, scrutinizing him from head to toe. His expression was like that of an antique dealer appraising a piece of vintage. This young man is quite promising. The look in the boss's eyes was beyond suggestive, it was practically a blatant hint. Li Wan responded with a couple of awkward nods before dragging Wang Bing straight to the next stall. Wang Bing couldn't really say much at this point and just let Li Wan pull him along. He felt helpless about the situation. Setting aside the age gap, their physical appearances didn't exactly scream perfect match, did they? And then there was the fact that when they first entered, they'd been walking almost one right behind the other. Wang Bing had trailed half a step behind Li Wan, and yet they still got mistaken for a couple. It was beyond ridiculous. This scenario repeated itself at nearly every stall they visited, with each vendor misinterpreting their relationship. After circling the entire market, Wang Bing was utterly exasperated. He didn't mind much, but Li Wan did. Li Wan was just a widow raising a daughter, an orphan mother and child already pitiful enough. Why should she be burdened by such baseless rumors? Angry as he was, Wang Bing had no real solution. As the old saying goes, a widow's doorstep attracts endless gossip. Humans are naturally drawn to a spectacle. And especially when a widow who'd been alone for years suddenly appeared at the market with a man. The shopkeepers at the market didn't call them out directly, showing consideration for their usual good relations. Brother Wang, there's one more stall up ahead. After this, we should head back. Whether it was the morning sun beating down too fiercely or the sweltering air from the bustling crowd, Li Wan's cheeks had flushed crimson as she whispered to Wang Bing. Wang Bing was already carrying several large and small bags, roughly a dozen by his count. Yet Li Wan had spent less than 100 yuan on all these bags. Most items were complimentary gifts from the shopkeepers. Take this moment, for instance. Li Wan asked the vendor for 2 blocks of tofu and a 2-pound grass carp. After cleaning the grass carp, the shopkeeper kindly cut it into pieces for her. Handing it over to Li Wan, he casually tossed in some chopped scallions, ginger, and garlic, along with a bottle of dark soy sauce and a half-used bottle of oyster sauce. Wang Bing, watching from the side, had grown numb to it all. Such incidents had repeated themselves far too many times in less than an hour. But this time, it still surprised him. Besides marveling at the sheer variety of goods this shopkeeper sold, he couldn't help but comment on Li Wan's popularity. I remember your little one loves eating small fish, right? Perfect timing, a friend brought me some today. Take some with you. No, that won't do. It's all the same food, isn't it? Take some home for the child to eat. That kid is such a good eater. After much back and forth, Li Wan finally accepted the shopkeeper's kind offer. The shopkeeper was a straightforward man. Not only did he give away the small fish, but he also shared some unused spices he had on hand. He gave them to Li Wan as well. On the way back, Wang Bing asked a serious question. Aunt Li, this can't be what you meant by good stuff, right? Chapter 101, Tao Tao's Meltdown. Upon hearing his words, Li Wan replied with a hint of irritation. What are you thinking? Even if we're broke, we can't resort to that kind of thing to get by. That's our food for the whole week. After carefully inquiring, Wang Bing learned that every time Li Wan went to restock, although the quantity she brought back was indeed a bit less than others, she would almost always bring something back for everyone. He brought something back for everyone. Like a pack of cigarettes or a box of tea, things that weren't worth much, but they were a gesture of goodwill. After their stroll, the two of them returned to the shop around 8 in the morning. Back at the shop, Li Wan began stewing the fish over low heat. Gu Yashuan was at school today and not in the shop. Shenlong was still weak and could only manage a little fish soup for now. Thus, at lunchtime, only Wang Bing and Li Wan sat at the table. Seeing the 3 or 4 dishes on the table, Wang Bing felt touched, but also a bit embarrassed. He had been wondering how Li Wan managed to get so many dishes each time, thinking her life couldn't be that difficult. Little did he know she'd prepared them especially for him. Brother Wang, what are you staring at? Eat up. This fish is especially fresh today. Seeing Wang Bing sitting there lost in thought, Li Wan picked up a piece of fish with her chopsticks and placed it in his bowl. Wang Bing snapped out of his daze and quickly replied, Auntie Li, please don't call me Brother Wang anymore. Just call me Wang Bing. Aunt Li smiled but said nothing more. Alright then, eat up, little Wang. When Wang Bing heard this name, he couldn't help but shiver. There was an inexplicable sense of strangeness about it. But he didn't say anything more. After all, she was his savior. Whatever she called him didn't matter. Neither of them ate particularly slowly, but the problem was they kept pushing food back and forth between each other. The fried dried fish on the table and the delicious grass carp soup remained almost untouched. Li Wan ate 2 dried fish, while Wang Bing sipped some grass carp soup and nibbled a bit of meat. Apart from these 2 items, which they each ate separately, they shared nearly all the other dishes. After lunch, Wang Bing took the initiative to clear the table. Li Wan didn't stop him. She retrieved the watering can from beneath the shelf and began misting the vegetables displayed there. Qingyun Real Estate Company, President's Office. Shen Yunhu sat alone in his office, leaning back on the sofa. The sunset was beautiful, but it was nearing dusk. Shen Yunhu raised his wine glass slightly higher. Sunlight filtered through the glass, making the wine inside seem to shift in color. Watching this scene, Shen Yunhu smugly recited a line of poetry. After finishing, he felt quite pleased with himself, convinced he could be called a literary giant of the modern age. A faint smile curved his lips as he took a delicate sip of the wine. Fine wine. Fine wine deserves a beautiful woman. My beauty, you must wait for me. Shen Yunhu adopted a deeply sorrowful and affectionate expression, raising his wine glass to the empty air before him. After his solo performance, Shen Yunhu felt elated and couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. Outside in the office, people were whispering quietly when suddenly, from the president's office, everyone instantly fell silent. Every pair of eyes turned to Tao Tao, who pretended not to hear. Some gazes held jealousy, others contempt, and still others outright scorn. In short, not a single glance directed at Tao Tao was friendly. Calm down, calm down. They're just ordinary people. Killing them would implicate Big Brother. Calm down, calm down. Tao Tao, who appeared as steady as an old dog on the surface, had repeated this phrase to herself countless times already. If circumstances permitted, Tao Tao would have loved to take a knife and split Shen Yunhu's skull open. To see if there was anything in that brain of his besides chasing girls. Tao Tao had merely agreed to go out for dinner with him tonight. No, it was Shen Yunhu who unilaterally decided she'd accompany him out to dinner that night. That he could get this excited over such a trivial thing was truly unprecedented. Who knows what kind of witchcraft this little vixen used? Mr. Chen was such a decent man, and now he's turned into this. Ah, Mr. Chen really is pitiful. Tao Tao heard every word of the gossiping women's chatter, her teeth grinding in fury. Yet she dared not show it in the slightest. Meanwhile, at the Supreme Club, in Su Zhixin's room, Su Zhixin lay alone on the large bed, clutching a life-sized doll in her arms. Damn Ye Xun, rotten Ye Xun, stubborn blockhead. Lying on the bed, Su Zhixin seemed to suddenly recall something. She clutched the doll in her arms, punching it repeatedly while muttering curses under her breath. After a while, perhaps tired from the beating, Su Zhixin rolled over and lay flat on her back again. Her eyes widened as she stared at the ceiling, as if trying to discern something hidden within it. It was at this very moment that a knock suddenly sounded at her door. The sound made Su Zhixin spring up from the bed, flinging the stuffed animal she'd been holding away. She rushed to the door in 2 strides and flung it open. Oh, it's you, Yi. The moment she recognized the person standing outside, the look on Su Zhixin's face shifted from surprise to disappointment. She flung the door shut with a slam. Ouch! Xia Yutan's voice echoed outside the room. He rubbed his nose as he pushed open the door and stepped inside. Hey, little master's wife, don't be angry. Little master's uncle didn't mean it. Su Zhixin snorted coldly upon hearing this. Humph. Right, he didn't mean to, he did it on purpose. Xia Yutan walked over to the bed with a resigned look, glanced around briefly, then pulled up a chair and sat down. Little master's wife, yes, this time little master uncle went too far, but he's already realized his mistake. Look, this is the gift he asked me to buy for you. He said it was to make amends. Su Zhixin's expression softened slightly upon hearing this, and she turned to glance at Xia Yutan. In Xia Yutong's hand was an exquisitely carved sandalwood box, adorned with a dragon and phoenix auspicious pattern. The meaning behind this design was self-evident. More crucially, inside the box lay a pure gold ring. Upon closer inspection, one could discern. This ring was likely part of a pair, as the design on the ring inside the box depicted a phoenix. Chapter 102, Stubborn as an Oak. Seeing Su Zhixin's expression soften slightly, Xia Yutong couldn't help but let the corners of her mouth curve upward. She deliberately laced her tone with a hint of envy. Little Master's wife, let me tell you, this ring was personally supervised by Little Master Uncle during its creation. The engraving on it was also drawn by Little Master Uncle himself, all in one night. Upon hearing this, a vivid image instantly formed in Su Zhixin's mind. Ye Xun sat hunched over his desk, a desk lamp casting a dim glow on his drawings. Beside him stood a trash can. The bin overflowed with discarded drafts, while outside, the night was pitch black. A flicker of heartache crossed Su Zhixin's face as she took the ring from Xia Yutong's hand and examined it closely. She murmured softly, "Silly boy, an apology would have sufficed. Why go to all this trouble?" Upon witnessing this scene, Xia Yutong quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. Little Master Uncle, you'd better treat me well this time. I went through so much trouble to get this ring for Little Master's wife." Xia Yutong thought to herself, adding aloud. Junior Master Uncle said he felt deeply sorry for what happened last time and has fully realized his mistake. He didn't have the heart to come see you himself, so he asked me to deliver this ring to you, Little Master Sister. Now that my task is complete, I'll take my leave, Little Master Sister. After saying this, Xia Yutong stood up to leave. But Xia Yutong was certain this was merely a ploy to play hard to get. When Su Zhixin received this gift, she would undoubtedly be deeply moved. If he pretended to leave now, Su Zhixin would almost certainly call him back. What happened next goes without saying. Su Zhixin would surely stop being angry. Wait, President Xia. Sure enough, before Xia Yutong could take 2 steps, Su Zhixin immediately called out. Hearing the voice behind her, Xia Yutong's lips curved into a faint smile. Just then, he suddenly saw the doorknob on the door seem to turn slightly. Xia Yutong's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, he thought to himself. Within the entire Supreme Club, there was only one person who could enter Su Zhixin's bedroom without knocking. And that person was Ye Xun. But now, at this critical moment, if Ye Xun were to walk in, a few questions would surely blow their cover. The thought sent Xia Yutong practically leaping to her feet. She bounced straight to the door. With a thud, her entire body slammed into the door, forcefully shoving the slightly ajar door back shut. At the same time, Ye Xun, caught completely off guard outside the door, was sent flying backward. He landed with a thud on the floor, staring blankly at the door. Wait, is Xinqing still mad at me? Ye Xun rubbed his sore but as he stood up, muttering to himself. That shouldn't be possible. Last time, Xinqing said she wasn't angry anymore. Inside the room, Su Zhixin sat on the edge of the bed, holding the ring in her hand as she shot a peculiar glance at Xia Yutong. Feeling Su Zhixin's gaze, Xia Yutong chuckled softly. A cockroach just ran by. I'm scared. Su Zhixin shot Xia Yutong a skeptical glance while standing up to scan the room. Cockroach? Where? I didn't see anything. Well, maybe it got away. Xia Yutong blocked the doorway, offering an awkward smile as she replied. His strange behavior naturally aroused Su Zhixin's suspicion. Su Zhixin slowly inched toward the doorway, while Xia Yutong's heart pounded so hard it felt like it might burst. One hand instinctively gripped the doorknob tightly. Su Zhixin glanced at that hand, her expression turning suspicious. Is anyone out there? No one. Who could possibly be out there? It couldn't be Little Master Uncle standing outside, could it? Ha ha. Xia Yutong gave an awkward chuckle and instinctively shifted further to the side. In a very real sense, she was blocking the doorway entirely. No one else could get near the door except him. Oh, I see. After saying that, Su Zhixin turned away. Ye Xun, what are you doing up there? Come down quickly. A hint of surprise tinged Su Zhixin's tone. No one hearing it would suspect a thing. Especially not to Xia Yutong, whose nerves were already stretched to the limit. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind upon hearing her words. But he didn't dwell on it, instinctively moving a little further away from the door. Little did he know that at that very moment, Su Zhixin dashed straight to the door and yanked it open. She caught Ye Xun standing outside, just about to open the door. By the time Xia Yutong reacted, their gazes had already locked. Seeing this, Xia Yutong slapped her forehead, thinking to herself, oh no. The instant Su Zhixin saw Ye Xun, her heart ached with a mix of tenderness and emotion. But quickly, something felt off. Ye Xun's face was blank with confusion, utterly unlike the reaction Su Zhixin would have expected after eavesdropping at the door while delivering a gift. Su Zhixin glanced back at Xia Yutong before turning her attention back to Ye Xun. Ye Xun, I want to ask you, what were you doing last night? Upon hearing this question, Ye Xun froze, utterly baffled by Su Zhixin's sudden inquiry. I was sleeping. What else could I have been doing? Upon hearing Ye Xun's reply, Su Zhixin immediately pulled out the ring she'd been holding. But before he could even speak, Ye Xun piped up with a sour tone. Tan Xiao is such a generous guy, he actually splurged on such a big gold ring for you. Upon hearing this, Su Zhixin instantly understood what was going on and trembled with rage. She flung the ring right at Ye Xun's face without saying a word. She shoved Ye Xun aside and stormed out. Ye Xun caught the ring, looking utterly bewildered, then turned to Xiao Yutong, who had been standing by the whole time. Xiao Yutong watched the scene unfold, sighed deeply, and walked up to him. Little Master Uncle, it's truly a miracle that you and Little Master Aunt are together. After saying this, Xiao Yutong left the room to chase after Su Zhixin. The room was suddenly left with only Ye Xun, alone. He glanced at the empty room, then at the pure gold ring in his hand. His mind filled with confusion, he muttered under his breath. What the hell is going on here? Ye Xun had originally come to see Xiao Yutong about something, but when he went to her office and didn't find her, he wondered if she might be with Su Zhixin, so he came over. Chapter 103, Today and Yesterday. She was indeed here, but before he could even utter a word, this inexplicable incident occurred, and suddenly the room was left with only Ye Xun. His mind was still foggy, unable to grasp what had just transpired. On the first floor of the Supreme Club, Xiao Yutong ran breathlessly to the entrance. Hands on her knees, she gasped for breath, glancing left and right. Suddenly, as if spotting her target, she straightened up and strode purposefully toward the fountain. The setting sun's rays pierced through the water jets of the fountain, casting a soft yellow glow across the ground. Pedestrians hurried along the path, while Su Zhixin sat alone by the fountain. She sat there, arms crossed over her chest in a huff, muttering to herself under her breath. Little Master's wife. Xiao Yutong called out in a sickeningly sweet tone that even she found nauseating. Su Zhixin gave a disdainful snort and turned her head away, seemingly unwilling to see the person before her. Xiao Yutong wore a smug grin as she bent down close to Su Zhixin. Little Master's wife. She made a silly face while calling out in an exaggeratedly comical tone. Seeing her like this, Su Zhixin couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. There, you laughed. Now that you've laughed, you can't stay angry anymore. Seeing Su Zhixin finally smile, Xiao Yutong felt a wave of relief wash over her. She sat down beside Su Zhixin with a grin. You didn't do anything wrong, so why apologize? When Su Zhixin heard this, she deliberately put on a stern face, trying to speak in a very serious tone. But before she could finish half the sentence, she couldn't help but crack a smile. Su Zhixin struggled to suppress the slight curve of her lips, exerting some effort before finally finishing her sentence. Yes, it's all his fault. But he is my junior master uncle, after all. It's only fair that I apologize to my junior master aunt on his behalf, right? Su Zhixin said with an expression that suggested it was only natural. His demeanor as he spoke bore no resemblance to someone offering an apology. It was more like he was discussing with his best friend which dessert shop to visit for ice cream later. Su Zhixin heard this and a faint smile touched her lips. She playfully scolded him. What nonsense! Seeing Su Zhixin like this, Xiao Yutong felt a surge of happiness. Being a girl herself, she understood exactly what girls were thinking. Ye Xun had indeed crossed the line this time. Anyone with a shred of emotional intelligence would recognize their mistake. And no one would ever believe a woman when she claimed, "I'm not angry." Ye Xun was probably the only person in the entire world who would take that statement at face value. But seriously, Little Master's wife, I'm truly here to apologize on behalf of Little Master Uncle. Xiao Yutong immediately shed her earlier frivolity. She looked at Su Zhixin with solemn seriousness. Though he knew this might not work after all, such matters were best handled by the person involved. But regardless of the outcome, she had to show her sincerity first. Who knows? Maybe blind luck would strike. After hearing his words, Su Zhixin remained silent for a long while. She remained silent, and Xiao Yutong didn't speak again. The two girls sat quietly by the fountain, gazing into the distance as the sun set. The fiery clouds merged into a vast tapestry, blanketing the entire sky in a vivid crimson glow. The sun now resembled a miserly old man, slowly reclaiming the earth's radiance. Finally, as the sun sank below the western horizon, the moon rose from the opposite side. The city's neon lights seemed to receive some unspoken command, flickering on one by one. Truthfully, I was being too stubborn this time. I knew he didn't really mean it that way. Sitting by the fountain, Su Zhixin stared at the distant flickering neon lights and murmured to herself. Her voice was barely audible, as if she were talking to herself, so soft it was almost impossible to hear without straining. Xiao Yutong remained silent, content to be a quiet listener. But I was so afraid. My life had never held much, from childhood onward. The girl tucked her legs beneath the stone steps, wrapping her arms around them as her chin rested lightly on her knees. The place where we first met was in a small garden behind the Su family's house. Xiao Yutong flinched slightly upon hearing those words. Oh my god, holy moly. Since the young mistress is reminiscing about the past, should I step aside for a moment? Nah, better not. Understanding the past is the only way to help the young mistress forgive the young master.
After a brief internal struggle, Xia Yutong made up her mind instantly. She even found a perfectly respectable excuse for this decision. To be more precise, it was actually an abandoned little garden where I'd planted some flowers and turned it into my secret hideout. But this secret base often had uninvited guests. In the blink of an eye, over half an hour had passed. Xia Yutong was so shocked her jaw nearly dropped. Admittedly, this incredibly cliched hero rescues the damsel in distress narrative fit Ye Xun's current persona perfectly. It all felt a bit too convenient. Around the time Su Zhixin was 7, she stumbled upon an abandoned little garden belonging to the Su family. The young girl treated it as her secret hideout, transplanting all her favorite flowers there. Unfortunately, the girl lacked the means to protect her secret hideout, and troublemakers would constantly invade. They trampled her most cherished blooms and bullied the young girl. Just like every cliched hero rescues the damsel tale, when Su Zhixin turned 10, Ye Xun entered the Su household, effortlessly beating up all the troublemakers and rescuing the girl. Even when he later took a solid beating in front of the entire Su family, he never once admitted he was wrong. It was at this very moment that a little boy entered the girl's heart. When neither her parents nor anyone else would help her, he stood before her without hesitation. Later, the girl asked the boy why he had done it. "I just couldn't stand it," he replied. What kind of men bully a little girl? The proud look on his face when he said those words remains vivid in her memory to this day. Later, as in all cliched stories, the boy and girl gradually became friends. They attended the same middle school, shared a high school classroom, and naturally became lovers. Chapter 104, Saying One Thing, Meaning Another. The girl regarded the boy as her one and only, her entire world. Even her parents held less importance in her heart than he did. Simply because the boy burst into her life like lightning at her most helpless moment. What happened later? What happened after that? Su Zhixin turned to glance at Xia Yutong, whose face was brimming with curiosity. Later, he became your junior master and the most endearing fool in my heart. Xia Yutong's expression froze instantly. She wanted to laugh but couldn't, wanted to cry but no tears came. She could only sit there awkwardly, staring awkwardly at Su Zhixin. A heavy weight settled somewhere deep within her heart. Su Zhixin's single sentence encapsulated Ye Xun's entire 5-year ordeal. 5 years that felt like hell. Xia Yutong didn't know what expression to wear or what words to use to comfort the girl before her. Perhaps the one who needed comforting most wasn't the girl before her, but herself. For those 5 years, Ye Xun had endured a life worse than death, a living hell. And what of the girl before her? She had heard with her own ears that the boy she loved most had died on an ordinary night. No reason, no explanation, everyone treated it as a taboo. No one dared to speak of it again. The boy she once loved most, the boy who had promised to protect her for life, died on the most ordinary of nights. From that day on, the girl lost a boy. The girl lost a lover. That girl had nothing left. Xia Yutong could scarcely imagine the state of Su Zhixin's heart at that moment. Erecting tombstones for every member of the Ye family. Each year, what emotions must she have felt when she came to pay respects at the Ye family gravesite? Xia Yutong only knew that whenever that girl came, she was always silent. She would stand silently before Ye Xun's tombstone, from sunrise to sunset. So, you see, I wasn't really angry. I was just scared. After a long silence, Su Zhixin murmured softly. Her voice was faint, trembling slightly. Like that little girl from years ago, grimacing as she stood before her own garden. Little master's wife, I'm so sorry. Xia Yutong truly didn't know what to say. After hesitating for a long time, she finally offered an apology. For herself, and for her junior master. Su Zhixin smiled, her face returning to its usual carefree expression. It's okay. My boy is back. He's still as clumsy as ever, but that's enough. Her eyes crinkled into crescent moons, and the faint smile on her face radiated contentment and happiness. She looked up at her room, where the light still burned. A tall, slender silhouette was reflected in the window. Xia Yutong also turned her head upward. Upon seeing that figure, a faint smile touched her lips. Seems I really did overreact this time. I wonder what kind of good karma my junior master accumulated in a past life. To have captured the heart of his young master's wife at such a tender age. Xia Yutong smiled and shook her head gently. Truth be told, she truly envied Ye Xun and Su Zhixin, this heavenly couple. Without even realizing it, she had raised her standards for a partner once more. Ring ring. The ringing of a phone sounded decidedly untimely, shattering the slightly melancholic yet perfectly balanced mood. Xia Yutong frowned, instinctively glancing at her left pocket. After all, as the president of the Supreme Club, she had plenty of matters to handle each day. But to her surprise, it wasn't her phone. Hello? Su Zhixin answered the call and glanced apologetically at Xia Yutong. Tan Zhao's cheeky voice came through the line almost immediately. Sis Zhixin, it's me, Tan Zhao. Hearing this, Xia Yutong's face flashed a hint of surprise. What's up? Su Zhixin offered no explanation, her tone calm and slightly distant.
The young man on the other end of the line didn't pick up on it at all. His voice trembled with excitement as he stammered. Thanks for everything last time, Sister Zixin. Tonight, I'm treating. Just wanted to show my appreciation. I was wondering. Tan Xiao really had no shame whatsoever. Not only did he swiftly accept the brother-sister dynamic from last night, he even called her sister with surprising ease. It was as if they truly were long-lost half-siblings separated by years. Nothing much to report. Seriously, I've reserved a table at Yuekalai. Sis, you've gotta come. I'll be right over. Xia Yutan listened to the entire conversation in stunned silence, watching helplessly as Su Zhixin pressed the end call button. Little master's wife, what about you? Xia Yutan felt something inside her shatter utterly and completely. What happened to not getting angry? What happened to being a heavenly couple, meant for each other? Why did it feel like she'd missed some crucial plot point? Xia Yutong stared blankly at Su Zhixin before her, unable to process it for a moment. The plot twist had come far too suddenly. You heard me loud and clear, Yuekalai. Su Zhixin wore a sly smile, her eyes flashing with a hint of excitement and anticipation. Xia Yutong suddenly understood, a smile spreading across her face. Little master's wife, little master uncle's been pretty busy lately. He can be busy with his own things. I'm off to eat my meal. Got it. Young master uncle will definitely make a surprise appearance at the restaurant later. He'll find no run into little master's wife. Both girls shared a knowing smile. Meanwhile, in a girl's room, someone was idly flipping through a book. Suddenly sneezed for no apparent reason. Ye Xun rubbed his slightly itchy nose, then, as if moved by some inner feeling, put down the book and walked to the window. But by then, the two girls were long gone from downstairs. All Ye Xun could see was the empty fountain. In a villa within a high-end residential area in North City, Tan Xiao locked himself in his room, emptied his entire wardrobe onto the bed. He began trying them on one by one. A custom-tailored Armani suit, handcrafted calfskin leather shoes. Tan Xiao glanced at each item before wearing them, only to shake his head. Tacky. That was Tan Xiao's verdict on the suit. Next, he tried on a dark gray one, but shook his head again. Flashy red, solemn black, understated gray, playful blue, none of them satisfied Tan Xiao. Finally, after trying on every single garment, he flopped onto the sofa and grabbed the phone to call his old man. The moment the call connected, before the other end could even speak, he dropped a bombshell. Dad, I've got nothing to wear. Send me another 200 suits. Chapter 105, Kill Ye Xun. The outcome of that statement was obvious. He didn't get the 200 suits he'd hoped for. Instead, he received a low growl, barely suppressing anger. Get lost. After uttering those words, Tan Jingdong hung up on his son without a second thought. Why get so angry? No matter how disappointing he is, he's still my own flesh and blood. Tan Jingdong glanced at the person across from him, his face cold as he spoke. 5 minutes ago, I think I just asked you to step outside. Across from him on the sofa sat a tall, slender man. His feet were clad in a pair of shoes polished to a mirror-like shine, their brand unidentifiable. Slightly loose suit pants covered his ankles. Embroidered in gold thread on the chest of his black suit jacket was a qilin treading on auspicious clouds. Come on, a guest from afar is a guest indeed. How could you send someone away after just 2 sips of water? Tan Jingdong merely glanced at him before lowering his head to continue reviewing the documents in his hands. He had no intention of acknowledging him. The man didn't seem in a hurry. He reached into his collar and pulled out a red peace and blessings charm. He rubbed it gently. Your son seems quite interested in that woman. What business is that of yours? It's none of my business. I'm just reminding you only the living deserve to be interested. The moment the words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the office grew oppressively heavy. Tan Jingdong lifted his head and fixed a piercing gaze on the man across from him. His peak internal strength was on full display. Yet the man remained seated with unruffled composure, his hands never ceasing their movements. Is this the despicable method the young divine lord of God Demon Island uses to recruit followers? Tan Jingdong's voice was icy, tinged with a threat of anger. Zhang Shuai tucked the amulet back into his chest, rose with a smile, and approached Tan Jingdong. Who told you I came on behalf of the young divine lord of the divine demon island? Tan Jingdong stared at the man before him in disbelief upon hearing those words. Just minutes earlier, Zhang Shuai had suddenly appeared in his office. Tan Jingdong hadn't even noticed how Zhang Shuai had entered the room. As the wealthiest man in Donglin City, his office appeared to have no security measures on the surface. In reality, the office was rigged with over 100 traps. Any cultivator below the qi refining stage who entered would face certain death. After all, having climbed to his current position, there were no shortage of people who wanted Tan Jingdong dead. Had he been even slightly careless, he likely would have met his end in the most unexpected of ways. Yet when Zhang Shuai burst into the office, Tan Jingdong attempted to activate the traps. To his astonishment, all the traps seemed to have gone on strike simultaneously. No matter how he manipulated them, there was not a single response.
Fortunately, the Qilin emblem on Zhang Shuai's chest allowed Tan Jingong to recognize him as one of the Divine Demon Island's men.
Only then did he relax.
Just days prior, he had shared a meal with Ye Xun. Though he'd managed to offend Ye Xun again shortly after, Ye Xun had already said he wouldn't hold it against him.
Aside from demanding half the shares, there hadn't been any real punishment.
Not only that, Ye Xun had even magnanimously allowed his son the chance to pursue his girlfriend. Though the idea sounded absurd, Tan Jingong had repeatedly warned his son never to pursue Su Zhixin. But if Tan Xiao were the obedient type, he wouldn't be Tan Xiao. The moment his father finished speaking, Tan Xiao promptly asked Su Zhixin out. But that wasn't the most important part. What mattered more was that Ye Xun, despite knowing about it, said nothing. This was what finally put Tan Jingong's mind at ease. Zhang Shuai entered the office, glanced around, and then smiled as he spoke. "Relax, I'm not here to kill you. I'm here to recruit you." Though Tan Jingong felt relieved, he also found it highly peculiar. But upon reflection, recent events began to make perfect sense. If Ye Xun hadn't intended to win him over, how could he have been so magnanimous? After all, it would still take some time before he could truly become the Divine Lord of God Demon Island. During this period, building up his own network of connections was absolutely essential. With this realization, Tan Jingong sat down with Zhang Shuai for a few minutes of conversation. Yet the more they spoke, the more he sensed Zhang Shuai, or rather, Ye Xun, lacked any genuine sincerity. He decided it was pointless to continue the conversation. It was precisely at this moment that Tan Xiao called. "But now." "What do you mean?" Tan Jingong was genuinely starting to feel afraid. He had unconsciously overlooked one crucial detail earlier. If Zhang Shuai was here to recruit him on Ye Xun's behalf, it shouldn't have happened in his office. And he certainly shouldn't have appeared here without so much as a word. "Don't be nervous. I'm here to recruit you on my own behalf. To put it plainly, I have a plan in the works and want to invite you to join me." Hearing this, Tan Jingong felt a wave of unease wash over him. What kind of plan? After a moment's hesitation, he mustered his courage and asked. Since the other party was inviting him to join, whatever it was, he deserved at least some information first. Zhang Shuai smiled faintly, pulling the amulet from beneath his collar and running his fingers over it. Godslayer. Clatter. Snap. Thud. Three distinct sounds echoed simultaneously as Tan Jingong slumped back into his chair, staring blankly at the shattered glass fragments and water stains on the floor. Two simple words, yet their meaning weighed as heavy as a mountain. In the entire cultivation world, only a handful could ever be honored with the title God. The most renowned among them was undoubtedly the Divine Lord of the Divine Demon Island, though he was currently far away on that very island. Next came Ye Xun, known as the Young Divine Lord. Did Mr. Tan not understand? Then let me make it clearer. Zhang Shuai's face held a faint smile as he gently rubbed the amulet in his hand, speaking each word deliberately. "Kill Ye Xun." Tan Jingdong's jaw dropped wide enough to fit a goose egg, his face frozen in shock as he stared at the man before him. That was the young Divine Lord of the Divine Demon Island. Killing him would stir up unimaginable trouble. Tan Jingong couldn't even fathom the consequences. You. Tan Jingong extended a trembling finger toward Zhang Shuai, his voice caught in his throat for a long moment, unable to form a single word. His heart was already filled to the brim with shock and terror. Yet Zhang Shuai wore an expression of utter indifference, his face perpetually crinkled in a smile. "No rush, Mr. Tan. You can give me your answer tomorrow. As for tonight, just sit back and enjoy the show." With that, Zhang Shuai turned and walked straight out of the office. No one dared to stand in his way. Chapter 106, Strolling Down the Long Street. Tan Jingong sat frozen in his seat, his body numb with cold. He even wondered if he'd been caught in a nightmare that waking up would restore everything to normal. But the shattered glass cup and the tea spilled across the floor reminded him that this was reality. After a long while, Tan Jingong shuddered violently, unconsciously tugging at his suit. "Hey, old Hong." The moment the call connected, Tan Jingong blurted out impatiently. His voice trembled slightly, tinged with fear. "What's wrong?" Hong Tai on the other end was taken aback by the tone. After all, Tan Jingong was Donglin City's wealthiest man, and his own capabilities were no slouch. In a certain sense, Hong Tai was the undisputed kingpin of Donglin City's underworld. Tan Jingong was merely the king of the surface world. Apart from the young god, Ye Xun, there were few who could instill fear in them. No, it's more like there's absolutely none. "Hey, old Hong, got time tonight? Let's grab a bite." Tan Jingong swallowed hard, glanced around left and right, then spoke. His voice was hushed, growing fainter as he spoke. Had Hong Tai not been a late-stage internal energy cultivator himself, he might not have caught a single word. "Old Tan, what's wrong with you?" A flicker of anxiety crossed Tan Jingong's face as he nearly growled the words. "Do you have time?" "Yes. I'm impressed. Just tell me where." "The usual spot." "Let's go now." Hong Tai raised an eyebrow, slightly puzzled. "Now? So urgent?" Tan Jingong didn't even bother to answer. He just hung up. Hong Tai stared blankly at the phone, now only emitting a busy tone, his mind filled with questions.
North City, at the entrance of a villa in the residential area. So, how do I look in this outfit? Pretty sharp, huh?
Tan Xiao tugged at his suit, spun around, and asked, sounding a bit unsure.
Handsome. Absolutely stunning.
The sycophants surrounding him flattered their young master with fawning compliments.
Really? That's good. Alright, you guys can head back now. With that, Tan Xiao slid straight into the driver's seat.
The sycophants who had been trailing him froze in place, exchanging bewildered glances. It took them a long while to process what had just happened.
Young master, you.
One of them, who looked like the butler, rushed out of the villa. Ignoring the henchman, he dashed to the front of the car.
It's fine, old Fei. I'm not a child anymore. Can't I go out on my own?
Tan Xiao flashed a bright smile and even teased him a bit, which was extremely rare. Hearing his words, old Fei's face betrayed a hint of hesitation. In the past, Tan Xiao might have lingered for a few more words with this Mr. Fei.
But not now.
Even if she was only driving an ordinary BMW, if old Fei truly forbade him from going,
he wouldn't be able to escape.
Tonight, Tan Xiao had already mapped out his plan to reclaim all the face he'd lost last night. He intended to rebuild a shining image in Su Zhixin's heart. Of course, if he knew that Ye Xun had already left an irreplaceable mark in Su Zhixin's heart,
he wouldn't be so naive.
But that was all water under the bridge now. By the time old Fei snapped back to reality, Tan Xiao had already sped off in his car. All he could see were the taillights of that BMW vanishing into the distance.
Ah, this child. Mr. Fei sighed and shook his head. Let's hope he's serious this time. West City, on some unnamed side street.
Every city has a place that mirrors the lives of its ordinary people.
There, neither the glitz and glamour of the wealthy nor the wretched cries of the destitute could be found.
Only the rich aroma of the marketplace lingers, and weary people fill the streets. Tan Xiao and Su Zhixin strolled along this long street. The clamor of street vendors' shouts, car horns, and the raucous calls of drinking games mingled together. Tan Xiao seemed like a man who had lived deep in the mountains for too long, marveling at everything he saw. He pointed at this, touched that, excited like a child. Su Zhixin, however, remained largely unresponsive, lost in thought the entire way. Every so often, she glanced back over her shoulder, as if waiting for someone to appear.
Hey, did you see that just now?
That one was my favorite, but too bad the guy wasn't paying attention. As Su Zhixin passed by a pair of girlfriends, she overheard this snippet of conversation.
She instinctively glanced back.
But the street was packed with people, and all she saw were unfamiliar faces. Su Zhixin turned back, a fleeting hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Tan Xiao, oblivious to the girl beside him, was as cheerful as a fish in water. He was standing before a stall, holding a beautifully crafted hairpin.
15, just 15. Not a penny more.
Tan Xiao was fiercely determined, as if what he held wasn't a hairpin but the most precious treasure in the world. The vendor wore an exasperated expression.
Young man, 15 really won't cut it. That won't even cover my cost price.
The vendor had seen it all today. I've seen jerks before, but never one this despicable. If it weren't illegal to beat someone up, he couldn't afford to pay for the damage to his small business.
He would have beaten that bastard Tan Xiao senseless ages ago.
As Tan Xiao and the other guy haggled back and forth, more and more people gathered around the stall owner's spot. Su Zhixin turned around and realized Tan Xiao was gone, startling her.
After all, he'd come out because of her.
If anything happened to him, she wouldn't be able to explain it to Tan Jinggong. Glancing around without spotting him, Su Zhixin prepared to search ahead.
So you can haggle like that? Today really opened my eyes.
No wonder it was the first time she'd seen someone start at 105 and get it down to 15.
This wasn't bargaining, it was cutting someone down to size.
Overhearing the bystanders' chatter, Su Zhixin instinctively thought, this must be Tan Xiao.
Excuse me, please make way.
After exerting tremendous effort, Su Zhixin finally squeezed her way to the front row. Sure enough, Tan Xiao was holding a bunch of hairpins, spitting everywhere, completely disregarding his image. Seeing this, Su Zhixin couldn't help but cover her face with her hands and turn to leave.
How embarrassing. Absolutely mortifying.
She simply couldn't fathom how the son of the wealthiest man in the country could.
Last night's incident could be explained away as a momentary impulse, and Su Zhixin could understand that. But today's behavior? That Su Zhixin simply couldn't comprehend. Tan Xiao.
Tan Xiao turned around the moment he heard that familiar voice.
Hey, Sister Zhixin.
Honestly, Su Zhixin desperately wanted to grab Tan Xiao by the ear and flee this place immediately. She could distinctly feel countless curious eyes turning her way as Tan Xiao's voice fell. But Su Zhixin didn't notice that among the crowd, one gaze held a faint glint of murderous intent.
You're his sister, right? You tell him off. Chapter 107, The Bargaining Fiasco.
Before the owner could finish his sentence, Tan Xiao shot him a warning glare. The shopkeeper immediately fell silent, not daring to utter another word. Seeing the shopkeeper's reaction, Su Zhixin knew Tan Xiao was the one causing trouble behind the scenes. Her delicate hand shot out, pinching the soft flesh on Tan Xiao's waist with pinpoint accuracy. A gentle twist followed. Ouch! Tan Xiao sucked in a sharp breath, his face contorting in pain. Brother, apologize to the owner right now. Su Zhixin spoke, but her grip didn't loosen an inch. Tan Xiao gritted his teeth to stifle the pain, refusing to cry out. But he still grimaced, apologizing with his mouth while his expression looked like he wanted to devour the boss alive. The boss stifled a smile, waving his hand as casually as possible and muttered, "It's fine. Brother, the boss is being so magnanimous. Aren't you going to show some appreciation?" Su Zhixin crossed her arms, smiling warmly at Tan Xiao beside her. At her words, Tan Xiao's pain-twisted face instantly broke into a dazzling smile. "Sis is right. Boss, give me 10 sticks at the price you just quoted, different colors, please." Tan Xiao waved his hand generously, ordering 10 without even haggling. Keep in mind that one stick originally cost 105 yuan, so 10 sticks would be 1,050 yuan. Forget Tan Xiao's absurd earlier haggling. Even a normal person wouldn't spend over 1,000 yuan on 10 hairpins. Wouldn't spend over 1,000 on 10 hairpins. It's not like they're burning money. The moment Tan Xiao's words fell, everyone stared at the two of them with strange looks. Especially the shopkeeper. His eyes held not just suspicion and contempt, but also a hint of excitement. If this deal went through, the shopkeeper could close up shop for half a month and still be fine. My brother was just joking, everyone. Please disperse now. Su Zhixin forced herself to resist the urge to distance herself from Tan Xiao, clasping her hands in a bow. The crowd had gathered quickly and dispersed just as fast. In an instant, few people were paying attention to this corner anymore. Sis! Shut up! Tian Xiao was snapped at, and like a little puppy, he obediently shut his mouth. Miss, this hairpin. The shopkeeper's expression held a hint of disappointment, yet he remained courteous. Ah, how much is this hairpin? We'll take one. Ah, 105. After the shopkeeper quoted the price, Su Zhixin and Tan Xiao exchanged a look. A few seconds later, Su Zhixin sighed. 101. Keep the change. With that, Su Zhixin grabbed the hairpin and hurried away. Sigh, what kind of karma did I build up in my past life? It's bad enough that my own man is an idiot, but now my cheapskate younger brother is an idiot too. This is just ridiculous. Su Zhixin quickened her pace, her anger mounting with every step. Tan Xiao kept his head down, trailing closely behind her. Neither of them noticed the figure in black robes lurking not far behind. He kept a steady distance, his wide cloak bulging beneath. The only part exposed to the air. A pair of eyes glared at the two ahead, gradually narrowing into slits. Yukalai, a modest little restaurant. Still, it was considered decent for the western part of the city, with meals costing at least several hundred yuan. Inside, the place was nearly empty. A few waitstaff leaned lazily against the counter, chatting idly. Welcome, honored guests. Noticing someone enter, the waitstaff merely straightened their backs slightly. They called out in a half-hearted voice. Tan Xiao had deliberately chosen an exceptionally low-key outfit today. More crucially, it was merely a set of casual clothes. Not a single suit in his wardrobe had caught his eye. He felt wearing any of them out with Su Zhixin would be overly formal, making the atmosphere feel stifling. But who would have thought that Tan Xiao, who had intended to keep a low profile, would be completely ignored by such a lowly waiter? Having been pampered since childhood, Tan Xiao, a true second-generation heir, couldn't possibly tolerate such disrespect. He was about to explode. But Su Zhixin grabbed his arm from the side, shooting him a warning glare. Tan Xiao instantly wilted, the tiny spark of defiance he'd mustered vanishing into thin air. Strangely enough, even Tan Jingdong had little sway over his son. 9 out of 10 admonishments went in one ear and out the other. Yet when it came to Su Zhixin, Tan Xiao transformed completely. Whatever she said, he obeyed. Not only was there no hint of defiance, but his execution speed surpassed even his usual rush to the bar. It was nothing short of strict obedience. Su Zhixin didn't take Tan Xiao to a private room. They simply found a spot in the main hall. Though seemingly casual, this spot allowed them to keep an eye on the entrance at all times. Likewise, anyone entering the door would immediately spot them. Sir, ma'am, here's the menu. Even with the waiter's forced smile, Su Zhixin could sense his reluctance. It seemed their arrival had interrupted the server's plans for something else. Su Zhixin smiled faintly, took the menu, but didn't bother to look at it. She placed it directly on the table. Tan Xiao flipped through the menu incessantly, as if searching for something within its thin pages. His brow furrowed as he flipped through the pages faster and faster. Time ticked by, and the waiter who had been standing nearby began to grow impatient. Yet Su Zhixin remained seated, waiting quietly, her gaze drifting toward the entrance from time to time. It should be about time now. Oh, so much time had passed. I wonder what expression will cross his face when he brings me here. Anger? Or regret? No, none of that seemed likely. The most probable outcome was that his face would show no expression at all. At most, maybe a faint smile. That block of wood has zero emotional intelligence. He'd never grasp something this complicated. Maybe I should just tell him what I'm thinking after I get back, so we don't all end up exhausted like this.
No telling him now? What if he does it again next time?
When people have free time, their minds tend to wander and fill with all sorts of thoughts.
Especially when waiting for someone.
Su Zhixin was in precisely that state now, her mind swirling with all sorts of thoughts. Yet every single one of those thoughts revolved around Ye Xun. Su Zhixin was like a spinning top, and Ye Xun was its center point. No matter how wildly the top spun, it could never stray from its center, just as Su Zhixin's thoughts, no matter how far-reaching, never strayed from Ye Xun. She couldn't tell how much time had passed when suddenly, a sharp prick like a needle piercing her felt on her back. She instinctively turned to look behind her. Behind their seats was a glass wall, and beyond that glass lay the very street they had just strolled down. The street remained bustling with people, though the occasional glance drifted their way before quickly shifting away. Chapter 108, The Ambush. Su Zhixin glanced at the flow of people outside the window, a strange expression flickering across her face. But the girl didn't notice anything unusual and turned her head back. In that very instant she turned her head back, a figure clad in black robes and clutching a sniper rifle. The man's entire face was concealed by the hood, discernible only as a sturdy build. The man's entire face was concealed by a hood, leaving only his robust build as a faint clue to his gender. He clutched the sniper rifle, struggling to control his breathing. Just moments ago, he had nearly been spotted. Had the girl inside the restaurant lifted her head, she would have seen him. This was an unprecedented occurrence, and the man's heart began to tremble slightly. But it wasn't fear, it was excitement. While Su Zhixin was distracted, 3 or 4 waitstaff had already rotated through. Now standing beside them wasn't even a waiter anymore. Instead, it was the manager of the restaurant. "Sir, please don't make things difficult for us." A hint of displeasure flashed across the manager's face, though his words remained polite. But there was also a hint of wanting to send them away. Upon hearing this, Su Zhixin instinctively turned her gaze toward Tan Xiao across from her. It wasn't her fault that she immediately suspected Tan Xiao. After all, this kind of thing was so very much Tan Xiao's style. He wasn't the type to hesitate, he'd do something like this without a second thought. Still, with outsiders present, Su Zhixin felt she should spare Tan Xiao some face. "Excuse me, but I think there's been a misunderstanding." The manager's expression turned slightly awkward as he looked at Su Zhixin. Feeling slightly awkward under his gaze, the girl cleared her throat softly. "Ma'am, you must not have heard earlier. Your gentleman companion just requested that we stew young chicken with mushrooms and pine deer antler." Su Zhixin had intended to take a sip of water to ease her awkwardness, but upon hearing this remark, she couldn't help but spit it out. Pine deer antler stewed with chicken and mushrooms? What kind of inhumane dish is that? Tan Xiao kept his head down, playing with the tablecloth beneath the table while muttering under his breath. "It's not like it can't be made. Besides, I already said I'd provide the pine deer antler. If you don't even have chicken and mushrooms, what kind of restaurant are you running?" Su Zhixin shot him a glare, her emotions churning. She was beginning to think agreeing to dinner with Tan Xiao tonight was a colossal mistake. Before Ye Xun even arrived, Tan Xiao was already driving her to the brink of frustration. This guy had a knack for stirring up trouble way too quickly. "I'll order fish-flavored shredded pork, for delights meatballs, steamed 8 treasure duck, and a bowl of clam soup." After selecting a few more conventional dishes from the menu, Su Zhixin handed both their orders back to the manager. "Thank you for your trouble." The girl's politeness made the manager feel awkward instead, and he gave an embarrassed smile. After exchanging a few polite words and apologizing, the manager left. "Tan Xiao." After the manager left, Su Zhixin called out in a cold tone. She needed to give this big boy a good talking to. He wasn't just bad at socializing anymore. He seemed to have lost even the basic ability to communicate with normal people. Tan Xiao, who knew where he'd picked it up, lifted his head, his face etched with hurt and pitiable innocence. "Sister Zhixin." His large eyes were misty, as if tears would well up and spill over at any moment. Su Zhixin froze for a moment, her expression softening instinctively. But she quickly stiffened her expression again. "Cut the act. It won't work." Though she said that, girls are naturally soft-hearted. She couldn't bear to see such a scene. If Ye Xun could master this skill, no matter how grave his mistakes might be, Su Zhixin would soften her heart and forgive him. Unfortunately, if Ye Xun could learn it, he wouldn't be Ye Xun anymore. "Sis Zhixin, you know I didn't mean it. My mom did this to me when I was little, how was I supposed to know they wouldn't?" Tan Xiao's words were filled with such a pitiable, aggrieved tone, tinged with a hint of bitterness. For an emotional girl, it was indeed devastating. Take Su Zhixin, for instance. She'd been about to scold him, but the words on her lips softened into, "Sis, I didn't mean it that way. It's just that outside isn't like home. Sometimes you have to be more careful with what you say and do, you know?" "Yeah, I get it, Sister Zhixin." Looking at the boy before her, Su Zhixin suddenly felt a wave of intense guilt wash over her. "Tan Xiao, little brother, you must understand you can only ever be my little brother. Do you understand?"
Tan Xiao froze, momentarily unable to process her words. Wasn't the previous segment supposed to be a heartwarming scene of a sister scolding her little brother? How could it shift like this in less than a second? Tan Xiao couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped trying. With stubborn determination, he murmured softly. But you two aren't even married yet. He didn't continue, but his stance was clear. What Tan Xiao didn't say was, even if you were married. On your wedding day, I'd break the axle of your wedding carriage and forcibly snatch the bride away. Su Zhixin looked at the boy before her and suddenly felt he bore a striking resemblance to Ye Xun. Back then, Ye Xun wasn't nearly as formidable as he was now. That time he stood before her. He had protected her, only to end up with a black eye and a swollen face. 7 or 8 chubby boys surrounded him, punching and kicking him relentlessly. Yet until the very end, he kept roaring that same line. You bunch of losers, come at me if you've got the guts. Recalling those days, Su Zhixin's lips curved upward involuntarily, leaving Tan Xiao momentarily stunned. A hint of jealousy flickered in his eyes. He knew full well that smile had nothing to do with him, so while he felt envy, there was no trace of anger. The atmosphere in the restaurant grew increasingly tense. Both the boy and the girl harbored feelings for someone else. Both stubbornly refusing to let go. After an unknown amount of time, Su Zhixin stood up. Tan Xiao, who had been looking down, lifted his head upon hearing the movement. The girl opened her mouth as if to speak, but the next second, she saw terror written all over the boy's face across from her. Duck! Tan Xiao only managed to shout those 2 words before a .3006 bullet whizzed past Su Zhixin's scalp. Bang! Crash! The gunshot and the shattering vase echoed almost simultaneously, freezing everyone in the restaurant in place. Run! What the hell are you standing there for? Tan Xiao displayed astonishing composure in that moment, dragging Su Zhixin toward the exit while bellowing. Chapter 109, Assassination and Escape. Before Su Zhixin could even process what was happening, a second bullet whistled through the air toward them. Tan Xiao slammed Su Zhixin's head down, forcing them both to the floor. The bullet whizzed past the top of Su Zhixin's head, striking the wall in front of her. Su Zhixin felt the heat radiating from above, but her throat felt blocked, preventing any sound from escaping. Not a sound escaped her lips. The crowd on the street had long since descended into chaos, shrill screams mingling with children's cries. Tan Xiao crouched low, dragging Su Zhixin as he charged into the crowd. Though he didn't know the sniper's exact position, he understood one thing. Even the most skilled sniper wouldn't dare fire in the densest part of the crowd. Accuracy aside, if they accidentally hit some poor soul, the situation would spiral out of control instantly. Tan Xiao dragged Su Zhixin through the throng, desperately pushing against the flow of people. His priority was to get them out of here first, find a relatively safe spot, and call Ye Xun. Though he hated to admit it, the gravity of the situation was now beyond Tan Xiao's ability to handle alone. Bang! The gunshot echoed, and Tan Xiao's face froze in horror. With a sharp tug, he yanked Su Zhixin toward him. The bullet whizzed past, leaving a bloody gash across his face. Bright red blood dripped steadily, sending shivers down everyone's spine. The crowd on the street descended into even greater chaos upon witnessing this scene. Some who stumbled didn't even have time to get back up before being trampled to death by the panicked crowd. Tan Xiao had no time for hesitation. With both hands, he pulled the beautiful young woman into his embrace. Her soft, fragrant body pressed against him, a faint scent lingering at his nose, but Tan Xiao had no time to notice such things. He swept his arms around her, clutching Su Zhixin as he charged forward. Chaos reigned in the crowd, trampling incidents erupted frequently, and cries of distress mingled with screams, creating a deafening din that unsettled Tan Xiao. With every step, he had to shift direction to evade the ghostly figures closing in. Bullets fired from who knows where. How could this happen? How dare these people? Tan Xiao listened to the relentless whistling of bullets tearing through the air, his shock growing with each passing moment. He had assumed that snipers lurking in ambush, no matter what, wouldn't fire indiscriminately into the chaotic crowd. This was no longer a matter of whether they could kill their targets. All snipers, except for terrorists, must adhere to 3 fundamental rules. Do not fire once the target has surrendered. Do not fire into a chaotic crowd unless absolutely necessary. Do not harm innocent civilians. Though these 3 principles were trampled underfoot during wartime, peace has endured for so long now. Virtually everyone has reinstated these 3 principles. Except for terrorists, any sniper would instinctively adhere to them. Put me down. They're probably targeting me. Su Zhixin, held in his arms, gazed at the man before her, breathless from running yet daring not to pause for a single step. She said with a smile on her face. She wasn't stupid. Ever since they were in the restaurant, every move she made had drawn a bullet. If that sniper hadn't been targeting her, it would have been impossible. Tan Xiao seemed oblivious to Su Zhixin's words, continuing to move at high speed while holding the girl. You won't last much longer. Put me down, you. Shut up. For the first time, Tan Xiao yelled at Su Zhixin, yet his tone was filled with frantic anxiety. He was like a boy about to have his cherished toy snatched away. To protect his toy, the boy was willing to sacrifice his own life. Then put me down. We'll run faster together, Su Zhixin said once more. Tan Xiao pulled back his already stepping foot, spun around in place, and narrowly dodged a bullet. He roared with his mouth wide open. Shut up! Shut up! I'll never abandon you, never. A resolute look flashed across Tan Xiao's face. He grabbed a chair and hurled it backward. Simultaneously, he thrust his feet off the ground, propelling himself forward like a leaping cheetah. The sniper, who had already changed positions several times, watched the fleeing couple through his scope. He couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Damn, what a hassle! As he spoke, he drew a box of bullets from the buckle of his trench coat. This box of bullets was entirely different from the previous ones. If anyone from the cultivation world were present, they would instantly recognize these bullets. If anyone from the cultivation world were standing here, they would instantly recognize these bullets. Silver Cross sniper rounds. The most commonly used sniper rounds among Tianfu assassins. Sniping is generally ineffective against true cultivators, who can evade bullets from 100 meters away using perception alone. Some truly powerful individuals could even sense a gun pointed at them from 500 meters away. The Silver Cross bullet precisely addresses this weakness in assassins' capabilities. Embedded within the bullet is a tiny chip that automatically tracks and locks onto its target. It functions much like a precision-guided missile. Moreover, these bullets feature a cross-shaped blood groove. Even a glancing blow. No matter how high their cultivation level, it would be difficult to fully heal in a short time. However, no matter how formidable, it remains just a bullet capable of being sliced cleanly in two by a powerful cultivator. But that wasn't the issue at all right now. No matter how skilled Tan Xiao was, he hadn't reached the qi cultivation stage, nor even the early stages of internal force cultivation. The instant the man in the trenchcoat loaded this bullet, Tan Xiao felt an inexplicable chill run through him. A palpable threat of death instantly spread throughout his body. He instinctively quickened his pace and began searching for cover that could block the sniper rifle's bullets. He didn't know if it would help, but Tan Xiao didn't care. Survival was the only thing that mattered. Half a minute later, the man in the trenchcoat let out another soft click. Tan Xiao's tactics had indeed been effective. The man had repeatedly aimed at the two of them. But because Tan Xiao had ducked behind cover a split second earlier, the man had yet to fire. Wild wolf, this is Flying Eagle. Acknowledge and respond. Wild wolf copy. Eagle, go ahead. Prey has entered the encirclement. Repeat, prey has entered the encirclement. As soon as the words left his mouth, the man in the trenchcoat abruptly cut the communication, pulling a miniature earpiece from his ear. He tossed it to the ground and stomped on it several times. Only after completing these actions did he stride away. Chapter 110, Amaterasu. Tan Xiao held Su Zhixin's hand, leaning against the wall as he cautiously turned his head. He poked his head out slightly, his eyes scanning up and down. The street was now completely deserted, save for the brightly lit buildings. The entire avenue was utterly silent, a stillness that felt eerily unnatural. Tan Xiao felt a twinge of unease, but he couldn't venture out. What if this was just a trap? Stepping out would mean walking straight into the enemy's trap. Tan Xiao, you really don't need to worry about me. Go back. Before Su Zhixin could finish her sentence, Tan Xiao had already turned to look at her. The look in his eyes felt unfamiliar to Su Zhixin, as if she were seeing this man before her for the first time. The emotions in that gaze were too complex for Su Zhixin to fathom. Don't worry. I'll call him right now. He should be here soon. After a long silence, Tan Xiao finally uttered these words. His voice sounded so low and desolate, like a stray dog soaked by rain, homeless and abandoned. It was the same feeling as being kicked out the door once again. Su Zhixin wanted to say something, but all the words choked in her throat. All she could do now was remain silent. Perhaps only by saying nothing could she preserve a shred of dignity for the boy before her. Beep. After a brief busy tone, a familiar voice came through the phone. Hello. But the voice belonged not to Ye Xun, but to a two. Yes, Tan Xiao didn't have Ye Xun's number, so he could only call a two first and ask him to relay the message. Ah, two, it's Tan Xiao. Wait. Before he could finish speaking, a flash of silver light erupted from behind Su Zhixin. Its target was the girl's back. Crack. Tan Xiao didn't even have time to think. He flung the phone in his hand away. Simultaneously, he bent his knees slightly, propelling himself forward like a spring. The assassin clearly hadn't reacted in time, driving the blade straight into the phone. Unsurprisingly, the phone was pierced with a large hole. 3 seconds after the battery was damaged, the phone immediately exploded. The flash of the explosion illuminated the dark corner, allowing Tan Xiao to clearly see the assassin's face. Tianfu's people? Upon seeing the assassin's face, Tan Xiao instinctively froze for half a second. His footsteps halted abruptly as he murmured under his breath. While everyone else froze in shock, Su Zhixin, the young woman, not only didn't flee. Instead, she turned and charged straight at the assassin. The distance between her and the assassin was already less than 50 centimeters. At such close quarters,
Even if Tan Xiao tried to stop her, it would have been utterly impossible.
Zixin. Tan Xiao lunged forward in a single stride, frantically accelerating like a madman. Yet the girl was clearly faster. She seized the assassin's wrist. With a sudden burst of force, she tried to twist the assassin's wrist back. The dagger held in the restrained hand glinted in the light, inch by inch closing in on her heart.
Had enough fun, miss?
Su Zhixin, who had witnessed the scene and believed success was imminent.
Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed from above her.
The girl instantly realized she'd made a grave mistake and tried to break free. Unfortunately, it was already too late.
The assassin effortlessly pressed the blade against Su Zhixin's neck, his voice dripping with scorn.
Don't move. I really have to thank you, miss. If you hadn't walked right into my trap, I might have had to put in a bit more effort. When Su Zhixin heard Tan Zhao's words, she assumed the assassin wasn't particularly skilled, just an ordinary person.
Back at the Supreme Club, she had chatted with some staff members about the name Tianfu. It was said to be an assassin organization, but whenever these staff members mentioned it, they always did so with utter contempt. So Su Zhixin subconsciously assumed Tianfu was just a slightly more formidable terrorist group. The rank-and-file staff at the Supreme Club were only at the early or mid-stage of external strength cultivation. Even when discussing the Tianfu organization, they would naturally reveal their contempt. No wonder Su Zhixin had misunderstood. Early external energy practitioners, while not yet considered true cultivators, were still significantly stronger than ordinary people. At the very least, they could rival professional boxers.
Su Zhixin was at the initial stage of external force, which explained his seemingly outrageous behavior. What exactly do you want?
Tan Xiao stood obediently in place, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at the assassin. His tone was icy. The assassin seemed utterly indifferent to his tone, maintaining that same mocking voice.
Me? I want nothing.
Our employer simply takes a particular interest in this young lady. Tan Xiao clenched his fists until they cracked, yet he dared not make a single move. Su Zhixin was still in their hands. What if? He dared not imagine the consequences of acting rashly, forcing himself to obey. After all, not everyone possessed Ye Xun's godlike strength, nor could everyone pinpoint their opponent's weaknesses and turn the tables when facing a formidable foe.
Could pinpoint their opponent's weakness and turn defeat into victory.
Seeing Tan Xiao frozen in place, not daring to move an inch, the assassin's face grew even more mocking.
TSK, don't glare at me like I'm your mortal enemy. I'm not the one after this lady. Who hired you?
Hearing this, the assassin scoffed and dug into his ear.
What's that? I didn't quite catch that. Tan Xiao wasted no more words, instantly raising his entire aura.
The assassin saw this but said nothing. He simply grabbed Su Zhixin and dragged her away. Tan Xiao remained rooted to the spot, his fingers clenched so tightly they turned white, watching helplessly as Su Zhixin was led away by the assassin. After an unknown amount of time, he finally turned and left the place in quick strides.
Supreme Club, Xia Yutong's office. Say that again?
Ye Xun's voice was as cold as ice, his eyes bloodshot, as if he might lash out violently at any moment. Yet Tan Xiao, standing opposite him, showed not a hint of fear. Instead, he spoke slowly and deliberately.
Ye Xun has been taken away by the Tianfu people. Thud.
Ye Xun slammed his fist onto the table before him, spiderweb cracks instantly spreading across its surface.
The next second, the entire table shattered into countless fragments. Yutong, bring me the Amaterasu.
Xia Yutong silently acknowledged the order before turning and leaving the office. Before long, she returned, cradling a sword as black as ink in her arms.
Chapter 111, Demanding a Hostage. Stay right here. Don't go anywhere until tomorrow morning.
Ye Xun took the sword from Xia Yutong's hands and spoke coldly. Xia Yutong opened her mouth as if to speak, but closed it again. Ye Xun selected the highest performance vehicle in the garage, opened the door, and placed Amaterasu on the passenger seat. As the engine roared to life, Ye Xun's gaze grew increasingly icy. He slammed his foot on the accelerator, and the car shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. Donglin City was a fairly bustling metropolis, and it wasn't particularly late yet. Traffic flowed steadily along the streets, and crowds of people filled the sidewalks. Logically, the speed limit on such city roads should never exceed 50. But Ye Xun paid no heed whatsoever, his foot never lifting from the accelerator.
The Bugatti Veyron maintained a steady speed of around 200 km/h. Its jet-black body gleamed like the Amaterasu sword resting on the passenger seat. Weaving through the crowd, everyone could only catch a glimpse of a dark streak of lightning gliding past them. Meanwhile, Gu Yaxuan was also swamped with work. After school that evening, the moment she arrived home, Gu Yaxuan saw her frail mother. She staggered toward the back door, seemingly intent on cooking dinner. Mom! Seeing this, Gu Yaxuan quickly tossed her school bag aside. She practically ran over in 2 strides, reaching out to support Li Wan. Mom, you have a fever? The moment Gu Yaxuan touched Li Wan, it felt like her hands had been scorched by a red-hot branding iron. Hearing her daughter's words, Li Wan forced a smile. I'm fine, Mom. Hungry? There's some leftover rice from this afternoon. I'll heat it up.
Saying this, Li Wan tried to continue walking forward. But after taking just one step, the world before her eyes began to sway violently.
Gu Yaxuan quickly caught her mother again, her voice tinged with urgency. Mom, you're already this sick. Don't push yourself. Rest for a bit. I'll find the thermometer. Without waiting for Li Wan's consent, Gu Yaxuan guided him into a tiny bedroom. She laid Li Wan down on an antique high-low bed.
The woman lying on the bed turned her head to glance at Gu Yaxuan, who was searching for the thermometer. A faint, comforted smile touched her somewhat pale face.
Mom, take your temperature first. I'll go make some kanji. With that, Gu Yaxuan hurried out of the room.
Li Wan wanted to call out to her, but she no longer had the strength.
Brother Wang? Brother Wang?
Gu Yaxuan called out twice, but when no one answered, she felt a bit puzzled. She hurried to the kitchen to cook some kanji.
39.7 degrees. Mom, you have quite a fever.
Gu Yaxuan stared at the thermometer reading, a jolt of alarm running through her. He couldn't even recall the last time his mother had been this seriously ill. Especially since Li Wan had always been in robust health. Just this morning she'd still been able to take Wang Bing to familiarize him with the restocking process.
How could he suddenly fall ill after coming home tonight? Gu Yaxuan held the thermometer in her hand, utterly perplexed.
After a few seconds, she shook her head, tucked the blanket around her mother in bed, and spoke softly.
Mom, get some rest.
I'll go fetch Dr. Lin to take a look.
Without waiting for Li Wan's objection, Gu Yaxuan turned and headed for the door.
Li Wan couldn't stop her even if she wanted to, so she simply remained silent. About half an hour later, Li Wan, still half asleep, heard the door open. Thinking it was Gu Yaxuan returning, she had just closed her eyes when a flash of silver light caught her gaze.
Mom, I'm back. I brought Dr. Lin with me. Receiving no response, Gu Yaxuan assumed her mother had already fallen asleep. Probably asleep.
Dr. Lin, come inside with me first.
A man carrying a medical bag nodded and followed Gu Yaxuan step by step. Mom? Entering the room, Gu Yaxuan called out twice more, but still received no response. She walked to the bedside and nudged Li Wan. This push proved fatal. Blood gushed from Li Wan's throat, which had already been slit. Blood splattered across Gu Yaxuan's face as she stared blankly at the scene. After a long moment, she finally let out a shriek. Mom! Dr. Lin, already terrified, stumbled out to call the police. The Bugatti Veyron, which had been roaring for nearly 2 hours, seemed to sense some fatigue.
Its jet-black body came to a slow halt in front of an old-style building. Ye Xun grabbed Amaterasu from the back seat, opened the door, and stepped out. Without even using the stairs, he lightly pushed off the ground, soaring upward and landing directly on the second floor. Whoosh! Instead of a scream, a cold gleam met him. The seven-star sword gleamed like the bright moon in the sky, its silver radiance piercing mercilessly toward Ye Xun. Ye Xun's eyes turned cold as he drew the Amaterasu forward, slashing out a crescent arc. The seven stars and the sunlight clashed together, like a lion and a tiger roaring at each other. Boom! Seconds later, a massive shockwave rippled outward. Ye Xun stumbled backward, bending his right knee to brace against the balcony railing. Qingxue stumbled back several steps, lightly tapping her right foot against the wall. Only then did she barely manage to dissipate the backlash force. A flicker of surprise crossed the girl's face, but it vanished as quickly as it had appeared. The Amaterasu sword ranked among the top 10 in the 100 great swords list. It is said that those with transcendent cultivation might awaken the sword spirit within the Amaterasu sword. Yet for hundreds of years, no one had achieved this feat. After a split-second pause, Ye Xun suddenly thrust his right leg forward. Wielding the Amaterasu sword, he executed a sweeping sword flourish. He charged straight toward Qingxue. Qingxue raised her sword to block, then swung a back fist toward Ye Xun's jaw. Without even looking, Ye Xun countered with a palm strike, precisely intercepting Qingxue's fist. Both legendary swords trembled slightly in their respective masters' hands, emitting faint whispers of resonance. As if they had longed for this battle for ages. The clanging of steel echoed relentlessly within the chamber. In less than 2 minutes, Ye Xun and his opponent had exchanged blows hundreds of times. The furniture within the room lay utterly devastated. Wait, stop. Qingxue's seven-star sword pointed diagonally at the floor, her guard wide open, a hint of resignation on her face. Ye Xun's momentum showed no sign of slowing. A sharp, icy glint pierced the air as his blade thrust straight toward Qingxue's forehead. Only when the tip of the Amaterasu sword was a mere 3 centimeters from Qingxue's brow did he halt. Speak! Where is she? Chapter 112, The Other Side of the Assassin. Qingxue had almost drawn her sword to block, but she forced herself to hold back at the last moment. Not for any other reason, but because Ye Xun hadn't killed her outright that day. She owed Ye Xun her life. As an assassin, Qingxue's character didn't fit the mold of this profession. Instead, she resembled a chivalrous knight. She repaid grudges and returned favors. I don't know who you're looking for, but if you need my help, Before Qingxue could finish her sentence, Amaterasu stirred slightly, shearing off a lock of her black hair. Where is he? Ye Xun's voice was icy cold, his face frozen. Qingxue paused, a hint of resignation flitting across her face. I intended to kill you, but I genuinely have no idea who you're searching for. Ye Xun, still seething with anger, refused to listen to her excuses. A flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. The Amaterasu, already half buried in the wall, was suddenly yanked free. Dust swirled through the room as Ye Xun, eager to launch his attack swiftly. Before the sword was fully drawn, he flipped his wrist and slashed sideways. Qingxue watched the scene unfold, her eyelids twitching violently. Earlier, she could still gamble that Ye Xun would hold back at the critical moment. Now, she dared not entertain even a shred of hope. Her hand jerked violently, and the seven-star sword sliced through the air. It blocked the strike at Qingxue's side. Clang! Clang! The seven stars and Amaterasu, two legendary blades, clashed once more, emitting a bone-chilling screech. The force generated by their collision rippled outward like shockwaves a second later. Half the furniture in the room split cleanly in two. Damn it! Don't you know you have to pay for broken furniture? Seeing half the room's furnishings destroyed, the girl's face twisted into a pained expression. Hearing this, Ye Xun, still seething with anger and holding Amaterasu aloft, froze in place. Even the Amaterasu, which had been trembling violently from the intense battle, ceased its shaking at that moment. What was she thinking? Could it really be her who took Xinqing? Ye Xun stared at Qingxue before him with a peculiar expression, a hint of doubt creeping into his mind. The girl's behavior was utterly shocking. Who in their right mind would bother with furniture while fighting an evenly matched opponent? Had it been smashed to pieces? Especially considering Qingxue's strength was still slightly inferior to Ye Xun's. Hand her over. I'll compensate you for every loss. No, triple compensation. The doubt in Ye Xun's mind flickered for only an instant before being instantly extinguished. Tan Xiao had stated explicitly that the assassin had brazenly informed him. The person who abducted Su Zhixin was from the Tianfu faction. And the only person from the Heavenly Kingdom who bore a grudge against him was Qingxue. Big brother, you won't even tell me the name. How am I supposed to help you find them? Qingxue wore an expression of deep-seated resentment, as if Ye Xun had done her some grave wrong. Hearing this, Ye Xun assumed Qingxue simply didn't want to hand the person over. His expression instantly turned cold. Then there's nothing more to discuss. Watch the sword. As the words fell, the Amaterasu trembled, blazing with dazzling light. Qingxue was startled by the sight. Sword and master as one? This bastard is going all out. Damn it! How dare that bastard frame me like this? Qingxue cursed inwardly, her hands moving with lightning speed. The seven-star sword flipped, its cold light like the frosty moon in the heavens blazing forth from the blade. Ye Xun wasted no words. With a single step forward, his aura erupted, his robes billowing in the wind. The radiance of the Amaterasu in his hand grew even brighter than before. This is your final chance. Hand over Xinqing, and I'll spare your life. Xinqing? Sounds like a girl's name. Could it be that bastard lost his old flame? Qingxue blinked, her voice tinged with resignation. Brother, I know you're anxious, but please calm down first. The person you're looking for truly isn't here. Qingxue had intended to say, your old flame really isn't here, but the words caught in her throat as she realized it might provoke Ye Xun. She hastily changed her words. But to Ye Xun, the meaning had shifted entirely. He reasoned that if Su Zhixin truly wasn't here, why would Qingxue be stammering like this? He didn't buy that an assassin would hold back words on the tip of her tongue just to avoid offending someone. Then there was nothing more to say. Die. With that, Ye Xun stepped into the heaven and earth stance, raised the Amaterasu sword, and moved like a ghostly apparition. Qingxue sighed deeply, her face etched with helplessness. What did I ever do to deserve this? Qingxue muttered under her breath as she stepped into the seven stars gang step, raising her sword to meet the attack. A second later, the two collided. The clang of metal against metal echoed instantly, shattering every light source in the room. Ye Xun and Qingxue separated the instant they touched, both instinctively lowering their breathing to the absolute minimum. In the pitch-black room, Ye Xun stood by the door while Qingxue positioned herself by the window. Neither made a move, as if waiting for something. Silence. Too much silence. The faint ticking of a clock that had once filled the room vanished completely, leaving not a trace of sound behind. Under the oppressive darkness, the tension between them steadily intensified. Thump. At that very moment, the door was suddenly knocked upon. Qingxue and Ye Xun both turned their gaze toward the doorway almost simultaneously. Who is it? Qingxue gripped the seven-star sword tightly, ever vigilant against Ye Xun. Ye Xun remained motionless, the Amaterasu sword angled toward the floor, his entire body taut. Ready to strike at any moment. Kid, you okay? I think I just heard a light bulb shatter. Just as tension gripped the two inside the room, a voice sounded again from outside the door. The voice sounded like an old woman's, aged yet tinged with kindness. Qingxue glanced nervously at Ye Xun before answering loudly. Grandma Su, I'm fine. Please go back to sleep. But I accidentally broke a water cup. It's nothing.
I'll handle it tomorrow morning.
The old lady outside the door tried to say something more, but before she could finish, Qingxue cut her off.
Grandma Su, please go to bed. It's getting late. I can handle this little thing.
The old lady hesitated for a moment before saying,
Alright then, just be careful not to cut your hand. If it's really too much, you should let me handle it. Yes, Grandma, I know. You should go to bed now.
Qingxue gave a sweet reply, then pressed her ear against the door again. Only after confirming the old lady had truly walked away far enough did she.
She patted her chest and exhaled deeply.
Turning around, she caught Ye Xun staring at her with a peculiar look.
Qingxue felt a pang of awkwardness.
Clearing her throat, she whispered in explanation.
Ahem, she's my landlord. She's a really nice person.
No children, just living here with her husband.
Chapter 113, 3 Conditions.
Hearing her words, Ye Xun calmed down slightly. He carefully surveyed the surroundings and realized this place truly wasn't suitable for holding someone captive.
Xinxin really wasn't kidnapped by you?
As he spoke, Ye Xun drew a sword flourish before sheathing his blade.
Clearly, he had no intention of continuing the fight.
Qingxue, witnessing this, promptly sheathed the 7-star sword as well. Her face was filled with helplessness.
Didn't I tell you earlier that the person you're looking for isn't here?
Ye Xun shot her a glance, then stopped talking altogether, turning his attention to pacing around the room.
While he could largely rule out any suspicion against the woman before him.
But appearances can be deceiving, and besides, he and Qingxue had only known each other for less than 2 days.
And they were adversaries.
The fact that Ye Xun could trust Qingxue even a little was already remarkably rare. Qingxue stood there speechless, showing no intention of stopping him. She simply let Ye Xun wander around the small room. The room wasn't large, and it took him about 4 or 5 minutes. Ye Xun could already confirm it was just an ordinary room. No hidden compartments, no secret chambers, no traps.
Looks like I really did come to the wrong person. My apologies for tonight, I'll be on my way.
After saying this, Ye Xun lifted his leg to leave the room. From the start, he jumped straight into fighting without a word. Qingxue had explained things many times, but he wouldn't listen. And he'd damaged so much furniture in this room. Now that she'd finally proven this was just an ordinary room, how could Qingxue simply let him off the hook?
You! Stay right there!
Qingxue nearly shouted the words, her voice so loud that the old lady next door opened her door again. The old lady's face was already full of displeasure after all. It was the middle of the night, and Qingxue was smashing things and shouting loudly.
No elderly person could endure that. Young man, you.
The old lady had intended to scold her a bit, but the moment she opened the door, she froze in her tracks. She saw Ye Xun emerge from Qingxue's room, his face betraying a hint of anxious unease. What was even more crucial was that, just as the old lady opened the door, Qingxue bellowed out the next words.
You take advantage of me and then try to leave? Are you even human?
Thus, the old lady naturally misunderstood, and her gaze toward Ye Xun grew distinctly hostile. People of the older generation, like the old lady, held deeply traditional views. What they despised most were those who strayed and committed adultery. Clearly, Ye Xun was now being lumped into that category by the old woman. Ye Xun glanced back at the old woman, then quickly averted his gaze. He turned to leave. He didn't live here anyway, and an ordinary person like the old lady simply didn't have the means.
How far could the rumors possibly spread?
Besides, he and the old woman were complete strangers. Even if she spread rumors, they wouldn't affect him.
The most urgent matter now was to find Su Zhixin quickly.
Ye Xun didn't want to concern himself with anything else. Young man, my kid is a good soul, just a bit short-tempered. I hope you can cut her some slack. Also, as a man, you must take on your responsibilities and show some backbone. This is young people's business, and I shouldn't meddle, but you just walking away like that, think how heartbroken my child must be. The old lady saw Ye Xun trying to leave and practically ran to his side in 2 strides. She grabbed his arm and chattered on incessantly. Qingxue, who had been standing inside the house about to say something more, froze the moment she saw the old lady. Upon hearing the old lady's words, her entire face flushed crimson.
Grandma Su, you've misunderstood.
Qingxue was about to explain, but when she saw the looks on the 2 people across from her, the words in her stomach seemed to turn into useless gas, winding its way out of her body. Child, don't worry. If this boy treats you badly, just tell Grandma.
Grandma's here. Grandma will see justice done for you.
These seemingly ordinary words made Qingxue, a killer who should have been emotionless, tear up. Ye Xun was dumbfounded by the scene.
What the hell is this? And you're supposed to be a Tianfu assassin?
What's with this pitiful, tearful look?
You're an assassin.
The kind who kills without blinking.
This whole scene was just too melodramatic, straight out of some cheesy Mary Sue idol drama.
Ye Xun couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly.
Grandma Su, thank you. We were just messing around.
She rubbed her eyes, unsure how much time had passed. She tried to make her voice sound as normal as possible. The old woman gave them a skeptical look before sighing and smiling.
As long as you're both okay, that's what matters. I'm old now, I don't understand the ways of young people these days. As long as you're both doing well, that's all that matters. The old woman spoke as she walked toward her room. By the time the last word fell, she had already closed the door. Qingxue watched the old woman return to her room without uttering a word or making a single movement. Ye Xun had intended to slip away during this moment, yet for some reason, though his mind was set on leaving, his body refused to obey, leaving him rooted to the spot. Let's talk outside. After uttering these words, Qingxue emerged from her room, closed the door behind her, and descended the stairs along the corridor. Ye Xun found himself inexplicably following behind her. After a few minutes, the two arrived at a small, barren hill behind the building. Tell me what the girl looked like, and any clues the kidnappers left behind. No sooner had they stopped than Qingxue spoke up. But Ye Xun seemed not to hear her, asking instinctively, "She must look a lot like your grandmother, right?" At those words, Qingxue's entire body trembled involuntarily. Her eyes reddened, and her nose stung. Ye Xun himself didn't know why he'd asked that question. Perhaps it was because of his own past experiences encountering someone who shared his pain always made him want to offer a little extra concern. Or perhaps it was because he was reminded of his own mother, his own grandfather. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything by it." Her name was Su Zhixin. Before the incident, he had been shopping with Tan Xiao when a group of assassins claiming to represent the Tianfu faction abducted her. Qingxue composed herself slightly, taking several deep breaths. Only then did she begin to organize all the information Ye Xun had provided. "So your girlfriend was out shopping with someone." At this point, Qingxue paused abruptly. Chapter 114, One Sword to the Throat. Then she looked at Ye Xun with a very strange expression. "The girl who was kidnapped is your girlfriend, right?" "Yeah, what about it?" Ye Xun nodded, asking with a hint of puzzlement. Qingxue, momentarily speechless, suddenly didn't know how to respond. She stammered for a long while, unable to get the words out. "Forget it. It's none of my business anyway. I'll spread the word tonight to help you find her." Just as Ye Xun heard this and was about to bow in thanks, Qingxue stopped him. "Hey, hold your thanks. I have conditions." "Fine. As long as it doesn't violate principles or cross my bottom line, I'll agree to any condition." After receiving Ye Xun's assurance, Qingxue's eyes crinkled into a smile. She looked just like a little fox, completely shedding the sorrowful expression she'd worn moments before. Ye Xun suddenly felt his agreement had been a bit rash. Just as he was about to speak, Qingxue preempted him. "You're already trying to back out of what you just agreed to?" "No, go ahead." "Ah, that's more like it." Qingxue seemed quite pleased with Ye Xun's current demeanor. A faint smile curved her lips as she paced back and forth, eyes narrowed. After an unknown amount of time, the little fox Qingxue finally formulated all three conditions. But aside from the first one, Ye Xun felt the remaining conditions were rather unacceptable. Qingxue's first condition was that all the furniture in her room must be restored to its original state by the morning after tomorrow. Simply put, it meant buying everything new. The second condition was that Ye Xun must carry out 10 tasks for her. The third condition was that, in addition to the tasks, Qingxue would have 3 opportunities to issue orders to Ye Xun. This is nothing but an unfair clause. "So just tell me, are you signing or not?" Ye Xun's face was flushed with indignation as he gritted his teeth and said, "Sign." Upon hearing that word, Qingxue's smile instantly grew even brighter. "Then it's settled. By tomorrow night at the latest, when I bring the news, we'll sign the contract directly." This time, Ye Xun didn't respond. He simply nodded and walked away without looking back. Qingxue remained standing in place, watching Ye Xun depart. Only when his figure vanished completely did she murmur to herself, "Ever since 5 years ago, you've always forced yourself to endure like this. You live such a weary life." Gu family shop, Li Wan's room. Gu Yashuan leaned over the bed, resting her head gently against her mother's chest. Completely oblivious to the blood-soaked bed and the decapitated corpse. The girl did not shed tears, her expression utterly vacant. In that moment, it was as if she had lost all 5 senses, completely oblivious to the wailing sirens outside. Or the blue and white lights drawing ever closer. "Comrade, could you tell us exactly what happened?" A uniformed officer saluted Dr. Lin before pulling out a notebook and asking him. Dr. Lin recounted everything he knew to the officer in detail. Unfortunately, he didn't know much, and the police couldn't gather any useful information from his account. "Alright, thank you for your cooperation. If possible, could you please leave your contact information?" Dr. Lin said nothing further, cooperatively provided his phone number, and cast one last glance toward the room. He hurriedly left the scene. Shortly after the police arrived, they cordoned off the entire area. The 2 victims, one male and one female, both showed signs of poisoning prior to death. The direct cause of death, however, was their carotid arteries being slashed with a knife. Strangely, though their carotid arteries had been severed, the entire scene was spotless before we entered. Only when we touched the bodies did the blood spurt out. Hearing the coroner's description of the bodies, the detective captain taking notes couldn't help but shudder. A terrifying possibility suddenly dawned on him. Both victims had been killed with a single, precise throat-slitting blow. In the mortal world, almost no one could achieve such precision. To put it simply, the killer in this case hailed from the realm of cultivation. As this possibility dawned on him, the detective captain felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. He forced himself to suppress the fear gripping his heart and walked over to Gu Yashuan. "Excuse me, are you the daughter of the deceased?" Gu Yashuan didn't respond, as if she hadn't heard him. The captain repeated his question. "She's not dead." Gu Yashuan suddenly seemed to go mad, whirling around and snarling at the police captain with claws outstretched. The captain took a step back, dodging Gu Yashuan's outburst. "I understand how you feel, but if you cooperate with our investigation, we can catch the killer sooner. Wouldn't you agree?" The captain spoke cautiously while closely observing Gu Yashuan's reaction. "When I came home from school that evening, I sensed something was off with my mother. I took her temperature, sure enough, she had a fever." It felt like an eternity before Gu Yashuan finally spoke in a low voice. The detective captain quickly grabbed his notebook to take notes, responding with a cooperative, "And then? I told my mom to rest well while I went out to find Dr. Lin to examine her. She even smiled and agreed, okay." By the time Gu Yashuan reached this point in her story, her voice had grown increasingly tremulous. Her hands involuntarily clutched the quilt. The captain didn't press further, allowing her a moment to compose herself. Gu Yashuan took several deep breaths, her grip on the quilt tightening uncontrollably. Veins stood out faintly on her forehead. "When I came back, my mom was lying in bed, just like when I left her." Kiki. Don't get worked up, don't get worked up. Calm down, just calm down first." The detective captain could already guess what had happened next, watching Gu Yashuan tremble violently. He quickly stood up and spoke at breakneck speed. Late at night, Ye Xun drove back alone to the Supreme Club. He returned the car to the garage. As he entered the garage, the elderly security guard on duty glanced at him. Though his expression held a hint of puzzlement, he said nothing more. After just that glance, he returned to the security booth. "Yuton, immediately investigate how many people Tianfu sent to kill me this time. Also check if anyone posted any tasks on the Tianfu board these past 2 days." The moment Ye Xun entered the chairman's office, he urgently demanded. Simultaneously, he grabbed a computer at random and began hacking into the networks of the 3 major families one by one. Although the kidnappers hadn't mentioned the 3 major families, he refused to believe they weren't involved in this incident. Chapter 115, Murderous Intent Permeates. An eerie silence hung over the entire office as Ye Xun and Xia Yuton focused intently on their tasks. The rhythmic tapping of keyboards echoed throughout the space. At the dead of night, Ye Xun slammed his laptop shut. Xia Yutong instinctively looked up. "Junior Master Uncle." Seeing Ye Xun's face darken to the extreme, Xia Yutong's heart tightened. Ye Xun offered no reply, rising silently. Xia Yutong's expression changed drastically as she hurriedly stood up too. "Junior Master Uncle, please don't worry. We will definitely find Junior Master Sister." Hearing this, Ye Xun turned to look at Xia Yutong, a smile spreading across his face. "No need. You've worked hard enough these past few days." Xia Yutong's sense of foreboding grew stronger by the second. Ye Xun's words sounded like a final farewell. "Junior Master Uncle, we..." Before she could finish, Ye Xun waved his hand to cut her off. "It's fine. I'm just going for a walk. I'll be back soon." Xia Yutong couldn't possibly believe him. Not just her, no one would believe him. As Ye Xun spoke, he had already picked up the Amaterasu. The scabbard was securely fastened at his waist, and Ye Xun still wore that same smile. "Junior Master Uncle, are you absolutely sure about this?" Xia Yutong had intended to offer further words of caution, but upon seeing the expression on Ye Xun's face, she knew it was futile. Xia Yutong knew Ye Xun well enough. Whenever he displayed this unusual calmness, it meant he had made up his mind, and no one could change it. Xia Yutong watched silently as Ye Xun walked to the door. "I'm sorry for dragging you into this, little Master Uncle." Xia Yutong covered her mouth, fighting back tears. Ye Xun smiled, his tone tinged with melancholy. "Silly girl, why are you crying? It's not like I'm dying. I'm leaving." As the words fell, Ye Xun had already stepped out of the office. In the underground garage, the elderly security guard eyed the car that had just returned with some puzzlement. The car had been driven out that evening and only returned late at night. Now, less than 2 hours later, it was leaving again. Anyone would find that a bit odd. Leaving so late at night? As the Bugatti Veyron passed by the attendant, the old man couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, "Ah, just delivering something to someone?" The rather handsome young man inside the car replied. The old man instinctively glanced at the passenger seat and was immediately startled. There was a long sword resting on the passenger seat. "This..." The old man pointed at Amaterasu with trembling fingers, his voice shaking slightly. Ye Xun smiled. It was a warm, innocent smile, even a bit simple-minded. Not a trace of malice could be detected. "Sorry about that, old man. Scared you, didn't I?
Seeing Ye Xun smile, the old man's face softened into a faint grin, his wrinkles bunching together.
No problem.
I really don't know what those bosses are thinking, liking this sort of thing. Ye Xun scratched his head with a smile, choosing not to respond.
It's you young folks who suffer, working overtime this late at night. Sigh.
The old man sighed heavily and shook his head slowly.
Nothing to be done about it, old man. I'll be on my way then.
Ye Xun rolled up the window as the Bugatti Veyron glided forward. The old man stood watching for a moment, seemingly lost in thought.
He sighed again before turning back.
On the quiet, deserted street, the pitch-black Bugatti Veyron sliced through the darkness like a sharp blade. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from sight.
The needle on the dashboard danced wildly within the red zone. The Bugatti Veyron's performance pushed to its absolute limit.
Driving at such high speeds through city streets was inherently thrilling yet extremely dangerous. Most people would feel an abnormal surge of excitement from the dopamine rush, their hands gripping the steering wheel trembling slightly. Every muscle in their body would instinctively tense.
Yet none of these reactions appeared on Ye Xun.
His hands gripped the steering wheel with unwavering steadiness. Not a single drop of sweat glistened on his body, and his breathing remained perfectly steady. At that moment, Ye Xun was as calm as a taxi driver. His sole purpose was to deliver the passenger in the front seat to the designated location. At 2:35 a.m., a shrill screech of brakes pierced the silent night. The jet-black Bugatti Veyron materialized before the Gu family's gates.
Damn it, are you trying to get yourself killed? Don't you know where this is?
The loud screeching naturally woke the gatekeeper. The man opened the gate a crack and immediately began cursing. Ye Xun paid him no mind whatsoever. He stepped out of the car at a leisurely pace, casually retrieving Amaterasu from the passenger seat.
Hey, I'm talking to you.
Seeing Ye Xun completely ignore him, the man flew into a rage. Rolling up his sleeves, he strode toward Ye Xun with a menacing glare. Ye Xun didn't even glance at him, sweeping his sword scabbard straight at him. Poor guy, before Ye Xun even knew his name, he was knocked flat on his back. Ye Xun, holding Amaterasu in his hand, walked step by step toward the main gate. Upon reaching the entrance, he kicked the door open with a single blow. Bang! The gate crashed open with a thunderous bang. The rustling sounds of people scrambling to their feet, the angry curses of men, and the wails of children erupted into a cacophony.
The once silent Gu household was now in utter chaos.
Ye Xun stood firmly at the entrance. His aura surged to its peak, revealing his formidable strength at the pinnacle of the qi cultivation stage.
Inside Gu Xixin's room at the Gu residence,
Gu Xixin, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly sat up. The deafening sound had startled him awake. His wife, equally startled awake, sat up but hadn't spoken when she saw Gu Xixin's expression shift repeatedly.
What's wrong? The woman wasn't stupid.
That strange noise alone wouldn't have caused Gu Xixin to react like this.
Gu Xixin said nothing, silently standing up to get dressed.
Seeing his silence, she dared not ask further.
Ye Xun, it's you.
When Gu Xixin finished changing and reached the doorway, he saw Ye Xun standing there. Surprise instantly spread across his face. Ye Xun had no intention of exchanging pleasantries. He strode forward, his aura intensifying. Though surrounded by numerous Gu family enforcers, not a single one dared to step forward. As Ye Xun advanced, they retreated step by step.
Where is Xinqing?
Only when Ye Xun reached Gu Xixin did he coldly demand.
Gu Xixin froze upon hearing the words.
Then he burst into laughter.
Ha! Ye Xun, if you have time to come ask me, why not go ask Tan Xiao instead?
A murderous intent flickered in Ye Xun's eyes. The Amaterasu in his hand seemed to sense its master's emotion, trembling slightly. Gu Xixin, oblivious to Ye Xun's transformation, continued laughing as he spoke.
Chapter 116, The Heretic Cultivator.
Maybe she's busy making love with Tan Xiao right now.
Hurry up!
Before Gu Xixin could finish his sentence, Ye Xun grabbed him by the collar with one hand and hoisted him off the ground. Though he was nearly choking, Gu Xixin showed not the slightest struggle. Instead, he continued to stare at Ye Xun with utter disdain. As if it wasn't Ye Xun gripping his throat, but rather Gu Xixin trampling Ye Xun beneath his feet. Looking at that face, Ye Xun suddenly felt something was off. With a casual flick of his wrist, Gu Xixin collapsed to the ground like a dead dog.
Ahem, Ye Xun, since you've come today, you're not going back.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than the thugs who had been surrounding Ye Xun.
Each of them now bore an imperceptibly fine slit across their throats.
Before the thugs could even comprehend what had happened, darkness engulfed their vision.
One by one, they collapsed to the ground.
Ye Xun watched the scene in shock, utterly baffled by what Gu Xixin intended to do. Among the three major families, only the Gu family had the deepest ties with Ye Xun. Or rather, only the Gu family had forged an irreconcilable enmity with Ye Xun. But that enmity could only be called such while old Master Gu was still alive. As for Gu Xixin, Ye Xun was nothing more than a sword of Damocles hanging over his head. Without Ye Xun, he could never have become the head of the Gu family. Yet, just as surely, without Ye Xun, he would never have assumed the headship during the Gu family's darkest hour. Where is he? Ye Xun stood frozen for half a second before lightly pushing off the ground, propelling himself toward Su Zhixin.
Whether it was a hidden scheme or an open one,
he no longer cared about such distinctions. All he wanted now was to find Su Zhixin. To achieve this goal, anyone standing in his way would die. Gazing at the gleaming silver blade closing in on him, Su Zhixin slumped to the ground. Not a trace of tension could be seen in his expression. Instead, a hint of madness flickered in his eyes.
Clang!
Just as Amaterasu was about to pierce Su Zhixin's throat, a long sword appeared without warning, blocking the blade before it could strike. With a clang of steel against steel, the blade shattered into fragments. Ye Xun stepped back, flicked his wrist lightly, and the iron filings clinging to Amaterasu fell to the ground.
Clack!
The crisp, synchronized footsteps echoed clearly in Ye Xun's ears.
In less than 5 seconds, the once empty space was once again surrounded by people.
Ye Xun could sense that this group was in a completely different league from the lowly minions he had faced earlier. The highest cultivation level among those thugs was merely early-stage internal energy.
In the cultivation world, any minor sect could wipe them out in seconds. Yet this new group?
The weakest among them possessed mid-stage internal energy cultivation, while the strongest had already reached the early stage of qi cultivation. Yet the color of the true qi emanating from them was peculiar.
For ordinary people, true qi was either a translucent, pure color,
or it takes on a color determined by the cultivation techniques passed down through their family or sect.
Even in such cases, the qi would be light in hue, never appearing black.
Yet the qi emanating from this group is not merely black, it carries an extremely faint, blood-red tint. This signified that they were not merely heretical cultivators. Those who had perished by their hands likely numbered more than 2 handfuls.
Su Zhixin, do you know who these people are?
Ye Xun gripped the Amaterasu sword, his face as cold as frost, his voice icy. Su Zhixin rose from the ground at that moment, loosening his hair and laughing like a madman.
Ha! You ask me?
He tapped his chest with his finger, his tone laced with mockery and a touch of madness. Of course I know who they are, Ye Xun.
Stop struggling.
For this day, I've drained every last asset from the Gu family. Hearing these words, Ye Xun was secretly startled. He couldn't fathom why Su Zhixin harbored such deep hatred toward him.
What did it even mean to drain the Gu family's entire fortune?
After all, the Gu family was one of the 3 major clans, even if they weren't the wealthiest. But if they'd truly drained every last asset, the cash they could produce wouldn't reach hundreds of billions, but it would still be at least tens of billions. Those in the cultivation world didn't concern themselves with mundane affairs simply because few in the secular world could sway them. Especially those of higher cultivation. Often, money alone couldn't even secure their services. But if several billion were placed right before them, practitioners at the qi cultivation stage or even higher would accept without hesitation.
While money from the mundane world is largely useless in the cultivation realm, it's not entirely without value. It simply requires conversion at a specific exchange rate. Yet billions in cash, once converted, could sustain a minor sect for half a year.
Young Divine Lord of the Divine Demon Island, my friend, the man you intend to kill this time is no ordinary figure. No sooner had Su Zhixin finished speaking than a purple-robed figure among the heretical cultivators turned to Ye Xun and spoke. Su Zhixin's expression visibly froze upon hearing this, before he clenched his teeth and snarled.
You heard it yourself, I've emptied every last coin from my family's coffers for you.
The purple-robed man heard his words, clicked his tongue twice, turned around, and put on a look of regret.
My apologies, my friend.
While your offer is indeed tempting, I cannot risk offending the divine demonile for your sake. At this point, the purple-robed man took another step forward, leaned in, and smiled broadly at Su Zhixin.
Tell me, he continued, if I were to chop off your head, do you think he'd offer even more?
Cold sweat poured down Su Zhixin's forehead, veins bulging as he clenched his fists tightly. While furious at the purple-robed man's sudden betrayal, Su Zhixin was utterly powerless. He was no match for the purple-robed man, not just him, but anyone here.
He wasn't a match for anyone here.
This house is worth 10 billion.
I can give you another 10 billion.
After weighing the pros and cons, Su Zhixin suddenly relaxed his grip, his voice sounding as if all strength had drained from him. At this moment, he truly had nothing left. And the sole reason he'd reached this point was his desperate desire to kill Ye Xun as quickly as possible. Upon hearing his words, the purple-robed man smiled faintly, replying with remarkable ease.
10 billion? You're underestimating our young Divine Lord, aren't you? Young Divine Lord, what about you? What do you say?
The purple-robed man turned to Ye Xun, who had been standing silently to the side, his tone laced with amusement and inquiry.
Su Zhixin's eyes were bloodshot,
his voice suddenly becoming extremely hoarse. I have 100 silver ingots and 30 gold bars. Hearing this, the purple-robed man turned his gaze toward Su Zhixin.
No. 1 billion is your limit. You have nothing else. Chapter 117, The Dungeon.
Su Zhixin's face instantly turned as pale as paper, his entire being seeming to have had its soul ripped out.
He collapsed onto the floor.
By this point, Ye Xun had seen through it all. Su Zhixin believed that even if he had agreed to reconciliation earlier, he would never spare the 3 great families. His very existence was a ticking time bomb for the three great families, or rather, for Gu Shichen himself. A ticking time bomb ready to explode at any moment. Thus, Gu Shichen intended to strike first. There was no one left alive here. Why put on such a show? After a moment of silence, Ye Xun suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing these words, the purple-robed man flashed a look of surprise before clapping his hands in admiration. Truly worthy of the title young divine lord, nothing escapes your notice. In truth, long before this group of heretical cultivators arrived, the entire Gu family had already been slaughtered by them. Not a soul was left alive, not even the chickens and dogs. This explains why a faint crimson hue lingers within the true chi of these heretical cultivators. Gu Shichen, hearing this, turned his head in shock to look behind him. When he saw the blood-stained windows and the motionless figures, he finally grasped what had just transpired. No! You can't do this to me. I am your employer. You should all obey me. SSS-grade. No sooner had Gu Shichen's words fallen than the sharp sound of a blade slicing through fabric echoed. One hand clutching his throat, the other pointing at the purple-robed figure. He stumbled backward 2 steps before collapsing to the ground, dead. Young Divine Lord, now it's your turn. I hear the young Divine Lord possesses extraordinary talent, reaching the peak of the chi cultivation stage in merely 5 years, truly a prodigy. But geniuses never live long. And as it happens, I've suddenly developed a taste for sampling the flesh and blood of a genius like yourself. After speaking, the purple-robed man licked his lips with an expression of pure delight. As if he truly couldn't wait to devour Ye Xun. Ye Xun wasted no words. With a flick of his wrist, he traced a sword flourish. His feet danced in a ghostly blur as he thrust his sword forward. The demonic cultivators behind the purple-robed man raised their weapons the moment Ye Xun moved, charging straight in. In an instant, the air filled with flashing blades and the clamor of battle. The purple-robed figure stood calmly outside the fray. Arms crossed over his chest, a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. Among this group of heretical cultivators, the purple-robed man possessed the highest cultivation. Without his intervention, the others stood no chance of slaying Ye Xun. Yet Ye Xun, too, found himself trapped within their encirclement, unable to break free for the time being. The situation instantly became tense. Clang! The Amaterasu sword in Ye Xun's hand trembled violently, forcing him to stumble back 3 steps. As he regained his footing, he spun around and delivered a punch straight to the chest of one of the heretical cultivators. The cultist's chest caved in, yet he seemed completely unaffected. A massive broadsword was raised high above his head and brought down with brutal force. Ye Xun retreated swiftly, flipping his wrist to thrust the Amaterasu sword backward with blinding speed. Simultaneously, he planted 1 foot on the ground and delivered 3 whipping kicks to the bodies of 3 opponents, sending them flying instantly. Yet the 3 seemed to feel no pain whatsoever, scrambling back to their feet in bizarre postures. They charged toward Ye Xun once more. Seeing them return to the fray unscathed, Ye Xun's pupils dilated slightly. At that very moment, the heretic cultivator he had struck with his sword slashed his trident toward Ye Xun's ribs. A powerful sense of danger surged through him. Without hesitation, Ye Xun drew his sword and retreated violently. Clang! Ye Xun held the Amaterasu sword horizontally before him, barely managing to block the simultaneous attacks of the 3 long blades. Feeling the tingling numbness radiating from his palms, Ye Xun realized he absolutely could not afford to drag this out any longer. Though these heretical cultivators couldn't pose a fatal threat to him yet, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. He would eventually tire. At that moment, a single misstep would cost him his life. Well, young Divine Lord, feeling particularly surprised? The purple-robed man spoke up at that moment. Ye Xun tensed his arms, barely managing to block the cultist's combined attack with the Amaterasu sword. Those evil cultivators who were knocked back several steps couldn't even steady themselves. In an unnatural posture, they forcibly halted their retreat and once again charged toward Ye Xun. In the western suburbs, deep within the wilderness, inside a single-story red brick cottage, Zhang Shuai sat in a rocking chair, holding a purple clay teapot. Beside him was a stone table bearing a radio. The radio played the Peking opera Farewell My Concubine, currently at the moment when Xiang Yu sang the Gaoxia song. The tragic melody and lyrics filled the small courtyard. Zhang Shuai's fingers tapped lightly on his knee. He hummed softly along, as if mourning someone. Master! Just as Zhang Shuai reached the final line of his humming, a figure cloaked entirely in black robes rushed over and knelt on one knee before him. Zhang Shuai didn't even glance at him, finishing the last line of his hum before uttering a single word. Speak! The man discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly replied. My lord, she has awakened. At those words, Zhang Shuai suddenly leaped to his feet, his face alight with excitement. Pacing back and forth, he rubbed his hands together excitedly. She's finally awake. That's wonderful. After muttering to himself, Zhang Shuai fell silent. He remained silent, and naturally, the man kneeling on the ground dared not speak either. For a moment, the courtyard fell utterly silent. Go prepare yourselves. You have 15 minutes. Zhang Shuai sat back down in his chair, picked up the purple clay teapot and took a long gulp of tea before speaking.
His voice betrayed unmistakable excitement. The man acknowledged the order and quickly exited the small courtyard.
Meanwhile, in a cell within the basement, Su Zhixin forced her eyes open despite her weakness, struggling to scan her surroundings. The girl discovered she was locked in a cell reminiscent of ancient dungeons, her hands and feet bound tightly. The cell had a window, but it was pitifully small. Moreover, it was positioned exceptionally high. Even if her hands and feet weren't bound, she would never have been able to use that window to escape. After struggling a few times, Su Zhixin gave up. "Hey, I'm hungry!" Su Zhixin shouted loudly, but though there were people outside the cell, they paid her no mind whatsoever.
Chapter 118, Acting.
Though Su Zhixin was weak now, her voice wasn't exactly soft. Yet the two at the cell door acted as if deaf, paying her no heed whatsoever. After shouting several times, she gave up. She slithered like a worm to the wall, struggled to sit up, and settled into a comfortable position to rest her eyes. Since there was no way out now, she might as well rest and conserve her strength. She couldn't tell how much time had passed when, just as Su Zhixin was drifting back into a drowsy slumber, she suddenly heard several muffled thuds. Su Zhixin quickly opened her eyes to check the situation outside and was startled to see that the guards who had been standing watch
were now sprawled haphazardly across the floor. Su Zhixin felt both stunned and somewhat excited.
To take down so many people in such a short time, and without a sound.
Apart from Ye Xun, Su Zhixin couldn't think of anyone else in all of Donglin City. "Ye Xun, is that you?"
Su Zhixin lowered her voice as much as possible, yet a hint of excitement inevitably crept into her tone. Before long, she spotted a shadowy figure emerging furtively from the upstairs corner.
He glanced down at the prison below.
It took Su Zhixin only a second to recognize that the figure was not Ye Xun.
Su Zhixin realized this too.
From the moment she was captured by that assassin and brought here, it hadn't even been 24 hours. In such a short time, even if Ye Xun had the ability to turn Donglin City upside down searching,
that would take time.
Realizing this, Su Zhixin immediately closed her eyes and slid silently to the floor. Zhang Shuai leapt into the cell, landing with a dull thud.
Simultaneously, an extremely faint gasp echoed.
Su Zhixin heard the sound and opened her eyes just a crack. The girl saw a man carefully scrambling to his feet, tiptoeing over the haphazardly strewn bodies he crossed. He stepped over the bodies lying haphazardly across the floor. There were many cells here, and Su Zhixin was confined in the last one. The man began searching cell by cell. The girl dared not make a sound, holding her breath and keeping her eyes tightly shut, pretending to be asleep. After a while, the footsteps suddenly vanished.
Su Zhixin could feel someone staring at her.
The goosebumps that rose all over her body made the girl extremely uncomfortable.
"Are you Su Zhixin?"
the man asked, but received no answer. The underground dungeon was deathly quiet, with only the sound of breathing breaking the silence.
"Ye Xun sent me to rescue you."
Seeing no response, the man continued in a low voice.
Su Zhixin was secretly startled. Logically speaking, Ye Xun couldn't possibly know she was imprisoned here.
But Su Zhixin's resolve began to waver. She truly hoped Ye Xun would come to rescue her this time, just like he did when they were children. But reality was reality. No matter how capable Ye Xun was, he couldn't possibly locate her in such a short time, let alone come to her rescue. Zhang Shuai, standing outside the cell, saw that Su Zhixin still showed no reaction.
A flicker of anger surfaced on his face.
But he quickly concealed that flash of anger, replacing it with an anxious expression.
"Big sister-in-law, Ye Xun is my older brother. The Gu family held him up, and he sent me here to rescue you."
Zhang Shuai deliberately sped up his speech to the point where his words were barely intelligible. Still, the gist was clear enough. Su Zhixin opened her eyes and looked at him, a trace of mockery on her face. "So he's your target?" Zhang Shuai's heart skipped a beat at those words.
"Sis-in-law, what are you talking about? Don't worry, I'll go in and rescue you right now."
With that, Zhang Shuai pretended to fiddle with the lock on the cell door. For a moment, the entire dungeon echoed with the clattering sound of the lock. Su Zhixin struggled to sit up, her face still wearing that mocking expression.
"Instead of wasting time putting on a show, why not get me something to eat?
Starving me to death won't do you any good either." Zhang Shuai's hands paused instinctively, but within the blink of an eye, he resumed his actions as if nothing had happened.
Most people wouldn't notice anything unusual. Not just ordinary people, even those with lower cultivation levels couldn't detect it.
Take Su Zhixin right now, for instance. To her eyes, Zhang Shuai seemed to ignore her words entirely, his hands working tirelessly to pick the lock.
That demeanor genuinely didn't seem fake.
But Su Zhixin wouldn't trust a stranger of unknown origin based on that alone. Especially since this man was claiming to act on Ye Xun's behalf. Zhang Shuai probably never imagined that the name Ye Xun wouldn't just fail to facilitate his plans,
but had instead made Su Zhixin even more wary. "Enough already, stop pretending. If you really want to let me go, just unlock the door with the key.
Su Zhixin spoke up, her tone laced with sarcasm.
Though mostly venting frustration, her words also served to test Zhang Shuai.
Hearing this, Zhang Shuai feigned great delight. He looked up at Su Zhixin.
Big sis, do you know where the key is? Su Zhixin retorted irritably. Of course I know. Otherwise, why would I still be stuck here?
Zhang Shuai's eyes dimmed slightly as he muttered a muffled response.
He lowered his head and continued fiddling with the lock. Seeing his demeanor, Su Zhixin felt a flicker of belief.
Su Zhixin couldn't guarantee much, but her skill at reading people was second to none.
At least within Donglin City, that was true.
Even if someone was as cunning as a fox, Su Zhixin could see through them with a little effort.
After several probing attempts, Zhang Shuai showed no signs of unease. Su Zhixin now had a measure of trust in him.
What Su Zhixin didn't know was that everyone who reached the qi cultivation stage
is a natural-born actor.
They could stab you with a smile on their face, their expression not changing in the slightest.
How could Su Zhixin, a mere mortal, possibly see through it? Clang!
After an unknown amount of time, the sudden clang of metal hitting the floor echoed through the air. The unexpected noise startled both the prisoner and the guard outside the cell. One was feigning shock, the other testing the waters.
Sister-in-law, I'll free you right now.
Zhang Shuai pushed open the cell door with a creak, rushing over to Su Zhixin while speaking to her with obvious urgency. Sis, we need to hurry.
This dope isn't very potent, and we've made such a racket. Those bastards will probably wake up any minute now.
Su Zhixin said nothing, silently cooperating with Zhang Shuai as he untied the ropes binding her. Before long, all the ropes binding Su Zhixin were completely untied.
Chapter 119, Earning Trust. Big sis, let's get out of here fast. I'll explain everything once we're outside.
After regaining her freedom, Su Zhixin didn't choose to leave immediately.
Instead, she stood rooted to the spot, staring intently at Zhang Shuai.
Her face practically screamed distrust.
Zhang Shuai's acting skills were no joke,
though his heart still fluttered with unease.
His expression betrayed anxious restlessness.
He kept pacing toward the cell door, glancing out to see if the bodies lying on the floor had stirred. Even the fleeting hint of unease that slipped across his face could be dismissed as nervous tension. His blend of acting and genuine emotion was seamless. After that incident 5 years ago, he had no siblings left. Su Zhixin stared at Zhang Shuai and spoke coldly. Zhang Shuai froze for a moment, instantly recalling the scene when he first met Ye Xun years ago. The scenes that followed echoed in his mind, then froze at the moment the three of them swore their brotherhood. His expression involuntarily turned sorrowful. Su Zhixin saw this, and her trust in Zhang Shuai grew silently within her heart. I'm the sworn brother of the eldest brother. I'm the youngest one, with an older sister above me. Zhang Shuai spoke slowly, his tone naturally tinged with a hint of sadness.
Especially when he mentioned Tao Tao.
Our experiences with our eldest brother were quite similar, only ours happened a bit earlier. In this regard, Zhang Shuai wasn't deceiving Su Zhixin, they truly were orphans. They had been taken in by the sect since childhood. Su Zhixin felt a sharp pang in her heart upon hearing this. Those few simple words spoke volumes of heartache. The Ye family tragedy had occurred 5 years prior, when Ye Xun had only recently come of age. Zhang Shuai, who shared similar experiences, had endured such tragedy even earlier. It was unimaginable how Zhang Shuai had endured those agonizing years.
I'm sorry, Su Zhixin didn't know how to comfort Zhang Shuai either.
Her mouth opened, but no words came out.
It's okay. It's all in the past now. I have a second sister now too.
Zhang Shuai said with a smile, but the words sounded odd. They were sworn brothers, 3 of them. If Zhang Shuai wanted to express that he too had family now,
he shouldn't have excluded Ye Xun.
But at that moment, Su Zhixin was so moved by Zhang Shuai's story that she didn't notice this detail. After a brief silence, Zhang Shuai finally continued.
Never mind that, sister-in-law.
Let's leave this place first and talk later. His voice carried a hint of emotion, a slight catch in his throat. Su Zhixin found it odd, but because of what Zhang Shuai had said earlier, she simply assumed he was still reeling from the painful memories he'd stirred up.
Alright, let's talk outside.
A few minutes later, Zhang Shuai led Su Zhixin to hide behind a pillar. Su Zhixin pressed her back tightly against the pillar, with Zhang Shuai standing beside her. Their bodies were shielded by the pillar, with only half their heads peeking out. Not far ahead of them lay the main gate. But 7 or 8 people stood on either side of it, clearly the gatekeepers.
Sister-in-law, you.
Zhang Shuai pulled his head back and turned to ask awkwardly. Su Zhixin heard his words, paused for a moment, then realized what he meant.
2 or 3 shouldn't be a problem.
Zhang Shuai visibly relaxed at her words.
Seeing the expression on Zhang Shuai's face, Su Zhixin couldn't help but let the corners of her mouth turn up slightly. Back in the prison cell, Su Zhixin had already sensed that Zhang Shuai might not be very capable. She had tried to break the copper lock on the cell door with brute force. Unfortunately, the lock seemed to be made of some special material.
Otherwise, it wouldn't have been impossible for Su Zhixin, a practitioner at the initial stage of external force cultivation, to break a simple lock. If word got out, people would laugh themselves silly. It was precisely because of this that Su Zhixin dared to test Zhang Shuai relentlessly. Su Zhixin was powerless against that copper lock, and Zhang Shuai appeared to be just as helpless. This created the illusion that their cultivation levels were actually quite similar. Alright, sister-in-law. I'll go out first to draw their attention. Then you take care of those stragglers. Zhang Shuai made a throat-slitting gesture and whispered. Upon seeing the gesture, Su Zhixin gave a slight nod. If the girl had previously been highly wary of Zhang Shuai, she now placed equal trust in him. Su Zhixin was indeed clever. The moment she saw Zhang Shuai, suspicion had already taken root. She remained completely composed, observing every small movement he made. Though her subsequent probing wasn't particularly subtle, given the circumstances, Su Zhixin had shown remarkable composure. Yet in that environment, everyone inevitably felt some degree of fear. With that psychological state, even though Su Zhixin was already remarkably composed, she still subconsciously overlooked a crucial detail. If Ye Xun had truly located her, how could he not come to rescue her personally? After all, while Ye Xun might be a bit lacking in emotional intelligence, his feelings for Su Zhixin were as genuine as gold. Even if we concede that he was truly restrained by the three major families, as Zhang Shuai claimed, then the person he sent to rescue Su Zhixin would absolutely not be weak. In fact, it was highly likely to be the strongest individual he could mobilize. As the saying goes, 1,000-mile dike collapses because of an ant-hole. Su Zhixin believed she hadn't fallen into the enemy's trap. But in truth, the moment he began to trust Zhang Shuai's words, he had already fallen into a deep pit. And within that pit lay blades sharpened to a razor's edge. After finalizing the plan, Zhang Shuai feigned a deep breath, as if to ease his own tension. Then he suddenly stepped forward, emerging from the shadow of the pillar. Step by step, he advanced toward the people gathered at the doorway. Who goes there? The people at the door naturally spotted Zhang Shuai too, instinctively freezing for a moment. Then they roared in anger. Su Zhixin, hiding behind the pillar, witnessed this scene. Far from finding it strange. Instead, she felt a pang of anxiety for Zhang Shuai. By now, Su Zhixin had come to believe in Zhang Shuai's identity and the purpose of his visit. Hey, you scoundrels! Your old man Zhang is here, come and meet your doom. Zhang Shuai strode to within 10 feet of the group, his voice booming with authority. Simultaneously, he struck a pose commonly seen on theatrical stages. The gatekeepers exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a hint of confusion. After all, they were merely lowly guards. Though they recognized Zhang Shuai, they didn't know him well. You insolent brat, don't talk big. Let me test your skills. One of the guards, who appeared to be the captain, reacted the quickest. Chapter 120, Overestimating One's Abilities. He immediately struck a theatrical pose, bellowing loudly. But how many modern people actually listen to opera? After struggling for a while, the captain could only come up with this half-baked line. Zhang Shuai frowned slightly upon hearing it, but paid it little mind. With a flick of his foot, he soared straight toward the soldier. He suppressed his power to roughly the mid-stage of outer force cultivation, employing only the most basic and commonplace punches and kicks. He seamlessly blended into the mid-stage of external force cultivation. But his status was undeniable. After all, his opponent was merely a lowly gatekeeper squad leader. It was like a security guard in a company fighting the chairman. How could the guard possibly go all out? Thus, within a few swift moves, the squad leader was predictably sent flying. As the squad leader flew through the air, Su Zhixin, hiding behind a pillar, couldn't help but rub her eyes. Her face was etched with utter disbelief. On the surface, both the squad leader and Zhang Shuai were only at the mid-stage of external force cultivation. Logically, opponents of equal strength should have exchanged blows evenly. In fact, it would have made more sense for Zhang Shuai to be at a disadvantage. After all, the squad leader wasn't fighting alone. So when the squad leader was sent flying, the air itself seemed to freeze. The entire entrance area fell instantly silent. The squad leader remained oblivious to what had transpired, still harboring a smug sense of satisfaction. Though he couldn't fathom Zhang Shuai's true intentions, seeing him accompanied by Su Zhixin, the squad leader began to speculate on his own. He had received orders earlier. When he saw Zhang Shuai, he was to strike without mercy, holding nothing back. But the order was so concise it contained only that single sentence, with no further details. As a mere squad leader, he dared not ask for details. Now, faced with this situation, he naturally began to speculate wildly. And thus, this absurd scene unfolded. Zhang Shuai's face was dark and terrifying, his eyes fixed on the squad leader. He looked as if he wanted to flay the man alive right then and there. Hidden behind the pillar, Su Zhixin could only see Zhang Shuai's back as he stood motionless. Her heart sank even deeper. Had she misjudged him back then? That couldn't be right. If he possessed such strength, why had he struggled so much just now when opening the child lock? Or was everything he'd done and said before just a ploy to deceive me? Su Zhixin murmured these thoughts to herself, a thread of doubt beginning to weave through her mind.
Big sister, now's the time. Zhang Shuai felt furious inside, but what could he do? The charade had already progressed this far. If he stopped now, things would only get worse. He had no choice but to play along with the mistake. Upon hearing those words, Su Zhixin hesitated for a few seconds before finally dashing from behind the pillar toward the main entrance. After shouting, Zhang Shuai delivered a direct kick toward the squad leader. This kick held no restraint whatsoever. The squad leader, just as he tried to scramble to his feet, was sent flying flat against the wall. His head slammed into the wall, killing him instantly. Seeing the squad leader's gruesome state, the others immediately tried to flee. But Zhang Shuai stood there, coldly watching them. Guys, let's go. We're dead either way. One of them, no one knew who, whispered under his breath. At that moment, fear surged to its peak within them all, their eyes rapidly filling with bloodshot veins. Their entire aura erupted outward. Zhang Shuai watched this unfold, nodded with satisfaction, then turned back with a look of panic. Sis, be careful. They're going all out. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the men guarding the doorway leaped into the air like tigers. All eyes locked onto Zhang Shuai. Zhang Shuai immediately suppressed his cultivation back down before shifting into a defensive stance. By the time Su Zhixin reached the doorway, Zhang Shuai had just bellowed that warning. The next moment, the girl saw 6 or 7 figures closing in around Zhang Shuai, forming a tight circle. Within the circle, Zhang Shuai effortlessly parried the attacks of the 6 or 7 assailants. But he only defended, never counterattacked. This was because the squad leader's overconfidence had made Zhang Shuai wary. If that situation were to happen again, it would be hard to explain. So Zhang Shuai simply adopted a purely defensive stance, putting on a thoroughly disheveled appearance. Even if Su Zhixin was secretly observing him at that moment, she couldn't find any weaknesses. Thud, thud. Just as Zhang Shuai was silently gauging the time, wondering if it was time to proceed to the next step. Suddenly, several muffled thuds echoed from beyond the encircling perimeter. Immediately after, Su Zhixin charged straight into the encirclement. Big sister. Seeing Su Zhixin, Zhang Shuai himself froze in surprise for a moment, accidentally getting slapped by one of the people in the group. Originally startled by Su Zhixin's arrival. After taking that blow, instead of anger, he felt a surge of joy. He quietly used his inner energy to force up a mouthful of blood and spat it out. After expelling the blood, he deliberately paled his complexion further. Simultaneously, he began moving at top speed towards Su Zhixin. Big sister-in-law, how did you get in? What? You think just because I'm a woman, I can't fight? Not big sister, I don't have that. Zhang Shuai deliberately feigned a look of extreme distress, yet his protective instincts toward his master were evident. His expression was so convincing that anyone witnessing it would find it hard to doubt. Su Zhixin was no exception. Relax, I've got some skills too. At least these puny little punks won't hurt me. The girl chuckled as she delivered a palm strike to a soldier. But the soldier felt nothing at all. He simply thrust his chest forward and shook Su Zhixin's hand away. Seeing this, Su Zhixin froze for a moment. Zhang Shuai snorted inwardly, but his face betrayed only concern. Sis-in-law, watch out. The words barely left his mouth before Zhang Shuai blocked Su Zhixin's path, slapping out with his own palm. The soldier met his strike head-on, and both men staggered back several steps. Though Zhang Shuai was clearly faking it. Sis, let's go. Seeing a gap open in the encircling formation, Zhang Shuai deemed the moment ripe and proceeded with his next move without hesitation. He grabbed Su Zhixin's shoulder and pulled her out of the encirclement. The soldiers put on a show of pursuit for a moment, chasing them around the corner before abandoning the chase. Chapter 121, The Soldier's Expressions. Only after escaping did Su Zhixin realize that the place she had been held captive in was far from being a simple prison. It was a village, more specifically, one resembling an ancient military garrison settlement. Zhang Shuai led her through a series of narrow paths, evading their pursuers. As time passed, Su Zhixin realized the pursuers had vanished from behind them at some point. Let's rest for a bit. Su Zhixin tugged at Zhang Shuai's sleeve and whispered. Zhang Shuai slowed her pace upon hearing this, glancing left and right. Only after confirming no pursuers followed did she halt completely. They don't seem to be following us. You. Su Zhixin whispered to Zhang Shuai. Zhang Shuai was panting heavily, his chest heaving violently. Yet the look on his face remained as tense and cautious as before. Big sister, don't worry about me. You rest well. Su Zhixin looked at Zhang Shuai and suddenly smiled. Zhang Shuai froze, suddenly feeling uneasy. What was she laughing at? Could she have caught me lying? That can't be. I've been acting perfectly convincing so far, despite that one little slip-up. But I covered it up perfectly. She shouldn't be suspicious. Just as Zhang Shuai was lost in confusion, Su Zhixin spoke again. You really do resemble your older brother. Hearing this, Zhang Shuai's face flashed with a fleeting look of resentment. Yet it was tinged with both sorrow and joy. Observing the complex emotions on his face, Su Zhixin found it puzzling. We're brothers, so of course we look alike. After a few seconds of silence, Zhang Shuai scratched his head, sounding somewhat embarrassed. As he spoke, Zhang Shuai felt like he was about to vomit. It was utterly disgusting. Su Zhixin gave a slight smile and said nothing more. After a brief rest, Zhang Shuai and his companion set off once more. Though dangers lurked at every turn along the way, luckily both of them managed to dodge them without incident. Whenever Zhang Shuai took action, Su Zhixin would quietly observe from the sidelines. Although Su Zhixin had previously confirmed that Zhang Shuai was someone she could trust, Zhang Shuai's reaction when she mentioned Ye Xun earlier had once again struck her as peculiar. Typically, sworn brothers and sisters harbored some degree of reverence toward their eldest brother. Take Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei, for example. Even Zhang Fei, known for his recklessness, followed Liu Bei's commands without question. This was a clear example. But the expression that flashed across Zhang Shuai's face just now, Su Zhixin couldn't decipher it. Though she couldn't decipher it, Su Zhixin could sense a faint aura of anger and sorrow emanating from Zhang Shuai. After observing him several times, Su Zhixin still couldn't detect anything unusual. It made her wonder if she was being overly sensitive and suspicious. As night deepened, Zhang Shuai led Su Zhixin to the village entrance. Strangely, however, there was not a single soul in sight. A cool night breeze blew softly, sending a shiver down Su Zhixin's spine. "Be careful, sister-in-law," Zhang Shuai solemnly said as he took off his own coat and draped it over Su Zhixin. Su Zhixin froze at his words, a pang of guilt welling up inside her. Let's hurry." Zhang Shuai nodded in agreement, one hand resting on his waist as his face remained alert. Su Zhixin, shielded behind him, moved forward cautiously. The village was eerily quiet at night, a silence so profound it felt unsettling. Su Zhixin followed closely behind Zhang Shuai, her eyes darting warily around the surroundings. The two advanced, one in front, one behind, nearing the village exit. "You guys?" Just then, a figure resembling a soldier suddenly appeared ahead. Before he could finish his words, the expression on his face shifted from calm to surprise. Then panic took hold. The entire transformation took less than a second. An ordinary person would never have noticed such rapid shifts in such a short time, but Su Zhixin was no ordinary person. She clearly saw the shifting expressions on that soldier's face. Su Zhixin covered her mouth and stumbled backward a step. At the same moment, the soldier whose throat had been slit. Blood gushed from the wound like a crimson fountain. "Big sister." Zhang Shuai turned around just in time to see Su Zhixin staring ahead with a look of utter shock. He silently cursed his luck, but his face showed only concern. What he didn't know was that Su Zhixin wasn't startled by the sudden death of a man before her eyes. Rather, it was because a sudden wave of dread washed over her. Ever since leaving the prison, she had been with Zhang Shuai the entire time. After their release, he had escorted her all the way. By the time they reached this place, Su Zhixin had come to trust Zhang Shuai completely. She even worried about his safety during the fight. But the expression on that soldier's face just now shattered that trust completely. That split-second shift in the soldier's expression indirectly proved that Zhang Shuai was in cahoots with them all along. Normally, when guards witness a prison break and inmates escaping, their expression should show shock, anger, or at the very least, fear. In any case, a look of calm detachment should never appear on a soldier's face. Unless he had prior knowledge of the escape attempt, a fact later confirmed by the soldier's subsequent expression. Only when events surpass one's expectations does shock manifest on the face. "Sister-in-law, what's wrong?" Zhang Shuai had intended to keep running with Su Zhixin, but he suddenly noticed something was off about her expression. Beyond the shock, a hint of terror flickered in her eyes. Zhang Shuai sensed Su Zhixin had spotted something and tentatively asked. Blood is spurting out." Hearing Zhang Shuai's voice, Su Zhixin felt a chill rise from her core, causing her entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Though terrified, the girl understood that showing any sign of panic now would mean certain death. Hearing this, Zhang Shuai's lips curled into a faint smile before quickly straightening. "Big sister." Zhang Shuai stepped forward to grab Su Zhixin's wrist, but she flung his hand away. You. A cold expression hardened on Zhang Shuai's face, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Big sister." The man called out again, taking another step forward as the words fell. Su Zhixin staggered backward, her body swaying as her feet lost their footing. "Human blood." Su Zhixin murmured softly, her voice barely audible yet just loud enough for Zhang Shuai to catch. As she retreated, Su Zhixin frantically tugged at her hair. Slap. After stumbling back several steps, Su Zhixin plopped down onto the ground, bracing herself with both hands behind her. You. Chapter 122, The Mass Extras. Most of the village roads were dirt paths, and Su Zhixin's hands were clutching mud. Her hair was disheveled, making her look like a madwoman. Zhang Shuai stood directly before her, his expression filled with deep concern and obvious anxiety. Yet his feet refused to budge an inch. "You do have some intelligence after all, no wonder my dear big brother took a liking to you. But when you realize all this was part of my plan, what expression will wash over your face then?" "Sis, calm down. Zhang Shuai stood a few paces away from Su Zhixin, his face etched with anxiety as he spoke. Though Su Zhixin appeared mad on the surface, she was secretly observing Zhang Shuai's facial expressions. The more she observed, the more terrified she became. For a moment, she even considered abandoning everything and running away. But Su Zhixin quickly suppressed that thought. If Zhang Shuai had gone to such lengths to deceive her, even using Ye Xun's name as a cover, then the target couldn't possibly be her, it had to be Ye Xun. If she fled now, not only would she likely be recaptured and held hostage to threaten Ye Xun, it could even indirectly lead to Ye Xun's death. Su Zhixin had already endured that heart-wrenching agony once. She had no desire to experience it again. Therefore, she chose to lie low for now, waiting for an opportunity to ambush Zhang Shuai. Time ticked by second, while Su Zhixin maintained her deranged demeanor. The spot where her hand had been pressed moments ago was now beneath her as she sat down. Zhang Shuai crouched beside her, offering gentle reassurance. "Thank you. I feel much better now." After an unknown amount of time, Su Zhixin finally began to act slightly more normal. Her voice still trembled slightly as she spoke. "I'm just glad you're okay." Zhang Shuai helped Su Zhixin to her feet, speaking softly. As he spoke, he noticed one of Su Zhixin's hands hidden behind her back, clenched tightly into a fist. And where Su Zhixin had been sitting moments before, a gleaming object now lay covered in dirt. Zhang Shuai didn't call her out on it, continuing his gentle reassurance. "I'm sorry, sister-in-law. It's all my fault. I was too impatient back then and didn't think things through." Su Zhixin felt a chill in her heart at his words, yet she still managed to force a faint smile. "It's okay. It's not your fault. I'm just not very resilient." After exchanging polite words for a moment, Su Zhixin finally suggested they should hurry on their way. Zhang Shuai gave a sheepish grin, his voice tinged with embarrassment. Right. I'll take you away from here right away." With that, Zhang Shuai grabbed Su Zhixin's sleeve and pulled her forward. Su Zhixin felt immense resistance welling up inside her, but she forced it down. Allowing Zhang Shuai to tug at her sleeve, she simultaneously left a discreet mark for Ye Xun. After walking a short distance, they unexpectedly encountered a soldier. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The soldier froze upon seeing Zhang Shuai, then suddenly began shouting. Zhang Shuai feigned equal parts surprise and panic. "Sis, find a place to hide. I'll take care of them," Zhang Shuai said, his expression turning grave. Su Zhixin glanced at the men ahead and sneered inwardly. At most, there were only 11 or 12 soldiers blocking their path, and their cultivation levels were all around the early stage of the outer strength realm. Even if Zhang Shuai wasn't putting on a show, this small force was insignificant to him. Yet Su Zhixin still put on a worried expression. "Why don't I stay behind? I have some strength too." "No need, sister-in-law. These men aren't worthy of your intervention." "All right then." Su Zhixin sighed, feigned concern before striding off to the side. Seeing Su Zhixin had left, Zhang Shuai lightly tapped his foot and charged forward. His speed was far beyond what an early-stage external force cultivator could match. With that kind of speed, he should have been able to break through the encirclement of those minor soldiers like a tiger among sheep, unstoppable. Yet Zhang Shuai found himself locked in a back-and-forth battle with the soldiers, even gradually losing ground. Su Zhixin stood behind a large tree, not bothering to watch the battle unfolding where Zhang Shuai was. The girl picked up a random stone from the ground and quietly carved a secret code behind the tree where she was hiding. After finishing this, Su Zhixin tossed the stone aside. She dashed forward, found another large tree, and hid behind it. Meanwhile, Zhang Shuai's battle with the soldiers had reached a fever pitch. A dozen or so men fought back and forth. Su Zhixin watched from behind the tree, neither fleeing nor intending to offer support. After another clash between the two sides, Zhang Shuai suddenly leaped into the air. The blades of the dozen or so men instantly locked together, with Zhang Shuai planting his feet precisely at the center point of all the long swords. With a swift flip of his body, countless hidden weapons shot out in an instant. The glint of silver illuminated the ground. The next second, several hidden weapons pierced the bodies of those soldiers. Yet these projectiles seemed deliberately aimed, none striking vital points. As the projectiles poured forth like a tidal wave, Zhang Shuai landed on the ground. Su Zhixin hid behind a tree, covering her mouth to stifle any sound. Zhang Shuai's prowess far exceeded Su Zhixin's expectations, making her instinctively feel afraid. She feared her small movements might be noticed by Zhang Shuai, leading to irreversible consequences. Big sister, big sister. Just as Su Zhixin was lost in her thoughts, Zhang Shuai had already appeared beside her. Hearing his voice, Su Zhixin instinctively sidestepped. Only then did she belatedly realize. "Are you okay? Those people." Su Zhixin instinctively pointed toward the spot where Zhang Shuai and the others had just fought. Zhang Shuai didn't respond to her question, silently staring at her. Seeing the look in Zhang Shuai's eyes, a sudden sense of foreboding washed over Su Zhixin. She whipped her head around to look in that direction and saw the soldiers who had been lively and energetic moments ago. Now all lay sprawled on the ground, each pierced by varying numbers of hidden weapons, resembling hedgehogs. Su Zhixin covered her mouth and took a step back. This time, however, she refrained from any extreme actions. Whoosh, crack. Just then, the sound of fireworks ascending into the sky suddenly echoed. The next instant, a fiery red rose blossomed across the sky. Su Zhixin looked up, staring blankly at the scene. Oh no, sister-in-law, we have to leave. Zhang Shuai put on a look of extreme urgency, grabbing Su Zhixin's hand and pulling her toward the exit. Whether Su Zhixin was genuinely startled or deliberately resisting, she stood rooted to the spot. She stood rooted to the spot, unmoving. Zhang Shuai tugged at her hand, but she wouldn't budge. What was that? Su Zhixin murmured, gazing at the lingering rose-shaped cloud in the sky. Zhang Shuai put on a look of extreme urgency and spoke rapidly. That's a signal flare. Chapter 123, The Knife Revealed. It's all my fault. I let my guard down for a moment and let them fire the signal flare. Zhang Shuai's face wore a look of regret, his tone sincere. But Su Zhixin no longer trusted him. Not a single word he said would register with her. But now wasn't the time to turn on him. It's not your fault. No one could have anticipated they had signal flares. Su Zhixin offered a brief consolation before immediately continuing. Let's go. Those people are probably catching up. No sooner had the words left her lips than a cloud of dust billowed up behind Su Zhixin. Amidst the haze, shouts echoed. They're up ahead. 1,000 gold pieces for whoever captures them. As the last word fell, Su Zhixin's pupils contracted slightly. Those who had been advancing at a steady pace suddenly accelerated. The soldier at the very front was now only 3 or 4 meters away from Su Zhixin. Sis, move. Zhang Shuai, who had been standing beside Su Zhixin, instantly grabbed her shoulders and yanked her backward with force. Su Zhixin stumbled several steps backward. At the same moment, Zhang Shuai took a wide stride forward, shielding Su Zhixin behind him. Bang! Zhang Shuai reached for his waist, and when his hand emerged, 4 metal pellets were clutched in his palm. With a flick of his wrist, the pellets shot out, sending the frontline soldiers reeling backward. The moment the soldiers were flung back, explosions erupted. Dust and smoke billowed everywhere. Zhang Shuai took a step back and grabbed Su Zhixin's hand. Let's go! Su Zhixin's chest heaved violently as she ran, gasping for breath. Zhang Shuai wasn't much better, gasping for breath. How much longer? Almost there, sis. Just another 15 minutes of running, and we should be there. Should? Hearing Zhang Shuai's words, Su Zhixin couldn't help but raise her voice slightly. In truth, they'd only been running for 3 minutes when Su Zhixin began to suspect Zhang Shuai had been leading her in circles all along. They hadn't left the village boundaries at all. Su Zhixin had originally intended to see where Zhang Shuai was leading her. So she hadn't called him out, simply following along as he circled. But now, nearly an hour had passed, and Zhang Shuai still showed no sign of stopping. This made Su Zhixin begin to doubt her initial judgment. Hearing Su Zhixin's words, Zhang Shuai glanced left and right. She thought to herself. It should be about time. Even if she were made of iron, she wouldn't have the energy to think about anything else now. Let's take a break. The moment Zhang Shuai finished speaking, Su Zhixin plopped down onto the ground without a care for her appearance. She gasped for breath in heavy, ragged breaths. Zhang Shuai himself wasn't tired, so he leaned against a tree to rest. Their current location was on the outskirts of the village. But unless you were from the village, you'd get disoriented after just a few turns here. They'd lose all sense of direction. Su Zhixin's situation was unique. Besides possessing considerable strength herself, she had secretly memorized the terrain. After resting for a while, Zhang Shuai got up and walked over to Su Zhixin. Big sister. Before he could speak, Su Zhixin spoke first. No more walking. No more walking. Those people haven't caught up anyway. Su Zhixin propped herself up with both hands behind her, shaking her head like a rattle. Zhang Shuai feigned a look of reluctance, thought for a moment, and finally spoke slowly. Sis, maybe you should just hang in there a little longer? The safe house is just up ahead. We only need to walk another 15 minutes. Su Zhixin cut him off immediately. 15 minutes. 15 minutes? How long have we been walking already? We have to walk more? Su Zhixin's face wore an indignant expression as she fixed her gaze on Zhang Shuai. Truthfully, Su Zhixin had nearly regained her strength by now, and she certainly wouldn't stop moving forward over something like this. Even if it were another hour, Su Zhixin could have managed. But not now. During their last rest, Su Zhixin had noticed Zhang Shuai's gaze repeatedly drifting toward a building off to the side. She guessed that must be the place he intended to take her. So the girl decided to play along, pretending to walk first, then feigning exhaustion and unwillingness to continue. This would create an opportunity for Zhang Shuai. Sure enough, everything unfolded exactly as Su Zhixin had anticipated. Sis, there's a building over there. How about I go see if we can stay the night? Zhang Shuai tried persuading her for a while before finally asking that question. Hearing this, Su Zhixin let out a cold, silent laugh inside. Alright, go ask. I'll wait here for your news.
Zhang Shuai nodded and immediately headed toward the building he had spotted earlier. After about 3 or 4 minutes, Su Zhixin spotted Zhang Shuai walking back toward her from a distance. She stood up immediately, her face lighting up with anticipation. As soon as Zhang Shuai reached her, she eagerly asked, "How'd it go?" Hearing this, Zhang Shuai's expression immediately turned peculiar. He stammered. "The house was empty. I think it might be a trap. Why don't you hold out a little longer, sister-in-law, and wait?" Su Zhixin's expression instantly hardened into one that brooked no refusal. "Wait for what? Isn't it better that no one's there?" Zhang Shuai paused before continuing. "But? No buts about it. Since your brother isn't here, you'll do as I say. We'll rest there tonight. We'll continue our journey tomorrow morning." With Su Zhixin having made her position clear, Zhang Shuai saw no point in arguing further. He led Su Zhixin toward the building. Su Zhixin followed behind Zhang Shuai, hands clasped behind her back. She memorized the route while leaving small marks along the way. These markers were for Ye Xun. She was confident he would find this place. It would just take some time. Before long, Su Zhixin and Zhang Shuai arrived at the building. Zhang Shuai stepped forward first, walked up to the gate, and pushed it open with both hands. "Big sister." As the door swung open, Zhang Shuai glanced back at Su Zhixin. His expression seemed to be urging Su Zhixin not to enter. "Go in." With that, Su Zhixin strode confidently into the house. Zhang Shuai glanced back, a cold smile flickering across his face. Bang! After Zhang Shuai entered the house, the front door slammed shut with a dull thud. Startled by the sound, Su Zhixin instinctively halted her steps. "Don't worry, my good brother will definitely find his way here." Hearing this, Su Zhixin stiffened, slowly turning her head to look at Zhang Shuai. Chapter 124, Blood Red Crescent. Several hours earlier, at the Gu residence, Ye Xun was trapped within the encirclement of the heretical cultivators, unable to break free for a long time. The purple-robed man stood outside the encirclement, watching with leisurely composure. "Young divine lord, why must you put yourself through this?" Ye Xun's sword struck the blade of an evil cultivator, sending a tremendous recoil coursing through him. The shock made his palm go numb. The heretic cultivator, however, remained unscathed. After a brief pause, he charged at Ye Xun once more. After fighting for so long, Ye Xun had finally grasped what these heretical cultivators truly were. Though each bore a human form, they were, in truth, already dead. Their movements were entirely sustained by the nearly transparent thread trailing behind them. The only way to break free was to sever the thread behind these heretical cultivators, just as he was doing now. Ye Xun twisted his body, narrowly evading 3 long blades. He planted his feet firmly, propelling himself into the air. Simultaneously, the Amaterasu in his hand blazed with dazzling light. Moonlight bathed Ye Xun, making him appear like an immortal from the heavens. Divine Demon Sword Art, first form. Ye Xun murmured softly, while the purple-robed man also looked up. A faint, enigmatic smile played at the corners of his lips. Ye Xun's aura grew increasingly powerful, the Amaterasu in his hand trembling lightly. As if sensing its master's emotions, it too grew excited. Crescent Moon Thousand Blades. Ye Xun raised the Amaterasu high above his head, his aura reaching its peak at that moment. Slash! The youth's expression remained impassive as he uttered a low command, slowly lowering both hands. Boom! Before the sword had even fully descended, mere contact with its aura was enough to overwhelm several heretical cultivators. Their bodies exploded. At that moment, Ye Xun resembled a fallen immortal banished to the mortal realm, his entire body bathed in the faint glow of moonlight. As the sword continued its descent, its radiance even eclipsed the brilliance of the full moon. Those heretical cultivators were forced to their knees, unable to rise. Yet despite this, not a single wail of agony echoed through the courtyard. The silence was eerie. Ye Xun showed no surprise as he slowly lowered the Amaterasu sword. Now less than a meter from the ground, the sword had carved a gash 5 centimeters deep into the granite floor. The gash extended all the way to the figure in purple robes. The powerful gust of wind generated by the sword's descent made the robes flutter wildly. Yet the purple-robed man remained standing there, utterly motionless, the smile on his face not wavering in the slightest. Boom! The next instant, the Amaterasu's sword struck down. The granite floor instantly split open, revealing a bottomless fissure. All the heretical cultivators were torn to pieces by this terrifying might. An overwhelming stench of blood instantly filled the air. A powerful gust of wind swept across the entire area, obliterating nearly every intact object. Is this the full extent of your power? The purple-robed figure stood within the gale, extending 2 fingers to grasp the Amaterasu sword. A hint of regret flickered across his face. Die! Ye Xun no longer possessed the otherworldly demeanor he had moments before. His upper garment lay in tatters, his entire torso densely covered in countless sword scars. Gripping Amaterasu with both hands, his face was as pale as paper, his eyes bloodshot, and veins bulged faintly on his forehead. Compared to him, the purple-robed man looked remarkably better.
I was hoping to let you struggle a little longer, the purple-robed man said, but since you're so eager to die, I'll show you mercy and grant your wish. With that, the purple-robed man drew his fingers back in a gentle pull. Ye Xun, gripping the Amaterasu sword with both hands, instantly felt a tremendous force surge toward him, nearly snatching him away. Ha! Ye Xun stepped back into a bow stance, growling low as the veins on his hands bulged violently. He forced the Amaterasu sword upward with all his might. Yet the purple-robed man's two fingers clamped down on the sword like two mountains, holding it fast. Ye Xun couldn't pull it free, nor could he hack his way through. He was pinned there, immobilized. Pull it out. Ye Xun growled, his face turning even paler as he summoned every ounce of his true energy. Oh, interesting. The purple-robed man observed his state, raising an eyebrow slightly as the corners of his mouth turned up. It was as if he were watching a child doing something worthy of praise. Hum. At that very moment, the Amaterasu sword suddenly emitted a resonant hum. The light that had grown dim along its blade flared brightly once more. Ye Xun planted his rear foot firmly, channeling his chi into a single point. His entire body propelled forward like a cannonball. Wielding the Amaterasu sword, he thrust forward with all his might. The sword's brilliance flared, dimming all else in the world. In Ye Xun's eyes, the entire world seemed to shrink to just the Amaterasu sword, himself, and the enemy before him. Beyond these two, everything else in the world seemed utterly insignificant. Impressive, indeed. To reach this level at such a young age is truly commendable. The purple-robed man lightly tapped the ground beneath his feet, sending his entire body flying backward. Ye Xun followed immediately, the sword tip leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. At that moment, the Amaterasu sword resembled the divine axe that cleaved the heavens and earth, and Ye Xun seemed like the god who had split the cosmos. Both radiated an unmatched aura, severing all retreat, charging forward without hesitation. Yet the purple-robed man proved overwhelmingly powerful. Even Ye Xun's all-out strike failed to wound him. After cleaving through countless structures, the tip of the Amaterasu sword finally halted before the purple-robed man. It was but half an inch from the purple-robed man's brow. Yet that half-inch proved an insurmountable chasm. Ye Xun roared with fury, desperate to advance another step, yet no matter how he strained, he could not move forward. A towering wall seemed to rise before him, blocking both the Amaterasu sword and Ye Xun himself. Well, the purple-robed man murmured with deep emotion. Truly, the waves of the Yangtze push forward, and new generations of talent emerge in every era. The purple-robed man murmured with a look of deep emotion on his face. Ye Xun gritted his teeth, blood trickling from his 7 orifices. His hands trembled uncontrollably, yet he never loosened his grip on the Amaterasu sword. Young divine lord, why must you persist in this? Seeing Ye Xun in such a state, the purple-robed man shook his head with apparent regret. My employer is dead. If you choose to leave now, I won't stand in your way. Pa! Ye Xun didn't even bother to respond. With blood in his mouth, he spat right at the purple-robed man. Good. The purple-robed man wiped the blood-stained spittle from his face, uttering good 3 times in succession as his expression twisted into a savage grimace. Refuse the wine offered, and you'll drink the punishment wine. Stay here and serve as my puppet. Clang! The purple-robed man released the Amaterasu sword. Ye Xun leapt backward, retreating 3 steps in quick succession. He then pulled his right foot back, forcibly halting his retreat. His left foot bent slightly, propelling him upward like a spring. Chapter 125, The Fox Mask. Clang! The purple-robed man released the Amaterasu sword. Ye Xun immediately leapt backward, retreating 3 steps in quick succession. He then pulled his right foot back, forcing himself to halt his retreat. His left leg bent slightly, propelling him upward like a spring. The instant he soared into the air, Ye Xun bit his own tongue tip, spitting a mouthful of blood directly onto the Amaterasu sword. After absorbing Ye Xun's blood, the sword's glow instantly transformed from pure white into a sinister crimson. High in the sky, the moon seemed to sense something. A thick, ominous cloud drifted across the sky, instantly blocking all moonlight. The earth plunged into sudden darkness, illuminated only by the crimson glow emanating from the Amaterasu sword. It still emitted an eerie glow. Divine Demon Sword Technique, Second Form. Burial of Heaven. / As the final word echoed, the blood of the fallen demonic cultivators seemed to gain a spirit of their own, obeying the call of the heaven-illuminating sword. Slowly, it began to converge toward Ye Xun in the sky. The blood divided into several streams, ceaselessly converging from all directions toward the Amaterasu sword in Ye Xun's grasp. With each stream merging into the sword, its crimson glow intensified, growing ever more dazzling. Similarly, Ye Xun's complexion grew paler by the moment. Impossible. When the purple-robed man saw the sword transformed into a crimson hue, his previously composed demeanor vanished instantly. In its place surged boundless panic and dread. That crimson hue felt like a curse, at least to the purple-robed man. The man in purple, who had remained utterly composed since his arrival, finally panicked at this moment. For the first time, he felt an overwhelming urge to turn and flee. Yet he forced himself to suppress the fear welling up inside, fixing his gaze firmly on Ye Xun in the sky. The distance between them steadily closed. When only a meter remained between them, a smile finally appeared on the purple-robed man's face, a smile of profound relief. So it's just a defective copy. I thought the real one had returned to the mortal world. The moment the purple-robed man uttered these words, his figure vanished from the spot. Ye Xun, having gathered his momentum, was about to deliver a fatal blow to the purple-robed figure when he suddenly realized the man had vanished before his very eyes. Ye Xun's pupils contracted sharply. Instantly, a deadly threat descended from above. With scarcely a moment to think, he forced himself to endure the backlash from reversing his technique. He violently twisted his body, swinging the Amaterasu in his hand upward with all his might. Clang! The Amaterasu struck the purple-robed man's arm, yet unlike usual, it did not cleave the limb clean off. Instead, it produced a metallic clang. Startled, Ye Xun instinctively pulled back the Amaterasu to shield himself. Immediately, a second metallic clang echoed. The purple-robed figure merely extended 2 fingers, tapping the blade of the Amaterasu sword. Amaterasu trembled violently, a tremendous force surging through Ye Xun's arm. Ye Xun grunted, ignoring the crack that had split open his palm as he clenched the sword tightly. The purple-robed man withdrew his hand at that moment, but not because he had abandoned his attack. Rather, it was because a fist drawn back before striking again carried greater force. Thus, with just 2 fingers, the purple-robed man drove Ye Xun back step by step, forcing him all the way from the Gu family's flower hall out onto the street. It was the dead of night, and the Gu residence was located in an affluent neighborhood. Not a soul was in sight on the street, not even a single dog. Ye Xun skillfully used the length of the street to repeatedly evade the purple-robed man's lethal strikes. But this game had grown tiresome for the purple-robed man. After yet another lethal strike was dodged by Ye Xun, the purple-robed man decided enough was enough. With a light tap of his foot, he leapt backward. After creating several meters of distance between himself and Ye Xun, the purple-robed man flickered his wrists, and 2 string-like objects resembling puppet strings appeared in his hands. Ye Xun froze momentarily at the purple-robed man's sudden retreat. Then, drawing in a sharp breath, he charged toward the purple-robed man with Amaterasu in tow. Though he didn't know why the purple-robed man had retreated, now that he had, it was his turn to strike. The blood-red glow flared once more upon the Amaterasu sword, while countless gusts of wind swirled around Ye Xun. Like soldiers, they charged alongside him. Yet just as Ye Xun was about to reach the purple-robed man, he suddenly sensed an extremely lethal threat emanating from both sides. This sense of danger forced him to halt abruptly, simultaneously planting his feet firmly. His body shot backward. The very next second after his retreat, 2 claws, seemingly made of steel and iron, collided with each other. A piercingly harsh scraping sound erupted. Put! Both attacks he was about to unleash were abruptly withdrawn, inflicting significant internal injuries on Ye Xun. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Only then did Ye Xun notice that 2 monstrous, green-faced, fanged assistants had appeared beside the purple-robed man. Green-faced and fanged, they were monstrous-looking allies. Worse still, the scent of the blood Ye Xun had just coughed up seemed to be the most irresistible temptation for these 2 monsters. The 2 monsters sniffed deeply with their noses, their faces instantly contorting into expressions of perverse, depraved pleasure. Finally, they whipped their heads toward Ye Xun, their eyes burning with intense desire. Ye Xun took a deep breath, braced himself against the Amaterasu sword, and forced himself to his feet. Boy, there's no enmity between us. If you stop now, I'll spare you for the sake of Divine Demon Island. Seeing Ye Xun rise once more, the purple-robed figure's composure began to waver. He spoke once more. The paths of darkness and light have harbored irreconcilable enmity since time immemorial. How could there be no grudge between us? Ye Xun's face was as pale as paper, yet the aura radiating from his body surged relentlessly. He now resembled a battle-hardened general, surrounded by 10,000 foes, fighting fiercely amidst a sea of blood. Yet even facing such overwhelming odds, he still chose to raise the blade in his hand. Madman! Every last one of you on this Divine Demon Island is a madman. The purple-robed man seemed to be losing his temper. After uttering these words, he swung his hands forward with force. The 2 green-faced, fanged monsters leapt into the air, charging straight toward Ye Xun. Clang! Clang! 2 clangs of metal clashing rang out almost simultaneously. The moment the monsters closed in, Ye Xun swiftly swung his sword twice with the Amaterasu in hand, simultaneously parrying both creatures' attacks. Yet this effort caused him to spit out another mouthful of blood, his face instantly growing paler. Chapter 126, The Ghost Taoist. Clang! Clang! 2 clangs of metal colliding echoed almost simultaneously. As the 2 monsters closed in, Ye Xun swiftly swung his Amaterasu sword twice, simultaneously parrying both creatures' attacks. Yet this effort caused him to spit out another mouthful of blood, his face turning even paler. His body began to sway unsteadily. The scent of blood seemed to provoke the 2 beasts, which advanced almost simultaneously.
Their claws struck from both sides, aiming for the flanks of Ye Xun's ribs. Battling intense discomfort, the youth crushed a slab of bluestone beneath his feet and lunged backward. Without hesitation, the two beasts pursued him, their claws striking out at Ye Xun. Ye Xun raised Amaterasu to his chest, assumed a fighting stance, and twisted his upper body violently. Harnessing immense core strength, he executed a crescent moon slash with Amaterasu, forcibly deflecting the monster's outstretched claws. The purple-robed man stood just 3 to 5 meters before Ye Xun, his wrist suddenly trembling. Simultaneously, an almost transparent thread transmitted the force from the purple-robed man's wrist to the two monsters. The two monsters let out low growls and lunged toward Ye Xun simultaneously. With 2 sharp thuds, the claws pierced the teenager's body before he could dodge. Intense pain assaulted his nerves, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of exhaustion. Every part of his body screamed in protest, screaming that they had pushed themselves to the absolute limit. Squish! 2 sharp claws tore out of Ye Xun's body in the next instant. The youth's consciousness began to blur, his eyelids heavy as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds. He forced himself to stand straight, trembling as he raised Amaterasu. The two monsters extended their claws before him, licked their tongues, and savored the remnants of Ye Xun's blood clinging to their claws. A perverse look of ecstasy spread across their faces. Not far away, the purple-robed figure tugged at the silk threads in his hands, instantly pulling the two monsters back. Step by step, the purple-robed figure approached Ye Xun. To the youth's ears, each footfall thundered like muffled explosions. Ye Xun staggered forward, raising Amaterasu above his head with trembling hands. But before he could swing it, darkness engulfed his vision, and he collapsed straight onto the ground. "TSK, young divine lord, why must you put yourself through this?" The purple-robed man approached Ye Xun, bending down to look at the unconscious youth. His tone carried a hint of mockery and pity. "We had no grudge between us. I only sought to kill you because I was hired to do so. Had you simply died peacefully within the encirclement, you wouldn't have suffered so much." A mocking curve lifted the corner of the purple-robed man's mouth as he spoke in a sarcastic tone. "You so-called righteous folk always seek to exterminate us whenever we cross your path. You call us heretics and outcasts, claim we're despised by all under heaven. But what's the result? You so-called righteous cultivators, one by one, I've slaughtered you, while your sects dare not utter a single word of protest." By the time the purple-robed man finished speaking, his face had twisted into a savage grimace. "Enough. I won't waste words on you. Prepare to meet your end." Before the words had fully left his mouth, the purple-robed man pulled his hands inward. Simultaneously, the claws of the two monsters lunged toward Ye Xun's forehead and heart. The purple-robed man had no desire to watch any longer and turned to leave. But after taking just 2 steps, he heard 2 sharp clangs behind him. He halted abruptly, whirling around to see a man wearing a fox mask and ancient official robes. One hand grasped each of the monster's claws. You. The moment the purple-robed man saw the figure, his pupils contracted sharply. He took 2 steps back, pointing a finger at the man. The fox-masked man, hearing the purple-robed man's voice, lifted his head and glanced at him. A faint smile touched his lips. "It's been a long time, Ghost Taoist." At the sound of that voice, Ghost Taoist's entire body trembled violently as he pulled his hands back with all his might. As expected, the monster did not get pulled back. Instead, 2 snaps of thread breaking echoed through the air. Ghost Taoist's face instantly drained of color. His primary discipline was puppetry, though he occasionally studied alchemy as needed. Had he focused solely on puppetry, he would never have been branded an evil heretic by the world. Even among the orthodox sects, there were schools that utilized puppets. However, the puppets employed by these sects were all ancient mechanical puppets passed down from antiquity. The most extreme ingredient required was merely a few drops of one's own vital blood. Yet the puppets crafted by this ghostly Taoist were almost entirely forged from living beings. Such puppets are also known as living puppets. The most crucial aspect of crafting them is this: the person transformed into a puppet must die filled with resentment. The stronger the resentment in their heart, the more powerful the resulting puppet. Precisely because of this, the ghostly Taoist would employ every cruel method to torture his victims during the creation process. He tortured people to death while they were still alive. Years ago, the man wearing the fox mask had pursued the ghost monk relentlessly. The pursuit lasted a full 2 years. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, he was forced to abandon the pursuit of the ghost monk and return to address those matters. "Ghost Taoist, it's been years since we last met. How come your strength hasn't improved at all?" The fox-masked man seized 2 monsters, one in each hand, and applied gentle pressure. The creatures' skulls instantly shattered, spilling a mixture of yellow and white fluid across the floor. Witnessing this, Ghost Taoist nearly fell to his knees in supplication, but the last shred of his dignity held him back. "Humph. You got lucky today, kid. Next time, you won't be so fortunate." After spitting out this threat, the Ghost Taoist gathered his chi and turned to leave immediately. But no sooner had he taken a step than the man wearing the fox mask vanished from his spot. The next second, he materialized right before the Ghost Taoist's eyes. "Old friends meeting again, shall we catch up?" The ghost Taoist was startled, realizing he could no longer gauge the cultivation level of the man before him. You. The fox-masked man smiled faintly, his tone light. Surprised? Truth is, I was already injured before I caught you that year. If not for that, do you really think you could have run for so long? Upon hearing these words, the ghost Taoist instantly discarded what little dignity he had left. With a thud, he knelt before the man. Spare my life. Spare my life. The man in the fox mask extended a hand and placed it atop the ghost Taoist's head. You, a peak core formation cultivator, come here to bully a child. Aren't you ashamed? Yes, you're right. I'm a bastard. I'm not human. Alright, it's not that serious. But you just mentioned our divine demon island. When Ghost Taoist heard these words, his entire body shuddered. Instantly, he recalled the words that had just slipped from his lips. He was filled with regret. But regret was useless now. Words spoken were like water spilled. If you want to take it back, you'd better have the power to do it. I deserve a beating. I'm asking for it. I'm not human. The sharp crack of slaps echoed down the entire street. The ghost Taoist knelt on the ground, delivering blow after blow to his own face. The man wearing the fox mask stood before him, silent, watching him intently. Yet even so, fear gripped the ghost Taoist's heart. He silently regretted taking on this job. He knew full well that the client was the young divine lord of the divine demon island. How could he possibly be without guards? Yet he'd been bewitched into accepting it. What a mistake. The ghost Taoist muttered to himself under his breath, yet his hands never paused for a moment. Chapter 127, The Bodyguard. The ghost Taoist had no idea how many slaps he'd delivered to his own face, each one landed with full force. He literally slapped his own face until it swelled up. Enough. The man wearing the fox mask spoke, his voice tinged with impatience. The ghost Taoist immediately stopped his actions, staring at the man with pleading eyes. The man reached into his chest and pulled out a small porcelain bottle. The ghost Taoist turned pale as a ghost the moment he saw the bottle. He began banging his head on the ground. Spare me, sir. Spare me, sir. The man wearing the fox mask let out a soft click of his tongue, his brow furrowing slightly. The ghost monk immediately shut his mouth, not daring to make a sound, his body shaking like a sieve. So you're scared now? Where was your fear earlier? The man spoke coldly. The ghost monk kept his mouth tightly shut, not daring to utter a single word. Take it. The man poured a crystal clear pill from a small porcelain bottle and held it before the ghost Taoist. The ghost monk glanced up at him, his eyes filled with resistance and terror. The man fell silent, standing before him with pills in his hand that glowed faintly in the dim moonlight. The ghost Taoist opened his mouth to speak, but after uttering just one syllable, he swallowed the rest of his words. He lowered his head to stare at the pill in the man's hand, swallowing hard. He extended his right hand, trembling violently. Snap. The ghost Taoist's right hand trembled so violently he could only grasp his own wrist with his left hand. With great effort, he snatched the pill from the man's hand. The man withdrew his hand, standing with arms crossed behind his back. He watched the ghost Taoist, his face showing not the slightest flicker of emotion. The ghost Taoist glanced up at him, trembling as he popped the pill into his mouth. Gulp! As his Adam's apple bobbed, the pill slid down his throat and into his stomach. Ugh, ah! The next second, the ghost Taoist's face contorted, his features seeming to shift out of place. Simultaneously, a sharp crack echoed from the ghost Taoist's body. His limbs contorted at impossible angles, mirroring the puppets he had crafted before. The man wearing the fox mask stood before him, observing the scene with an expression devoid of emotion. A piercing scream suddenly split the silent street, followed by another, each louder than the last. For a moment, the entire street echoed only with wails of agony. After an unknown span of time, the ghost Taoist, who had passed out from the pain, slowly regained consciousness, his eyes still unfocused. But the moment he saw that all too familiar fox mask, his instinct was to leap up and flee. But the moment he stirred, excruciating pain shot through his entire body. The intense agony snapped the ghost Taoist back to his senses, making him fully aware of his predicament. Thank you, Lord Xie, for sparing my life. Thank you, Lord Xie. The man wearing the fox mask waved his hand dismissively, a hint of impatience flickering across his face. The ghost Taoist immediately shut his mouth, lowering his head, afraid to look at the man. Come find me every year for the antidote. If I discover you've harmed anyone again in the meantime. Humph. The ghost Taoist endured the relentless agony coursing through his body, fumbling to catch the bottle the man tossed at him. He nodded repeatedly in agreement, his voice trembling with fear. Alright, you're done here. Get lost. The man waved him away as if shooing off a fly. At those words, the ghost Taoist dared not linger a moment longer. He took a few steps back. He turned, ready to flee the place. Wait. Just as the ghost Taoist turned to leave, the man called out to him. Hearing his name called, the ghost Taoist wished he were dead. Brother, just kill me outright. Don't toy with my feelings like this. The ghost Taoist wailed inwardly, yet his body obediently turned back.
I'm asking you besides that kid inside, who else hired you?
The man nodded vaguely toward the nearby Gu residence and demanded.
This. Hearing the man's question, the ghost Taoist hesitated instinctively.
In their line of work, they operated much like mercenaries, never revealing any information about their employers. Besides reckless, worldly millionaires, only those sects with power reaching the heavens would dare hire a dark cultivator like Ghost Taoist. Certain tasks were unsuitable for these sects to handle directly, and they wished to conceal their involvement as the masterminds.
So they deliberately hired heretical cultivators to carry out the tasks.
After the mission was completed, they would stage a fake pursuit.
Once the dust settles, these major sects would suppress the incident,
ensuring the truth is forever buried. The man noticed Ghost Taoist's hesitation and chuckled softly.
Don't want to talk? Or do you think your reputation in the industry matters more than your life?
Only then did the Ghost Taoist snap out of it, shuddering violently. After all, the man wearing the fox mask stood right before him. If he wished, he could take his life at any moment. Compared to that, what the hell was his reputation in the industry? If he lost his life, what good would a stellar reputation do him?
I'll talk. It's Zhang Shui from the flower-seeking sect.
The man's eyes narrowed slightly at the name.
The flower-seeking sect, indeed.
Zhang Shui, indeed. Ghost Taoist bowed his head so low it nearly buried itself in the ground. He could sense the murderous intent radiating from the man, muttering to himself.
This isn't my fault, you know.
Blame yourselves for not knowing your own place.
Alright, this isn't anyone else's fault.
At the end of the day, it's all because our little one was too naive. After a few seconds, the Ghost Taoist, still kneeling with his head bowed, heard a crystal clear, childlike voice. The voice was ethereal and pure, like a refreshing breeze through the mountains, making one relax involuntarily. The ghost monk instinctively straightened up and turned to look behind him. But when he saw the owner of the voice, his pupils suddenly contracted. Standing not far behind him was a little girl so exquisitely delicate she resembled a porcelain doll. She appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, with long, jet black hair cascading over her shoulders. She wore a dark red hanfu outfit. The Ghost Taoist collapsed onto the ground, propping himself up with both hands as he stumbled backward 2 steps. Blood guard. The Ghost Taoist trembled even more violently than before, his teeth chattering loudly from the intense shaking. The little girl seemed oblivious to the Ghost Taoist, strolling casually toward him. Her hanfu robe billowed with each step, exposing her smooth ankles. The ghost monk felt as though the blood in his veins had frozen solid in that instant, his expression frozen like a statue.
His mouth hung slightly open, pupils constricted.
The little girl reached Ye Xun's side and extended a hand as white as spring onions.
Chapter 128, Tao Tao's Reinforcements.
In a daze, the Ghost Taoist saw a pale yellow pill appear in the little girl's hand. The girl placed her hand under Ye Xun's chin.
As if awakening, Ye Xun slightly parted his lips.
The pill slipped effortlessly into Ye Xun's mouth.
Cough.
Before long, Ye Xun suddenly began coughing violently. The little girl crouched beside him, gently patting his back with her small hand.
Such a stubborn little thing, she murmured. You couldn't even win, so why didn't you just run away?
Her voice was faint, so soft it was almost inaudible. Within that whisper, there seemed to be a trace of sorrow and anger, faint and almost imperceptible.
The Ghost Taoist's face was deathly pale as his hands frantically clawed at the ground.
His body retreated backward. The Ghost Taoist felt his body growing heavier with every movement, so heavy he even considered hacking it to pieces to escape.
It's you, isn't it?
The little girl still crouched beside Ye Xun, her voice ethereal and clear, like a lark in the forest. It was enough to make one's heart soar with delight. Yet to the Ghost Taoist's ears, it sounded like the whisper of a demon from hell. It filled him with utter dread.
I'm sorry. I'm not myself. I didn't mean to.
The ghostly monk shrieked in terror, his voice trembling.
I'm sorry,
Before the Ghost Taoist could finish his words, he suddenly felt both his sleeves empty. His face twisted in horror as he looked down at his arms. Where his arms should have been, only 2 empty cuffs remained. A night breeze swept by, causing the sleeves, stained with blood, to flutter gently in the wind.
No!
The Ghost Taoist let out a piercing wail, his voice filled with nothing but grief and terror. Not even a shred of anger remained, nor did he dare to feel any.
You don't think 2 sorries will get you off the hook, do you?
The little girl had appeared behind the Ghost Taoist and me at some point, holding his 2 severed arms in her hands. She casually tossed the arms aside and walked slowly toward the Ghost Taoist.
Spare me, master. Master.
Before the Ghost Taoist could finish his plea, he suddenly found himself unable to speak. He slowly lowered his head and stared in shock at 2 pale fingers. Only the fingertips remained exposed.
Drip, drip. Viscous liquid dripped onto the ground.
The little girl withdrew her hand and shook it off with obvious disgust. You shouldn't have killed him. The man wearing the fox mask frowned slightly, seeming displeased. Hearing his words, the little girl shot him a sideways glance.
Since when did the shadow guard get to tell the bloodline what to do? The fox-masked man's tone carried a hint of resignation. I'm your brother first, then a secret guard. And if you keep mimicking grown-up speech, I'll have father spank your bottom when we get home. The little girl stuck her tongue out at the man and made a funny face. Father dotes on me. He'd never hit me. What do you think father would do if he found out you let the young divine lord get beaten by some lowly demonic cultivator? The man wearing the fox mask gazed at the little girl with a faint, ambiguous smile. The little girl shuddered violently at his words. Brother, my dear brother, I was wrong. Please don't tell father, okay? Please? The little girl practically teleported to the man's side, grabbing his hand and shaking it gently. Now you're scared? Just a moment ago, you were happily calling me little baby over and over. Hearing this, the little girl muttered softly with her head bowed. Well, of course. Otherwise, why would the master have us take turns protecting him? Before she could finish her sentence, the man smacked her hard on the head. Ouch. If you keep hitting me like that, I'll never grow tall. The little girl stomped her feet in protest, clearly displeased. We're only here for today. It's not like you have to endure this every day. No complaining. The little girl clutched her head, muttering under her breath so only she could hear. But it had to happen today, of all days. This kid really doesn't know how to pick a day. The little girl pouted, brimming with resentment. Alright, stop complaining. I told you to notify them. Did you go? I already did. But, bro, are we really not going to help that woman? The man wearing the fox mask fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. No need. If you want to be the young divine master, you must be prepared for this. Besides. The man paused briefly at this point, sighed, and then continued. What he'd face in the future was merely the tip of the iceberg. The little girl looked at Ye Xun lying on the ground and mimicked the man's sigh. That's it, ouch. Bro. Let's go. She's almost here. After an unknown amount of time, a fiery red Porsche sped toward them from the end of the road. Squeal. The screech of brakes echoed as the Porsche executed a dramatic drift before coming to a halt. The door swung open, and Tao Tao leaped out of the driver's seat. She took 3 steps in 2 strides and rushed to Ye Xun's side. Big brother. Big brother. Tao Tao grabbed Ye Xun's shoulders and shook him violently. But even so, Ye Xun showed no signs of regaining consciousness. With no other choice, Tao Tao picked Ye Xun up and placed him in the passenger seat. Only after completing all this did Tao Tao run back down from the vehicle. She surveyed the scene, which could only be described as a bloody mess. Last night, when she returned to her residence, she had this persistent feeling that something major was about to happen. Her eyelid had been twitching uncontrollably. Then Tao Tao received Ye Xun's call, learning that Su Zhixin had been kidnapped. He immediately mobilized all his personnel to search the entire city for Su Zhixin's whereabouts. But after searching nearly all night, they hadn't found a single clue. Su Zhixin seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving behind not a single trace. By the time Tao Tao returned to his residence, it was already 3 or 4 in the morning. Burdened with worry, he lay down on the bed and drifted off into a restless sleep. About an hour later, he heard faint sounds. When he got up to investigate, he found a note on the table by the door. It contained only a brief message. Your brother is in danger. Come to the Gu residence immediately. Without a second thought, Tao Tao burned the note and rushed straight to the Gu residence. Tao Tao's residence was extremely well hidden, essentially serving as her safe house in Donglin City. Anyone capable of locating this place and leaving a note without a trace. There was no reason for them to deceive her about this matter. Who could it be? Standing at the entrance of the Gu residence, Tao Tao stared at the bodies piled haphazardly inside, her mind racing. One by one, names surfaced in Tao Tao's mind. Each one seemed like a suspect, yet none of them seemed like a suspect. Chapter 129, The Second Incident. Daybreak had fully arrived, and the street neither too wide nor too narrow gradually came alive with the bustle of daily life. No one noticed that last night, a youth had fought a bloody battle here. He fought to the death to slay his enemy. Nor did anyone realize that a wicked cultivator, guilty of countless murders and utterly unforgivable, had also met his end here. Not far from where the youth now stood. La 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 la, la 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 la, we common folk are truly happy today. A man in athletic wear hummed a tune as he walked toward the Gu residence. The day before yesterday, Su Zhixin had praised him and mentioned an extremely important task he would be entrusted with. If he handled it well, he'd be rewarded with 300,000 yuan and a 90 square meter apartment. Without a moment's hesitation, the man accepted the offer. 300,000 yuan, any ordinary person would be tempted by that sum. And on top of that, a 90 square meter apartment. The task itself was straightforward. Su Zhixin claimed he needed manpower and instructed the man to find 30 strong young men. As long as he brought them back before sunset, the task would be considered complete. The man was overjoyed at the prospect. At his age, money was tight for most people, and few had even finished elementary school. With limited education, one can only offer manual labor in this society. If Gu Shichen had demanded something else, the man couldn't guarantee he'd find that many people. But since he only needed strong, fit men, that was a piece of cake. Who among manual laborers isn't strong and fit? 30? No problem. 300? Not an issue.
The man immediately pounded his chest in assurance, promising to return with the men by 4 in the afternoon. Gu Shichen was delighted at the time, promising an additional 300,000 yuan if the man succeeded. Motivated by the generous reward, the man exceeded expectations. By noon, he found nearly 40 strong young men. However, Gu Shichen didn't pay him immediately. Instead, he told him to go home and rest for a few days. The money would be delivered to his home later. But the man only rested for 1 day before rushing to the Gu residence today. After all, it was a full 600,000 yuan, plus a 90 square meter apartment. How could he possibly feel at ease until he had it firmly in his hands? Thud! The man approached the Gu family's front gate and knocked twice with force. But inside the Gu residence, there was complete silence. Not only did no one come to open the door, but there wasn't even a single response. Standing at the entrance, the man felt a sense of unease. He knocked again. Anyone there? Still no answer. It was as if the people inside the Gu residence hadn't heard the knocking at all. The man peered through the door, his curiosity piqued. He immediately took 2 startled steps back and plopped straight down onto the ground. He pointed a finger toward the Gu family's gate, unable to utter a word for a long time. His face was frozen in sheer terror. Some passers-by on the street noticed his unusual state, but most adopted a better safe than sorry attitude. They hurried past him and left. Bro, what's wrong? After a long while, a kind soul finally stopped. He crouched beside the man and asked. The man didn't answer. His face twisted in terror as he pointed toward the Gu family's gate. The passerby followed his gaze and noticed the gate to the Gu residence was slightly ajar. Without giving it much thought, the passerby walked up to the gate. Knock. Is anyone there? Still no response. The passerby called out several times, but no one answered from inside the Gu residence. In fact, the house was completely silent, as quiet as an old, long-abandoned mansion. A puzzled expression crossed the passerby's face as they glanced back at the man standing nearby. The man remained frozen in the same position, his body trembling uncontrollably. Is anyone home? If you don't say anything, I'm going in. After standing at the doorway for a moment and seeing no one emerge, the passerby took a step back. He charged forward, slamming straight into the front door. Though the Gu family's gate was made entirely of wood, the timber used was of the finest quality. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 7 or 8 powerful shoves from a grown man to break it open. And the person doing the ramming would likely sustain some internal injuries. Yet none of that happened today. The passerby merely charged forward and collided with it once and the Gu family's gate swung open. Under normal circumstances, this would have been utterly impossible. Though the moment the gate swung open, the passerby froze in shock. He didn't react in time. Carried forward by his momentum, he stumbled several steps before landing flat on his face. Damn it, I'm just unlucky to the core. Trying to help out, and this is what I get? As he spoke, he suddenly realized he hadn't suffered a single scratch. Despite landing face first, he hadn't suffered a single scratch. Not even a scratch on his face. This felt utterly bizarre. He instinctively tried to push himself up, only to find his hands pressing against something incredibly soft. He looked down in frozen terror, then bolted from the Gu residence like a madman. Passers-by on the street, seeing him emerge from the Gu residence, looked at him with great curiosity. They glanced at him, then at the wide-open gates of the Gu residence. In an instant, all the pedestrians stopped in their tracks, each face etched with terror. There's a dead body! Someone in the crowd shouted, and instantly, the entire street erupted into chaos. Panicked, they fled. The bolder ones only remembered to call the police after running for a while. 5 minutes later, police arrived and cordoned off a 100-meter radius around the Gu residence. Watching the bodies being carried out one after another, the captain of the criminal investigation team's face darkened to an extreme degree. In Donglin City, no case of such heinous nature had occurred in the past 5 years, except for the Ye family tragedy. Captain, this. The deputy captain stood beside him, his expression equally grim. Let's go inside and take a look. With that, the captain strode directly into the Gu residence. The bodies near the entrance all died from precise cuts to the carotid arteries with a sharp blade. Those found inside the rooms had different immediate causes of death, but each had suffered at least 3 stab wounds before dying. Listening to the medical examiner's report, the captain was certain that the killer who had wiped out the entire Gu family was the same person who had murdered Li Wan and Chen Long the night before. Yet despite pinpointing the killer, he felt no sense of relief. If these 2 cases were indeed committed by the same person, it meant someone from the cultivation world was seeking personal revenge. This was beyond the jurisdiction of a mere police captain like him. Captain. Return to the station first. This case is beyond our jurisdiction. We can't handle it. Chapter 130, The Police Commissioner.
After all the bodies had been removed, the detective captain withdrew most of the officers. Only a few seasoned officers remained to secure the crime scene. About half an hour later, the Criminal Investigation Division chief arrived at the Donglin City Police Headquarters. This was the city's highest-level police station, handling hundreds of cases daily, both major and minor. This figure did not include cases that could be assigned to other precincts. The Gu family massacre had already caught the attention of the police commissioner. The Criminal Investigation Division chief, who had been tracking the case, was naturally summoned here for a meeting. Upon reaching the entrance, the captain glanced upward, his mind struggling to find words to describe his current state of mind. Drawing on years of investigative experience, he had already surmised that this incident was definitely not the work of ordinary mortals. It was precisely this realization that made the captain feel so conflicted. Logically, since the incident occurred within his jurisdiction, he would naturally bear primary responsibility for solving the case. This included, but was not limited to, signing a pledge to solve the case within a set timeframe and calming the public's fears. Had this incident not involved the cultivation world, the captain would have accepted such arrangements without question. He might even have volunteered for it if his superiors hadn't already assigned him. But this time, the case involved the cultivation realm and quite possibly a profoundly powerful cultivator within it. All the victims had been killed with a single sword thrust to the throat, a feat not within the capabilities of just anyone, even within the cultivation world. After standing at the police station entrance for a moment, the captain sighed and slowly walked inside. But no matter how slow his pace, he would still have to face reality. Minutes later, he arrived at the designated conference room. Standing at the doorway, he took a deep breath. After a moment to compose himself, he pushed open the door and walked straight in. Several people were already seated in the conference room, heads bowed, not uttering a word. Not even when the detective captain entered did anyone in the room lift their gaze to acknowledge him. The captain understood their mood. Truth be told, he felt the same way. The complexity of this case had far exceeded their expectations. If they could, they wouldn't want to handle it at all. But they were police officers. Protecting the people's property and safety was their unshirkable duty. The captain plopped down in a random seat, joining the others in the room with his head bowed. Silently staring at the desk in front of him, the entire conference room fell silent once more. Over the next hour, people trickled in steadily, gradually filling the once empty conference room. At exactly 11 a.m., the scheduled meeting time, the police chief finally arrived, looking like he was in no hurry. He was a man whose very appearance radiated fierce intensity. His police uniform seemed tailor-made for him, embodying authority, justice, and the nemesis of crime, terms that appeared to have been coined specifically for him. The only flaw was a 5-centimeter scar across his face. This scar added a touch of outlaw aura to the police chief. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all familiar with the details of the case, so I shall not dwell on them further. The police chief stepped forward and came to a halt before everyone, his right hand's fingers slightly bent as he tapped the table lightly. It was an unconscious habit, one that could only be cultivated by a veteran detective who frequently interrogated suspects. One would never develop such a habit. At the sound of the tap, every head in the conference room snapped up, spines straightening instantly. They had heard of the police chief's formidable reputation. Yet among those gathered in this conference room, scarcely a single one was a pushover. Each individual present had served as a detective for over 5 years, interrogating countless suspects. The major cases and high-profile crimes they had solved were too numerous to count. Yet they still held this police chief in the highest regard, simply because he had achieved something they themselves could never hope to accomplish. Legend had it that many years ago, certain individuals from the cultivation world had descended into the mortal realm, indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. Driven by some deep-seated grudge, they disregarded the rules agreed upon by both the cultivation world and the mortal realm. They slaughtered their enemies and their enemies' families. At that time, the police chief was merely a detective squad captain, facing a case similar to the one before him now. But the police chief's situation back then was far more difficult than it is now. The police department back then practically avoided the cultivation world altogether, though truthfully, even now, things haven't changed much. Whenever an investigator uncovered a case linked to the cultivation realm, they would immediately escalate it. The reports would then be passed up through the ranks, taking longer and longer until they were eventually buried. This explains why so many unsolved cases piled up over a decade ago. But all that changed with the arrival of this particular police chief. Defying pressure from both superiors and the cultivation world, the chief personally funded the recruitment of independent cultivators. He brought back all the practitioners involved in the cases and, according to the laws of the time, punished each of them for their crimes. It's hard for people today to imagine how difficult it must have been for the chief to accomplish this. To this day, the legend of that police chief continues to circulate within every police station and precinct. After uttering these words, the police chief swept his gaze across the assembled crowd. Wherever his gaze fell, every person present hung their heads in shame, unable to meet his eyes. "Look up!" The police chief slammed his fist on the table and bellowed. Listen carefully, the badge on your shoulder represents responsibility, not cowardice and incompetence. I know exactly what you're all thinking, but I have only one thing to say to you. The police chief paused briefly at this point, his gaze sweeping across the entire room. His voice rang out with unwavering conviction. Humanity has its laws. To remain in this mortal realm, one must abide by its laws, even immortals are no exception. His words hung heavy in the air, each syllable carrying weight. Every head in the conference room lifted to meet the police chief's gaze. Seeing this, the police chief smiled faintly. I want you to remember this, even in ancient times, the emperor was subject to the same laws as commoners. Cultivators aren't the terrifying part. What's truly frightening is that you lack the courage to face them. Every detective seated in this conference room is among the finest in their respective jurisdictions. Each one is capable of holding their own when deployed. Chapter 131, Police Visit. I want you to remember this, even in ancient times, the emperor was subject to the same laws as the common people. Cultivators aren't the scary part, what's truly terrifying is that you lack the courage to confront them. Every detective seated in this conference room is among the finest in their respective jurisdictions. Each one sent out can handle any situation on their own. Yet here they sat, so many elite officers being lectured, even berated, by the police chief. Not a single one of them felt it was inappropriate. In fact, each one felt a twinge of shame. I'm sorry, Chief, After about half a minute, a voice suddenly broke the silence from the corner. The police chief's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing these words. I don't need your apologies. What I need is for the case to be solved. After saying this, the police chief had someone fetch several photographs from the adjacent room. He also pushed over a whiteboard. Once everything was prepared, the police chief pinned all the photographs onto the whiteboard. He then began writing down all the key details of this case on it. Only after finishing did he turn around and slam his pen down on the conference table. The first victim was Li Wan, 47 years old, a local resident who ran a small stall at a vegetable market in the western part of the city. The police chief briefly outlined Li Wan's background before picking up the pen and pointing it at Chen Long's photo. Chen Long, 25 years old, local resident, unemployed, with a prior arrest record for fighting and causing disturbances. And then there's the Gu family in this case. Have you gleaned any information from these individuals? As the police chief finished speaking, the conference room fell completely silent. Everyone bowed their heads in deep thought. Time ticked by, and before they knew it, 3 minutes had passed. The conference room remained silent. When you connect all these pieces together, don't you feel like the most crucial element is missing? The moment those words were spoken, someone gasped in realization. It's the timing, the two cases happened too close together. The police chief heard the remark, smiled, and nodded slightly. He gestured for the person to sit down first. Indeed, an entire district separates West City and North City. It's impossible for an ordinary person to commit crimes across two districts in such a short time. Besides, you're only half right. These individuals share another common trait. At this point, everyone in the conference room grew curious. They understood the police chief's previous statement, essentially confirming both cases were perpetrated by cultivators. This had already been verified earlier, so it came as no surprise. Li Wan's true identity was actually the ex-wife of Gu Shichao, the eldest son of the Gu family. The police chief paused briefly before continuing. Chen Long was actually the second son of the Chen family. Whoa! As the words fell, a collective gasp of shock rippled through the conference room. If they had previously linked these two cases solely based on the modus operandi, a flimsy justification that only practitioners could possibly pull off. But now, with the clue provided by the police chief applied to this case, everything clicked into place, each piece fitting seamlessly into the next. The Gu family and the Chen family are both among the three major clans, and recently, the only one who has incurred the enmity of the three major clans. The only person left is Ye Xun, the sole survivor of the Ye family. Legend has it that the Ye family tragedy 5 years ago was orchestrated by the three major families. However, the three great families had been too meticulous in their cover-up, leaving almost no evidence behind. Moreover, the influence of the three major families in Donglin City is unparalleled. Arbitrarily arresting people without evidence could severely damage the police department's credibility. In severe cases, it could even spark public riots. Therefore, even the police chief himself had no recourse under those circumstances. He could only shelve the case for the time being and conduct his own investigation quietly. Though I deeply regret having to issue such an order. The police chief didn't finish his sentence, but everyone in the conference room understood his meaning. Ye Xun had gone too far this time, wiping out the entire Gu family. This constituted an exceptionally heinous crime, and more crucially, many people had witnessed the Gu family's bodies strewn across the main street. If the case wasn't handled properly, or if it wasn't handled flawlessly, it wouldn't just be a matter of damaging the police department's credibility. I'll request a search warrant from headquarters. You lot head to the Supreme Club and make the arrests. After a brief silence, the police chief sighed and continued.
The individuals in the conference room rose to their feet, acknowledged the order, and promptly exited the room. Once everyone had departed, the police chief finally pulled out his phone and dialed a number with trembling fingers.
Hello? I've done as you instructed. Where is my daughter?
The voice on the other end had been digitally altered. Even the seasoned police chief couldn't tell if it belonged to a man or a woman.
Very good, chief. Remember to pick up your daughter from kindergarten on time tonight. Hello? Hello?
Before the police chief could say anything else, the call was abruptly hung up. Listening to the persistent busy tone, the police chief slumped straight into his chair. His eyes stared blankly ahead. Half an hour later, at the Supreme Club, the Criminal Investigation Division captain, accompanied by 2 colleagues and several other officers, rushed to the entrance of the Supreme Club.
Excuse me. Officers, is your president here?
The doorman, who had intended to stop them, was cut off before he could finish speaking. The captain cut him off immediately.
The attendant froze in place, staring blankly at the detective captain.
The detective captain let out a soft click of his tongue. Only then did the waiter standing opposite him snap out of his daze.
Please wait, please wait. I'll go notify our manager right away.
With that, the attendant bolted away like the wind. The captain and his team then led their men directly into the lobby, beginning to question each person in turn. However, not all of the captain's team entered. Several officers remained behind. They drove all the vehicles they had arrived in down to the underground garage. Before departure, the police chief had given them specific instructions.
Chapter 132, The Island Lord and the 11th Elder.
However, not all of the Criminal Investigation Division captain's team entered the building. They left several officers behind. They drove all the vehicles they had brought to the underground garage. Before departure, the police chief had given them instructions. The scope of this incident had already spread far enough. Unless absolutely necessary, it was best to avoid alerting more people to the incident. It was precisely for this reason that the detective captain had ordered all the vehicles they had driven over to be parked in the underground garage.
Hello, how many years have you worked here? Do you know the chairman? Are you aware of anyone he's been in frequent contact with recently? Has your chairman, or that man named Ye Xun, exhibited any unusual behavior in the past 2 days?
The detective captain asked these questions to everyone in the lobby. The responses were uniformly the same: never seen him, don't know, no idea. Such responses began to irritate the captain. About 10 minutes later, Xia Yutong arrived via elevator. The moment she stepped out of the elevator, she waved enthusiastically, as if these officers were old friends she hadn't seen in years.
Captain Lin, what brings you here?
Xia Yutong walked up to Lin Biao, smiling as she extended her hand, her tone light and easy.
Not a trace of nervousness could be detected.
Lin Biao looked her straight in the eye, cutting straight to the point as he produced his credentials.
Chairwoman Xia, we have a case requiring your cooperation. Would you mind stepping aside for a moment?
Upon hearing this, Xia Yutong's eyebrows arched slightly, her smile still intact. She withdrew her hand.
Certainly, Captain Lin.
This way, please. Upon hearing this, Lin Biao signaled with his eyes for the people he had brought along to look around.
He himself followed closely behind Xia Yutong.
Before long, the two had arrived at a reception room on the first floor. A cup of thin tea, I hope you won't mind, Comrade Lin. After taking their seats as host and guest, Xia Yutong poured Lin Biao a cup of tea and said politely. Lin Biao scanned the entire room with his eyes before finally settling his gaze on Xia Yutong.
Chairwoman Xia, we're old acquaintances.
There's no need for such formality. Xia Yutong replied softly with a smile.
You're right, Commander Lin. I'm here regarding Ye Xun. Where was he from 8 p.m. last night until 7 a.m. this morning?
Upon hearing this, Xia Yutong's gaze drifted upward as she tilted her head slightly. She adopted a pensive expression. After a long pause, she spoke hesitantly. He should be sleeping in his room.
You know, he's my junior master.
Xia Yutong gave a soft smile, yet her gaze grew sharp and piercing in that instant. Lin Biao caught that look and felt a flicker of fear well up inside him. But he quickly forced himself to suppress it. So that means there's no evidence to prove he was here all night last night.
Not exactly.
After all, this club is bustling with people, so many eyes watching.
After this remark, an awkward silence descended upon the two.
You could hear a pin drop in the reception room.
It's been a while since I've been here. Would President Xia be willing to give me a tour?
After a long pause, Lin Biao finally spoke again.
Xia Yutong gave a slight nod, stood up, and gestured for him to proceed.
My pleasure, Captain Lin. Please. Lin Biao showed no inclination to hesitate, rising to his feet and striding confidently toward the exit.
Shenhua Island, the third main island.
The name God Demon Island was merely a convenient collective term used by outsiders. The term God Demon Island here refers to a specific faction. The true divine Demon Island encompasses 12 major islands, 72 minor islands. Additionally, it encompassed hundreds of other islands, large and small.
It could be said that the true divine Demon Island's landmass rivals that of a medium-sized nation.
Residing on the 12 main islands of the Divine Demon Islands, besides Ye Xun's master, Fan Qingzhou, the ruler of the Divine Demon Islands, along with the other 11 Grand Elders. These 12 individuals represent the pinnacle of combat power on the Divine Demon Island, their strength unfathomable. The original Divine Demon Island was also founded by the ancestors of these 12 individuals. On the 72 subsidiary islands, aside from a handful of exceptional disciples, the inhabitants were all members of the personal guard units directly under the command of these 12 Grand Elders. The size of each Elder's Guard is strictly limited. The current Island Master's Guard may not exceed 320 members, while the guards of the other Elders may not exceed 125 members. Fan Qingzhou, the current Lord of Divine Demon Island, commanded the largest and most formidable guard force. Beyond the overt 300 Moon Guards, he commands 12 Shadow Guards and 7 Blood Guards. The strength of these guards, from lowest to highest, is ranked as Moon Guards, Shadow Guards, and Blood Guards. Under normal circumstances, the Divine Demon Island Lord and the other 11 Grand Elders rarely interact with one another. Each tends to their own affairs. Only when major events occur do the 12 gather for a meeting. Today's gathering was precisely such an occasion. Ugh, I'm exhausted. These elders are just too demanding to please. On the third main island, at the dock, Tianqiaxing finally finished welcoming all the elders and plopped straight down onto the ground. He pounded his slightly sore knees with both hands, muttering complaints under his breath. Standing beside him, Tianqiaxing watched him with a resigned look. Enough, Tianxiao. Stop complaining. If their guards hear you, you'll get punished by the master again. At that, Tianxiao shot to his feet. His speed startled even Tianqiaxing, who stood nearby. What are you doing? Tianxiao glanced left and right. When he saw not a single soul in sight, she finally lowered her voice and whispered. Didn't you say those guards would go tattle to the master? Where are they? Tianqiaxing heard his words, covered her face with her hands, and rolled her eyes. She replied with a half-serious, half-joking tone. What was master thinking when he took you on as a disciple? Tianxiao Star immediately took offense at this remark. What kind of talk is that? What's wrong with my brain? Even my master praised me for being exceptionally clever. Only you can't tell a compliment from an insult. The two bantered back and forth as they strolled along the wharf toward their lodgings. Only after returning to their room did Tian Xiaoxing finally drop the playful expression from his face. Chapter 133, The Hunt. No more jokes. The other 11 elders coming this time must be about what my junior brother did last night. Tianqiaxing's expression turned grave upon hearing this. Let them come. If they dare lay a finger on my junior brother, I'll show them what it means when the new generation overtakes the old and leaves the old washed up on the shore. A murderous intent so intense it seemed to solidify flashed in Tian Xiaostar's eyes. Tianqiaxing, seeing that glint of murderous intent, was startled and quickly interjected. Don't be impulsive. Things haven't reached the point of no return yet. If you truly act now, even our master might not be able to protect you and the junior disciple. Tian Xiaostar remained silent, his expression darkening to a deep, ominous shadow. A single punch slammed into the table before him. The pearwood carving instantly cracked with spiderweb like fissures. Under normal circumstances, Tianku Star would have fought him to the death. Though the Divine Demon Isle possessed everything, Fan Qingzhou forbade them from freely gathering resources. Beyond basic necessities, disciples who desired anything else had to exchange points for it. These points were earned by completing tasks assigned by Fan Qingzhou. That pearwood carving table? Tianqiaxing had spent nearly half a year running errands just to scrape together enough points to trade for it. Alright, don't get so worked up. There's nothing we can do to help the little junior disciple now. Tian Xiaostar said nothing, only letting out a long, heavy sigh. Indeed, all of them senior and junior disciples alike lived on the Divine Demon Island. Except for missions, they rarely left the island. Moreover, Ye Xun's return to the mortal world had been arranged long ago by Fan Qingzhou. They never imagined that in just a few short days, events would unfold. Had already far exceeded their expectations. It was only out of necessity that they had to recall Fan Qingzhou, who was traveling outside. They had no choice but to summon Fan Qingzhou back once more. Originally, they intended to discuss with Fan Qingzhou how best to suppress news of Ye Xun's situation. Or at least minimize its impact. But unexpectedly, Fan Qingzhou had barely returned when even the disciples hadn't had a chance to meet him. The other 11 Grand Elders had already rushed over without delay. Sigh. The secret meeting hadn't concluded yet, there was still hope. Master wouldn't stand idly by and watch his junior disciple get pierced by 1,000 arrows. After a moment of silence, Tianqiaxing spoke. Tian Xiaostar offered no reply, sitting motionless as he stared blankly ahead, muttering to himself. Little junior brother, little junior brother. God Demon Island, Central Underground Chamber. Fan Qingzhou and the other 11 elders sat together before a rectangular table. Fan Qingzhou occupied the seat of honor, with the other 11 elders seated in order of rank. The chamber was utterly silent, even breathing seemed deliberately slowed to a crawl. The atmosphere within the chamber was oppressively heavy. After an unknown span of time, Fan Qingzhou cleared his throat softly. "Gentlemen," he began, "I've only just returned.
Might I catch my breath first?"
An elderly man seated to his right, leaning on a snake-headed cane, spoke up.
"This is a matter of great importance. We had no choice."
Hearing this, Fan Qingzhou turned his head to glance beside him. "Elder Shi, you're still alive."
Elder Shi's wrinkled face showed little reaction as he replied indifferently.
"Thanks to you, I barely managed to scrape by until now."
"Ah, is that so?
Then you'd better show me some proper gratitude."
Making your own contribution to the island of gods and demons, isn't that the best way to show your gratitude? Fan Qingzhou smiled and nodded slightly, showing no intention of continuing the conversation.
But his silence didn't mean the other 11 elders felt the same.
After a brief silence, someone immediately stood up and spoke.
"Island Master, I believe we should discuss the matter concerning the traitor Ye Xun." Fan Qingzhou's eyes narrowed slightly, yet the faint smile remained on his face.
"Elder Yen, what did you say? I didn't catch that."
This Elder Yen was not particularly old, likely in his early 30s, making him significantly younger than the other elders. "I believe we should address the traitor Ye Xun."
Smack!
Before Elder Yen could finish his sentence, Fan Qingzhou delivered a sharp slap across the room. A sharp slap echoed through the silent chamber. Elder Yen was stunned by the blow, standing frozen in place as he stared at Fan Qingzhou.
"Traitor?
I distinctly recall taking in a child of extraordinary talent back then."
Fan Qingzhou narrowed his eyes at Elder Yen, a smile playing on his lips. Yet the aura emanating from his body sent a chill down one's spine.
It was as if a frail human stood before a ravenous lion. A single swipe of the lion's paw would be enough to end this frail human's life. Elder Yen shuddered violently, lowering his head, unable to meet Fan Qingzhou's gaze.
He murmured softly, "My apologies, Island Master."
Fan Qingzhou seemed not to hear him at all, saying nothing as he simply smiled and looked at him. After about 3 minutes, Elder Shi raised his snake-headed walking stick and tapped the floor lightly. Instantly, a ripple-like aura spread out slowly.
It neutralized the aura emanating from Fan Qingzhou. "Enough. Stop this nonsense."
Elder Shi spoke slowly, his tone that of an elder admonishing a junior. Fan Qingzhou glanced at him and chuckled softly. "Since Elder Shi has spoken, let us address the matter at hand." At these words, the other elders, who had been holding their breath, instantly exhaled in relief. Elder Yen, in particular, discreetly wiped away imaginary sweat from his brow. "Regarding Ye Xun's massacre of the entire clan this time, Island Master, I believe you owe us an explanation." Elder Shi met Fan Qingzhou's gaze, his wrinkled face expressionless. It was as if the matter they were discussing was nothing more than an ordinary, everyday occurrence. Upon hearing his words, Fan Qingzhou rose to his feet, pressing both hands down on the table. "Elder Shi is correct. Ye Xun bears undeniable responsibility for these events."
"Since that is the case." Fan Qingzhou paused deliberately at this point.
His gaze swept across everyone in the secret chamber, his face still bearing that faint smile. It was impossible to discern his true feelings at that moment.
Why not issue a bounty for his capture? Thump! Thump!
After Fan Qingzhou finished speaking, the chamber fell so silent you could hear your own heartbeat.
Thump, 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 the frantic pounding echoed like war drums. "Island Master, once the Divine Demon Island's bounty is issued, any hero in the land may be hunted down." Yes. Is there a problem?" Fan Qingzhou's face held a smile, his tone carrying a hint of "isn't this how it should be?"
His decisive issuance of the bounty against Ye Xun left the other 11 elders somewhat at a loss. Originally, the 11 elders had come here specifically to pressure Fan Qingzhou, to force him to order the pursuit and execution of his most cherished disciple. Yet none had anticipated such a swift reversal before they could even broach the subject. Instead, Fan Qingzhou had preemptively issued the order, turning the tables on them. "Island Master Gaoyi, this humble one is truly impressed." Elder Shi was the first to recover, offering a forced smile and a flattering bow. The other 10 elders, witnessing this scene, immediately chimed in with their own echoes of praise. Standing before them all, Fan Qingzhou played along perfectly, revealing a hint of sorrow and resolve. "You flatter me. These are merely my duties as Island Master."
Chapter 134, The New Young Divine Lord. The other 11 elders, seeing Fan Qingzhou's demeanor, were all seething with resentment. Yet they could do nothing about it, forced to maintain outward respect. After all, it was Ye Xun who had erred, not Fan Qingzhou. Though they were master and disciple, that alone wouldn't warrant any substantial punishment for Fan Qingzhou. Moreover, Fan Qingzhou had just personally issued the order to hunt down Ye Xun. Naturally, none of them could say anything more. Inside the secret chamber, Fan Qingzhou and the other 11 elders exchanged polite pleasantries for a while. Then Elder Shi steered the conversation back to the matter at hand. Since the Island Master had already issued a kill order for Ye Xun, did that mean his status as the young Divine Lord? Fan Qingzhou narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze carrying a hint of "I knew it." Elder Shi met his gaze without flinching. Their gazes collided, and the air seemed to crackle with electricity. The other elders all lowered their heads, not daring to look at the two of them. Truth be told, these two were the true elders and island lord. Their power was nearly equal, both having reached the late great perfection stage. This was nearly the highest level attainable by humans. No, it should be said as the highest level humanity could reach in nearly 1,000 years. Legend has it that in ancient times, there were indeed individuals who could reach the tribulation stage, or even survive the thunder tribulation and ascend to the ranks of immortals. And they were not few in number. That era could be called the most glorious time in the cultivation world, a period of flourishing schools of thought and vibrant intellectual discourse. Yet for reasons unknown, beginning 1,000 years ago, spiritual energy began to dwindle both within the cultivation world and the mortal realm. Human cultivation grew increasingly arduous, with few able to survive the thunder tribulation. Eventually, no one could reach the tribulation stage anymore. Thus, even within the cultivation world, Fan Qingzhou and Elder Shi stood as the most formidable masters. Compared to these two, the other elders were practically children. For this very reason, power struggles over the past 2 centuries have revolved entirely around these two figures. The title of Young Divine Sovereign bestowed upon Ye Xun is hereby revoked, effective immediately.
Fan Qingzhou's voice echoed throughout the chamber, reaching every elder's ears with perfect clarity.
At that moment, every elder except Elder Shi made their choice in their hearts. The majority sided with Elder Shi, while only 2 or 3 chose Fan Qingzhou's camp. Elder Shi, are you satisfied with this resolution? Elder Shi's serpent-headed staff tapped lightly against the floor. Island Master Gaoi, on behalf of all elders, shall humbly expresses gratitude for your noble sacrifice of kinship. Thud. No sooner had Elder Shi finished speaking than Fan Qingzhou stepped before him. His right hand formed a claw, fingers mere inches from Elder Shi's face. Had Fan Qingzhou's fingers advanced even slightly, they would have instantly pierced Elder Shi's face. The other elders held their breath, bodies trembling slightly, eyes fixed unblinkingly on Fan Qingzhou and his companion. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, the air thick and heavy. Every elder present felt as though a mountain pressed upon their hearts, crushing their ability to breathe. A second later, the floor behind Elder Shi cracked inch by inch, splitting open a sword-deep gash. Elder Shi, I haven't abdicated yet, have I? Elder Shi's expression remained unchanged, a smile playing across his deeply wrinkled face. Of course, my island lord. The two locked eyes for several seconds before Fan Qingzhou snorted coldly and withdrew his hand. Strip Ye Xun of his title as Junior Divine Lord. Tian Kuei Star shall temporarily assume his duties. His single sentence sealed the matter like a final verdict, leaving no opportunity for any elder present to speak further. He declared the meeting adjourned without further ado and strode directly out of the chamber. The situation shifted too rapidly. Before the other 10 elders could process what had transpired, the position of Young Divine Lord had already changed hands. Elder Shi, this. Those who had just decided to side with Elder Shi froze for several seconds before regaining their senses. They turned to look at Elder Shi. Didn't you hear what the island master said? Elder Shi's aura erupted instantly, following the fall of his words. Then it retracted just as swiftly. Cold sweat instantly broke out on the backs of those who had just spoken. For a moment, they truly believed their lives were about to end right here. Let's go. Elder Shi, leaning on his serpent-headed cane, slowly rose to his feet and turned toward the door. Thump, thump, thump. The echo of the snake-headed cane tapping the floor reverberated in their ears. The other 10 men listened to the sound, feeling as though something was piercing their own hearts. Poke after poke after poke, leaving them unable to speak, unable to think, unable to breathe. The reason all 11 elders had come here specifically to wait for me this time was not only to force Fan Qingzhou to issue a kill order for Ye Xun. It's all about vying for the position of young god. To put it bluntly, every single one of them had come here for this sole purpose. Given such circumstances, it was only natural that Ye Xun became a target for assassination. And the vacancy of the young Divine Lord's position was equally inevitable. According to the rules of the Divine Demon Island, once the position of young Divine Lord became vacant, the disciples and offspring of the 12 Grand Elders have the right to vie for it. They came here seeking an opportunity for their own disciples or descendants. An opportunity to ascend to the heavens in a single step. Unfortunately, Fan Qingzhou's arrangements denied them such a chance. He wouldn't even let them broach the subject. His arrangement was flawless in both reason and sentiment. Tian Kuei was Fan Qingzhou's disciple. While not exceptionally outstanding, that status alone was sufficient. Fan Qingzhou had appointed him to temporarily hold the position of Junior Divine Lord, and no one else would dare to object. More crucially, even Elder Shi, their greatest pillar of support, hadn't voiced any objection. As for these individuals, they were even less capable. Even if they harbored resentment, they could only swallow it. God Demon Island, Martial Arts Arena. Nearly all of Fan Qingzhou's disciples on the Divine Demon Island were gathered here, save those on missions. Tian Kuei, Tian Gang, say something. Tianying Star paced back and forth, gazing at the two silent figures before him. Tianying, sit down. Tianji Star massaged his temples with both hands, his eyes closed as he spoke. Master has issued a kill order for our junior disciple. A kill order. Tianying Star stamped his foot, his voice trembling with agitation. I know. I'm trying to figure something out. Tianji Star replied, equally irritated.
Nearly 3 hours had passed since receiving the news, yet Tianji Star still hadn't come up with a single solution.
This bounty was personally issued by Fan Qingzhou, the highest level order imaginable. The entire Divine Demon Island would mobilize within a day, hunting Ye Xun across the entire world. Chapter 135, Reasons for Protection.
Tianjixing had considered heading to the mortal realm early to retrieve Ye Xun and hide him in a secret location on the Divine Demon Island. But as the saying goes, the darkest spot is under the lamp.
He couldn't undo the kill order Fan Qingzhou had personally issued. However, if he could find Ye Xun first and bring him back, everything else would be manageable.
Yet this plan died before it even began. The entire Divine Demon Island was now under martial law, with no one permitted to enter or exit.
Even setting aside their own strength, could they possibly overcome the countless open and hidden guards?
The endless ocean surrounding the island itself formed an insurmountable natural barrier. Normally, they'd sail out on missions.
To force their way now,
they'd first need to procure a vessel and successfully launch it into the sea. These two minor tasks alone were already as difficult as climbing to the heavens, let alone the other obstacles.
Just as Tianji Xing and the others were scratching their heads in frustration, unable to come up with a single solution,
a tall, burly man suddenly stood up and strode purposefully toward the exit, followed by a group of earth fiends. Tianjixing looked up just in time to witness this, and immediately shouted in a stern voice.
"Stop right there!"
The man seemed oblivious, his stride unbroken.
Tianjixing braced his hands on the ground, using his wrists to propel himself forward.
His hands formed claws as he lunged for the man's shoulders.
Thud!
Just as Tianjixing was about to seize his shoulders, the man spun around and threw a punch. Tianjixing transformed his claws into palms, meeting the man's fist head-on. A muffled thud erupted, sending shockwaves rippling outward.
"Tiansha, calm down.
You're not helping our junior brother like this." At those words, the aura surrounding Tiansha Star abruptly shifted. A dark crimson aura began to swirl around him, his features twisting into a savage grimace. At that moment, the heavenly calamity star resembled a demon that had just crawled out of hell. Tianji Star watched the scene unfold and was instantly startled.
"Tiansha, don't get worked up. Relax and hold on to your true self." Ah! As the celestial mechanics star's words fell, the celestial wrath star erupted in a furious roar.
Blood rushed into his eyes, turning them bloodshot.
"Save him! Save him! Roar!"
The hair rope atop the heavenly calamity star's head suddenly exploded, each strand of black hair beginning to transform into a dark crimson hue.
Heaven's speed, heaven's sword, heaven's prison, heaven's cry, heaven's ingenuity formed the array.
The heavenly mechanics star roared, and the named individuals immediately charged forward wielding wooden swords.
"Save him!"
The heavenly star of calamity roared, tears slowly welling in his eyes. Witnessing this scene, the others' movements faltered slightly, their hearts filled with a complex mix of emotions. Had they not known Fan Qingzhou cherished Ye Xun more than anyone else, they would likely have already stormed into Fan Qingzhou's room by now. Ye Xun was Fan Qingzhou's latest disciple, yet possessed the greatest talent. He was already 16 or 17 when he first arrived, and his strength was only at the late stage of the outer force realm.
It could be said he had completely missed the golden age for cultivation.
Children raised in the cultivation world typically reached outer strength at 7, inner strength at 8, and began body tempering at 9. By age 10, they enter the transformation realm at 11, they step into the innate realm, preparing to break through to chi cultivation. At 13, they formally begin their breakthrough attempts. Generally, those who achieve the pre-heaven realm by 17 are considered prodigies, while those who do so by 15 are a once-in-a-century phenomenon. Reaching chi cultivation by 13 or 14 was unheard of. Ye Xun's cultivation speed during his time on the divine demon path was nearly equivalent to that of an ordinary person, requiring over a decade of arduous practice.
In fact, it was even slower than that. Cultivation, much like learning acrobatics, must begin in childhood. Childhood is the golden age for cultivation, a time before society has fully corrupted the mind.
Their innate chi is still largely preserved. But by the age of 17 or 18, this innate energy is almost entirely depleted. If one fails to reach the chi cultivation stage by then, it can be said they have no chance of cultivating immortality for the rest of their lives.
Yet Ye Xun was an exception.
He began his pursuit at 17 or 18. In just 5 short years, he achieved the chi cultivation stage.
Truly a prodigy. It was precisely because of this that his ascension to young Divine Lord commanded universal respect both within and beyond the Divine Demon Island.
Ye Xun's current cultivation level owes much to the uniquely advantageous geography of the God Demon Island.
Fan Qingzhou's dedicated guidance provided the right timing, while Ye Xun's relentless, almost reckless effort accounted for the lion's share. His relentless diligence was witnessed by his senior disciples like Tianji Star, who felt a deep ache in their hearts for him. Tianjixing still remembered the overwhelming sorrow that had enveloped Ye Xun when Fan Qingzhou first brought him back. He could sense that Ye Xun had already harbored suicidal thoughts at that time. Only a torrent of hatred kept him alive. Living solely on hatred was an excruciatingly painful existence. To live with hatred meant that every night, when dreams returned, those painful memories would surge back like a tidal wave. Most people would likely lose their sanity within a month, either becoming a monster or descending into madness. Yet Ye Xun did not. Even as hatred filled his heart, he reserved a small corner for kindness. How could the Tianji star and the others not feel heartache for such a person? How could they not cherish him? When Ye Xun made mistakes and faced punishment, it was always his senior brothers and sisters who stepped in to bear the brunt. Now, it was no different. Su Zhixin and the others, their eyes gleaming, raised the wooden swords in their hands. The celestial star of calamity watched them, letting out a low growl tinged with delight. We'll help suppress your malevolent energy first, then we'll go find the master together. The heavenly mechanism star looked at the heavenly calamity star and said with a smile, "No need to go looking for me. If you have something to say, just speak it here." No sooner had the heavenly mechanics star finished speaking than a voice, familiar beyond measure, rang out. All movements froze as every pair of eyes turned toward the entrance of the martial arts arena. "Master!" Everyone dropped to one knee, except for the star of heavenly calamity, who remained standing stiffly in place. A hint of displeasure flashed across his face. "Sai, it's not that I'm picking on you, Tian Sha, but you really ought to work on that habit of getting flustered at the slightest provocation." Fan Qingzhou gazed at Tian Sha before him and sighed softly. "It's my fault too. If only I had let it go back then. What's done is done." As Fan Qingzhou spoke, the heavenly star roared and charged toward him. No one in the training ground stirred, even as they watched Tian Sha star charge toward Fan Qingzhou. Not a single person stirred. Boom! Roar! As the heavenly star drew ever closer, Fan Qingzhou merely extended a hand. A light palm strike drifted toward the heavenly star. The moment Fan Qingzhou's hand touched the celestial star of calamity's forehead, a warm light as bright as the sun suddenly blossomed from his palm. The celestial star roared incessantly, yet the black-red aura surrounding its body gradually evaporated. "You must have heard about Ye Xun by now." After a moment, the celestial star regained its senses, then blacked out and collapsed. Before everyone, Fan Qingzhou's voice had barely faded when Tiangang Star immediately spoke up. "Please, Master, reconsider your decision." Her voice was quiet yet unwavering. "Please, Master, revoke your order." Behind the heavenly guardian star, a crowd of disciples knelt in a dense mass. Chapter 136, Expulsion from the Sect. Fan Qingzhou stood before Tiangang, a smile playing on his lips. "Tiangang, how long have you been by my side?" After a long silence, Fan Qingzhou finally spoke. 15 years have passed since that day." 15 years? That's quite a long time. Fan Qingzhou looked up at the sky, his voice hollow, like the mutterings of a sleepwalker. "Leave." Tiangang, who had been kneeling on one knee with his head bowed, was about to plead with Fan Qingzhou to revoke the kill order. Hearing those words suddenly, he jerked his head up, staring at Fan Qingzhou with utter shock. "Master." Fan Qingzhou spoke, then turned to leave. Tiangang watched his retreating figure, grief welling up within him. His voice trembled as he called out. Fan Qingzhou halted his steps but did not turn around. The other disciples, hearing Fan Qingzhou's words, were utterly stunned. None could have imagined that Fan Qingzhou would drive away Tiangang just to avoid revoking the kill order. This was truly. "Please, Master, revoke your order." All the disciples cried out in anguish, their voices choked with tears. If they had clung to a sliver of hope moments ago, believing some way might still help Ye Xun. Now, Fan Qingzhou's stance had extinguished all hope. Hearing this, Fan Qingzhou spun around abruptly, his aura instantly transforming into a gale-force wind. The disciples groaned in pain, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Some of the lower-level earth fiends fainted outright. And this was only because the heavenly gangs had absorbed most of Fan Qingzhou's aura. Otherwise, it would have been fortunate if half of these disciples survived. Tiangang Star clutched his chest and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Disrespecting one's seniors, what punishment does the island's code prescribe? Fan Qingzhou's expression was impassive, his tone icy. Tiangang paused upon hearing this, hesitating before responding. What should be done? As Fan Qingzhou's words fell, his aura erupted once more. This time, however, it was directed solely at Tiangang. "Humph." Tiangang Star grunted, instinctively braced himself with both hands on the ground, and spat out another mouthful of blood. "Senior sister." Seeing Tiangang in such a state, the disciples instinctively rose to their feet. "Don't come near." Just as they were about to rush over to help him up, Tiangang suddenly reached out, turning his back to them as he roared. Before, she had been solely focused on getting Fan Qingzhou to revoke the kill order, failing to grasp the true meaning behind his words. Now she understood. 30 strokes of the cane, banishment to the outer courtyard, and quiet cultivation of the spirit. Tiangang Star knelt on both knees, gazing up into Fan Qingzhou's eyes as she declared in a clear voice. Tianji Star, Tiankue Star, and the others witnessed this scene and finally grasped the situation. They bit their lips and took a slight step back. Disobeying orders and inciting disciples. What punishment does the island's code prescribe?
Fan Qingzhou met Tian Gangxing's gaze, a pang of sorrow piercing his heart as he averted his eyes. 50 lashes, expulsion from the divine demon island. Tian Gangstar, noticing Fan Qingzhou's averted gaze, broke into a smile and declared in a clear voice.
Since.
Fan Qingzhou found himself at a loss for words. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Since that is the case, from this day forward, Tian Gangstar shall no longer exist on the divine demon island.
Fan Qingzhou's voice echoed across the entire divine demon island. Those unaware of the reason reacted in their own ways.
Some were shocked, some delighted, some grieved, some wept.
100 different expressions, each unique.
Within the martial arts arena, disciples wept in unison.
The heavenly star bowed 3 times with utmost reverence before Fan Qingzhou.
Fan Qingzhou had intended to dodge it, believing himself unworthy of such honor now. Yet in the end, he remained still, watching the disciple he had raised since childhood. Everyone, take care. After completing the kowtows, Tian Gangxing, tears welling in his eyes, bowed with clasped fists to all the disciples present before turning and leaving.
Senior sister.
Just as Tian Gangxing was about to step out the door, a heart-wrenching cry pierced the crowd. Tian Gangxing did not turn back, merely waving her hand as tears streamed down her face.
Fan Qingzhou stood rooted to the spot, watching her depart. Only after Tian Gangxing's figure vanished from sight did he finally leave the martial arts arena. He finally left the martial arts arena.
At the same time, in the interrogation room of the Donglin City Police Headquarters, Chairman Xia, dragging this out indefinitely is not a solution. Lin Biao sat in his chair, elbows propped on the table, rubbing his eyes. Xia Yutong sat directly across from him, her hands cuffed, her expression calm and composed.
I've already told you, I don't know where my junior master is.
Xia Yutong flexed her wrists and said with a smile.
How about this, you let me go, and I'll help you search for him outside. Bang! Xia Yutong. Ha! Why is Captain Lin so furious? He killed people, over 100 of them, all dead.
Lin Biao slammed his fist on the table, eyes bulging wide, and roared at Xia Yutong.
Hearing his words, Xia Yutong's expression turned icy. Heh, over 100 people, such a familiar number.
Lin Biao froze upon hearing this, the color draining rapidly from his face. He slumped back into his chair.
The Yi family massacre 5 years ago, didn't over 100 people die then too? Where were you back then?
Lin Biao opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, not a single word came out.
Clatter.
Xia Yutong abruptly stood up from the interrogation chair, the chains on her handcuffs clanking loudly.
Answer me. Where were you then?
Xia Yutong roared at Lin Biao, who was slumped in his chair.
Her expression was like that of a raging lioness.
Lin Biao stared at her, unable to utter a single word. He hadn't been the one in charge of the investigation at the time, but he had followed along. The harrowing, desolate scene at the site was still etched in his memory. The current head of the Yi family and the young master bore over 100 wounds from blades and swords. They fought desperately to the end, yet ultimately could not escape the calamity of their entire clan being wiped out. Of the entire Yi family including servants, over 100 souls only Ye Xun escaped. Yet as police officers, they should have sought justice for the people. Yet, out of fear of retaliation from the cultivation world, they buried this case until now.
Lin Biao, you dishonor the very title of police officer.
These were the words Xia Yutong whispered into Lin Biao's ear just before she was taken away. Her words struck him like a steel blade, piercing straight through his heart. Lin Biao clutched his chest, slumped over the desk, his vision filled with the faces of the Yi family victims from years past.
Thud.
After an unknown period of time, a knock sounded at the interrogation room door.
Captain Lin, the chief wants to see you.
Lin Biao lifted his head at the sound, forcing a grim smile.
Alright, I got it. I'll be right there.
With that, Lin Biao stood up, just as he was about to step away.
But suddenly, darkness engulfed his vision, and his body lurched backward uncontrollably. Captain Lin.
The young officer, witnessing this, cried out in alarm and rushed forward in 2 strides.
Captain Lin, are you okay? You look terrible.
The officer helped Lin Biao sit down and asked with concern.
Lin Biao shook his head.
After a brief rest, he rose and left the place. 1 day later, at the Su residence.
Ha! You little bastard, still trying to defy me? Foolish delusion. Chapter 137, The Plans of the Su and Chen Families.
1 day later, at the Su residence.
Ha! You little bastard, still trying to cross me. You're delusional.
Today, Old Master Su was in an exceptionally good mood, for the Donglin City Police Headquarters had officially issued a warrant for Ye Xun's arrest. Now, wanted posters for Ye Xun were plastered everywhere on the streets, and netizens were buzzing about it online. But the prevailing sentiment favored the 3 great families.
Congratulations, father.
Su Qingxue stood with his hands at his sides, a smile playing on his face. Old Master Su turned his head at the sound of his voice.
How are things with the Gu family?
Father, rest assured. I've already dispatched personnel to initiate a large-scale sell-off of all Gu family company stocks. I've also deployed online trolls to launch a smear campaign against the Supreme Club.
Old Master Su nodded with deep satisfaction, a faint smile curling his lips.
Ye Xun was wanted, Su Zhixin's whereabouts unknown, and the Supreme Club sealed off. All threats capable of endangering the Su family had been neutralized, dead or wounded. Now, Old Master Su could say that aside from the Chun family, he had no need to worry about anything else.
Do a good job. Once this matter is settled, I'll be ready to retire. Hearing these words, Su Qingxue drew a deep breath, his heart skipping a beat. Yes, father. I will not disappoint you. Also, let Qingxue's company remain operational for now. Su Qingxue hesitated before cautiously adding. That Ye Xun. I don't want to hear that name again.
Yes, father.
I understand. With that, Su Qingxue backed away and left. Meanwhile, at the Qin residence. What's going on? She was supposed to know nothing.
Old Master Chen slammed his fist on the table so hard it shook the room, his voice laced with terror. Chen Xiaojie and Chen Yunhu, father and son, stood with their hands hanging limply at their sides, heads bowed, not daring to utter a word. When Chen Yunhu arrived at the company this morning, it was already past 10 o'clock. By all accounts, Tao Tao should have been at work long ago. Tao Tao's workstation was directly opposite the main entrance, specifically designed so Chen Yunhu could spot her the moment he entered the company. But when Chen Yunhu arrived at the office today, that workstation was empty.
There wasn't even a single item on the desk.
After asking around, he learned that Tao Tao hadn't come to work today or even the past 2 days. Chen Yunhu had been occupied with other matters the previous days and hadn't been at the office, so he wasn't aware of the situation. Upon hearing the news, Chen Yunhu felt as if the sky had fallen. He had just received the news that Ye Xun was wanted, which had filled him with immense satisfaction.
He'd been lusting after Tao Tao for ages. If not for Ye Xun,
he would have forced himself on Tao Tao long ago. Now that he finally didn't have to worry about anything else, he planned to take Tao Tao tonight. But no sooner had he arrived at the company than this news struck him.
Search! Everyone get out and search! Chen Yunhu roared within the company, dispatching every single employee outside.
All for the sole purpose of finding Tao Tao. After completing this task, he rushed straight back home. Chen Yunhu didn't dare tell Old Master Chen about this yet, so the first thing he did upon arriving home was immediately seek out his father, Chen Xiaojie. After hearing his son's account, Chen Xiaojie erupted in fury, his rage barely less intense than that of the current Old Master Chen. If Ye Xun hadn't been wanted, Tao Tao vanishing like this would still cause some damage.
But it wouldn't have been a crippling blow. At worst, it would merely push back their original plans a bit. After all, once they implemented the delaying tactic, they still had ample time.
But the current situation left them no choice but to worry. Ye Xun was already wanted, and Tao Tao had glimpsed the hope of revenge. If these two were to join forces,
a major confrontation would likely erupt. But that wasn't the most critical issue.
The real problem was that neither of them had anything left to lose. In such circumstances, people become utterly mad, making revenge their foremost priority. Chen Yunhu and his son were terrified.
They possessed far too much. Power, money, women, and cultivation, they possessed it all. While these things brought them pleasure,
they also became shackled by them.
Unable to risk their lives in a direct confrontation, they could only prepare thoroughly before Ye Xun's arrival.
They also knew that secrets couldn't be hidden forever. Sooner or later, Old Master Chen would learn of this matter.
After deliberating, father and son decided to lay everything bare before Old Master Chen.
They held nothing back, which led to the current situation.
Yunhu, how did you promise me back then?
Old Master Chen was so furious at father and son that his lungs nearly burst. Panting heavily, he demanded harshly.
At that moment, Chen Yunhu dared not answer.
He kept his head bowed, staring at his own toes, unable to utter a single word. Chen Xiaojie saw Chen Yunhu, said nothing, and raised his hand, delivering a sharp slap to the back of his head.
Smack! Though the blow landed squarely on Chen Yunhu's head, it produced an exceptionally loud crack.
It was clear Chen Xiaojie hadn't held back at all. He'd truly struck with lethal force.
Useless! You can't even handle such a simple task. You've wasted the trust your grandfather and I placed in you.
Chen Xiaojie glared at Chen Yunhu, who knelt on the ground, feigning anger as he spoke. Old Master Chang merely glanced at him before waving his hand dismissively.
Enough. Since it's already happened, blaming him won't do any good.
We should focus on how to resolve this issue. Upon hearing this, Chen Yunhu immediately spoke up.
Grandfather, rest assured.
I've already dispatched all my men to search for him.
I'm confident we'll find him soon.
Old Master Chen heard his words, shook his head, closed his eyes, and sighed.
Let's hope so. Xiaojie, what do you think we should do about this?
Chen Xiaojie lowered his head, pondering briefly.
Father, in my opinion, we should accelerate our encroachment on the Gu family. Additionally, we should pursue a marriage alliance with the Su family to maintain them as an ally.
Chen Yunhu's expression darkened upon hearing his father's words.
At present, Chen Yunhu was the only unmarried member left in the Chen family.
When Chen Xiaoj mentioned an alliance through marriage, it naturally fell to him. Chapter 138, Tan Xiao and Hong Tai's Choice.
Currently, the only unmarried member of the Chen family was Chen Yunhu.
When Chen Xiaojie spoke of an alliance through marriage, there was naturally only one candidate. The choice for the marriage alliance was obvious. There was only one possibility, Su Qingxue.
Su Qingxue was also the sole third-generation member of the Su family at present. Chen Yunhu had witnessed Su Qingxue's willfulness, unreasonable nature, and lack of sense firsthand. He'd even experienced it firsthand.
Long ago, Chen Yunhu had struck her name from his list of potential marriage candidates. He, Chen Yunhu, was a notorious womanizer, truly someone who could navigate a sea of flowers without a single petal clinging to him.
But that didn't mean just any woman would do. If it weren't for the Su family's status, a woman like Su Qingxue wouldn't even get a second glance from Chen Yunhu. Even as a casual fling, Su Qingxue was utterly unsuitable.
Even someone with an insatiable appetite like Chen Yunhu felt no stirrings of desire when he saw her. Yet fate had dealt him a cruel hand. Chen Xiaojie and old Master Chen were forcing him to marry this woman.
Grandfather, father, surely there must be others in the Su family's third generation besides Su Qingxue?
Though he knew the answer all too well, Chen Yunhu still asked the question, refusing to give up hope. Chen Xiaojie knew exactly what his son was thinking and immediately crushed that notion. There is no one else in the third generation of the Su family besides her. Upon hearing those words, Chen Yunhu's face turned as pale as wax. His entire being seemed drained of spirit, leaving him in a dazed stupor. Old Master Chen, seated at the head of the table, watched the scene unfold, his brow furrowing slightly. To be perfectly honest, he held a certain disdain for both father and son. Together, they weren't as clever as Ye Xun alone. But what could he do? Old Master Chen had no other choice. Had there been even one other son worthy of consideration, Old Master Chen would never have chosen Chen Xiaojie to inherit the family legacy.
Sigh, Yunhu, you shouldn't complain.
Chen Yunhu seemed oblivious to the old man's words, still lost in his own days. Seeing this, the wrinkles on Old Master Chen's forehead deepened. Chen Xiaoj might lack many skills, but his ability to read people was, if not top tier, at least solidly above average.
Smack, smack, smack.
Chen Xiaojie raised his hand and delivered several sharp slaps across Chen Yunhu's face. He spoke with the tone of someone frustrated by wasted potential.
A grown man looking so miserable over a woman?
What kind of nonsense is this? Chen Yunhu looked up at his father, utterly stunned that such words could come from Chen Xiaojie's mouth. After all, he himself was a henpecked husband. If a woman disobeys, a good beating will make her behave. Besides, it's not like I'm stopping you from taking a second wife. After hearing this, Chen Yunhu slowly stood up and gave a meek, submissive nod. Old Master Chen watched the scene unfold and sighed inwardly. All right. Xiaojie, this matter is entirely in your hands. After pausing briefly, Old Master Chen continued. Yunhu, you'll stay home for the time being. I'll arrange for 2 people to teach you. From now on, I don't want to see this kind of thing happen again. With that, Old Master Chen paid no heed to how Chen Yunhu and his son felt about the matter. He turned and left immediately. In the blink of an eye, night had fallen completely, and the Tan household was about to welcome a new guest. For the past 4 or 5 days, Tan Xiao had locked himself in his room. He wouldn't let anyone in, nor did he come out himself. Even when Tan Jinggong tried to enter, he had to knock first and gain Tan Zhao's permission before stepping inside. The reason things had escalated to this point could be traced back to that fateful day. After delivering the news of Su Zhixin's abduction to Ye Xun, Tan Xiao had rushed straight back to his home. He intended to mobilize all of Tan Jinggong's resources to help Ye Xun locate Su Zhixin. But upon hearing the news, Tan Jinggong was secretly startled. He then locked Tan Xiao in a room, remaining unmoved by any protests or pleas.
Tan Jinggong was a shrewd man. This incident alone revealed Zhang Shuai's capabilities.
That was why he made what he considered the wisest choice immediately. After all, Ye Xun was still a young divine sovereign. Killing him would be an incredibly difficult task for Zhang Shuai. The endeavor itself carried an extremely high failure rate, and should it go awry, instant death would be the least of his worries. To stay out of it, to not interfere, and only rush over after everything was already over. That was the wisest course of action, at least in Tan Jinggong's view. He locked Tan Xiao in the room, confining him there for the entire night. The next morning, when he opened the door, his heart skipped a beat. Tan Xiao lay pale on the bed, clutching a fruit knife where he'd gotten it was unknown in one hand. On the wrist of his other hand was a deep gash, still losing blood even now. Fortunately, Tan Jinggong had checked on him first thing in the morning, and his household employed a private physician on standby. Otherwise, Tan Xiao would have been dead by now. From that moment on, Tan Xiao locked himself inside his room, refusing entry to anyone except for meal and water deliveries. Alone in his room, he stared at a computer screen filled with surveillance footage.
Tan Xiao hacked into every surveillance camera in Donglin City one by one, though such a feat couldn't be accomplished by one person alone.
Using his previously saved personal funds, he hired top-tier hackers at high salaries to join him in completing the task.
He sent Su Zhixin's photo to these hackers, instructing them to report immediately upon spotting her. But now, 2 or 3 days had passed and still there was no word. Thump. Xiao Xiao, may I come in?
Tan Jingdong's voice sounded outside the door, stirring a flicker of annoyance in Tan Zhao's heart.
There was no reply.
Outside the door, Tan Jingdong stood for a long time, receiving no response.
He could only sigh and turn to leave. The tea is quite good, Mr. Tan.
Hearing that familiar voice, Tan Jingdong abruptly turned his head toward the reception room not far away. Zhang Shuai sat on the sofa, a teacup in his hand.
Tan Jingdong's pupils contracted sharply, his entire body tensing up.
After all, the villa he now resided in was located in an affluent neighborhood.
There were over a dozen security guards stationed just at the entrance.
Not to mention the guards he had stationed at his own doorstep, at least 7 or 8 men.
Chapter 139, News of Su Zhixin. Tan Jingdong's pupils suddenly contracted, and his entire body tensed up.
After all, the villa he now resided in was located in an affluent neighborhood, with over a dozen security guards stationed at the entrance alone. Not to mention he had arranged additional guards at his own doorstep, at least 7 or 8 men.
Each of them possessed combat strength no weaker than mid-stage internal energy cultivation.
Under such heavy security, Zhang Shuai had still managed to infiltrate the place silently. He was even sitting leisurely on the sofa sipping tea, seemingly unconcerned that Tan Jingdong might take action against him. Just as Tan Jingdong was momentarily stunned, commotion erupted at the villa's main gate. The guards who had been stationed at the entrance all rushed inside, staring wide-eyed at Zhang Shuai seated on the sofa.
Your dog doesn't seem too pleased to see me, Mr. Tan. Tan Jingdong's face darkened noticeably.
Useless fools.
Get out of the way.
The guards, scolded like this, felt their anger surge instantly, glaring at Tan Jingdong with hostile expressions. Only then did Tan Jingdong snap back to his senses, cold sweat instantly breaking out on his back. After all, his cultivation level was only at the peak of the outer force stage. Facing even an inner force early stage practitioner, he could only flee. And these guards were mostly at the mid stage of internal force or higher.
If you're a dog, you'd better obey your master.
A dog that dares to bite its master deserves to be beaten to death. Zhang Shuai, seated on the sofa, spoke up at this moment, a faint smile playing on his lips. Hearing this, the guards could no longer contain themselves.
One by one, their aura erupted violently.
Kid, say that again if you dare.
Zhang Shuai shot them a sidelong glance, then dipped 2 fingers into his tea.
Then, pointing at the guards across the room, the tea clinging to his fingers shot out like sharp blades. 2 thuds echoed as the guards clutched their throats and collapsed to the ground. Even in death, they never knew what kind of cultivation this man before them possessed.
Noisy. The remaining guards, witnessing this scene, finally grasped the chasm between themselves and Zhang Shuai.
Their legs trembled as they pleaded in voices bordering on tears. Big brother, spare my life. I didn't recognize a mountain when I saw one. Before the guard could finish his plea, a chill ran down his neck.
He instinctively tried to look down, but his consciousness was already fading completely. He couldn't. The remaining guards didn't dare utter another word, fleeing in a panic.
Tan Jingdong watched the scene unfold, a chill running up his spine from the soles of his feet to the top of his head.
Come sit down, Mr. Tan.
Zhang Shuai smiled broadly at Tan Jingdong, patting the seat beside him.
Tan Jingdong swallowed hard, his legs trembling as he approached Zhang Shuai.
What he didn't notice was that the door behind him had opened a crack. Zhang Xian no, Zhang Immortal, you've come this time. Before he could finish, Zhang Shuai cut him off. It's about that matter I mentioned earlier.
I wonder how you've been considering it, Mr. Tan.
Hearing Zhang Shuai's words, Tan Jingdong immediately felt uneasy. Zhang Shuai's strength is formidable, no doubt, but that's only his individual power. Ye Xun, however, is the young divine lord of the divine demon island.
The entire island will one day belong to him.
He knew exactly which side was heavier. The problem was that Zhang Shuai was sitting right before him now, having just demonstrated that monstrously powerful strength. Tan Jingdong feared that if he flatly refused, he might meet the same fate as those guards. Zhang Shuai saw his hesitation and immediately burst into laughter.
Tan Jingdong, understanding the situation, forced a smile in return. My elder brother Ye Xun is no longer some minor divine sovereign.
The laughter abruptly stopped. Tan Jingdong stared at Zhang Shuai in utter shock, as if trying to read something from his face. Mr. Zhang was joking. Tan Jingdong didn't believe a word of what Zhang Shuai said.
That was the young divine lord of the divine demon island. Could such a title be changed on a whim?
Though Tan Jingdong lived in the mortal world, he knew a thing or two about the cultivation realm. Among the widely known secrets of the cultivation world, this was one of them. Once the young divine lord of the divine demon island was confirmed, it was essentially permanent.
Unless the incumbent young divine lord met their demise or committed an unforgivable transgression. Or is hunted down by the entire cultivation world.
Upon hearing Tan Jingdong's words, Zhang Shuai smiled faintly and retrieved a newspaper from his chest. He placed the paper on the table. Tan Jingong glanced at Zhang Shuai, then picked up the newspaper from the table with a skeptical look. $1,000,000 bounty is offered for the capture of criminal suspect Ye Xun. Tan Jingong read the headline word by word, his mind churning with shock. The article briefly detailed the circumstances of Ye Xun's 2 crimes.
Though only fragments of information, it was more than enough. The annihilation of an entire sect was absolutely forbidden, a fundamental line that all practitioners in the cultivation world strictly adhered to. Anyone who crossed this line would inevitably face the pursuit of the entire cultivation world. Every cultivator who encountered such a person could kill them outright without bearing any responsibility. Tan Jingong understood this well, so he lifted his gaze to meet Zhang Shuai's across the room. This. Zhang Shuai gave him a faint smile, placing a finger to his lips. Tan Jingong understood the gravity of the matter and said no more.
So, Mr. Tan, may we discuss that matter now?
Tan Jingguan nodded and exhaled a long breath.
No need to say more.
I agree.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuai's smile broadened. Then let's raise our teacups in a toast to wish our project every success.
Tan Jingong heard his words but did not lift his teacup. I have a small request. I wonder if Mr. Zhang would be willing to grant it.
Oh, go ahead and tell me.
Su Zhixin should be in your custody now, right?
Zhang Shuai raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying it.
Tan Jingong didn't dwell on the matter, instead getting straight to his request.
I want her to arrive at my home safe and sound, not a hair on her head out of place.
Upon hearing this demand, Zhang Shuai's face broke into a smile.
Mr. Tan loves his son dearly, I have no reason to refuse. Zhang Shuai lifted his teacup and glanced at the door, which had been opened a crack not far away. Meanwhile, a guest had arrived at Hong Tai's residence. Mr. Hong, our leader has come with the utmost sincerity to extend this invitation. A man clad entirely in black, draped in a dark cloak and wearing a black hooded cap, sat across from Hong Tai. My meaning is perfectly clear, even if he is no longer the young divine lord, it won't stop me from going to the ends of the earth for him. Upon hearing these words, the man let out a wicked laugh.
Hong Tai frowned slightly at the sound of that laughter, feeling deeply uneasy.
Yet he made no move to dismiss the man. This wasn't because Hong Tai was particularly patient, but simply because the man before him was overwhelmingly powerful.
At least 30 underlings stood around Hong Tai, all at the initial stage of internal energy cultivation.
Yet this man had appeared silently and seamlessly right in front of Hong Tai. From that moment on, Hong Tai knew the man before him possessed extraordinary strength. So when his men were about to strike, he stopped them immediately.
Mr. Hong, the Wutian sect treats everyone equally. You will have the same amount of time to consider.
After uttering these words, the man vanished from his spot like a wisp of smoke. Hong Tai showed no surprise, instead turning his thoughts to the man's final words before departure.
Chapter 140, News of Su Zhixin.
At this stage, within the mundane world, within Donglin City. Apart from Xia Yutong, the only individuals closest to Ye Xun were himself and Tan Jingong. The two one dark, one light had nearly seized control of the entire city. And the black-clad man had just informed him that they both had the same amount of time to consider.
This meant Tan Jingong's situation was likely similar to his own.
If Ye Xun were still the same Ye Xun, then everything the black-clad man had said today would be nothing but a joke. He and Tan Jingong could barely be considered members of the Divine Demon Island, yet they were well aware of the weight carried by the title Young Divine Lord.
No one dared challenge the bearer of that title. But now. Sigh.
Hong Tai sat motionless for a long while, staring at the empty seat across from him. Of the subordinates he had brought with him, only one remained, having departed at some unknown hour. That man stood quietly beside Hong Tai, keeping him company until the sun sank below the western mountains.
Chang Wei, what do you think?
Hong Tai, who had been silent for a long time, asked in a hoarse voice.
A look of unease flashed across Chang Wei's face. Speak freely.
Today, there are only brothers here, no gang leader.
Chang Wei finally spoke after hearing these words.
Boss, about the young god master.
Chang Wei paused briefly before continuing. Difficult.
Hong Tai had long anticipated this response, yet hearing it directly still made his brow furrow involuntarily. Personally, he wanted to help Ye Xun through this ordeal. Even if he couldn't do much, he still wanted to help.
The biggest difference between organized crime and street thugs was loyalty. For their brothers, they would do anything. Of course, it really depended on the individual.
At its core, a gang is essentially a company formed by a powerful thug leading a group of thugs. Within such an organization, some members dedicate themselves without complaint, while others scheme relentlessly for greater power. But the majority are just those who want a few coins to scrape by and support their families. They don't want to fight to the death for anyone, nor do they harbor ambitions to dominate the world. All they truly desire is a stable, happy home, nothing more.
That's precisely why Hong Tai is so hesitant now.
The man sent to persuade him was already so formidable. Hong Tai found it hard to fathom just how formidable the so-called sect master the man spoke of truly was. If Hong Tai were alone and unburdened, he could have flatly refused the man's invitation.
But that was impossible now. He was the emperor of Donglin City's entire underworld. Countless lives rested in his hands. To name just one example, he directly commanded 1,000 men. If Hong Tai were to completely sever ties with that so-called Wutian sect, those 1,000 men would inevitably be sacrificed. Cheng Wei, standing silently beside Hong Tai, waited for his final decision. He had none of Hong Tai's reservations. Those 1,000 men were insignificant to him. Cheng Wei recognized only Hong Tai. As long as Hong Tai remained safe, the fate of others including his own meant nothing to him. After a long silence, Hong Tai finally spoke. Recall all brothers stationed outside. From today onward, this branch will not accept any new assignments. Everyone has 3 days to settle their families. After 3 days, this branch closes. No one is permitted to enter or leave. Hong Tai narrowed his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing in them. Tan family residence, Tan Xiao's bedroom. Tan Xiao sat before his computer, the pale blue glow of the screen reflecting on his face. What's the status? Anything yet? Tan Xiao's fingers danced across the keyboard as he typed the question into a dark web group chat. After sending the message, Tan Xiao interlaced his fingers on the desk. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Ding! As the notification sound rang out, Tan Xiao took a sharp, deep breath. Not yet, boss. The deadline's too tight. We're hackers, not gods. I understand how desperate you are to find your wife, but giving us only 7 hours? I'm afraid that's beyond my capabilities. The speaker was someone with the online alias Little Jingyu. This person always had a rather unconventional way of thinking and showed little respect for Tan Xiao, their boss. He had little respect for his boss, Tan Xiao. While hackers who take jobs on the dark web are generally geniuses in their field. Geniuses, naturally, carry a touch of arrogance even when confronting those who pay their wages. They won't hesitate to push back. They'll keep being cocky when they should be. But someone as arrogant as this guy? That was rare. Tan Xiao saw this and didn't dwell on it, typing out his response directly. I know it's a bit tricky, but I doubt it'll be too much for you guys. Just as he sent the message and prepared to type the next sentence, another line appeared on the screen. Tan Xiao, are you involved in Ye Xun's situation? Reading the words on the screen, Tan Xiao felt his breath catch and his heart skip a beat. Was he involved? Was he not involved? Ji Xan's kidnapping wasn't directly because of him, but if he hadn't brought her out that day. Or if he had simply turned and left after apologizing that day. If he had abandoned those unrealistic fantasies in his heart, would everything have been different? Would none of this have happened? Tan Xiao questioned himself inwardly, reclining in his chair and breathing heavily. His shirt was completely soaked through with sweat, looking as if it had been pulled straight from the water. Ding dong, ding dong. The constant notification chimes rang in Tan Xiao's ears like a death knell, each one louder than the last, urging him toward that hell. Yes. After a long while, Tan Xiao finally regained his composure somewhat. His trembling hands tapped the keyboard, typing a single character on the screen. This instantly set the group ablaze. A little Beijing fish popped up first. Holy. Boss, are you Tan Xiao? The son of that billionaire? Little Jingyu, you're missing the point. Shouldn't the focus be on Ye Xun's situation? The speaker was Yunmao, who had been lurking since joining the group. He only occasionally chimed in, usually just to spar with Little Jingyu. Ye Xun? Never heard of him. Who is that? I'd advise you to watch your words. Even though he's no longer the young god, he's still more than capable of taking you down. Whoa, cat, don't scare me. Is that guy really that terrifying? While trading barbs, Little Jingfish and Yunmao also recounted everything that had happened recently. The rest of the group sensed they might be putting on a show, but upon closer inspection, they couldn't pinpoint any inconsistencies. 2 hours. I'll give you the exact address in 2 hours, but only if you agree to one thing first. After Yunmao and the other finished explaining the situation, the person who had just confronted Tan Xiao spoke again. Chapter 141, The Support Squad. Tan Xiao stared at the line of text appearing on the screen. Without hesitation, he typed a single character. Okay. Less than a second after the message was sent, a Little Jingyu immediately popped up. Hold on. Don't just decide things on your own. Get lost. Got it. The little Beijing fish backed down at lightning speed, so fast that no one in the group had time to react. Tan Xiao paused for a few seconds before typing again. Once I find the location, I'll transfer every penny of the agreed upon reward to your accounts. After sending that message, Tan Xiao's profile picture went dark. Less than a second later, he was pulled into a private group chat with only 2 members. Donglin City, Emperor Hotel Presidential Suite. Sir, we're human beings, not beasts. A scream that sounded almost like a ghost's wail erupted from the presidential suite, freezing the attendant at the door in place. His hand remained frozen on the doorknob, unable to move. We don't need cleaning. Before the attendant could react, a cold, clear voice sounded again from inside. Hearing this, the attendant snapped back to her senses, quickly acknowledged the request, and turned to leave. Tian Gangxing. Oh, no, she wasn't Tian Gangxing anymore. She was now Fan Tianchen, the dark agent.
Fan Tianqian glanced at the man who had been shouting. The man immediately shut his mouth. He sat down before her, utterly docile. As if the person protesting loudly moments ago wasn't him at all. Not far beside the man, a girl with a scorpion tail braid stared wide-eyed at him. 100 minutes. I want the exact location. Fan Tianqian stared at the man before her and spoke coldly. Ah! The man let out a wail. 70 minutes. Hearing this, the man made a gesture of sewing his mouth shut with his hands. The girl giggled at the sight. Hearing the laughter, the man turned and glared at her. The girl wasn't the least bit afraid and glared right back. Seems like I gave you guys too much time after all. Hearing this, the man shuddered and dashed to his computer. 1 week later. Donglin City, southern outskirts, an unnamed mountain range. The setting sun's rays filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting patterns on the ground that, together with the fallen leaves, painted a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Small creatures darted through the forest, completely unaware of the small cabin hidden deep within the dense woods. Cao Cao lifted the towel from the basin and wrung it out twice. She carefully and slowly wiped Ye Xun's body. Nearly 10 days had passed since Cao Cao rescued Ye Xun. Yet Ye Xun showed no signs of regaining consciousness. Cao Cao gazed at Ye Xun lying unconscious on the bed, her eyes welling up involuntarily. The girl lifted Ye Xun's hand and pressed her face against it. Big brother, rest assured. Not a single one of them will escape. Feeling the warmth radiating from Ye Xun's palm, Cao Cao spoke softly, her voice trembling with emotion. We've already received word from sister-in-law. I sent someone to investigate first, but there's no news yet. Big brother, I have no idea where Zhang Shui is now. I'm so worried. Cao Cao sniffed, her face breaking into a sorrowful smile. Once we find that brat, I'll teach him a lesson he won't forget. You're so badly hurt, and that kid hasn't even come to see you. It's outrageous. The sun gradually sank toward the west, and another day passed. Nothing changed, yet everything changed with every passing moment. Soon, the sun had completely set, plunging the small hut into darkness. Cao Cao wiped her tears and tucked Ye Xun's hand back under the blanket. The girl rose and stepped outside, gathering a bundle of firewood to bring inside. Though autumn had not yet arrived, the temperature deep in the mountains was always much lower than outside. With the mountain night winds blowing and Ye Xun's severe injuries making him vulnerable to drafts. Therefore, on the very next day after moving here, Cao Cao had gathered some dry branches from the woods. She converted the bed where Ye Xun lay into a traditional northeastern earthen stove, stoking it nightly until it glowed hot. A week had passed, and Cao Cao had grown accustomed to stoking the stove each evening as the sun set. Tonight was no different. In the pitch-black room, the only sounds were breathing and the sharp clatter of flint striking flint. Snap! As the flint struck, a sudden spark briefly illuminated the small room. Cao Cao's pupils contracted sharply as her hand darted out to grab a dry branch. Snap! Whoosh! As the flint struck, a spark lit up the hut. At that moment, Cao Cao twisted forward, the dry branch in her hand hissing. From the moment the girl detected an intruder in the hut to her sudden counterattack. It all happened in less than 3 seconds. At Cao Cao's current speed, any intruder below the qi cultivation stage would meet their end on the spot. Even though Cao Cao was wielding nothing more than a withered branch. But when Cao Cao recognized the intruder, she froze in place, the withered branch slipping from her grasp to the floor. Second sister. Zhang Shui stood at the doorway, smiling broadly as he looked at Cao Cao. Zhang Shui? Is it really you? Only then did Cao Cao snap back to reality. Staring at the man standing before her, she could scarcely believe her eyes. Ever since Ye Xun got injured, Cao Cao hadn't been able to reach Zhang Shui. At the time, she hadn't thought much of it, since Ye Xun's injury had happened so suddenly. It was early morning again, so it made sense that Zhang Shui hadn't answered the phone. After settling Ye Xun in, it was already late at night when Cao Cao tried contacting Zhang Shui again. The result was the same. At this point, Cao Cao began to sense trouble brewing. She left a message instructing Zhang Shui to contact her immediately upon hearing it. Cao Cao had planned to go look for him herself if he hadn't contacted her by noon the next day. But then one thing after another happened. First, the Supreme Club was sealed off. Xia Yutong was taken away. Then came news from the cultivation world. Ye Xun had not only been stripped of his position as young divine lord. The divine demon island had also issued a kill order for Ye Xun. The Absolute Shadow sect also notified Cao Cao, ordering her to kill Ye Xun on sight if she ever found him. Letters poured in from the cultivation world, all demanding Cao Cao hand over Ye Xun. Cao Cao tore up every single letter and wrote a response to the sect, clearly stating her stance. At this point, Cao Cao had completely severed ties with her sect, standing firmly by Ye Xun's side. She now stood directly opposite the entire cultivation world. With so many events unfolding in quick succession, Cao Cao had forgotten to contact Zhang Shui. By the time she finally settled down and tried to reach out, all contact had been severed. She tried every possible method, yet none yielded a response. For a moment, Cao Cao even feared Zhang Shui had been captured by the cultivation world. Meanwhile, Ye Xun remained unconscious, his severe injuries still unhealed.
Many times, in the dead of night, nightmares would jolt Cao Cao awake in a cold sweat.
In her dreams, she found herself alone on snow-covered ground, utterly helpless, with only the howling north wind for company.
Chapter 142, The Trio Reunites.
Across the vast expanse of snow, nothing but white stretched as far as the eye could see, that profound sense of loneliness. Those who hadn't experienced it couldn't understand, and Cao Cao never wanted to go through it again in her life. So she kept telling herself, no news was the best news. Whether it was Su Zhixin or Zhang Shuai, no news at least meant they were still alive. Clinging to this belief, Cao Cao struggled through nearly 10 days. She had prepared herself to cling to this belief for the rest of her life, until Ye Xun awoke. Until she found either Zhang Shuai or Ye Xun alive. But she never imagined it would happen so soon. 2. Zhang Shuai looked at Cao Cao with heartache. The emotion in his eyes wasn't like a younger brother's concern for his older sister. It was more akin to the affection between lovers. Amidst the tenderness, a barely perceptible thread of anger flickered. Don't speak. Cao Cao murmured softly, stepping before Zhang Shuai and gently caressing his face. The atmosphere in the small room grew tender, and Zhang Shuai's breathing grew heavy. His heartbeat quickened noticeably. This was a scene he'd fantasized about for years. Now that his dream had become reality, how could he not be overwhelmed? Come out. Cao Cao stroked Zhang Shuai's face, her voice trembling with emotion. After speaking, she walked straight out of the hut. The two arrived at an open space outside the house. There was no one around, only the chirping of insects and birds. Zhang Shuai followed Cao Cao with a satisfied smile, secretly thrilled inside. He moved a little closer. They stood face to face, Cao Cao's fingers curling slightly. Zhang Shuai watched this scene unfold, feeling both smug and excited. Without a second thought, he leaned in closer. Ouch! As Zhang Shuai approached, Cao Cao's right hand shot out like lightning, grabbing his ear. She gently pulled outward. Zhang Shuai never expected such an outcome and immediately let out a wail of pain. My ear's gonna fall off, sis. Tell me, where have you been running off to these past few days? And you had the nerve to ignore my calls? You've got some nerve. Though Cao Cao's words sounded severe, the smile on her tear-streaked face betrayed her true feelings. Seeing Zhang Shuai safe and sound before her eyes, a huge weight lifted from Cao Cao's heart. She felt a lot lighter. Ouch, that hurts. Second sister, you've got the wrong idea. I really was taken back by the sect. I didn't ignore your calls on purpose. Hearing this, Cao Cao froze for a moment and instinctively released her grip. Her hands pressed against Zhang Shuai's shoulders. Ouch! Zhang Shuai sucked in a sharp breath, his expression instantly contorting. Cao Cao panicked at the sight and quickly pulled her hands away. Did they hit you? Cao Cao looked at Zhang Shuai with heartfelt concern, grabbing his hand and pulling him toward the house. Ouch! Under the oil lamp, Zhang Shuai sat bare-chested in a chair while Cao Cao stood behind him, holding a medicine bottle. Sis, be gentle. It hurts. Zhang Shuai whined pitifully, though secretly delighted inside. Worth it. Not for nothing did I take that beating. You deserve it. Your master cares so much for you. If you just obeyed and stayed in the sect, none of this would have happened. Cao Cao's words were harsh, but her hands grew gentler. Second sister, you and big brother are both out there. How could I possibly hide behind master? Hearing Zhang Shuai's words and seeing the wounds covering his body, Cao Cao couldn't hold back the tears that rolled down her cheeks. You fool. Since you've come out into the world, big brother and I will protect you from now on. Zhang Shuai offered no reply, his gaze drifting toward Ye Xun lying on the bed. A flicker of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Ye Xun, my dear elder brother, you'd be best off lying in this bed forever. Never wake up again. That way, everyone will find happiness, and no one will suffer even the slightest harm. Zhang Shuai thought to himself silently. Time ticked by second, as the night deepened. The oil lamp on the table flickered erratically in the night breeze, as if it might go out at any moment. Cao Cao tidied up the small bed beside Ye Xun's while addressing Zhang Shuai, who sat in a chair. You'll sleep here tonight. The mountain night breeze is chilly, make sure to cover yourself well with the quilt. Zhang Shuai watched Cao Cao's retreating figure, his joy evident. Second sister, where will you sleep? Zhang Shuai glanced around the room and realized that besides these two beds, there were no other beds in the entire room. Even the one Cao Cao was making up couldn't really be called a bed. It was merely a makeshift platform of bamboo poles and wooden planks, barely sufficient for someone to lie down. Upon hearing this, Cao Cao turned around, a look of relief and warmth spreading across her face. Not bad after just one trip back, he's already learned to care about his sister. Zhang Shuai didn't respond. He turned his gaze to Ye Xun, his hatred burning ever brighter within him. I've changed my mind, big brother. I think it'd be better if you just died. Even lying unconscious in bed, you still drag second sister into suffering. Your existence serves no purpose whatsoever. It's better if you just die. Cao Cao, unaware of Zhang Shuai's thoughts, noticed him staring at Ye Xun lying on the bed. His expression couldn't help but grow a little sad. Big brother suffered severe injuries. Though he's out of immediate danger now, he still shows no signs of waking up. Zhang Shuai nodded silently, his face set in a sorrowful expression. Now that I'm back, I'll watch over big brother. Second sister, you don't have to be so exhausted anymore. Our little Shuai has truly grown up. Good, very good. Tao Tao gazed at Zhang Shuai, her expression filled with deep satisfaction. She was genuinely happy for him. Once upon a time, he was that boy who needed protection, who needed someone to clean up after him. Now he's grown into a man who can protect others and shield them from life's storms. The bed's made, and it's getting late. Go to sleep now. What about you, second sister? I'm not sleepy yet. I'll just sit here for a while. Zhang Shuai tried to say something more, but Tao Tao cut him off without waiting for his reply. Be a good girl and go to sleep. Facing Tao Tao's unwavering expression, Zhang Shuai could only sigh and reluctantly agree. Late at night, still awake, Zhang Shuai gazed at Tao Tao sitting in the chair. He couldn't help but become lost in thought. The flickering candlelight casts a warm glow, illuminating the beauty. Watching this scene, Zhang Shuai couldn't help but recall the first time he met Tao Tao. At that time, he had been adopted by his master for less than a year and had yet to overcome the pain of his family's massacre. Zhang Shuai's background was truly tragic. His mother had died during childbirth shortly after he was born. His father raised him alone until he was 9, and he had thought life would continue in quiet, ordinary fashion. But one dark night, a group of mysterious assailants stormed into their home. Chapter 143, Children of the Same Fate. No one knew who these mysterious figures were, nor where they came from. The only certainty was that on that night, they slaughtered everyone. Zhang Shuai barely survived under his father's protection. At the time, Zhang Shuai was only 9 years old, just a child. Faced with such a scene, he could do nothing but watch with wide eyes, staring in horror. Zhang Shuai strained every nerve to memorize the figures of those mysterious individuals, desperately telling himself he couldn't die yet. He had to seek revenge, to slaughter every single one of these people before him. Later, even Zhang Shuai couldn't recall how he left that home or how he collapsed unconscious by the roadside. Nor how his master had found and taken him in. At that moment, only one thing mattered: revenge. He followed his master back to the Manhwa sect and began grueling training. Among all the disciples in the sect, he was the most diligent, the most determined. Yet it seemed as if the heavens were deliberately tormenting him. No matter how hard he trained, his cultivation progress remained the slowest among all disciples. Everyone in the sect, except his master, ignored him completely, treating him as if he were invisible. Xiao Shuai, your obsession runs too deep, it will be your undoing. Let go of your obsession. Accept and embrace. One day, you will find someone who truly loves you. These were the words his master repeated most often. Each time he heard them, Zhang Shuai would clam up, lower his head, and listen silently. If anyone else had said this, Zhang Shuai wouldn't have given them the time of day. To him at that time, those words were utter nonsense. Why should I let go of my obsession? Why? Heaven had never been kind to me, why should I submit to the fate it had decreed? That was the raw truth churning in Zhang Shuai's heart. If natural talent was lacking, he would compensate with relentless diligence. That year, Zhang Shuai trained with even greater intensity, sacrificing even time for meals and sleep. Yet heaven showed him no favor. He remained the slowest cultivator in the entire sect. Unable to accept this outcome, Zhang Shuai contemplated suicide multiple times. Yet the hatred in his heart ultimately stopped him from taking his own life at the last moment. His master witnessed all this, his heart aching for his disciple. He longed for an opportunity to help Zhang Shuai overcome his emotional block. What his master hadn't anticipated was that this chance would come so soon. That same winter, his master heard that a quiet young girl had arrived at the Absolute Shadow sect. Without hesitation, he took Zhang Shuai to meet her, for this girl shared the same tragic fate as his disciple. Though he couldn't fathom why two sect-wiping massacres had occurred so close together. But that didn't dampen his joy. Of course, mourning the dead was essential. This didn't conflict with his joy for Zhang Shuai. That day marked the first time in nearly a year that Zhang Shuai didn't practice cultivation for an entire day. At the first light of dawn, he followed his master to the Absolute Shadow sect. Uninterested in listening to the two elders' idle chatter, he wandered aimlessly through the sect grounds. Before he knew it, he found himself in a mountain forest, where he spotted Tao Tao standing alone, lost in thought. Hello, my name is Zhang Shuai. What's yours? That was the first time Zhang Shuai had ever initiated a conversation. Even he couldn't explain why he'd done it. It wasn't until much later that he realized the reason behind his actions lay within Tao Tao herself. He sensed a familiar emotion within her, an emotion called sorrow. From that moment on, the two children, bound by a shared fate, grew closer and closer. They shared everything, and Zhang Shuai grew increasingly dependent on Tao Tao. If they didn't see each other for a few days, he would miss her terribly. At that moment, Zhang Shuai suddenly understood his master's words. From then on, there was another person in his heart. A new responsibility weighed upon his shoulders. Leaves turned yellow, then green again, and before they knew it, the present arrived. The once two-person group now included a third. Lying on the bed, Zhang Shuai glanced sideways at Ye Xun, who was also lying there. A murderous intent flickered in his eyes. The next morning, Zhang Shuai rose early and busied himself helping Cao Cao with every task, refusing to let her lift a finger for any heavy or strenuous work. Cao Cao was happy to have the leisure, tending to Ye Xun while watching Zhang Shuai bustle about with satisfaction.
5 days passed in this quiet, uneventful way. Second sister, I'm heading out.
As usual, Zhang Shuai bid Cao Cao farewell before heading out.
Hey, you.
Before the girl could finish her sentence, she sensed Ye Xun beside her. Her fingers seemed to twitch. Cao Cao immediately stood up, her face filled with surprise.
Seeing Cao Cao's unusual reaction, Zhang Shuai promptly tossed the basket off his back. He took 3 steps in 2 strides and rushed straight to Cao Cao's side.
Xiao Shuai, big brother seems to be waking up. As Cao Cao spoke, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, yet the corners of her mouth curled upward. Her voice carried a hint of tears and a touch of wild joy. Hearing the girl's words, Zhang Shuai's heart clenched painfully. No one knew how Cao Cao had endured these past dozen days, nor the suffering she'd endured for Ye Xun. Just thinking about it made Zhang Shuai want to kill Ye Xun.
Is that so, second sister? That's truly wonderful.
Though Zhang Shuai wore a mask of delight, the hatred in his heart nearly solidified into tangible form.
Big brother would be so happy if he knew you were here too.
Cao Cao didn't notice Zhang Shuai's unusual behavior, perhaps because she trusted this younger brother who'd watched her grow up since childhood too deeply.
Perhaps Cao Cao was simply overjoyed by the signs of Ye Xun's awakening.
Yes, big brother would be so happy. Zhang Shuai forced a smile onto his face, his voice hoarse.
Second sister?
Cao Cao looked at Zhang Shuai, spread her arms wide, and rushed forward to embrace him. One arm wrapped around his waist, the other hand resting on his head.
This unexpected display of affection left Zhang Shuai momentarily flustered, his arms frozen mid-air.
His voice trembled slightly with alarm as he asked.
Second sister, I.
His excessive nervousness left him stuttering, unable to form a coherent sentence.
Cao Cao heard him and smiled. Thank you. Thank you for always being by my side.
Zhang Shuai snapped back to his senses and wrapped his arms around Cao Cao from behind. As long as it makes you happy, I'll do anything. If this matter can be resolved smoothly, the 3 of us siblings will find a place to live in seclusion.
Zhang Shuai's expression froze upon hearing this, his arms instinctively loosening their grip. Siblings, ha. A tear slid down Zhang Shuai's cheek. He closed his eyes, pushed Cao Cao away with a slight force, and then. But immediately afterward, his expression twisted into a savage grimace, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, so intense it seemed almost tangible. Big brother. The expression on Zhang Shuai's face lasted less than a quarter of a second before instantly transforming into one of surprise and delight. Chapter 144, The Hideout in the Village. Cao Cao froze upon hearing Zhang Shuai's words, slowly turning around.
Big brother. Ye Xun, still lying half reclined on the bed and looking rather weak, remained pale as ever.
Yet, a faint smile appeared on his face.
You've worked so hard. Tears instantly poured from Cao Cao's eyes like a burst dam.
Ah!
The girl rushed forward, throwing her arms around Ye Xun's body and burying her face in his chest as she wailed uncontrollably. All the exhaustion, sorrow, and despair of the past days dissolved into her wails. Zhang Shuai stood nearby, watching the scene unfold. His hand, hidden behind his back, dug into his thigh with force. Ye Xun gently stroked Cao Cao's head while casting a tender glance at Zhang Shuai.
Just now, Xiao Shuai.
No, it must be that my injuries haven't fully healed, causing me to misjudge the situation. Ye Xun suppressed his doubts and spoke softly.
I'm sorry for dragging you all into this.
Big brother, don't say that.
Didn't we swear to heaven and earth that the 3 of us would live and die together?
Zhang Shuai, standing nearby, raised his hand as if wiping away tears, his voice choked with emotion. Hearing this, Ye Xun smiled faintly.
Yes, through thick and thin.
The 3 siblings wept together, pouring out their bitter sorrows. Only after their emotions had settled did they turn to the matter at hand.
Cao Cao recounted everything that had happened recently, including Zhang Shuai's disappearance and his subsequent return by the sect.
Ye Xun looked at Zhang Shuai and, supported by Cao Cao, walked over to him.
Brother.
Zhang Shuai met Ye Xun's gaze, suddenly feeling a pang of guilt for no apparent reason.
Turn around. Zhang Shuai obediently turned away.
Ye Xun's hand trembled as he lifted Zhang Shuai's shirt. The scars covering his entire back were horrifying to behold. Ye Xun reached out, gently tracing the scars across Zhang Shuai's back.
Does it hurt?
Ye Xun's body trembled slightly, his voice weak and trembling. Hearing those words, Zhang Shuai felt as though his heart had been punched hard. He saw himself as a child, wounded, his father carefully applying medicine while asking with heartfelt concern.
Does it hurt? No, he wasn't. He's my enemy, the one I'm meant to kill.
Zhang Shuai roared inwardly, yet his face remained forced into a carefree expression.
It's fine. Second sister applied medicine last night. I feel much better now. Totally fine.
Ye Xun's heart ached at his words, and one hand instinctively stroked Zhang Shuai's head. He dared not imagine what Zhang Shuai and Tao Tao, his two younger siblings, had endured.
How much suffering had they endured during his unconsciousness? How many injustices had they endured?
In such a short time, the boy who once acted like a child, needing Tao Tao to clean up after him,
had now grown into a man who had shouldered responsibility.
You've endured so much. 1,000 words condensed into this single sentence, tangled with countless emotions. Hearing these words, Zhang Shuai froze in place, a sharp pang of pain stabbing his heart.
No, he's lying to me. He's lying to me. He just wants to steal Tao Tao from me. He wants to take away my one and only love. He's the enemy. An enemy. Zhang Shuai screamed inside his head, desperately wanting to push Ye Xun away.
But he couldn't do it. Tao Tao was standing right there.
Pushing Ye Xun away now would serve no purpose. It would also render all his prior preparations utterly futile.
So Zhang Shuai endured it, forcing a look of emotion onto his face that even he found disgusting. Tao Tao stood by, wiping away her tears, and a smile spread across her face.
All right, big brother, now's not the time to relax.
Though Tao Tao didn't want to disrupt this tender moment, Su Zhixin was still waiting for them to rescue her.
The truth behind Ye Xun's wrongful accusation hadn't been uncovered yet. Everything was only just beginning.
Hearing Tao Tao's words, Ye Xun calmed down slightly. He smiled, patted Zhang Shuai on the head, then turned to Tao Tao.
Still no word on Zhixin?
For Ye Xun now, aside from Tao Tao and Zhang Shuai, Su Zhixin was the person he worried about most.
Hearing this, Tao Tao's expression involuntarily grew grave.
They now knew where his sister-in-law was being held, but at this point, Tao Tao instinctively avoided Ye Xun's gaze. Seeing Tao Tao like this, a sudden sense of foreboding welled up in Ye Xun's heart.
Could it be? Tao Tao's hesitation to continue unraveled Ye Xun's thoughts into wild speculation.
He had even prepared for the worst-case scenario. I sent some people to investigate earlier, but seeing Tao Tao falter again, Ye Xun urged her to continue.
But what?
Tao Tao glanced at Ye Xun, swallowed hard, and said with a hint of nervousness,
"Those people still haven't sent back any news. They might have already."
It had been 5 or 6 days since Tao Tao sent people out to investigate.
Logically speaking, even if they encountered trouble, they should have sent some word back.
But now, those send-outs seemed to have vanished into thin air, not even leaving a message behind. It was hard not to think the worst. Ye Xun heard her words and staggered, stars dancing before his eyes. Tao Tao, seeing his state, hurried over to steady him.
"Big brother, don't worry too much. Maybe he ran into some trouble. If we wait here a couple more days, someone might bring news back."
Ye Xun could no longer hear Tao Tao's words. His mind was filled with the horrifying image of Su Zhixin imprisoned and tortured to death. His eyes gradually turned bloodshot, and his already deathly pale face grew even more haunted by terror and unease. Zhang Shuai, standing nearby, felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction at the sight.
"Ye Xun, my dear brother, is your heart shattered into pieces now? This feeling of having your beloved taken away must be awful. Where is she being held?"
After a long while, Ye Xun finally regained his composure slightly and asked in a hoarse voice. Tao Tao, seeing him like this, couldn't bring herself to tell him the address. She feared he might act impulsively and do something irreversible. Seeing the girl hesitating, unwilling to speak, Ye Xun instantly became enraged. He slammed his palm onto the nearby chair, instantly covering it with spiderweb-like cracks.
Tell me. Zhang Shuai, witnessing this scene, finally couldn't hold back. He grabbed Ye Xun and pulled him away.
A flash of murderous intent flickered across his face.
"Bro, calm down."
Pushed aside, Ye Xun gasped for breath, his face deathly pale. His complexion even began turning purplish, as if he couldn't catch his breath. Tao Tao rushed over immediately, patting Ye Xun's back as she urged. "Big brother, Xiao Shuai's right, you need to calm down first. Your injuries haven't healed yet, you can't get this worked up."
Chapter 145, The Roadblock.
Hearing her words, Ye Xun calmed down slightly.
"Tao, please tell me. Tell me, okay?"
Ye Xun clutched Tao Tao's hand, his voice almost pleading. Seeing Ye Xun like this, Tao Tao's heart ached. She immediately said, "Big brother, you just rest here. Xiao Shuai and I will handle it. Rest assured, I'll bring big sister back safely." No sooner had Tao Tao finished speaking than Ye Xun rejected her offer.
"No, I can't let you go alone. Xinxing's life hangs in the balance. If something happens to you too. No, I won't agree to it. Absolutely not."
Tao Tao and Ye Xun argued for a long time, but Ye Xun refused to budge. Zhang Shuai watched the two of them arguing so fiercely they were nearly shouting. He stepped forward and shouted, "All right." At that, every pair of eyes in the room instantly turned to Zhang Shuai. Zhang Shuai glanced at Ye Xun and Tao Tao before continuing. "You two stay here. I'll go." With that, Zhang Shuai turned on his heel and started to walk away. Of course, he wasn't actually going himself. This whole situation was a trap he had set. His goal was to get Ye Xun away from Tao Tao. If he could kill Ye Xun outright, that would be ideal. As for others like Su Zhixin, he had no intention of harming her.
Now that Ye Xun and Cao Cao were arguing over who to go with, if this continued, it would take ages for Ye Xun to reach the location he had designated according to his plan. That's why Zhang Shuai had to step in and break the deadlock. After all, there were only 3 people in this house. If he didn't step forward, no one else would step forward. Stop right there. This time, Cao Cao and Ye Xun didn't argue, they spoke in unison. Zhang Shuai, who had already reached the doorway, suddenly halted his steps, forcing down the anger welling up inside him. He put on a look of utter helplessness. Not arguing anymore? Ye Xun and Cao Cao exchanged a knowing smile at his words. Xiao Shuai, this time it was really dangerous. You. Zhang Shuai fixed Cao Cao with a piercing gaze, a smile spreading across his face. Second sister, you know me. I'd never leave you. Zhang Shuai said this half-jokingly, his heart pounding wildly. Like a naive teenager. No, wait, he was actually that age. Only the tragedy of those years had forced him to mature prematurely. Ye Xun walked over then, patting Zhang Shuai on the shoulder. Xiao Shuai, this time is different from before. We're facing unknown enemies up ahead. Zhang Shuai turned to look at Ye Xun beside him, his expression serious on the surface. But inside, he sneered repeatedly. Xiao Shuai, are you really sure you want to come with us? Hearing this, Zhang Shuai nodded solemnly. Humph, Ye Xun, don't pretend to be so virtuous here. I'll expose your true colors soon enough. Zhang Shuai thought this to himself, his face betraying not a hint of his inner thoughts. Not even Ye Xun and Cao Cao, standing mere inches away, noticed. The 3 exchanged glances, smiles spreading across their faces in unison. Alright, then. Let's go. Cao Cao darted to the doorway, raised one hand, and swung it forcefully downward. She declared with impassioned fervor. Before they knew it, half the day had passed. With Ye Xun injured and now a wanted man. And both Zhang Shuai and Cao Cao were carrying weapons on their backs. Because of this, they could barely travel on the main roads and had to make their way through forest paths instead. Thus, the journey proved exceptionally arduous for the trio. What should have been a 1 or 2 hour drive by vehicle took them nearly half a day on foot. They had set out early in the morning, and by the time they reached the village, it was already 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Standing at the village entrance, Ye Xun and his companions immediately sensed something was off. Logically speaking, if Su Zhixin had truly been kidnapped and hidden in one of the village households, then even if there were no overt guards at the village entrance, there should have been hidden sentries lurking in the more secluded corners. Yet now, not only were there no enemies to be seen, but not even a single ordinary villager was in sight. The entire village was deserted, as if it were a ghost town. Brother, something feels off. I'll go in first to check. Before Cao Cao could respond, Zhang Shuai stepped forward first and spoke up. Ye Xun glanced toward the village but didn't try to stop him. Be cautious. If you encounter anyone, don't make a scene. Come back out immediately and tell us. Zhang Shuai gave a quick nod before taking 3 steps at a time and dashing straight into the village. Only after watching Zhang Shuai disappear into the distance did Ye Xun and the others find some grass to hide in. 15 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, yet Zhang Shuai still hadn't returned. Cao Cao and Ye Xun couldn't help but feel anxious. After another moment, Cao Cao whispered to Ye Xun. Xiao Shuai's been gone so long with no word. Should I go check what's happening? Upon hearing this, Ye Xun hesitated slightly. It was during that brief moment of hesitation that Zhang Shuai's shout suddenly echoed from deep within the village. Upon hearing the sound, Ye Xun and the other exchanged a glance, no time for further thought. They immediately sprinted into the village. The village wasn't particularly large, and within 5 minutes, they had located the source of the cry. Without a second thought, the 2 of them burst into the house. Hey, you must be Ye Xun? A man shrouded in a black cloak spoke in a gruff voice from within the room. His right hand was clamped around Zhang Shuai's throat, turning the young man's face a deep purplish red. His legs kicked frantically as he struggled to breathe. Ye Xun witnessed this scene and, disregarding his own injuries, drew the sword from Cao Cao's back and thrust it directly at the cloaked figure. It all happened too fast for anyone to react. In the blink of an eye, Ye Xun was already before the cloaked figure. The man casually flung Zhang Shuai toward Cao Cao. He drew the long sword at his waist and charged straight at Ye Xun. Clang! A crisp metallic clang echoed, followed by a piercing screech of friction. Ye Xun and the cloaked figure locked weapons, veins bulging faintly on both their arms. Clang! Seconds later, a dull thud echoed as both men stumbled back a step. Clang, clang. Regaining their footing, both men shifted their weight backward almost simultaneously before surging forward. In less than 10 seconds, they had exchanged no fewer than 70 blows. Chapter 146, Buying Time. Both fighters' techniques were fierce and relentless, each strike faster than the last. Yet Ye Xun, already wounded, now engaged in such an intense battle. His body was beginning to struggle. His feet grew unsteady beneath him, and his already pale face, drained by injury, turned even whiter. His reflexes slowed considerably. In contrast, though the cloaked figure was not as powerful as Ye Xun, his current condition was vastly superior to Ye Xun's. Seeing Ye Xun beginning to show signs of defeat, the black-robed man's attacks grew even faster. Ye Xun, prepare to meet your end. The black-robed figure sneered at Ye Xun, who was struggling desperately to hold his ground. Ye Xun uttered not a word, his sword dancing fiercely through the air. He barely managed to block the cloaked figure's attack with every ounce of strength. Seeing his state, the cloaked figure laughed even more arrogantly. Hey, Ye Xun, why bother? If you retreat now, you might just save your pathetic life. Ye Xun parried the black-robed man's slashing blow, his body swaying as he instinctively took a step back. Seizing the opening, the cloaked figure flipped his wrist and swept his blade upward. Rip! The sharp blade sliced through fabric, and the corner of Ye Xun's faded, washed-out shirt slowly turned crimson. Drip! At first, Cao Cao stood frozen, staring blankly at the crimson stain on the shirt. Until the crimson blood dripped from the shirt onto the ground. Big brother! Cao Cao cried out, drawing her long sword from its sheath behind her back, ready to charge forward. But in less than a second, Cao Cao forced herself to halt her forward momentum. Young lady, I advise you not to move. Otherwise. The cloaked figure glanced behind Cao Cao, his laughter ringing with malice. You! Cao Cao trembled with rage. She desperately wanted to help Ye Xun. But now was truly impossible. When the black-robed man tossed Zhang Shuai toward Cao Cao earlier, he wasn't foolish enough to actually aim for her. His motion was utterly natural, as if he'd tossed him away without a second thought. Cao Cao had actually dodged nearly a meter to the side before catching Zhang Shuai. After a thorough examination, she found only 5 faint fingerprints on Zhang Shuai's throat. Apart from his purple-tinged face, he showed no other injuries. After briefly helping Zhang Shuai steady his breathing, Cao Cao shielded him behind her and turned her gaze toward the battlefield where Ye Xun was fighting. The black-robed man's words made Cao Cao hesitate. The black-robed man was trading blows evenly with Ye Xun, even holding a steady advantage over him. Even though Ye Xun was injured and could only exert about 70 to 80% of his strength, he was still being beaten so badly. The black-robed man's cultivation level was likely comparable to Ye Xun's. Even if slightly lower, the gap couldn't be significant. Under these circumstances, Cao Cao couldn't guarantee she could stop the cloaked figure before he struck Zhang Shuai. Therefore, she couldn't move now. The moment she did, the weakest among them, Zhang Shuai, would surely be killed in one strike by the black-robed man. Second sister, you don't need to worry about me. I can. Zhang Shuai struggled to his feet, his face etched with urgency. But before he could finish his sentence, a whistling sound cut through the air. Whoosh! The black-robed figure, who should have been standing not far in front of Cao Cao, had vanished from its original spot. Cao Cao reacted a split second too late, urgently drawing the sword from her back. Clang! The sharp sound of the blade leaving its sheath echoed as Cao Cao, without hesitation, twisted her waist and swung the sword downward. The cloaked figure ducked low to evade the strike, yet his speed not only remained unaffected but seemed to increase slightly. Zhang Shuai, whether startled or not, froze in place, unable to move. Ye Xun witnessed this, gritting his teeth against the pain, and lunged forward in a single stride. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. As the black-robed figure's blade was about to pierce Zhang Shuai's throat, Ye Xun arrived just in time, thrusting his sword to parry the black-robed figure's blade. Simultaneously, he grabbed Zhang Shuai's shoulder with one hand and yanked him violently toward himself. Stepping backward with his feet, he pulled Zhang Shuai stumbling out of the fray. Cao Cao, seeing Zhang Shuai was still alive, breathed a sigh of relief and rushed over in 2 strides. She raised her sword to shield Zhang Shuai, her gaze fixed intently on the battle between the black-robed figure and Ye Xun. This time, the cloaked figure had no choice but to launch another attack at Zhang Shuai. It was as if he had suddenly abandoned his previous plan. Even though he was currently overwhelming Ye Xun in combat, he had ample opportunity to inflict casualties on Ye Xun and his 2 companions. But the cloaked figure chose not to. In the past, both Ye Xun and Cao Cao would have found this utterly perplexing. Both possessed extensive combat experience and understood that in a one versus many battle, inflicting casualties on the enemy beforehand undoubtedly laid the groundwork for victory. It didn't even require outright kills, merely inflicting wounds would suffice. Such injuries would throw the enemy into disarray, potentially causing them to lose their composure entirely. This principle held true even on the battlefield. Yet neither of them had considered this now. The black-robed figure's overwhelming power had already begun to unsettle their minds. They instinctively overlooked this crucial factor. As time passed, the battle on Ye Xun's side not only failed to conclude. Instead, it grew increasingly deadlocked. Though the black-robed figure held absolute dominance, he and Ye Xun traded blows relentlessly. It seemed as though he was deliberately stalling for time. Both Ye Xun and his companion sensed something amiss, their anxiety mounting. After all, neither of them knew why the cloaked figure was deliberately stalling for time. Moreover, they weren't sure if Su Zhixin had been captured by this hooded figure and locked inside. If so, where was she being held? Did she have accomplices? Was the cloaked figure stalling to silence her, or was there something on Su Zhixin he wanted? All these uncertainties only heightened the already palpable anxiety within Ye Xun and his companions. and made them even more tense. It was precisely this state of mind that led Ye Xun to let his guard down for a moment, leaving him wide open to a direct strike from the hooded figure. Staggering backward several steps, Ye Xun felt a metallic taste in his throat as a mouthful of blood surged up. Big brother! Seeing Ye Xun already beaten to the point of vomiting blood, Cao Cao couldn't hold back any longer. She raised her sword, ready to rush over and help. But at that very moment, the black-robed figure seemed to suddenly grasp something. Cao Cao had barely taken a step forward when a whistling wind sound rang in her ears. Startled, she whipped her head around. She saw that the black-robed figure had somehow slipped past her. Chapter 147, The Unnerving Black-Robed Figure. Panic surged through Cao Cao. She planted her foot firmly and launched herself forward. At that moment, Zhang Shuai had only managed to draw his sword halfway. Judging by his posture, he likely intended to defend himself, but his inferior strength meant his speed couldn't match the black-robed figure. A scene nearly identical to the previous one unfolded once more, only this time, Ye Xun stepped in to save Zhang Shuai. Despite the vast disparity in strength between Ye Xun and Cao Cao, he had achieved the same result. This only deepened Ye Xun and Cao Cao's conviction that the black-robed figure's true purpose wasn't to kill them. Instead, he was holding them back to buy time for those below. The most critical question remained: why exactly was the cloaked figure buying time? Ye Xun and Cao Cao still had no clue. Second sister, I'm sorry. I'm so useless. If only Zhang Shuai had managed to draw his sword at that moment, it wouldn't have made much difference. The battle was already over. He glanced at the sword in his hand, then at Cao Cao's retreating figure. Deep down, he felt profoundly satisfied and happy. This scene brought back memories from years ago. Cao Cao had shielded him just like this, standing before him as his sister, blocking everyone who tried to bully him. Yet despite his inner joy, Zhang Shuai's face still wore a look of deep guilt. He looked like a pitiful, helpless creature. Hearing his voice, Cao Cao couldn't help but glance back, a pang of sorrow stabbing her heart. No matter how much a child grows up in front of his own sister, he's still just a little kid. It's okay, Xiao Shuai. As your sister, it's my job to protect you. A smile spread across Cao Cao's face as her tone softened. She coaxed Zhang Shuai as if he were a little child. Zhang Shuai felt a slight sting in his nose at her words. Meanwhile, Ye Xun had resumed his fight with the cloaked figure. The two were locked in an intense, unyielding struggle, just as before. But this time, Ye Xun realized the cloaked figure was deliberately stalling for time. He silently led the cloaked figure toward another direction. Their initial clash had occurred directly opposite the main gate, effectively blocking the entrance to the inner chambers. Now that Ye Xun had lured the hooded figure away, the passageway was naturally left unguarded. Everything appeared perfectly logical, as if it were meant to be. But if Ye Xun and Cao Cao hadn't been so frantic at that moment, they might have realized something. Since the cloaked figure's sole purpose was to delay them regardless of his motives, it made no sense for him to willingly abandon such a crucial access point. This house was just an ordinary dwelling. The only passage to the inner chambers was that single entrance. There was absolutely no possibility of a second one. The cloaked figure's intent to stall them here must be to buy time for his accomplices below. Moreover, the cloaked figure possessed considerable strength. How could he fail to recognize Ye Xun's deliberate attempt to lure him away? But Cao Cao and Ye Xun had neither the time nor the energy to dwell on such thoughts. Their concern for Su Zhixin had already robbed them of the capacity for deep reflection. Right now, the two of them felt like cattle being led by the nose. Xiao Shuai, listen carefully. Big brother will lure him over to our side. Once he's here, we'll sprint toward that entrance. Cao Cao's voice tightened into a line, her lips trembling slightly. Zhang Shuai heard her words, lifted his head to look at Cao Cao, and gave a firm nod. The reason he didn't use true qi to transmit his voice was because, with his current cultivation level, or rather, the cultivation level he was currently displaying, simply made it impossible for him to do so. Cao Cao didn't see Zhang Shuai's gesture, but she didn't say another word. She trusted that with their deep understanding, Zhang Shuai would grasp her meaning without further explanation. Meanwhile, Ye Xun had successfully lured the black-robed figure to the location he claimed to desire. The moment the cloaked figure's foot crossed the threshold, Cao Cao's toes lightly pushed off the ground, propelling her body forward in an explosive burst. Zhang Shuai was only a split second slower, but he followed immediately. Upon witnessing this, the cloaked figure feigned utter astonishment. With a stomp of his foot, his entire body shot out like a cannonball. Your opponent is me. Ye Xun roared upon witnessing this, swinging his sword as he charged after them. Within this confined space, the four figures gradually aligned themselves in a straight line. Cao Cao never once looked back, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on the entrance. At this moment, nothing else existed in his mind. It was as if everything else in the world had ceased to matter. Yet the gap in cultivation between Cao Cao and the cloaked figure was simply too vast. Even as he poured every ounce of strength into his attack, pushing his speed to its absolute limit, even surpassing it for a split second. Yet tonight, even having pushed himself this far, he still couldn't shake the black-robed figure. The first technique of the sword art of slaying immortals. Sever the heavens. As the final syllable echoed, the sword in Ye Xun's hand suddenly erupted with blinding light. His face grew even paler as the light erupted. Boom! A thunderous roar, like rolling celestial thunder, erupted suddenly, piercing the ears of every person present. Slash! Ye Xun uttered the word expressionlessly, raising the sword high above his head before bringing it down with force. A crescent-shaped blade of light shot forth, aiming straight for the back of the black-robed figure. Feeling the deadly blade's aura behind him, the black-robed man's hair stood on end. A look of shock spread across his face. Impossible! Almost instinctively, the cloaked figure spun around and swung his blade to meet the attack. The blade blazed with a blood-red light so intense it seemed almost tangible. A crimson crescent blade aura collided with the sword's aura a second later. As the two clashed, the sound of the entire world seemed to be stolen away. The expressions on the faces of those present varied, but the one thing they all shared was the utter inability to utter a sound. It was as if they were performing a silent play. Only after a blink of an eye did the sound of the clashing blades finally echo out. The sound crackled like oil sizzling over a raging fire as the sword and blade glints became entangled. They relentlessly devoured each other, relentlessly resisted each other's devouring. It was precisely at this moment that Cao Cao and the other person finally crossed the threshold. The moment she stepped through, without a second thought, the girl grabbed Zhang Shuai and began sprinting. Zhang Shuai opened his mouth as if to say something. Chapter 148, Expected yet unexpected. But watching the girl's retreating figure ahead, Zhang Shuai ultimately kept his mouth shut, saying not a word. Before long, Cao Cao had led Zhang Shuai nearly 100 meters down the path. Only then did she halt, her face brimming with bewilderment and disbelief. Because what had just happened was practically impossible. The width of a residential building was at most 4 or 5 meters, and that was being generous. In reality, it might not even be 4 meters. Yet the undeniable truth now stood before them: Cao Cao had undoubtedly led Zhang Shuai over 100 meters. As a disciple of the Shadowless sect, Cao Cao might make mistakes in other areas. But in this particular aspect, it was absolutely impossible. Judging distance was the very first lesson for disciples of the Absolute Shadow sect, and the most crucial one. Virtually every disciple of the Absolute Shadow sect was a master tracker, each possessing centimeter-precise control over distance. Had it not been for this, the Absolute Shadow sect would never have made a name for itself in the cultivation world. Xiao Shuai, stay right here. Don't wander off anywhere. If you encounter enemies, smash this to the ground and run for your life. After carefully sensing the surroundings and confirming her intuition was indeed correct, Cao Cao pulled a metallic sphere from her bosom and placed it into Zhang Shuai's hand. Zhang Shuai stared at the metal sphere in his hand, his face clouded with worry as he spoke. Second sister, this. Cao Cao flashed him a smile, then reached out and gave his hair a fierce tug, leaving it a messy tangle. Be good. Wait here for me. I'll be right back. Zhang Shuai said nothing more, nodding obediently. After Cao Cao left, Zhang Shuai hugged the metal sphere close to his chest. Sis, how long has it been? How long has it been since you last said those words to me? A wistful expression crossed Zhang Shuai's face as he murmured to himself. Whatever you wish to do, I will make it happen for you, no matter the cost. But please forgive me, I had no choice but to act this way. If we can't eliminate him, our relationship will never progress any further. After uttering these words, Zhang Shuai cradled the sphere in his arms as if it were a precious treasure. She walked back a short distance, turned, and strode forward without pause. Even though a thick, impenetrable wall stood directly before him. Just as Zhang Shuai was about to collide with the wall, something miraculous happened. Instead of colliding with the wall, he passed through it as effortlessly as flowing through water. After he passed through, faint ripples rippled across the wall's surface. Cao Cao, who had been searching for a way to break through the stalemate, suddenly looked up, turned around, and glanced back, her face lighting up with excitement. Meanwhile, after Cao Cao and the others departed, Ye Xun found himself increasingly overwhelmed by the cloaked figure. No, it was more accurate to say he had only now truly fallen into a dead end. The black-robed figure's power far exceeded Ye Xun's expectations. Even after unleashing the 7 slashes of the immortal, could not alter the course of the battle. The 7 slaying immortals techniques were a skill every successive island master of the divine demon island had to master. Though no one knew the true reason behind this requirement, every ruler who ascended to the position has never broken this rule. After all, this technique was truly formidable, just as its name implied. If one could truly unleash the full might of this sword technique, it could indeed slay immortals. However, Ye Xun currently couldn't unleash even 1/10 of its true power. No, it should be said that even with Ye Xun operating at full capacity, he couldn't unleash even 1/10 of its power. Right now, he might not even reach 7%. Hey, Ye Xun, I know what you're trying to do. In the midst of their battle, the cloaked figure suddenly uttered this line out of nowhere. I'm looking forward to seeing your angry face. Hearing this, Ye Xun's heart skipped a beat. He raised his sword and thrust forward without hesitation. This time, the cloaked figure didn't even bother to dodge. His arm swung the long sword in a sweeping arc. It deflected Ye Xun's sword right back. To be perfectly honest, that woman is probably dead by now. Tisk, it's just a pity that beautiful face. Ye Xun had been glaring at the cloaked figure, his eyes nearly blazing with fury. Rage overwhelmed him, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. His current state was utterly dire. The slightest lapse in concentration could send him into unconsciousness. Ye Xun had intended to charge forward and kill the cloaked figure, but before he could move, a gleaming object suddenly appeared on the black-robed man's chest. You. The cloaked figure first looked down at his own chest, his face filled with utter disbelief. He then turned his head with all his strength, and upon recognizing the figure behind him, his face instantly twisted with rage, but he only managed to utter a single syllable. Zhang twisted his wrist. The long sword embedded in the cloaked figure's body followed the motion, shredding his heart. Even in death, the cloaked figure never understood why Zhang Shuai had betrayed him. Xiao Shuai, you. Ye Xun had been about to ask Zhang Shuai why he'd suddenly returned. Had he found someone, or what? He's back, but where's Tao Tao Run? But before he could finish, he saw a look of disgust flicker across Zhang Shuai's face. Ye Xun suddenly realized the kidnapping of Su Zhixin might have been orchestrated by Zhang Shuai from start to finish. In Ye Xun's memory, Zhang Shuai had never even killed a chicken, let alone a person. And when someone kills for the first time, how could they not be terrified and panicked? How could they possibly show a look of disgust? Xiao Shuai, why? Ye Xun's entire body trembled, the sword slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. His voice shook as he spoke. Zhang Shuai shot him a look of utter contempt upon hearing his words. Why? Ha! You ask me why? Zhang Shuai suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, reaching up to tear off a protective amulet hanging from his chest. Before Ye Xun could react, he was already standing directly before him. Why? Go ask the king of hell. Zhang Shuai's arm snapped back, pulling the sword in his grasp away. Just then, a voice abruptly cut through the tension. Xiao Shuai, don't. Zhang Shuai froze instinctively upon hearing the voice, but an unnamed rage flared within him. Closing his eyes, he thrust the sword downward. Chapter 149, Sudden Awakening. He was filled with hatred and resentment, so he regarded Ye Xun as his enemy. As someone he had to kill. For the past 2 years, Zhang Shuai had been enduring, suppressing this emotion deep within his heart. Now, at this moment, those emotions erupted like a volcano. After Tao Tao's words, it reached its peak. Die. Feeling his first sword pierce flesh, Zhang Shuai yanked the blade out with force. A furious roar erupted from her throat as she thrust forward once more. Zhang Shuai finally opened his eyes. But the sight before him left him filled with regret. Tao Tao stepped in front of Ye Xun, blocking the 2 thrusts from Zhang Shuai's sword. A wound, neither small nor large, appeared on the girl's chest, and another on her shoulder. Clang! The sword in Zhang Shuai's hand fell to the ground with a sharp clang. He stared blankly at the scene, staggering back a step as he clutched his head. No, this is all fake. This is all fake. Standing behind Tao Tao, Ye Xun reached out and steadied her shoulders, his trembling hands covering the 2 bloody holes. A wretched smile spread across the girl's face, pale as paper. He reached out and grabbed Ye Xun's arm, slowly shaking his head. Xiao Xiao. Though Tao Tao's voice was faint, both men present heard it clearly. Zhang Shuai lunged forward in a single stride, grabbing the girl's hands with both of his. I'm sorry, second sister. I was wrong. Ah, sister. Don't die, don't you dare die. I won't let you die. Tears streaming down his face, Zhang Shuai knelt on the ground, wailing with the grief of a child. He wanted to stop the life from slipping away, to keep the girl before him alive. Yet none of this was possible. Life and death are predestined. The cycle of heaven's justice follows rules set by the heavens. Only those legendary immortals could possibly alter them. Tao Tao lay in Ye Xun's arms, reaching out a hand to stroke Zhang Shuai's head. Her voice was faint, her tone gentle. Can you tell me why, sister? Upon hearing these words, Zhang Shuai lifted his head to stare at Ye Xun, his eyes burning with hatred. My sister belongs only to me. No one can take her away. Though Zhang Shuai spoke only these words, everyone present understood his meaning. Ye Xun and the other 2 shared similar backgrounds. In this world, they had few people left to rely on. Under such circumstances, without someone to guide them with patience and kindness, it was no wonder twisted emotions like Zhang Shuai's could take root. Ye Xun had heard about the past between Tao Tao and Zhang Shuai, so when Zhang Shuai spoke those words, he could probably understand Zhang Shuai's feelings. At that time, Tao Tao might have been one of the few glimmers of light in Zhang Shuai's heart, a lifeline he clung to desperately. When one has nothing left, even the slightest thing becomes precious. They cling to it desperately, unwilling to let anyone touch it. Silly child, your sister will always be your sister. No one can take her away from you. Zhang Shuai was now sobbing uncontrollably, clutching Tao Tao and nodding frantically. Tao Tao's vitality was fading by the moment. Even uttering a single word now demanded immense effort. Ye Xun couldn't bear to watch any longer. Don't speak yet. I just sealed your wound with my qi. I'm taking you to the hospital. Ye Xun spoke rapidly, his words barely finished before he turned to leave. But Cao Cao, still in his arms, pulled him back. She smiled and shook her head at him. It's no use, big brother. You know exactly what condition my body is in right now. Hearing this, Ye Xun fell silent, halting his steps. Earlier, when Cao Cao had rushed over, she had already activated the supreme secret technique of the Absolute Shadow Sect. Trace eradication. By tradition, only the sect master of the Absolute Shadow Sect could learn this technique, meant to protect the sect in times of crisis. It was indeed a formidable technique. Once activated, it could instantly boost the practitioner's speed by 3 tiers beyond their normal capacity. Under such circumstances, unless the power gap was too vast, no one could stand against him. This technique was also an unspoken secret passed down through generations of the Absolute Shadow Sect, traditionally only taught to the sect leader. The technique offers immense personal enhancement, but one reason the Absolute Shadow Sect passed it down only to the sect master and no one else was. Another crucial reason is that while immensely powerful, this technique carries severe side effects. After unleashing this technique, once it is released, the practitioner plunges into a state of extreme exhaustion. The user's body becomes as frail as someone recovering from a severe illness. At that point, forget about cultivators, even an ordinary person wielding a dagger could strike them down. Would be enough to kill them instantly. Cao Cao had activated this technique in haste just now. Though the girl managed to release the effect within less than a second. Her cultivation base was still too low. Activating the technique drained all her true chi in an instant. It even consumed 1/3 of her vital essence. Stabbed twice in this weakened state, her vital energy and blood suffered massive depletion. In this critical state, even if a great immortal descended from heaven, they might not be able to save her. Stop talking nonsense. I'm taking you to the hospital right now, there's still time. After only a few seconds of hesitation, Ye Xun began walking again. He knew Cao Cao was beyond saving, but he refused to accept it. He refused to accept that after finally gaining a sister, he would lose her again in less than 2 years. And he certainly refused to believe his own brother would turn against him. It's no use, big brother. I don't want to go to the hospital. Before the girl could finish her sentence, she began coughing violently. Amidst the coughing, she suddenly coughed up blood. The vivid crimson color jolted the nerves of both men. Tao! Ye Xun tried to persuade Cao Cao again, insisting they go to the hospital regardless of whether it would help. At least getting to the hospital might buy her some time while he searched for a way to save her. But before he could finish, Cao Cao cut him off with a smile. Big brother, I don't want to go to the hospital. It's too cold there. I'll be scared. Hearing this, Ye Xun's eyes reddened. He clutched Cao Cao tightly, his voice choked with emotion. Chapter 150, Brothers Turn Against Each Other. Fine, we won't go. If you say we won't, then we won't. Cao Cao smiled, raising a hand to wipe the tears from Ye Xun's face. But the girl's strength was no longer enough to do so. Ye Xun grasped her arm and pressed it against his own cheek. Tears streamed down his cheeks, soaking her palm, dripping steadily like a stream onto the ground. Xiao Shuai, come here. Zhang Shuai stumbled toward her upon hearing Cao Cao's words. He knelt directly before her, his eyes already blurred with tears. Silly boy, stop crying. None of us blame you. Cao Cao stroked Zhang Shuai's head, smiling gently as she spoke softly. Zhang Shuai was already sobbing uncontrollably, seemingly filled with remorse. But, Xiao Shuai, second sister is gone now. You must listen to big brother and not cause him trouble. When you marry someday, bring your wife to visit my grave. Cough. Before Cao Cao could finish her sentence, she began coughing violently again, this time even more severely than before. The blood she coughed up formed a small pool on the ground. The girl's face grew even paler. The two men clutched her hands tightly, weeping uncontrollably like children. Stop fighting. Make up. After uttering those final words, Cao Cao closed her eyes, and her life force vanished without a trace. Ye Xun held Cao Cao, wanting to cry out, but something seemed to block his throat. His mouth opened wide, yet no sound emerged. Tears streamed down his face like beads from a broken string. Who says men never shed tears? They simply haven't reached the depths of sorrow yet. Zhang Shuai knelt dumbstruck on the ground, staring blankly at the girl before him with her eyes tightly shut. Unable to accept it, unwilling to accept it, refusing to face this cruel reality. Second sister was merely asleep. Merely asleep. Tomorrow after dawn, she'll wake up. She'll wake up. Zhang Shuai stumbled to his feet, repeating these words over and over. His expression flickered between joy and sorrow as he staggered toward the entrance to the inner chamber. Ye Xun watched him silently, observing his erratic movements as he gradually faded into the distance. The warmth of the person in his arms grew colder and colder, and Ye Xun's heart grew cold along with it. Ye Xun couldn't even begin to describe his own emotions at that moment. He regretted, he feared, he blamed himself. But no matter what, the dead were dead. There was no second chance. Xiao Shuai, where are you going? Ye Xun hadn't intended to pay Zhang Shuai any mind, but seeing the look on his face.
Though hatred burned within him, concern for his younger brother also stirred.
Moreover, Cao Cao's final wish was for the two of them to reconcile.
It was the girl's sole wish, and Ye Xun wanted to help fulfill it. Upon hearing Ye Xun's words, Zhang Shuai abruptly halted his steps and fell silent for a long while. Ye Xun said nothing more, merely watching him in silence. Everything that had happened today felt too convoluted, and this outcome was hard to accept. But reality wasn't a movie, and they weren't the producers.
They simply didn't have the right to rewrite the movie's ending. Brother, do you blame me?
After a moment of silence, Ye Xun nodded, then shook his head.
Xiao Shuai, I don't want to lie to you.
After what happened, it's impossible to say I don't harbor any resentment toward you. Ye Xun paused briefly before continuing.
But if I'm being honest, it's also my fault for not noticing your emotional state sooner. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuai's expression suddenly turned icy. So you're saying second sister died for nothing?
Ye Xun froze, momentarily unsure what Zhang Shuai meant.
How could Cao Cao have died in vain?
Ye Xun would hunt down every one of her enemies and kill them. He would fulfill every wish she'd ever cherished, doing all those things she'd longed to do but never had the chance.
But that didn't include killing Zhang Shuai.
To Cao Cao, Zhang Shuai was her brother, the person she cherished most. Even if he committed the gravest of sins, she could forgive him. Her greatest wish was to see him marry, have children, and build a life. Then, he could distance himself from the bloodshed of the martial world and the deceit of the cultivation realm. So now, when Zhang Shuai asked this question, Ye Xun froze, unsure how to respond. What he had done could only be considered an after-the-fact remedy, but it was useless in the face of the current reality.
I see.
Seeing Ye Xun's prolonged silence, Zhang Shuai sneered coldly. As the last syllable fell, Zhang Shuai spun violently, thrusting his sword toward Ye Xun. In his panic, Ye Xun planted his feet firmly and leaped into the air. He narrowly evaded the strike, but Zhang Shuai pressed relentlessly, twisting his waist to pursue once more.
Xiao Shuai, calm down. You'll hurt your second sister like this.
Zhang Shuai's face darkened at the words, and his movements grew faster.
You hypocrite! Die!
Ye Xun was utterly shocked. He never imagined his younger brother harbored such intense hatred toward him.
Even the sacrifice of their beloved second sister couldn't sway his resolve.
But Ye Xun truly didn't want to fight back, so he could only keep dodging awkwardly. He had no idea how much time had passed when Ye Xun finally landed again, a faint sweetness rising in his throat.
He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood.
The crimson blood stained the floor before him, jolting Ye Xun's senses. He resolved to stop this desperate evasion. If this continued, sooner or later all three of them would meet their end here. He carefully placed Cao Cao's body in a shadowy corner by the wall. After completing this, Ye Xun rolled forward, covering a considerable distance. Just as Zhang Shuai's sword was about to cleave him, Ye Xun grabbed the sword lying on the ground. His wrist flickered, meeting the blow head-on.
Clang! The two blades collided, producing a crisp metallic clang.
This was immediately followed by a shrill screech. But for reasons unknown, Ye Xun and Zhang Shuai both instinctively refrained from channeling their inner qi. They relied purely on raw physical strength, speed, and reflexes to compete. For a moment, the entire room echoed with a cacophony of clanging sounds as Ye Xun and Zhang Shuai's battle intensified. The battle gradually reached a fever pitch. Ye Xun was quite satisfied with Zhang Shuai's sword technique, purely from a technical standpoint.
Zhang Shuai's mastery in this art was even a notch higher than his own. Chapter 151, A Single-Minded Pursuit of Death.
Yet the more outstanding Zhang Shuai performed, the more guilt Ye Xun felt. Those who harbor hatred within their hearts endure agony every single day.
Just like Zhang Shuai. Just like Ye Xun.
As Ye Xun was lost in these thoughts, Zhang Shuai launched another attack. The cold, gleaming blade shot straight toward Ye Xun's throat. Ye Xun flipped his wrist, raising his sword to parry the strike. But the moment his blade reached level with Zhang Shuai's chest, Zhang Shuai abruptly altered his attack. The blade in his hand was now a mere 3 centimeters from Ye Xun's neck. Then, with a wet thud, the sound of steel piercing flesh echoed through the air. Ye Xun stared blankly at the scene, his eyes slowly filling with blood flowing backward, turning crimson.
Xiao Shuai!
Ye Xun cried out in anguish, but Zhang Shuai merely smiled at him. The hand gripping the blade suddenly relaxed, and the sword clattered to the ground. At the same time, Zhang Shuai stepped forward, and the other sword pierced through his own heart with emotion.
Big brother, I'm sorry. Forgive my stubbornness.
A radiant smile spread across Zhang Shuai's face, yet the color drained from his cheeks in an instant.
No, Xiao Shuai, don't.
Only then did Ye Xun finally understand why Zhang Shuai had uttered those words. Every move he had made was merely to die by Ye Xun's sword. Zhang Shuai believed only this way could Cao Cao's death not be in vain. Brother, don't grieve for me.
I'm unworthy.
Zhang Shuai coughed twice, his rising and falling chest causing the sharp blade to tremble. Xiao Shuai, don't speak anymore.
Big brother begs you, don't die, please don't die.
In that moment, Ye Xun felt transported back 5 years, witnessing his own parents and loved ones die before his eyes. Yet he was powerless to stop it. That helplessness, that heart-wrenching agony, nearly choked the life out of him. He desperately pressed down on the wound in Zhang Shuai's chest, trying to stop the bleeding, even channeling his true energy like he had just done. But it was still barely effective. Ye Xun could distinctly feel Zhang Shuai's life force slowly ebbing away. Just as with Tao Tao moments ago, no matter what methods Ye Xun employed, he could not save Zhang Shuai's life. Though Zhang Shuai knew no secret arts, the moment the blade pierced his heart, he had severed all his meridians with his inner energy. His body was now utterly shattered. Ye Xun only realized this state while attempting to save him. Brother, it's no use. A man like me should have died 10 years ago. To have scraped by all these years, to have met you and second sister, that alone has been the greatest fortune of my life. Xiao Shuai, don't say another word. Big brother will save you. He absolutely will. He absolutely will. Ye Xun pressed his hand hard against Zhang Shuai's chest, his eyes bloodshot, tears of blood streaming down his face. Nearly half the black hair on his head had turned white. Seeing this, Zhang Shuai suddenly understood why Tao Taoka had unhesitatingly shielded Ye Xun from that sword strike. Why, even after the incident, when she herself was on the brink of death, she didn't blame him at all. Why she'd even tried to reconcile him with Ye Xun. Zhang Shuai had found the answers to these questions. They were actually quite simple, encapsulated in just 4 words. Brothers and sisters. A genuine smile spread across Zhang Shuai's face, a smile that mocked both himself and this unfair twist of fate. Big brother, I'm sorry. I need to go down and apologize to second sister. Ye Xun clutched Zhang Shuai's shoulders, sobbing uncontrollably. No, Xiao Shuai, I beg you, don't go. Ah Tao never blamed you, never once. You don't need to apologize. Just stay alive. Stay alive, okay? Zhang Shuai listened to these words, sniffed back tears, tilted his head slightly to gaze at the sky, and a single tear rolled down his cheek. He could feel his life reaching its final moment, so he desperately tried to steady his emotions. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he whispered into Ye Xun's ear. Beware of the Wutian sect. With the utterance of that final word, Zhang Shuai's life came to an end. He smiled as he closed his eyes. As the body in his arms grew colder and colder, Ye Xun's knees buckled, and he knelt to the ground. He crawled over and laid Zhang Shuai's body beside Tao Tao. Gazing at the 2 motionless figures before him, Ye Xun felt as though his heart were being sliced open, piece by piece. The pain was so intense it left him breathless, so overwhelming it robbed him of thought. He reached out and embraced the 2 bodies, their warmth fading rapidly. He wanted to weep, but no tears remained. He wanted to scream, but his throat refused to make a sound. His hair turned completely white at a visible pace. His body trembled uncontrollably. No! After a long moment, Ye Xun threw his head back and roared at the sky. But the force of the outburst caused blood to surge back into his heart. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed unconscious. At the village entrance, Qin Shuang, who had just entered the village leisurely, heard the sound. Her heart skipped a beat, and her expression turned grim. With a flick of her foot, she vanished from her spot. Moments later, Qin Shuang arrived before the cottage. Though the door was closed, she paid it no mind, kicking it open with a single blow. Whoosh! Before she even stepped inside, Qin Shuang sucked in a sharp breath. Inside, there were only 4 people, but all 4 lay sprawled on the floor. The entire hall was strewn with sword and knife marks, and patches of cement had even crumbled away, exposing the steel rebar beneath. How did it get like this? Qin Shuang muttered in disbelief, then swiftly began checking for survivors. Sigh. Within about 5 minutes, Qin Shuang had assessed everyone's condition. Apart from Ye Xun, there was not a single living soul here. Ye Xun had fainted due to extreme shock. From this, it could be deduced that the 2 people before Ye Xun were his second sister and third brother, whom he often mentioned. Though it said that heaven will bestow great responsibilities upon those it deems worthy, first testing their resolve through suffering, this was suffering beyond measure. It was truly trying him. Qin Shuang sighed again before slowly entering the inner chamber. Nearly 15 minutes passed before Qin Shuang emerged from within, yet not a single soul followed her. Maybe I should just tell him a lie first, deceive him a little. Telling him the truth would be too cruel. Qin Shuang murmured to herself as she began tidying up the chaotic scene. By noon the next day, she had finally settled all matters and departed the place with Ye Xun. Chapter 152, The Identities of the 3. While Qin Shuang handled matters here, the trio of nannies stood on a nearby hilltop observing the scene. To be precise, the 3 of them had already been standing there the moment Ye Xun and Tao Tao entered the house. They had been standing there all along. They witnessed the entire process but did not intervene to help. At one point, the man had wanted to intervene, but Fan Tianqian had stopped him. Big morning, sister, weren't we sent here to protect the young divine lord? How? The man looked troubled, his expression tinged with anxiety. Fan Tianqian heard his words and merely turned to glance at him. Lance, how long have you been here? Lance paused at the question before answering instinctively. Over 3 years. Fan Tianqian turned to face him, a smile spreading across his face. Seems you haven't been trained enough at the grassroots level. You'll need more practice.
Lance's face immediately betrayed a flicker of panic. No, Sister Chen, If you don't want to go, then don't ask so many questions. Some things are kept from you for your own good. With that, Fan Tianqian turned back to face the house. Yet despite her scolding Lance, Fan Tianqian's brows remained deeply furrowed. Deep down, she too harbored worries, though she kept them unspoken. Deep down, Fan Tianqian was deeply worried about Ye Xun, fearing he might not withstand this blow. Fearing he might never recover. On several occasions, Fan Tianqian nearly couldn't resist going down to help Ye Xun. But each time this urge surfaced, she turned her head away. He refused to look down at the scene below. Hey, Lan. The little girl standing at the very back glanced at Fan Tianqian, then at Lance. She stepped forward, tugged at the back hem of Lance's shirt, and whispered softly. First off, my name isn't Lan, it's Lance. Second, I'm your boss. Could you show me some respect? Lance turned around and murmured his protest. This girl was Qi Xiaoxiao, and to tell the truth, Lance had picked her up off the streets. It was about 3 years ago, when Lance had just become a temporary specialist, the lowest rank on the island. Even though it was the lowest ranking temporary position, Lance was already quite satisfied. Though the cultivation realm and the mortal world were separated, many areas still bordered each other. Those who couldn't make it in the cultivation world often relocated their entire families to the mortal realm. They didn't have much money, but at least they could keep themselves alive. Lance's family was one such case. They had offended a disciple from a minor sect in the cultivation world. Their family belonged to the lowest echelons of the cultivation world. Though they lived within it, only Lance, spanning 3 generations, showed any cultivation talent. Thus, even offending a disciple from a minor sect brought consequences they could never bear. After relocating to the mortal world, their family circumstances improved little. They could barely scrape by. Yet they never slackened in their support of Lance's studies in cultivation, practically emptying their savings to fund his pursuits. Lance proved worthy of their investment, not only gaining admission to a second-tier university but also reaching the peak of the outer strength realm in his cultivation. By all accounts, with this level of cultivation, even serving as a bodyguard for wealthy individuals in the mortal world would yield a very substantial monthly salary. But Lance had no such desire. He was always thinking about returning to the cultivation world in style with his parents. He wanted the disciple from that minor sect to kneel and apologize to his parents. Lance's parents weren't unaware of their son's ambitions, but they said nothing. They only told Lance not to force himself. Their greatest wish in this lifetime was to see him marry, have children, and live a happy, fulfilling life. Then, even in death, they could rest in peace. Lance agreed outwardly, but inwardly he never gave up. He held on to that determination. By the time he graduated from university, his cultivation had already reached the mid-stage of internal energy. Coincidentally, the Divine Demon Island was recruiting temporary specialists, so-called peripheral staff, at that very time. Lance applied without hesitation. After enduring a grueling series of tests he'd rather not recount, he successfully achieved his goal. It was then that he encountered Qi Xiaoxiao. At that moment, Qi Xiaoxiao was being surrounded and harassed by a group of thugs. Lance had intended to pretend he hadn't heard and simply walk away. But perhaps it was fate. Qi Xiaoxiao suddenly began screaming for help. Her voice was shrill and desperate. Lance rescued her, and from that moment on, Qi Xiaoxiao clung to him as if she'd chosen him, following him everywhere. She said nothing, made no further moves, and didn't even utter a word of thanks. She simply kept following Lance. Just before reaching home, Lance finally couldn't hold back any longer. He stopped and turned around. Qi Xiaoxiao didn't see him and didn't react in time, colliding head-on with him. Ouch. Hey, little sister, Lance said, I'm almost home. You should head home too. I don't need your thanks. If you really want to thank me, just do more good deeds. Lance looked at Qi Xiaoxiao with an exasperated expression, speaking with genuine sincerity. Hearing his words, Qi Xiaoxiao's eyes instantly reddened. I don't have a home. Hearing this, Lance instantly felt a headache coming on. Lance understood exactly what Qi Xiaoxiao was trying to do, but it just wasn't possible. His own family wasn't well off either, they simply couldn't afford to raise another daughter. What's more, Qi Xiaoxiao looked as though she didn't have an ounce of meat on her bones fragile enough to be blown over by a breeze. She was clearly a delicate young lady who couldn't lift a finger to help. No way. Absolutely not. If you can't find your family, go to the police. They'll help you sort it out. Lance firmly cut off Qi Xiaoxiao before she could finish her plea. Hearing Lance's refusal, Qi Xiaoxiao burst into even more heart-wrenching sobs, looking as though Lance had bullied her. What are you doing? I didn't touch you. You started crying all by yourself. Qi Xiaoxiao said nothing, but her actions spoke volumes. She plopped down onto the ground and began wailing even louder. As if Lance, standing nearby, had committed some heinous crime. Don't push your luck. Lance gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath. I saved your life out of kindness, and you repay me by deliberately slandering me. As Qi Xiaoxiao's sobs grew louder, more and more people gathered around. Many pointed fingers at Lance and Qi Xiaoxiao. A few neighbors who knew Lance's family came over to ask what was going on. Auntie, uncle, I really didn't do anything to her. It was her. Caught off guard, Lance stumbled over his words, unable to explain himself clearly. Chapter 153, Staging an Accident. A few elderly neighbors exchanged glances and seemed to have already figured out what was going on. By that time, insurance fraud had become a growing trend in the mortal world. It was a simple, quick way to make money, and almost anyone could do it: the elderly, women, children. But even in scam baiting, they specifically targeted wealthy individuals. Lance's clothes, while relatively clean and neat, were clearly cheap market stall goods at a glance. They were practically worthless. Scammers generally wouldn't target someone like Lance. They might seem honest and easy to bully, but they probably don't even have $100 on them. The investment and return just don't add up with scammers like this. Anyone with half a brain wouldn't target someone like him. But Lance had the misfortune of encountering a brainless girl. Kid, here's $50. Take it and get out of here fast. We're broke. 2 or 3 minutes later, a kind-hearted uncle approached Shi Xiaoxiao with a green bill in hand. Shi Xiaoxiao merely glanced up at him before resuming her crying and fussing. Seeing this, the kind uncle sighed, silently pocketed the money, and walked back. Lance watched the whole thing unfold, stunned. He felt like he was about to lose his mind. He couldn't understand how he'd kindly saved Shi Xiaoxiao, yet this girl was now clinging to him. Young man from the Lan family, the kind uncle advised after sighing, while there aren't many people around yet, you should leave quickly. We're all neighbors here, and everyone can vouch for you. The kind uncle sighed and urged him. But no one expected someone to suddenly leap out from the crowd, shouting loudly and dramatically. This won't do. I clearly saw him trying to make a pass at that girl. If he won't take responsibility, we're going straight to the police station. The onlookers nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Many insisted this couldn't be swept under the rug. Lance had to give an explanation today. Otherwise, he absolutely couldn't leave. Xiaoxiao, who had been sitting on the ground crying, heard these words and a barely perceptible curve lifted the corners of her mouth. Lance, seeing this, leapt to his feet and pointed at Shi Xiaoxiao. Look, everyone. She's smiling. She's smiling. She's doing this on purpose. She's trying to extort me. The onlookers turned their gaze toward Shi Xiaoxiao, still seated on the ground. But just then, the girl resumed her earlier demeanor, sniffling and weeping as if she'd suffered the greatest injustice. Immediately, discontent rose among the crowd. Someone pointed at Lance and shouted. The poor girl's already crying like this, and you're still slandering her? How could you? The speaker looked as though he'd been struck by lightning, his face flushed and his neck bulging. Lance was at a loss for words, pointing at Shi Xiaoxiao in frustration, unable to speak. Shi Xiaoxiao paid him no mind, sitting on the ground and weeping uncontrollably. By then, kind-hearted bystanders had already rushed to the Lan residence and summoned Lance's parents. But what good would that do? With so many people watching, they all instinctively sided with Shi Xiaoxiao. Lance and his family had no choice but to take Shi Xiaoxiao back to their home. After that, Shi Xiaoxiao naturally began living with the Lan family. Fortunately, she was only a bit of a troublemaker at first. She soon proved quite diligent, eagerly taking on every household chore. She was also quite skilled with her hands, often crafting little trinkets to sell in town, which helped supplement the household income. Neighbors and passers-by often remarked how fortunate Lance was to have gained such a capable and virtuous daughter-in-law. Whenever this came up, Lance would always insist they were only fostering her temporarily. He insisted that once Shi Xiaoxiao's family found her, they'd send her right back, telling them not to spread rumors. Shi Xiaoxiao remained silent, whether it was Lance's rebuttals or the neighbors' teasing. Xiaoxiao would only offer a silly smile, leading Lance to suspect she was mute. Later, by chance, Lance discovered Shi Xiaoxiao possessed cultivation abilities and her cultivation level was surprisingly high. When asked about it, Shi Xiaoxiao simply said she didn't know and had never noticed. Lance didn't dwell on it, but he began taking Shi Xiaoxiao along on missions. He also started teaching her some common martial arts techniques from the cultivation world. Then Lance discovered that Shi Xiaoxiao possessed exceptional aptitude. Some techniques that even he only grasped superficially. In Shi Xiaoxiao's hands, they were executed flawlessly. She could even turn around and teach him. This delighted Lance's parents immensely, and they began to ponder the neighbors' teasing remarks. But whenever they brought it up with Lance, he would firmly refuse. On several occasions, to avoid the topic. He'd even lied about having official business that required him to be away for several days. Of course, he never forgot to bring Shi Xiaoxiao along. Otherwise, if he refused and Shi Xiaoxiao ended up being persuaded instead, it would be disastrous. Outside, Lance always had Shi Xiaoxiao call him boss, claiming it made things easier to explain. Xiaoxiao never obeyed this rule, persistently calling him Lance, Lan, or Little Lan. This habit never changed, even now with Fan Tianqian present. Fan Tianqian heard the commotion behind him, raised an eyebrow slightly, and gave Shi Xiaoxiao an extra glance. But he said nothing. Xiaoxiao, who had been whispering with Lance, suddenly looked up at Fan Tianqian as if sensing something. But she quickly averted her gaze elsewhere, feigning a look of pure coincidence. Lance's cultivation was too low to notice, but how could Fan Tianqian fail to see it? His eyes narrowed slightly. At that moment, Qingxue arrived late, beginning to tidy up the final remnants of the mess. "Let's go." Fan Tianqian spoke up the moment he saw Qingxue arrive. Lance, who had been whispering with Qi Xiaoxiao, froze upon hearing those words. He blurted out instinctively, "What about the young divine lord?" Fan Tianqian halted his steps and glanced back at him. "Do you know why I promoted you to this squad?" Lance, confused by the unexpected question, shook his head blankly. "Because your previous record told me you're a smart guy, the kind who keeps quiet when he can. Now it seems I need to revise my assessment of you." Lance suddenly grew anxious upon hearing this. "No, Sister Chen, I was wrong. I won't ask questions anymore." Fan Tianqian didn't even acknowledge him, striding away on her own. Lance followed right behind her, chattering incessantly. He truly didn't want to lose this opportunity. Not only because joining this squad meant his monthly salary had jumped to 300,000. It was also because this squad was the closest place to the young God Emperor. The young God Lord, no less. Building a good relationship with him could potentially catapult him to the top overnight. How could Lance possibly give this up? Chapter 154, The Letter. For a moment, Qi Xiaoxiao stood alone in the spot. She glanced at the distant building, then at Fan Tianqian leading the way. Her expression was incredibly complex. 3 days later, in room 507 of a dilapidated apartment building in the southern suburbs, Ye Xun stared blankly at the dark ceiling, still unable to comprehend where he was. He forced his head to turn sideways, seeing only the tightly shut door and sparse furnishings. The room's contents were sparse: 2 tables, 2 or 3 chairs, and a television. Beyond that, the rest were just scattered odds and ends. Judging by the layout, this must be the home of someone struggling financially. What puzzled Ye Xun, however, was that he had clearly fainted inside that building. How had he suddenly ended up here? He was currently wanted by both the cultivation world and the secular realm. No one would be bold enough to shelter him. Ye Xun struggled to lift his body, but his injuries were simply too severe. With every movement, it felt as though every cell in his body was screaming in protest. Awake? Just as Ye Xun was struggling to climb out of bed, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. But he couldn't place it immediately. "Your injuries are too severe. Don't move around recklessly. Just lie down and rest for a few days." Qingxue pushed open the door and entered, a medical kit slung over her shoulder and a bag filled with vegetables and fruits in her hands. "Those 2 people meant a lot to you, didn't they? Rest assured, I've given them a proper burial. Once your injuries improve in a couple of days, I'll take you to see them." Qingxue bustled about before a makeshift stove table, her back turned to Ye Xun as she spoke from across the room. Ye Xun opened his mouth to speak, but in the end, he could only manage to force out a single word. "Water." Hearing this, Qingxue immediately wiped her hands on her apron. She walked over to the side, casually picked up an enamel cup from the nearby table, poured some lukewarm water, and approached Ye Xun's bedside. "Slowly, don't rush." Qingxue supported Ye Xun with one hand as he sat up halfway. She brought the enamel cup to his lips and fed him slowly. After taking a few sips, Ye Xun felt his throat ease slightly. "Thank you, but besides this matter, there's one more thing." Before he could finish, Qingxue helped him lie back down. She turned and walked back to the stove, resuming her busy work. Without turning back, she called out over her shoulder. "Don't get the wrong idea. If you hadn't failed to fulfill those 3 conditions for me, I wouldn't have bothered saving you. Besides, you're quite a handful. You wore me out the other day." Hearing this, Ye Xun's face flashed a hint of apology, but his tone grew urgent. "Thank you. Once my injuries heal, I'll repay you. But I still have. Do you have any idea how much effort I put into that place? How much heart and soul I poured into saving your life?" Qingxue seemed deliberately avoiding the topic, not letting Ye Xun finish his sentence. "Miss Qin, what I'm asking is, where is the person from that house now?" Upon hearing this, Qingxue's hands froze mid-motion before she replied with a touch of awkwardness. "Girl? What girl? I didn't see any girl. Maybe she was locked up somewhere else? I never mentioned gender. How did you know it was a girl?" This. Qingxue was instantly stumped by the question. She hadn't expected Ye Xun, even injured as he was, yet still had the energy to play mind games with her. Seeing Qingxue like this, Ye Xun's heart suddenly skipped a beat. A bad feeling washed over him. "Where is that girl?" Qingxue didn't know how to answer this question, her mind racing. "Ah, that girl. She was badly injured, so I sent her to the hospital." Qingxue felt uneasy, unable to meet Ye Xun's gaze as she spoke. Qingxue's demeanor just now clearly showed she was hiding something from Ye Xun. How could Ye Xun possibly believe her now? "Qingxue, turn around. Look me in the eyes." Qingxue stiffly turned around, yet her gaze remained fixed on the floor, avoiding Ye Xun's eyes entirely. "Look me in the eyes and tell me what happened to her." Cough.
His emotions suddenly surged with intense agitation, causing Ye Xun's injuries to worsen slightly.
The intense physical pain made him cough forcefully twice. Don't get worked up, your injuries can't handle this.
Hearing Ye Xun's cough, Qingxue rushed anxiously to his side, reaching out to gently pat his back.
Ye Xun seized Qingxue with every ounce of strength he had left, his eyes bloodshot. Tell me. Tell me.
After witnessing this scene, Qingxue remained silent for a long while before sighing. She rose and walked to a wooden desk, pulling open the bottom drawer. From within, she retrieved a well-preserved letter.
This is the only thing I found down there, you know.
After handing the letter to Ye Xun, Qingxue sighed and turned to leave the room.
Ye Xun took the letter, his hands trembling as he opened the envelope.
For characters were written in elegant cursive script on the envelope, to Ye Xun, open only by you. Ye Xun, by the time you read this letter, I may no longer be here.
The fact that you're reading this means you've come to save me, and that makes me happy. Don't blame yourself, and don't be sad.
I've simply gone to another place to be with you.
I wasn't angry about what happened last time.
I was just afraid of losing you. But now I'm not afraid anymore, because no living person can weigh heavier than a dead one.
Ah Sun, live well. When you meet the right person, marry them.
Be kind to them, don't be like a block of wood. Oh, and one more thing, please tell my parents that their daughter doesn't blame them.
If there's a next life, I hope you'll be their son again.
And Tan Xiao, don't blame him for this.
Don't go looking for trouble with him.
And remember, take care of yourself from now on.
Eat well, dress warmly. Don't ever think it doesn't matter. It breaks my heart watching you from over there.
Also, please tell President Xia I'm sorry for all the trouble I've caused her lately. Oh, and one more thing, that little garden at the Su residence, where we first met.
Remember to tend to the flowers there for me. Otherwise, others will claim them as their own.
Chapter 155, The Heartless Heavens.
I've always loved the sunflowers in that garden. I used to dream of the day you'd weave me a wreath from them. But now that's impossible.
Oh, and one more thing, you need to rest when you should.
Don't stay up late every night.
I know your responsibilities are heavy, but you must take care of yourself. Oh, and I knitted you a scarf.
It's in the drawer of my room.
It's not finished yet, but that scarf may never see completion.
I'm afraid if I don't tell you now, I might never get the chance again. Well, I guess I've written quite a bit without realizing it. I wonder if you'll find this annoying when you read it.
Ah Sun, if you can hear my call now, please hurry over. I'm so scared, I miss you so much, I long to see you one last time before I die.
Heaven has been so unfair to us. I'll go ahead and give it a piece of my mind. If there is another life, if there is a next lifetime, Ah Sun, will you marry me?
Zixin, final words. Ye Xun held the envelope and letter in his trembling hands.
Tears fell like beads from a broken string, splattering onto the paper, blurring one word after another on the paper.
He frantically tried to wipe away his tears with his hands, but the more he wiped, the more they flowed. Ye Xun could only clasp the letter and envelope tightly to his chest, his grip so fierce it seemed he wanted to crush them into his very being. This letter was all Ye Xun had left of Su Zhixin. Holding it, Ye Xun felt as though he were holding Su Zhixin herself. Qingxue, who had been standing outside the door, had entered the room without him noticing. Half reclining on the bed, Ye Xun clutched the envelope to his chest, staring blankly ahead. His eyes were empty. Qingxue stood beside him, opening her mouth to offer some comfort. But the words formed on her tongue, only to be swallowed back down. Anything she said now would sound like empty words from someone who hadn't walked a mile in his shoes.
She couldn't persuade Ye Xun. Qingxue simply remained silent, quietly keeping him company.
She couldn't tell how much time had passed, but outside, the sky had grown completely dark. Ye Xun remained frozen in that same position, utterly still like a marionette.
Now that the string on his body had snapped, he wouldn't move anymore. Please eat something. Your injuries haven't healed yet.
Qingxue placed a bowl of noodles before him and firmly pressed chopsticks into his hands. Her tone carried a hint of concern. Ye Xun showed no reaction, sitting blankly on the bed without so much as a twitch. Even the chopsticks in his hands fell onto the bed because he hadn't exerted any force at all.
Qingxue watched this scene, unsure what to do. She sighed and silently walked away.
You cruel heavens, you know full well they truly love each other, yet you treat them this way.
Is your heart made of stone?
Qingxue stared at the ceiling, silently cursing the heavens in her heart. Ye Xun and Su Zhixin, this couple who had stumbled and tripped their way to where they were now, were finally on the verge of better days. Yet heaven, it seemed, simply couldn't bear to see people like them happy and fulfilled. He was determined to tear them apart. Now Su Zhixin's fate was unknown, with a high likelihood she had already met her end. Ye Xun had been reduced to this pitiful state, leaving one deeply saddened. Qingxue gazed at Ye Xun lying on the bed, her heart filled with emotion.
2 days passed in the blink of an eye.
During these 2 days, Ye Xun had consumed nothing, not a single bite of food, not even a sip of water. Not even a single cry escaped him. He simply lay half reclined on the bed, clutching the envelope tightly to his chest. Qingxue had tried several times to pry the envelope from his grasp, but Ye Xun held it deathly tight.
If she made any sudden movements, Ye Xun would unleash all the aura radiating from his body. Precisely because of this, Ye Xun's injuries, which had already shown signs of improvement, had suddenly worsened. No offense, but with the patient in this state, as his sister, you really shouldn't provoke him unnecessarily. In his current condition, he must avoid both extreme joy and deep sorrow. Only rest and recuperation will do. After the doctor had gone through great effort to examine Ye Xun's body, he frowned and said to Qingxue. Qingxue nodded repeatedly, almost swearing on her life. After settling the medical bill and seeing the doctor off, Qingxue finally returned to the room. You tell me. Qingxue stood by the bedside, gazing at Ye Xun lying there, her voice tinged with resignation. If you're hurting inside, just let the tears flow. It's just the two of us here, I won't laugh at you. What kind of state is this to be in all day? Qingxue grew more animated as she spoke, her tone tinged with exasperation. You're just wasting your life like this. At this rate, forget avenging her, surviving yourself is already a question. Don't forget you're still a wanted criminal. With your low cultivation, even if you manage to scrape by, you'll spend your entire life hiding. As Ye Xun listened, a glimmer of resolve slowly returned to his eyes. The envelope in his embrace crumpled slightly from his tight grip. Look at yourself. Half dead, half alive, and you talk about revenge? Why not just find a block of tofu and smash your head against it? I truly feel sorry for her. She was waiting for you to avenge her, but what about you? Qingxue seemed genuinely furious. Pointing at Ye Xun, who lay motionless on the bed, she unleashed a torrent of words. Her chest heaved violently, her breathing growing ragged. Ye Xun hadn't uttered a single word from start to finish, but the more silent he remained, the angrier Qingxue grew. For the past 4 or 5 days, Ye Xun had shown no improvement beyond slowly sipping sugar water. Each day, Qingxue could only observe slight changes in him during feeding times, otherwise, he remained confined to the bed. He stared motionless at the empty space ahead, still clutching the envelope in his arms, refusing to let anyone approach. Even when Qingxue tried to feed him sugar water and tentatively reached for the envelope, Ye Xun would instantly flare up. He glared at Qingxue with such ferocity that she dared not attempt to feed him the syrup again. Even after Qingxue repeatedly assured him she only wanted to give him a sip of water and nothing else, he still wouldn't allow it. Qingxue had endured it all until today, when she finally snapped. Now she couldn't care less about the doctor's orders, she just wanted to yell some sense into Ye Xun. Everything else could wait. If his injuries truly flared up again, she'd simply call the doctor back, it wouldn't cost much anyway. As Ye Xun listened to Qingxue's words, a glimmer of clarity gradually returned to his eyes. Chapter 156, Return to Normal. But it was only a flicker of clarity. Overall, Ye Xun remained unchanged. Qingxue watched the scene, so enraged she couldn't find words. She could only point at Ye Xun, trembling all over, her eyes red and swollen. Truth be told, seeing Ye Xun like this truly pained her heart. She genuinely wished for him to return to normal. But now, she truly had no solution. She couldn't let Ye Xun see any of these emotions, much less allow him to sense the anomaly in her identity. So even if she could think of ways to help, she couldn't use them now. Who do you think you're doing this to? Do you really believe she'd be at peace seeing you like this down there? Do you want her to die with regret? After a long silence, Qingxue finally spoke to Ye Xun with intense fury. Logically speaking, Qingxue had no real standing to lecture Ye Xun like this. At best, they were merely acquaintances, not even friends. In fact, Qingxue had previously sought to eliminate Ye Xun. What she had just said was already the height of kindness and righteousness. Most people wouldn't even bother saying those things. Ye Xun could do whatever he pleased, it was none of anyone else's business. If he truly crossed the line, they'd simply toss him out. Let him fend for himself out there, after all, he had no self-reliance whatsoever. Tossing out such a useless person would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Lying on the bed, Ye Xun heard these words, and the sound of something shattering echoed in his ears. Tears flowed naturally down his cheeks, plopping onto the bed. Qingxue, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of panic. She instinctively realized her words had gone too far. I'm sorry, Qingxue had only spoken in the heat of the moment, frustrated by his failure to live up to expectations. The words that came out hadn't been thought through at all. Whatever crossed her mind, she blurted out. Now, seeing Ye Xun's tears, she felt a sudden fluster. Just pretend I let out a fart earlier. Don't take it to heart. You. Before she could finish, Ye Xun turned to her, eyes brimming with tears. He looked exactly like a little puppy that had been caught in a downpour. His fur was completely flattened, and he looked at his owner with pitiful eyes. A sharp pang of sorrow shot through Qingxue's heart. Instinctively, she reached out and cradled Ye Xun's head in her arms. She held Ye Xun's head like that, one hand stroking his hair. Why, I've lost her. I have no family left. I have nothing. All the pent-up emotions of the past days erupted in that moment. Ye Xun buried his face in Qingxue's chest, sobbing uncontrollably. Qingxue's eyes were also reddened. She lifted her head slightly, trying her best to control her emotions. She wouldn't let the tears fall. Silly junior disciple, just let it out. Crying is okay. You still have me. I'll protect you. Always and forever.
Qingxue rested her head on Ye Xun's shoulder, murmuring softly. Her voice was so soft that even Ye Xun couldn't make out the words she was murmuring.
Time slipped away unnoticed.
Ye Xun, exhausted from crying, closed his eyes and fell asleep. Listening to the steady rhythm of his breathing, Qingxue carefully laid Ye Xun down on the bed.
She gently withdrew the envelope from his embrace.
This time, Ye Xun offered no resistance, only instinctively shielding it with his hand. Seeing this, Qingxue couldn't help but chuckle softly, gently patting Ye Xun's head with affection. The next morning, when Ye Xun awoke, he discovered the envelope that had been nestled in his embrace was gone. He sat up abruptly, glancing around frantically. Spotting it on the nearby table, he finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Well, our young master has awakened.
Qingxue teased as she entered the room, a smile playing on her lips. Yet beneath that smile lingered a trace of persistent worry. Qingxue feared that last night had merely been Ye Xun releasing pent-up emotions, and that he might retreat into his own world again upon waking. Truthfully, she had been standing outside the door, observing him secretly for quite some time before Ye Xun even stirred. Seeing Ye Xun still so tense over that letter, a sharp pang of pain twisted in her heart.
An indescribable ache.
Still, Qingxue tried to reassure herself emotional shifts didn't happen overnight. Especially considering Ye Xun had lost several of the most important people in his life almost all at once, this couldn't simply be called a setback. The damage to his heart was almost devastating. It wouldn't be surprising if he spiraled into madness. So upon entering the room, Qingxue tentatively offered a light-hearted tease. Fortunately, Ye Xun heard her words and flushed slightly with embarrassment. This instantly filled Qingxue with immense relief. Any reaction, no matter what it was a good thing.
The worst-case scenario would be no reaction at all. If he remained as blank and unresponsive as before, that would be disastrous.
Still, Ye Xun remained silent, merely averting his gaze from Qingxue.
Qingxue didn't mind. Inner wounds weren't something that could be healed overnight, it would take time.
As long as Ye Xun could come to terms with it and stop wallowing in despair like before, everything would eventually turn out fine. In a better mood, Qingxue worked with renewed vigor. What had been a simple midday meal of congee and vegetable soup noodles was transformed. Today, Qingxue had specially steamed rice and stir-fried a few dishes that could barely be called her specialties. At mealtime, Ye Xun made the rare effort to get out of bed.
He glanced at the envelope on the dining table.
He didn't touch it, instead walking straight to the dining table. Watching this, Qingxue felt both a flicker of joy and a pang of sadness.
This dish.
Ye Xun picked up a piece of egg from the chive and egg dish with his chopsticks, his eyebrows furrowing. After a moment's thought, he cautiously remarked, "It seems a bit too salty." Qingxue froze upon hearing his words, staring at him in utter disbelief. Ye Xun thought he'd said something wrong and quickly buried his head in his food. Qingxue's eyes instantly reddened, her voice growing hoarse with emotion.
"Great. I worked so hard to cook for you, and you're being so picky."
Despite her words, Qingxue pushed her stir-fried dish aside. She placed several takeout dishes from the restaurant in front of Ye Xun. Only after doing all this did Qingxue casually pick a small portion of food and place it in her bowl. She hid her face behind her rice bowl, swallowing the food mixed with tears. Throughout the meal, both Qingxue and Ye Xun ate with mixed emotions, neither uttering another word. After finishing their meal, Qingxue silently began clearing the dishes.
"Let me do it."
Ye Xun stopped her, speaking to Qingxue of his own accord for the first time. Qingxue looked into Ye Xun's eyes as if seeing him for the very first time.
Chapter 157, My Brother, My Choice.
Qingxue's gaze made Ye Xun feel a bit embarrassed.
Miss Qin? Hearing this title, Qingxue's brows furrowed. Miss Qin? That sounds so formal. After all, I saved your life. And in your current state, I'm the only one brave enough to take you in and even call a doctor.
Hearing these words, Ye Xun was momentarily dumbfounded. He opened his mouth awkwardly, unable to utter a single word. Seeing his reaction, Qingxue covered her mouth and giggled, feeling quite pleased inside. Qingxue's words carried meaning. She spoke ambiguously, and if Ye Xun could grasp it and managed to stay calm, it would mean Ye Xun was finally back to normal. Even minor stimuli wouldn't affect him in normal life.
If that were the case, Qingxue could begin considering the matter of relocating.
After all, the two of them had stayed in this place far too long, making it increasingly difficult to guarantee it wouldn't be discovered. Ye Xun was now a wanted man in both the cultivation world and the mortal realm. While he couldn't say he'd be the last, at least no one before him had ever been hunted on such a massive scale.
Alright, just kidding.
Leave it, I'll wash it. But now wasn't the time for such thoughts. Qingxue shook her head slightly, banishing the tangled thoughts from her mind. She said with a smile. Seeing she'd spoken so decisively, Ye Xun didn't press the matter. He turned and returned to his own bed.
He picked up the medicine from the table and began taking it.
Qingxue, who was clearing the dishes, caught sight of this and felt even happier.
She even regretted not scolding him sooner. If she had done this sooner, perhaps Ye Xun could have returned to normal earlier. But it wasn't too late now. As long as Ye Xun could return to normal, it would be a good thing. Qingxue thought to herself, her hands unconsciously slowing as she hummed an unnamed tune softly. Ye Xun heard the sound and glanced up at Qingxue, a hint of surprise flitting across his face. Though he hadn't known Qingxue for long, he'd never seen her so cheerful. Time slipped away unnoticed. Before he knew it, Qingxue had finished washing the dishes. She turned, about to ask Ye Xun if he wanted to go out for some fresh air. Only to see Ye Xun had picked up that envelope again, without her noticing. Clatter. Qingxue's grip loosened, and the plate in her hand clattered to the floor. Hearing the sound, Ye Xun hastily hid the letter and spoke with extreme caution. I was just looking. Don't worry, Ye Xun's own voice faltered as he spoke, growing fainter and fainter. Qingxue's efforts for him these past days weren't lost on Ye Xun. He'd simply been drowning in grief. He hadn't wanted to deal with anything else, his mind a hollow void filled only with grief. If not for Qingxue's scolding shaking him awake, he likely wouldn't have recovered yet. So Ye Xun didn't want to cause Qingxue any more worry. Qingxue stood rooted to the spot, watching him for a long time without uttering a word. Ye Xun dared not utter a sound, avoiding her gaze. Sigh, I understand how you feel, but life must go on. Never mind. Think it over carefully. I'll go get a doctor to examine you. After a long while, Qingxue sighed and turned to leave the room. Ye Xun remained silent, watching Qingxue walk away. Her body was recovering reasonably well, the wounds had mostly scabbed over, but she still needed to be careful. After the examination, the doctor packed up the medical kit while instructing Qingxue on necessary precautions. Shortly after, Qingxue went downstairs to fetch the prescribed medicine as instructed. The doctor remained to assist Ye Xun with his wound care. Doctor, about that. Ye Xun tugged at the doctor's sleeve, wanting to say something but momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing his hesitation, the doctor smiled and spoke to him earnestly. Your sister truly cares for you. If she hadn't pleaded with me so earnestly, I'd never have dared treat a wanted criminal like you. Hearing this, Ye Xun froze. The doctor, seeing Ye Xun's expression, froze for a moment before suddenly understanding. Don't worry, I won't say a word. Your sister said you were framed. It's just that family wields too much power. Now that you're down on your luck, you dare not confront them head on, so you're hiding out. But young man, you're a man. You can't hide behind your sister forever. You need to take responsibility and stand up for yourself. There are still places in this world where justice prevails. Ye Xun listened to the doctor's words, deep in thought, and nodded instinctively. Qingxue, who had returned unnoticed, was hiding by the doorway. She covered her mouth with her hand, stifling any sound. Dr. Lin, you've said too much. As she escorted the doctor out, Qingxue murmured softly. Dr. Lin chuckled at her remark, replying with a half-joking tone. Your sister spoils him too much. He'll never grow up after all, he is a man. Qingxue's lips curled into a pout, her face flushing with pride. He's my brother. I'll spoil him if I want to. Hey, it's none of your business. Dr. Lin smiled at her words without responding, though a hint of envy flickered in his eyes. Another day passed. That morning, as soon as Ye Xun woke up and saw Qingxue, he hurriedly said, Miss Qin, Before he could finish, Qingxue cut him off. Didn't I tell you not to call me Miss Qin? Ye Xun froze upon hearing this, momentarily unsure how to continue. It wasn't his fault. On the surface, he and Qingxue had no friendship, no blood ties, and no shared surname. If not Miss Qin, he genuinely didn't know what else to call her. Calling her by her full name seemed even more awkward than Miss Qin. Seeing his expression, Qingxue's face softened into a smile. I'm a few years older than you, and you're the only one I have left. That's why I protect you and guard you like this. Qingxue's eyes blinked repeatedly, as if awaiting some answer. Ye Xun looked at her, a clear flicker of hesitation crossing his face. Fine, I'll take the hit. Just don't blame me when you're up there. After all, she saved my life. I trust you'll understand. Ye Xun murmured silently to himself, then opened his mouth. Seeing his expression, Qingxue poured herself some water with satisfaction and took a sip. Damn it! Cough. Qingxue immediately sprayed water from her mouth and coughed incessantly. Ye Xun sat on the bed, looking utterly innocent. Are you really that dumb or just pretending? Calling me sis, can you even understand? But that's not. You just call me when I tell you to. Why all the nonsense? Ye Xun felt a bit flustered, genuinely baffled. How did this turn from a charade into something real? Chapter 158, I won't agree. Earlier, Ye Xun had overheard Dr. Lin mention in passing that Qingxue had summoned him under the guise of being her sister. Qingxue had pleaded with him, explaining how difficult life had been for the two siblings and how he'd been wrongfully accused. Otherwise, Dr. Lin wouldn't have agreed to treat him. At the time, Ye Xun had felt indebted to Qingxue. Even if she were his biological sister. Even a blood relative might not go to such lengths. After all, he was nothing but a liability, now a particularly dangerous one at that. Qingxue had only met him less than 3 times in total. Even if she had merely brought him back without doing anything else, Ye Xun owed her gratitude. After all, had Qingxue not brought him back, he might have been recaptured by now. Even if luck had spared him detection, he would have been left to rot in the wilderness. Ye Xun certainly owed Qingxue a debt of gratitude, but the demand she was now making. Taking a verbal hit wasn't a big deal, Ye Xun could handle it. He'd already called her mom, so calling her sister wasn't a big deal. But judging by Qingxue's demeanor, she didn't seem content with just one advantage over him. Besides, no one would be so idle as to go through the trouble of rescuing a deadly liability just to gain a minor advantage. Miss Qin, I'm currently a fugitive wanted by both the cultivation world and the mortal realm. After much deliberation, Ye Xun still couldn't reach a conclusion. He could only speak cautiously. Qingxue raised an eyebrow at his words. I know that. What does that have to do with you calling me sister? Qingxue's words were delivered with such righteous indignation that Ye Xun was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. No, I mean, calling you sister is fine, but it seems like you. Ye Xun didn't spell it out directly, only hinting at it obliquely. Actually, it wasn't exactly subtle. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence could grasp the implication in Ye Xun's words. Qingxue blinked, staring at Ye Xun with an intensely serious expression. I like it. Is that not allowed? Besides, you still owe me 3 favors. This is only the first one. If you won't grant it, isn't that a bit? Qingxue looked Ye Xun up and down, her gaze seeming to say. So even a handsome guy like you can't keep his word. Ye Xun felt a bit embarrassed under her gaze. Lowering his head, he murmured in a very soft voice. Yes, Sister Qin. Smack. Qingxue heard him and slammed her hand down on the table, planting one foot on the stool. Get that name off me. Ye Xun stared blankly at Qingxue, an image of a female bandit involuntarily flashing through his mind. He couldn't be blamed for that. Qingxiao's current demeanor was simply too rugged. Hardly any girl would act like this. Even in today's society, few men could match Qingxue's ruggedness. Qingxue now resembled a bandit chief forcibly abducting a maiden, while Ye Xun was the helpless, delicate woman being taken. The air in the room seemed to freeze solid in that instant. Qingxue realized her behavior might have frightened Ye Xun. It was precisely because she cared so deeply for this junior disciple. Seeing him reduced to this pitiful state tore at her heart. She'd been searching for a legitimate reason to stay by Ye Xun's side. After much deliberation, Qingxue concluded that forging a sworn sisterhood bond was the most reliable approach. It was the simplest, most direct approach available, albeit a bit abrupt. But as long as it worked, nothing else mattered. Besides, having Ye Xun call her sister wouldn't be a loss for him either. After an unknown amount of time and much internal struggle, Ye Xun finally made up his mind. Sister. Qingxue hadn't fully processed the situation yet. Hearing Ye Xun's words, she instinctively froze for a moment. What did you say? Ye Xun, however, adopted a haughty demeanor. Never mind if you didn't hear me. You called me sis, didn't you? No, you misheard. Ye Xun turned her head away and muttered sullenly. Seeing Qingxue like this, Ye Xun suddenly regretted the decision he'd just made. How had he never noticed before that this woman was so off her rocker? Ye Xun stole a glance at Qingxue out of the corner of his eye, inwardly marveling. Until today, no, until this past month they had been worlds apart. Qingxue was an assassin specifically sent by the Heavenly Kingdom to kill Ye Xun. By all logic, 2 such individuals should be like oil and water, utterly incompatible. If they didn't come to blows upon meeting, that would already be considered fortunate. How could things possibly be like this now? But for some inexplicable reason, ever since that incident, Qingxue seemed to have completely forgotten her mission from the Heavenly Palace. He didn't pursue Ye Xun. Even when Ye Xun showed up at his doorstep, Qingxue didn't think to seize the opportunity to complete his mission. Instead, he held back at every turn, never exerting his full strength. While his earlier restraint could be explained by not wanting to disturb the elderly neighbors next door, even after stepping outside, Qingxue still held back completely. Previously, Ye Xun hadn't sensed anything amiss and harbored no suspicions. But now, with all the clues finally pieced together, Ye Xun found himself curious about Qingxue's true identity. He knew full well that if he asked Qingxue now, she wouldn't reveal anything. So Ye Xun kept his questions to himself. While Ye Xun was lost in his thoughts, Qingxue remained unaware that he had begun to doubt her identity. She was simply overjoyed. Sis, hey, sis. Qingxue couldn't even recall how long it had been since anyone had called her that. Long ago, Qingxue had a whole crowd of younger brothers and sisters following her around. But then... Oh right, what were you about to say? It took about 15 minutes for Qingxue to snap out of her joyful daze. She patted Ye Xun's shoulder and asked. Ye Xun turned around and looked at Qingxue with serious intent. I need to go to the Supreme Club. Qingxue's expression froze instantly as she stared blankly at Ye Xun. Seeing her reaction, Ye Xun felt a pang of unease, instinctively thinking he must have said something wrong. But upon reflection, he realized he hadn't said anything else besides mentioning the Supreme Club. No, I won't allow it. Seconds later, Qingxue snapped out of it and flatly refused Ye Xun. Ye Xun froze, blurting out instinctively, I wasn't asking for your opinion. I was just letting you know. Qingxue froze upon hearing this. She opened her mouth several times, but not knowing what to say, she closed it again each time. A look of panic flashed across Qingxue's face, tinged with helplessness. She stood rooted to the spot like a little girl whose toy had been snatched away, utterly at a loss. Seeing her like this, Ye Xun felt a pang of regret. Chapter 159, Wanting to Leave. He felt he had gone too far with his earlier words. Even if Qingxue wasn't his blood relative, she had saved him and humbly begged others to rescue him. Moreover, it was Qingxue who had snapped him out of his lowest slump with her scolding. Any one of these deeds alone would have made her his savior. Ye Xun shouldn't have spoken to her that way, especially since Qingxue had done all of them. For Ye Xun to speak to her like this was downright despicable. I didn't mean it like that. What I meant was... Ye Xun racked his brain for a while before finally coming up with a somewhat plausible excuse. I am, after all, a wanted criminal. Going out poses risks. If I get caught, it's my own problem, but I can't drag you into it. Ye Xun's words were technically sound, barely justifying his earlier slip of the tongue. But to Qingxue's ears, they carried an entirely different meaning. Oh? So you do know you're a wanted criminal? Qingxue's eyebrows shot up as she spoke. You're a wanted criminal, yet you dare to roam around freely. What's the point of me accompanying you? Hearing this, Ye Xun frowned deeply, inwardly resisting the idea. It was because Su Zhixin had mentioned in her letter that she had knitted him a scarf, which was in her room at the Supreme Club. That was why Ye Xun wanted to retrieve it. After all, Su Zhixin was no longer around. From the moment they met again until now, barely 4 months had passed, and they hadn't left behind any mementos of their time together. The only thing left that could serve as a memento was the unfinished scarf mentioned in Su Zhixin's letter. You really shouldn't go, Qingxue said. This trip is for personal matters. Qingxue heard his words, her willow brows furrowing and almond eyes widening in obvious anger. Don't you dare forget I'm your sister now. What private business? Your business is my business. Hearing this, Ye Xun nearly choked up, but he still insisted with righteous conviction. No. At this critical juncture, one more person means one more risk. What if? Besides, my junior disciple Xia Yutong is at the Supreme Club. I won't face danger there. Qingxue had intended to say more, but upon hearing this, her expression turned strangely peculiar. Didn't I tell him before that Xia Yutong had been captured? I'm sure I did. And when I told him earlier, he showed no reaction. He must have known all along. Why is he acting like this now? Qingxue stared at Ye Xun for a long time, making him feel awkward. He instinctively touched his face. You're stuck here. There's nowhere good to go. I'm heading out. Everything will be settled when I return. With that, Qingxue hurried out the door. Watching Qingxue disappear, Ye Xun was dumbfounded, utterly baffled by her sudden behavior. But regardless, Qingxue was gone now, meaning no one was blocking Ye Xun's path anymore. Ye Xun wasn't a child. He wasn't about to be intimidated by Qingxue's empty threats. Besides, he hadn't planned on taking Qingxue along anyway. Seizing the moment, he quickly stood up and headed for the door. Squeak. Thud. This. Ye Xun stared at the glow emanating from the doorknob, completely stunned. He never imagined Qingxue would have placed a restriction on the doorknob. Ye Xun glanced at the nearby window and indeed spotted a faint glow there as well. Had Ye Xun not been injured, such a minor restriction would never have stopped him. Ah well, if he couldn't get out, he'd just have to behave himself. After several failed attempts, Ye Xun sighed and sat back down on the bed. Meanwhile, at Dr. Lin's clinic. Dr. Lin. Dr. Lin. Dr. Lin was in the middle of examining a patient when he heard Qingxue's desperate cry. Dr. Lin frowned slightly and addressed the patient before him. Just take the medicine as I prescribed when you get home. It's nothing serious, but you must be careful not to catch a chill. The patient thanked him profusely, paid the consultation fee, and left cheerfully with the medicine. Once the patient was gone, Qingxue disregarded all decorum and barged straight in. Dr. Lin, you're here. I thought you'd gone out on a house call. Qingxue didn't bother with pleasantries, plopping down and grabbing a cup of tea from the table to drink. Fortunately, Dr. Lin was understanding. Though he felt a hint of displeasure, he held back, considering the hardships Qingxue and her brother Ye Xun had endured. Young lady, what's wrong now? Did that boy faint again? Only after Qingxue had downed 3 or 4 cups of tea and finally set her cup down did Dr. Lin ask. Dr. Lin had just examined Ye Xun yesterday and could confidently assure them then that Ye Xun's condition was steadily improving and nothing serious. But seeing Qingxue rush in so frantically now, Dr. Lin couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. The place where Ye Xun and the others lived wasn't exactly close to Dr. Lin's clinic. It took about 20 minutes to walk there. Given Ye Xun and his companion's sensitive status, they wouldn't venture out unless absolutely necessary. And with someone like Qingxue rushing over in such a flustered state, shouting loudly as she came, it was hard not to attract attention.
No, my brother is perfectly fine. I came to see you about something else.
Dr. Lin heard this and looked at Qingxue with some confusion. He couldn't quite grasp it. If Ye Xun was perfectly fine, what possible reason could Qingxue have for seeking him out? He was just a doctor after all. His expertise lay solely in treating illnesses and saving lives. Though inwardly puzzled, Dr. Lin gave no outward sign of it. After all, Qingxue had rushed over in such a hurry. If it truly wasn't anything serious, as she claimed, why the rush?
I'm just a doctor. All I can do is treat illnesses and save lives. As for anything else, it's not that I'm unwilling to help you, but I truly can't do anything about it.
Dr. Lin pulled up a chair and sat directly across from Qingxue, getting straight to the point. Though Dr. Lin was eager to assist Ye Xun and the others, some matters weren't simply a matter of willingness. Therefore, he felt it best to lay out the unpleasant truth up front. Upon hearing this, Qingxue paused slightly before hastily waving her hands.
No, Dr. Lin, you've misunderstood. To be perfectly honest, I'm here primarily because of my brother's condition. This instantly piqued Dr. Lin's interest.
Uncharacteristically, he poured Qingxue a cup of tea and gestured for him to continue. My brother's physical condition has indeed improved significantly, but he seems to have forgotten certain things.
Oh? Like what?
For instance, due to family circumstances, my eldest sister who ran a company had her business shut down and was arrested.
Now. Chapter 160, Selective Amnesia.
At this point, Qingxue forced her voice to sound choked with emotion. Her face contorted into an expression of profound grief, as if she could scarcely continue.
Dr. Lin didn't press her, instead thoughtfully handing her a tissue.
The implication was already crystal clear. Qingxue was implying that Ye Xun had forgotten this incident.
Did your brother learn of this news earlier, or did you tell him just in the last couple of days?
Once Qingxue's emotions had calmed somewhat, Dr. Lin continued with his questioning. This question wasn't asked casually for Dr. Lin, it was a crucial point of assessment.
Without hesitation, Qingxue replied. My brother wasn't present when my eldest sister passed away. He didn't witness it directly.
Qingxue recounted everything Ye Xun had experienced over the past month to Dr. Lin, omitting minor details and slightly altering the content. Though she altered many details, the core critical points remained unchanged. After listening to her account, Dr. Lin lowered his head in deep thought. A moment later, Dr. Lin abruptly stood up and turned to walk into the inner room. He remained inside for about 10 minutes before reappearing.
Dr. Lin, how is he?
My brother. At Qingxue's words, a look of dilemma flashed across Dr. Lin's face. Qingxue saw this and immediately said,
It's okay, Dr. Lin. Just tell us. We've been through so much already. We can handle whatever the outcome may be.
Hearing this, Dr. Lin finally spoke slowly. Your brother's condition is called cerebral neural disorder.
To put it simply, it's selective amnesia.
Qingxue felt somewhat relieved upon hearing this. After all, it was merely amnesia. It doesn't affect his ability to function at all. Whatever he's forgotten, he'll gradually recall over time. But Dr. Lin's next words made Qingxue feel as if the world went dark before her eyes. This condition itself isn't a serious illness, but your brother is different. He experienced too intense trauma. Logically, he should be in a state of complete amnesia now, unable to recognize anyone or remember anything.
But he still remembers his younger siblings, remembers you sisters and family, only his memory stopped before the accident.
So in this situation. At this point, Dr. Lin paused briefly. He sighed before continuing. If he encounters any triggers that bring back past memories, no one can predict the outcome.
He might lose his mind completely, spending the rest of his life as a madman.
Or, by some twist of fate, he might gain clarity and become more mature. But whichever outcome occurs, it will be a form of suffering for him.
After finishing his words, Dr. Lin said no more.
He simply rose and walked outside to resume his clinic duties. Qingxue didn't even know how she made it back, nor how she'd managed to unlock the door's enchantment.
You're back. Ye Xun, upon seeing Qingxue return, was initially distracted, wanting to ask if she could leave now.
But mid-sentence, he noticed something was off about Qingxue's complexion.
What's wrong?
Qingxue glanced at him after hearing the question, then weakly uttered a single word.
Sit.
They sat facing each other, exchanging no words.
The atmosphere in the room instantly grew oppressive. Where is Tao Tao now? After a long pause, Qingxue tentatively asked.
Hearing this, Ye Xun immediately grew alert.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't worry, I have no intention of harming you or her.
I'm just a little curious.
Ye Xun stared at Qingxue for a long time, hesitating for nearly 4 or 5 minutes before finally speaking.
I asked her to handle something for me. She won't be back anytime soon.
Upon hearing this, Qingxue felt a sharp pang of pain in her heart. Her vision darkened, and she nearly fainted. But she forced down all her discomfort and asked in a trembling voice. What about Zhang Shuai? He should be at some nightclub or bar. I don't know the exact location, but Tao Tao is keeping an eye on him for me. Xin Shuang rattled off more than a dozen names. Only Su Zhixin remained in Ye Xun's mind as someone who had passed away. The others remained frozen in time, as if several months had never passed. Ha! After a long silence, Xin Shuang exhaled a long breath. The Supreme Club, it's been shut down. What? Ye Xun nearly jumped out of his skin. He simply couldn't believe such an outcome. Xin Shuang's eyes were red as she looked at him, her heart feeling as though it had been squeezed by an unseen hand, making even breathing a struggle. But she forced all her emotions down, took a deep breath. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see for yourself. With those words, Xin Shuang had already made her decision. Ye Xun's eyes reddened at her words, and he abruptly turned to look at her. Xin Shuang remained seated, motionless, saying nothing more. She waited quietly for Ye Xun's response. Thank you. Upon hearing those two words, Xin Shuang stood up abruptly. Her body swayed slightly before she turned and walked out without looking back. Without looking back, she walked toward the exit. Ye Xun followed behind her, head bowed. Xin Shuang borrowed a three-wheeled motorcycle from Dr. Lin and spent most of the day finally arriving at the Supreme Club. By then, night had fallen completely. Due to the club being sealed off and completely deserted, giving off an eerie, empty vibe. Ye Xun looked up at the towering building, a wave of sorrow washing over him. His body swayed uncontrollably. Xin Shuang forced herself to halt after taking a step forward, turning her head away without looking back. Sealed by the Donglin City Administration for Industry and Commerce on May 23, 2005. Ye Xun stared at the seal's inscription, his heart twisting in agony. It felt as though something was about to burst from his head. It gave him a splitting headache. It was already July now, meaning the Supreme Club had been sealed off at least over a month ago. Xia Yutan's arrest had occurred even earlier. Already physically frail, Ye Xun swayed back and forth, nearly collapsing on the spot. Xin Shuang forced herself to hold back several times, resisting the urge to rush over and support Ye Xun. Though forgetting this memory might bring Ye Xun more happiness in the future. Xin Shuang still felt that if there was a chance for him to remember, she should let him. Otherwise, when Ye Xun eventually recalled it on his own, he would blame her, and the guilt would be unbearable. Chapter 161, Farewell, Butcher. Just as Ye Xun was lost in thought, gazing at the buildings before him, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Mr. Yi! Mr. Yi! Xin Shuang, standing not far away, also heard the voice and frowned slightly. Ye Xun had just shown a glimmer of remembering, but this interruption shattered it. It seemed unlikely now. Ye Xun turned toward the source of the voice and was stunned to recognize the person calling out. Ah Tu! Ah Tu glanced around, noticing Ye Xun wasn't alone. A flicker of tension crossed his face. He instinctively glanced at Xin Shuang. Mr. Yi, you've done me a great favor. I urge you leave quickly. At these words, Ye Xun and Xin Shuang were utterly dumbfounded. Is this guy out of his mind? Both thought this in perfect unison, their eyes turning toward Ah Tu. Ah Tu, feigning extreme urgency, emerged from the corner. Mr. Yi, wanted posters of you are everywhere now. It's fortunate I encountered you, what if? Before he could finish, Ah Tu feigned the look of someone who just spotted Xin Shuang. His face was filled with shock. Mr. Yi, you must leave now. I'll hold him off for you. Xin Shuang froze for a few seconds before realizing what was happening. Ah Tu was from the Supreme Club, he must have known Ye Xun. His current demeanor and words were likely only because he discovered that besides Ye Xun, Xin Shuang was an outsider. Certain actions require a legitimate reason, especially when a third party is present. Otherwise, it would harm not only oneself but others as well. Beautiful lady, Mr. Yi, and I share a debt of great gratitude. I humbly request your understanding. Ah Tu stepped before Xin Shuang, shielding one hand with his body. Xin Shuang glanced down at the gold bar in her hand and gave it a slight weigh. In an instant, he knew it was worth at least 9 or 10,000. Bro, do you have any idea how much bounty is on his head? Your. Xin Shuang nonchalantly tucked away the gold bar, casting a subtle glance toward Ye Xun nearby. She remarked with a hint of amusement. Ah Tu's face darkened at once upon hearing this. So it seems you're dead set on capturing Mr. Yi to claim the bounty, huh? As Ah Tu spoke, he surreptitiously summoned his qi, revealing his early-stage internal strength cultivation. Xin Shuang sensed the aura emanating from him, and a look of fear flashed across her face. What are you doing? No sooner had the words left her mouth than Xin Shuang saw Ye Xun, his body racked with injury, slowly making his way toward them. Xin Shuang, witnessing this, hurried over to support him. Ah Tu stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly at the two of them. Sorry about that, Ah Tuesday. I got so excited just now I forgot to introduce you. Ye Xun wore a hint of resignation as he began introducing them to each other. This is Xin Shuang, and I'm. Before he could finish, Xin Shuang, standing beside him. Hello, I'm his sister. Hi, I'm his sister. Tu froze for a moment before quickly reaching out to shake Qin Shuang's hand. Ye Xun had wanted to protest, but remembering how Qin Shuang had worked tirelessly by his side these past days, he decided against it. After all, Ye Xun didn't have any older sisters, so there was no risk of offending anyone. This is Tu, my niece's personal bodyguard. Qin Shuang's smile broadened at this, her eyes crinkling with delight. Ah. So that's why he's so powerful, he's my niece's man. Pleased to meet you, pleased to meet you. Tu had initially intended to reclaim the gold bar he'd just handed over. After all, it was nearly 100,000 yuan. In the past, Tu might not have cared. After all, it was just 100,000 yuan less than his monthly salary. But things were different now. The Supreme Club had been shut down, and Xia Yutong had lost her most crucial source of income. Though she still had some savings, the salaries for her subordinates hadn't been cut much. But the company was gone, and the people remained. Even though some had left after Ye Xun stripped him of his Divine Lord title, the majority remained loyal to Xia Yutong. Not for the sake of the Divine Demon Island, nor for Ye Xun, but for Xia Yutong herself. But loyalty is one thing. If wages go unpaid, people will eventually leave. After all, they weren't children anymore, they all had families to support. So Tu proactively proposed taking only 1,000 in wages, allocating the rest to those with families to support. Xia Yutong, however, refused this arrangement. Instead, she took the same 1/4 pay cut as the other senior officers. The gold bar Qin Shuang held was his entire month's salary. This clearly showed that Xia Yutong truly had very little money left. With Qin Shuang's interruption, Tu couldn't bring up the gold bar again at this moment. Tu, where are the others from the Supreme Club? Where's Yutong? Ye Xun didn't notice Tu's slightly off expression. After briefly introducing the two, he asked directly. Upon hearing Ye Xun's inquiry, Tu hurriedly explained. After the club was sealed off, the president led everyone underground. But we haven't heard from you at all, so I've been waiting here every day. Hearing this, Ye Xun felt a pang of sorrow, his eyes reddening. But he held back, refusing to cry. Stepping before Tu, he bowed deeply with sullen respect. Mr. Yi, what are you doing? You absolutely mustn't do that. Tu hadn't fully processed the situation when he suddenly saw Ye Xun lower his body to bow. Startled, he cried out, "No, no," and quickly stepped aside. Qin Shuang watched the scene unfold and gave a slight nod. Goodness, what are you two doing? Someone might think you're part of the circus. Hearing this, the two men exchanged glances. They realized that both their expressions and movements, they did indeed resemble circus performers. They straightened their posture slightly. Qin Shuang strode purposefully between the two men. You, don't be so polite. After all, he's your niece's bodyguard. He's paid to do his job. Even without you, he'd still fulfill his duties. Qin Shuang's words made Tu nod repeatedly. But before Tu could utter another word, Qin Shuang turned directly to him. You too. We didn't come here just to look around. We have our own agenda. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't be wasting my time tagging along with him. Tu froze upon hearing this, instinctively glancing back at the building behind them. When the place was sealed off, nearly everything inside had been removed, leaving only a few cabinets and some worthless items. Mr. Yi, if you left anything inside, it's probably gone. Those people should have taken it all. Chapter 162, Entering the Club. Tu's tone carried a hint of embarrassment. After all, those men had taken nearly everything of value. Tu had considered trying to stop them, but the thought that the Supreme Club was no longer the colossal entity it once was made him hesitate. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately didn't stop them. He let them take whatever they wanted, even if it included some of Ye Xun and Su Zhixin's belongings. Now that Ye Xun brought it up, Tu naturally felt a bit embarrassed. Just as Ye Xun was about to say something, Qin Shuang interjected. It's not like they were valuable items, just things with sentimental value to him. As she spoke, Qin Shuang kept her back to Ye Xun, constantly giving Tu meaningful glances. She was signaling Tu to hold his tongue for now. It was fine to provoke him, but not too abruptly. If Ye Xun couldn't handle it and reverted to his previous dazed state, that would be counterproductive. Oh, well, Mr. Yi, if it weren't valuable, perhaps it wouldn't have been taken. How about this, tell me what it is, and I'll go in and look for it. Tu didn't quite grasp the meaning behind Qin Shuang's winking and nudging, but he could infer from her behavior. Ye Xun couldn't be provoked right now, so he quickly added a couple of reassuring words. After hearing his words, Ye Xun glanced up at the building with its tightly shut front doors. I'll go myself. Tu glanced back and instantly understood Ye Xun's concern. Rest assured, Mr. Yi. Though it's sealed off, we still have ways to get in and out. Before Ye Xun could respond to Tu's words, Qin Shuang spoke up first. Oh? It's already been sealed off. What method do you have for getting inside? Don't tell me you plan to rip off the seal and go in. Society today is vastly different from the past. Back then, if a building was sealed off, you could tear off the seal, but you couldn't get caught. You had to sneak in. You could tear it off, do your business, tear it off again when leaving, and reapply it. Almost no one would notice. But things are different now. Anyone daring to pull that stunt would be caught within days. Qin Shuang's words hit the nail on the head. Tuesday. Best not to suggest any risky schemes. Tu chuckled twice upon hearing Qin Shuang's words. We wouldn't dare. That's a death sentence. Tu shrank his neck, feigning a look of fear.
Ye Xun witnessed this scene and, unusually, offered a faint smile, teasing him lightly.
With your strength now, who'd dare put a bullet in you? Tu scratched his head and gave a simple, honest smile. Mr. Yi, you're teasing me again. With my meager skills, how could I dare call myself a master in your presence?
Qin Shuang sighed helplessly at the sight of these two men.
Don't you see what time it is? How can you still be joking around? Enough, enough. Tu, is it?
Since you say you have a way, then hurry up and lead us inside first.
Hanging around here, aren't you afraid someone passing by will recognize you?
If that happens, we'll all be in big trouble.
Qin Shuang's reminder snapped Tu back to reality.
He slapped his forehead. He cursed himself silently for being such an idiot.
He'd been so caught up in his excitement that he'd completely forgotten about safety.
After all, everyone standing here was under close police surveillance. If someone with ulterior motives reported them, losing a base would be the least of their problems. If Ye Xun got arrested because of this, he wouldn't have enough heads to atone for it.
My fault, my fault. Mr. Yi, Miss Qin, please follow me.
After saying this, Tu scurried ahead in quick, short steps. He glanced left and right every so often, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Before long, Tu led Ye Xun and the other person around to the back of the building. Once they reached the spot, Tu lowered his head and began searching among the flower beds.
Tu, what are you looking for?
Qin Shuang approached him curiously and whispered the question. Tu nearly jumped out of his skin at the sound. Turning to see it was Qin Shuang, he exhaled deeply and patted his chest.
Oh my, Miss Qin, it's you. You scared the life out of me. Hearing his words and seeing his expression, a faint smile appeared on Qin Shuang's face. What? Did you dig a tunnel here?
Tu looked at Qin Shuang in surprise, seemingly puzzled that she'd guessed his secret before he'd even explained.
How did Qin Shuang figure it out so quickly?
With you looking like this and searching all over the flower garden, it's hard not to notice. Qin Shuang said with a faint smile. Tu listened and realized he couldn't argue with that logic. He felt incredibly embarrassed. He had always believed this tunnel had been dug in complete secrecy, unknown to anyone. Even if someone had seen him here in the flower garden, he could have easily brushed it off by claiming he'd dropped something. But now, with Qin Shuang's words piercing through his delusion, he finally realized just how obvious his actions had been. It was exactly as Miss Qin said. I dug a tunnel here that connects not only to the building but also to the current secret base. Seeing that Qin Shuang had already figured it out, Tu didn't hide anything and told her everything. Hearing this, Qin Shuang was slightly startled before breaking into laughter.
You're just spilling everything now? Aren't you afraid I'm deliberately coaxing information out of you to catch all of you in one net?
Tu spoke without turning his head as he removed the camouflage covering the tunnel entrance. To be honest, I did consider it, Tu replied without turning his head as he removed the camouflage covering the tunnel entrance.
But you came here with Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi trusts you so deeply. If I didn't trust you, it would mean I didn't trust Mr. Yi. So I'm not worried.
Qin Shuang froze for a moment, momentarily at a loss for words. She remained silent, and Tu made no effort to engage her, focusing instead on his task at hand. Not far away, Ye Xun hid behind a tree, keeping watch for them. After all, Ye Xun was still injured, and physical labor really wasn't suitable for him. Qin Shuang watched Ye Xun's retreating figure from a distance, her heart filled with complex emotions. Long ago, Qin Shuang had a group of younger siblings who trusted her completely. But later, due to an an unexpected incident during a mission,
none of them returned.
That incident, however, was no accident. It was deliberately orchestrated by someone with ulterior motives. Yet to this day, Qin Shuang had still not found that person. That person left no trace, and those who participated in that mission back then, some died, others were injured. Even if Qin Shuang wanted to investigate, she had no leads to follow. Tu's words now instantly reminded her of how her younger siblings had once said the same thing to her.
Miss Qin, Miss Qin?
The sound reaching her ears snapped Qin Shuang back to reality, and she instinctively responded.
Are you okay? You look terrible. Ye Xun, who had approached unnoticed, observed Qin Shuang's face as he spoke. Chapter 163 Found. I'm fine. Don't worry about me.
Qin Shuang forced a smile and shook her head. Ye Xun gave her a thorough once-over, then asked again, his concern evident.
Are you really okay? I'm really fine. Let's go, you still have things to retrieve.
After saying this with a smile, Qin Shuang was the first to enter the tunnel. Ye Xun and Tu exchanged a glance before hurrying after him. It must be said, Tu truly had the makings of a soldier. Not only was the tunnel exceptionally well concealed, but its interior was remarkably well equipped.
Not only were there small holes for ventilation, but every so often, there were unlit torches placed along the way. Atu lit each torch as he passed, replacing it with the next one he encountered. After an unknown amount of time, Qingxue, who had been leading the way, suddenly halted. "What's wrong?" Atu, following behind her, noticed Qingxue's pause and asked curiously. "Didn't you bring a ladder?" Qingxue hesitated, gazing at the gap at least 3 meters high before her. After entering the tunnel, Qingxue had seen how meticulously it was constructed and hadn't thought to ask if a ladder was prepared at the end. Now, suddenly confronted with such a steep vertical drop, she was momentarily dumbfounded. Atu heard her words, paused for a moment, then slapped his forehead. "Oh no, I completely forgot." When Atu dug this tunnel, his sole concern was avoiding detection. After all, this passage didn't just connect to the building, it also led to their current hideout. If it were discovered, it would be disastrous. That's why Atu prioritized concealment and security, digging the tunnel deep and hidden. He never considered whether digging it so deep might prevent people from climbing back up. But honestly, you couldn't blame him. Who could have predicted Ye Xun would sustain such severe injuries? "How about this, should I carry Mr. Yi back up?" Qingxue shot to a withering glance at his suggestion. "He weighs at least 150 to 160 pounds. How could you possibly carry him and jump that high?" Atu chuckled awkwardly, lowering his head in embarrassment. Qingxue was right, Atu was only at the initial stage of internal energy cultivation. Forget carrying a man weighing over 150 pounds, even carrying a girl under 100 pounds would be a struggle for him. He'd struggle to jump that high. Seeing his dejected expression and the hesitant look on Ye Xun's face behind him, Qingxue sighed. "What are you two going to do without me?" With that, Qingxue stepped forward to test the soil's softness. Satisfied it held firm, she planted her foot and launched herself into the air. She then took several light steps along the wall, effortlessly reaching the top. "Atu, I'm afraid you'll have to serve as Ye Xun's human cushion for now while I pull him up." Atu heard this and showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, he smiled and said, "Not at all, not at all. I'm just glad I can help Mr. Yi." With that, he promptly lay flat on the ground, signaling Ye Xun with his eyes. Seeing this scene, Ye Xun instantly felt something was amiss. Just as he was about to refuse, Qingxue called out from above. "Hurry up! If you keep dawdling, you'll be the one truly disappointing someone's kind intentions." Ye Xun pondered her words and realized she was right. First, he thanked Atu, then stepped onto his back. With Qingxue's assistance, he climbed up. After considerable effort, all three finally reached the ground, each of them panting slightly. "Mr. Yi, Miss Qin," Fei urged, "let's hurry while no one's around. If we delay any longer, someone will likely come to investigate." Atu produced a flashlight from somewhere, glanced around, and urged them on. Qingxue and Ye Xun said little, scrambling to their feet. The trio ascended the stairs in utter silence, swiftly reaching the room that had once belonged to Su Zhixin. "All right, this is it. Mr. Yi, you." Atu didn't finish his sentence, only casting a worried glance at Ye Xun. Truth be told, ever since they'd reached this floor, Atu had a pretty good idea what Ye Xun was after. Moreover, Atu could probably guess that Su Zhixin had met with some misfortune. Otherwise, Ye Xun wouldn't have come all the way here specifically to retrieve something belonging to Su Zhixin. But long before Ye Xun arrived, those people had already nearly emptied the place. Even if Su Zhixin had left something behind, Atu couldn't guarantee it was still in the room. If it wasn't there, Ye Xun might lose his temper in the heat of the moment. Atu dared not dwell on the consequences. He could only pray that whatever Su Zhixin had left for Ye Xun remained. Ye Xun stood at the doorway, took a deep breath, and slowly placed his hand on the doorknob. Qingxue, standing behind Ye Xun, watched the scene unfold and held her breath. Her fists clenched tightly, her palms drenched in sweat. She had accompanied Ye Xun here for two reasons. First, to gently prod him into remembering past events. Second, to help Ye Xun retrieve the scarf mentioned in Su Zhixin's letter. At the very least, it was a memento. If nothing else, it might offer some solace when Ye Xun felt lost in the future. Seeing it might offer some small comfort. Squeak. And so, under the tense gazes of the three, this most ordinary of doors slowly creaked open. The room was completely empty, with only a few cabinets standing forlornly in the space. Most of them were open, their contents completely ransacked. Upon seeing this scene, Qingxue and Atu both felt a tightening in their hearts. They instinctively turned to look at Ye Xun. They feared he might have been harmed. Fortunately, Ye Xun appeared relatively normal for now, showing no signs of extreme behavior. Click. Ye Xun stood at the doorway for a few seconds before slowly stepping into the room. About a minute later, Ye Xun found the scarf. The scarf was actually quite poorly knitted, and it was barely even half finished. To most people, it was worthless. But precisely because of that, the scarf still lay untouched in the drawer. Ye Xun trembled as he cradled the scarf in his hands, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. After standing there for a moment, Ye Xun rose to his feet, ready to leave. There was nothing left here worth his nostalgia, and he didn't want to linger in this place of sorrow.
But just as Ye Xun stood up to leave, a letter suddenly fell out from inside the scarf. Ye Xun stared at the letter, momentarily stunned. In truth, it wasn't just Ma Tu and Qingxue, who had been standing at the doorway all along without entering, were equally stunned. Were also frozen in place upon seeing it. Su Zhixin's room was only one floor below the top level. For anyone to reach this floor, it would be impossible to avoid being seen by everyone.
Chapter 164, The Mad Taoist. Even for cultivators, reaching this place was highly improbable.
Even when Qingxue entered Ye Xun's room back then, it had taken considerable effort.
Yet Ye Xun's room and Su Zhixin's room were on the same floor. Do you know what's going on?
Qingxue nodded toward the letter on the floor with her chin, whispering to Ah Tu. Ah Tu heard her words and looked at her with a blank expression. Ye Xun carefully tucked away the scarf, then bent down to pick up the letter lying on the floor.
Xin? Just glancing at the few characters on the envelope, Ye Xun was almost certain this was Su Zhixin's handwriting.
Qingxue and Ah Tu, standing nearby, were also startled upon hearing Ye Xun's words. After all, logically speaking, Su Zhixin had been taken away before the incident at the Supreme Club. There was absolutely no way she would have deliberately left a letter here.
As for leaving it before the incident? That was even less plausible. Not to mention, Ye Xun and Su Zhixin had only recently reunited.
If she had anything to say, she could have said it face to face. There was no need for such a roundabout approach. Moreover, at that time, Su Zhixin was still wrapped in happiness and could afford to throw a little tantrum.
This letter seemed even more unnecessary.
After much deliberation, Qingxue and the others could only arrive at this conclusion. That this letter must have been left by Su Zhixin recently. But that defied common sense. Dead people don't write letters to the living.
If Su Zhixin wasn't dead, why didn't she come out to meet Ye Xun? What do you think?
Ye Xun held the letter in his hand, his fingers trembling slightly as he turned to look at Qingxue. Qingxue hesitated slightly before speaking.
Open it and see. Guessing here won't get us anywhere.
Ye Xun took a deep breath, hesitated for a few seconds, closed his eyes, and tore open the envelope.
Ah Sun, greetings. If you can see this letter, it means you've already read the previous one. And that you've successfully made it here. I'm sorry I didn't mean to deceive you. Back then, I truly believed I was doomed.
But the night before they were to secretly execute me, a mad old Taoist priest suddenly appeared in the dungeon. I have no idea how he got there, but he told me that if I wanted to live, I had to become his disciple.
Without hesitation, I agreed on the spot. As soon as I agreed, that mad old Taoist knocked me unconscious. I was terrified at the time.
When I woke up this time, I found myself outside.
I even thought I'd ended up in the underworld.
The mad Taoist claimed to be the leader of a powerful sect in the cultivation world. He also said that with my current lack of power, I'd only be a burden to you. You might not feel it now, but as you grow stronger, my limitations will become increasingly obvious. Then I would become your most fatal weakness. I didn't want that to happen, so I agreed to follow him to his sect for 3 years of cultivation. At the end of 3 years, if I reach the Qi cultivation stage, I regain my freedom.
At first, I was reluctant to agree, believing I couldn't achieve it.
He said that if I couldn't even manage that, then I wouldn't be worthy of becoming his disciple.
I had no choice but to agree.
So, Ah Sun, wait for me. 3 years, just 3 years.
I will return to your side. Wait for me. Zhixin.
After reading the letter, Ye Xun held it in his hands, weeping and laughing at the same time. Qingxue, standing nearby, momentarily feared Ye Xun's old condition had resurfaced, that he'd lost his mind. Fortunately, after careful observation, Qingxue confirmed Ye Xun was merely overcome with emotion and still in his right mind. She finally breathed a sigh of relief.
There. This is good news. You two still have a chance to meet.
Qingxue waited until Ye Xun had mostly worked through his emotions before gently patting his back. She spoke softly, offering comfort. Ye Xun nodded with a smile.
Yeah, it's a good thing. I shouldn't be crying, I should be smiling. This is good news, really good news.
As Ye Xun spoke, tears still glistened in the corners of his eyes.
The sight was rather comical.
Qingxue chuckled, rolled up her sleeves, and wiped away Ye Xun's tears like an older sister would.
Oh, you.
Qingxue said with a hint of playful scolding, her face full of smiles.
She genuinely felt happy for Ye Xun.
After enduring so much sorrow these past days,
this was finally something that could be considered a good thing.
By then, a faint streak of pale light had already begun to appear on the horizon.
Mr. Yi, Miss Qin, it's getting late. We should leave now.
Ah Tu glanced at the sky outside and murmured softly. Ye Xun and Qingxue nodded in agreement. Before long, Ye Xun and the others had returned to the same underground passage. Ah Tu led the two of them back along the path they had come, until they reached a fork in the road, where he chose a different route.
Who knew you had a knack for soldiering?
Qingxue turned and teased Ah Tu softly as they walked. Ah Tu heard the remark but didn't grasp its meaning, looking at her with some confusion. Look at this tunnel you dug. Not only is it deep and well concealed, but it's also interconnected in every direction.
It could be called a model example. Ah Tu's face flushed crimson at her words. What skills do I have? These are all second-rate things. How could they compare to Mr. Yi and Miss Qin?
Qingxue shook her head earnestly.
Ah, you're mistaken.
In this particular field, if we're being honest, you're actually our teacher.
Miss Qin, you're joking. Just joking. Ah Tu, no need to be so modest. Good is good, why shouldn't we praise it?
Chatting and laughing, the group covered what should have been a long distance without noticing the time passing. After about half an hour, Tu and his group began encountering the Supreme Club's hidden sentries. But with Tu leading the way, Ye Xun and the others encountered no obstructions. Another quarter of an hour passed before Ye Xun and the others finally reached their destination. Mr. Yi, Miss Qin, please wait in the lounge for a moment.
I'll go inform the chairman.
Tu finished speaking, then had several attendants escort Ye Xun and his companions to the lounge while he dashed into a bamboo building. Not long after, inside the lounge.
Junior Master Uncle. Junior Master Uncle.
Upon hearing that Ye Xun had arrived, Xia Yutong immediately dropped everything she was doing. She cancelled all her appointments for the next few days and rushed over in a flurry of urgency.
She began calling out even before entering the room.
Hearing the voice, Ye Xun smiled as he stood up and took a few steps forward. Ye Xun had intended to open the door to greet Xia Yutong, but before he could reach it, the door swung open.
Chapter 165, Long-Awaited Reunion. Little Master Uncle.
The moment the door opened and Xia Yutong saw Ye Xun, she threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. She poured out all the grievances, fears, and panic she had endured these past days. During the months Ye Xun was gone, Xia Yutong hadn't shed a single tear. Even when facing the police, the cultivation world, and the combined pressure from the Su and Shen families, Xia Yutong had held her ground. She never yielded, nor uttered a single word of despair. Truthfully, as a woman, Xia Yutong possessed a resilience surpassing that of many men. At the very beginning, when the Supreme Club was first sealed off, many people's attitudes were wavering. They simply wanted to see which side held the upper hand. To put it bluntly, these individuals didn't want to gamble, they were too afraid to gamble. All they desired was to follow a safe leader.
They didn't want to live in constant fear. Logically speaking, this mindset isn't problematic.
No one's a saint, everyone has to look out for themselves.
But the Supreme Club couldn't withstand the turmoil.
If these members switched allegiances just twice, the Supreme Club would become a mere shell of its former self. So even knowing these people had their reasons, Xia Yutong had to cut the knot decisively. Such individuals could not be tolerated. At that moment, Xia Yutong could be said to have lost the majority of the public trust she had built up over years in a single night. But there was no other way. Incidents like this had become countless over the past few months. Whenever Xia Yutong felt truly overwhelmed, she would find a secluded spot to let out a few shouts, releasing the pent-up emotions deep within her. But even such opportunities were rare. Now that Ye Xun had returned, Xia Yutong felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted from her heart. Overwhelming emotions surged forth, impossible to contain. Ye Xun froze for a moment, then his eyes slowly reddened. Now, among Ye Xun's circle, the only people who could still be considered family, aside from Qingxue, were Xia Yutong. As the two embraced, sobbing uncontrollably, Qingxue, who had been standing nearby all along, felt rather awkward. She didn't know whether to stay or leave. Tu had slipped away the moment Xia Yutong entered the room, as if he'd anticipated this very scene.
Ahem.
It was impossible to tell how much time had passed, as Ye Xun and Xia Yutong showed no signs of stopping. Qingxue had no choice but to clear her throat twice. Hearing the coughs, Ye Xun finally realized Qingxue was still present, instantly feeling awkward. He wiped away his own tears, then gently dabbed at Xia Yutong's as well.
Alright. I'm back now. We're grown women, we can't keep doing this.
Xia Yutong sniffled in agreement, reluctantly leaving Ye Xun's embrace. Only then did she notice the other person in the room, and her face flushed instantly.
Little Master Uncle, your hair.
Xia Yutong turned to look at Ye Xun, intending to ask who Qingxue was. But when she saw Ye Xun's head completely covered in white hair, she gasped in shock, covering her mouth with her hand as tears welled up uncontrollably. Seeing Xia Yutong about to cry again, Ye Xun quickly comforted her.
It's okay. It's all in the past. Let's not talk about it. It's fine.
Ye Xun gently patted Xia Yutong's back, soothing her with a soft voice. Qingxue, standing nearby, felt completely ignored as if he were invisible. This made him feel a bit annoyed.
Ahem, excuse me, everyone.
There's actually another person here.
Upon hearing his words, Ye Xun's face flushed with embarrassment. Yutong, let me introduce you.
This is Miss Qingxue. Thanks to her care these past few months, I've been able to recover so quickly.
Xia Yutong's eyes reddened upon hearing this.
She glanced at Qingxue.
She felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, which left her utterly perplexed.
She was almost certain they'd never met before. Yet here she was, grappling with this inexplicable familiarity. Xia Yutong kept her doubts to herself, offering only a sincere thank you.
You're welcome, you're welcome. It's the least I could do. After all, we could even be considered family.
Hearing this, Xia Yutong froze in place.
The phrasing felt utterly awkward. Who said something like that upon first meeting?
Ah, the person who saved my junior master's life, that counts as family, that counts as family.
After a long moment of stunned silence, Xia Yutong managed to force out a reply.
After all, even someone as sharp as her had never encountered such a situation before. Ye Xun felt mortified witnessing this awkwardness, while Qin Shuang remained utterly unfazed, calmly picking up the tea on the table and taking a sip. Just as Ye Xun was about to speak, Xia Yutong pulled him aside.
Junior Master Uncle, I'm so glad you returned safely.
Your savior is my savior too, she truly deserves our gratitude.
But little Master Uncle, you can't possibly offer yourself in return.
Put.
Though Xia Yutong's voice was soft, Qin Shuang was, after all, a chi cultivation stage cultivator. At such close range, he could certainly make out every word. He immediately spit out a mouthful of tea and burst into laughter. Ye Xun rolled his eyes, stealing a glare at Qin Shuang, who was still laughing heartily.
You misunderstood, she.
Ye Xun started to explain, but when he met Xia Yutong's curious gaze, he found himself unable to utter a word.
I'm his sister, he's my brother. We're not lovers, got it, little sister?
Not far away, Qin Shuang saw Ye Xun stammering for ages without offering a clear explanation. She immediately spoke up. But perhaps she wanted to tease Ye Xun, or maybe it was payback for him and his friends ignoring her earlier. She added another remark.
Of course, if he wants to pledge himself to me, I won't object.
After saying this, Qin Shuang even flashed Ye Xun a flirtatious glance. Startled, Ye Xun quickly admitted. Yes, we're siblings. She's the older sister I've acknowledged. This time, not only did Qin Shuang laugh, but even Xia Yutong couldn't help but chuckle. Ye Xun shot the two girls a helpless glance, but the tension that had been building inside him for days began to unwind silently at that very moment.
Qin Shuang and Xia Yutong quickly became close. Chatting and laughing together, they left Ye Xun standing by himself. Junior Master Uncle, now that you're back, do you have any plans?
After an unknown amount of time, Xia Yutong finally turned to ask Ye Xun.
Seeing Xia Yutong's earnest expression, Ye Xun fell silent.
Originally, he had intended to retrieve the scarf Su Zhixin had left for him upon his return.
Find Xia Yutong to confirm she was safe.
Then he would wander the world, strengthen his abilities, and return to seek revenge. But now that he actually saw Xia Yutong and learned Su Zhixin wasn't dead, merely taken away by a master for cultivation, hesitated, unsure whether to stay or leave.
Chapter 166, The Sky-High Price Chamber Pot.
Seeing Ye Xun remain silent for a long time, Xia Yutong spoke first. Little Master Uncle, let me first tell you about the current situation in Donglin City. Then you can decide. Half an hour later, Ye Xun had gained a clear understanding of Donglin City's current state. First, shortly after the Gu family incident, the Su and Chen families. These two families had completely divided up all the state's assets, leaving not a single penny behind. Additionally, the company jointly established by Qin Yunhu and Su Qingxue officially went public last month. Everyone interpreted this as the Su and Chen families formally beginning their collaboration. A rumor circulating about these two prominent families suggested that Su Qingxue and Chen Yunhu might marry by the end of the year. However, the veracity of this rumor remains questionable and shall be set aside for now. After Ye Xun was officially placed on the wanted list, the two families began their retaliation. First, they demolished and buried all the graves and tombstones Su Zhixin had previously erected. Then they demolished the entire Ye family estate, converting the land into a public park for people to trample daily. Simultaneously, they dispatched numerous skilled operatives to relentlessly hunt for Ye Xun's whereabouts in secret. Publicly, they offered a hefty bounty for Ye Xun. Anyone providing even a single clue could immediately receive over 500,000 yuan. Now, nearly every citizen in Donglin City was searching for clues about Ye Xun. The Supreme Club had previously stood behind Ye Xun. Now that he was gone, the two major families would not spare the club either. The seizure and crackdown were entirely instigated by these two major families. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The most critical issue was the Tan family, who had originally been under Ye Xun's command. After Ye Xun's incident, they publicly declared they would hunt him down with all their might. This wasn't mere talk, they truly took action. Among the assassins hunting Ye Xun, nearly half were their own people. Only Tan Xiao showed a shred of conscience. The base where Xia Yutong and the others were now holed up, with its abundant supplies, all came from Tan Xiao's covert assistance. On the cultivation world side, nearly every major sect worth mentioning had dispatched disciples to Donglin City to hunt down Ye Xun. The weakest among them had already reached the early Qi cultivation stage. It could be said that Ye Xun had virtually no place to hide in all of Donglin City now. The moment he dared to show his face, he would be met with an endless wave of pursuers. Junior Master Uncle, I believe you should avoid the sharp edge of the situation for now. Go hide somewhere else and slowly gather evidence.
After outlining the current situation in Donglin City, Xia Yutong offered this suggestion.
Ye Xun pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement.
I agree. But before I leave, I need to leave these people a little parting gift.
A menacing glint flashed in Ye Xun's eyes as his expression darkened to the extreme. Qingxue, startled by his expression, quickly interjected.
You're still injured. You can't just go off doing reckless things.
Ye Xun nodded, though whether he truly took her words to heart remained unclear. After discussing matters and exchanging pleasantries for a while longer, Xia Yutong led them to her room. The night passed without incident. Ye Xun set out with several capable men and Qingxue.
Is this really possible? Won't they be recognized?
Qingxue glanced at Ye Xun's extremely simple disguise and voiced her concern.
Don't worry, it'll be fine. At least those rotten sweet potatoes and stinky bird eggs won't be able to tell.
After saying this, Ye Xun headed straight for a pawnshop belonging to the Su family. He was still clutching something resembling a chamber pot.
Hey, boss. Is the owner here?
Ye Xun bellowed the moment he stepped inside the pawnshop.
Coming. What the hell are you yelling for? You're making a racket.
Ye Xun called out a few more times before a clerk-like figure finally emerged from inside.
Pawn something?
The clerk eyed Ye Xun up and down, clearly failing to recognize him. At that moment, Ye Xun was clad in a set of faded, washed-out clothes, his hair white, his face gaunt and sickly. He looked every bit the part of a rural old man, destitute beyond measure.
I'm here to buy something. Are you the owner? Our boss is out on a business trip.
I'm in charge here.
Hand over the goods. No way.
This is a treasure. I won't trust you unless you're the boss.
At this remark, a trace of scorn flashed across the clerk's face. This? You call this a treasure?
I'd consider it filthy even if you gave it to me as a chamber pot. The clerk had intended to mock Ye Xun, but upon hearing this, Ye Xun's face suddenly took on a mysterious look. He leaned in close to the clerk, deliberately holding the item right under his nose.
How'd you know it's a chamber pot?
The moment Ye Xun finished speaking, the clerk instantly swatted the chamber pot away with one hand while covering his nose and mouth with the other.
Hey, you country bumpkin.
Bringing a chamber pot to cause trouble. Just as the chamber pot was about to hit the ground, Ye Xun caught it with lightning speed. His face twisted with disdain as he rolled up his sleeve to wipe the chamber pot clean. Seeing this, the shop assistant's face twisted with even greater disgust. A country bumpkin is a country bumpkin treasuring a chamber pot like it's gold. Serves you right to live a lowly life. Hearing this, Ye Xun instantly bristled, his face flushing red as he shouted back.
What do you know? If you knew anything, you'd be the shopkeeper.
Just then, a commanding voice suddenly echoed from inside the room.
What's all this commotion?
Hearing this, the clerk scurried over obsequiously, bowing respectfully and calling out, Sir.
You're here to buy something? A man dressed in luxurious robes stood before Ye Xun.
Ye Xun gave him a quick once-over, then immediately adopted the most humble demeanor.
Sir, I'm handling the goods. You're the expert.
The man raised an eyebrow, glancing at Ye Xun with surprise before taking the chamber pot from his hands.
This thing.
The man studied it for several minutes. Just as he was about to ask a question, Ye Xun answered first.
My ancestors served Emperor Guangxu.
This was passed down through the generations.
The man nodded, said nothing more, and continued examining it.
Of course, this chamber pot wasn't from the late Qing dynasty, it was just a plain old chamber pot. But Ye Xun wasn't about to let him have it without putting up a fight. A simple illusion, a trick everyone in the cultivation world knew was enough to fool these people.
How much do you want for it? 70,000, not a penny less.
The clerk nearly cursed upon hearing the figure, but the man forcibly silenced him. Old sir, this thing is worth something, but 70,000 is a bit much. The man made a move to return the chamber pot to Ye Xun.
Chapter 167, Growth.
Of course, the man had no intention of returning the chamber pot to Ye Xun. He was merely putting on a show to drive down the price. In his eyes, this chamber pot was undoubtedly a treasure from the late Qing dynasty. These days, there weren't many people who specialized in dealing in antiques, but wealthy merchants and powerful officials were extremely enthusiastic about them. More crucially, these individuals knew little about such items. With just a little effort, one could deceive them with fakes. Exchanging it for a fortune was possible, especially since this was the real thing. Upon hearing the man's words, Ye Xun's face instantly betrayed a flicker of anxiety. This is a treasure.
An antique.
His voice rose several decibels without his noticing, and his face, which had been pale with illness, flushed slightly with excitement. The man merely glanced at him, said nothing, and turned to leave. Hey, wait. At those words, the man's lips curved into an almost imperceptible smile. He halted in his tracks. Ye Xun adopted a pained expression, hesitated for a long moment, then cradled the chamber pot in his hands, remaining silent for what felt like an eternity. Seems the old gentleman still doesn't want to sell it. Well then, keep it safe. The man snorted coldly and started to walk away. Ye Xun scrambled forward, grabbing the hem of the man's robe. The shop assistant, witnessing this, immediately swatted his hand away with utter disgust.
Let go of me. Don't you dare touch me. If you tear or damage anything, selling you wouldn't even cover the cost. Ye Xun didn't argue back.
His face flushed red as he humbled himself completely, repeatedly agreeing. He looked every bit the part of an old man desperately in need of cash.
This is like haggling over the price. If you think my offer isn't right, then name your price. If it suits you, then our deal is done, right?
Hearing this, the man turned around, grinning at Ye Xun as he held up 5 fingers.
65,000, he said. All right, consider this my way of making friends with you, boss.
Ye Xun deliberately misinterpreted the man's meaning, his face beaming with delight. The moment the man heard 65, his expression darkened instantly. Seeing his boss displeased, the clerk immediately stiffened his expression and barked loudly.
What the hell is wrong with your eyes? Look properly, you fool. This is 50,000, not 65,000. The clerk certainly had some nerve.
Even if the chamber pot wasn't exactly elegant, it was worth at least a couple $100,000 to someone who appreciated it.
By slashing off 2 or 3 zeros like that, how could Ye Xun possibly be pleased? Ha!
Ye Xun deliberately feigned utter astonishment, as if he couldn't possibly believe it. This was something used by Emperor Guangxu himself.
Well, never mind.
I'll just look elsewhere.
With that, Ye Xun turned and started to leave.
As he walked away, he kept shaking his head and sighing, looking as though he were deeply regretful. Seeing him about to leave, the man grew frantic and slapped the clerk across the face.
Get out of here! Did I tell you to talk nonsense? Get out!
The clerk looked utterly wronged, clutching his face and muttering under his breath.
You didn't object earlier, so why blame me now? Put!
Hearing the clerk's muttering, the man shot him a murderous glare. Seeing his boss's murderous expression, the guy scrambled away in a panic.
The man wasn't in the mood to deal with him now.
He turned and chased after the direction Ye Xun had left.
Oh, so it was 500,000 after all. I knew it.
Boss, you're clearly knowledgeable. You wouldn't take advantage of us common folk.
Ye Xun listened to the man's explanation and finally wore an expression of sudden understanding, plastering on a smile.
But 50,000 was still a bit low, this. Noticing Ye Xun's hesitation, the man immediately offered to add another 50,000. He'd also cover Ye Xun's round-trip travel expenses, lodging, and meals. If Ye Xun was interested, he could even stay an extra couple of days.
All expenses during that time would be covered by the man.
This is too much trouble.
I've already gotten such a great deal. I can't impose any further on you, sir. I really can't.
Seeing Ye Xun's attitude, the man's face lit up with delight.
He quickly responded. Old gentleman, you're being far too formal.
Your item has truly opened my eyes, and you're willing to part with it despite the pain.
It's me who should be thanking you.
And so, the man and Ye Xun returned to the shop in high spirits, chatting and laughing all the way. They signed a transfer agreement, exchanging money for the item.
The transaction was complete. Oh, old gentleman, won't you stay a while longer?
No, my son is waiting for this money to save his life.
I must hurry back.
Hearing this, the man wished he could slap himself twice. He hadn't known Ye Xun needed the money for life-saving treatment. The clerk knew, but never mentioned it. Now that Ye Xun had spoken it himself, the man felt his heart bleeding. To secure the chamber pot, the man had shelled out nearly 600,000 yuan. Had he known earlier that Ye Xun needed this money for life-saving treatment, he could have driven the price down further.
And he wouldn't have spent a single extra penny. Take care, old man. Watch your step.
Standing at his shop entrance, the man gritted his teeth and shouted after Ye Xun as he grew smaller in the distance.
I'm stepping out for a bit. Keep an eye on the shop.
5 minutes after Ye Xun left, the man held the chamber pot in his hand and glared at his assistant with resentment. He couldn't sell this thing himself. He'd need to ask someone else to handle it. Meanwhile, Qingxue and the others stared in disbelief as Ye Xun returned carrying a large box full of money. They could scarcely believe their eyes. The pawnshop Ye Xun had just entered belonged to the Su family. That he hadn't been caught could be explained by his changed appearance and makeup. Even acquaintances might not recognize him at first glance.
But to bring back nearly 600,000 yuan in less than 2 hours? That was just unrealistic. I'm telling you, there's no way.
Qingxue nodded toward the pawnshop with her chin, hinting at Ye Xun. Ye Xun smiled upon hearing her words.
It's just a small shop. Impossible.
Besides, the Su family doesn't have that much to spare. Qingxue eyed Ye Xun up and down, teasing him. Maybe we should just specialize in this from now on. It's pretty profitable. Ye Xun shot her a withering look and didn't respond. If it weren't for wanting to teach the 2 major families and the Tan family a lesson this time, he wouldn't have resorted to such underhanded tactics. After all, that shopkeeper hadn't actually provoked Ye Xun, though he was certainly despicable. But those who commit evil deeds would be dealt with by heaven. It wasn't his place to intervene. This time, at least he could call it collecting some interest from the 2 major families and the Tan family. He'd keep at it later. Ye Xun was no different from that pawnshop owner.
Chapter 168, nearly 40 million.
Take this money and find a reliable bank to deposit it. Ye Xun was instructing someone from the Supreme Club to deposit the money first. Qingxue, overhearing this, interjected with a smile. No need for all that trouble. I've got plenty of cards here, each one guaranteed to be safe. With that, Qingxue produced a stack of bank cards from somewhere, clutching them in her hand with a faint smile. Everyone except Ye Xun exchanged bewildered glances at this scene. Not a single word was spoken. The atmosphere plunged into dead silence, the awkwardness palpable to everyone. Qingxue's smile froze on her face. She finally realized what she had just said was utterly unreasonable. Ye Xun trusted her because she had helped him rise from his lowest point. But the others here hadn't shared that experience. If only Ye Xun and Qingxue had been there, her words would have made perfect sense. But now, her words inevitably invited speculation. I was just saying, Qingxue barely began her explanation before Ye Xun cut her off. Ye Xun snatched the stack of bank cards from Qingxue's hand and handed them directly to the man. Do as Miss Qin says. Hurry back. The man took the bank cards and spoke hesitantly. Mr. Yi, it's not that we don't trust you, but this. Ye Xun understood their reservations and immediately made his stance clear. Miss Qin is one of us. I trust her. But what if? You're all my brothers. Today, Ye Xun is making this promise: if any of you brothers faces danger, I'll risk my own life to save him. With that, the others had little left to say. They didn't trust Qingxue, but they all knew what kind of man Ye Xun was. Moreover, Ye Xun had made his stance clear both professionally and personally. He had given them a satisfactory explanation. Qingxue remained silent throughout, standing quietly beside Ye Xun and watching him intently. She felt that Ye Xun had changed not only in appearance but also in temperament, becoming steadier and more reserved. Had today's situation been handled poorly, these people might have turned against him on the spot. Yet with just a single promise and a few words, Ye Xun had won them over completely. Had this been the old Ye Xun, he would have sent them all back immediately if they refused to comply. He would have handled the rest himself. Not that this approach was wrong, but it inevitably risked alienating some people. Moreover, resentment would linger in their hearts, posing an enduring threat to Xia Yutong. Is there a flower on my face? After wrapping up the matter, Ye Xun turned around only to find Qingxue staring blankly at him. Her gaze was complex. Ye Xun couldn't quite place it. Qingxue heard his words and shook her head instinctively. No. Then why have you been staring at me? I just suddenly felt like you've changed so much. The remark made Ye Xun chuckle involuntarily as he turned his gaze back toward the distance. Really? I haven't noticed. Qingxue also smiled, standing shoulder to shoulder with Ye Xun as they gazed into the distance. Yes, quite a lot, actually. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Ye Xun and his companions quietly returned to the temporary base at the Supreme Club. In just one day, Ye Xun had swindled nearly 40 million yuan from the pawnshops of the two major families and the Tan family. He had visited nearly every pawnshop in Donglin city belonging to these three families, securing sums ranging from 50,000 to 1 million yuan from each. On the way back, Ye Xun distributed 10 million among those who had accompanied him. With money in hand, each of them was overjoyed, expressing their heartfelt gratitude to Ye Xun and Qingxue. As for that minor incident not long ago, no one remembered it anymore. This left Qingxue even more astonished, and she glanced at Ye Xun several times. That night, Ye Xun, Qingxue, and Xia Yutong sat together in the reception room. Though called a reception room, it was really just a slightly larger bamboo hut. Xia Yutong had sent everyone else away from the Supreme Club, leaving only the three of them in the reception hall. Junior Master Uncle, are you truly not staying for a couple more days? Xia Yutong looked at Ye Xun, her expression tinged with reluctance. Shortly after returning today, Ye Xun and the others had informed Xia Yutong of their departure. At the time, Xia Yutong had been deeply engrossed in handling affairs at the Supreme Club, leaving her extremely busy. After all, the moment Ye Xun arrived, Xia Yutong had immediately dropped everything on her plate. Even today's tasks had been postponed until after Ye Xun and the others returned safely. Don't underestimate the Supreme Club just because it's currently crammed into this underground space. Even a starving camel is bigger than a horse. The Supreme Club still had a considerable amount of daily business to handle. Xia Yutong had been working non-stop until now, finally finding time to sit down with Ye Xun and the others. Upon hearing Xia Yutong's words, Ye Xun's face broke into a smile. No, the Su, Chen, and Tan families will likely receive word soon. Staying here would only put you in danger. Hearing this, Xia Yutong's eyes instantly reddened. But little Master Uncle, you've only just returned. And you're still injured. All this rushing around, what if something happens? Before Xia Yutong could finish, Ye Xun cut her off with a smile. Enough, enough. All good things must come to an end. Their target is me. Only by leaving can I ensure your safety. Xia Yutong tried to say more, but Ye Xun cut her off. Besides, don't I have a top-tier expert right here with me? Ye Xun patted Xia Yutong's shoulder, his gaze shifting to Qingxue. Qingxue offered no objection, smiling as she looked at Xia Yutong. Xiao Yutong glanced between Ye Xun and Qingxue, bit her lip, and hesitated.
Little master uncle, wait for me a moment. Don't leave just a moment.
With that, Xiao Yutong dashed out of the reception room without waiting for Ye Xun's response. Ye Xun and Xiao Yutong exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes.
Well, I suppose we can wait a bit. It's not like we're in a rush.
Qingxue finished speaking and then casually walked over to a chair and sat down. She crossed her legs, closed her eyes, and hummed an unknown tune, looking utterly at ease. Ye Xun watched her and shook his head slightly before casually finding a seat. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Xiao Yutong burst in from outside, rushing in with great haste. Seeing her like this, Ye Xun also stood up. He had intended to tease Xiao Yutong about taking so long to fetch something. They were about to leave if she didn't return soon. But when Ye Xun saw what Xiao Yutong was holding, he froze in place. His mind seemed to freeze, and he blurted out instinctively.
The sunlight.
Indeed, what Xiao Yutong held in her hands was none other than the sunlight Ye Xun hadn't managed to take with him back then. Seeing Ye Xun's expression, Xiao Yutong's face immediately broke into a beautiful smile.
Chapter 169, Presenting the Treasure.
The storage location of the Amaterasu sword within the Supreme Club was known only to Ye Xun and the two individuals closest to him. One was Su Zhixin, and the other was Xiao Yutong. After Ye Xun encountered trouble, Xiao Yutong's first thought was to rush and check on the sunlight sword. Little did she know that before she could act, Lin Biao had already arrived at the door. He had no choice but to abandon the idea and deal with Lin Biao first. But the series of events that followed meant Xiao Yutong spent 48 hours in the police station before being released. Even after his release, he remained under police surveillance. At the time, Xiao Yutong sensed something was amiss and secretly seized an opportunity to transfer the Amaterasu sword. Otherwise, when the Supreme Club was raided, the sword would have been seized by the raiding party.
Take it, little master uncle. I'll rest easy knowing it's with you.
Xiao Yutong said this with a smile in her eyes, then firmly pressed the Amaterasu sword into Ye Xun's hand. Ye Xun finally caught on, but he didn't push the sword back.
Yutong, thank you for all your hard work while I was away.
His words were sincere, his expression solemn and earnest. This left Xiao Yutong at a loss for how to respond. She scratched her head, feeling somewhat awkward. As far as she was concerned, she believed this was simply her duty, nothing to thank anyone for. Qingxue noticed Xiao Yutong's awkwardness and stepped in to smooth things over.
Now, what are you two doing? Family doesn't need to speak in two voices.
Xiao Yutong froze, seemingly surprised that Qingxue would step in at this moment. But she quickly regained her composure.
Sister Qin is right, little master uncle. We're all family. You treat me like a sister, so helping you is only natural.
Ye Xun listened with a headache, feeling utterly confused.
What on earth were they talking about? What kind of family hierarchy was this?
Qingxue and Xiao Yutong exchanged glances after hearing Ye Xun's words, then burst into laughter. Ye Xun's face broke into a smile too. After chatting and laughing for a while longer, Qingxue finally composed herself and addressed Ye Xun with utmost seriousness.
Step outside for a moment. Yutong and I need to discuss something.
Hearing this, both Ye Xun and Xiao Yutong froze in surprise. Logically speaking, Qingxue and Xiao Yutong had only known each other for a couple of days. What could they possibly need to discuss?
But Qingxue's earnest expression didn't seem like she was joking. All right then, you two talk. I'll step aside.
With that, Ye Xun stood up and headed for the door. He stopped at the entrance, his back turned to Qingxue and the others.
Move further away.
Though puzzled by the request, Ye Xun complied. He stepped outside.
Further away.
Ye Xun glanced back at Qingxue, opening his mouth to ask something, but ultimately said nothing. He walked a little farther, reaching a distance of 3 meters outside the reception hall. Xiao Yutong had been watching the whole time. Seeing Ye Xun had walked so far away, she finally whispered.
Sister Qingxue, can you tell me what's going on now?
Qingxue glanced at her, carefully weighing her words before hesitantly speaking.
Do you know Tao Tao and Zhang Shuai?
Xiao Yutong froze at the mention, instinctively shaking her head.
Never heard of them. What's going on?
Those two were sworn siblings with Ye Xun. About a month ago, they died.
Ha! But this? Hearing about someone's death naturally saddened Xiao Yutong.
Though they were sworn siblings to Ye Xun and met such a tragic end, it was truly unfortunate. But there was no need to hide this from Ye Xun. But the dead cannot be brought back to life, and Xiao Yutong knew Ye Xun wasn't the type to be unable to move on. So she remained deeply puzzled by Qingxue's actions.
Have you heard of selective amnesia?
Qingxue noticed Xiao Yutong's confusion but offered no explanation, instead continuing her question. Xiao Yutong nodded, somewhat confused, and just as she was about to ask, a sigh interrupted her.
Ah, those two, one could say they died by Ye Xun's hand. Hearing this, Xiao Yutong was startled and urgently asked. What on earth is going on?
How could Junior Master Uncle possibly do such a thing? Qingxue glanced at the visibly shaken Xiao Yutong and pushed the tea in front of her. This story begins with Su Zhixin's capture. Over the next 10 minutes or so, Qin Shuang recounted nearly everything she could share with Xia Yutong. After listening, Xia Yutong remained silent for a long time. The tea in her hand had grown half cold and half spilled.
You mean, little master uncle?
The rest of the sentence died on Xia Yutong's lips. Her body trembled violently, her voice choked with emotion, tears streaming down her face as if they were free.
Ah, what's done is done. All we can do now is find a way to help him.
Qin Shuang handed Xia Yutong a tissue inside. After a long moment, Xia Yutong steadied her emotions and declared firmly,
I'm leaving for the Divine Demon Island right now.
I'll find my great grandmaster.
He must have a solution.
Qin Shuang was startled by this and quickly protested.
Don't even think about it.
If your great uncle finds out about this, the entire cultivation world will be thrown into chaos.
I don't care. I want my junior master back.
Oh dear, my dear little lady, please stop this.
Listen to me, just seek out your master and senior masters. Let them figure out a solution.
After a moment of deep thought, Xia Yutong agreed.
Meanwhile, at the Su residence,
Old Master Su sat at his desk in the study, a mountain of documents piled high before him. Behind him stood a bookshelf, but instead of books, it held one antique after another. Thump. As Old Master Su reviewed the documents, a knock sounded at the door. He set down his pen, stretched lazily, and called out in a relaxed tone.
Come in. Hearing Old Master Su's voice, Su Qingxue dared to push open the door.
Father. Without even glancing at him, Old Master Su continued stretching his limbs.
Qingxue, so late at night, what brings you here?
Su Qingxue held a box in his arms, head bowed, his tone respectful. The servants brought in a small trinket from the late Qing dynasty. Knowing you cherish such things, I specially brought it for you. At these words, Old Master Su immediately stood up and took the box from Su Qingxue's hands.
Quanzhong, you.
Old Master Su stopped mid-sentence, for inside the box lay a chamber pot. Su Qingxue, ever adept at reading expressions, quickly sensed his father's displeasure and hastily added. This. I thought father might like this little trinket, so I hurried to bring it to you.
Little did I expect.
Chapter 170, The Omen of the Family Head Succession.
It's my incompetence, father. Please punish me. Su Qingxue adopted an extremely proper demeanor.
The moment he saw the slightest hint of displeasure on Old Master Su's face, he immediately apologized with utmost reverence, something unthinkable in the past. While Su Qingxue would never openly defy the old master, he certainly wouldn't behave as he did now. The moment Old Master Su showed the slightest hint of displeasure, Su Qingxue became visibly anxious and fearful. Old Master Su listened to his words, turning his head to glance at him briefly. Though his face showed no particular expression. Yet inwardly, he was quite satisfied with the apology. Su Qingxue noticed this too, secretly letting out a sigh of relief while silently cursing under his breath. You old geezer, half buried in the ground already, and still so picky.
If you get killed someday, you'll have it coming.
Put. He dared only mutter these words to himself. In front of Old Master Su, he would never dare speak such things.
His demeanor was as deferential as could be. Quanzhong, you have children now.
You must consider your family first in all matters. Su Qingxue remained silent, hands hanging limply at his sides, head bowed, waiting for Old Master Su to continue. I'm nearly at death's door, don't waste your breath on me. Old Master Su chuckled as he patted Su Qingxue's shoulder, his tone half joking, half testing.
Cold sweat instantly broke out on Su Qingxue's back.
Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly picked up the thread of the elder's words. Father, you are blessed with boundless fortune and longevity as vast as the heavens. You will surely live to be 100 years old. As your son, it is only right that I fulfill my filial duty. Old Master Su seemed quite satisfied with his answer, patting Su Qingxue's shoulder firmly and uttering several hearty good yes in succession. After a few more words between father and son, Old Master Su suddenly seemed to lose all interest.
It's getting late. Qingxue, you should go rest now.
Su Qingxue hesitated to say more, but seeing the old man's expression that brooked no refusal, he promptly shut his mouth, gave a nod of agreement, and turned to leave.
Oh, and call Ziyang over. I have something to discuss with him. Su Qingxue's footsteps halted upon hearing this, his expression turning grim.
Yet within a second, his expression smoothed, and he replied in the same tone. Back in his own room, Su Qingxue sat at the tea table, staring blankly ahead as his mind wandered. Over the past few months, both the Su and Shen families had undergone tremendous changes, or rather, their expansion had accelerated at an extraordinary pace. With the Gu family's downfall and Ye Xun now wanted by the police, the two major families had effectively reaped the fruits of victory without exerting much effort. They could almost be said to have plucked the fruits of victory without suffering a single scratch. Initially, both families approached the situation with a mindset of mutual competition. However, they soon realized their respective scales were actually quite comparable. If they clashed, the gains would likely fall into someone else's lap.
Thus, under the witness of the Tan family, the two clans shook hands, reconciled, and pledged sincere cooperation. The next logical step was to take over the Gu family's assets. Due to their partnership, these assets were divided equally between the two clans. However, the Su family proved more greedy, employing a minor trick to forcibly seize the Ye family's ancestral home.
The Chen family raised no objections, as the Ye family's assets had already been completely swindled away.
Compared to their alliance with the Su family, the two remaining rooms of the Ye family's residence were insignificant.
So be it. This wasn't a major issue in itself, but it was precisely this trivial matter.
Su Qingxue sensed something amiss.
Seeing that the Chen family had no objections, Old Master Su immediately began making arrangements.
He entrusted the entire matter to Su Zhixin.
The stated reason was that Su Zhixin was now missing, with a high likelihood she had been harmed.
Old Master Su wanted to test whether Su Zhixin would exploit the situation to act against the Su family's interests.
But to Su Qingxue, this was a signal being sent by Old Master Su.
A signal to replace the heir.
This put Su Qingxue on high alert.
Mr. Su.
As Su Qingxue was deep in thought, he suddenly heard a voice outside the door.
Startled, Su Qingxue jumped to his feet. Who is it? The Su family was no longer the Su family of the past.
Having swallowed nearly half of the Gu family's wealth and added the scraps left by the Ye family, the Su family, already a colossus, had ascended to new heights. In terms of cultivators alone, the Su family now boasted as many as 19 individuals possessing internal energy cultivation. Under such circumstances, only those intimately acquainted could enter the inner courtyard.
After steadying his nerves, Su Qingxue regained his composure and asked calmly.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than the door creaked open slowly.
A man clad in a dark blue robe strolled in.
Su Qingxue froze upon seeing this figure. You! Su Qingxue didn't recognize the man before him at all, let alone consider him an acquaintance. The man smiled warmly as he sat down beside Su Qingxue, showing no sign of being an outsider. He casually picked up the Longjing tea on the table and began sipping it. This Longjing tea really needs mountain spring water to brew properly.
Tap water just won't cut it. Frowning, the man set down his teacup. Clang! Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qingxue drew the dagger concealed at his waist. The gleaming blade reflected silver light as it pressed against the man's throat. What do you mean by this, Mr. Su?
The man glanced down at the dagger, then looked up and asked with a smile. Su Qingxue's eyes locked onto him, cold sweat beating on his forehead.
Now, finally, he knew fear.
The Su family's security had been significantly reinforced, yet despite this, the man before him had approached Su Qingxue's quarters without a sound. Not a single guard had been alerted. Had he not spoken first?
Su Qingxue wouldn't have realized someone had appeared before his room.
Speak! How did you get in? What is your purpose here? Su Qingxue stared at the man, holding a dagger pressed against his throat.
Logically, the man should have been the one trembling with fear.
Yet for some inexplicable reason, Su Qingxue felt a chill running down his spine, his heart pounding wildly. Even my hand holding this knife trembles slightly.
You ask me?
The man smiled faintly, tapping his own chest with a finger, his expression tinged with mockery.
Su Qingxue stared at the man, unable to suppress a nervous swallow.
Chapter 171, The Man Behind the Three Great Families.
He blinked instinctively. But in that single blink, when he opened his eyes again, Su Qingxue's hand was empty.
He instinctively looked down. No dagger remained in his hand. Startled, Su Qingxue quickly looked up and saw that the man who should have been sitting in the chair had vanished without a trace.
Mr. Su, here's some advice. If your cultivation is low, focus on diligent practice. Don't rely on outside help.
The last syllable had barely left his lips when Su Qingxue heard a sharp whistling sound cutting through the air. Immediately followed by a thud as the dagger embedded itself into the wall directly in front of Su Qingxue. The handle still trembled faintly. Witnessing this, Su Qingxue recoiled in terror, stumbling backward several steps before collapsing onto the ground. You! Paralyzed with fear, Su Qingxue raised a trembling finger toward the man. Hey, Mr. Su, the floor is so cold. Why are you sitting on the ground? Come on, get up quickly. Su Qingxue dared not disobey. Supported by the man, he stood up and walked to a chair to sit down.
May I ask your honorable name, sir? After this incident, Su Qingxue's attitude improved considerably, and he asked respectfully. My surname is Xu.
My friends in the cultivation world do me the honor of calling me Mr. Wulong. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue promptly rose and bowed with clasped hands.
So you are Mr. Reclining Dragon.
I apologize for my earlier discourtesy.
Please forgive me, sir.
The man then produced a folding fan from who knows where, snapping it open with a sharp crack.
Mr. Su, you're too kind. It is I, Xu, who have come unannounced to disturb you. I only hope you will not hold it against me.
Sir, you jest. That your noble feet would grace this humble abode is already an honor for the Su family. Su Qingxue now recognized that this Xu fellow was a cultivator, his own cultivation profound and unfathomable. He was someone one absolutely must not offend, so Su Qingxue's tone grew more deferential. After exchanging further pleasantries, Su Qianzhong finally steered the conversation back to the matter at hand.
Might I inquire what brings the esteemed Mr. Wulong to this humble abode today? Mr. Zhu smiled and replied with equal courtesy.
I wouldn't dare to give instructions, but I've heard that Mr. Su has encountered some trouble recently. He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear.
Su Qianzhong understood perfectly and immediately smiled. What conditions might you have, sir? Nothing much, really. Has Mr. Su heard of the Wutian sect? At the mention of the Wutian sect, Su Qianzhong's heart suddenly skipped a beat.
According to the intelligence he had obtained, Ye Xun's current predicament was entirely due to the scheming of a disciple from the Wutian sect. Su Qianzhong had long desired to pay a visit to this Wutian sect. Even if it was just a disciple, it wasn't someone like him, a mere mortal, could simply seek out and meet. Yet he never imagined that before he could seek them out, the Wutian sect would come knocking on his door first. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune are two sides of the same coin. That the Wutian sect had come to him personally, offering assistance, was undoubtedly a blessing. Yet no one was foolish enough to offer aid without reason. They must have something to gain.
But Su Qianzhong honestly couldn't fathom what a prestigious sect of the cultivation world could possibly gain from him.
Therefore, he needed to get to the bottom of this.
If the Wutian sect presented conditions he simply couldn't accept, Su Qianzhong would rather forego this aid. Su Zhixin seemed to sense Su Qianzhong's thoughts.
With a flick of his wrist, he tucked away his folding fan. He extended a finger, dipped it in the tea, and tapped the table. The Su family was still merely dabbling in minor skirmishes. Su Zhixin drew a small circle on the table, then traced a larger one around it. We want to help Mr. Su ascend to the position of family head and make the Su family the foremost clan in Donglin City.
Su Qianzhong's breathing suddenly quickened, his face flushing slightly.
After speaking, Su Zhixin rolled up his sleeves, grabbed the teacup beside him, and placed it upside down over the larger circle.
Then, he claimed the entire mortal world as part of the Su family's territory.
Proclaiming himself king. Su Qianzhong sprang to his feet, face flushed crimson, throat bulging, breath coming in gasps.
Is this real? Naturally. Su Qianzhong took 2 deep breaths to steady his agitated emotions. Mr. Wulong, if you have any conditions, please speak plainly. If they are reasonable, this Su will not refuse.
Su Zhixin smiled upon hearing this. Very well, Mr. Su speaks plainly. I shall not beat around the bush either. Simply put, I hope you will join the Wutian sect and become our support in the secular world.
Upon hearing this condition, Su Qianzhong immediately hesitated.
The Su family had become the formidable power it was today thanks to the support of influential patrons.
Now that Su Zhixin had made this proposal, Su Qianzhong naturally felt conflicted. The Wutian sect must not be offended, and the Su family's patron must be treated with even greater care. After much deliberation, in the end, Su Qianzhong decided to abandon this golden opportunity. Sir, Su.
Su Qianzhong had already resolved to refuse, but he was cut off before he could finish his sentence by Su Zhixin. The concerns you've raised, Mr. Su, have also crossed my mind.
That person has stated they have no objection. Hearing Su Zhixin's words, Su Qianzhong began to waver.
After all, if one doesn't look out for themselves, heaven and earth will destroy them.
With such a golden opportunity right before his eyes, how could he not be tempted? But Su Qianzhong still feared retribution from that person, given their stature.
If they discovered he'd acted behind their back, his death would be the least of his worries. The entire Su family would likely be dragged down with him even if they truly became the rulers of the mortal world.
Did that person truly say that? Su Qianzhong asked, his face clouded with doubt.
Upon hearing this, Su Zhixin snapped open his folding fan with a sharp crack, using it to shield both himself and Su Qianzhong. He said that among all things in the world, only stone cannot be broken.
He has no worries. Su Qianzhong pondered this for a moment before responding with a smile.
Well then, we shall be indebted to Mr. Wulong for his future guidance.
Ah, it is His Excellency who has bestowed his favor upon you. Ah, yes, yes. This humble servant thanks the nobleman here.
And so, in the dead of night, Su Qianzhong and Su Zhixin silently forged their alliance.
What Su Qianzhong didn't know was that the same thing was unfolding at the Chen residence. Donglin City Police Headquarters, Criminal Investigation Division Captain's Office.
Lin Biao sat alone in his office, his desk piled high with densely stacked case files and documents. Every single one pertained to the Gu family massacre and the Ye family tragedy from years past. Ever since Ye Xun was identified as the killer in the Gu family case, Lin Biao had been promoted.
He was transferred directly from the town police bureau to this post. Now a second-class police superintendent, a rank most officers might never attain in their entire careers.
At only 25 or 26 years old, Lin Biao was already serving as the captain of the criminal investigation team in the town, considered quite young and promising.
But catapulting him straight to second-class police superintendent was excessive. Chapter 172, Gu Shaoshan and the Widow Gu.
Placing him in this position was not a reward at all, but a punishment. When virtue doesn't match position, even if one climbs too high, they'll fall sooner or later and the fall will be brutal. The higher-ups weren't rewarding him at all, they were trying to teach him a lesson. Lin Biao had shown excessive zeal in handling this case. Yet the more they did this, the more Lin Biao sensed something peculiar about the case. Here, he had neither a solid foundation nor powerful backers. Those beneath him were largely paying lip service while secretly resisting. Thus, his investigation could only proceed covertly. Fortunately, the local medical examiner maintained a favorable relationship with him and agreed to assist. Even so, uncovering the truth proved as difficult as climbing to the heavens. After over a month without uncovering any useful leads, Lin Biao began to entertain thoughts of abandoning the pursuit. Lin Biao, I've left the autopsy report here for you. Lin Biao looked up at the sound of the voice, forcing a smile.
This isn't exactly ideal, is it? Is it really necessary?
Wang Shanghe, the forensic pathologist from the Municipal Public Security Bureau, pulled up a chair and sat across from Lin Biao.
He spoke earnestly.
Lin Biao hesitated slightly, then frowned and said,
"This case has far-reaching implications, involving hundreds of lives. As a police officer, how could I not get involved?"
Wang Shanghe sighed, pointing to the case files on the table. The Ye family massacre for 5 years, no one dared touch it, no one dared investigate it.
Even.
Wang Shanghe abruptly stopped speaking, glanced around cautiously, then leaned in and whispered,
"That's a case even the current police chief dares not touch. You're going to investigate it? What gives you the right?" "Me?" Wang Shanghe's question left Lin Biao speechless for a long time.
Lin Biao could probably guess that the massacre of the Ye and Gu families was likely the work of practitioners from the cultivation world. Otherwise, even those in high places wouldn't dare touch it or investigate. Those in the cultivation world, especially the heretical cultivators, acted entirely as they pleased, possessing immense power. Even a random individual among them would have few equals in the mortal world. When such people commit crimes, who dares to investigate them? Who has the capability to do so? If you mess with this, you might lose your life and still find no leads. I refuse to believe these criminals can act with impunity, beyond anyone's control. After a long silence, Lin Biao slammed his fist on the table and rose, speaking with bitter indignation.
Wang Shanghe glanced at him and sighed. "Aren't you afraid that even if you investigate, you'll find nothing?"
He made a throat-slitting gesture and sighed again. Lin Biao sat back down, remained silent for a moment, then continued. "I grew up in a place where the mortal world and the cultivation realm met. It was chaotic there, and my mother and I, a widow and her orphan child, struggled to survive." Wang Shanghe glanced at him, somewhat surprised. Lin Biao had been with the police force for 5 or 6 years, yet he had never once heard Lin Biao mention his family. "But though life was hard, we never turned to crime. We lived quietly and honestly. But just because I was greedy and glanced at a bun held by a sect disciple's child, I nearly got beaten to death by those men. My mother shielded me, holding me close behind her."
Wang Shanghe listened, seething with anger, yet powerless to do anything.
Though secular technology grew increasingly advanced and the cultivation world persistently emulated ancient practices, those within the cultivation world possessed such formidable power that they held the mundane world in utter contempt. Were it not for the nation's strength, which has produced weapons even the cultivation world fears,
they would likely be even more arrogant.
Originally, the cultivation world and the secular world had signed a peace treaty, agreeing to non-interference.
Yet for reasons unknown, over the past decade, the cultivation realm has relentlessly tested the mundane world's limits. The nation has cracked down repeatedly, yet the violations persist. What happened next? Wang Shanghe, seeing Lin Biao's silence, asked.
Lin Biao lifted his head slightly, his eyes brimming with tears. "Later, not long after my mother returned, she coughed up blood and died. Those people pressured the police to suppress the incident and it was swept under the rug."
Wang Shanghe froze, speechless for a long time.
Though he had anticipated this outcome, hearing it spoken aloud stirred an uncontrollable surge of anger and sorrow. After a long pause, Lin Biao spoke. "Therefore," he declared, "I will pursue this matter to the bitter end. I will not rest until justice is served."
Wang Shanghe remained silent, watching Lin Biao intently.
If no one curbs their audacity, they'll only grow more brazen with each passing day. Lin Biao stared straight ahead, his hands crossed on the table, radiating an intense aura of lethal intent.
"Very well.
Since you've made your position clear, I'll risk my life to stand by you and investigate this matter." Hearing Wang Shanghe's words, Lin Biao froze momentarily before blurting out.
"You really don't have to do this.
Honestly, I'm already deeply grateful for all you've done for me these past days."
Wang Shanghe's eyes widened, his expression suddenly fierce. "What kind of talk is that? What do you mean?"
"No, I don't mean anything by it.
It's just, this is too dangerous. Like you said, one wrong move and it could cost us our heads." "What nonsense! Oh, so you're the only one who's a cop? I'm not?"
Wang Shanghe fumed, his beard bristling and eyes bulging.
"Oh, so you're the only one in the entire police force who isn't afraid to sacrifice yourself?"
Lin Biao stared at Wang Xianghe for a long moment, then suddenly pulled him close and embraced him.
Fine. We'll investigate together. Through thick and thin.
5 days later, at Baijia Town, Jiangchun, 10 miles outside the city. Ye Xun and Qin Shuang trudged along the muddy dirt road, their steps uneven and laborious. Both their trouser legs were splattered with mud, and their shoes were completely caked in dirt. At a glance, one might mistake them for shoes made of earth.
Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan.
After calling out twice with no response, Qin Shuang tapped Ye Xun's shoulder, her voice tinged with irritation.
Hey, I'm talking to you.
Only then did Ye Xun snap out of it, turning his head to respond.
Honestly, it's been 5 or 6 days now. How come you still haven't gotten used to it?
Qin Shuang stood with her hands on her hips, sizing Ye Xun up from head to toe with a hint of disapproval.
Ye Xun felt utterly helpless and offered a slight defense.
I've been calling myself Ye Xun for over 10 years.
It's a bit jarring to switch back now.
Besides, I thought Kunshan rolled off the tongue better, but you wouldn't hear of it.
Qin Shuang immediately retorted upon hearing this. Does that sound nice, huh? Look around who names their child that nowadays?
Xiao Shan would be so much better.
Yeah, right. You might as well change your surname to Gu, it wouldn't matter to you anyway.
Ye Xun and the other walked on, arguing quietly all the way, and time passed quickly enough. Before they knew it, they had reached the town.
Once in town, the crowds thickened, so they stopped bickering and focused solely on finding an inn. Chapter 173, half ancient, half modern.
Bai Family Town wasn't large, housing at most 8,000 households. Yet, though small, it had everything one needed. Despite its modest size, the town was fairly well equipped with various facilities. Regardless of scale, the essentials were present. The only thing that struck Ye Xun and his companion as peculiar was that most of the buildings here seemed somewhat out of step with modern society. The structures within the cultivation realm were largely similar, especially municipal buildings like government offices. The architectural style was entirely traditional brick and tile houses, not the reinforced concrete structures of today.
Hey, fellow villager, we're from out of town. Could you tell us if there are any affordable inns around here?
Qin Shuang looked around before pulling an old man aside to ask. The old man set down the load on his shoulder, wiped the sweat from his brow with the towel draped around his neck, and replied with a smile. Young lady, take my advice, it's best not to stay here tonight.
Keep walking a bit further to the next town.
Hearing this, Ye Xun and the other exchanged puzzled glances.
Just as they were about to ask, the old man had already walked far away. How peculiar. We were merely asking for directions, why did that old man?
Ye Xun watched the old man's retreating figure and muttered to himself.
But since he's already said that, maybe we should.
Before Ye Xun could finish, Qin Shuang cut in.
No way.
I can't walk anymore, and I'm filthy all over. I won't feel right until I find a place to wash up. Truthfully, Qin Shuang wasn't too tired to walk, nor was she genuinely seeking a place to wash off the grime. Ye Xun and Qin Shuang had been traveling non-stop for a day, and Qin Shuang was fine. After all, she was a cultivator with considerable cultivation base.
A day's journey was nothing. Even 2 more days of travel wouldn't be a problem. But Ye Xun was different.
He was still injured, and his cultivation had
plummeted to its lowest point.
At this point, Ye Xun was no different from an ordinary person.
Qin Shuang feared Ye Xun's body couldn't endure another day or half-day of travel. Alright, then let's press on a bit further. We might find an inn.
Hearing this, Qin Shuang's face lit up with a smile, and she eagerly took the lead. Ye Xun glanced at Qin Shuang ahead, his gaze filled with complex emotions. A sudden twist in fate led him to a master in dreams leaving home to master his craft. 5 years of grinding his teeth and tasting gall, one day he emerged to shake the world. Ye Xun and Qin Shuang were searching for an inn on the main street when they suddenly noticed a large crowd gathering not far ahead. Ye Xun initially had no desire to join the commotion. After all, he was a wanted criminal who knew if his portrait was plastered around this place. Though he had disguised himself before leaving, people are people. When you have something to hide, no matter how flawless your disguise, fear still lurks within. Oh, look how lively it is over there. Let's go check it out. Though Qin Shuang asked Ye Xun for his opinion, she'd already dashed over before he could even speak. She didn't even give Ye Xun a chance to refuse. Oh dear. What could he do? Ye Xun sighed and started walking in that direction too. 5 years of sleeping on straw and tasting gall. What a clever little ditty, accurate yet full of wit. Hearing Qin Shuang's teasing beside him, Ye Xun couldn't help but sigh, pressing his hand to his forehead. The opening lines of that doggerel certainly described him. But as for emerging to fame overnight, Ye Xun felt he was hardly worthy of such a claim. He was now a criminal wanted by both the cultivation world and the mortal realm.
Famous indeed, but only for infamy.
This young divine Lord Ye Xun of the Divine Demon Island, truly a great hero. He apprenticed under the contemporary Divine Lord, Master Fan Qingzhou, mastering formidable martial arts.
Now, having completed his training, he returned to seek.
The storyteller placed a table by the roadside, picked up the gavel, and banged it down.
His words flowed like a tapestry of glorious deeds, except most of these exploits Ye Xun hadn't actually done. Take, for instance, sneaking into the wealthiest man's home late at night to steal exactly 10 million in cash. Distributing it to the destitute who couldn't afford food. Or encountering bandits on the road and rescuing an innocent maiden. The list went on and on. The more Ye Xun listened, the more his heart pounded with dread. Little Mountain, who would have guessed you're actually a hero who robs the rich to aid the poor? Qingxue stood beside them, laughing so hard she could barely catch her breath. She slapped Ye Xun's shoulder teasingly. Ye Xun didn't indulge her, swatting her hand away. If I really did those things, I wouldn't even complain if the police put out a warrant for my arrest. Ye Xun muttered his complaint and prepared to leave. He couldn't understand how these people hadn't noticed. This story follows the exact same template. It's obviously made up. Our young godlike master truly displayed heroic valor, charging in and out 7 times against the constables of the 5 great sects. Ye Xun, who was about to leave, immediately turned pale upon hearing this. The cultivation world emulated ancient traditions, preserving many old customs. This wasn't because cultivators held ancient rituals in high regard, but simply because they were accustomed to them and saw no reason to change. Reaching the core formation stage grants an extra 20 years of life, spirit sense stage 50 years, and fusion stage a full century. These cultivators, each living like rigid old fossils, naturally wouldn't alter ancient practices lightly. Besides, these constables were essentially the police of the mortal world. However, not every sect in the cultivation world can have constables. Generally, only the 9 great orthodox sects, led by the divine demon island, are permitted to employ constables. These constables wield immense authority. Even the leaders of medium-sized sects. If evidence exists, constables can make arrests directly. To resist is to declare war against the 9 great sects. They even held the authority to execute offenders on the spot. So when the storyteller claimed Ye Xun slaughtered the constables of 5 major sects over a trivial matter, it was simply too outrageous. Ye Xun might not fear those constables, but he wouldn't dare act so brazenly arrogant. Ah, look over there, isn't that? Just as Ye Xun was pondering how to gently remind the storyteller to stop spouting nonsense, Qingxue, who had been standing beside him all along, nudged him with her elbow. Ye Xun followed Qingxue's gaze and saw a group of men in flying fish robes rushing this way. This isn't a place to linger. Let's get out of here fast. Though he didn't yet know why the constables had suddenly appeared, Ye Xun acted decisively, pulling Qingxue toward the exit. By the decree of Master Qinghui, we are apprehending the fugitive Ye Xun. All non-essential personnel, clear the way. Head Constable Lingtian bellowed, and the crowd instantly parted. Oh no, I haven't paid yet. I haven't paid. The storyteller watched the crowd scatter in panic, stamping his feet in frustration. Today's meal depended entirely on the money collected from this performance. Chapter 174, Constable Lingtian. Dressed in his official robes, Lingtian led his constables to the storyteller and unfurled a portrait. Have you seen this man? The storyteller leaned in for a closer look, pondering carefully. He seemed to head that way. She pointed in a direction, her tone uncertain. Lingtian eyed her suspiciously but detected nothing unusual. Let's go. Hey, sir. Excuse me, sir. Lingtian stopped and turned to face her. Is there something else? Well, you see, I haven't even had a chance to pay you yet, and everyone's already dispersed. This. The storyteller rubbed his hands together awkwardly, his meaning unmistakable. You want money? Ah, I beg for your mercy, sir. Lingtian's previously cheerful expression instantly turned into a fierce, demonic grimace. Get lost. Lingtian pushed him hard. The storyteller stumbled back 2 steps and plopped down onto the ground. The constables burst into laughter at the sight. While laughing, they swiftly snatched the storyteller's belongings. Oh, sir. That's how I make my living. Please have mercy, sir. The men paid him no mind, shoving him back to the ground before hurrying away. The storyteller wailed and wailed until the constables were out of sight. Only then did he compose his face. He stood up and brushed the dust off his clothes. This startled Ye Xun and Qingxue, who were hiding in the shadows. The two exchanged glances, utterly baffled by the storyteller's true intentions. Never mind her. We can't linger here. Tonight, we'll find a place to stay. First thing tomorrow morning, we'll set out and leave this place. Qingxue didn't dwell on it, stating bluntly. Ye Xun nodded, and together they turned and walked away. After they departed, the storyteller glanced around nervously, feigning a dazed and disoriented expression. Only after confirming the area was clear did he sneak away furtively in the direction Ye Xun and Qingxue had departed. A quarter of an hour later, on a dirt road. Ye Xun and Qingxue had been walking for a quarter of an hour, yet they hadn't found even a suitable hut, let alone an inn. Qingxue had reasoned that since the constables were already in by family town, staying at an inn would only unnecessarily increase their risk of being discovered. Instead, they settled for the next best option, finding a random household to borrow lodging from. After all, they'd only stay one night before moving on.
Beyond the town, there were still a few villages with some small cottages. But as luck would have it, these cottages were occupied only by the elderly, women, and children. No one dared let them stay. With no other choice, they had to keep searching the surrounding area.
Shinshogu, how about we just find some old temple to make do? We'll leave first thing tomorrow morning, just one night. Once we're in the city, I'll find you a proper inn.
Ye Xun walked slowly forward while discussing with Qin Xiao. After searching for a full quarter hour, no one was willing to let them stay the night, not even for money.
It was strange indeed.
Along the entire journey, Ye Xun and his companions had encountered only the elderly, women, and children, hardly a single able-bodied young man in sight.
This situation was utterly abnormal.
Such phenomena were unlikely to occur in ancient times, let alone in the modern era. In the past, he might have investigated what caused it. But now, he couldn't be bothered with the matter. He was barely keeping his head above water himself. Any day now, those constables could come snatching him back.
A dilapidated temple? Where am I supposed to find you a dilapidated temple now? To be blunt, if you had a cave dwelling, I'd be perfectly satisfied.
That said, when Qin Shuang spotted a house, he still ran up to knock and ask. After all, Ye Xun was still injured. If he caught a chill in that dilapidated temple or cave dwelling,
that would be a real problem. The two chatted sporadically as they went from house to house, knocking on doors and asking if anyone would be willing to take them in for the night. Unfortunately, not a single household was willing.
Those with poor attitudes shooed them away before they could even speak. Ye Xun and his companion had journeyed for over a day, parched and exhausted, their eyes blurring with fatigue. Their condition had deteriorated to the absolute worst.
After walking a little further, Qin Shuang plopped down by the roadside. I can't go on. I can't walk anymore. We need to rest.
Though Qin Shuang kept complaining, her face showed no sign of fatigue. Ye Xun, on the other hand, had grown pale, his forehead beaded with sweat as large as beans. Hearing this, Ye Xun understood Qin Shuang was concerned for his health.
He said nothing and sat down.
In the distance, the storyteller spotted them halting and sought a large tree to hide behind. But glancing around, the nearest tree stood right beside Qin Shuang.
Panic seized the storyteller.
Glancing left and right, she hurriedly dashed behind a small hut to hide. Qin Shuang, who was resting in the shade beneath a large tree, seemed to sense something. She glanced toward the hut where the storyteller was hiding.
What's wrong?
Ye Xun noticed Qin Shuang's unusual reaction and rose to walk before her. Qin Shuang looked up at him, a smile playing on her lips.
Haven't you noticed? We've had a little tail following us the whole way.
Hearing this, Ye Xun feigned nonchalance and glanced around.
You mean, the reason no one has been willing to take us in all this time is because... Qin Shuang rolled her eyes, looking somewhat exasperated. Are you stupid? He's been following right behind us the whole time. How could he possibly have had a chance to warn anyone beforehand? Ye Xun retorted upon hearing this. What if it wasn't just him? Maybe he was just tracking us, learning our movements, and then...
Ye Xun stopped mid-sentence, scratching his head awkwardly.
Then bring reinforcements to round us all up?
Well, if that were the case, he could have just reported our movements and brought reinforcements to arrest us directly. Why go through all this trouble?
Ye Xun's face flushed slightly as he murmured sheepishly. Right, I was being foolish. But then again, if he wasn't here to arrest us, why was he following us? Ye Xun's confusion wasn't entirely unfounded.
Previously, even the most casual outfit Ye Xun wore was high-end designer custom-made.
Even if ordinary people couldn't identify the brand, they'd at least know those clothes weren't cheap.
But now, not only were they not wearing designer labels, their clothes were practically indistinguishable from those of farmers returning from the fields. Most people would want to keep their distance, let alone harbor any ill intentions.
Why not just ask?
Qin Shuang beckoned to Ye Xun, motioning for him to lean closer.
Chapter 175, The Little Tale.
Hidden behind the small hut, the storyteller grew increasingly anxious as no sound came for a long while. He cautiously poked his head out to peek in that direction.
It's all your fault. I told you we should have stayed in the city. You insisted on coming to this village, saying the scenery was better here. Well, look at us now, we don't even have a place to stay. Oh, so it's all my fault, huh?
But you were the one who said the villagers were warm and hospitable, that the free-range chickens and ducks were nutritious and nourishing, and that coming here would be great.
I was just going along with you to make you happy. You actually believed it? That's pretty funny.
Qin Shuang and Ye Xun now resembled a young couple on a vacation here. Having wandered too far with nowhere to stay, they couldn't help but start blaming each other. The storyteller hiding behind the hut heard this and clicked his tongue in disapproval.
TSK, these two sure know how to deceive.
Anyone unaware would have fallen for it hook, line, and sinker. Ye Xun and Qin Shuang stood arguing for nearly 5 minutes, yet still no one emerged. Ye Xun was starting to doubt things.
Widow Gu, is this plan really going to work? It's been 5 minutes already, and still no one has come out.
Qin Shuang was gathering her thoughts, carefully choosing her words for what she would say next. Suddenly hearing Ye Xun's question, she replied with a half-serious, half-joking tone.
Is it my fault? Besides, you agreed to this yourself. Honestly, there's not a single decent person in this village. Not one soul is willing to give us a place to stay. Ye Xun's expression turned peculiar as he scrutinized Qin Shuang from head to toe. If they weren't acting right now, he genuinely suspected Qin Shuang was taking the opportunity to mock him. But what was the point of arguing now? Finding shelter was the real priority, otherwise, it would only get more troublesome once night fell. Let me tell you, we're deep in the mountains here. Who knows what wild beasts lurk in the shadows? Qin Shuang shuddered dramatically, then adopted a defiantly tough stance as she retorted. Where am I supposed to find you lodging? None of those households will take us in, and there isn't even an inn around here. After a few seconds of silence, Ye Xun retorted just as quickly. You're such a useless piece of work. Good for nothing, but good at eating. Qin Shuang's eyes widened at the accusation. I'm useless? I'm useless?
Qin Shuang took a step closer to Ye Xun, pressing against his chest as she whispered softly.
That's going too far. How could you say something like that?
A flicker of embarrassment crossed Ye Xun's face as he murmured a response.
I'm truly sorry, I didn't mean it that way. It's just that with the atmosphere like this, I felt I should say it.
Qin Shuang heard his words, lifted her head, and smiled at Ye Xun.
She took a step back and drew a deep breath.
Seeing her expression, Ye Xun immediately got a bad feeling.
You shameless, heartless bastard. Tell me yourself, how much weight have I lost following you all these years? How much hardship have I endured? I never once complained about your lack of money or status, yet here you are, rejecting me? You.
At this point, Qin Shuang added a dramatic flourish, crouching down and wailing softly. This not only threw Ye Xun into a panic, but even the storyteller hiding behind the small hut began to waver.
Could he really not be him? No, impossible.
Though he looks a bit disheveled and his appearance has changed considerably, I'm certain that's him. The storyteller quickly reaffirmed his conviction. Meanwhile, the storyteller's prolonged absence made Ye Xun wonder if Qin Shuang had misidentified him.
Impossible.
If we could make mistakes in this line of work, I'd have ended up in some stinking ditch long ago.
Seeing her so adamant, Ye Xun suddenly didn't know what to do.
Just as Ye Xun hesitated, Qin Shuang's eyes twinkled with a sudden idea. Master, she said softly, I was wrong earlier. Please forgive me. If we take just a few more steps forward, we might find a place to stay. Ye Xun froze at her words, then snapped out of it.
You. Fine. Consider it exercise. Let's take 2 more steps forward.
Though his tone was stiff, his words were pleasant. His attitude not only avoided arousing suspicion but actually seemed more assured. Take, for instance, the storyteller currently hiding behind the house.
After overhearing their conversation, began to doubt himself once more. After reaching their agreement, Ye Xun and his companion didn't linger.
They rose and began walking forward. Once they had walked far away, the storyteller hiding behind the house finally dared to peek out. He glanced in the direction Ye Xun and the others had departed, muttering to himself.
Could it really be that I misidentified it? No, that can't be right. People make mistakes, but things don't.
That thing was clearly his.
Ah, never mind. Forget it. I'll just follow them and see what happens. If it really isn't, well, he hasn't spotted me anyway. I'll just slip away quietly. In the blink of an eye, the sun had sunk below the western mountains. Golden light bathed the land, and many farmers working in the fields began trickling back home. Ye Xun and his companions made a show of asking several households, but unsurprisingly, not a single one was willing to offer them temporary lodging. Even their excuses were almost identical, as if everyone had rehearsed their lines beforehand. Ye Xun and his companions trudged along, feigning sighs of despair, step by step. The storyteller trailed behind them, keeping a distance that was neither too close nor too far. Finally, as dusk fell, Ye Xun and his companions stumbled upon a small temple. Even they found it somewhat unbelievable. Let's make do here for the night, Ye Xun said. Looks pretty clean inside, probably not some rundown shrine.
Ye Xun peered inside the temple, his tone tinged with inquiry.
Qin Shuang took up the thread. Fine, I'll listen to you. Whatever you say, I'll do. Surprisingly, Qin Shuang offered no complaints this time and cooperated readily.
The two of them settled into the small temple. The storyteller crouched behind a large tree outside the temple.
At midnight, the surroundings were utterly still.
Even the storyteller was nodding off.
What the hell are you doing? Help!
Murder!
Hearing these two shouts, the storyteller hiding behind the tree instantly snapped awake.
Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed straight toward the small temple.
Chapter 176, Little Fish.
At this moment, the storyteller, whether she'd forgotten or not, had secretly followed along. She was so desperate to rush over that she forgot to consider how she would explain things if it turned out to be a misunderstanding.
Brother Yi.
Without a second thought, the storyteller dashed to the small temple and flung open the door. She cried out in desperate urgency. Little did she know that waiting for her wasn't Ye Xun, but a gleaming sword. Several hours earlier, just as Ye Xun and his companion had entered the small temple,
Is someone really following us? How come they haven't shown themselves after all this time?
Ye Xun sat in the corner of the temple, his voice tinged with doubt. He had initially trusted Qingxue completely, as her reasoning had seemed sound.
As a Tianfu Class B assassin, if she couldn't even tell if someone was following us,
she wouldn't have survived this long. As an assassin, her trade was killing, inevitably making countless enemies. Without some skills, forget completing missions, they'd likely be killed in their sleep.
This doesn't add up. How could she keep such composure?
Qingxue sat by the door, staring outside as she murmured to herself. Upon hearing this, Ye Xun sighed. He desperately wanted to trust Qingxue, but the cold, hard truth was staring him in the face.
This small temple was in a remote location.
Not a soul was in sight, not even a dog. And it was night, the perfect time for murder and robbery.
If someone had been following them, regardless of their motives, they should have made their move by now.
There was no reason for them to hold back this late.
Stop waiting. That person probably won't make a move tonight. You should get some rest.
Ye Xun didn't outright say it was impossible for anyone to be there after all. Qingxue needed to save face. Such bluntness would be slapping Qingxue in the face, leaving her with no way out. Qingxue heard his words but didn't turn back.
You're still injured. Don't catch a chill. Go rest first.
Ye Xun opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he remained silent. He sighed, said nothing more, and turned back toward the corner. He didn't know how much time had passed when, just as Ye Xun was drifting off to sleep, he suddenly sensed someone beside him. Startled, Ye Xun snapped his eyes open.
Awake?
Seeing Qingxue beside him, Ye Xun finally relaxed. Rubbing his eyes, he mumbled indistinctly.
What time is it? Why aren't you sleeping?
Qingxue gazed at Ye Xun with a playful smile, her eyes twinkling mischievously. Under her intense gaze, Ye Xun felt unbearably uncomfortable, as if thousands of ants were crawling over his body.
Is there something you need?
Ye Xun gave an awkward chuckle, his voice tinged with unease. Qingxue said nothing, just kept smiling and staring at him.
Ye Xun swallowed hard and shrank back into the corner.
Little brother, my dear little brother, you always listen to your big sister, right? Ye Xun felt goosebumps rise all over his body. His throat moved as he swallowed hard.
Well, it depends on the situation.
I can't just go along with everything you ask, like killing an entire family. Qingxue heard his words and her smile grew even brighter.
Her expression was like a little fox scheming to trick a chicken into eating. Don't worry, I'd never do that. Do I look like the type?
Ye Xun nodded instinctively, but Qingxue shot him a sharp glance. Ye Xun immediately corrected himself.
No, definitely not.
Qingxue is the best sister ever. Qingxue was pleased with Ye Xun's answer and reached out to pat his cheek.
Good boy. That's my good child.
Just as Qingxue finished speaking, Ye Xun was about to say something. But Qingxue's hand, resting on Ye Xun's face, suddenly pinched a chunk of flesh. Pinching his cheek wasn't a big deal after all, Ye Xun was a cultivator. But the problem was, Qingxue's fingers were laced with a thread of true qi.
Ah!
Thus, as Qingxue pinched that chunk of flesh, Ye Xun let out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered.
Oh my god, what are you doing?
Ye Xun swatted Qingxue's hand away, rubbing his face as he grumbled in annoyance. Qingxue offered no explanation, merely smiling as she reached toward the inner thigh of Ye Xun's leg and gave it a gentle twist.
Ah!
Ye Xun nearly lost his mind. The pain from his face hadn't even subsided yet, and now Qingxue's wicked hand was attacking his inner thigh. That spot was already extremely sensitive to begin with. This time, Ye Xun nearly fainted from the pain.
Damn it!
Ye Xun didn't know what to say at that moment. Qingxue seemed to have reverted to her former self. Back to the assassin Qingxue, single-mindedly intent on killing Ye Xun. No, even more terrifying than before, now Qingxue was torturing him. Even Ye Xun found this hard to believe. He found it hard to believe. You're. Qingxue didn't let him finish. She grabbed the soft flesh at his waist and twisted it backward. Ye Xun's eyes rolled back, nearly knocking him unconscious. Just bear with it, it might hurt a bit later. Ye Xun heard this and instinctively looked up. After all, Qingxue's earlier actions had already left Ye Xun in excruciating agony. Yet to her, this barely qualified as pain. Ye Xun dared not imagine what was coming next. Clang! Just as Ye Xun was lost in his own wild imaginings, the sound of a sword being drawn from its scabbard echoed through the air.
Qingxue, don't do anything rash. Let's talk this out calmly, you that.
Ye Xun watched as Qingxue drew the Amaterasu sword, inwardly cursing his misfortune. If she were to be struck by Amaterasu, even if it wasn't the blade itself, it would be more than Ye Xun could handle right now. My dear brother, I'm afraid I must trouble you. Without this, that person likely won't come out. Qingxue held the sword in her hand, her expression filled with reluctance.
We can talk this out. There must be another way, right?
Qingxue stood by the fire, sword in hand, watching Ye Xun with a trace of reluctance on her face. Seeing Qingxue's expression, Ye Xun gave an awkward chuckle. Sister, my dear sister, in all matters. Before he could finish, Qingxue swung her sword at him. Help! Murder! Though Ye Xun's cry was piercingly shrill, Qingxue had already ducked behind the main gate. The moment the storyteller burst in, Qingxue thrust her Amaterasu sword forward. You! Qingxue was about to press for answers, but when she turned around, not even a trace of the man remained. Damn it! Qingxue thought to herself, her wrist flickering as she prepared to charge out.
Chapter 177, Step-by-Step, Testing, and Provoking.
No! But just as Qingxue began to move, Ye Xun, who should have been hiding in the corner, suddenly bellowed and charged forward. At that moment, Ye Xun bellowed and charged forward. Qingxue's vision blurred momentarily before she saw Ye Xun clutching something as he rolled backward. Cough! Are you okay? Ye Xun's face paled slightly. He coughed twice and forced a smile. Little Fishy immediately panicked, burying her face in Ye Xun's chest and wailing loudly, her cries mingled with desperate pleas. Brother Yi! Brother Yi! Please don't be hurt! Brother Yi, I only have you as family. Xiao Yu's wails were heart-wrenching, as if Ye Xun weren't merely pinned beneath her but gravely ill and nearing death. Little fish, right? Maybe if you get off your Yi brother, he might feel a bit better. Qingxue, standing nearby, wore an expression of helplessness. Xiao Yu heard her words, paused in surprise, then looked down and gasped. She scrambled off Ye Xun's body. Brother Yi. Xiao Yu had barely turned around when he felt a sword press against his neck before he could finish speaking. Young lady, speak up. Who sent you here? Is it the Nine Gates, the Celestial Kingdom, or the Wutian sect? Qingxue's expression turned utterly icy, her words devoid of any emotion. She bore no resemblance to the playful Qingxue who had just been bantering with Ye Xun, resembling instead an assassin moving through the shadows. She named the sects most likely to be the masterminds behind the scheme. Xiao Yu heard Qingxue's words and let out a cold laugh. 8 gates? 9 gates? Never heard of them. And even if I did, I wouldn't tell you, you wicked woman. Qingxue froze at the retort, casting a peculiar glance at Ye Xun, whose face had gone deathly pale. Xiao Yu noticed this and immediately shot Qingxue a glare. What's going on? How should I know? Didn't you say someone was following us? Yes, I did say that, but... Qingxue had already withdrawn the Amaterasu. She was almost certain this little girl wasn't a spy for either side. First, Xiao Yu's cultivation was far too low, barely at the initial stage of outer force, and extremely unstable at that. Second, every major sect in the land wanted Ye Xun dead. No one would protect him like this. Not even to gain his trust would someone go this far. Because of these 2 points, Ye Xun was called aside by Qingxue for a private discussion. Wait, that's not right. How could this be my fault? Qingxue had been stunned into silence by Ye Xun's words, instinctively blaming herself. But now, upon reflection, he realized he hadn't done anything wrong. First, Qingxue had already noticed they were being followed. Under such circumstances, he naturally had to find ways to uncover the stalker. They also had to ensure their own safety, which meant putting on a show to lull the tailors into a false sense of security. But she never expected that little Xiao Yu, though small in stature, had eyes as sharp as a hawk. She saw right through their act and simply refused to come out. After exhausting all other options, Qingxue had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure, a truly unavoidable move. What's more, after Little Fish emerged, she addressed Ye Xun as Brother Yi with such familiarity that it was clear she knew him. Yet just moments ago, Ye Xun had claimed he didn't know this Xiao Yu at all. This was truly too strange. You truly don't know him? After much deliberation, Qingxue still felt Ye Xun and Xiao Yu must be acquainted. After all, Xiao Yu's repeated calls of Brother Yi were far too intimate. I truly don't know her. I only saved her because I didn't want to harm the innocent. Qingxue's expression darkened upon hearing this. Yes, she was innocent, and you showed mercy. But I'm the one with deep sins, having done nothing but evil. Don't you realize how much effort I put in for someone? My good intentions went to waste. Ye Xun's face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily explained. No, Qingxue, that's not what I meant. None of us are at fault, it's all just a misunderstanding. Qingxue gave a cold laugh and glanced at Xiao Yu standing nearby. A misunderstanding? If only it were that simple. That little girl is probably being used in counting someone else's money. Hearing this, Ye Xun didn't know how to respond and could only shut his mouth. Qingxue's concern wasn't unfounded. Xiao Yu looked no older than 11 or 12, her face sallow and gaunt, her frame thin and bony. One glance told you she was from a poor family. At first, Qingxue suspected Xiao Yu was a spy sent by that sect. Disguise was the first lesson for any assassin, and posing as a poor child was the most perfect cover. But after confirming Xiao Yu wasn't a spy, Qingxue stopped giving her a hard time. But even if Xiao Yu wasn't a spy, that didn't prove she hadn't been deceived or manipulated. Enough of this. Speculating here won't get us anywhere. Let's just ask her directly. After an unknown amount of time, Ye Xun finally broke the silence. Upon hearing his words, Qingxue merely cautioned Ye Xun to be careful himself and said nothing more.
Brother Yi. As Ye Xun approached Xiao Yuer, she tilted her face upward and called out sweetly with a smile. Ahem, young lady, what's your name? Where do you live? And why have you been following us all this time? At these words, Xiao Yuer's large eyes instantly filled with mist. Brother Yi, don't you want Xiao Yuer either? Seeing Xiao Yu like this, Ye Xun felt a sudden flutter of panic and blurted out instinctively. No, I. Before Ye Xun could finish, Xiao Yu jumped up with joy. She wrapped her arms around Ye Xun's neck and planted a smacking kiss on his cheek. Xiao Yuer's mood swings were so sudden that Ye Xun couldn't keep up. Instinctively, I reached out and embraced little fish. I knew Brother Yi was the best, he'd never abandon little fish. Qingxue stood by, listening and watching. She'd held back time and again, but now she could barely contain herself. Young lady, she said, I'm afraid you've mistaken him for someone else. His surname is Gu. His name is Gu Shaoshan. He's not your brother Yi. Xiao Yu heard this, propped her hands on Ye Xun's shoulders, and looked up to examine him closely. Humph. You wicked woman, don't think you can fool me. This is definitely brother Yi, no doubt about it. After scrutinizing him for a moment, little fish snorted coldly and retorted irritably. Qingxue didn't get angry. She grinned and took a step closer. Young lady, is your Yi brother's surname Yi, with a single character named Sun? So what if he is? Then that's perfect. Wanted posters for Ye Xun are plastered all over towns and cities now. Before Qingxue could finish her sentence, little fish leaped off Ye Xun's back, clawing and snarling as she lunged toward Qingxue. Fortunately, Ye Xun reacted swiftly, grabbing little fish by the shoulder to stop her advance. Chapter 178, Auntie. Big brother Yi is being framed. Though restrained by Ye Xun, little fish struggled fiercely, her face twisted with vicious hatred. She glared at Qingxue, who stood not far away, like a young lion fixated on its prey. Falsely accused? That can't be right. I heard Ye Xun killed over 100 people overnight. Not only did the secular police get involved, but even the imperial constables are hunting him down. Upon hearing this, little fish grew even more agitated. Brother Yi is innocent. He's innocent. Ye Xun now understood Qingxue's intentions and initially had no desire to intervene. But seeing little fish defend him so fiercely and helplessly, willing to defy the entire world for him, it moved Ye Xun deeply, stirring a sense of reluctance. Yet he truly had no recollection of little fish, not a single memory. He couldn't fathom why this complete stranger, little fish, would defend him so fiercely. You say he's innocent? Fine. Then show me the evidence. Bring it on. Qingxue glanced at Ye Xun and shook her head imperceptibly. She immediately raised her voice several decibels, stepped forward, and her aura surged violently. Qingxue had only released a fraction of her aura, yet even that was more than little fish could bear. Xiao Yuer's face drained of color. Had Ye Xun not been supporting her, she would likely have collapsed to her knees right then and there. Brother Yi is innocent. After what felt like an eternity, Xiao Yu finally mustered every ounce of strength to force these words through gritted teeth. Beads of sweat as large as beans clung to her forehead, and the little girl trembled all over. Yet she still glared furiously at Qingxue. This surprised Qingxue, though she gave no sign of it. He killed an entire family. Impossible. Brother Yi isn't that kind of person. He had a grudge against that family, couldn't that be possible? Xiao Yu froze upon hearing this, yet she remained resolute. Even so, it's impossible. Qingxue took another step forward, lowering her head to stare directly into Xiao Yuer's eyes. Do you know how that family died? Every single one of them was killed with a single sword thrust to the throat. No one else but him possesses such martial prowess. Xiao Yu raised his head to meet Qingxue's gaze, speaking slowly and deliberately. Brother Yi was framed. They locked eyes for several seconds. Qingxue suddenly straightened, took 2 steps back, and burst into laughter. Ye Xun released Xiao Yu at that moment, wrapping his arms around her, preventing Xiao Yuer from falling to the ground due to the sudden loss of support. Little girl, we're sorry. We were worried, so we resorted to this extreme measure. Xiao Yu froze for several seconds upon hearing this, then turned to look at Ye Xun. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Ye Xun's face as he apologized sincerely. Little girl, I am indeed the Ye Xun you're looking for, but I truly don't know you. We're still wanted by the authorities and have to be careful. Before Ye Xun could finish, Xiao Yuer's eyes welled up with tears. He hurriedly rolled up his sleeves to wipe them away, but the more he wiped, the more tears streamed down her face. Brother Yi, it's me, Xiao Yuer. Look at me again, how could you not recognize me? With that, little fish buried her face in Ye Xun's chest, sobbing uncontrollably. This left Ye Xun at a loss, and he can only turn to Qingxue with a pleading look. Qingxue sighed, her expression deeply complicated. By now, Qingxue had a rough idea of what was going on with this little fish. Little sister, would you mind going over there with your sister for a moment? Xiao Yuer, still nestled against Ye Xun's chest, turned her head to glance at her. No. You're a bad woman. I won't. Hearing this, Ye Xun bent down and spoke softly. Little fish, she's my sister. She's not a bad person.
Come on, be a good girl and go with your sister over there.
Seeing Ye Xun so insistent, little fish hesitated for a moment before reluctantly leaving Ye Xun's embrace. She followed Qin Shuang to the side. Little sister, when did you first meet your Yi brother? Xiao Yu turned to glance at Ye Xun, hesitated, then spoke. 2 years ago, my sect was wiped out. My parents were brutally killed by evil cultivators. It was brother Yi, brother Lin, and sister Tao who found me in the ruins and brought me back. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang thought to herself, just as I suspected. Truthfully, Qin Shuang's question wasn't just to probe Xiao Yu, it was also meant to provoke Ye Xun, hoping to stir some memories within him. Unfortunately, it had little effect. This was only natural. Back then, Ye Xun, Tao Tao, and the others had likely only recently sworn their sworn brotherhood. It was the most beautiful yet most painful memory Ye Xun carried. What happened later? Later, brother Yi and the others entrusted me to a distant uncle. But that man treated me badly, beating and scolding me daily. I couldn't bear it anymore and ran away. I learned a trade from a master. I traveled around performing while searching for brother Yi and the others. Half a year ago, my master passed away, and I made my way here on my own. After hearing this, Qin Shuang couldn't help but sigh deeply. Well, now that you found brother Yi, everything will be alright. Xiao Yu's eyes reddened again at these words. But brother Yi doesn't want to acknowledge me. It's not that he doesn't want to, he simply can't. Come, sit down. Qin Shuang briefly recounted recent events to Xiao Yu. She omitted any speculations or crucial details. It wasn't that she didn't trust little fish, some matters were best left to the adults to handle. Children should live carefree lives. I'm sorry, I didn't know you. After hearing the entire story, little fish felt a mix of emotions and didn't know what to say. Qin Shuang smiled and ruffled Xiao Yu's hair. It's all right. You've done your best, and besides, this isn't your fault. But, all right. Go explain things to your Yi brother. Even though he's forgotten you, he still cares deeply for you. Just make sure whatever you told me earlier never reaches brother Ye's ears, understand? Xiao Yu nodded vigorously and scampered off. Before long, the sounds of playful laughter and roughhousing drifted over from Ye Xun's side. Qin Shuang watched the scene unfold, smiled softly, then closed her eyes and leaned against the wall, feigning sleep. Auntie. Through the haze, Qin Shuang heard someone calling her name. She opened her eyes slightly to look. Little fish, what's the matter? Hurry up, we're heading into town. No rush, Before she could finish, Qin Shuang suddenly sensed something was off and sprang to her feet. Little fish, what did you just call me? Chapter 179, The Entrusted Task. By now, the sky had brightened considerably. Qin Shuang herself didn't know how she'd fallen asleep last night. Hearing little fish call her auntie now, she was momentarily stunned. She thought perhaps she'd heard wrong from jumping up too abruptly. Seeing she hadn't heard clearly, little fish repeated it again, loud and clear. Auntie, I'm calling you auntie. Only then did Qin Shuang dare to confirm she hadn't misheard. The little girl before her was indeed calling her auntie. Wait, who told you to call me that? Hearing this, Xiao Yu's face clouded with confusion. Didn't you tell me yesterday not to tell master about the past? Xiao Yu deliberately lowered her voice, as if genuinely afraid Ye Xun might overhear. Qin Shuang glanced around the small temple and realized Ye Xun was nowhere to be seen. Wait, where's your big brother Yi? Xiao Yu responded with a sweet smile. Master said he'd go out to get some food and come back. He told me to stay here quietly and wake you up while I was at it. Qin Shuang grew anxious upon hearing this. Xiao Yu, you know your Yi brother is wanted by the authorities. How could you? At those words, Xiao Yu seemed to suddenly remember something and panicked. Oh dear. I was so excited I completely forgot. Auntie, what should we do now? Qin Shuang had no time to correct Xiao Yu or some proper wording. She stood up immediately. She retrieved the amaterasu from the corner. You. Qin Shuang had intended to tell Xiao Yu to stay put and not wander off, but the words felt wrong the moment they left her mouth. Little fish was as weak as a kitten. If he really encountered constables hunting for Ye Xun, he wouldn't even be able to resist. Never mind. Just follow me. Remember, I didn't tell you to speak. You absolutely must not open your mouth. Xiao Yu heard these words and nodded vigorously, roughly wiping the tears from his face. Just as the two of them reached the temple entrance, Ye Xun happened to be returning from outside. He carried a bamboo basket filled with game rabbits, pheasants, and the like. Where are you two headed? Ye Xun looked at Qin Shuang and Xiao Yu, who were clearly preparing to leave, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Qin Shuang saw Ye Xun safe and sound, then noticed the large bamboo basket on his back. She breathed a sigh of relief. But now that her worry had vanished, anger quickly replaced it. Where were they going? To find some ungrateful fool who'd gone and gotten himself wanted, yet still dared to run off alone. Hearing this, Ye Xun realized he hadn't told Qin Shuang he'd slipped out. He had caused Qin Shuang worry. I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. Qin Shuang stepped before Ye Xun, reaching out to twist his ear. Next time? There won't be a next time. Do you want to worry me to death, huh?
Ye Xun grimaced in pain, but deep down, he was delighted. No matter how fierce Qingxue appeared on the surface, how much she bickered and argued with him. If something truly happened to him, Qingxue would be the first to rush to his rescue.
Easy there, easy there.
I'm sorry, I know I'm sorry.
From now on, you need my permission before going out, you hear me? I heard you loud and clear. Let go first, little fish is standing right here.
Hearing this, Qingxue immediately turned to glance at little fishy, who stood nearby watching the commotion. Little fish, noticing Qingxue's gaze had shifted to her, immediately turned away.
Wow, this Buddha statue is truly exquisite. I must take a good look. Saying this, little fish nonchalantly walked back into the small temple.
Ye Xun was dumbfounded, he thought to himself.
What's with this girl? Not only did she refuse to say a word in my defense, but she just turned and walked away? Come here.
Once Xiaoyu entered the small temple, Qingxue released Ye Xun. She walked over to the large tree nearby and called out to Ye Xun. Ye Xun glanced at the small temple, then at Qingxue, puzzled by her intentions.
I mean, that girl's so young. Are you really keeping her with you?
Qingxue asked this because of what little fish had said earlier that morning. Ye Xun was now wanted by both the secular world and the cultivation realm. By staying with him and aiding his escape, Qingxue,
it meant she was complicit in his crimes. Mortal police might be more reasonable, at least they wouldn't indiscriminately arrest everyone.
But the constables were different. Ye Xun was a wanted criminal. Daring to walk alongside a wanted criminal, regardless of the reason, meant being an accomplice. They'll all be hauled in first, and whether guilty or not, they'll get a taste of pain.
Qingxue didn't mind. During Tianfu training, bumps and bruises were inevitable.
In fact, that was the better outcome.
More severe injuries could even prove fatal.
Hearing Qingxue ask this question, Ye Xun's expression turned serious as he lowered his voice.
You mean taking little fish as my disciple? I only agreed because she pestered me relentlessly.
We'll find a trustworthy guardian to ensure Xiaoyu doesn't come to harm. Qingxue glanced at her, remaining silent for a long while. Qingxue understood this was the best solution now. It wasn't that they feared the extra burden, they were simply fugitives.
Following them would only mean a life of hiding and fleeing.
Little fish was still young. She needed to study and learn. She couldn't endure hardship and toil by following them everywhere.
Living in constant fear. Sigh, well then.
But they must choose carefully. Little fish had suffered enough, they couldn't send her into the fire pit. Ye Xun nodded, glancing at the small temple nearby where Xiaoyu stood peering around cautiously before the Buddha statue. What neither of them knew was that little fish wasn't actually inside the temple at all. She was hiding in a haystack not far behind them. Xiaoyu covered her mouth, tears falling like beads from a broken string, one after another.
5 minutes later,
Qingxue and the others returned to the small temple. Ye Xun exchanged greetings before stepping aside to begin processing the game they had hunted.
Xiaoyu, her back turned to Qingxue, murmured softly, Auntie, I'm going to help Master. With that, little fish walked straight over to Ye Xun.
Qingxue watched their retreating figures, her heart aching. Though she and Ye Xun had just agreed that once a suitable person was found, they would entrust Xiaoyu to them. But now, watching Xiaoyu's retreating figure, Qingxue began to doubt whether her decision was truly the right one.
Oh, why am I doing this? It's for little fish's own good.
Staying with us is too dangerous, she's still so young. Qingxue wiped away tears that had silently fallen, murmuring to herself.
Chapter 180, Entering the City.
Meanwhile, Ye Xun was plucking a wild chicken, with Xiaoyu standing behind him, assisting.
Both remained silent, unsure of what to say. Especially Ye Xun.
Although he was the one who had just suggested sending Xiaoyu away, whenever he faced her. Ye Xun always felt uneasy inside, a sense of guilt weighing on him. Had it not been for that earlier conversation with Qingxue, he might have grown accustomed to this feeling.
They were complete strangers who didn't even know each other. How could there be any sense of obligation?
Yet sometimes the world works in mysterious ways. With that earlier conversation as the foundation, Ye Xun now felt no doubt about his sense of guilt.
Master, is Xiaoyu really that useless?
Little fish sat alone for a long while, his heart aching terribly. After much deliberation, he finally asked the question, his voice filled with hurt. Upon hearing this, Ye Xun's first thought was, had little fish overheard their earlier conversation? But upon second thought, that didn't seem right. He had kept an eye on the small temple the entire time they were talking. Little fish had been there the entire time, not moving an inch. Little fishy had simply taken a bamboo pole to prop up some clothes, using it as a decoy. She had already sneaked over to the haystack and eavesdropped on their entire conversation. How could Xiaoyu be so capable and sensible? How could she be useless? Ye Xun pulled Xiaoyu to him, a faint smile playing on his lips. Though Xiaoyu knew Ye Xun was just trying to cheer her up, a flicker of joy still rose in her heart.
Really? Master isn't lying?
Little fish tilted her head up, asking innocently. Ye Xun gazed at the innocent, carefree Xiaoyu, his sense of guilt growing even stronger.
He turned his head slightly, his eyes looking elsewhere. Of course it's true. How could I ever lie to Xiaoyu? He didn't notice that as he spoke, Little Fish's eyes dimmed slightly. Time flew by, and before they knew it, Ye Xun and Xiaoyu had prepared all the game. Everything was now roasting over the fire. Taking advantage of this moment, Qingxue and Ye Xun discussed their next steps. They decided to continue avoiding crowds and proceeding with utmost caution. Ye Xun spoke to Qingxue while turning the roasting chicken on the wooden rack. Qingxue heard this and frowned deeply, remaining silent for a long while. Though their current journey was meant to lie low, continuing like this was unsustainable. For days, Qingxue and Ye Xun had been wandering aimlessly like headless flies, stumbling their way to this place. But arriving here didn't mean their troubles were over. No one knew how long this would last, and staying out of the city indefinitely was not an option. The deep, old forests offered safety, but they were also short on food and clothing. Ye Xun was injured and certainly couldn't endure this. Besides, those police and constables weren't fools. If they couldn't find them in the city, their next move would surely be to search the deep forests. Hiding like this wasn't a viable solution. I still think we should head into town. With your injuries, it'll be easier to recover there. After deep consideration, Qingxue voiced her thoughts. Ye Xun fell silent for a moment upon hearing her words. Entering the city would not only increase the risks but also the expenses. I have no idea how long it'll be before I see the light of day again. Sigh. Ye Xun sighed and said no more. But his meaning was perfectly clear. It all boiled down to the same issues: food, clothing, shelter, transportation, and safety. These were inescapable concerns, yet Ye Xun and Qingxue currently had no viable solutions. While Qingxue and Ye Xun talked, Little Fish sat quietly beside them. Nibbling on roasted rabbit, she watched them intently, not blinking once. All right. This bickering won't get us anywhere. Why don't we just draw lots? Ye Xun, finally worn down by the frustration, blurted out this half-baked idea. The moment the words left his mouth, even he felt it sounded ridiculous. He slapped his own cheek in disbelief. No offense, but this is downright childish. We're discussing our safety here. One misstep and we'll be doomed beyond redemption. Ye Xun ran his fingers through his hair in frustration, leaving it looking like a bird's nest. So what do you suggest we do? We can't go into the city, and we can't go up the mountain either. At that moment, Little Fish, who hadn't spoken in ages, raised her tiny hand and timidly piped up. I agree with Auntie's plan. Master, you should go into the city. Hearing this, Ye Xun couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. I know going into town is better. Everything's more convenient there. But the city's crowded and full of prying eyes. What if? Ye Xun sighed, paused briefly, then continued. How about this? You two go into town and find a place to stay. I'll stay here. Before he could finish, Qingxue and Xiaoyu would both shout in unison. No way, absolutely not. It was quite something for Ye Xun to come up with this idea. Among the three of them now, Ye Xun was undoubtedly the most dangerous. If Qingxue and Xiaoyu were captured, they'd likely only be charged as accomplices. While that charge was still severe, at least it wouldn't mean death. If Ye Xun were captured, he would surely face execution. Regardless of the truth, all evidence now points to Ye Xun. Once he was captured, he'd have no way to defend himself. Even if the truth came out later, everyone would only feel sorry for him. But what good is an apology to a dead man? So what should we do? Ye Xun, now at a loss, asked with a headache. Qingxue and the others fell silent. In this situation, it seemed like no action was the right one. Yet doing nothing was equally unacceptable. After an unknown amount of time passed without anyone speaking, Xiaoyu finally spoke up again, her voice faint. Actually, I have another home in the city. Upon hearing this, Qingxue and Ye Xun both turned their gaze toward Xiaoyu simultaneously. Seeing both pairs of eyes fixed on her, Little Fish grew flustered. She hurriedly explained. No, I'm not lying to you. I really don't have that one. Xiaoyu was nearly frantic. Ever since overhearing Ye Xun and Qingxue's earlier conversation, Xiaoyu's heart had been pounding with fear, terrified that if she'd made any mistake, Ye Xun and the others would abandon her. Qingxue saw her flustered state and smiled gently, offering reassurance. Don't be afraid, Little Fish. Chapter 181, A Home That Isn't Home. We don't mean anything by it. We just want to hear your thoughts on the matter. Hearing this, Xiaoyu's tense heart finally relaxed a little. She cautiously glanced at Ye Xun. Ye Xun noticed Xiaoyu's gaze and felt a flicker of surprise, yet his tone remained gentle. Qingxue is right, Xiaoyu. You don't need to feel burdened. We're all family here. Even if you say something wrong, it's no big deal. Hearing this, Xiaoyu seemed to relax a bit, the tense look fading from her face. Taking a deep breath, she began to recount the entire story. It turned out that when Xiaoyu first arrived in Jiangchang, she too had no relatives or friends to turn to. No matter what she tried to do, she had to rely entirely on herself. Compounding her difficulties, she was still a minor. No one was willing to hire her for work, and back then, Xiaoyu couldn't even afford basic necessities, let alone finding a master to apprentice under. Fortunately, after enduring over a month of such hardship, Little Fish finally encountered a benefactor in a bustling downtown area. She was a young woman selling small goods. Though her life was also extremely difficult, she managed to scrape by and support her family. That day on the street, she met Xiaoyu. After hearing about his ordeal, she made an immediate decision. She took Xiaoyu back to her home, giving him a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Though the girl admitted her own life wasn't easy, she made sure to buy Xiaoyu some nourishing food every 7 or 8 days. Sometimes it was free-range chicken or duck, other times pork ribs. In short, during the 3 months he lived there, Xiaoyu came to regard that place as his home and that girl as his mother from the bottom of his heart. Later on, Little Fish began to feel a bit awkward about freeloading like this. Though Xiaoyu worked diligently, helping with household chores and keeping the place spotless every day. But no matter how you looked at it, someone like Little Fish who couldn't work was still a burden to strangers. And it wasn't just strangers, even relatives felt the same way. Finally, late one night, Xiaoyu proposed going out to find some work. Upon hearing this, the girl was startled. She hurriedly asked if Xiaoyu had been mistreated or if she'd overheard gossip from the neighbors. She patted her chest emphatically, declaring that even if Xiaoyu stayed there for the rest of her life, she wouldn't utter a single word of complaint. In fact, she would be more than welcome. Xiaoyu was flattered but remained resolute in her decision to seek employment elsewhere. So naturally, the girl found a storyteller and had Xiaoyu apprentice under him. After all, being a storyteller was a respectable job. At least he wouldn't have to endure wind and rain outdoors. After that, Xiaoyu rarely returned to that home, only visiting the girl during holidays and special occasions. It wasn't for any other reason, it was simply that Xiaoyu's master demanded far too much of him. Yet it was precisely this rigorous training that later transformed Xiaoyu into an exceptionally skilled storyteller. Later, Xiaoyu traveled far and wide with his master, barely scraping by. But life is unpredictable. When her master passed away, Xiaoyu wandered about and eventually found herself back here. Xiaoyu felt ashamed that her current state betrayed the girl's trust and expectations. She hesitated to face her again, but now she had no choice. After hearing Xiaoyu's story, Ye Xun and the other fell silent, exchanging a glance. Each began silently pondering whether the decision made beneath the tree had been the right one. After a long pause, Ye Xun finally spoke. Xiaoyu, if you don't want to see her, it's okay. We can figure out another way. Hearing this, Xiaoyu felt a pang of sadness. Truthfully, before sharing this story, Xiaoyu had been afraid. She feared that after hearing this story, Ye Xun and the others would pressure her into taking them to that girl's home. After all, it would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. In Xiaoyu's words, that girl was a kind soul who had always treated her very well. If Xiaoyu were ever to be entrusted to someone, that girl would undoubtedly be the best choice. Had this been said earlier, or had it come from someone else, Xiaoyu would have readily accepted it. She adored that girl, almost treating her like her own mother. But Ye Xun was different. Xiaoyu had long regarded him as the person she respected most, no less than her own father. Now that she had formally become his disciple, the bond between master and disciple was akin to that between father and child. How could Little Fish possibly accept the reality of being abandoned by Ye Xun, regardless of the reason? Yet upon hearing Ye Xun's words, Xiaoyu, who had expected to feel immense joy, couldn't muster any joy whatsoever. After biting his lip and wrestling with his thoughts for a long while, Xiaoyu finally spoke in a low voice. No, I'll take you to her. But whether she'll take you in, I can't guarantee that. Xiaoyu didn't commit fully, keeping her head down, unable to meet Ye Xun's gaze. Seeing Xiaoyu's demeanor, Ye Xun froze for a moment, his mind already piecing things together. He reached out, patted Xiaoyu's head with a smile, and said gently, Well then, I'll thank you in advance, Little Fish. Without you, us 2 roughnecks wouldn't have known what to do. Hearing this, Little Fish immediately grew flustered and blurted out. No, master. You're so insightful and knowledgeable, there's no way you wouldn't have figured something out. This time, I just happened to be in the right place at the right time. Ye Xun didn't bother to correct him, merely smiling without a word. Qin Shuang glanced at Ye Xun, then at Xiaoyu, whose face was flushed with panic. A contemplative expression appeared on her face. The plan was already set, all that remained was to execute it. Xiaoyu had originally intended to go outside and hail a car herself. After all, among the 3 of them, only Xiaoyu posed no threat whatsoever. Neither constables nor police had any grounds to arrest her. But a young girl wandering around outside, trying to hail a car to this remote mountainous area? It was bound to raise suspicions. Chapter 182, Military Vehicle. Plus, Xiaoyu was still young. Not only had she never received professional training, she probably hadn't even finished school yet. If she accidentally drew the attention of those constables, things could get messy. Ye Xun and his companion wouldn't mind even if the constables tracked them here, it would only mean a bit of trouble before finding another hideout. But involving Little Fish was the one thing they absolutely didn't want to happen. So when Little Fish made the suggestion, Ye Xun and the others rejected it outright without a second thought. Of course, Ye Xun couldn't handle this himself either. With his injuries, he wouldn't even have time to run if trouble came. Thus, the task naturally fell to Qingxue. If anything happens, use this paper duff to notify us. We'll rush over the moment we receive the message. Also, once you find the car, come back immediately. Don't. Alright. Do I look like a 3-year-old to you? Don't forget I'm your big sister. Listening to Ye Xun's endless nagging, Qingxue waved her hand impatiently on the surface. But deep down, she was actually quite pleased. After all, only family would nag you about things you already know. Only family would constantly worry about your safety when you're out. Sometimes, nagging is just another way of showing affection. Be careful out there. I won't see you off any further. Ye Xun chuckled as he patted Qingxue's shoulder. Qingxue playfully swatted his hand away, though the faint smile on her lips betrayed her inner delight. About an hour later, Ye Xun and Xiao Yu heard the sound of a car approaching from inside the small temple. Ye Xun rose to investigate, but Xiao Yu stopped him. Master, please stay seated. I'll go check first. If it's nothing, I'll call you. With that, Xiao Yu didn't wait for Ye Xun's consent and immediately got up, heading to the temple entrance. Peering cautiously outside. The sound of the car grew louder as it approached. Xiao Yu quickly spotted a large black SUV pulling up in front of the small temple. Moreover, a pass seemed to be affixed to the window of this large SUV. Master! Auntie's back! Spotting Qingxue, Xiao Yu immediately turned and dashed back into the temple, calling out excitedly. Ye Xun, hearing Xiao Yu's words, hurriedly got up and went outside to investigate. What he saw startled him. After all, Little Fish was just a child. Even though he'd made the martial world his home, traveling far and wide, he'd seen many places. But sometimes, his experience simply couldn't match Ye Xun's. The large jeep Qingxue had brought back was clearly a military vehicle. The pass affixed to the window. Judging by the license plate number, the original owner must have held a fairly high military rank. I only asked you to call a car back. How did you end up getting me a military vehicle? Ye Xun pulled Qingxue aside and whispered sternly. This was no joke. They were already wanted fugitives, and now they'd stolen a military vehicle. Originally, Qingxue had nothing to worry about. But now, both of them have been captured, and they're facing the death penalty. Since ancient times, few have had the audacity to steal from the military while under a warrant. Hey, this stuff is legit. Even if those useless constables investigate, they won't find anything fishy. Upon hearing this, Ye Xun's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Qingxue. He even doubted whether he'd misheard. The pass on the jeep and the license plates front and back clearly indicated this was undoubtedly a military vehicle. Seeing Ye Xun's skeptical expression, Qingxue sighed and offered a half-hearted explanation. It's actually a scrapped vehicle. I picked it up from the used car market. Though calling it scrapped isn't entirely accurate, strictly speaking, it's an unregistered vehicle. Ye Xun cast a puzzled glance at the jeep and spoke with a hint of doubt. Black car? Yes, exactly. It's an unregistered vehicle. This jeep has exceeded its service life and should have been scrapped. But some unscrupulous individuals secretly keep a batch of them and sell them to enthusiasts who have a particular interest in this sort of thing. After Qingxue explained it that way, Ye Xun understood the situation. But since this jeep was an unregistered vehicle, it meant it was essentially impossible to drive on the road. Moreover, driving it required a license that was the biggest problem. Without a license, the vehicle would be impounded, and they'd face legal detention. At that point, if the vehicle was identified as unregistered and their identities verified, things would get messy. Alright, even if it is an unregistered vehicle, we don't have driver's licenses. If we try to drive into the city, we'll definitely get caught. What's more, if someone sharp-eyed spots it's an unlicensed vehicle, then... Ye Xun didn't finish his sentence, but the deep worry in his eyes clearly conveyed his meaning. Qingxue, hearing his words, smiled as she walked over to the large SUV and yanked open the door. Ye Xun was immediately taken aback by what he saw inside. In the backseat of the large SUV, alongside several buckets of paint and cleaning tools, lay 4 or 5 sets of license plates. None of these were particularly noteworthy. What truly stood out was a black canvas bag resting on the back seat. This. Qingxue beckoned to Ye Xun, gesturing for him to come over and see for himself. Seeing her gesture, Ye Xun followed her over. When he saw what the canvas bag contained, his face paled with utter shock. The black canvas bag was packed to the brim with cash. Roughly estimated, it amounted to hundreds of thousands of yuan. This money. Seeing the look of utter bewilderment on Ye Xun's face, Qingxue immediately explained with a smile. Don't get the wrong idea. When I said I had no money before, I truly meant it. I made a call and had them transfer all the funds to Guxiao's card first. Then I used that card to take out loans from various banks, just 5 or 10,000 from each one. Listening to Qingxue's explanation, Ye Xun was dumbfounded. He never imagined such a maneuver was possible. But what about repaying those loans? Won't be repaid, right? After all, Gu Xiao isn't me. By the time those banks catch on, there won't be any assets left under Gu Xiao's name. Chapter 183, Su Qingxue. Seeing Qin Xiao speak with such righteous conviction, Ye Xun couldn't help but wonder if she'd frequently pulled stunts like this during her days as an assassin. Surprised? Don't worry, this is just the appetizer. Qin Xiao noticed the astonished look on Ye Xun's face and teased her with a smile. She then climbed into the jeep, opened the glove compartment, and pulled out a small notebook. She tossed it straight to Ye Xun. Next up, Gu Xiaoshan, your driver's license. Ye Xun fumbled to catch it, then stared at it. Sure enough, the cover of the little notebook bore several bold characters. Driver's license. Qin Shuang then pulled out a piece of paper from the glove compartment, waving it in the air. What else could it be but the vehicle registration? This. Impressive, impressive. Your abilities far surpass mine. Ah, you're wrong there, it's the power of money that far surpasses yours. With that, the two shared a knowing smile, thoroughly delighted. Little Fish, standing nearby, listened to their conversation and smiled happily too. Although they finally had a place to stay in the city, how to enter without arousing suspicion had been a major challenge they faced earlier. To resolve it so effortlessly now was truly cause for great celebration. Ye Xun and his companion worked diligently for a while, completely modifying the large jeep. They then drove the vehicle into the city with great haste. By the time they reached the city gates, dusk was falling, yet numerous vehicles still queued patiently, awaiting entry. This process wouldn't normally be so cumbersome, but Ye Xun was currently wanted. The constables from the 9 great sects had mobilized nearly their entire force, and this small riverside city was certainly not beyond their watchful eyes. Halt! Sure enough, the moment Ye Xun and his group drove up to the city gate, they were stopped by a group of constables. Though Ye Xun and his companions had disguised themselves once more before entering the city, and altered their appearances once more, their hearts still raced with anxiety. Ye Xun, who was driving, saw the constables blocking the road ahead and was about to get out of the car when Qin Shuang stopped him. Sir, might we ask the reason for stopping us? After stepping out of the carriage, Qin Shuang politely inquired, then produced a packet of tobacco from somewhere. She courteously offered one to the constable blocking their path. Oh, nothing much. Just that the higher-ups have been cracking down on illegal transportation of people and goods lately, so we've been ordered to conduct checks here. The constables stationed at the city gate were all dressed in plainclothes police uniforms. Though they didn't look entirely convincing, the uniforms alone carried enough authority. Most common folk rarely knew how to distinguish real police from imposters. And even if they did, unless their own interests were threatened, no one would risk challenging them. Upon hearing the constable's words, Qin Shuang immediately put on a look of genuine fear and trepidation. She looked no different from any ordinary citizen. Oh my, we're just ordinary folks bringing goods to town to sell, earning a living to support our families. We've never broken any laws. The constable raised an eyebrow at her words and glanced toward the jeep parked nearby. Whether there is or isn't for you to decide. By the rules, we have to search first. Qin Shuang instantly understood what the constable meant. I understand. Just give me a moment. After saying this, Qin Shuang quickly returned to the vehicle, opened the rear door, and gave Xiaoyu a meaningful glance. Xiaoyu immediately caught her meaning, unzipped the canvas bag, and pulled out an envelope from the back seat. She stuffed it with roughly 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. This was something they'd planned long ago, money talks. With a bit of makeup and some cash, even if someone checked them at the city gate, it wouldn't be difficult to get through. Such transactions were commonplace. The vehicles ahead of Ye Xun had each paid at least 5,000 yuan to gain entry. Officer, we're all decent folks, just coming into town to do a little business. Qin Shuang said this with a smile, then slipped the envelope silently into the constable's hand. The constable took the envelope, gave it a slight squeeze, and a look of delight immediately spread across his face. Though these constables used the pretext of searching Ye Xun to prey on the common folk, yet most of the townspeople were ordinary folk. Even those engaged in business mostly had powerful connections backing them. These constables had no desire to provoke them. It wasn't out of fear, but because if such actions were exposed by the businessmen's powerful backers, they themselves would face punishment. Therefore, they could only prey upon ordinary citizens who possessed neither wealth nor influence. Just look at these constables, they've been stationed at the city gate for 2 or 3 days now, yet the bribes they've collected still don't match what Qin Shuang has given. Oh my, this young lady has such a kind face and dignified demeanor, she must come from a wealthy family. How could she possibly be involved in such illegal activities? Upon hearing these words, Qin Shuang also broke into a smile. You flatter me. How could a humble woman like me deserve such praise? After exchanging a few more polite words, the constable proved to be straightforward and promptly let Ye Xun and his companions pass. After entering the city, Ye Xun drove around aimlessly for a while, confirming no one was tailing or following them. He then drove the car to a pastry shop. Let's go. We'll get something for that young lady. Ye Xun pulled the key from the ignition and smiled at Xiaoyu sitting in the back seat.
Xiaoyu paused for a moment upon hearing this, then responded with delight. Truthfully, Xiaoyu had been thinking about buying a gift for that girl ever since they entered the city. But now, with Ye Xun and the others in such a dangerous situation, one wrong move and they could be captured if Xiaoyu were to make such a request now. It would have made her seem a bit unreasonable. So Xiaoyu had kept it bottled up inside, never voicing it. But ultimately, she was just a child. Though she kept quiet, her actions betrayed her true feelings. Ye Xun and the others had planned to do just that anyway, so they didn't tell Xiaoyu directly, intending to tease her a little. After purchasing the pastries, Ye Xun and the others bought a few items for girls before heading to the young girl's home. Sister Schwer, Xiaoyu is here to see you. Upon arriving, Xiaoyu jumped out of the car, clutching the gifts, and dashed toward the house, calling out as she ran. Just then, a girl of about 25 or 26 emerged from the house.
Chapter 184, Taoist Holy Maiden.
Little fish. The girl's face lit up with surprise and delight upon seeing Xiaoyu, her voice trembling with excitement. But she soon noticed Xiaoyu wasn't alone this time. Two unfamiliar figures followed behind him.
Sister Schwer, I've missed you so much. Have you missed me?
Little fish didn't wait for an answer, throwing herself straight into the girl's arms. She said excitedly. The girl smiled, ruffling little fish's hair as she responded softly and tenderly.
I missed you too, Xiaoyu. Day and night, I longed for your return.
Hee, Sister Schwer, I'm sorry. Little fish got a little carried away playing and forgot to come back and see you. Though Xiaoyu was just a child, he didn't voice his true feelings at that moment. Instead, he spun a kind-hearted lie. The girl saw right through it, of course, but she didn't call him out. Instead, she changed the subject.
Never mind that, little fish. You still haven't introduced these two to me.
Upon hearing this, Ye Xun and the others stepped forward, gifts in hand.
This is Gu Xiaoshan, and this is my elder sister, Gu Shuang. After hearing Ye Xun's introduction, the girl scrutinized both of them from head to toe.
Just as she was about to speak, little fish interjected. Sister Schwer, this is my master, and this is my aunt. They're both good people.
We've actually come hoping to stay at Sister Schwer's place.
Originally, Ye Xun and the other had no idea how to broach the subject of asking the girl to take them in. After all, they were complete strangers to her, and as outsiders with unknown backgrounds,
most ordinary households wouldn't take them in.
But with Xiaoyu's connection involved, if they rashly made such a request, would inevitably put the girl in a difficult position. Now that Xiaoyu brought it up herself, the situation felt less awkward.
Since that's the case, please come in quickly. The girl stepped aside and smiled at Ye Xun and the other person.
I treat little fish like my own sister. Her elders are my elders. Please don't feel constrained. Seeing Ye Xun and the other man still standing still, the girl added with a smile. In that case, Gu will take the liberty of intruding. With that, Ye Xun and the others entered the house together.
8 p.m., the Taoist Order's temporary headquarters in Jiangchang.
Originally, the Taoist sect had no established presence here. However, due to the need to apprehend Ye Xun, Lin Xingya had the mayor of Jiangcheng designate a plot of land for them to set up a temporary headquarters. Though termed erection, it essentially involved Lin Xingya purchasing several nearby buildings in passable condition. Using Taoist magic, he had simply relocated all these buildings to one place. At this moment, Lin Xingya sat in the main hall, deep in thought. He had been here for over half a month, yet in all that time, he hadn't received a single word from Ye Xun. But this situation was actually quite normal. After all, the world was vast. Who could guarantee Ye Xun would have come here? Therefore, logically speaking, even after spending over half a month searching, he still hadn't found a single clue.
Lin Xingya wouldn't face any blame, and that was indeed the case.
All these days, he hadn't received a single letter from the sect leader.
Lin Xingya had originally thought that
he'd spend a year or two here, and once Ye Xun was captured, he could return. But unexpectedly, the Grandmaster, who had been silent for over half a month, sent him a letter today. The letter's contents were exceedingly simple, containing only a single brief sentence. The Holy Maiden will arrive in Jiangcheng shortly and may personally oversee the matter of the rebel Ye Xun. You must assist her wholeheartedly and not slack off. This single, concise sentence left Lin Xingya, a mere constable, in a quandary. Though Lin Xingya was merely a constable, his authority was considerable. He could arrest most Taoist disciples without prior approval, receiving rewards for correct arrests and facing no consequences for mistakes. But this did not include the Holy Maiden. Her status within the Taoist sect was akin to that of an ancient crown prince. She was truly second only to the Supreme Master, standing above all others. She was far beyond the reach of a lowly constable like Lin Xingya to offend. What was even more critical was that, though exceptionally intelligent, the Holy Maiden was also notoriously willful and capricious. Once she set her mind on something, not even 10 oxen could pull her back. Lin Xingya hadn't been particularly concerned about Ye Xun's case to begin with. After all, even if Ye Xun were utterly depraved, as long as it didn't touch his interests, it had nothing to do with him. Failing to capture Ye Xun was no great loss. He'd coast along day by day. Besides, in Jiangchang, while the spiritual energy was scarce, every conceivable pleasure was readily available.
It had even made Lin Qingya somewhat reluctant to leave, hesitant to return. Life here was simply too good. Each day, he only needed to personally lead a patrol around the city. If they caught someone, great; if not, no big deal. The rest of his time was his to indulge in pleasure, but such good days were likely coming to an end. Just as Lin Qingya was lost in his thoughts, a voice suddenly echoed from outside. "The holy maiden has arrived." Hearing this, he nearly slid off his chair. He quickly straightened his official robes and hurried to the door to greet her. "Lin Qingya, Chief Constable of the Taoist Bureau, greets your holiness." When a girl dressed in a plain white gown, with a white jade sachet at her waist, appeared at the doorway, Lin Qingya immediately knelt down, bowing his head as he spoke. "Rise. There's no need for such formalities in my presence." Her voice was clear and pleasant, as sweet as a lark singing in the mountains. But Lin Qingya had no heart to appreciate it. He responded with a single word before hastily rising to his feet. "Has the rebel Ye Xun been captured?" In response to the Holy Maiden's inquiry, brothers have been scouring the area day and night, yet we still have no trace of that traitor. "Humph, I knew it. Show him this." As the words fell, a maid beside the girl reached into her bosom and handed a silk pouch to Lin Qingya. "This. Open it and see." Lin Qingya obediently opened it. Upon seeing the note inside the silk pouch, a flicker of excitement flashed across his face. "Thank you for your guidance, Holy Maiden. Hurry and see to it. I wish to hear no more bad news." "Yes, Your Majesty. I'll depart immediately." Meanwhile, Ye Xun and his companion were engaged in a late-night conversation by candlelight with Shuer, Xiaoyuer's sister. "My apologies for the intrusion, young lady. Might I inquire about your name? Should the opportunity arise, I would be honored to repay your kindness." "Me? I'm Su Qingxue." Chapter 185, Chasing Clouds in Moonlight. After introducing herself, Su Qingxue offered a faint smile. "I imagine your identities are no simple matter." Hearing this remark, Ye Xun and Qin Shuang exchanged a glance. A hint of caution stirred within them. Though Su Qingxue had generously taken them in and was someone Xiaoyu trusted implicitly, there was no apparent reason for suspicion. But you never truly know what lies beneath someone's surface. No one can instantly trust a complete stranger. "You're joking, Mississippi. We're just ordinary folks. What status could we possibly have?" After a moment, Ye Xun finally replied with a smile. Su Qingxue smiled in response. "That vehicle you drove over, it's military, isn't it? And a decommissioned military vehicle at that." Qin Shuang sprang to her feet, one hand instinctively pressing against the hilt of the Amaterasu sword at her back. Ye Xun also turned his gaze toward Su Qingxue, his expression unchanged. "What exactly do you mean by that, young lady? I'm afraid I don't quite follow." Su Qingxue smiled, walked up to Qin Shuang, and placed a hand on her shoulder. "To be honest with you both, I suppose I could barely be considered a cultivator." The words had barely left her lips when the clang of the sword leaving its scabbard echoed. Su Qingxue's figure recoiled instantly. It was clear Su Qingxue, sensing trouble, had turned to flee. Qin Shuang wouldn't give her that chance. With a light tap of her foot, she soared forward. The Amaterasu sword glowed with a faint silver light under the moonlight. Upon witnessing this scene, Ye Xun rose to his feet and stepped into the courtyard. "Young lady," he said, "since we're fellow practitioners, let's be frank." Su Qingxue now stood a full 3 feet away from Ye Xun, the cold, gleaming blade of the Amaterasu sword pressed against her throat. Should she make the slightest move, the sword would sever that beautiful head in an instant. She glanced downward, then let out a soft chuckle. "They say the young divine Lord Ye Xun of the Divine Demon Island is gifted beyond measure, skilled in both military strategy and literary arts. Yet seeing him now, he seems nothing special. He was nothing more than a pretty boy hiding behind a woman." Qin Shuang, displeased by the remark, shifted the sword inward by 2 inches. A slender gash instantly appeared on Su Qingxue's snow-white swan-like neck, crimson blood trickling down the wound. Yet she seemed utterly unaffected, her face still bearing that mocking smile. Even Ye Xun found Su Qingxue's composure somewhat surprising. Ye Xun stepped forward, positioning himself before Su Qingxue, and gave Qin Shuang a subtle wave of his hand. "This woman now knows your identity. What if?" Qin Shuang hadn't even finished her sentence before Ye Xun cut her off. "I trust for little fish's sake, she won't. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Qingxue?" Su Qingxue heard his words and gave a cold laugh, but she didn't deny it. Indeed, if not for little fish's status, Su Qingxue would have reported Ye Xun to the constables the moment she saw him. And she certainly wouldn't have taken Ye Xun and his companion in. After all, no one would willingly invite trouble upon themselves for no reason, especially when that trouble could be deadly. Qin Shuang heard Ye Xun's words, glanced at Su Qingxue, and gave a cold snort before sheathing her sword. "Very well. I must admit, I'm beginning to think more highly of you." Su Qingxue stepped within 2 feet of Ye Xun, grinning as she spoke. Ye Xun's face also bore a smile.
Oh, then I must truly thank you for your high regard, young lady.
However, if you'll forgive my boldness, might I inquire about your master's distinguished name?
Should fate grant us another meeting, we would be honored to pay our respects in person. Su Qingxue heard his words and gave him a thorough once-over. She circled him once more, murmuring him repeatedly.
Qingxue, standing nearby, couldn't bear to watch any longer and snapped impatiently. Is this a zoo? A grown woman staring at a man like that, hasn't she any shame?
Su Qingxue caught the remark and turned to Qingxue, her cheeks flushing slightly. But her sharp tongue showed no mercy.
Sis, I'm just taking a couple extra glances. How does that compare to your tireless efforts, day and night, constantly on guard? Truly, you're the epitome of a devoted wife and mother.
After finishing her retort, Su Qingxue suddenly seemed to remember something and slapped her forehead.
Oh, right, I recall that young divine Lord Ye Xun's girlfriend doesn't bear the Qin surname, does she? So, sister, you.
Su Qingxue deliberately left the sentence unfinished, but her face already wore a hint of mockery. The implication was crystal clear, she was mocking Qingxue for meddling in matters that weren't her concern. To defend Ye Xun like this if she wasn't his mistress, then she was a toad dreaming of swallowing a swan, utterly delusional. You. Qingxue, usually sharp-tongued, was now so enraged by Su Qingxue that he couldn't find words. Her eyes widened, her body trembled, and she was on the verge of drawing her sword to fight Su Qingxue to the death. Seeing the situation about to spiral out of control, Ye Xun quickly stepped in to smooth things over.
Sister Qin, you're several years older than Miss Qingxue.
For Xiao Yu's sake.
As the elder sister, show magnanimity and don't hold a grudge against Miss Qingxue.
Ye Xun pulled Qingxue aside and whispered to her. Qingxue snorted coldly upon hearing Ye Xun's words, casting a dismissive glance at Su Qingxue nearby. I may have the desire, but she likely doesn't share it.
As long as you let it go, leave the rest to me.
Seeing Qingxue's attitude, Ye Xun knew the matter would end here at most, it would require a bit more persuasion.
Nothing else would come of it.
He then walked over to Su Qingxue and repeated the same words. The outcome was predictable. Under Ye Xun's gentle persuasion, the two girls shook hands and made peace. Su Qingxue also promised she'd never stoop to the low act of reporting or informing on others. She also reminded Ye Xun and the others that she wasn't the only one who could recognize that wrecked military vehicle. They had to find a way to dispose of that military vehicle immediately, and the sooner, the better. Otherwise, if someone stumbled upon it by accident, the consequences would be unimaginable. After hearing her words, Ye Xun thanked her for the warning and promised to find an opportunity to dispose of the vehicle promptly. Little Fish could stay here as long as she wanted, but you guys could only stay for this week. After that, if you wanted to stay, you'd have to pay for the room. As she turned to leave, Su Qingxue tossed out this final statement, which Ye Xun and the others naturally agreed to.
1 hour before dawn. Chapter 186, Clear Wind and Bright Moon.
This hour was often the darkest of the night, when everyone slept most soundly. Even those who stayed awake found their spirits faltering by this hour, inevitably growing drowsy. In the dead of night, Ye Xun sat alone at the table, nodding off.
Minister Chueyun. Subject chasing the moon. Greetings, young master.
At the sound of these voices, Ye Xun jolted upright. She turned to look at the newcomers with a look of disbelief. Yutong told me the master would send experts to help me decipher the secrets of the divine demon order.
I never imagined it would be you two.
Ye Xun wasn't feigning ignorance at this moment. The two before him were members of Fan Qingzhou's personal guard, the Shadow Guards. Their cultivation had long since reached the late nascent soul stage. After returning to his room earlier, Ye Xun had received a paper dove message from Xia Yutong. The message mentioned two things. First, Xia Yutong had now returned to the Divine Demon Island. Except for a select few trusted elite subordinates whom Xia Yutong had brought to the island.
The rest had all gone underground.
They had been dispatched to lie low in cities across the nation. With the Divine Demon Order in hand, Ye Xun could command these operatives. Xia Yutong had explicitly instructed them to recognize the token, not the bearer, facilitating Ye Xun's operations. The second point was that Fan Qingzhou had dispatched several experts to assist Ye Xun in deciphering the secrets of the Divine Demon Order.
These experts answered solely to Ye Xun, recognizing the man, not the token.
The reason Ye Xun was seated at the table was precisely because Xia Yutong's letter mentioned these experts would arrive tonight. What Ye Xun hadn't anticipated was that Fan Qingzhou would directly assign 2 dark guards to him. It was well known that even when he held the position of Junior Divine Lord, he could not freely command the Shadow Guards or Blood Guards. These 2 guard units had always answered only to Fan Qingzhou himself, their loyalty surpassing even that of the known open guards. Please rise, both of you.
I am no longer the young Divine Lord, just a commoner.
There's no need for such formalities. Upon hearing these words, Chasing Cloud and Chasing Moon exchanged a glance. Then, Chueyun drew a letter from his robe, cradling it in both hands as he raised it high above his head. The Lord has a letter for the young master. Please accept it. Ye Xun, upon hearing this, first helped Chueyun and Zhuoyue to their feet before accepting the letter. Ye Xun, my disciple, may this letter find you well.
This demotion to commoner status is truly an act of necessity. Your master does not wish it, but the anger of the masses cannot be defied. I implore you to understand my predicament.
Chasing Cloud and Chasing Moon are my trusted confidants. You may employ them with confidence.
As for the secrets of the divine demon order, even I know but little.
I only know that the heavenly mechanism mirror, a secret treasure of the sect, may hold some clues to the mysteries of the divine demon order.
With that, I shall say no more. Additionally, I heard you have taken on a disciple. I have prepared a modest gift for your grand disciple. Remember, you must not keep it for yourself. After reading the letter, Ye Xun couldn't help but chuckle to himself. His master was always this unpredictable, acting on whims whenever inspiration struck. Now, who knows where he found out about taking little fish as a disciple? He even prepared a gift for the little one. Honestly. Never mind. Since it's already prepared, I'll just give it away. After all, it's my master's heartfelt gesture. Upon hearing this, Zuemuyu immediately drew a jade pendant from his waist.
Ye Xun gazed at the jade pendant, his heart filled with emotion.
This jade pendant was warm and understated, crystal clear and translucent. Just one glance revealed it to be a priceless treasure. Moreover, Ye Xun had personally seen this very jade pendant within Fan Qingzhou's treasure vault. As the ruler of the Divine Demon Island and the head of one of the most prestigious sects in the cultivation world, it had caught the old master's eye. Even if this jade were ordinary, how ordinary could it possibly be? After reading the letter and taking possession of the jade, Ye Xun instructed Jueyan and Zuemuyu to dispose of the jeep. Only then did a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Just as he was about to climb into bed, he turned and noticed the two had not yet departed. Is there something else, you two?
Jueyan and Zhuoyue exchanged glances upon hearing this.
Young master, the master also asked us to inquire whether your injuries have improved?
Ye Xun raised an eyebrow, fixing his gaze on them.
Did the master truly ask that?
Chasing Cloud and Chasing Moon froze instantly, unsure how to respond. Fan Qingzhou had indeed never uttered such words, which was precisely what puzzled the two of them.
Fan Qingzhou's affection for Ye Xun was undeniable, anyone could see that.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have retained Ye Xun's rights as young master after stripping him of his title as young divine lord.
He had even specially dispatched 2 elite guards to protect Ye Xun's safety.
Yet, it was also true that Fan Qingzhou had never inquired about Ye Xun's injuries. All these days, serving by Fan Qingzhou's side, neither of them had heard him utter a single word about Ye Xun. Their current words stemmed from fear that Ye Xun might harbor resentment toward Fan Qingzhou. After all, Ye Xun regarded Fan Qingzhou as both a mentor and a father figure. He could distrust anyone in this world, and Ye Xun wouldn't care.
But not Fan Qingzhou.
If even his own father refused to believe in him, it was only natural for anyone to harbor resentment. Seeing the expressions on Jueyan and Zhuoyue's faces, Ye Xun understood that their earlier words were merely their own concerns. Please tell my master that I am no longer in any great danger.
He needn't worry about me. Hearing this, Jueyan and Zuemuyu finally exhaled in relief.
They nodded in agreement and slipped away silently. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. Lin Xingya hurried back to the council hall from outside.
Please inform the holy maiden that Lin Xingya seeks an audience. Lin Xingya stopped just before reaching the entrance of the assembly hall. He bowed politely to the 2 maids standing guard at the entrance.
The maid who heard his words looked him up and down.
The holy maiden is currently bathing. Please return, Lord Lin.
At these words, Lin Xingya's face darkened instantly.
But these were no ordinary maidservants.
These two had served the holy maiden for over a decade, sharing a particularly close bond with her.
When no one else was around,
the 3 treated each other like sisters.
These 2 maidservants were not figures a lowly constable like Lin Xingya could afford to offend.
Therefore, despite feeling profoundly humiliated, he had no choice but to put on a forced smile in their presence.
Sisters, I have urgent military matters to discuss. Might I be permitted to enter and announce my arrival? Before Lin Xingya could finish his sentence, one of the maidservants barked at him. How dare you?
We have already informed Magistrate Lin that the holy maiden is bathing, yet he still insists on entering. The other maid immediately took up the rebuke, her tone even harsher.
Does Lord Lin intend to emulate that notorious flower thief? What audacity!
Such a grave accusation, if proven true, even as the Grandmaster's direct disciple, Lin Xingya would face certain death. And he was merely a lowly constable, after all.
Chapter 187, Deceived by the Traitor.
Your servant dares not. Your servant dares not. With matters having reached this point, if Lin Xingya still insisted on seeing the holy maiden, he would truly be courting death.
Seeing his state, the 2 maidservants snorted coldly and declared in unison. If you dare not, then get out. Rage boiled within Lin Xingya, yet he dared not vent it upon these 2. Instead, he bowed and scraped, meekly replying, Yes, your majesty. This servant takes his leave. Only after watching Lin Qingji disappear into the distance did the 2 maidservants sneak into the council chamber with smirks on their faces.
The council chamber was now not only secured with doors, but the Holy Maiden herself had personally intervened. She had deployed an array so powerful that even a great cultivator at the spirit communication stage couldn't eavesdrop. Of course, this array was something she had brought from the Taoist headquarters. She herself lacked the ability to set up such a formation. Sister Jianjia, you didn't see it just now? That kid turned beet red but didn't dare utter a single word.
Mingyue, you've forgotten again. You must address her as Holy Maiden outside.
Moonlight scolded, pouted and said unhappily.
Sister Jianjia didn't even say anything, and you're still harping on these stinking rules? You little brat.
Saint Maiden Zhang Jianjia sat before her dressing table, grooming and preparing herself.
Listening to the two closest maids bickering beside her, a faint smile curved her lips.
Alright, Qingfeng, it's just the three of us sisters here, no one else.
Let Mingyue call me whatever she likes.
Upon hearing this, Mingyue immediately stuck out her tongue at Qingfeng.
Your Holiness, rules must not be broken.
You spoil her far too much. This girl has been utterly spoiled rotten. Qingfeng feigned a scolding but said no more, turning instead to report on the task Zhang Jianjia had entrusted to her.
About 5 minutes later. Very well. Find a time to pass on the message to him.
Remember, under no circumstances reveal your identities.
Qingfeng nodded in agreement and withdrew. Mingyue couldn't stay alone either, so she followed her sister downstairs.
With no one around, Zhang Jianjia gazed at her reflection in the mirror and murmured to herself. Young Divine Lord, this lady is quite eager to see what sort of person truly deserves the title of the greatest genius in the cultivation world, past and present. In the side hall, seated at the head of the table, Lin Xingya held a covered bowl, seated at the head of the table, with maids standing by to attend to him. The atmosphere in the entire side hall was oppressively heavy.
No one dared utter a word. Even their breathing was deliberately slowed. Crack!
Lin Xingya suddenly hurled the covered bowl from his hand. Tea and shards of glass scattered slightly. The attendants who witnessed this immediately knelt down. Heads bowed, they waited in dread for Lin Xingya to speak. Get out! Looking at these maidservants, Lin Xingya couldn't help but think of Qingfeng and Mingyue. The mere thought of these two maidservants, who dared to bark orders at him, the esteemed constable, simply because they were favored by Zhang Jianjia. They even tried to frame him for a serious crime utterly lawless. But the crux was, Lin Xingya truly had no recourse against these two.
Oh my, who could have angered our esteemed chief constable so? Truly deserving of death.
Just as Lin Xingya was stewing in his own frustration, a voice suddenly drifted in from outside. A man in his 40s, dressed in a suit, strode in with a faint, ambiguous smile on his face.
This one is Lu Shi, reporting to the chief constable.
Lin Xingya, upon seeing him, curtly gestured for him to find a seat.
Not wanting to provoke further irritation, Lu Shi casually selected a seat and sat down. Spit it out already. What's on your mind?
After a moment passed with Lu Shi still silent, Lin Xingya snapped impatiently. Only then did a sly grin spread across Lu Shi's face.
Looks like you're not too happy, old man. Got something to say or not? If not, get the hell out of here.
Unfazed by the harsh words, Lu Shi stood up and clasped his hands in greeting.
Congratulations, sir. Heartfelt congratulations.
Lin Xingya, already seething with anger, grew even more furious upon hearing these words. He slammed his fist down on the table.
You must be out of your mind. Come on, then.
Before he could finish, Lu Shi had already dropped to his knees.
Forgive me, master.
You are unaware that the whereabouts of that rebel Ye Xun have already been discovered.
Lin Xingya didn't want to hear anymore.
The truth was, Ye Xun's whereabouts had already been discovered that very morning. He had gone to the council chamber seeking Zhang Jianjia solely to report this matter.
Yet he hadn't even seen Zhang Jianjia before being abruptly dismissed. But that wasn't the worst of it. Worst of all, not only did he fail to see Zhang Jianjia, he was also humiliated by Qingfeng Mingyue.
If you find the tumor on your head too heavy, this old gentleman can help you remove it. Lu Shi, upon hearing this, feigned a look of fear and fawned. Your Excellency, I'm but a lowly servant whose worthless life is easily discarded. But I fear you'll have to swallow this injustice silently. Lin Xingya glanced at him, waved his hand, and Lu Shi immediately rose cautiously, his buttocks brushing against the edge of a chair. He said, Yes, sir. Lu Shi cleared his throat with a couple of coughs. My lord, I have heard. At this point, Lu Shi stopped speaking and glanced toward the doorway. Everyone, withdraw. Without my orders, no one is to approach. Lin Xingya sat in the seat of honor, his brow slightly furrowed as he called out with a hint of displeasure. The maids and servants who had been waiting outside immediately withdrew upon hearing his command. Soon, only Lu Shi and Lin Xingya remained in the side hall. Hurry up and speak. Lu Shi flashed a fawning smile before continuing. Your servant has heard that the Holy Maiden actually learned of the rebel Ye Xun's whereabouts last night, yet has not dispatched troops to capture him even now. It is feared. Lin Xingya heard this, resting his chin on his hand, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Are you suggesting Zhang Jianjia deliberately shielded Ye Xun? Lu Shi immediately interjected. I dare not claim certainty, sir. These are merely rumors circulating among the common folk. Their truthfulness remains uncertain.
Lin Qingya nodded, saying nothing.
With his silence, Lu Shi naturally held his tongue. Having followed Lin Qingya for 7 or 8 years, he knew well what could and couldn't be said, otherwise he wouldn't have lasted this long.
Then what do you suggest?
The holy maiden has been deceived by this villain. We ought to apprehend him swiftly, expose his true nature, and free her holiness from his delusion.
Upon hearing this, Lin Qingya pondered carefully, then his anger instantly turned to delight. Brilliant! Brilliant! Now then! Though this matter is urgent as fire, we must not alert the enemy prematurely. I believe midnight, the hour of Z, will be the optimal moment. Chapter 188, Promotion. Lin Qingya stroked his chin with a smile after hearing his words. Quite right, quite right. Good things come to those who wait.
Lu Shi chimed in with a smile at this point.
Your Excellency is wise. With that, Lin Qingya's smile broadened even more.
The gloom that had settled over him after being humiliated by Qingfeng and Mingyue vanished completely in that moment.
Come on, set the banquet table. I want to have a proper drink with our constable Lu.
Lu Shi froze for a moment upon hearing this, then a wild joy spread across his face.
Thank you for your kindness, magistrate.
Lin Qingya stood up and, in a rare gesture, extended both hands to offer Lu Shi a symbolic escort. It's your shrewdness and competence that led this old man to make an exception and promote you.
You'd better do a good job.
Don't disgrace the Taoist sect or disappoint this old man's good intentions. Lu Shi adopted an expression of profound excitement mixed with a touch of embarrassment.
Honored by your misplaced affection, I shall devote my very life to serving you faithfully.
Hearing this, Lin Qingya deliberately feigned displeasure.
Ah, you should pledge your loyalty to the Taoist sect instead. You're absolutely right, sir. I was mistaken. Meanwhile, in Su Miaoshue's small room,
Qin Shuang and Ye Xun sat facing each other in Ye Xun's room.
They sighed repeatedly. Honestly, your master really is something. Why tell you this now?
After a long silence, Qin Shuang finally spoke up. Upon hearing this, Ye Xun sighed and picked up the thread of the conversation. The old master telling me something so crucial at this moment.
There must be more to it. He wouldn't just give me a glimmer of hope.
Qin Shuang shot Ye Xun a withering glance before rising and walking to the window. Yes, it wasn't just a glimmer of hope, there was also a heavy sense of despair. Ye Xun heard these words and wanted to argue back, but he didn't know how to respond. After pondering for a long while, he remained silent. Ever since Ye Xun showed Qin Shuang the letter Fan Qingzhou had given him that morning, the two of them had been holed up in this room trying to figure things out. No, to be more precise, they'd been facing each other, sighing, unable to come up with a single solution. But this wasn't their fault, the task itself was nearly impossible. The heavenly mechanism mirror was a supreme treasure of Taoism, undoubtedly guarded with extreme vigilance. Such artifacts are typically stored in the treasure vault at the Taoist headquarters, and under normal circumstances, no one could possibly remove it. In other words, if Ye Xun wanted the heavenly mechanism mirror, he'd have to personally break into the Taoist headquarters to steal it. And he'd have to escape unscathed. Otherwise, even if he managed to steal it, it would be useless. But given Ye Xun's current predicament, leaving Jiangshan was no easy feat, let alone infiltrating the headquarters. Besides, with Ye Xun now a wanted man, who would bat an eye if he were killed inside the headquarters? In my opinion, the matter your master mentioned should be put on hold for now. There's no rush. Qin Shuang turned back to the table, poured herself a cup of tea, and took a sip before speaking. Ye Xun stared at the steaming cup of tea before him, his head bowed, silent for a long while. Back when he was still on the Divine Demon Island, Fan Qingzhou had told him. The Yi family tragedy back then wasn't so simple. A few minor secular clans didn't have the capability to bring down the Yi family, then the foremost of the 4 great clans, in a single night. One crucial reason the Yi family had risen to the top of the 4 great families was because of Ye Xun's father. He was the young master of the Yi family at the time, possessing power that had reached the realm of transformation.
Within the mortal realm, possessing such power was enough to tower above all rivals. Virtually no one could threaten his life.
Moreover, the Yi family boasted 7 masters at the late stage of internal energy cultivation and no fewer than 50 masters at the external energy stage. Yet despite this formidable strength, the entire family was wiped out overnight. Only Ye Xun managed to escape. Such a feat would be beyond even the combined might of the 3 great families. At the time, Ye Xun didn't dwell on such thoughts. His entire being was consumed by a burning desire for vengeance. After leaving the Divine Demon Island, events unfolded one after another, leaving Ye Xun no time to ponder the critical details. It was as if an invisible hand was constantly pushing him forward, directing his vengeance toward the 3 great families.
Gu Shuang, how long has it been since you last went shopping?
Qin Shuang had been wondering what Ye Xun was thinking, lost in silence, when she suddenly heard him blurt out this question. Caught off guard, she replied instinctively.
2 or 3 years? 4 or 5? I don't remember. I'm not really the type who enjoys shopping anyway. Only then did Qin Xiao realize. You want to go out and gather some information? Seeing Qin Shuang's realization, Ye Xun nodded. We can't just stay here forever. We have to figure something out. First, we need to get out.
Qin Shuang abruptly stood up and slammed her hand on the table. Her eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Ye Xun, her voice rising sharply.
You're asking for trouble. Have you had enough of living?
Hearing this, Ye Xun looked at Qin Shuang in surprise. He'd spent quite some time with Qin Shuang, yet this was the first time he'd ever heard her scold him with such a down-to-earth proverb.
What are you staring at? This absolutely won't do. Your master really is something. Why send this news now of all times? Qin Shuang continued her rant, fuming. Who knows what he's thinking?
He's your own disciple, after all.
How could he treat you like this?
You might as well be walking into your own death.
Has he gotten senile in his old age? Doesn't he know you're still injured? Really?
Behind her, Ye Xun hadn't heard a word. He sat there, completely dumbfounded.
Why now of all times? Why now of all times?
Ye Xun watched Qin Shuang's ranting figure, murmuring softly to himself. Now he seemed to understand why Fan Qingzhou had waited until this moment to deliver the news.
I get it. You're a genius.
Qin Shuang froze upon hearing Ye Xun's words, watching him leap abruptly from his chair.
Has he lost his mind? No way. He hasn't been provoked or anything.
Qin Shuang stared at Ye Xun with a puzzled expression, her thoughts racing. As if reading her thoughts, Ye Xun hurriedly explained. The master sending me news of the heavenly mechanism mirror at this moment means someone has brought it here.
Qin Shuang immediately dismissed the idea outright. Impossible.
That's a supreme treasure of Taoism. How could it be? Mid-sentence, Qin Shuang froze.
Chapter 189, Undercurrents Beneath the Surface.
What truly startled her wasn't Ye Xun's frenzied behavior, though that might have played a part.
But that wasn't the crux of it.
What astonished Qin Shuang most was how Ye Xun could leap up from his chair so swiftly.
It was almost impossible.
After all, Ye Xun had sustained severe injuries earlier. Not only was his body covered in wounds, some of them terrifyingly deep, but they had also damaged his bones. Moreover, his cultivation had plummeted due to overwhelming grief, leaving him barely stronger than an ordinary person. He was practically powerless in combat. His internal meridians were in utter disarray. Not only was circulating true qi impossible, but even blood flow was hindered. Despite the passage of time, Ye Xun's body was slowly repairing itself. Adding to this, Qin Shuang had meticulously applied medicinal treatments to Ye Xun's wounds.
She did so almost daily, never missing a day. Yet the ointments Qin Shuang possessed were merely ordinary remedies.
Even the few spiritual herbs she had were only effective against external injuries. When it came to repairing his meridians, she was powerless, forced to wait for them to slowly mend themselves.
This process was undoubtedly painstakingly slow. According to Qin Shuang's estimation,
Ye Xun's strength might barely return to the early stages of internal energy by the end of this year.
And that was an extremely optimistic estimate.
If any unexpected complications arose along the way, there was no guarantee. Yet Ye Xun's current state bore no resemblance to someone with such severe injuries. When he leaped up just now, had anyone else been standing there instead of Qin Shuang,
one might genuinely fail to discern his movements.
You. Qin Shuang extended a finger, pointing at Ye Xun with a hint of surprise. Ye Xun hadn't noticed the change in Qin Shuang's expression, thinking it was in response to what he'd just said.
Qin Shuang realized this too and nodded happily.
Exactly, that's precisely what my master meant. There must be a major figure within Taoism.
To track them down, I brought the heavenly mechanism mirror here.
That's why my master chose this moment to tell me about the heavenly mechanism mirror.
Upon hearing his words, Qin Shuang waved her hands excitedly. What on earth are you talking about? That's not what I meant.
Ye Xun looked at Qin Shuang with some confusion upon hearing this.
Hadn't they just been discussing this very issue in this room? Not that? Then what were you asking about? Why get so worked up?
Qin Shuang finally calmed herself down, poured a cup of tea, and gulped it down in big swallows. After finishing, she wiped her mouth with her sleeve, steadied her breathing, and then spoke.
Have your injuries healed?
Only now did Ye Xun finally grasp the situation. A flicker of embarrassment crossed his face as he scratched his head.
They're a bit better. Last night, my master brought me some medicine. After taking it, I felt a little better.
After Chu Yun and Chuya left last night, Ye Xun had intended to go to sleep. But the moment he lay down, he heard something persistently tapping at his window. Opening it, he found an eagle perched there, clutching a small medicine box in its talons. Ye Xun couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the eagle.
He didn't even need to guess this was undoubtedly Fan Qingzhou's doing. Only he would do something like this.
They say one task shouldn't require two masters, but Fan Qingzhou was determined to prove otherwise. Ye Xun took the medicine box and set it aside, then casually tore off a piece of cloth from his own clothes.
He instructed the eagle to carry it back. After hearing Ye Xun's account, Qin Shuang couldn't help but chuckle. Your master really is like a big kid still so stubborn about saving face at his age. Ye Xun smiled faintly, his heart warmed by the memory. After about 10 minutes, Ye Xun and Qin Shuang had finished disguising themselves. They tidied up and prepared to head out. Master! Just as Ye Xun and the others reached the doorway, Xiao Yu suddenly appeared out of nowhere. She dashed straight into Ye Xun's arms. Had Ye Xun not recovered somewhat from his injuries, his current strength roughly equivalent to the early stages of internal energy cultivation, he might have been knocked flat by Little Fish's force. Xiao Yu, what's wrong? Ye Xun ruffled the girl's hair affectionately as he asked. Xiao Yu lifted her head at his words, fighting back tears as she sniffed. Master, are you and Auntie going out? Ye Xun froze at the question, instinctively turning to look at Qin Shuang beside him. Qin Shuang, noticing Ye Xun's gaze, shrugged her shoulders, indicating she hadn't mentioned this to Little Fish at all. Xiao Yu, your master and Auntie have some business to attend to and need to step out for a bit. We'll be back soon. Stay here quietly, and when master returns, I'll bring you some sugar triangles, okay? Xiao Yu shook his head like a rattle drum, wrapping his arms tightly around Ye Xun. No! I don't want sugar triangles. I want master. Ye Xun was at a loss for what to do next, casting a pleading glance toward Qin Shuang. But Qin Shuang turned her head away and started whistling. The message couldn't have been clearer. You made him cry, you deal with it. I can't help you. Seeing Qin Shuang like this, Ye Xun seethed with frustration inside. But there was nothing he could do. Judging by Little Fish's attitude, unless they gave her a reasonable explanation, Ye Xun and the others wouldn't be leaving the house anytime soon. Little Fish, your master and Aunt are going out to fight bad guys this time. It's very dangerous. Little Fish, you. Before he could finish, Little Fishy cut in. Little Fish isn't afraid of bad guys. Little Fish wants to go with master. Qin Shuang tugged at Ye Xun's sleeve and whispered in his ear. Fine, let her come along. It's just a reconnaissance mission this time, shouldn't be too dangerous. Ye Xun frowned upon hearing this. No, we can't take that risk. My strength hasn't even recovered halfway yet. If it comes to a fight, I'll just be a liability. I wouldn't be able to protect Little Fish at all. Qin Shuang tried to say something more, but before she could speak, Little Fish, who had been clinging tightly to Ye Xun, suddenly lifted her head and let go. She took a step back. Ye Xun and Qin Shuang both froze, utterly bewildered by Little Fish's sudden action. After taking that step back, Little Fish assumed a fighting stance, legs spread wide, hips lowered, fists clenched. Little. Ye Xun was about to demand an explanation, but Qin Shuang stopped him. Qin Shuang said nothing, merely pointing a finger toward Xiao Yu's head. Ye Xun followed the direction of Qin Shuang's finger and was stunned to discover a nearly transparent vortex of true qi swirling above Xiao Yu's head. This was the most fundamental difference between ordinary people and cultivators, typically manifesting during childhood. When a child first concentrated fully on executing a technique, there was a chance such a vortex would appear above their head. Chapter 190, Cultivation Talent. Of course, the probability was extremely low, less than 1 in 100. However, if both parents were cultivators, the probability would increase significantly. This is one reason for the vast disparity in strength between the cultivation world and the mundane realm. The intensity and size of these chi vortexes also varied. Generally, red was considered the most potent, purple was next, and transparent was the weakest. Xiao Yu's nearly transparent chi vortex indicated her cultivation talent was only marginally better than the very worst. Still, Ye Xun was already delighted that Little Fish possessed any cultivation talent at all. Diligence can compensate for shortcomings. As long as the foundation exists, everything else can be worked out. Ha! After gathering her strength for half a day, Xiao Yu let out a fierce cry and slammed her fist into the wall before her. Thud! Clang! The wall bore only a tiny white mark, yet Xiao Yu retreated 3 steps. Master, look! I'm strong! I can protect you! Xiao Yu turned and looked up at Ye Xun with pride, though a hint of fear flickered in her eyes. The hand that had just thrown the punch was secretly tucked behind her back, trembling slightly. Ye Xun stiffened his expression, staring at Xiao Yu without a word. Little Fish immediately shut her mouth and hung her head in hurt. Hold out your hand. Before long, Ye Xun spoke, his tone stern. Xiao Yu obediently extended her small hand. The other one. Ha! Xiao Yu was startled by the request and hid her other hand even more tightly. Seeing her reaction, Ye Xun sighed. He walked around behind Xiao Yu, took her hand, and pulled out a bottle of his trusty bruise ointment from his pocket. What are you doing? You're so desperate to go out and play, aren't you? It's not that your master won't take you, this is genuinely dangerous. Next time you pull something like this, just wait and see if your master will let it slide. As Ye Xun spoke, he gently applied the ointment to Xiao Yu's hand, then blew on it softly. The ointment felt cool and soothing on her skin. As Xiao Yu listened to Ye Xun's words, tears began to fall one after another. Why is this happening? Ye Xun was applying the ointment when he suddenly felt droplets splattering onto his palm. He felt a bit puzzled. He looked up and saw that Little Fish had started crying without him noticing.
There. Stop crying. I'll take you with me. Isn't that fine?
Ye Xun picked up Xiaoyu, wiping her tears with his sleeve as he said with a hint of resignation.
No, you can't lie.
The little fish, who had been sobbing earlier, now sniffled and stammered. Hearing this, both Ye Xun and Qingxue couldn't help but smile. Look at this little one, her mood swings are faster than the weather.
Fine, no lying. Pinky swear. Alright, pinky swear.
The moment their thumbs touched, little fish instantly broke into a smile. Sunlight spilled across little fish's face, making her smile look so innocent and pure, without a trace of blemish. For the first time, Ye Xun felt deep in his heart that little fish might be a gift sent by heaven to show mercy on him.
Hey, never would have guessed you had the makings of a good dad.
Su Miaxue's place was still quite a distance from the bustling downtown area, and to make matters worse, Ye Xun and the others didn't have any means of transportation.
They couldn't even take public transportation, so getting anywhere meant walking.
Before they even reached their destination, little fish had already grown so tired she fell asleep, her head resting on Ye Xun's shoulder. Qingxue took the opportunity to tease him softly. Ye Xun glanced at the soundly sleeping Xiaoyu and, unusually, didn't retort.
Though Jiangcheng was in a remote area, its downtown was relatively bustling.
The streets bustled with people and unceasing traffic, while all kinds of vendors lined the roadsides, enthusiastically hawking their wares to passers-by. Though this wasn't Xiaoyu's first time in the city, she acted like a country girl seeing it for the very first time. Her curiosity was piqued by everything she saw. She tugged Ye Xun and Qingxue along as they wandered here and there, a smile never leaving her little face. Ye Xun and Qingxue had come primarily to gather intelligence, so they simply followed Xiaoyu as she wandered here and there. They took in the bustling crowds and the vibrant marketplace. Beep, beep. As the three of them were examining toys at a stall, a car horn blared from behind them. Such sounds were commonplace, and Ye Xun initially paid it no mind. But when he glanced back, he saw the car speeding recklessly through the dense crowd. Pedestrians on the street scrambled out of the way at top speed, but little fish, distracted by the passing candied hawthorn, kept walking forward step by step.
Watch out!
Before the words had even finished echoing, Qingxue had already lunged forward, scooping up Xiaoyu in her arms. With a powerful push from her feet, she soared into the air. In just a few leaps, he carried Xiaoyu to safety. The moment they landed, little fishy froze in place, utterly bewildered. When she finally did, her eyes welled up, and she burst into tears.
It's okay. Everything's fine now. Qingxue gently patted Xiaoyu's back, soothing her softly. Boss, who was that? Why was he so arrogant?
Ye Xun glanced slightly displeased in the direction the car had driven off, asking. The boss glanced left and right, confirming no one nearby had noticed them, before leaning forward and saying.
They're from out of town, I think.
That's a big shot from over there, not someone ordinary folks like us can afford to cross.
The boss extended a finger, pointing westward. If you can hold your tongue, do so.
That big shot from over there could crush us like ants with just a few words. Ye Xun followed the direction indicated by the owner's finger, narrowing his eyes slightly.
That direction led toward the cultivation realm. Meaning the people in the carriage that passed by earlier were constables.
If it were any other important figure, they'd typically arrive in a carriage drawn by celestial horses. Take the important figure Ye Xun had just investigated, he arrived by carriage. But that was already last night's business. Thanks, boss.
Wrap these toys up for me.
Ye Xun casually picked out a few toys, the ones Xiaoyu had been so fond of earlier, and handed them to the shopkeeper. Having obtained the information they sought, Ye Xun and his companions headed back home. On the way back, he kept pondering, where on earth could a constable be rushing off to like that?
Xiao Shan!
Ye Xun snapped out of his thoughts and turned back to respond.
Slow down, will you? What are you thinking about? You didn't even hear me calling you.
Qingxue, cradling the sleeping little fish, grumbled. Hearing her words, Ye Xun eased his pace slightly and walked side by side with Qingxue.
Chapter 191, Not Taking It Seriously.
I was wondering what that constable was rushing off to do. Ye Xun shared his thoughts with Qingxue. After hearing this, Qingxue hesitated slightly before smiling and saying,
well, constables, though their rank isn't high, hold considerable power.
Every last one of them acts like they own the place. Ye Xun nodded, musing that this made sense.
Yet a vague sense of unease lingered. Something felt off, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what.
Within the cultivation world, the title of constable carried considerable prestige. If any member of a family could attain that position, it would undoubtedly be a source of immense pride and honor.
Unfortunately, demand far outstripped supply.
The number of constables was strictly limited, and the requirements for strength and other qualifications were extremely stringent.
It wasn't something just anyone could aspire to.
Apart from the 9 major sects of the cultivation world, no other sects were permitted to establish their own constabulary. However, they could establish their own law enforcement departments, though the names varied widely with no standardized terminology. The number of constables remains constant. Each of the 9 great sects is permitted to have no more than 2,000 constables.
Though the combined total of these constables exceeds 10,000, the number of cases requiring their intervention across the entire cultivation world
is actually quite frequent.
Typically, apprehending a fugitive would require a maximum of 1 or 200 constables per sect. That was the absolute limit. Yet this time, to capture Ye Xun, the 9 major sects mobilized nearly 7,000 constables. The global manhunt for Ye Xun speaks volumes about his significance.
How dare you?
Zhang Jianjia sat in the main seat of the council hall, his expression grim. Someone had already informed Zhang Jianjia that Lin Xingya had mobilized all the constables in Jiangcheng, preparing to arrest Ye Xun at midnight. In truth, this was hardly unreasonable. Ye Xun was a fugitive, and as the former young divine lord of the divine demon island, his protective forces were undoubtedly formidable. Though Fan Qingzhou had personally issued the kill order, he remained Ye Xun's master.
No one could guarantee Fan Qingzhou wouldn't pay lip service while secretly aiding Ye Xun in evading the constable's pursuit.
To evade the constable's pursuit. Therefore, once Ye Xun's location was confirmed, the most prudent course of action was to immediately mobilize all available forces for the capture. After all, delay could lead to unforeseen complications.
No one could guarantee Ye Xun wouldn't receive advance warning.
But Lin Xingya's mistake was that he hadn't consulted Zhang Jianjia beforehand about this matter. He acted entirely on his own initiative, bypassing the holy maiden Zhang Jianjia and effectively treating her as a mere ornament.
Please calm your anger, holy maiden. Captain Lin's actions may have stemmed from unavoidable circumstances.
Seeing Zhang Jianjia put on a display of intense anger, Qingfeng played along perfectly, immediately stepping forward to play the good cop. His words and demeanor seemed entirely considerate of Lin Xingya's situation. The messenger delivering the report glanced at Qingfeng's demeanor, his eyes darting slightly as if pondering something.
What unavoidable circumstances could he possibly have?
I say he's been the constable for so long he's forgotten his own position. Zhang Jianjia, seated at the head of the table, immediately feigned even greater indignation upon hearing this remark. The messenger, now silent, dared not utter a word. He kept his head bowed, staring at the floor.
You! Raise your head! After a brief silence, Zhang Jianjia suddenly spoke.
The messenger trembled violently upon hearing the command. His hands began trembling uncontrollably as he slowly raised his head. A grimace worse than a cry appeared on his face.
Holy maiden, this has nothing to do with me.
It's all that Lin Xingya.
He's so stubborn and self-willed.
I've tried to reason with him several times, but he wouldn't listen.
I really had no choice.
After hearing these words, Zhang Jianjia nodded slightly and rose to her feet. She walked up to him.
Not bad, not bad.
Your essence is well refined, your aura enduring, and you're quite the handsome fellow. The messenger who brought the news heard these words and froze as if struck by lightning. He froze in place, utterly stunned.
What did the holy maiden mean by that? Someone like me has refined true essence? Enduring aura?
That's a bit far-fetched, isn't it?
Could it be that the holy maiden intends to thrust me forward to play opposite Lord Lin?
No, if that's truly the case, I'll have to find a way to decline this matter. The holy maiden absolutely cannot linger here long, but Lord Lin is highly likely to remain stationed here permanently. As long as Ye Xun remains unfound, Lord Lin won't be leaving this place anytime soon. After making up his mind, the messenger who brought the news was about to speak. But Zhang Jianjia beat him to it, extending her delicate hand to pat his shoulder.
Not bad. I have high hopes for you.
With that single gesture, all his words were swallowed back into his throat, leaving him utterly speechless. As the saying goes, you don't bite the hand that feeds you. When someone comes begging for favors with a smile on their face, you can't just refuse outright. Especially when it came to a gift from the holy maiden herself. To refuse her now would be utterly ungrateful. Forget promotion, whether he could even keep his place in the Taoist sect would be up in the air.
Thank you for your favor, holy maiden.
After hesitating for a long while, the messenger finally knelt on the ground and bowed his head in reverence. Beyond expressing gratitude, there was nothing else he could say at this moment. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Jianjia finally let a smile grace her face. She turned and walked back to her seat at the head of the table, extending a finger to point at the man. You appear to be a man of fine bearing, and your martial prowess is quite remarkable. Why have you not even attained the position of a clerk? The messenger, hearing this, immediately replied with trembling fear and reverence.
In response to the holy maiden's question, my humble abilities are insufficient for such a great responsibility.
Therefore, Lord Lin is still evaluating me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianjia deliberately feigned anger. She snorted coldly. That Lin Xingya truly wields his official authority with great arrogance. As her words fell, no one dared speak. Every person in the hall pretended not to have heard. The maids and servants attending nearby all turned their faces away, those without hands occupied covering their ears. Zhang Jianjia could say such things after all, she was the sacred maiden of the Taoist sect.
Chapter 192, Arriving One Step Ahead.
To put it bluntly, once the current patriarch of the Taoist sect passes away,
wouldn't the entire Taoist sect essentially belong to Zhang Jianjia alone?
By that logic, Lin Qingya was utterly insignificant before Zhang Jianjia. But sometimes, people cannot be measured in such terms. For those living at the very bottom of society, the holy maiden was simply too distant a figure. Instead, it's minor constables like Lin Qingya who feel closer to them and have a more tangible impact on their lives. In this situation, silence was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Seeing no one echo her words, Zhang Jianjia sighed inwardly. But it wasn't because no one dared join her in cursing Lin Qingya. Rather, it was because not a single soul present could grasp her meaning. Not even Qingfeng Mingyue had caught on at this moment. Zhang Jianjia scanned the room once more, finally letting out another soft sigh. What a pity, what a pity. Her words were meant to beckon the person kneeling below, but they were also a lament for herself. Though Zhang Jianjia had been rescued by the Taoist sect leader since childhood, it wasn't until she turned 16 just 2 years prior that she personally began engaging with Taoist affairs. She had only personally begun to engage with the affairs of the Taoist sect, handling the tedious paperwork and navigating the complex web of relationships among its members. It was during this period that Zhang Jianjia gradually realized, though the Taoist sect appeared united as a solid bloc, in reality, factions abounded within its ranks. Nearly every individual who truly reached the center of power had a major faction backing them. This was true for almost everyone except Zhang Jianjia. For the past 2 years, Zhang Jianjia, unaffiliated with any faction, had become a coveted prize in the eyes of nearly every faction within the sect. Every faction coveted a piece of her, each scheming to seize complete control over her. After all, Zhang Jianjia was the first saintess of the Taoist sect in nearly a century. Women's status in the cultivation world wasn't much higher. Many old, stubborn immortals viewed them merely as commodities. Thus, over the past 2 years, Zhang Jianjia had received so many marriage proposals that they piled up nearly 2 meters high. It was then that Zhang Jianjia realized she needed her own loyal followers. Otherwise, when the final hour came, she herself would likely be nothing more than a lamb led to the slaughter. Thus, the scene unfolding today emerged. Zhang Jianjia sought to bind this man before her through mutual interests, leaving questions of loyalty for another day. Yet even for such a straightforward matter, Zhang Jianjia had no one by her side capable of cooperating. Qingfeng and Mingyue hadn't considered this layer at all. They both thought Zhang Jianjia was merely venting her anger and didn't take it too seriously. Fortunately, while Qingfeng and Mingyue remained oblivious, the man kneeling below them understood perfectly. He abruptly lifted his head, wanting to speak but hesitating. After a long, tense pause, he suddenly bowed his head. "Thank you, holy maiden, for your bounty." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Jianjia froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Not even Qingfeng and Mingyue, who had been by her side since childhood, could grasp her meaning. Yet neither could fathom her heart or grasp her intentions. Instead, a stranger she'd met only twice had seen through Zhang Jianjia's thoughts. "Oh? Then tell me, what exactly did this noble lady bestow upon you?" Upon hearing this, the person suddenly lifted their head and glanced left and right. The implication couldn't have been clearer. Zhang Jianjia's smile grew even broader, thinking to himself that this man must be recruited under his banner. "All of you, withdraw." Upon hearing this command, the maidservants and attendants in the hall hurriedly responded. They hurriedly withdrew. Zhang Jianjia watched this scene unfold and couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. Naturally, she found herself drawn to the man still kneeling before her. Soon the hall was empty, yet the kneeling figure remained silent. "Qingfeng and Mingyue, wait for me outside. Close the door." Upon hearing these words, Qingfeng and Mingyue both froze momentarily, unable to react immediately. Once they regained their senses, Mingyue grew visibly displeased. "Miss, we..." Before she could finish, Qingfeng cut her off. "Yes, Mississippi. Your servant takes her leave." With that, Qingfeng tugged Mingyue outside and closed the door behind them. Zhang Jianjia watched the scene unfold, offering a faint, resigned smile before dismissing it from her thoughts. "Now that it's just the two of us, feel free to speak your mind." The kneeling figure heard these words and immediately bowed his head to Zhang Jianjia once more. He then rose to explain. "Your Excellency, seeing my plight, graciously offered me the position of military strategist. I am overwhelmed with gratitude and would die to repay such kindness." His words were beautifully crafted. Any ruler hearing them would be delighted. Zhang Jianjia was no exception. Smiling, he rose and walked before the man. Very good, very good. In this vast realm of Tao, few truly understand me. You are one of them. I am humble, but I possess a modicum of cleverness nothing compared to other lords." Zhang Jianjia nodded, thoroughly pleased with his demeanor, and promptly inquired after his name. "I am blessed by heaven to share the same surname as the patriarch and the holy maiden. My given name is Yi." Zhang Jianjia murmured the name Zhang Yi under her breath, her smile never fading. After a long while, she finally addressed Zhang Yi. "Go prepare yourself. In half an hour, I'll take you to meet the young divine lord of the divine demon island." Hearing this, Zhang Yi's breath caught for half a beat. He stared at Zhang Jianjia in utter disbelief.
After all, Ye Xun was currently a fugitive, and Lin Qingya had already set the hour of midnight tonight for his capture. For Zhang Jianjia, the revered holy maiden of the Taoist sect, to meet with a fugitive about to be captured at this critical moment. The implications were far too profound. What? Are you scared? Zhang Jianjia waited a long time without a reply, and she frowned slightly. Noticing Zhang Jianjia seemed displeased, Zhang Yi immediately spoke up. I'm willing to brave the fiercest dangers to repay the holy maiden's kindness. Then go prepare at once. Yes, I shall take my leave. Zhang Yi bowed his head, bent his waist, and retreated from Zhang Jianjia's presence. The entire hall was suddenly left with only Zhang Jianjia. Her eyes fixed on the bright stars outside, she remained silent for a long while. Who knows what she was thinking? Meanwhile, Ye Xun and the others had already returned to Su Qingxue's residence. After dinner, Ye Xun locked himself in his room. His mind kept circling back to the constable they'd encountered that night, and the more he thought about it, the more unsettling it felt. Chapter 193, Releasing Ye Xun. Within the cultivation world, constables were indeed arrogant and overbearing in their daily lives. If they encountered powerful cultivators, they might rein in their arrogance somewhat. But when dealing with ordinary civilians from the mortal world? In their eyes, these people were nothing mere lowly commoners. The lives and dignity of these lowly people held no value whatsoever in their eyes. Therefore, they never gave a second thought to speeding through crowded city streets. Would it cause fatalities? Yet among the 9 great sects, the Taoist faction was somewhat different. This sect also received offerings and incense in the secular world, and there were countless Taoist temples with thriving worship. Though some fake Taoists did exist, tarnishing the sect's reputation. Overall, however, the Taoist sect maintained a favorable reputation among the common folk, who willingly respected these Taoists from the cultivation world. Moreover, the Taoist sect is one of the few cultivation sects officially recognized by the state, which can be considered an honor. Yet this recognition also carries its own constraints. Official state recognition meant the sect could openly recruit disciples in the secular world and collect offerings like incense money. Yet, when its disciples returned to the secular world, they were bound by the laws established by the state. If they committed crimes and were caught, they would face severe punishment, and the sect itself could not intervene. Given these constraints, Ye Xun found it hard to believe the constables would dare act so brazenly. If anything truly happened, even if it didn't lead to major trouble, there would certainly be corresponding measures taken to sanction them. Moreover, Ye Xun had already heard that a high-ranking figure from the Taoist sect had arrived the previous night. With such a figure overseeing matters, these constables would be even less likely to act arrogantly. After eliminating every other possibility, the one remaining, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. The reason that constable was in such a rush was because they had already tracked down Ye Xun's whereabouts. They were mobilizing everyone to apprehend Ye Xun. The realization hit him like a bolt of lightning, and Ye Xun sprang to his feet. He practically ran out of the room, intending to find Qin Shuang, only to discover a note had appeared on the table in the hall. Pursuers will arrive soon. Flee immediately. After reading the note, Ye Xun glanced left and right, finding no one. He immediately used his inner energy to reduce the note to ashes, flicked it away, and hurriedly left the place. Originally, it had been mere conjecture, lacking any evidence to substantiate his suspicions. Now, it was almost certain. Though he still didn't know who had placed the note here, he could confirm that the information on it was true. It perfectly aligned with his suspicions. Xiao Shan? Qin Shuang gasped in surprise when Ye Xun burst into the room. After all, it was the dead of night. Ye Xun's sudden intrusion was enough to startle her. Ye Xun didn't dwell on it, completely oblivious to the crack in Qin Shuang's window. Quick, pack your things. Take Xiao Yu and Su Qingxue away from here. As he spoke, Ye Xun had already picked up a small suitcase and started packing Xiao Yu's essentials. Qin Shuang watched his movements in a daze. Wait, what's gotten into you? What's going on? We can leave tomorrow. It's the middle of the night, and little fish is asleep. Ye Xun was nearly frantic by this point. Hearing her words, he snapped back without hesitation. If they're asleep, wake them up. If we don't run now, we'll all die. Qin Shuang was startled by his words and immediately stopped asking questions, hurrying to pack her things. Before long, sleepy-eyed Xiao Yu, dragging his suitcase, followed Qin Shuang out. Su Qingxue emerged from her room clutching a small suitcase. Su Qingxue, I'm sorry, this is all my fault. But we're in a crisis now. I'm afraid you'll have to make do and leave with them. Ye Xun finished speaking and, without waiting for their responses, shoved them all out the back door. Wait. What about you? Aren't you running? Su Qingxue, the most composed among them, was the first to notice Ye Xun hadn't packed anything. If I leave, you won't be able to escape. Don't worry, I have my own way out. I'll find you later. Xiao Yu perked up instantly at those words, her eyes reddening as she dropped the box and lunged toward Ye Xun. But this time, Ye Xun made an extremely rare move to dodge. He reached out and lightly slapped Xiao Yu on the back of her neck. After settling down, he bought some ointment to soothe little fish. The little girl was most afraid of pain. Ye Xun glanced at Xiaoyu in his arms, smiled softly, and handed her to Su Qingxue. He turned and closed the back door. Was it truly okay for him to stay here alone? After all, he was the only one truly wanted by the authorities. Su Qingxue cradled Xiaoyu, her eyes clouded with worry. Qin Shuang also gazed in that direction, her expression complex as she gently bit her lip. After a moment's hesitation, a faint smile touched her lips. Trust him. He always manages to surprise you in the most unexpected ways. After seeing Qin Shuang and the others off, Ye Xun opened the door to the small room. He pulled out a large armchair and sat down facing the doorway. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Zhang Jianjia arrived with Zhang Yi, Qingfeng, and Manhwa. Approached the cottage slowly. Seeing the door wide open, Zhang Jianjia was slightly surprised. But upon spotting Ye Xun seated upright in the armchair, a hint of admiration flashed in her eyes. From the time the messenger returned with the report to her arrival here, less than 2 hours had passed. 2 hours could be considered long or short, but it was certainly enough time for Ye Xun to flee the city. But if he did, Zhang Jianjia would show no mercy, she would pursue him relentlessly. Young Master Yi, I've long admired your reputation. Hearing these words, Ye Xun finally opened his eyes and looked ahead. With only this small force, does the holy maiden Zhang not fear Ye Xun turning the tables? A faint smile played on Ye Xun's lips as his gaze swept over Zhang Yi and Qingfeng Minghua's faces. Zhang Jianjia also smiled, fixing her gaze on Ye Xun. A young god like yourself wouldn't make such a foolish move, I imagine. Ye Xun narrowed his eyes, his smile vanishing abruptly. Holy maiden Zhang, I am no longer the young divine lord. Regarding character alone, this maiden also believes young Master Yi would never commit such a disgraceful act. Then Ye Xun is truly grateful for the holy maiden Zhang's kind words. Chapter 194, The Crime of Lingtian. Zhang Jianjia heard his words and smiled faintly. Young Master Yi is too kind. I merely spoke the truth. While the two conversed, the small hut had been completely surrounded by layers upon layers of constables. Lin Qingya, leading Luan, jogged over to Zhang Jianjia's side. Your servant arrived late to protect your majesty, causing the holy maiden to be startled. Please punish me, holy maiden. Zhang Jianjia glanced at Lin Qingya, a faint, ambiguous smile playing on her lips. Captain Lin, you're quite prompt. I've only just arrived, and here you are already. When Zhang Jianjia arrived here, it was actually still about 15 minutes before midnight. In other words, Lin Qingya should have departed from the temporary outpost only 15 minutes later. Even at top speed, it would take him over half an hour to reach this location. That ample time would have been sufficient for Zhang Jianjia to accomplish many things. Yet Lin Qingya had arrived so swiftly that Zhang Jianjia and Ye Xun had barely exchanged a few words. This could only mean one thing: Lin Qingya had been monitoring Zhang Jianjia all along. Hearing her words, Lin Qingya sneered inwardly. He feigned a look of concern on his face. Your servant has heard that the holy maiden led the charge, venturing alone into perilous territory. While I admire her courage, I am also deeply concerned. At this point, Lin Qingya turned his gaze toward Ye Xun. This villain is a ruthless scoundrel who slaughtered an entire clan overnight. Shameless and deceitful, he speaks nothing but lies. Fearing the holy maiden's kindness might be exploited, I journeyed here without delay. Please forgive my haste, your holiness. Ye Xun watched the scene unfold with keen interest, eager to see how Zhang Jianjia would handle it. Ye Xun had heard rumors about Zhang Jianjia before. At that time, many had collectively referred to Ye Xun, Zhang Jianjia, and the chosen successors of the other 7 major sects, collectively known as the 9 Chosen Ones. This title was virtually known to every soul in the cultivation world. When ordinary folk had nothing better to do, they loved comparing these 9 Chosen Ones. They debated which of the 9 would rise above the rest and claim supremacy. Such debates were purely verbal sparring, incapable of yielding any conclusive results. No one could possibly be objective. Thus, the most gossip-driven organization in the cultivation world, the Wind and Grace Pavilion, took on this daunting task. This organization exists solely for the purpose of gathering all manner of martial world gossip. The disciples within its doors hone their skills solely to gain access to the most explosive gossip. Their presence extends far beyond the cultivation world. Wherever people gather, disciples of the Wind and Grace Pavilion can be found. Cultivators harbor a love-hate relationship with them. When major sects wish to disseminate news across the entire cultivation world, they would invariably go through this organization. Within half a day, the entire cultivation world would be aware of the news. Take the recent manhunt for Ye Xun. The Divine Demon Island managed to disseminate the bounty across the entire cultivation world in such a short time precisely because of this organization. This was all thanks to this very organization. In this sense, the existence of the Wind and Grace Pavilion undoubtedly served the entire cultivation world. However, the Wind and Grace Pavilion's influence extends far beyond mere convenience. There is no intelligence they cannot obtain, only intelligence they choose not to pursue. Thus, the Wind and Grace Pavilion stands as the most authoritative and formidable intelligence agency in the entire cultivation world. The majority of scandals involving major sects are first disseminated by them.
For an organization like this, the most coveted thing is naturally a sensational topic.
A topic as enduring as the 9 heirs of heaven's mandate? Having caught wind of it, how could they possibly let it slip? Soon, the wind in Grace Pavilion withdrew.
The so-called Heaven's Mandate list, aside from the legendary Heaven's Mandate 9 sons, it also included outstanding young disciples from major sects, as well as promising individuals without formal affiliations. Together, they made up 50 individuals, ranked on the Destiny list based on a comprehensive evaluation of various factors. On this list, Ye Xun ranked 5th, while Zhang Jianjia came in 9th. When the list was first released, many questioned its fairness. Thus, to demonstrate fairness, the Fengkai Pavilion decided to publicly host the Heavens Will ranking tournament 1 year later. The rankings would be finalized based on the tournament results. However, Ye Xun remained unaware of these developments. His interest was purely focused on the Taoist saintess before him. Upon hearing Lin Xingya's words, Zhang Jianjia stepped before him, her eyes sparkling with amusement. In that case, this young lady must thank Constable Lin for his guidance, right? Lin Xingya couldn't help but curve his lips upward at her words, silently acknowledging the truth in Zhang Jianjia's statement. Yet his expression remained unchanged, head bowed in deference. Your servant dares not. Your servant is deeply humbled. The moment Lin Xingya finished speaking, Zhang Jianjia's smile vanished. She demanded coldly. Lin Xingya, do you know your crime? Zhang Jianjia's icy voice echoed through the pitch-black night sky. All the constables, upon hearing these words, looked at each other in confusion. They exchanged bewildered glances. Lin Xingya was even more stunned, utterly baffled by Zhang Jianjia's true intentions. I know my crime, but I know not which law I have violated. After all, Lin Xingya had spent over a decade navigating the Taoist sects, weathering countless storms. He wasn't about to lose his composure over a single remark from Zhang Jianjia. Hearing his words, Zhang Jianjia let out a cold laugh before turning away, hands behind his back, and declared in a clear voice. Lin Xingya, since you are unaware, I shall enlighten you today. The Holy Maiden has made it clear. Knowingly concealing the whereabouts of a wanted criminal constitutes the first offense. Zhang Jianjia now laid out every deed Lin Xingya had committed these past days as a litany of crimes. Truthfully, each of Lin Xingya's actions could be considered either minor or major offenses. Whether to pursue them depended entirely on Zhang Jianjia's whim. In other words, whether Lin Xingya was guilty or not was entirely at Zhang Jianjia's discretion. How laughable that Lin Xingya had previously schemed to find ways to drive Zhang Jianjia away. Had he actually gone through with it, even if Zhang Jianjia were to chop off his head right now? With constables swarming the mountains and valleys, not a single one would dare utter a peep. Lin Xingya knelt on the ground, his body trembling with cold. He never imagined Zhang Jianjia would turn on him like this. So all my previous assumptions were wrong. Completely wrong. That little brat never knew where Ye Xun was from the very beginning. If only I hadn't listened to that bastard back then, would I be facing death now? Lin Xingya, do you admit your guilt? Zhang Jianjia's cool, detached voice reached his ears, and only then did Lin Xingya snap back to reality. Chapter 195, Nighttime Prison Break. Your servant admits guilt. Lin Xingya collapsed to the ground as if all his strength had been drained in an instant. His eyes were vacant. Ye Xun stood watching the scene unfold, his gaze fixed on Zhang Jianjia. Besides a hint of admiration, there was also a trace of wariness. Zhang Jianjia would never actually kill Lin Xingya, but she was certainly determined to slowly dismantle his influence. This was Jiancheng, not the Taoist headquarters. Zhang Jianjia's status as the Holy Maiden wouldn't hold as much sway here. There would inevitably be those who paid lip service while harboring hidden agendas. Lin Xingya was the prime example. Her primary purpose in coming out this time was undoubtedly to gain experience. She wouldn't stay long, but it wouldn't be short either. If everyone followed Lin Xingya's example and paid lip service to Zhang Jianjia while secretly opposing her, Zhang Jianjia wouldn't get any real work done. Just outmaneuvering these people day in and day out would wear her out. True to Ye Xun's expectations, after staring at Lin Xingya for several minutes, she feigned a sigh of admiration for talent. Very well. Considering your past contributions to the Taoist sect and your pivotal role in capturing this traitor, I shall spare you the death penalty. Upon hearing this, nearly everyone present felt Zhang Jianjia was magnanimous and forgiving. Even Lin Xingya himself believed it. Zhang Jianjia swept her gaze around the room. Seeing nothing but admiration on every face, she continued. A barely perceptible smile touched his lips. But while you may escape the death penalty, you cannot evade punishment. Surrender the tiger token immediately. You remain in your post under observation. Should this happen again, severe punishment will follow without exception. After delivering these words, Zhang Jianjia deliberately paused, waiting for anyone who wished to voice dissent to step forward. After waiting a while, Zhang Jianjia saw no one step forward to question her decision. The smile on Zhang Jianjia's face grew slightly more pronounced. Lin Xingya, do you accept this? Hearing Zhang Jianjia's question, Lin Xingya had shed his initial arrogance. Bowing his head, he shouted loudly.
This traitor accepts the command. Thank you, holy maiden, for sparing my life. Zhang Jianjia nodded, satisfied with Lin Qingya's attitude. She then turned to address the constables. Where is Lu Shi? Lu Shi, who had been mingling among the crowd, collapsed onto the ground upon hearing this command. Several constables nearby dragged him before Zhang Jianjia. Kneel. Zhang Jianjia looked down at Lu Shi with extreme coldness in her voice. It could be said that if not for Lu Shi fanning the flames, Lin Qingya would have merely harbored some dissatisfaction toward Zhang Jianjia. He wouldn't have dared to confront Zhang Jianjia. Lu Shi, you have spread heretical doctrines to deceive my Taoist constables, plotting to usurp power. Your crime warrants execution. Do you have anything to say? Seeing he was still allowed to speak, Lu Shi immediately began kowtowing, banging his head on the ground with each prostration. Spare my life, Your Honor. Spare my life. All this was instigated by Lin Qingya. I had nothing to do with it. Ye Xun heard Lu Shi's defense and couldn't help but shake his head. If he'd simply admitted his guilt, claimed his previous actions were a momentary lapse of judgment, and expressed loyalty to Zhang Jianjia was currently in need of capable hands and might not have executed him. But speaking now was tantamount to signing his own death warrant. After all, Zhang Jianjia had just released Lin Qingya. For Lu Shi to turn on him now would be courting disaster. Insolent! Sure enough, upon hearing his words, Zhang Jianjia's expression grew even colder, and he roared in fury. Guards! Remove this vermin and execute him immediately. At the words execute immediately, Lu Shi's face turned ashen, and he begged for mercy incessantly. But it was all in vain. No sooner had Zhang Jianjia finished speaking than several constables stepped forward, flanking Lu Shi on either side and dragging him away. Ye Xun, who witnessed the entire scene, silently took note of this girl, Zhang Jianjia. Do not underestimate the impact of today's events. Henceforth, whenever those constables entertain thoughts of rebellion, they will recall the fate that befell Lu Shi. Whether they were tempted by their own desires or incited by others, they would think twice before taking such a step. How many heads on their shoulders could Zhang Jianjia chop off? Only after handling all matters did Zhang Jianjia turn her attention back to Ye Xun. Come along. Young Master Yi will have to endure some inconvenience next. Upon hearing these words, Ye Xun offered a faint smile. Miss Zhang's thunderous methods, I must say, I'm impressed. Zhang Jianjia said no more. She had chains brought forth to bind Ye Xun, then turned and headed straight back to her residence. Her objective for the day had been achieved. The budding threat of Lin Qingya had been nipped in the bud with decisive action. Meanwhile, Qin Shuang and the others had only just reached the outskirts of Jiangchang. This area wasn't exactly uninhabited, but it was rarely noticed by constables. By conventional logic, once you've fled, the farther you get, the better. So Qin Shuang and her companions took the opposite approach, exploiting the blind spot under the lamp. Miss, Qin Shuang began, we're travelers from out of town. We were hoping to stay with relatives here. Would it be possible for us to stay the night? Gu Yashuan looked at the two women before her, then glanced at the child in Qin Shuang's arms. Her eyes narrowed with suspicion. It's so late, why not find an inn? Hearing this, Su Miaoxue froze, unsure how to respond. As Gu Yashuan had pointed out, it was already the middle of the night. Staying at an inn was far more reliable than seeking lodging at someone's home. Qin Shuang reacted quickly. Hearing Gu Yashuan's words, she immediately put on a look of deep embarrassment. To be perfectly honest, our wallet was stolen a while back and we've been traveling like this the whole way. Seeing that Gu Yashuan still seemed hesitant, Qin Shuang quickly feigned panic. Don't worry, miss. We may be penniless, but we're country folk, we've got plenty of strength. Just tell us what you need done. Hearing Qin Shuang's words and seeing the dirt caked on their faces and clothes, they must have truly been traveling rough, sleeping under the stars. Her heart softened. Come in. You won't need to work. I live alone, so there's little to do. With that, Gu Yashuan stepped aside and let Qin Shuang and her companions enter. Her dwelling resembled an ancient tiled roof house, featuring a small courtyard and an inner well, though the living quarters themselves were modest. Including the kitchen, there were only 2 rooms. You and the child can share one room. The little one is still young and needs his mother. As for you, young lady, if you don't mind, you can squeeze in with me. With that single sentence, Gu Yashuan had assigned the rooms. Qin Shuang and the others naturally had no objections. Having a place to stay was enough, they weren't going to be picky. The day passed without incident. Chapter 196, Covert Investigation. Taoist Headquarters Temporary Base in Jiangchang, Council Chamber. Zhang Jianjia sat alone at the head of the table, a covered bowl in hand, her gaze fixed straight ahead. It was unclear what thoughts occupied her mind. The entire assembly hall was unusually quiet. The maidservants and attendants who should have been attending to Zhang Jianjia had all been dismissed by Zhang Jianjia at this hour. Outside, the night deepened, while inside, the holy maidens sat lost in thought. After an unknown span of time, Manhwa burst in from outside. Miss! Miss! Hearing the calls, Zhang Jianjia finally snapped back to reality and looked at Manhwa, who had entered. How did it go?
As Mingyue approached Zhang Jianjia, the young lady couldn't contain her eagerness and whispered the question again.
Mingyue glanced warily left and right before whispering to Zhang Jianjia. Everything is ready. We're just waiting for your word, miss.
Hearing this, Zhang Jianjia's body instantly tensed, her breathing becoming slightly hurried.
You weren't spotted, were you?
Mingyue immediately patted her chest in assurance.
Absolutely not.
Not even my sister knows about this. I've kept it hidden from her all along.
Hearing her words, Zhang Jianjia seemed to suddenly exhale a sigh of relief.
Her entire body relaxed instantly, and she slumped back into her chair. Watching Zhang Jianjia like this, Mingyue couldn't help but feel curious and asked.
Miss, didn't you say he's a heinous criminal? Why are we helping him so much? Hearing Mingyue's question, Zhang Jianjia's face flushed inexplicably. She stammered. I don't believe young Master Yi is that kind of person.
This time, he must have been framed.
Mingyue's face immediately lit up with a smile.
I'd wager you've taken a liking to that young Master Yi, miss, which is why you're going out of your way to aid him, right?
Zhang Jianjia's face flushed even redder upon hearing this. Get lost. How could that be possible?
This young lady here is destined to inherit the orthodox lineage and become the sect leader.
I couldn't care less about romantic entanglements.
Even she herself didn't know if she was explaining this to Mingyue or to herself. Mingyue was well aware of Zhang Jianjia's ambitions. Her earlier words had been nothing more than sisterly banter.
Mingyue hadn't taken it to heart at all.
In the dungeon, Ye Xun sat cross-legged atop a pile of straw, his chi flowing toward his body. Only a small portion was absorbed by his body, the rest circulated through him once before being expelled again. After an unknown period of time, Ye Xun opened his eyes, a wry smile touching his lips. The cultivation technique he practiced was called the divine demon art, personally imparted to him by Fan Qingzhou. It was said to be a mandatory technique for every successive island master of Divine Demon Island. While the divine demon art was indeed extraordinarily powerful, those who cultivated it and successfully mastered its basics. One could typically fight 10 opponents alone, or even engage foes of higher tiers. Of course, if one truly encountered an enemy of a higher tier, running away was still the priority. After all, fighting above one's level came at a price and did not guarantee victory. Moreover, this technique was no simple feat to master. The divine demon art demands exceptionally high-quality true chi. Even while on Divine Demon Island, Ye Xun had to purify the true chi he absorbed within his own body, otherwise, the divine demon art would automatically expel it. Thus, it stands to reason that even now, with over 40% of his meridians restored, the amount of true chi he could absorb remained pitifully small. Sigh, looks like I'll have to find another cultivation technique for little fish. The divine demon art is truly, sigh. Just as Ye Xun sighed in frustration, he suddenly noticed that the prison guards who had been stationed at the entrance had vanished without a trace. Ye Xun pressed his face against the cell door, straining to peer outside. He realized that the entire prison seemed devoid of guards. Heh, it seems my hunch was right after all. The heavenly mechanism mirror is indeed in her possession. When Ye Xun had previously suspected a powerful figure had arrived in Zhangchang, he'd surmised that person would surely bring the heavenly mechanism mirror with them. After all, if one wanted to locate Ye Xun's position as quickly as possible, using the heavenly mechanism mirror would undoubtedly be the most convenient method. But the heavenly mechanism mirror was, after all, a supreme treasure of the Taoist sect. It wasn't something just anyone could use at will. Even if a Taoist elder wished to use it, they must first seek permission from the Grandmaster. Only with the Patriarch's consent could an elder wield it. After eliminating all other possibilities, only one person remained who could both wield the heavenly mechanism mirror and bring the treasure out. That person was Zhang Jianjia, the holy maiden of the Taoist sect. Ye Xun and Zhang Jianjia were essentially peers. At their age, most shared a sense of justice and curiosity. Especially a young lady raised in a pampered environment, she would certainly seize this opportunity to use the heavenly mechanism mirror to uncover the truth behind Ye Xun's case. This was why Ye Xun felt confident enough to let Qin Shuang and the others leave first. Before long, Ye Xun had picked the lock on the cell door and strode out with confidence. Before leaving, he casually picked up a piece of glass from an outside table and placed a sheet of paper on top of it. Meanwhile, at the Gu residence in Donglin City. Once, this place had been bustling with activity, luxury cars coming and going constantly. But now, the place felt deserted and cold. Only the Gu family's old mansion still stood quietly there. No one ventured near anymore. Everyone considered it unlucky. Even in broad daylight, few would willingly venture here, let alone in the dead of night. Yet tonight, the long-abandoned Gu family mansion welcomed two visitors once more. The Su and Chen families are truly despicable. How soon they forget. Gazing at the dilapidated mansion before them, devoid of anything but worthless ornamental rocks, Wang Shanghe couldn't help but mutter his disapproval. Lin Biao heard his words and couldn't help but frown. Let's look for clues first. While Lin Biao disapproved of the Su and Chen family's actions, the Gu family weren't exactly saints either.
Their current predicament could be seen as poetic justice, what goes around comes around. Wang Shanghe frowned upon hearing this remark and grumbled under his breath. They've already been destroyed like this, what clues could we possibly find? Even if there were any before, those two families would have wiped them out. Lin Biao pretended not to hear Wang Shanghe's words and walked inward on his own. Chapter 197, the first to withdraw. Seeing Lin Biao brush off his words as if they were wind passing by his ears, Wang Shanghe sighed inwardly. He couldn't help but sigh before following inside. I tell you, he muttered, if those people were capable of pulling off something like this, they certainly wouldn't have left much evidence behind. Wang Shanghe scanned the entire room as he muttered his complaints. Though he had previously declared with great bravado that he would help Lin Biao reopen the case. After 2 days of investigation, they had practically exhausted every lead available to the two of them. Still, they hadn't uncovered any leads that could justify reopening the case. Wang Shanghe was beginning to lose heart. Lin Biao paid no heed to Wang Shanghe's words, absorbed in his own tasks. Wang Shanghe watched him from the side, sighing repeatedly. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Biao suddenly plopped down onto the ground. Are you okay? Seeing Lin Biao sitting on the ground, Wang Shanghe approached him cautiously and asked. Lin Biao lifted his head, glanced at him, and offered a smile that looked worse than crying. You're right. Maybe I really was too naive. A hint of self-mockery tinged his words. I'm only human, not some immortal. Those gods kill people and frame others for their crimes, how could they ever leave evidence behind? Seeing Lin Biao like this, Wang Shanghe felt a sharp pang in his heart, struggling to breathe. It felt as though someone had clutched his heart, causing unbearable pain. He stared at Lin Biao sitting on the floor, unable to utter a word for a long time. This once prosperous mansion now held nothing but two men, not even a single piece of furniture remained. The night wind rustled the leaves on the great tree outside, creating a soft, whispering sound. Lin Biao sat on the floor, enveloped in darkness, while Wang Shanghe stood not far beside him. Outside the house, all was silent except for the rustling of leaves. It seemed as if the heavens themselves were mocking these two men for their hubris. After an unknown period of time, Wang Shanghe suddenly grabbed Lin Biao by the collar and pulled him to his feet. Get up! Look at yourself! What a sight you are! Lin Biao felt like a marionette held in Wang Shanghe's grasp. His eyes were vacant as he stared at Wang Shanghe. Snap out of it! Wang Shanghe grabbed Lin Biao by the collar and shook him violently, his face twisted into a ferocious expression. The look in his eyes as he stared at Lin Biao was like that of a starving man fixated on his food. The worst part was that this food had fallen on the ground and gotten dirty. Lin Biao remained in that same dazed state, staring blankly at Wang Shanghe before him. His eyes held nothing but blankness, utterly void of any other emotion. Smack! Seeing Lin Biao like this, Wang Shanghe raised his hand and slapped him across the face. This was merely a minor setback. If we couldn't find evidence, we'd simply shift our approach. I refuse to believe they could leave absolutely no trace. Lin Biao listened to Wang Shanghe's words, his eyes still vacant, not even glancing at Wang Shanghe as he murmured to himself. Evidence? Where else could we possibly look? We've searched everywhere possible. Not only have we found no evidence, but not even a single new clue. Lin Biao took a step back, his laughter turning maniacal. 17 days, a full 17 days, and not a single useful lead. All the evidence points to him. For over half a month, Lin Biao and his partner had practically combed every possible place where clues might be found. Yet they came up empty-handed every single time. Of course, with such a large-scale operation, people within the police department couldn't possibly remain unaware. Yet no one chose to assist them, nor did anyone attempt to stop them. Everyone went about their business as usual, seemingly oblivious to our every move. But behind closed doors, the two of them had become the hottest topic in the police station. All the officers were pointing fingers at them. No, we'll keep investigating. No one is truly supernatural. Anyone capable of such deeds would inevitably leave clues behind. We just haven't found that clue yet, not discovered it. Wang Shanghe's temper flared, and he bellowed at Lin Biao. Upon hearing this, Lin Biao's emotions suddenly flared up intensely. Find it? How long will that take? 10 years? 20? 100? Lin Biao practically shouted in Wang Shanghe's face, unleashing all the pent-up frustration he'd accumulated over the past half-month in that single moment. Unrestrained, hysterical. Wang Shanghe froze upon hearing Lin Biao's words, his earlier assertiveness vanishing. Instead, he spoke in a slightly quieter voice. As long as we don't give up, we'll definitely find it. As long as we persevere. Before he could finish, Lin Biao cut him off. But I can't hold on any longer. You know what they call us? Murderers, accomplices, living demons. With that, Wang Shanghe fell silent. The entire room plunged once more into an oppressive, deafening silence. The two men stood facing each other, neither uttering a word. This is where it ends. It's time to stop. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Biao finally spoke. His voice was barely a whisper, yet after uttering those words, it felt as though every ounce of strength had been drained from his body.
Even standing there felt like an immense effort.
Wang Xianghe stared at Lin Biao, his face filled with utter disbelief.
What did you say?
Lin Biao glanced at Wang Xianghe before shifting his gaze elsewhere.
My sister is about to give birth.
The doctor said this period is critical, and we must be extra careful to keep her emotions stable. Before Lin Biao could finish his sentence, Wang Xianghe had already lunged forward, grabbing him by the collar. He lifted Lin Biao off the ground.
You!
Wang Xianghe stared at Lin Biao's face, unable to utter a word for a long while. After 5 or 6 minutes had passed, Wang Xianghe finally released Lin Biao.
Fine. I understand you don't want to get burned.
I'll handle this investigation myself. After hearing this, Lin Biao opened his mouth as if to say something. But in the end, he said nothing.
He felt he had no standing left to say anything more.
He was the one who had initially proposed seeking evidence, and for over half a month, he had been the one encouraging Wang Xianghe when the latter wanted to give up. Yet now, at this most difficult moment, at this darkest hour, it was he who first suggested giving up.
How ironic. How laughable.
Wang Xianghe stood rooted to the spot, watching Lin Biao walk step by step toward the door.
Chapter 198, The Weapon.
Perhaps it was because he understood Lin Biao's predicament, or perhaps because, at this very moment, his own emotions were equally complex.
He truly didn't know what to say.
Wang Xianghe, who should have been raging, stood quietly in silence, watching Lin Biao gradually walk away. Both men knew that once Lin Biao crossed the threshold, it would mean they were now people of two different worlds. From this day forward, the Lin Biao within Wang Xianghe's heart had died. He had buried Lin Biao with his own hands. He had erected a tombstone, burying Lin Biao's soul.
Having investigated this far, to simply walk away now, didn't he feel it was a pity?
At that very moment, a clear female voice suddenly rang out. Lin Biao and Wang Xianghe both heard it, their faces simultaneously betraying a look of astonishment. Ever since the security detail withdrew from this mansion, no one ever came here, not even passers-by were common.
And now, in the dead of night, who else would be here besides them two investigating leads? How could anyone have deliberately come here?
Yet the reality was undeniable. Within this mansion, besides the two of them, there was a third person. It was even possible that this person had been hiding inside, eavesdropping on their conversation the entire time.
Who are you?
Lin Biao no longer felt like leaving. He turned to face the pitch-black doorway and shouted the question.
You're just leaving like this? Don't you feel it's a tremendous waste?
You were so close to uncovering the truth.
If the previous remark had only instilled fear in Lin Biao and his companion, then this next sentence delivered a shockwave.
Lin Biao and his companion exchanged glances, each seeing shock reflected in the other's eyes. They had been investigating Ye Xun's cases for over half a month. Not only had they found no evidence, they hadn't uncovered even the slightest trace. Every clue had been wiped clean, as if someone had taken a giant rag and scrubbed away all traces. Had it not been for this, Lin Biao would never have abandoned the investigation so readily.
He knew full well that Ye Xun alone could never have slaughtered the entire Gu family overnight.
No matter how formidable Ye Xun's abilities were, it simply wasn't possible. Consider this, while some Gu family members died in the courtyard, the majority perished in their own rooms. To achieve that, at least 5 internal energy masters would have been required.
Who the hell are you?
Lin Biao took a step toward the doorway, his voice growing colder by the second. Precisely because he understood this, he remained so vigilant toward this sudden intruder. They still didn't know whether the intruder was friend or foe, and he couldn't guarantee the person wouldn't suddenly attack.
You may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but your vigilance is top-notch. Rest assured, I'm not here to silence you.
Just as Lin Biao approached the doorway step by step, the woman's voice suddenly chuckled softly. Both Lin Biao and his companion froze simultaneously upon hearing those words.
Not here to silence witnesses? Then what the hell are you doing here in the dead of night?
This isn't some tourist attraction.
Surely she's not here to give us clues?
Lin Biao and Wang Xianghe heard the words and almost simultaneously thought to themselves.
Well, you've guessed correctly. I am here to deliver clues to you.
As if reading their minds, the woman's voice chimed in with a charming smile.
This left Lin Biao and the others completely dumbfounded, unsure whether to believe her or not. True, since the voice appeared, they hadn't suffered any harm.
But they hadn't even seen the speaker's face or even their figure, for that matter. How could they possibly trust her so easily?
May we ask, young lady, if it would be possible to meet you in person?
No sooner had Lin Biao finished speaking than another voice echoed from within the doorway.
Young master, could it be that you've developed feelings for this humble maiden and wish to share a moment of intimacy? What a mess!
Lin Biao heard this and immediately muttered a complaint under his breath. He'd never seen anyone assume that asking someone to meet meant they had feelings for them. And even if the situation were different, Lin Biao wouldn't have said anything. The problem was this girl first kept her head hidden, then revealed herself. She claimed Lin Biao and his partner had been investigating for ages, just a hair's breadth away from finding a lead.
Only to give up now? That was such a waste.
That's why Lin Biao had insisted she come out to meet him. So why was she still?
Miss, please don't joke. You came here late at night, it can't be just to give us a few pointers, can it?
Lin Biao's words were quite clear. He was telling the girl that unless she came forward, he and his men wouldn't believe her story.
I won't waste words with you lot.
If you want clues, go search the nearby villages.
And another thing. The most crucial clue is finding the murder weapon. Without it, no amount of evidence will help. That's all I have to say.
Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. I've delivered the message. After uttering these words, the girl vanished as if she'd never been there, not a sound coming from her again. Lin Biao and the others were left utterly confused, unable to make sense of the girl's cryptic words.
Miss?
After a moment, Lin Biao tentatively called out several times, but received no reply.
Finding no answer, Lin Biao and Wang Shanghai exchanged a glance before approaching the doorway, one on each side. No one! They exclaimed in unison as they met inside the doorway. Both saw confusion reflected in each other's faces. Logically speaking, this was the only exit.
They had been guarding the main gate the entire time.
No one had come in or out. Do you think we can trust what she said?
Lin Biao nodded toward the window outside and said to Wang Shanghai. Upon hearing his words, Wang Shanghai's face also showed a hint of hesitation.
After a long moment of hesitation, he finally spoke. To be honest, I don't know either.
That person's identity is highly suspicious,
and the timing they chose? Wang Shanghai hadn't finished his sentence, but his meaning was already crystal clear.
The girl's appearance was too coincidental, occurring precisely when the two of them were embroiled in internal strife and on the verge of disbanding. Had it been earlier, either Lin Biao or Wang Shanghai could have used the other as cover to circle around behind the girl. Had it been later, even if Wang Shanghai had heard the girl's words, he might not have felt compelled to investigate. It was indeed too coincidental, as if someone had deliberately led us into this maze.
Chapter 199, 1 month deadline.
A contemplative expression crossed Lin Biao's face, a professional habit ingrained in him as a criminal investigator.
He couldn't help but start searching for loopholes in the girl's story.
But no matter how he analyzed it, he couldn't find any inconsistencies in her story. And precisely because of this, Lin Biao grew increasingly certain that this girl had been deliberately sent here. Her purpose could only be one of two things. The first was to solidify the charges against Ye Xun, compelling the two skeptics to personally uncover the most decisive evidence. That is, the murder weapon mentioned by the girl. Once the murder weapon was found and it could be proven that all the fingerprints on it belonged to Ye Xun, it would essentially confirm Ye Xun as the murderer in this case.
As for the other possibility? That this girl is just like them. She, too, doubted Ye Xun's guilt but possessed far more evidence than they did.
She simply felt that if she came forward to declare Ye Xun's innocence, few would believe her. Only by leveraging their identities as police officers would the findings of their investigation carry greater credibility. Wang Shanghai looked at Lin Biao, who seemed to have come back to life before his eyes, and felt genuine joy from the bottom of his heart. He stood there silently for a long while, simply smiling at Lin Biao.
You're sick. Why are you staring at me like that?
After an unknown amount of time, Lin Biao finally reached a tentative conclusion in his mind. Just as he was about to discuss it with Wang Shanghai, he noticed Wang Shanghai was still staring at him.
He muttered irritably. Wang Shanghai didn't get angry upon hearing this. Instead, he grinned and teased. Not leaving?
Sigh, truthfully, I don't want to leave either. It's just that before, we had no leads whatsoever, no glimmer of hope.
Now that we have a clue, at least we have a direction to pursue.
Wang Shanghai's smile grew even broader upon hearing this.
All this talk? It's really just because you want to uncover the truth, right? I get it.
Lin Biao chuckled, playfully punching Wang Shanghai in the arm before turning to leave.
Meanwhile, at the Taoist Order's temporary detention cell, every prisoner knelt on the floor, heads bowed, not daring to meet Zhang Jianjia's gaze.
Lin Xingye stood before Zhang Jianjia, not daring to breathe a word. He vaguely suspected that Zhang Jianjia had deliberately let Ye Xun escape. After all, this prison, though not as formidable as the Taoist headquarters, held Ye Xun,
a wanted criminal sought by the entire cultivation world.
Lin Xingye believed that even if these guards possessed the audacity of a tiger, they would never dare secretly release Ye Xun.
They wouldn't even dare to neglect their duties. Every single one of them was undoubtedly doing their utmost.
It was utterly impossible for all the guards to fall asleep at the same time. Such an absurdity was unthinkable.
Having ruled out every other possibility, whatever remained, no matter how improbable, must be the truth.
Yet even though Lin Xingye knew it was Zhang Jianjia who deliberately let Ye Xun escape, having learned his lesson last time, he dared not utter another word this time.
Captain Lin, I require a reasonable explanation.
After an unknown interval, Zhang Jianjia finally spoke coldly. Wherever her gaze swept, everyone couldn't help but shiver. Lin Xingye remained kneeling as he answered Zhang Jianjia.
Your Holiness, please forgive this humble one. I failed in my duty and allowed that villain to escape.
Upon hearing Lin Xingye's words, Zhang Jianjia turned her gaze toward him. Surprise flickered in her eyes, but satisfaction dominated.
It seemed her earlier display of authority had been effective. This fellow was now far more compliant than before. Observing the utterly docile Lin Qingya before her, Zhang Jianjia silently mused to herself. Unaware of her thoughts, Lin Qingya noticed her gaze lingering on him. He couldn't help but entertain some troubling thoughts. Why is the holy maiden staring at me like that? Surely she knows what's going on, even if others don't. Wait, could she be looking for a scapegoat to cover this up? Damn it, if that's the case, I'll be the first to take the fall. Damn it. I shouldn't have listened to that Lu Shi's nonsense. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in this mess now. No, I must strike first. Holy maiden, this humble servant volunteers to lead the pursuit once more and recapture the traitor Ye Xun. Zhang Jianjia flinched at Lin Qingya's sudden declaration, surprise flickering across her face. But she quickly suppressed it. Originally, Zhang Jianjia had been scheming to find some pretext that would make Lin Qingya voluntarily take responsibility for this matter. To hunt down Ye Xun once more. After all, no one was foolish. To any discerning eye, today's events clearly hinted at something fishy. No matter how bold Lin Qingya might be, he wouldn't risk his own head over this. Therefore, he certainly wouldn't be the one responsible for letting Ye Xun escape this time. Any reasonable person, once they realized this, would absolutely refuse to take on the task of hunting down Ye Xun. After all, successfully completing such a task was expected, but failing losing a high-value prisoner was a capital offense. Under normal circumstances, no one in their right mind would take on such a task. Yet Lin Qingya believed that even if Ye Xun truly evaded capture, today's events would make Zhang Jianjia think twice before taking action against him. Moreover, Lin Qingya feared that refusing this assignment would give Zhang Jianjia an excuse to escalate matters. He might just kill him outright. Choosing the lesser of two evils, Lin Qingya opted for the relatively milder punishment. Very well, she declared. I'll give you 1 month. After 1 month, I want to see Ye Xun here. Hearing this, Lin Qingya's face instantly betrayed a look of utter astonishment. He had assumed securing 3 to 5 months would be necessary after all, searching for one person in a vast sea of humanity. It was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Even if he had 3 or 5 months, Lin Qingya might not succeed. And now, Zhang Jianjia wasn't even granting him that much time, just 1 month. My lady. Lin Qingya was about to suggest granting more time when he caught Zhang Jianjia's gaze sweeping over him. That look was utterly and completely icy. Any objections? None. This humble servant dares not. This humble servant shall strictly abide by the holy maiden's decree. Only after hearing his words did Zhang Jianjia turn to leave, tossing one final sentence over her shoulder as she departed. Lin Qingya, remember this, I want him alive, not dead. Chapter 200, The Stick and the Carrot. Lin Qingya snapped his head up at Zhang Jianjia's words. His gaze fixed on her retreating figure, his expression layered with complexity. He had initially believed that letting Ye Xun escape was merely Zhang Jianjia's way of retaliating for his past actions. After all, before Lin Qingya formally surrendered, his actions had been tantamount to rebellion. He had secretly conspired with others, plotting to frame Zhang Jianjia. Such betrayal would be unforgivable to anyone. Zhang Jianjia hadn't seized the chance to execute him, and that alone was reason enough for him to feel fortunate. Thus, he harbored no resentment toward taking on this hot potato. But now, Zhang Jianjia had explicitly ordered him to capture Lin Qingya alive. This effectively placed another invisible shackle upon him. Finding Ye Xun within a month was already an improbable task. But no matter how improbable, there was still a sliver of possibility. But Zhang Jianjia's later addition to the terms? That was truly asking the impossible. Since Ye Xun had already fled, he certainly wouldn't be found easily, let alone brought back alive. Sigh. Lin Qingya pondered for a long time but couldn't come up with a viable solution, and couldn't help but sigh. The people around him, whether jailers or constables, all exchanged nervous glances, none daring to speak. Get out. All of you, get out. Already irritable, Lin Qingya saw that none of these people were of any use and couldn't help but feel his anger rise. He barked the order in a foul mood. While he was at his wits' end here, in the council hall across the way, Zhang Jianjia sat in the seat of honor, her expression equally grim. Releasing Ye Xun had indeed been her idea. In fact, she could be said to have orchestrated the entire affair. Without her covert assistance, Ye Xun could possess divine abilities and still never escape that fortress prison. Even with outside assistance, Ye Xun had no other way to escape except to fight his way out. After all, Ye Xun was no ordinary prisoner. The level of surveillance imposed upon him was unparalleled by any criminal in history. What exactly did he mean? Zhang Jianjia sat in the main seat, fingering the shard of glass Ye Xun had left behind before his departure. From the moment she entered the prison, Zhang Jianjia had noticed the shard pressed beneath the desk. Taking advantage of the fact that no one dared to look up at her, she had quietly taken it. To this day, Lin Qingya remained unaware that Zhang Jianjia had hidden this shard. Had he known, perhaps he wouldn't be wearing such a gloomy expression. Miss, I have something to say, but I'm unsure if I should speak it.
Just as Zhang Jianjia was lost in thought, staring at the glass before her, Xingfeng, standing beside her, suddenly spoke up. Zhang Jianjia perked up at her words, a hint of urgency creeping into her voice.
Xingfeng, don't beat around the bush. We're sisters, what's there to be hesitant about? Just say what's on your mind. Xingfeng smiled faintly upon hearing Zhang Jianjia's words and nodded in agreement.
Miss, I believe there are two meanings behind young Master Yi leaving this piece of glass.
Zhang Jianjia's interest deepened at Xingfeng's words.
She examined the unremarkable piece of glass in her hand. Then she looked at Xingfeng again.
What two meanings? Tell me. Xingfeng smiled and began to explain. First, I believe young Master Yi must have discerned the reason you deliberately left it behind. This is a subtle hint directed at you, miss.
Zhang Jianjia examined the glass in her hand, thought carefully, and realized he was indeed correct.
Though glass isn't exactly rare in the cultivation world, most people use it to make ordinary mirrors.
People generally wouldn't use glass for windows, thinking that while it has good light transmission,
yet it offered no privacy whatsoever, anyone standing outside could see clearly into the room.
This misunderstanding arose partly because cultivators often look down upon mundane people. This disdain extended to secular inventions, so even when they did procure mundane goods, they buy them casually, grabbing whatever's available on the street without any understanding, let alone careful selection. For this reason, when cultivators mention glass, mirrors are the only thing that comes to mind, nothing else. Ye Xun had kept this piece of glass precisely to send a message to Zhang Jianjia. He knew Zhang Jianjia had chosen to spare him because of the heavenly mechanism mirror.
How did that kid figure it out? That's really strange.
Realizing this, Zhang Jianjia chuckled to herself. She hadn't considered this earlier because she believed the heavenly mechanism mirror was the Taoist sect's most treasured artifact. Ye Xun couldn't possibly have guessed she'd managed to leave the Taoist headquarters with the heavenly mechanism mirror, let alone use it freely. It was practically impossible. Zhang Jianjia asked herself, even if she and Ye Xun were in each other's positions right now, she would never have imagined she could achieve this. My lady, if you're surprised by this, then you'll likely be utterly astonished when I reveal young Master Yi's second meaning. Hearing this, Zhang Jianjia chuckled and playfully tapped Xingfeng on the shoulder. You little minx, growing more and more disrespectful by the day.
Hurry up and tell me, I'm waiting to have my jaw drop.
Xingfeng stuck out her tongue, a smile playing on her lips.
Forgive me, Mississippi. I don't have the courage to reveal young Master Yi's second meaning.
Zhang Jianjia's expression instantly shifted to surprise upon hearing Xingfeng's words. Xingfeng and Manhwa, these two sisters, had been by Zhang Jianjia's side since childhood. The three of them had practically grown up together, sharing almost every secret.
Manhwa had always been outspoken since childhood.
If not for Zhang Jianjia's gentle and composed demeanor in all her dealings. Plus, with the bond they'd cultivated since childhood, Manhwa would have been cut down countless times by now. Xingfeng, you little rascal, you're deliberately teasing this lady again.
After all these years, don't you know me? When have I ever held a grudge against you two?
Xingfeng heard this and gave a slightly embarrassed smile. My lady is generous, she said, but this time, I truly wasn't trying to tease you. It's just that young Master Yi doesn't know his place. What he meant to express was far too.
Zhang Jianjia's curiosity deepened upon hearing Xingfeng's explanation.
After all, Xingfeng and Manhwa rarely held back around her, yet even she was speaking in such hesitant, circumspect terms.
This only deepened Zhang Jianjia's curiosity. Chapter 201, Guessing Right, Yet Not Quite. What exactly was Ye Xun trying to convey through this piece of glass that made Xingfeng so hesitant? Alright, I promise.
Whatever you say next, it's all Ye Xun's intention.
It has nothing to do with you. Only after receiving this assurance from Zhang Jianjia did a faint smile finally appear on Xingfeng's face.
He glanced furtively left and right before leaning close to whisper into Zhang Jianjia's ear in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Young Master Yi's hidden meaning is to marry you, miss, and seize our Taoist sect's most precious treasure, the heavenly mechanism mirror.
Snap.
At the words marriage, Zhang Jianjia froze, her grip instinctively loosening.
The glass fragment in her palm fell to the floor, shattering into two pieces.
Startled by the sound, Xingfeng jumped. He quickly rose and hurried to Zhang Jianjia's side, beginning to gather the shards scattered on the floor.
Oh dear, miss. How careless of you. That was very sharp. Are you hurt anywhere?
Zhang Jianjia sat frozen in place, as if under a spell, staring blankly at the main seat. There was no sparkle in his eyes.
Xingfeng waited a long time without a reply, growing slightly uneasy. He instinctively looked up.
He discovered Zhang Jianjia had completely blanked out, showing no reaction no matter how he called out to her.
Miss. What's wrong? Don't scare me.
This servant was wrong, it was all just wild speculation. Please don't take it to heart, miss. Zhang Jianjia remained unresponsive, utterly indifferent to whatever Xingfeng said or did. It wasn't until Xingfeng grew truly anxious and declared those words were merely her wild guesses. Only then did Zhang Jianjia show the slightest sign of response, though it was an utterly peculiar one. The moment she heard Qingfeng's words, a blush instantly spread across her entire face. Seeing this peculiar scene, Qingfeng instantly fell silent, afraid to utter another word.
Qingfeng, this lady asks you, how did you arrive at these two conclusions? After what felt like an eternity, Zhang Jianjia finally spoke. Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. At least she was speaking, that was a good sign. At least she was reacting not as terrifying as before.
But the sudden emotional rollercoaster left Qingfeng momentarily unable to process what Zhang Jianjia had actually asked.
He blurted out a reply. Ah, conclusions? What conclusions? Are you alright, miss?
You scared me half to death just now.
Hearing Qingfeng's words, Zhang Jianjia's face flushed even redder. Oh my. That's it. That's it. Just now, didn't you say that young Master Yi leaving the glass had two meanings?
Zhang Jianjia, no longer caring about her embarrassment, blurted out the question. Upon hearing Zhang Jianjia's words, Qingfeng paused for a moment. Then a smile spread across her face.
Oh dear, miss, you're asking about that?
Well, it was just a guess of mine, not necessarily correct.
Please consider it mere idle talk from your servant. Don't take it to heart.
Hearing this, Zhang Jianjia lowered her gaze to the shattered glass on the ground.
She murmured to herself. Could it be you? But that doesn't make sense, you're not the young divine lord now, are you?
But then again, you were wrongly accused in the first place. It won't be long before you regain your position as junior divine lord. Qingfeng stood nearby, noticing Zhang Jianjia seemed to be reverting to her previous state, which made him feel a bit uneasy.
Yet he also noticed something different about her this time.
At least this time, she was still murmuring to herself.
Miss. Miss.
After a moment, Qingfeng called out several times in succession.
Though Zhang Jianjia's current state was far better than her previous trance-like state.
But she couldn't keep going like this forever after all, she was the Taoist sect's sacred maiden.
Zhang Jianjia finally snapped back to reality upon hearing Qingfeng's voice and gave a faint reply.
Qingfeng, realizing the situation, teased her with a smile.
Young lady, what's gotten into you? Could it be, you've taken a liking to that Yi gentleman?
Zhang Jianjia blushed upon hearing this and retorted in a barely audible whisper.
How could that be? I've only met young Master Yi less than 5 times. How could I possibly like him?
The rest of her words were muffled, but seeing Zhang Jianjia's flustered state, Qingfeng was secretly startled. He'd only meant to tease her lightly, but her reaction felt all too genuine.
Miss, surely you wouldn't actually. Before Qingfeng could finish, Zhang Jianjia cut him off. Impossible. Absolutely not. That's out of the question.
Seeing her expression, Qingfeng understood exactly what Zhang Jianjia was thinking. After all these years of living side by side, to put it crudely, Zhang Jianjia could barely lift her, but before Qingfeng knew what kind of gas she was passing. Such petty schemes, how could they possibly escape her notice? But since Zhang Jianjia didn't want to talk about it, Qingfeng wasn't about to be tactless and press the issue. He simply changed the subject. Miss, though my earlier speculations may have been unfounded, this Yi gentleman showing interest in the heavenly mechanism mirror, he likely wouldn't do it.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianjia's expression instantly turned serious. If he's interested, he won't give up until he gets it. That gives us the perfect opportunity to.
After whispering among themselves for a while, Qingfeng and the others devised a plan to catch him red-handed.
Another 2 or 3 minutes passed before Zhang Yi entered from outside.
Spotting Zhang Jianjia, he immediately knelt down, bowing his head respectfully as he spoke. Your servant, Zhang Yi, greets the holy maiden. Zhang Jianjia sat upon the main seat, looking down upon Zhang Yi from above. A smile spread across her face. Military advisor Zhang, please rise. Qingfeng, pour military advisor Zhang a cup of tea. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi rose with trembling reverence, repeatedly thanking Zhang Jianjia. Though Zhang Jianjia treated him with great courtesy, he never forgot his own station. Nor did he become arrogant or boastful, though to be fair, he hadn't exactly earned any particular merit at this moment. Military advisor Zhang, I summoned you today primarily to entrust you with several matters requiring your attention.
Zhang Yi immediately stood up upon hearing this and responded with utmost reverence. Your Highness, command me as you will. I shall brave fire and water without hesitation.
Zhang Jianjia was pleased with his demeanor and smiled, waving her hand dismissively. Military advisor Zhang, you flatter me.
You are my right-hand man. How could I ever ask you to brave such dangers?
I simply wish to ask you to convey a few words to Captain Lin. His future is bright, and I hold great promise for him.
Chapter 202, Little Fish's Threat.
Zhang Yi froze upon hearing Zhang Jianjia's words. A whirlwind of emotions swirled within him.
Not everything he just said was false. If only Zhang Jianjia could give him what he desired,
he would have walked through fire and water for her. But now Zhang Jianjia demanded he deliver a message to Lin Qingya, one so blatantly laced with overtures of alliance. This left him feeling rather displeased. After all, it was by denouncing Lin Qingya that he had earned Zhang Jianjia's trust in the first place. That's how he'd risen to his current position.
Yet now Zhang Jianjia was demanding.
Zhang Jianjia, seated in the main position, instantly discerned Zhang Yi's thoughts.
She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If not for the fact that she had no one else to rely on besides Qingfeng and Manhwa, she wouldn't have considered trying to win over Zhang Yi and Lin Xingya. From any perspective, neither of these men possessed the caliber for great endeavors. Those whose emotions were so transparent that others could read them at a glance, let alone assist someone in ascending to that position, were unlikely to even survive the struggles of the political arena. But there was no other choice now. Zhang Jianjia let out a quiet sigh before putting on that familiar smile once more. Military strategist Zhang, you and Constable Lin are both indispensable pillars of my command. Zhang Yi heard these words and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, responding with what he believed to be unflappable respect. Your Holiness overestimates me. I am unworthy of such praise. I shall dedicate my life and blood to repay your kindness. Zhang Jianjia was nearly sick of hearing such empty flattery. As the sole holy maiden of the Taoist sect, she heard this kind of sycophantic praise until she couldn't bear it anymore. Moreover, Zhang Yi's words lacked any depth or skill, making Zhang Jianjia increasingly displeased with him. Yet despite her disdain, Zhang Jianjia gave no hint of it on her face. After exchanging a few more words with Zhang Yi, Zhang Jianjia dismissed him, instructing him to handle the matter first and report back later. Meanwhile, Ye Xun, who had escaped from the dungeon, was now carefully dodging the patrolling constables. Why did Ye Xun have to escape on this particular day? I've only been married a couple of days, and now I have to chase him all over the world. Who did I offend to deserve this? Enough, enough. Keep your voice down. If Lin Tu hears you, you'll get another beating. Listen to me, you'd better keep your wits about you lately. The holy maiden only gave Lin Tu a month, and he's already at his wits' end. Don't go provoking him. Ye Xun hid in the shadows, listening clearly to the conversation between two passing constables. After the two constables had left, he finally emerged from the shadows, casting a complex look toward the direction of the Taoist sect's temporary outpost. You really are shameless. You set me free yourself, then shift the blame onto your subordinates. This is truly... Ye Xun muttered under his breath, shaking his head slightly. Then, under cover of night, he vanished into the streets. At daybreak the next morning, Ye Xun, disguised as a peasant, quietly blended into the stream of people entering the city, deliberately adopting a furtive demeanor. Hey, you there! Stop right there! Ye Xun pretended not to hear and kept walking, his steps even quickening slightly. I'm talking to you. Stop right there! Hey! The constables guarding the city gate were merely following orders from above. They were somewhat careless when checking people. Although the orders were to allow no one in or out, some bigwigs could still slip through after slipping a little money. As for the poor common folk, they were all barred outside the city gates. Originally, the constables had only intended to stop and question Ye Xun after noticing his tattered clothes. But to their surprise, Ye Xun completely ignored their words, which angered them. They decided to teach him a lesson. One constable darted behind Ye Xun and grabbed his shoulders with both hands. Ye Xun stumbled backward several steps, crashing to his knees with a thud. His face was streaked with snot and tears. Your Honor, please have mercy. My daughter is sick in the city, I must go see her. Hearing this, the constables exchanged glances. One with a softer heart whispered to his companion. He looks pitiful. Maybe we should let him go this time. It's just him, nothing bad will happen. His partner shot him a glare upon hearing this. Letting him go? Easier said than done. If something happens, who'll take the blame when the higher-ups come looking? With that, the constable grabbed Ye Xun. They tossed him straight out of the city. Once outside the city gates, Ye Xun put on a show of crying for a while before standing up and trudging away, still sniffling. The moment the constables were out of sight, he quickened his pace and sprinted toward the outskirts. Meanwhile, in Gu Yashuan's small cottage, Little Fish sat perched on the doorframe, gazing at the endless path stretching into the distance, her eyes red and swollen. Ever since learning that morning that Ye Xun had been left behind alone, Little Fish had been wailing and clamoring to go back and find her master. If not for Qin Shuang and the others stopping her, Little Fish would likely have already reached the city by now. But though they managed to stop her, Little Fish cried for ages. No one could console her. Finally, she sat down right at the doorway, insisting she wouldn't budge until she saw Ye Xun return with her own eyes. She vowed not to eat or sleep until Ye Xun returned. True to her word, Little Fish skipped lunch. She just sat there. Qin Shuang and the others were nearly driven mad with worry inside the house, yet none of them knew what to do. Master! It felt like an eternity passed. Little Fish was nearly fainting from hunger. Then, on the path not far away, Ye Xun's figure suddenly appeared. At first, Little Fish thought she was seeing things from hunger-induced dizziness and rubbed her eyes hard. Once she confirmed it really was Ye Xun, tears welled up in her eyes. She took 3 steps at a time and rushed straight toward him. Oh dear, Little Fish. Ye Xun hadn't expected Little Fish to wait for him at the door all this time. He felt both deeply moved and terribly guilty. Master, I was so worried. You can't do this again, or else. Little Fish was still searching for the right words when a voice called out from behind her.
Otherwise, she wouldn't eat, drink, or sleep. She'd just sit at the door waiting until you came back. Upon hearing this, Little Fish nodded vigorously and chimed in. Yes, that's exactly it. Chapter 203, Be on Guard. Only after Xiaoyu finished speaking did she realize her words seemed a bit off. She glanced up at Ye Xun's expression and noticed his face had already darkened. His expression clearly showed he was angry. Master. Xiaoyu knew trouble was brewing and immediately adopted a sweet, childish tone to coax him. Ye Xun, his face stern, lectured her earnestly. You absolutely must never do this again. Your body is your own. If you ruin it, even I won't be happy when I return.
Qingxue walked up behind Xiaoyu, smiling as she gave his head a firm pat.
You heard that, didn't you? Even your master says so. You absolutely must never use this kind of thing to threaten us again.
After hearing their words, Xiaoyu glanced up at Ye Xun, then turned to look at Qingxue behind him.
His lips puckered in slight resentment. Reluctantly, he gave a half-hearted nod.
Seeing her demeanor, Ye Xun sighed inwardly, wondering if he should be stricter with Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu always seemed to use this tactic against him, and it never failed. It worked every single time.
Ye Xun just couldn't resist it. Alright, but this is the last time. Let's head back. I'll cook something for you, little one.
Hearing this, Xiaoyu was so delighted she nearly bounced up. She planted a smacking kiss on Ye Xun's cheek. She skipped and bounced her way back. Before long, Ye Xun and the others had returned to the small cottage.
Gu Yashwan had just heard Little Fish's shouts and was now standing at the doorway.
When she saw Ye Xun and the others, she froze in place.
Compared to her time in Donglin City, Gu Yashwan had undergone a dramatic transformation.
Where once she resembled a schoolgirl still clinging to youthful innocence, her every word and action radiating the unique naivety and romance of adolescence. Now, she resembled someone who had spent years navigating the rough and tumble of society at the bottom rung. The light that once shone in her eyes was gone. Instead, she now carried a street-smart shrewdness and a guarded wariness that kept others at arm's length. After all, Ye Xun and her had only met a few times, barely even acquaintances. At best, he was merely aware of her existence.
Now, meeting again face to face, Ye Xun still couldn't recognize Gu Yashwan.
Ye humbly greets you, Mississippi. We are deeply grateful for your kindness in sheltering us vagabonds.
Ye Xun stood before Gu Yashwan, bowing his hands in greeting.
Gu Yashwan stood frozen in place, her eyes fixed intently on Ye Xun.
It was as if Ye Xun were someone she knew intimately.
Qingxue and the others, witnessing this scene, also felt a sense of unease. Unconsciously, all eyes turned toward Ye Xun.
What's going on? Aren't you two meeting for the first time?
Qingxue, standing beside Ye Xun, nudged him with her elbow and whispered in his ear.
Ye Xun heard the question and shrugged helplessly. How should I know?
But this girl and I really are meeting for the first time. I just don't understand why she. Ye Xun glanced at Gu Yashwan, his eyes filled with confusion. He'd already strained his memory, but when he was injured before, he'd selectively forgotten some memories.
He and Gu Yashwan weren't particularly close to begin with, and Gu Yashwan's transformation was simply too drastic.
Even acquaintances might not recognize each other at first glance. So no matter how hard Ye Xun racked his brain, he simply couldn't place where he'd seen this girl before.
After what felt like an eternity, Gu Yashwan finally snapped back to reality.
Taking 2 deep breaths, she forced a smile that looked more painful than crying.
Mr. Yi, you're far too kind.
I was merely doing my small part. Hearing this, Qingxue and the others, who had already been feeling a bit strange, suddenly felt even more puzzled. After all, when Qingxue and the others had arrived earlier, Gu Yashwan hadn't been this polite.
In fact, she hadn't even wanted to let them into the courtyard. But Gu Yashwan's reaction at that moment was actually the most genuine one. After all, Gu Yashwan and Qingxue didn't know each other, and it was the dead of night. No woman living alone would dare let them all in without hesitation, even if they were all women. But now, Gu Yashwan's reaction seemed a bit too enthusiastic, completely at odds with her previous attitude.
Are you sure she's really okay?
After exchanging a few more polite words with Ye Xun, Gu Yashwan warmly urged them to come inside.
Ye Xun seized the moment to ask Qingxue. Qingxue glanced at Gu Yashwan, who was leading the way, a hint of confusion and suspicion flickering across her face. But in the end, she still said,
she should be fine.
If she really wanted to do something, she would have done it last night.
Why wait until now?
Ye Xun nodded slightly upon hearing this and refrained from asking any further questions.
Come evening, Ye Xun personally took to the kitchen.
Using ingredients already on hand, he simply prepared some red bean rice. Paired with 1 meat dish and 1 vegetable dish, it could be considered a fairly substantial dinner. At the table, Ye Xun and Gu Yashwan cautiously tested each other's reactions, exchanging words back and forth. Though no swords flashed or blades crossed, the atmosphere at the table felt distinctly tense. Even Xiaoyu could sense it. She kept her head down, eating silently without looking up to speak. Fortunately, this oppressive dinner didn't last long, and soon everyone was full.
Gu Yashwan then volunteered to wash the dishes.
After Ye Xun and the others politely declined a few times, they finally relented.
Little fish, go play in the yard for a while. Master and your aunt need to discuss something.
Xiaoyu blinked, glancing at Ye Xun, then at Qingxue, before turning to watch Gu Yaxuan bustling about in the kitchen. He nodded obediently and agreed. A couple of minutes later, inside Qingxue's room, the location of the heavenly mechanism mirror was now essentially confirmed. It was in the possession of that so-called holy maiden. Ye Xun sat across from Qingxue, his expression grave. After hearing his words, Qingxue paused briefly before responding.
Chapter 204, To Kill You.
In that case, Ye Xun said, it seems you'll have to go to some trouble to obtain the heavenly mechanism mirror. Ye Xun nodded, neither denying nor revealing undue concern. Qingxue observed his expression, raised an eyebrow slightly, and a smile touched her lips.
Judging by your expression, you must have a plan. Care to share?
Upon hearing these words, Ye Xun's face also broke into a smile.
Qingxue truly understands me.
Qingxue shot him a disapproving look, waving her hand dismissively.
Stop being so sour. Tuck away that smug look of yours.
Ye Xun chuckled awkwardly upon hearing this, then composed himself. Since the heavenly mechanism mirror is now in the hands of that holy maiden of the Taoist sect, why shouldn't we leverage her?
Make her deliver the heavenly mechanism mirror to me herself?
Qingxue rolled her eyes at his suggestion, gazing at Ye Xun as if he were an idiot.
Is it your brain that's fried, or is it that so-called holy maiden's?
Qingxue propped her hands on the table, her gaze locked directly on Ye Xun's eyes. That's the heavenly mechanism mirror, the most treasured artifact within the Taoist sect. Getting that so-called holy maiden to bring it out this time was already an exception.
And you actually want?
She was so flustered she could barely speak, sighing heavily before slumping back into her chair. Qingxue couldn't fathom how Ye Xun, who usually didn't seem stupid or foolish, could utter such idiotic words at this moment. Seeing Qingxue's expression, Ye Xun's face broke into a smile. Of course she wouldn't just hand over the heavenly mechanism mirror to us so easily.
But don't forget what was the reason that holy maiden was able to bring it out in the first place?
Qingxue froze momentarily upon hearing this, then snapped to attention.
You wouldn't be planning to use yourself as bait, making that so-called holy maiden use the heavenly mechanism mirror again and again to create opportunities for you, would you?
Ye Xun nodded noncommittally, his face still bearing that confident smile. Seeing his nod, Qingxue reached out and placed her hand on Ye Xun's forehead. Ye Xun's smile instantly froze on his face. He suddenly felt uncomfortable all over, unsure where to place his hands.
Shouldn't you take your hand off?
After what felt like an eternity, Ye Xun finally managed to speak with some difficulty. Upon hearing his words, Qingxue flicked his forehead with her finger and snapped, her tone brimming with exasperation.
Are you feverish? How could you even think of such a solution? Hearing her words, Ye Xun instantly felt a pang of hurt.
He covered his forehead with both hands. He weakly tried to defend himself.
What's the big deal? This plan is flawless. We might even get the heavenly mechanism mirror in less than half a month.
Qingxue couldn't help but laugh at his audacity, pointing a finger at Ye Xun as she retorted.
Yes, following your method, it really won't take half a month. But if it doesn't take half a month, then I'll be the one burying you.
Ye Xun froze upon hearing this, then instantly understood why Qingxue had reacted so strongly to the plan. After all, Ye Xun was still injured, though his strength had recovered slightly. But with such meager strength, he stood no chance against so many constables.
His plan seemed simple enough, and executing it appeared straightforward.
Yet in reality, every time Ye Xun provoked Zhang Jianjia, it was like dancing on the edge of a knife. One misstep would plunge him into an abyss of no return. Even so, Ye Xun felt this was the most efficient, time-saving approach available. The secrets hidden within the Divine Demon Order might not have been so crucial to Ye Xun before. But now, they were of paramount importance to him, more vital than his own life.
Legend held that the emergence of the Divine Demon Order heralded an age of chaos.
Because within the Divine Demon Order lies a martial arts manual powerful enough to dominate the entire world. Thus, each time the Divine Demon Order appeared, it was invariably inherited by the ruler of the Divine Demon Island. For no one else possessed the strength to suppress the covetous ambitions of the martial world's heroes. This succession, however, was different. Ye Xun's strength was simply too weak. Once the secrets of the Divine Demon Order were even partially uncovered, the sects and clans coveting it would never remain passive. Ye Xun himself was well aware of this, yet he still resolved to unravel the Divine Demon Order's secrets in the shortest time possible. Not for any other reason, but because he was simply too weak, so weak he couldn't even protect those closest to him. So weak he couldn't even safeguard the safety of the one he loved.
This is the fastest way.
I'm truly grateful for your concern, but... Ye Xun turned his face away, refusing to meet Qingxue's gaze. Though his words remained unfinished, his meaning was crystal clear.
The matter was settled. No amount of persuasion would change his mind.
After a moment of silence, Qingxue sighed softly.
All right then. Since you've already made up your mind, what else can I say? I can only support you.
Ye Xun froze upon hearing these words, then looked at Qingxue with a flicker of emotion.
Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Qingxue cut him off. Hey, don't try that with me. We don't play those games. Don't forget I'm still your sister. What sister wouldn't protect her brother? Ye Xun said nothing more, offering only a faint smile and a firm nod. After wrapping up the serious business, they chatted aimlessly for a while, catching up on family matters. Only then did Ye Xun step outside and bring Xiaoyu back. For himself, he simply set up a makeshift sleeping spot in the courtyard. With the clear weather, he had little to fear from wind or rain. Once tense nerves finally relaxed, drowsiness came all too easily. Ye Xun lay gazing at the stars for only a short while before drowsiness washed over him, and he drifted into a deep sleep. Late at night, Gu Yaxuan awoke in her room and glanced at Su Qingxue beside her. She quietly slipped out from under the covers, got out of bed, and walked silently out of the room. She walked into the kitchen, pulled out a fruit knife, and stepped out into the yard, stopping directly in front of Ye Xun. Gazing at the man sleeping soundly before her, Gu Yaxuan felt a complex mix of emotions. Chapter 205, Stirring with Malice. It was him. He killed her mother. He killed Brother Wang. He was the murderer. Strike now. Kill him while you have the chance. Avenge mother. Avenge Brother Wang. Under the bright moonlight, the girl's shadow stretched long and thin, the fruit knife in her hand glinting with an unsettling silver light. A voice echoed relentlessly within Gu Yaxuan's heart, urging her to strike now. Yet another voice echoed within her, faint though it was. Yet it was impossible to ignore. No, she couldn't kill him. He was innocent, merely a victim of someone else's scheme. He's merely a scapegoat. If I kill him, the real murderer will walk free. Impossible. He is the murderer. He killed mother. He killed Brother Wang. No, it's not like that. It's not. It can't be. These two voices raged incessantly within Gu Yaxuan's mind, leaving her utterly distraught. The fruit knife in her hand remained suspended, unable to bring itself to strike. She had no idea how long she'd stood there. Shaking her head, a murderous intent so intense it seemed to solidify flashed in her eyes. Her hands gripped the handle of the fruit knife, raising it high and pointing it straight at Ye Xun's chest. You're a murderer. I'll kill you to avenge my mother. To avenge Brother Wang. Tears had already streamed down her cheeks, one crystal-clear drop after another splattering onto Ye Xun's body. Ye Xun remained utterly oblivious, lying motionless on the wooden plank, his eyes tightly shut in deep, peaceful sleep. He remained utterly unaware that the blade was now less than an inch from his chest. If her hand descended just one more inch, that razor-sharp fruit knife would pierce straight through Ye Xun's chest. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Gu Yaxuan's hands froze in mid-air, refusing to advance even an inch further. Though her hands trembled violently, the knife refused to advance another fraction of an inch. Clang! After what felt like 5 or 6 minutes, Gu Yaxuan took 2 steps back. Her hands relaxed, and the fruit knife fell to the ground. The girl slowly crouched down, covering her face as she began to sob quietly. Mom, I'm sorry. Brother Wang, I'm sorry. I'm useless. My enemy is right here, but I just can't bring myself to kill him. What Gu Yaxuan didn't know was that Ye Xun had already regained consciousness the moment she approached him. The moment he sensed the deadly threat emanating from the fruit knife in her hands, he had already been poised to rise and fight back. Ye Xun narrowed his eyes, waiting to catch Gu Yaxuan in the act, but no matter how long he waited, the girl never made her move. This puzzled Ye Xun until he overheard her muttering to herself. Only then did he begin to grasp the situation. Can you tell me why you couldn't bring yourself to harm me? Hearing Ye Xun's voice, Gu Yaxuan froze instinctively, then jumped in fright. Panicked, she grabbed the fruit knife from the floor, scrambled to her feet, and took 2 steps back. She then pointed the knife at Ye Xun. You weren't asleep? Her voice trembled, revealing the depth of her fear. After hearing her words, Ye Xun smiled faintly, sitting up to look at Gu Yaxuan across from him. Young lady, he said, though we've never met, you just claimed with such certainty that I killed your mother and your brother Wang. Why haven't you killed me yet? Gu Yaxuan closed her eyes upon hearing his words, a look of anguish crossing her face. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Brother Wang was a good man, and so was my mother. They wouldn't want to see an innocent person killed by me. Her voice was soft, as if she were explaining it to Ye Xun, yet also to herself. To ease the pain within her own heart. After hearing her words, Ye Xun stood up and walked to the girl's side, bowing deeply. Young lady, he said, this first bow is to thank you for saving my life. After speaking, Ye Xun bowed again. This second bow is to thank you for believing I was wrongfully accused. He bowed once more before rising and smiling. This bow is to thank you for sheltering us and not reporting our whereabouts to the authorities. After hearing Ye Xun's words, Gu Yaxuan stood frozen in place, her expression complex as she looked at him. You really are an odd one. I want to kill you, yet you thank me instead. Ye Xun smiled faintly, lifting his head slightly to gaze at the brilliant sky. Your words remind me of my wife. She was as kind-hearted as you are. I believe if she were here, she would say the same words as me. At that moment, Gu Yaxuan no longer felt like killing him.
Instead, she found this man before her gave her an extremely peculiar sensation. A sense of world weariness, a world weariness utterly incongruous with his age. And so, the assassination attempt of this night vanished without a trace, in utter silence. In its place, beneath the night sky, two young people conversed freely. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Divine Sword Sect, Jiang Wuhan, the sect master of the Divine Sword Sect, sat upon the main seat of the hall, flipping through the mountains of case files piled upon the dragon-carved desk. Beside him stood a youth of about 17 or 18, clad in snow-white robes. Beneath his sword-like brows, neither too thick nor too thin, lay a pair of narrow, elongated eyes. They shimmered like spring water, gentle yet captivating. His nose was as straight as a suspended gourd, as firm as distant mountains painted in dark blue. His thin lips were pale, and the slight curve at the corners gave him an air of carefree charm. After an unknown period, Jiang Wuhan set down the scroll he held and smiled at the youth beside him. How long has it been since you became my disciple? Jiang Ruyu answered respectfully. 15 years, master, he reported. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wuhan twirled his beard and smiled. The divine demon decree is about to be issued. Disciple, it is time for you to descend the mountain and seek your own destiny. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ruyu knelt down with a thud. Her voice rang out clearly. This disciple does not wish to seek that destiny. I wish to remain by your side for life. His words were deeply moving, yet his expressionless face held little persuasive power. Jiang Wuhan smiled with satisfaction upon hearing his words, then rose and stepped outside the hall. He raised a finger toward the faintly dim star of the purple wisteria in the sky. When the purple star dims, the world's ruler will change. My son must compete with the heroes of the land and not be confined to these mountains and waters. Jiang Ruyu, upon hearing these words, knelt on the ground and banged her head 3 times against the floor. Chapter 206, The Origin of the Wind in Grace Pavilion. After completing the kowtows, Jiang Ruyu rose and bowed 3 times at a 90-degree angle toward Jiang Wuhan. Throughout this entire sequence, Jiang Ruyu remained silent, completing every action without a word. Jiang Wuhan remained silent too, his gaze complex as he looked at his disciple before him. Go now. A golden-scaled dragon is no mere pond creature when it meets wind and rain, it becomes a dragon. With those words spoken, Jiang Wuhan turned without a backward glance and strode back into the grand hall behind him. As he entered, the hall doors slammed shut behind him. Jiang Ruyu stood at the entrance for a long while before finally turning and walking away in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, at the Fengkai Pavilion headquarters, nestled within a picturesque mountain estate, the concentration of true qi in the air here was far less abundant compared to other parts of the Wind and Grace Pavilion. It was indeed far less favorable, but this was only from the perspective of cultivation. From a purely scenic perspective, however, the place was breathtakingly beautiful and rarely disturbed, making it nothing short of a paradise. Nevertheless, within the cultivation world, if someone were to actually put this property up for sale on the market, not only can you not get a good price for it, but you might even lose money. To practitioners in the cultivation world, this place is utterly useless, a liability that's neither here nor there. No one would be willing to spend money to acquire such a place. Yet the world works in mysterious ways. Though everyone considers this place a useless appendage, no one would want to live here. Yet, the esteemed third miss of the Fengkai Pavilion chose to reside precisely here. Master of the Pavilion. Zhao Yukai, the pavilion master of Fengkai Pavilion, walked along the narrow path. Everywhere he passed, people would jump out to greet him. A complex expression lingered on his face throughout. Where is the third young miss? Why haven't I seen her? After traversing the picturesque path, Zhao Yukai took his seat at the head of the main hall and surveyed the people below. He asked with a hint of confusion. Hearing the pavilion master's question, those below exchanged glances, each shifting blame onto another, none willing to answer Zhao Yotsai's inquiry. Seeing their hesitant expressions, Zhao Yukai silently sighed. Though the Fengkai Pavilion now boasted vast wealth and influence, dominating nearly the entire media sphere within the cultivation world, the daily flow of spirit jade alone was measured in the tens of millions. Though the cultivation world and the secular world shared many borders and learned from each other, but this interaction remained limited. Most inhabitants of these two realms lived largely separate lives. While secular currency could technically be used within the cultivation world, it was largely unaccepted. It's simply seen as too much trouble. After all, secular money is merely paper, even if that paper carries profound significance bestowed by state institutions. But paper is just paper. While it might serve some purpose for ordinary people, it holds no value whatsoever for cultivators. Such a piece of paper, already imprinted with a monetary denomination, cannot be treated as ordinary paper. Moreover, this paper contains not a shred of true energy, rendering it utterly useless for cultivation. Thus, to cultivators, it was no different from scrap paper. Within the cultivation world, the currency in circulation is primarily spirit jade imbued with true qi. Though they use spirit jade as currency, no one knows how spirit jade is actually produced. Nor does anyone know who first began using spirit jade for transactions.
When this currency first emerged, its simplicity and ease of replication attracted unscrupulous individuals within the cultivation world. Some harbored ill intentions, leading to a flood of counterfeit currency in the marketplace. Spirit jade, at its core, is simply a piece of jade infused with true qi. And with sufficient cultivation, anyone could easily replicate this. After a period of counterfeit currency rampant, the 9 great orthodox sects jointly introduced countermeasures. All spirit jade mines were to be entrusted to a single specialized sect for extraction, which in turn would be subject to the joint oversight of the 9 great sects. This sect was responsible for meticulously recording daily mining yields, material losses, jade stone inflows and outflows, market circulation volumes, and myriad other complex details. Transparency and accountability were paramount. All figures had to match perfectly. Even a single decimal point discrepancy required a complete recount. The 9 great sects further classified spirit jade into tiers and imprinted several anti-counterfeiting marks. Jade was categorized from highest to lowest into 4 tiers: gold, silver, bronze, and iron. 1 gold jade could be exchanged for 15 silver jades, 150 copper jades, or 300 iron jades. 1 silver jade could be exchanged for 10 copper jades or 20 iron jades. Typically, within the cultivation world, 3 gold jades equaled the annual income of an ordinary person. The mining rights for spirit jade veins are largely held by the 9 major sects, with only a small portion belonging to other sects. After all, the procedures required to mine this substance are quite cumbersome. It was precisely from this point that all spirit jade began to bear an additional pattern, as thin as a fishing line. These markings are categorized into 4 colors: gold, silver, yellow, and gray, corresponding to the 4 grades of gold, silver, copper, and iron. Later, after some time had passed, practitioners in the cultivation world began to simply refer to spirit jade by its grade, using terms like so many gold or so many silver. About a decade ago, Fengkai Pavilion was not yet a major sect, merely a moderately well-known mid-sized one. Even among medium-sized sects, it ranked near the bottom, largely because its disciples neglected serious cultivation, pursuing it primarily to gather gossip and rumors. The previous pavilion master, unable to tolerate this state of affairs, went to great lengths to secure mining rights for 30% of a spirit jade deposit. This represented nearly the entirety of the mining rights allocated by the 9 great sects. Put simply, aside from the 9 great sects, only the Grace Pavilion held the right to mine spirit jade. After 5 or 6 years of accumulation, the Wind and Grace Pavilion emerged as it is today. The Wind and Grace Pavilion of today is nothing like its former self, focused solely on gathering insider information. The previous sect master successfully leveraged the pavilion's strengths, transforming it into the most powerful intelligence organization in the entire cultivation world. He was also the most successful merchant in the entire cultivation world, even though the Wind and Grace Pavilion was only a large sect. Yet its wealth rivals that of the 9 great sects. Chapter 207, Third Young Miss Jiao Huayun. Remember, the 9 great sects are super sects that have stood for over 1,000 years. In terms of both heritage and strength, they were leagues ahead of the Elegance Pavilion. While the Pavilion of Elegance might fall slightly short in other areas, when it comes to financial might and intelligence gathering, it stands alone in the cultivation world, daring to challenge the 9 great sects. The current pavilion master, Zhao Yukai, was once a renowned scholar and playboy in his youth, possessing cultivation strength that reached the fusion stage. He had no fewer than 35 sons alone. Yet whether it was heaven's jealousy of his talent or simply the result of his youthful excesses, not a single one of his 35 sons lived past 25. Almost every son died suddenly on his 25th birthday. There were a few exceptions, but they didn't escape death, they merely met their end sooner. This phenomenon puzzled Zhao Yukai himself. He had also adopted several godsons. He raised them from infancy, hoping these unrelated foster sons might shield his biological children from the curse. Yet it proved futile. His actions not only led to the deaths of his adopted sons but also failed to spare his biological children. Of course, it wasn't just his sons who suffered misfortune, his daughters fared even worse. From the age of 20 until now, Zhao Yukai had a total of 47 daughters. Yet every single one of them also failed to live past 25. On Zhao Yotsai's 50th birthday, his last child died before his very eyes. Consumed by grief, Zhao Yukai recalled Fan Qingzhou. He personally journeyed to the Divine Demon Island, kneeling there for 3 days and 3 nights. He offered countless rare treasures, begging Fan Qingzhou to break this curse. Even if Fan Qingzhou couldn't break the curse himself, he hoped Fan Qingzhou could at least point him toward a solution. You have committed many unethical deeds in your life, and by right, you should have no offspring. Yet heaven, in its benevolence, will grant you a daughter. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yukai was overjoyed beyond measure. He no longer harbored extravagant hopes. Without a son, a daughter would suffice as long as he could have a child of his own. Whether it was a boy or a girl didn't matter at all. But don't rejoice too soon. Though a daughter is destined for you, her path will be fraught with hardship. How long she lives depends entirely on her own fate. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yukai felt as though his heart had been suddenly clenched in a vice, leaving him barely able to breathe. Truthfully, this fate wasn't much different from that of his previous children.
Entirely dependent on her own fate, meaning no one could possibly help her.
Put another way, if she couldn't endure it, she would still die.
I implore you, Master Fan, to show mercy and grant my daughter a chance to survive. Fan Qingzhou stared at Zhao Yukai, his gaze intensely complex, remaining silent for a long while.
Zhao Youcai's heart raced with anxiety, dreading that Fan Qingzhou might refuse.
In matters like this, the only person he could conceive of who possessed the ability and might offer aid was Fan Qingzhou. He had no idea how much time had passed. Just as Zhao Yukai was on the verge of fainting from sheer tension,
Fan Qingzhou finally spoke in a deep, resonant voice. There is actually a way.
Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yukai knelt on the ground and banged his head against the floor in a series of loud thuds before Fan Qingzhou.
Rise first. Let me finish speaking.
Seeing Zhao Youcai's state, Fan Qingzhou smiled and reached out to help him up from the ground. Zhao Youcai's hands were trembling at this point, and his legs were shaking uncontrollably, leaving him completely unable to muster any strength. Fan Qingzhou could do nothing but help Zhao Yukai to a nearby chair and seat him. The purple star has grown increasingly dim in recent years.
Within 20 years, chaos will engulf the land.
At that time, one of my disciples will face utter ruin.
Should your daughter be willing to lend a hand? Fan Qingzhou stopped short, leaving the implication unspoken.
After all, if this matter were discussed openly, it would seem as though Fan Qingzhou were taking advantage of the situation. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Youcai's brow furrowed slightly as he fell deep in thought.
Zhao Yukai trusted Fan Qingzhou. He wasn't the type to exploit others' misfortune, though the implication was undeniable.
Yet trust was one thing making this decision could profoundly impact his daughter's lifelong happiness.
This thought only deepened Zhao Youcai's hesitation.
From that perspective, every disciple under Fan Qingzhou's tutelage was undoubtedly a rare gem, a one-in-a-million talent. Pick anyone at random, and they would be handsome or beautiful, skilled in both the literary and martial arts.
Moreover, the Divine Demon Island was one of the 9 great orthodox sects. No matter how outstanding Zhao Youcai's future daughter might be,
simply based on these merits alone, Fan Qingzhou's disciples would be more than suitable matches for her. The only drawback was their relatively advanced age.
And there was another, even more crucial point. Fan Qingzhou had never once mentioned any of his current disciples.
What if he later pointed to a disciple lacking in looks, ability, or character, and then betrothed Zhao Youcai's daughter to that very person? Though such an outcome seemed unlikely, Zhao Yukai couldn't help but worry.
Seeing Zhao Yukai remain silent, Fan Qingzhou showed no urgency.
He simply began handling matters on the Divine Demon Island. He effectively set Zhao Yukai aside, leaving him to sort out his own thoughts. After about 2 or 3 days, Zhao Yukai and Fan Qingzhou reached a secret agreement in a private chamber. No one knew the exact contents of that pact, only that shortly after returning home,
his legitimate wife gave birth to a daughter.
Zhao Yukai named her Zhao Huayan. As this was the third child born to him and his legitimate wife, the daughter was naturally called the third young miss. This explains why Zhao Huayan had no older siblings yet was still addressed as third young miss by everyone at the Fengkai Pavilion. At birth, Zhao Huayan nearly died. Something had obstructed her airway, and the midwives were at a loss. After her birth, Zhao Huayan did not cry at all. The midwives were frantic with worry and struggled for a long time before finally resolving the issue. Zhao Yukai, waiting outside, was drenched in cold sweat, his clothes looking as if they'd just been pulled from a bucket of water.
Squeezing it slightly would have wrung water out. From that day forward, Zhao Huayan fell ill every year.
The medicine pots in the Wind and Grace Pavilion's mansion never stood idle. One year, Zhao Huayan unexpectedly discovered the reason behind her frail constitution.
Chapter 208, The Fiancé.
That year, when she learned the truth, Zhao Huayan had just turned 15. After celebrating her birthday that year, she contracted a severe case of the flu and was bedridden for over half a month. The day she learned the truth, Zhao Huayan had just recovered. Though her constitution was weaker than others, Zhao Huayan had always trained with diligence and perseverance, putting in more effort than anyone else. After all, Zhao Huayan was Zhao Youcai's only daughter, and Zhao Yukai was the head of the Fengkai Pavilion. Put simply, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Zhao Huayan was destined to inherit the Fengkai Pavilion. Children, after all, tend to possess stronger pride than adults, especially one bearing such a distinguished identity. Thus, despite her frail health, Zhao Huayan refused to fall behind others in her cultivation. But ever since Zhao Huayan learned the truth, she had begun to give up on herself. Only, her method of self-destruction differed from others. Most people, upon learning such a cruel truth that they would almost certainly die after turning 25, would lose all hope for life. They would lose all hope in life, locking themselves in their rooms day after day, drowning in tears, and that would be the better outcome. Zhao Huayan, however, was different. Upon learning this, she immediately let herself go. She indulged in every conceivable activity she'd never tried before, then began emulating the extravagant lifestyles of ancient playboys. Her days were filled with feasting, drinking, and revelry, not a trace of despair in sight. Only Zhao Yukai understood that his daughter had likely discovered something, and she no longer held any hope for the future. Zhao Huayun lived each day as if it were her last. Zhao Yukai wanted to dissuade her, but he didn't know where to begin. After all, such matters weren't solely within his control. Time returned to the present. Zhao Yukai looked down at his servants, who were exchanging bewildered glances. He could probably guess what was going on. Sighing quietly, he said, "Go fetch third young Mississippi, tell her I have business to discuss with her." Not a single servant stirred upon hearing his words. After all, everyone knew the third young miss was no pushover these days. Who knew where she was off causing trouble? Anyone daring to disturb her now would likely get beaten up, and that would be the mildest punishment. Seeing no one stir, Zhao Youcai's expression grew complex. After a moment's silence, he finally addressed a servant standing nearby. "Uncle Zhao, please run an errand for me." This Uncle Zhao, whose given name was Zhao Tianding, had served 3 successive pavilion masters. In earlier times, he would have been considered a veteran of 3 reigns. Even now that Zhao Yukai had become the pavilion master, he remained exceptionally courteous toward Zhao Tianding. Upon hearing the request, Zhao Tianding acknowledged it with a nod before turning and exiting the hall. Within 3 to 5 minutes, he returned, carrying a young girl in his arms. Her clothes, though clearly expensive, were caked in mud and filthy. In her hand, she clutched a gourd from which the occasional chirp of a cricket escaped. Zhao Youcai's expression darkened upon seeing the girl's disheveled state. "Master, the third young miss has arrived." Zhao Tianding walked with the girl in tow until he reached a spot about a foot in front of Zhao Yukai. Only then did he release her, kneeling on one knee with utmost reverence. Zhao Youcai's face darkened as he replied in a low voice, "Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Zhao. You may withdraw now." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianding acknowledged with a nod before turning and exiting the hall. He also led all the servants who had been attending in the hall out with him, carefully closing the hall doors behind them. "Yun, you're 18 now. You can't keep loafing around like you used to." Upon hearing Uncle Zhao's words, Zhao Huayan quickly tucked her hands behind her back, hiding the gourd she was holding. She stuck her tongue out at Zhao Yukai and made a funny face. Seeing her mischievous expression, Zhao Yukai wanted to scold her, but the words turned into a silent sigh instead. He simply had no way to deal with this daughter of his. He'd spoiled Zhao Huayan rotten. "Never mind," he said. "I called you here today because I have a task for you." Before Zhao Yukai could finish, Zhao Huayan had already stepped in front of him, grinning cheekily. "Hold on, dear father. Didn't you promise me you wouldn't send me on missions?" Zhao Yukai froze momentarily upon hearing this, suddenly recalling the matter. It turned out that when Zhao Huayan turned 17, she had rebelled against the Wind and Grace Pavilion's rule that each member must complete 3 missions per month. She believed this rule severely cut into her time for sightseeing and leisure, so she had pulled every trick in the book to get Zhao Yukai to promise he wouldn't make her carry out any missions. Now that Zhao Huayan had brought it up, Zhao Yukai found himself at a loss. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yukai finally spoke. Yun, this assignment isn't like the others. This time, it's purely about letting you go out and have some fun." Hearing this, Zhao Huayan looked at Zhao Yukai with a mix of skepticism and doubt. Feeling a twinge of guilt under her gaze, Zhao Yukai averted his eyes, turned his head elsewhere, cleared his throat twice, and continued. Yun, do you remember the fiancé I mentioned to you before?" At this, Zhao Huayan recoiled like a startled kitten, taking a step back. Pointing at Zhao Yukai, she snapped. "Listen here, you shameless old man. If you want to marry someone, go marry yourself. I'm never marrying someone I've never even met." Seeing his daughter so agitated, Zhao Yukai hurried to calm her down. Calm down, Yun. Nothing's set in stone, yet no one can predict what the future holds. This time, it's just for the 2 of you young people to get acquainted, to meet each other, so that... Zhao Huayan interrupted again, his eyes wide as saucers. "Impossible. All expenses during the mission will be covered by the pavilion, with no upper limit on the mission budget. I'll think about it." Seeing Zhao Huayan finally show signs of yielding, Zhao Yukai breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly added another sentence. "This marriage is entirely up to you. If you're dissatisfied with any of the candidates, you can turn back home immediately. Your father won't say a single word." Zhao Huayan looked at Zhao Yukai with a mixture of disbelief and doubt after hearing this. Chapter 209, I never said I was against it. It wasn't that Zhao Huayan didn't want to believe Zhao Yukai, it was simply that Zhao Youcai's generosity this time felt a bit too generous. While Zhao Yukai had never forced Zhao Huayan to undertake missions before, he certainly wouldn't have been so accommodating with an unavoidable task like this. Zhao Yukai wouldn't have been so easygoing. Seeing the look of doubt on his daughter's face, Zhao Yukai felt a twinge of unease. Whenever their eyes met, he quickly looked away. This only made Zhao Huayan more certain that this mission wouldn't be straightforward. "Daddy!" Zhao Huayan's eyes twinkled as she took a few quick steps to his side, her voice dripping with sweetness. Zhao Yukai was a devoted daddy's girl. One sweet gesture from Zhao Huayan, and his brain went blank. "Daddy, my dearest daddy, tell me honestly, is that person really ugly? Like, really ugly?" Hearing this, Zhao Yukai shook his head decisively. He wasn't ugly at all. Not only was he not ugly, but he was actually quite pleasing to the eye. Standing there, he looked very spirited. Zhao Huayun's eyes darted around as she studied her father's expression. Then she pressed on. Oh, I see. Then he must be exceptionally dull-witted, lacking natural talent, and of very low cultivation. Zhao Yukai shook his head vigorously, beaming with a smile that seemed to show he was thoroughly enjoying himself. My dear daughter, he's not stupid at all. Not only is he not stupid, but he's exceptionally gifted. However, it's true that his cultivation level is low. He's pleasing to the eye, gifted, yet his cultivation is low. Is there anyone this peculiar in the entire cultivation world? Wait, actually, there might be. Zhao Huayun suddenly seemed to recall something, a hint of surprise flickering across her face before she quickly concealed it. Instead, a look of puzzlement took its place. Zhao Yukai was still completely lost in Zhao Huayun's sweet-talking charm, offensive, utterly smitten. Otherwise, Zhao Huayun's subtle expression wouldn't have escaped Zhao Youcai's notice. Dad, is there really someone like that in the cultivation world? Zhao Yukai smiled faintly at the question, gently scraping Zhao Huayun's nose with his finger. Of course there is. And his background isn't simple either. Zhao Huayun's expression darkened at once, though she quickly masked it. Oh, really? Then might I ask what this person's name is? Zhao Yukai noticed Zhao Huayun seemed somewhat invested in this matter and felt secretly relieved. The most crucial factor in this matter was Zhao Huayun's attitude. If Zhao Huayun refused, Zhao Yukai would risk offending Fan Qingzhou. After Zhao Huayun successfully navigated this crisis, he would call off the marriage. But if it really came to that, things would get complicated. Who knew how severely the Divine Demon Island would retaliate against the Charm Pavilion? You've heard of that person, haven't you? None other than Ye Xun, the current young Divine Lord of the Divine Demon Island. Upon hearing Zhao Yukai utter that name, Zhao Huayun, who had been clutching his hand and nestled close beside him, she leapt back several paces, pointing an accusing finger at Zhao Yukai seated at the head of the table. You old bastard! You're trying to sell your daughter. Zhao Yukai froze upon hearing this, momentarily unable to react. Even without fully processing it, he instinctively began soothing Zhao Huayun. Alright, it's all my fault. Don't get so worked up. Your health isn't good, don't let this upset you. Zhao Huayun was already furious upon learning her father had arranged a fiancé for her. Now she discovered this man was none other than Ye Xun, a major criminal wanted by both the cultivation world and the mortal realm. Her anger flared, and she was about to explode. But when Zhao Huayun saw that Zhao Yukai didn't hold her lack of courtesy against her at all. Moreover, he seemed to have no intention of forcing the issue, which calmed her down. Memories of years past began to surface before her eyes. Over the years, Zhao Yukai had been truly devoted to Zhao Huayun, practically granting her every wish. He had spoiled her rotten. Zhao Huayun knew this deep down, though she'd always refused to admit it. After all, the curse that weighed upon Zhao Huayun was, truth be told, deeply connected to Zhao Yukai. Sometimes Zhao Huayun even wondered how much better things would have been if she had never been born. But this time, Zhao Huayun couldn't deceive herself anymore. She understood that her own marriage would never be her decision to make. In a major sect like Fengkai Pavilion, the direct descendants of the sect master must always prioritize the sect's interests above all else in matters of marriage. Ye Xun was the young divine lord of the Divine Demon Island. Even if he wasn't currently holding that title, his master-disciple relationship with Fan Qingzhou remained unbroken. His current disgrace was merely temporary. Once the storm passed, he would reclaim his title. And no one in the cultivation world would dare raise objections. Interests were always the dominant theme in this realm. Every major event within the cultivation world ultimately revolves around these two words. Zhao Huayun marrying Ye Xun would be considered a step up for her. Once this match is sealed, the Wind and Grace Pavilion will soar to new heights. Within a few years, it might even join the ranks of the super sects. Who in their right mind would turn down such a golden opportunity? As for whether Zhao Huayun herself was willing besides Zhao Yukai and her mother, no one else cared whether she was happy or not. Zhao Yukai didn't force her. Instead, he went out of his way to appease her and discuss it with her, which was already a sign of his extreme indulgence. Zhao Huayun understood her father's predicament, but understanding was one thing. Being told to marry someone she didn't even like, someone she'd never even met. She simply couldn't accept it. Yun. Just as Zhao Huayun was lost in her own thoughts, she suddenly heard Zhao Youcai's voice ringing in her ear. She instinctively responded. Ah, well then. If you truly don't wish to marry, your father won't force you. Consider this conversation never happened. Seeing Zhao Huayun's distracted state, Zhao Yukai sighed silently and said softly. After saying this, Zhao Yukai prepared to leave. His visit had been solely for this matter, primarily to gauge Zhao Huayun's stance. Now that he knew his daughter was unwilling, he needed to make preparations sooner rather than later. Regardless, he must first get Zhao Huayun to Ye Xun's side. Fan Qingzhou had said that Ye Xun was the only one who might have a chance to help Zhao Huayun safely navigate this crisis. As for the notion that time might foster affection, Zhao Yukai wasn't the least bit concerned.
He knew his daughter's temperament all too well. If she refused, no amount of persuasion would sway her. Chapter 210, To capture the bandit, first capture the king. Just as Zhao Yukai was about to leave, Zhao Huayan suddenly spoke up. You're leaving already? Aren't you going to try again?
The girl blinked up at her father, her tone tinged with mischief. Zhao Yukai froze upon hearing this, whirling around abruptly.
Yun, if you're willing.
Before he could finish, Zhao Huayan cut him off. Well, I suppose I could go, but we need to set some ground rules first. Zhao Yukai saw Zhao Huayan seemed ready to agree and instantly felt overjoyed.
Fine, father agrees to everything.
Even if you want the stars in the sky, father will pluck them down for you. Zhao Huayan froze, then muttered softly with her head bowed.
You old fart. Who's in such a rush to push their daughter out the door? It's not like I'm desperate to get married.
Hearing this, Zhao Yukai burst into laughter, pulling Zhao Huayan close and hugging her tightly.
Silly girl, I can't even wait to spoil you enough. How could I ever push you away? Father and daughter wrestled playfully for a while.
Only then did Zhao Huayan present her 3 conditions. First, the condition Zhao Yukai had mentioned earlier must remain unchanged. If Zhao Huayan met Ye Xun and didn't like him,
she could turn around and head straight back home.
Second, 2 bodyguards must be assigned to Zhao Huayan, no fewer, but also no more. Lastly, naturally, was the condition Zhao Yukai himself had proposed. All of Zhao Huayan's expenses would be covered by Fengkai Pavilion, and Zhao Yukai was not to interfere. These conditions were practically no conditions at all, so Zhao Yukai readily agreed. Even if Zhao Huayan hadn't brought it up himself, Zhao Yukai would never allow his daughter to suffer the slightest injustice. Every aspect would be taken care of. The next day, outside the mountain gates of Fengkai Pavilion.
Go back. I might be back tomorrow.
Zhao Huayan stood 3 kilometers away from the mountain gate, calling out toward it. Zhao Yukai and his wife stood at the mountain gate, tears streaming down their faces as they watched Zhao Huayan depart. As Zhao Huayan departed Fengkai Pavilion, a major event unfolded inside Gu Yashuan's cottage.
What? No, absolutely not. Don't even think about it.
Qin Shuang's eyebrows shot up in fury as she slammed her fist on the table and bellowed. Her expression was that of a shrew. Ye Xun sat across from her, his face etched with helplessness.
Why can't it be?
Qin Shuang glared at him, her eyes blazing with fury so intense it seemed almost tangible.
In another corner of the room, Gu Yashuan and Su Qingxue exchanged glances.
They shook their heads in unison inside.
How dare you ask me that?
Qin Shuang slammed both hands on the table, her gaze fixed on Ye Xun across from her. Her words carried an uncontrollable fury.
Isn't this the best solution?
Ye Xun met Qin Shuang's gaze, his voice tinged with resignation.
Upon hearing Ye Xun's words, Qin Shuang's anger flared even more intensely. Bull! What kind of good solution is this?
Not far away, Gu Yashuan and Su Qingxue overheard the exchange and turned to look at Qin Shuang in surprise. Though Qin Shuang hadn't spent much time with them, she hadn't come across as the type to curse. The fact that Ye Xun could provoke Qin Shuang into losing all restraint and cursing like this showed just how furious she was.
Let me say something. After a moment of silence, Gu Yashuan stepped forward to mediate.
Ye Xun, your idea this time is downright despicable.
Hearing Gu Yashuan's words, Su Qingxue chimed in from the side. You're telling me, Ye Xun? You didn't die last time, so now you're planning to go die again?
The moment those words left her mouth, the other 2 women in the room shot Su Qingxue a withering glare. Only then did Su Qingxue realize how outrageous her words had been. She quickly covered her mouth and made a zipping up motion with her hand.
Qin Shuang finally turned to glare at Ye Xun.
Qingxue's words were blunt but true. If you followed your plan, you'd be walking into a death trap. Ye Xun glanced at Qin Shuang before him, then at Gu Yashuan and the other woman nearby. He spread his hands helplessly.
This is the best solution I could come up with.
As the saying goes, to catch the thief, first catch the king. If I can hold off that so-called holy maiden, you'll have your chance. Ye Xun paused briefly at this point, his gaze sweeping over each of the women.
Otherwise, do any of you have a better idea?
The room fell silent at his words, not a single voice breaking the quiet. Because of everything that had happened before, Ye Xun needed the divine mechanism mirror to unravel the mystery of the divine demon order this time. He hadn't kept it from Gu Yashuan and the others. First, it was a matter of trust. After all, Gu Yashuan and the others had come to their aid during their most perilous moments. Both in character and other aspects, they were trustworthy. Second, strength lies in numbers. Pooling their wisdom might just yield a brilliant solution. But in this situation, it was clear that Gu Yashuan and the others couldn't offer much help. Even so, it was unacceptable. Solutions could be pondered slowly, but one couldn't gamble with their life. After a moment of silence, Qin Shuang spoke first. Upon hearing this, Ye Xun's brow furrowed slightly. You know that thing is too important to me. Getting it sooner means peace of mind sooner. Qin Shuang showed him no leniency, slamming her hand on the table as she shouted angrily. That's still not acceptable. Your safety matters more than that. You're not alone anymore, you have little fish.
Even if you won't think of yourself, you must consider little fish. She has no parents. After all she's been through, she finally has you as her master. You yourself have experienced the pain of losing a loved one. Do you really want little fish to go through that again? After hearing these words, Ye Xun fell silent for a long while. He knew firsthand the feeling of losing a loved one and understood all too well how utterly despairing it could be. Qingxue was right. Little fish was still so young and had already endured it once. He couldn't be so selfish. The atmosphere in the room instantly grew oppressive. The four of them stared at each other in silence, none uttering a word. After an unknown amount of time, Ye Xun finally broke the silence. Little fish should be awake by now. I'll go check on him and cook some rice while I'm at it. With that, Ye Xun stood up and left the room. After she left, the already oppressive atmosphere grew even heavier. Su Qingxue felt unbearably uncomfortable staying there. She glanced from Ye Xun to Qingxue. She wanted to find an excuse to leave the room, but couldn't think of one on the spot. Another half hour or so passed before the door suddenly knocked. Immediately after, Xiaoyu's clear, high-pitched voice drifted in. Master, Auntie, Sister Xue, dinner's ready. Chapter 211, Too Clingy. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Qingxue and Ye Xun exchanged glances. They sighed in unison. This was already their third meeting in 2 days, yet they still hadn't reached any conclusion. Ye Xun's proposal was simply impossible for Qingxue and the others to agree to. Yet the alternatives proposed by Qingxue and the others seemed extremely risky to Ye Xun. One wrong move could land Qingxue and the others in the hands of the constables. At the dinner table, Qingxue, Ye Xun, and the others ate in silence, not uttering a single word. Xiaoyu, seated beside Ye Xun, glanced at him, then at Qingxue sitting to her left. Her little face was filled with confusion. Sister Yaxuan, what's wrong with my master and aunt? They both seem so unhappy. Xiaoyu whispered to Gu Yaxuan, who sat across from her. After hearing her words, Gu Yaxuan gave an awkward smile. She cautiously glanced at Qingxue and the others across from them. Just eat your meal, little one. Kids shouldn't meddle in such things. Ye Xun scooped up a spoonful of steamed egg custard, blew on it, and popped it into Xiaoyu's mouth. Little fish puffed out her cheeks, mumbling indistinctly with her mouth full. I know without you saying it, master is going somewhere dangerous, and auntie doesn't approve, right? Hearing this, Ye Xun and the others froze in surprise. Ye Xun instinctively glanced at Gu Yaxuan, a hint of anger flickering in his eyes. Not me. I haven't said a word. Seeing Ye Xun's gaze fixed on her, Gu Yaxuan hastily explained. But the more she tried to explain, the worse it got. Ye Xun and the others looked at her with increasingly hostile eyes. Back during the first meeting, Ye Xun and Qingxue had already made it clear. This kind of thing was for the adults to handle. They should just worry about it themselves and not let little fish know. Noticing the uneasy looks on Ye Xun and the others, little fish quickly added. Master, auntie, it wasn't the two sisters who told me, it was me. At that moment, Xiaoyu seemed to suddenly realize something. Her speech became stammering and hesitant. Seeing her like this, Ye Xun finally caught on. Xiaoyu, you were eavesdropping on our conversation, weren't you? Ye Xun's expression was so stern that Xiaoyu, already feeling guilty and afraid of being scolded. Seeing Ye Xun like this, she panicked even more. Unable to hold back, tears streamed down her face like beads from a broken string. Master, I'm so sorry. Little fish didn't mean to. Last time, when little fish went to the bathroom at night, I saw your door wasn't closed properly. Xiaoyu choked on her words, unable to continue. She sniffled and sucked her nose, unable to look Ye Xun in the eye, terrified he might dislike her for this. She dared not meet Ye Xun's eyes, terrified he might despise her for this. Qingxue couldn't bear to watch any longer. She pulled Xiaoyu into her arms, gently patting her back. It's okay, she murmured soothingly. Ye Xun, flustered, quickly interjected. Little fish, you've misunderstood. Master didn't mean it that way. Master was just. Ye Xun was usually quite articulate, but at this moment he didn't know what to say. Xiaoyu heard Ye Xun's words and looked up at him, her eyes brimming with tears. Master, you don't blame little fish, do you? You don't hate little fish, do you? Ye Xun froze, momentarily unable to process the question. Just as he was about to speak, little fish began crying even louder. Master really doesn't want little fish anymore, huh? Qingxue held little fish close and whispered soothing words. Only after much coaxing did little fish finally stop crying. Only then did Qingxue find the chance to glance up and give Ye Xun a stern look. Ye Xun scratched his head awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed. After little fish's little outburst, the previously somewhat oppressive atmosphere instantly turned harmonious. When Gu Yaxuan noticed this shift, she couldn't help but glance at little fish in Qingxue's arms. Little fishy sensed Gu Yaxuan's gaze and quietly stuck out her tongue at her. Gu Yaxuan understood everything at once. She smiled knowingly and silently gave little fish a thumbs up. Originally, Ye Xun and Qingxue had been at odds over the meetings these past 2 days, leaving both with lingering resentment.
But after little fish's little antics, even if they had something as important as the sky, they would put it aside for now. This way, once they both calmed down, those lingering tensions would naturally dissipate. After all, neither Ye Xun nor Qingxue were the type to hold grudges. Time ticked by, and before they knew it, evening had arrived. After dinner, Gu Yaxuan then took little fish to their room to study. After all, though little fish was currently traveling with Ye Xun and the others, she was still of school age. They'd already said there were no conditions, but if there were, Ye Xun and the others would naturally want little fish to get as much education as possible. Stop thinking about it. These things can't be rushed. Ye Xun sat alone in the courtyard, staring blankly at the starry sky. Qingxue leaned against the doorframe, standing not far behind him, and spoke. Ye Xun turned at the sound, glanced at Qingxue, then turned back with a sigh. I know this can't be rushed, but I'm still a wanted man. Those constables will find us here sooner or later. We don't have much time left. Hearing this, Qingxue walked over to Ye Xun and patted his shoulder. Everything will work out in the end. Take it slow, don't rush. There's always a way. Ye Xun glanced at her but said nothing, turning his gaze back to the night sky. Seeing he remained silent, Qingxue said nothing either, simply accompanying Ye Xun as they gazed at the dazzling night sky. After an unknown length of time, Qingxue, who had been silent for a long while, suddenly spoke up. Little fish hasn't been acting quite right lately. Hearing this, Ye Xun, who had been gazing at the stars, abruptly turned to look at Qingxue. Really? Ye Xun carefully recalled little fish's recent behavior but couldn't detect anything amiss. Qingxue couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. How can you even be a master? Not caring about your own disciples' well-being, you're seriously neglecting your duties. Ye Xun felt a pang of embarrassment at her words. Haven't you noticed Xiao Yuer's been clingy lately? Especially with you and me. Qingxue's reminder finally made Ye Xun realize. Yeah, but that's not really surprising, is it? After all, we're practically family to little fish. It's only natural she'd be clingy with us. Qingxue nearly burst out laughing upon hearing Ye Xun's response. Chapter 212, Teaching and Mentoring. Theoretically, Ye Xun's reasoning held no fault. If little fish were just a 5 or 6-year-old girl, such clinginess would be perfectly understandable. After all, Ye Xun was essentially little fish's only anchor, now her clinging to him was only natural. He had appeared in her life when she was at her most desperate and helpless. Like a ray of light, he was now openly recognized as Xiao Yuer's master. When people lose everything, they cling desperately to whatever little remains. Adults are no different, let alone a child. But Xiao Yu was already in her teens. In the years Ye Xun wasn't by her side, she had managed to endure on her own. This alone proved how much Xiao Yu had matured, though her experiences had also made her more sensitive. Qingxue brought up this matter tonight precisely because she considered this very point. Moreover, little fish's recent behavior had been utterly abnormal. What I mean is, Xiao Yu's actions these past days don't seem like those of a normal child. They feel more like... Qingxue trailed off, unsure how to continue. Having once endured a similar ordeal herself, she understood Xiao Yuer's feelings more intimately than Ye Xun ever could. Yet Qingxue also worried whether these suspicions might stem from her own heightened sensitivity, conjuring things out of thin air. Though Qingxue hadn't finished her sentence, she'd conveyed the gist. After listening to her, Ye Xun tilted his head slightly in thought before looking at Qingxue. I don't think so, he said. Neither of us has shown any unusual behavior, and that matter hasn't been finalized yet. Little fish probably hasn't noticed a thing. Hearing this, Qingxue began to wonder if she was indeed being overly sensitive and suspicious. After all, she had never raised a child herself, though she could understand Xiao Yuer's feelings. Qingxue wasn't little fish, after all. No one could truly feel another's emotions as their own. Perhaps. Qingxue was about to say, maybe I'm just being overly suspicious, but the moment the words left her mouth, her mind instantly flashed back to something Xiao Yu had said during dinner. Wait a minute, didn't little fish mention during dinner that she'd accidentally overheard our conversation a few nights ago? Ye Xun heard this abrupt, disjointed remark and felt a bit puzzled too, looking at Qingxue with a questioning expression. Logically, these two events had no connection whatsoever. He was puzzled as to why Qingxue would suddenly bring this up. Though he felt a bit puzzled, Ye Xun still nodded instinctively. Having spent so much time with Qingxue, Ye Xun knew she rarely asked such questions without reason. When we spoke outside that small temple last time, could Xiao Yu also have been? After hearing this, Ye Xun paused briefly before answering with unwavering certainty. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. While talking with you, I was also watching little fish. I can confirm with certainty that little fish was inside the small temple the entire time, never took a single step outside. Upon hearing Ye Xun's words, a trace of doubt flickered across Qingxue's face. On this matter, Ye Xun had absolutely no reason to deceive her. Nor was there any need to shield Xiao Yu. Their positions on this matter had always been aligned, both believed Xiao Yu would be unsafe if she remained with them. Moreover, Ye Xun had been the one to raise the idea in the first place. After spending so many days together,
Qingxue had likely come to understand Ye Xun's character. But that didn't add up. If that weren't the case, how else could she explain why Xiaoyu had been clinging to her so much these past days? After pondering for a moment, Qingxue murmured to herself. Compared to Ye Xun, she had spent more time with Xiaoyu and understood him a bit better. In every other aspect, little fish was remarkably sensible, so much so that it was almost heartbreaking. But whenever Ye Xun returned, little fish would suddenly become exceptionally clingy, acting like a 5 or 6-year-old child. Upon hearing Qingxue's words, Ye Xun frowned and pondered for a moment. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't pinpoint anything truly wrong with little fish. Feeling somewhat helpless, he finally said to Qingxue. After all, little fish was just a child. It was only natural for her to be clingy sometimes. You really shouldn't worry about such things. Qingxue herself had begun to wonder if she was being overly sensitive and suspicious. Xiaoyu's behavior was perfectly normal. Yet upon hearing Ye Xun's words, whether it was a woman's intuition or her pride kicking in, Qingxue suddenly felt that there could only be one reason for Xiaoyu's unusual behavior these past days. That day when the two of them were talking, Xiaoyu had overheard them. That's why Xiaoyu had been living in constant fear lately, terrified that one careless moment might lead to both of them abandoning her. That was why little fish had been clinging to them so persistently. But Ye Xun probably wouldn't listen to such words now. He was convinced from the bottom of his heart that Xiaoyu's behavior these past days hadn't been unusual at all. Qingxue pondered carefully and decided to change her approach. Maybe I really am just being overly sensitive and suspicious. But honestly, as my master, you're really not doing a good job. Hearing this, Ye Xun scratched his nose awkwardly. Qingxue wasn't wrong. Ever since little fish became his disciple, he hadn't taught him anything substantial. In fact, he barely spent any time with little fish himself. His understanding of the boy was even less than Su Qingxue's. You're right, you're absolutely right. I'll make sure to pay more attention to Xiaoyu from now on, of course, until I find someone worthy of entrusting him to. Qingxue stared at him for a long moment after hearing this, so intently that Ye Xun began to feel uneasy. Uncomfortably, he asked. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Why are you staring at me like that? Qingxue responded with a sly smile. No flowers, but something else. Chapter 213, Devil Training. Ye Xun froze slightly upon hearing her words, instinctively asking. Something? What is it? Qingxue looked at him mysteriously, leaning close to his face and whispering in a very low voice. Knowledge. So much knowledge. It's as if they're saying they want to find an heir. Ye Xun froze, staring blankly up at Qingxue. It took him a long while to snap out of it, a knowing smile finally spreading across his face. Alright, I get it. Starting tomorrow, I'll take on the responsibility of being a master. Upon hearing his words, Qingxue stood up, patted his shoulder with satisfaction, and said with a hint of teasing, Go for it, kid. Your big sis here has high hopes for you. With that, Qingxue chuckled softly, turned, and returned to her room. The next morning, while little fish was still fast asleep, Ye Xun dragged him straight out of bed. Master, please let little fish sleep just 5 more minutes. Only 5 minutes, just 5 minutes. Ye Xun's face darkened at the request, his tone stern. That's the 8th time I've heard you say that this morning. You must get up now immediately. No discussion. Only then did Xiaoyu reluctantly stand up on his own. Yawning and rubbing his eyes, he made his way to the courtyard and began his morning routine at a leisurely pace. Ye Xun stood watching Xiaoyu. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10 minutes had passed. Yet standing in the courtyard, Xiaoyu hadn't even finished brushing his teeth. Ye Xun finally began to understand how difficult it must be for Qingxue. Children of this age were truly difficult to manage when it came to discipline. But if you didn't discipline them at all, you'd actually be doing them a disservice. Children this age possessed an insatiable curiosity, a strong sense of pride, and above all, an irrepressible mischievous streak. Even a well-behaved child like Xiaoyu would repeatedly act spoiled in front of Ye Xun. After all, whenever little fish turned on the charm, even the persistent Ye Xun would eventually fall silent. But this couldn't go on. If he let little fish drag things out any longer, the plans he painstakingly devised for little fish last night would likely see little progress even by sunset. Stop dawdling. Hurry up. If you don't move faster, I'll spank your bottom. Ye Xun produced a vine whip from somewhere, using it to threaten little fish while urging him on. Upon hearing this, little fish first glanced at Ye Xun's expression, then looked at the vine in his hand. After silently weighing the situation and concluding that even acting cute might be useless this time, her hands moved faster without her even realizing it. After about an hour, Xiaoyu finally finished washing up and eating breakfast. Carrying a bamboo sword, followed Ye Xun out into the courtyard. Ye Xun pulled up a stool and sat at the courtyard entrance, still holding the morning's vine in his hand. Starting today, I will teach you cultivation techniques. If you don't study diligently, humph. As he spoke, Ye Xun gave a sharp flick with the vine in his hand. Though his current strength couldn't compare to before, he was still at the mid-stage of internal energy cultivation. He was even nearing the late stage of the inner strength realm. Even without channeling his chi, the crackling sound of the vine whipping through the air was audible. Sparks could even be faintly seen dancing in the air before him. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yuer's small body couldn't help but tremble. She couldn't bear to imagine how painful it would be if that cane landed on her. Master! Xiao Yuer's fear lasted only a moment. Once she regained her composure, she immediately launched into a pouty appeal. Ye Xun stared at Xiao Yu with a stern expression, his tone as serious as could be. Cut the nonsense. Get your stance solid first. Hearing this, Little Fishy pulled a long face and settled into her stance. Ye Xun also stood up, walked to Little Fish's side, and began correcting her posture. Only when Xiao Yuer's stance was perfectly standard did Ye Xun turn and return to his seat. He began teaching Xiao Yu today's lesson. So-called true qi is essentially an energy form that the human body can utilize. Once absorbed into the body, this energy continuously refines the body's internal structure. What Ye Xun was teaching now was merely the most fundamental theoretical knowledge within the cultivation world. True qi, this form of energy, was generally colorless and formless, much like water. Only after absorbing this energy does the body begin to register a faint sensation. However, during the initial stages of cultivation, the first surge of true qi often erupts from within the body itself. This type of true energy is also known as innate energy, widely recognized as the purest form of energy in the world. Therefore, cultivation typically begins at a young age. Although this vital energy is generally quite faint, it signifies that one has taken a small step forward on the long path of cultivation. However, for those just beginning their cultivation journey, it usually takes 3 to 5 years before they can sense this true energy. To perceive this vital energy, one must first temper their body, refining every part to its utmost perfection. This entire process is commonly referred to as martial cultivation, or body refinement. It is divided into 5 realms: external strength, internal strength, body tempering, transcendence, and innate. Most practitioners require 3 to 4 years to progress from external strength to the pre-heaven realm. Reaching the state of innate perfection signifies that all bodily organs have been tempered to near perfection. At this point, one can begin to sense the innate energy. Success in this endeavor allows one to embark on the path of cultivating immortality. They become cultivators at the qi refining stage. Ye Xun sat behind Xiao Yu, speaking eloquently, while Xiao Yu listened with rapt attention. Though Xiao Yuer lived within the sect, her parents had doted on her since childhood. Thus, unlike other children, she hadn't begun cultivation at such an early age. She had only a superficial understanding of these dry, theoretical concepts, having merely overheard them mentioned occasionally within the sect. Now, hearing Ye Xun speak of these things again, Xiao Yu felt that what had once seemed dry and tedious could actually be quite fascinating. However, Little Fish might have become a bit too engrossed in listening. Without realizing it, her body relaxed completely. Smack! A sharp whistle cut through the air, and a vine lashed across Little Fish's backside. Ouch! Horse stance locked. From this moment onward, you are forbidden to move for 1 full hour. Chapter 214, Slow to Learn. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuer's little face instantly twisted into a sour expression. What? 1 hour, master? Before Little Fish could even finish his sentence, Ye Xun's face had already turned stern as he coldly declared. 1.5 hours. Master. 2 hours. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu immediately shut his mouth. His hands clenched into fists, raised before him, his stance perfectly formed in a horse stance, a wooden sword slung at his waist. Upon seeing this, Ye Xun turned and walked away, returning to his seat. Hey, treating Little Fish like that, aren't you afraid he'll end up disliking you? After an unknown amount of time had passed, a voice suddenly reached Ye Xun's ears. Ye Xun turned his stern face to see Qingxue standing there. A flicker of concern finally appeared on his face. He lowered his voice and said, Little Fish may not be my daughter, but when she gets hurt, it hurts me too. Qingxue's lips curved into a faint smile upon hearing this. But jade must be carved to become a treasure. Little Fish is already 13 or 14. If she doesn't start cultivating now, she'll miss her golden age. Trying to cultivate later will be as hard as climbing to the heavens. As he spoke, Ye Xun glanced back at Little Fish and noticed her seeming to slack off. His expression immediately hardened. Raise your hands higher, lower your body, and spread your feet wider. Xiao Yuer, her face twisted in misery, obeyed Ye Xun's command as large beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. Qingxue watched the scene unfold and sighed softly. Little Fish probably won't be able to get out of bed tomorrow. Hearing this, Ye Xun hesitated briefly before pulling a piece of paper from his robe and handing it to Qingxue. Qingxue took the paper and scanned its contents briefly. Have Su Miaoxue or Gu Yaxuan procure the herbs according to this prescription. Remember, not a single detail, quality or age can be wrong. Qingxue looked at Ye Xun, a hint of teasing amusement playing on her lips. I take back what I said last night. When it comes to being a master, you really have nothing on Little Fish. Ye Xun chuckled upon hearing this and shot back with his own teasing remark. Of course.
Under my guidance, little fish will undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of the cultivation world someday.
Oh my, give this guy an inch and he takes a mile. 2 compliments and he's already floating on air. Enough with the banter. Go on now. Time flows like shifting sand, slipping through one's fingers unnoticed.
Before they knew it, the sun was already sinking low in the west. Little fish was now seated in a rocking chair, holding a large teapot and gulping down water. To maintain his stern teacher image, Ye Xun had retreated to the kitchen to prepare Xiao Yuer's medicinal decoction. At dinner, little fish was barely able to sit in her chair with the support of Gu Yaxuan and Su Qingxue before starting to eat. When she stood up after finishing her meal, her legs trembled uncontrollably. Qin Shuang promptly took the opportunity to scold Ye Xun. "Look what you've done to our Xiao Yu." But after uttering those words, Qin Shuang suddenly changed her tone. "But little fish, don't blame your master. He's doing all this for your own good." Little fish had no strength left to speak, only managing a faint nod. She understood all of this. Qin Shuang then led little fish to take a bath. Not long after, a blood-curdling scream, louder than the last, pierced the bathroom. Su Qingxue and Gu Yaxuan, the 2 girls, listened with hearts pounding in terror. Several times they wanted to go check on her. But Ye Xun stopped them every single time. After a day of such turmoil, little fish had no recollection of how she'd finally fallen asleep. All she knew was that night, she drifted into a hazy dream where Ye Xun and Qin Shuang both transformed into demons. The next morning, even though little fish deliberately feigned illness, complaining of aches and pains, Ye Xun showed no mercy. Amidst her wails and screams, he forcibly dragged her out of bed. After enduring this hellish ordeal for over half a month, Xiao Yu felt like half her life had been drained away. Yet she also sensed her body growing stronger day by day. Whereas before, she could barely hold a horse stance for half an hour without her back aching, legs cramping, and every part of her body feeling miserable. Now she could complete 2 full hours without faltering. Even so, Ye Xun still frowned every time Xiao Yu trained. Honestly, Xiao Yu might not be cut out for cultivation. It's been over half a month, and she hasn't shown any signs of progress. Qin Shuang frowned as she stood beside Ye Xun, watching little fish. The physical cultivation stage, though the most basic level, should show some signs of progress. For instance, upon reaching the early stage of external strength, one's appearance might not change drastically. But one's vitality and spirit would visibly strengthen. The practitioner might not feel any change themselves, but those with higher cultivation could see it at a glance. By all accounts, Xiao Yu's current training regimen was borderline insane. Not only did he hold horse stances for 2 hours daily, but he also swung a wooden sword 10,000 times, plus a 3-kilometer run each day. Without external aids, such grueling training would be impossible to sustain even for a single day. That's why there's that list. The herbs on it may seem ordinary. Each herb, however, must be aged for a significant period anywhere from 10 to 100 years. This means that while the herbs themselves are common, obtaining ones that meet the required age still takes considerable effort. These herbs would help Xiao Yu recover more quickly and stimulate the cells within his body. Under these conditions, even those with just a hint of talent would have reached the early stage of external strength by now. Those with higher aptitude could even reach the mid-stage directly. Yet Xiao Yu, aside from her body becoming slightly stronger, showed no other changes. Sigh. No matter what, little fish is my disciple. Even if I have to pile her with pills, I'll get her to the qi cultivation stage. Upon hearing these words, Qin Shuang's gaze toward Ye Xun grew complex. Over the past half-month, little fish had shown commendable diligence. Yet the more she persevered, the more it proved she simply wasn't cut out for this path. Qin Shuang understood why Ye Xun was so eager to boost Xiao Yu's strength. It wasn't because of what Qin Shuang had said that night, but because Ye Xun realized. No matter what, the 2 of them couldn't protect little fish forever. One day, she would have to leave their protection. Chapter 215, Foundational Sword Techniques of the Divine Demonile. Back then, if Xiao Yu still lacked the ability to protect himself, he would surely be bullied all the time. Never harbor malicious intent, but always be wary of others. Xiao Yu still knew far too little about this world and was easily deceived. Learning some skills now will at least prevent him from being helpless in times of trouble. Sigh. Do as you wish, but just remember not to leave Xiao Yu with any hidden ailments. After Qin Shuang finished speaking, she turned and left the place. Xiao Yu faced Ye Xun and the other person, though he couldn't make out their words. Xiao Yu could still guess the gist from their expressions. When he saw Qin Shuang sigh and walk away, the faint glimmer of hope in Xiao Yu's eyes instantly turned sour again. Another day passed in the blink of an eye. After finishing her meal and soaking in the medicinal bath, Xiao Yu was just about to head back to her room to rest. Ye Xun suddenly called out to her. "Xiao Yu, come here." Xiao Yu flinched at the sound of his voice, turning stiffly to face Ye Xun. "Master, Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu is a bit sleepy." Before Xiao Yu could finish her sentence, Ye Xun continued. "I'll only take a moment of your time. It'll be quick." Hearing this, little fish could only put on a long face and slowly shuffle over to Ye Xun's side. Head bowed, he timidly called out. "Master." Ye Xun turned to look at her, a smile spreading across his face as he shifted aside. He patted the spot beside him. "Sit here." Xiaoyu glanced at Ye Xun and obediently sat down beside him. The two sat in silence for a full 5 minutes. Xiaoyu finally couldn't contain her curiosity any longer and cautiously asked, "Master, what were you going to say to Xiaoyu?" Ye Xun heard her words and turned to look at Xiaoyu, his expression complex. Xiaoyu, observing Ye Xun's gaze, suddenly sensed something was off about him. His gaze seemed filled with deep reluctance, profound disappointment, and intense unwillingness. Little Fish couldn't quite grasp the exact meaning behind Ye Xun's gaze, but she had her own guesses forming in her mind. She bit her lip, lowered her head, and struggled to hold back her tears. "Little Fish, these past few days I've been pushing you to do this and that. When you didn't do well, I even punished you. Have you ever resented me?" Upon hearing Ye Xun's words, Xiaoyu immediately shook her head. She took a deep breath. Xiaoyu knew her master meant well for her sake. She would never resent him. Ye Xun heard her words and a smile spread across his face. Little Fish had just played a word game with him. Resentment and complaint, these two words seemed almost identical, differing only in degree. But in reality, their usage was worlds apart. Resentment usually comes with negative emotions like jealousy and anger. Grumbling, however, was different. Even the closest of people sometimes couldn't avoid grumbling at each other. This kind of complaint is usually harmless. Ye Xun had just asked Xiaoyu about complaints, but Xiaoyu responded with resentment. This indirectly revealed that Xiaoyu often complained about Ye Xun in everyday life. Though Ye Xun saw through Xiaoyu's little trick, he chose not to call her out on it. Instead, he continued speaking. "Little Fish, you know, apart from your aunt, you're the only family I have left. I want what's best for you." Ye Xun paused briefly at this point before continuing. "I've never taught a disciple before, you're my first. So if I ever do something wrong, feel free to speak up. I won't get angry." Xiaoyu kept his head bowed, unable to meet Ye Xun's gaze. Tears fell like beads from a broken string, one after another, despite Xiaoyu's desperate attempts to hold them back. Yet Ye Xun's words sounded as though he had already made up his mind to abandon Xiaoyu. In Xiaoyu's mind, Ye Xun wasn't the type to say such things. Xiaoyu knew full well that her master was tongue-tied, preferring to keep most things bottled up inside, shouldering them alone. His love manifested itself in the smallest details, never spoken aloud. Only when parting was imminent did he lose control of his emotions. They might do things that go against their usual habits. Ye Xun hadn't noticed Xiaoyu's unusual state at all. Gazing up at the clear blue sky, he spoke with a touch of emotion. "Your master was also a very slow learner back then. Your great-grandmaster taught me for a long time without seeing much progress, but he never gave up on me. He always upheld the principle that once someone became his disciple, no matter how weak their talent or how slow their learning, he could never abandon any of his students. Fortunately, I didn't disgrace your great-grandmaster. After 5 years of effort, I finally reached the qi cultivation stage." As Ye Xun spoke these words, Xiaoyu finally lost control of his emotions. She burst into tears with a wail. Seeing her like this, Ye Xun felt a sudden panic. He gathered Xiaoyu into his arms and spoke softly to comfort her. "Master didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to tell you that for your own sake, you mustn't slack off in the future. You must cultivate diligently." Ye Xun had intended to clarify, but his words carried far too much ambiguity. He hadn't meant it that way at all, but to Little Fish's ears. He was trying to abandon Little Fish, so naturally, she cried even louder. After what felt like an eternity, Little Fish finally cried herself out and fell asleep in Ye Xun's arms. Ye Xun gazed at the porcelain doll-like child in his arms, a faint, helpless smile touching his lips. The next day, Xiaoyu became unusually diligent. He didn't need Ye Xun to wake him in the morning. She climbed out of bed on her own, ran into the courtyard, struck a horse stance, and began practicing diligently. "Oh, you! Why on earth would you discuss such things with a child? She's barely old enough to understand those stuffy, pedantic theories." Qin Shuang tapped Ye Xun's forehead with her finger, her voice tinged with both exasperation and resignation. Having heard about last night's events from Ye Xun that morning, Qin Shuang was so furious she couldn't speak for half a day. She was now almost certain that Little Fish had overheard their conversation earlier. The psychological trauma had already taken root in her mind. Coupled with Ye Xun's words last night, Little Fish must have been terrified. That was why she'd become so eager. Chapter 216, Little Fish's Talent. Hearing this, Ye Xun felt deeply remorseful. Yet he still couldn't quite grasp why Xiaoyu was reacting so intensely. But regardless of his confusion, Ye Xun wouldn't let this make him think he was in the wrong. Well, since things had come to this, then. Before Qin Shuang could finish her sentence, Ye Xun abruptly cut her off. "Wait, look, Little Fish." Following the direction of Ye Xun's finger, Qin Shuang saw Xiaoyu bathed in sunlight. A faint green glow emanated from its body. Seeing this glow, Qin Shuang froze in place, her face filled with utter disbelief. Physical cultivation was divided into 5 stages, each with its own distinct characteristics.
Ordinary people or those with lower cultivation levels couldn't perceive it. Moreover, these characteristics only manifest during breakthroughs. Thus, unless one is family or a guardian, they are generally invisible. Upon breaking through to the early stage of outer force, the cultivator's entire body would be enveloped in light. This light is usually transparent, though some practitioners' aura may exhibit color. Generally, there are 5 colors: red, yellow, green, blue, and gold, corresponding to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Such practitioners are commonly known as 5 elements cultivators. While their cultivation progress might be modest, they possess unparalleled talent in specific fields. Take Xiao Yuer's blue aura, for instance. It signifies the wood attribute and suggests he might possess extraordinary talent in alchemy. It truly is a case of trying hard to make something happen, yet failing, while something done without intention flourishes unexpectedly. Qin Xuan gazed at Xiao Yuer's figure and murmured with a touch of emotion. Ye Xun overheard her words and couldn't help but smile. Who could have guessed our little Xiao Yu would grow up to be a renowned alchemist? Qin Xuan heard his words and teased him with a laugh. Hey, sir, I should remind you that little fish is still only at the early stage of external strength cultivation. So what? I believe little fish will absolutely become a renowned alchemist within 10 years. Qin Xuan smiled at Ye Xun, her tone tinged with playful teasing. Right. I'll go buy herbs for our little alchemist now. You stay here and keep an eye on things. Upon hearing this, Ye Xun immediately stood up and walked into the house, fetching paper and brush. Before long, the blank sheet was completely filled. Finished, he handed the paper to Qin Shuang. When you send them out, have them keep an eye out. If they find any, buy them first. Qin Shuang glanced at the contents of the paper and was instantly stunned. Look, Xiao Yu breaking through is great news, but we don't need to start preparing this early, do we? The paper listed 1 small alchemy furnace, 1 recipe for 9th grade green jade pills, and 1 recipe for 9th grade solidifying essence pills. Following that were lists of medicinal ingredients required for refining both formulas. And all in quantities of 10. Hearing Qin Shuang's words, Ye Xun scratched his head awkwardly. It's just being prepared for the worst, he explained. And even though little fish doesn't need it now, I can still use it to practice. Qin Shuang's surprise deepened at this. You can refine pills? Ye Xun shook his head. No, that's why I asked you to bring back the formula. If I knew how, I wouldn't need this thing. Qin Shuang didn't feel reassured by this explanation. Instead, she was even more astonished. You don't know how, yet you. At that moment, Qin Shuang seemed to suddenly recall something, staring at Ye Xun with utter disbelief. Don't tell me you're going to learn it now? Little fish can't grow up without a master to teach him. Faced with this well-reasoned rebuttal, Qin Shuang was momentarily at a loss for words. After a long moment of stunned silence, she covered her face with her hand and sighed helplessly. Fine, you win. I'll go myself. You're going yourself? What if? Ye Xun heard her words and voiced his concern. Qin Shuang shot him a withering glance and retorted without hesitation. Use your pig brain. If ordinary people like Gu Yashuan went to buy this stuff, wouldn't it be even more suspicious? Ye Xun pondered this, realizing she was right. He chuckled. Just be careful, then. Go early and come back soon. The items aren't important, your safety is what matters. Qin Shuang couldn't be bothered with further chatter and turned to leave. Time ticked by, and before they knew it, Xiao Yuer had finished her morning training. Ye Xun personally cooked a feast for little fish, red bean rice, Christian carp soup, fried small fish, and a whole table full of dishes. Little Fish's eyes lit up at the sight of the table laden with fish and red bean rice. Little Fish truly lived up to her name. She'd adored fish since childhood. It was just that she'd never had the means before. Now, Little Fish had another favorite dish, Ye Xun's red bean rice. Every time Ye Xun made it, Little Fish could easily polish off 2 extra bowls. Watching Little Fish devour it with such gusto, Ye Xun couldn't help but understand. Why do people say that cooks feel fulfilled when they see their creations devoured with such relish? Even if he didn't take a single bite himself, he felt utterly satisfied. The meal lasted nearly half an hour, until Little Fish, her belly round and full, pushed her bowl away with a satisfied expression. Only then did the meal truly come to an end. After finishing the meal, Ye Xun and the others washed the dishes and rested for a while. Around 2 in the afternoon, Ye Xun finally brought Xiao Yuer out to the courtyard. Little Fish clutched the wooden sword in his hand, looking at Ye Xun with eager anticipation. Earlier during the meal, Ye Xun had already informed Little Fish that all afternoon training sessions were cancelled. He would personally teach Xiao Yu the art of swordsmanship. Little Fish was overjoyed upon hearing the news. He'd been itching to get started since noon. But midday was when the sun was at its harshest, and Ye Xun felt sorry for Little Fish. He coaxed and persuaded Xiao Yu to take an afternoon nap. Only when the sun began to set did he finally start teaching Xiao Yu sword techniques. Xiao Yu, watch closely. Ye Xun held a wooden sword in his hand, standing before Little Fish with a serious expression. Upon hearing his words, Little Fish nodded vigorously, her eyes fixed intently on Ye Xun.
Ye Xun slowed his movements as much as possible, beginning to demonstrate the foundational sword techniques of the Divine Demon Island. This sword technique was known to nearly every disciple on the Divine Demon Island and held no secrets. Besides, even if it were some untold secret, Ye Xun would teach it to little fish without holding back. Got it? After completing the demonstration, Ye Xun sheathed his sword and stood upright, turning to ask Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu stared blankly at him. Upon hearing the question, he nodded immediately, only to shake his head vigorously moments later. Seeing this, Ye Xun couldn't help but chuckle softly.
Chapter 217, One Condition. Silly girl, if you can do it, you can. If you can't, you can't. Your master won't scold you.
Xiaoyu felt Ye Xun's hand on her head. Though she felt a bit embarrassed after all, she was a big girl now.
Being patted on the head like this again felt a bit inappropriate.
But even though that was the logic, little fish actually found it quite enjoyable. She obediently nodded in agreement. After Ye Xun demonstrated the technique 3 or 4 more times, Xiaoyu finally felt she was starting to grasp it.
If you understand, try it yourself.
Ye Xun smiled, patting Xiaoyu's shoulder before gently nudging him toward the exit. At first, Xiaoyu felt a bit nervous upon hearing his words. She had thought she grasped it somewhat, and a sliver of confidence had begun to take root in her heart. But now, all that confidence crumbled instantly. Before Xiaoyu could even turn back to pout and ask Ye Xun to demonstrate again, Ye Xun had already pushed her out. Now Xiaoyu was being forced into action. She had no choice but to make it work. After all, she was the one who had just claimed to understand it.
She couldn't very well go back on her word now. Especially not in front of Ye Xun. Not bad at all. This is quite good, what's there to be shy about? After Xiaoyu finished her sword practice, Ye Xun clapped his hands and said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu looked at Ye Xun with a face full of surprise and delight. Really? Of course. Little fish is a genius who comes along once in a century. Hey, master's exaggerating a bit there. Though Xiaoyu looked a bit embarrassed on the surface, his expression clearly showed he was flattered by Ye Xun's praise. Xiaoyu clearly relished Ye Xun's praise. Ye Xun watched her like this, smiled, and turned to go back inside. Little fish watched Ye Xun's retreating figure with a puzzled look, wondering what exactly he was up to. Before long, Ye Xun reappeared in the courtyard, accompanied by a scarecrow fashioned from straw. Ye Xun placed the scarecrow on an empty patch of ground outside the courtyard. Then, pulling out a pen from who knows where, he drew red circles around several vital points on the scarecrow. Only after completing all this did Ye Xun walk back to Xiaoyu's side. Master, what is this? Xiaoyu looked at Ye Xun with confusion, utterly baffled by the purpose of the scarecrow. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's question, Ye Xun smiled faintly.
From now on, in addition to your regular training, you must practice the sword technique I just taught you 5 times daily.
Xiaoyu's face immediately fell upon hearing this. Sure enough, everything that happened earlier was just an illusion. Master was still the same demonic master as before. Xiaoyu wore a mournful expression, silently cursing under his breath.
This time, however, Xiaoyu didn't voice any objections. Instead, he accepted it quite naturally. As if it were the most natural thing in the world. This change caught Ye Xun slightly off guard, prompting him to give Xiaoyu an extra look. But surprise aside, this change in Xiaoyu was ultimately a good thing. One more thing, if you can pierce those red circles on the scarecrow in half a month, I'll grant you one wish.
Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's eyes lit up instantly.
She snapped her head up to look at Ye Xun.
Really? When have I ever deceived you?
Ye Xun replied with a smile.
Xiaoyu nearly jumped for joy upon receiving the answer.
He dashed over to the scarecrow. Gripping the wooden sword in his hand, he thrust it forward with all his might.
A loud clang echoed as Xiaoyu was knocked back several steps.
The wooden sword in her hand now bore several new cracks.
Iron?
Looking rather flustered, Xiaoyu steadied himself and turned to Ye Xun, his face filled with disbelief. Indeed, the scarecrow Ye Xun had brought over had circular pieces of steel stuffed into its vital points. The rest was all straw.
Master, you're cheating. How could I possibly cut through that iron lump, let alone pierce it?
Xiaoyu rushed over to Ye Xun in 2 strides, looking up at him with obvious displeasure. Ye Xun didn't get angry upon hearing her words.
He just smiled and said, "How would you know without trying?
Little fish, you're a genius.
You're definitely more special than ordinary people."
Ye Xun had finally discovered the best way to teach little fish, praise.
Shameless, unabashed praise. Little fish was completely hooked on this approach. Sure enough, upon hearing Ye Xun's words, the displeasure on little fish's face immediately faded a bit.
But little fish hadn't completely lost her sense of reason yet. She still knew to fight for her own interests. No, master only gave little fish half a month.
This was simply an impossible task. Half a month?
Even with a real sword, little fish might not be able to cut through that iron lump.
Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Ye Xun didn't dwell on the issue.
Instead, he changed the subject and added some extra conditions for little fish.
See all those red circles on that scarecrow?
If Xiaoyu pierces just one of them, no. If he manages to stab into just one of those red circles, then he wins.
I'll fulfill his wish as promised. Xiao Yuer glanced at Ye Xun skeptically upon hearing this. After a long hesitation, he finally spoke up. It's not that little fish doesn't trust you, master, but words alone aren't proof. Are you sure you'll? As he spoke, Xiao Yu rubbed his hands together and chuckled, his face wearing the sly expression of a little fox. Seeing this, Ye Xun smiled and ruffled little fish's hair. Alright, Xiao Yu, you practice for now. I'll go make you a token of trust. Upon hearing this, little fishy bounced up instantly, cheering with delight. Oh, you're the best, master. Ye Xun patted her head with a hint of exasperation, deliberately adopting a stern expression as he scolded her. Alright, get back to practicing. If you don't finish today's task, watch out, I'll spank your bottom. Xiao Yuer, upon hearing this, deliberately put on an extremely serious expression. Yes, master. I promise to complete the task. With that, little fish dashed to the center of the courtyard and began her training. Chapter 218, Ye Xun, the Alchemist. Ye Xun stood watching inside the house for a moment, confirming that little fish was truly practicing diligently. A satisfied smile spread across his face before he turned and went back inside. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Shuang returned from outside, laden with large and small bundles. Upon seeing little fish practicing swordplay in the courtyard, she chose not to disturb him. She took a detour and entered the house. The moment she entered, Qin Shuang saw Ye Xun bent over the table, seemingly engrossed in writing something. So engrossed was he that he didn't notice Qin Shuang had approached him. Wish-granting paper. Qin Shuang read the words on the paper and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hearing her words, Ye Xun finally snapped out of his trance and quickly covered the paper with his hand. Seriously, are you a ghost? How come you walk without making a sound? Qin Shuang beamed at Ye Xun with an anti-like smile, pointing at the paper he was shielding. Made for little fish, huh? Never would have guessed a roughneck like you could be so girly. Besides the words, the paper was adorned with pink birds and hearts. It looked like something a little girl would use. Hearing Qin Shuang's words, Ye Xun couldn't help but blush, muttering under his breath. None of your business. Qin Shuang naturally heard his retort, but she didn't tease Ye Xun further. Instead, she turned and walked over to the table where she had just placed the items. Everything you asked for is here. See if anything's missing. Hearing her words, Ye Xun forgot his embarrassment, quickly rising and striding over to the table. He began checking them with great care. Getting all this must have been quite a task. You've worked hard. Qin Shuang smiled at Ye Xun after hearing this remark. Is that all? No tangible token of appreciation? Like a ask and you shall receive card or something? Ye Xun recognized Qin Shuang's playful teasing and scratched his head awkwardly, blurting out instinctively. These things are just for fooling kids. You're not a child anymore, you don't need this sort of thing. Hearing this, Qin Shuang feigned anger as she strode up to him. Don't you know that girls are always little kids, no matter how old they get? Ye Xun froze, momentarily unsure how to respond. After all, no one had ever asked him such a question before. Ah, well, that. Seeing Ye Xun's flustered expression, Qin Shuang couldn't keep up the act for long and burst out laughing. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. But I'm genuinely exhausted, dinner's on you tonight. Hearing this, Ye Xun breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't an impossibly difficult request, Ye Xun wouldn't refuse Qin Shuang. Especially when it was something as simple as cooking. No problem. You go rest. I'll handle the cooking. Ye Xun agreed readily, then tied on an apron and headed into the kitchen. Before long, an incredibly rich aroma began wafting out from the kitchen. Master, what's for dinner tonight? Little fish, who should have been practicing swordplay in the courtyard, had also made his way into the kitchen. He pressed his little head against the doorframe. Ye Xun was busy preparing a lively carp when he heard little fish's voice. He answered with an instinctive smile. We'll eat you, little fish. Little fish was overjoyed at the prospect of fish for dinner and dashed straight into the kitchen to help Ye Xun. Alright, then you. Before he could finish his sentence, Ye Xun suddenly realized. The training regimen he'd set for little fish was perfectly calibrated, there was no way she could finish her tasks before dinner. Realizing this, Ye Xun's expression turned stern. Little fish, have you finished your task? Xiao Yuer froze upon hearing this, taking a long moment before meekly replying. Not yet, but. Ye Xun didn't give little fish a chance to explain. His face remained stern, his tone sharp. Get back to training immediately. If I catch you slacking off again, you'll be sorry. After hearing Ye Xun's words, little fish tried to say something. But before the words could leave her mouth, the carp in the basin suddenly thrashed violently. With lightning speed, Ye Xun grabbed the wooden stick beside him and smacked it squarely across the fish's head. The carp fell back into the basin, not moving a muscle. Seeing this, Xiao Yu shuddered and instinctively covered her but with both hands. No kidding, if Ye Xun said he'd hit her, he really would. Last time little fish hadn't practiced diligently and Ye Xun had whacked her but with a cane. That memory was still vivid her but had ached for days. Master, please don't be angry. I'll go right now, I promise.
Xiao Yuer clutched her bottom with both hands, offering Ye Xun an awkward smile as she backed away step by step. Once she was out of the kitchen, she spun around and bolted away in a flash. Watching her retreat, Ye Xun sighed before turning his attention back to the carp in the basin. Night fell quickly, and Xiao Yu finally completed her training without incident. The group sat around the dinner table, chatting and laughing as they ate. Time passed quickly. Before they knew it, it was late into the night. Ye Xun moved all the items Qingxue had purchased out into the courtyard. Sitting on a wooden stool, he began studying the 2 alchemy formulas. Alchemy, like cultivation, required step-by-step progression. Even the rarest of geniuses. No one could become an expert overnight. After carefully studying the formulas, Ye Xun casually grabbed some firewood and stuffed it beneath the alchemy furnace. He lit the kindling with a lighter. Within moments, crimson flames completely enveloped the furnace's base, its temperature steadily rising. After about 3 to 5 minutes, Ye Xun judged the temperature to be just right. He grabbed several herbs and tossed them into the furnace. Soon, the furnace began to crackle and pop. Ye Xun sat before it. He held a palm leaf fan in his hand, gently waving it to control the intensity of the flames. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, a deafening explosion suddenly echoed through the courtyard. It jolted Qingxue and the others awake from their slumber. Qingxue and Xiao Yu were the first to rush out of the house, standing anxiously in the courtyard.
The entire courtyard was now engulfed in thick smoke, obscuring any view of what lay within. Chapter 219, The Strange Man. Cough, cough. Master. Master. Where are you? Though the thick smoke stung his eyes shut, Xiao Yu still called out to Ye Xun as he made his way into the courtyard. After calling out for a short while, Xiao Yu suddenly felt someone grab his hand. Already frightened by the near-total darkness. Now, with someone suddenly grabbing his hand, he immediately let out a loud cry. Master! Where are you? Little fishy is so scared. Hearing Xiao Yuer's slightly tearful cry, Qingxue grew anxious and hurried over to her in 2 strides. Just as Xiao Yu was crying her heart out, she suddenly heard Ye Xun's voice. Little fish, don't be afraid. Master is right here. Hearing this voice, little fish suddenly stopped crying and turned her head, looking behind her with confusion. Tears still glistened at the corners of her eyes. Master? Looking at the person before her, who appeared as though he had just returned from digging coal in a cave, covered head to toe in soot. Little fish called out doubtfully. In Xiao Yuer's memory, Ye Xun had always been ethereal and graceful. Even when fleeing, he had never looked as disheveled as the person before her now. Ye Xun heard Xiao Yu's voice and a faint smile touched his lips. His pearly white teeth gleamed brightly against his darkened skin. Just then, Qingxue arrived at the scene. Seeing Ye Xun in such a state, she froze in place. Gu Yaxuan and Su Qingxue also arrived, their clothes disheveled. Their appearance clearly showed they had been startled awake and rushed over in a hurry. Xiao Yu stared at the dazzling row of teeth before him, hesitantly calling out once more. Master? Hearing Little Fish's voice, Ye Xun responded with a smile. Little Fish, are you okay? Seeing it was indeed Ye Xun, Little Fish froze on the spot, dumbfounded, unsure how to react. After all, Ye Xun's appearance was simply too shocking. Qingxue snapped back to her senses and walked over to Ye Xun, giving him a thorough once-over. Are you role-playing or something? Hearing her words, Ye Xun felt a bit embarrassed himself and chuckled awkwardly. Qingxue reached out and gave him a light tap on the head. You still have the nerve to laugh? We were worried sick, thinking that sect had attacked us. Xiao Yu then snapped out of it and cautiously approached Ye Xun. The thick fog had lifted considerably by now. Under the moonlight, Xiao Yu could just make out Ye Xun's silhouette. She looked him up and down, then reached out to poke his knee. Once she confirmed the person before her was indeed Ye Xun, Xiao Yuer's eyes instantly reddened. She threw herself onto Ye Xun. Caught off guard, Ye Xun stumbled backward a step before regaining his balance. He wrapped his arms around her from behind. Master Yi, are you dying? Ye Xun had initially been quite pleased after all. Xiao Yu's concern proved she still cared about him. But when Ye Xun heard Xiao Yuer's words, his expression instantly changed, a mix of helplessness and amusement. Qingxue, standing nearby, couldn't help but burst out laughing upon hearing the little fish's words. Hearing the laughter from Gu Yaxuan and Qingxue, Xiao Yu turned her head, looking at them all with a puzzled expression. She looked up at Ye Xun again, her eyes brimming with confusion. Just as Ye Xun was about to explain, a sudden wave of intense unease washed over him. He spun around, bending slightly at the waist as he wrapped his arms around Xiao Yuer, shielding her with his own body. Whoosh! A piercing whistle cut through the air, followed by another dull thud echoing through the courtyard. Qingxue had no time to spare for Ye Xun and the child. Planting her feet firmly, she immediately gave chase toward the direction the arrow had come from. Only after ensuring their safety did Ye Xun straighten up, carrying Little Fish into the house. Yaxuan, Miaoxue, you two stay inside with Little Fish. No matter what you hear, don't come out. Ye Xun handed Little Fish to Gu Yaxuan and the others, his expression grave as he instructed. After hearing this, Gu Yaxuan and the others nodded, then pulled Little Fish away to leave.
But just then, Little Fish suddenly broke free from Gu Yashuan and the others, running in 2 strides to Ye Xun's side. He grabbed hold of Ye Xun's sleeve. Ye Xun turned around, looked at Little Fish, and hesitated for a moment. Finally, he turned back and brushed Xiao Yuer's hand away. Xiao Yu stood frozen in place. After a long moment, she finally ran out and stood in the courtyard. She shouted at Ye Xun's retreating figure. "Master, Xiao Yuer will wait for you to come back." Ye Xun's figure abruptly halted. With his back still turned to Xiao Yu, he raised his hand in a gesture that said, "I got it." Meanwhile, after rushing out, Qingxue followed the abnormal fluctuations of true qi, tracking and tailing the attacker. She was an expert in this field, even surpassing Tao Tao in her abilities. Yet despite her expertise, she could only catch glimpses of the figure's back, vaguely discerning that it belonged to a girl. Beyond that, nothing else was discernible. Qingxue had considered using an attack to forcibly slow the person's escape. She did indeed attempt this, but it proved largely ineffective. Not only was that person incredibly fast, but their footwork was also remarkably agile. Every attack Qingxue launched was dodged with ease, without even a hint of slowing down. The two raced onward, one ahead, the other behind, swiftly reaching a desolate wilderness. This area remained undeveloped, overgrown with weeds and trees. Qingxue had no choice but to slow down. Yet the other person seemed completely unaffected, maintaining their pace without the slightest hesitation. Where Qingxue had once maintained a distant pursuit, she now couldn't even see the figure's back. She could only continue tracking by following the faint clues the person left behind. Before long, Qingxue halted her steps. She glanced around and found that beyond the dense forest, only weeds remained. The faint traces left behind by that person vanished completely here. Damn it, who the hell was she? Qingxue's anger erupted as she punched a nearby tree, sending startled birds flying and leaves rustling to the ground. Staring at the dense forest ahead, she muttered to herself, unwilling to accept defeat. At this point, pursuing her further was pointless. No matter how unwilling Qingxue felt, she could only turn back for now. She hadn't walked far back when she encountered Ye Xun rushing over in a hurry. What happened? Where is he? Hearing Ye Xun's question only fueled Qingxue's anger further. She clenched her teeth and shook her head. She spat out bitterly. Chapter 220, The Strange Challenge Letter. I lost him. Don't let me catch him again, or I'll hang him from a tree and beat the crap out of him. Upon hearing these words, a hint of surprise flashed across Ye Xun's face. After all, Qingxue was a Tianfu assassin, a Class B assassin, no less. When it came to tracking and counter-tracking, few could match her skill except perhaps her peers. Even seasoned veterans could slip through her net if they weren't careful. Yet now, Qingxue was telling him she'd lost the man. This could easily be considered the worst possible news. After a moment of silence between them, Ye Xun finally spoke. Let's go back and discuss this. 10 minutes later, Ye Xun and Qingxue sat facing each other, while Xiao Yu lay asleep on the bed nearby. Already asleep. On the table before them lay an arrow without a tip. And a note. What's wrong with these people? After a long while, Qingxue glanced at the note on the table and murmured in a hushed voice. Ye Xun heard her words and felt a bit helpless. When they had just returned, they had intended to search for any clues the person might have left outside the courtyard. But as soon as Little Fish saw them return, he immediately ran over. After checking if they were hurt, he handed them the arrow without a tip and this note. The note's message was simple. It invited Ye Xun to meet the person who had lost track of him the day before, at the same spot, 1 day later. The person wanted to challenge Ye Xun to a duel at the spot where Qingxue had lost track of him earlier. It explicitly stated that Ye Xun could only bring Qingxue. If Ye Xun broke the agreement, the person would immediately reveal their location to the constables. Listen to me, Qingxue whispered urgently, you absolutely mustn't be foolish. This is clearly a trap. Qingxue saw Ye Xun staring blankly at the note on the table and immediately lowered her voice. Ye Xun heard her words, lifted his head, and smiled. You're right, but I still think we should go check it out. Qingxue stared wide-eyed at Ye Xun, utterly incredulous that such nonsense could come out of his mouth. After a few seconds of stunned silence, she finally snapped back angrily. Do you even know what you're saying? Seeing Qingxue's reaction, Ye Xun quickly raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to lower her voice. Qingxue glanced at the sleeping Little Fish, then turned back to glare at Ye Xun. Have you lost your mind? Or have you just gotten too comfortable lately? You're bored out of your mind. Seeing Qingxue so agitated, Ye Xun hastily explained. That person dares to provoke us like this. It proves he must have something we desperately need right now. He's not afraid we won't go after him. Qingxue froze for a few seconds upon hearing his words, then pondered carefully. Ye Xun's words weren't entirely without merit. That person didn't need such a crude trick to lure Ye Xun into a trap. After all, he had managed to shake off Qingxue's pursuit. Sneaking into a small house like this? That would be child's play, requiring little effort. There was simply no reason for that person to resort to such a conspicuous method, yet they had only left a simple challenge letter. No, absolutely not. You mustn't go under any circumstances. Though the logic was sound, Qingxue still refused to let Ye Xun go. On the surface, the person who left the challenge letter seemed to harbor no ill will. It seemed purely about wanting to test his skills against Ye Xun. But you can never truly know what's in another person's heart. Moreover, even if that person had no ulterior motives, Ye Xun was still carrying injuries. His strength hadn't fully recovered to its peak yet. What if Ye Xun accepted the challenge only for that person to intentionally or accidentally injure him? That would be a loss far outweighing any gain. But if we don't go, our current location will be exposed. Where could the few of us possibly hide then? Ye Xun sighed, gazing at the sleeping little fish on the bed. Qingxue heard these words and suddenly found herself at a loss for what to say. No one wanted to live a life of hiding and wandering. Having a place to call home was naturally the best outcome. But that was only if it didn't endanger anyone else. Let's settle it then. After lunch tomorrow, you won't be coming with me. I'll go alone. Ye Xun turned back and said to Qingxue. To be honest, Ye Xun himself felt no certainty about this matter. He didn't know who had delivered this challenge letter. But anyone capable of delivering a challenge letter in this manner, Ye Xun believed, must be a martial arts fanatic. Such individuals typically pursued one ultimate goal in life, seeking out stronger opponents to spar with. Their hearts were utterly pure. There was likely little danger involved. But no one can predict what hasn't happened yet, and Ye Xun didn't want Qingxue to risk her life alongside him. Upon hearing this, Qingxue slammed her hand down on the table with a loud thud. Little fish, fast asleep, let out a soft whimper, showing signs of waking. Ye Xun hurried to the bedside, gently patting little fish's head. Have you lost your mind? I'm worried about my own safety going with you, and you're actually thinking of going alone. Qingxue suppressed her anger as much as possible, lowering her voice as she addressed Ye Xun. Her tone clearly conveyed her deep frustration. None of us knows who that person really is or how powerful they are. If you come with me, I'm afraid neither of us will make it out alive. Hearing this, Qingxue clenched her fists tightly. If little fish hadn't been asleep, Qingxue would have already punched Ye Xun in the face to avoid waking him. His words were utterly outrageous. You think this is for our sake? No, you're wrong. If something happens to you, do you think Xiao Yu and I would just stand by and do nothing? If you end up on the road to the underworld, just wait for us to catch up and give you a proper beating. Ye Xun fell silent for a long while after hearing this, a vague, indescribable feeling stirring within him. Fine. We'll go together. At the fifth watch of the next day, Qingxue was already seated cross-legged in the courtyard, beginning her cultivation practice. Ye Xun was inside the room gathering essentials. The atmosphere in the small, cramped space grew increasingly tense. Chapter 221, Turn and Run. Little fish sat on the edge of the bed, glancing now at Qingxue practicing in the courtyard. Then he glanced at Ye Xun, who was busily attaching various hidden weapons to his body. His little face was filled with confusion. Xiao Yu could sense, vaguely, that both Ye Xun and Qingxue were acting strangely today. They were definitely hiding something from her. Hey, Sister Yaxuan, what are Master and Auntie going to do? Though Xiao Yu was young, she knew asking Ye Xun and the others about such matters. She knew she wouldn't get the truth. Gu Yaxuan frowned slightly upon hearing Xiao Yu's question. He vaguely guessed what Ye Xun and the others intended to do, but he couldn't be certain. Besides, even if she knew, she couldn't tell Little Fish at this moment. Having spent these past few days with him, she understood Little Fish's temperament. If he found out about this matter, she'd insist on tagging along no matter what, and no amount of persuasion would work. Your master and auntie are off on a secret mission, she said gently. Little Fishy, you absolutely mustn't disturb them. Gu Yaxuan crouched down, a gentle smile on her face, speaking softly to Xiao Yu. Little Fish blinked at her words, looking up at Gu Yaxuan. Is this mission dangerous? Gu Yaxuan froze upon hearing the question, momentarily unsure how to respond. If she said it was dangerous, Little Fish would surely insist on going too. But if she said it wasn't dangerous, how could she explain why Qingxue and Ye Xun were both so tense right now? Seeing Gu Yaxuan's troubled expression, Xiao Yu began to form her own suspicions. He smiled at Gu Yaxuan and said, Little Fish understands. Little Fish won't disturb Master or Auntie. Hearing this, Gu Yaxuan felt a pang of pity for this sensible little girl. She reached out and ruffled her hair. Little Fishy is such a good girl. Before long, Su Miaoxue had finished preparing breakfast. After Qingxue and Ye Xun finished their meal, they deliberately sent Xiao Yu away. Ah, never mind. Ye Xun gazed at the gate leading to the courtyard, wanting to say something. But in the end, he held his tongue. 1,000 words dissolved into a single sigh. Seeing Ye Xun like this, Gu Yaxuan knew exactly what he wanted to say. Smiling, she walked up to him and patted his shoulder. Remember to come back for dinner. Little Fish won't dare eat if you two aren't here. After hearing her words, Ye Xun froze for a few seconds before offering a faint smile. Yeah, I'll be back. Compared to Ye Xun, Qingxue was more decisive. She was already standing outside the house waiting for him. But once the two had truly left the little house, Qingxue slowed her pace slightly, glancing back at the cottage every few steps. What Ye Xun and the others didn't know was that shortly after they left, little Fishy ran to the front gate. Watching their retreating figures, a single tear slid down her small face. After an unknown amount of time, Ye Xun and the other finally arrived at the location where Qingxue had lost track of that person yesterday. Once there, they stopped and stood still, carefully scanning their surroundings with heightened alertness. Be careful. They might have left traps, Qingxue warned. Qingxue scanned the area, then turned to Ye Xun without looking back. Ye Xun heard her words and nodded slightly. Rustle. After about half an hour, the rustling sound of leaves suddenly echoed around Ye Xun and Qingxue. Qingxue stiffened instantly at the sound, her eyes darting warily toward the source. Young divine lord of the divine demon island, you truly have some nerve. Just as Qingxue remained on guard, a voice suddenly echoed from ahead of them. Ye Xun heard the words and a smile spread across his face. My friend, you flatter me. I'm merely a wanted criminal now, no longer any sort of young divine lord. After uttering these words, Ye Xun deliberately paused. Yet, aside from the chirping of insects and birds, no other sounds reached their ears. Might you be willing to step out for a moment? After waiting a moment, seeing no sign that the person intended to emerge, Ye Xun continued. As the words fell, a figure leapt down from a large tree not far ahead of Ye Xun and his companions. Enveloped entirely in a wide robe, the figure's gender was indistinguishable, their head concealed beneath a conical hat and veil. Their attire seemed designed to conceal their identity at all costs. Qingxue, seeing this disguise, immediately sneered. Hiding in broad daylight like that? Bet you're a wanted criminal just like us. Before Qingxue could finish her sentence, an overwhelmingly oppressive aura suddenly swept toward them. Qingxue instinctively took a step back, but upon regaining her senses, she lightly planted her foot. She stepped directly in front of Ye Xun, extending an arm to shield him. Seeing Qingxue's sudden strange behavior, Ye Xun instinctively asked, how strong is this person? Her words trailed off mid-sentence as she froze in shock. She was stunned to realize that the person before her possessed strength that couldn't possibly exceed mid-stage chi cultivation. Yet the overwhelming aura he had just projected was impossible for someone at mid-stage chi cultivation to possess. Not even someone at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Let's go, this is a trap. Once Qingxue realized the man before her was so weak, she had no desire to stay another moment. That overwhelming aura had even made Qingxue's heart skip a beat. It spoke volumes about the sheer power of its source. As an assassin, Qingxue might not possess great cultivation. But when it came to resisting such an aura, Qingxue had undergone specialized training. Unless it was a disciple from a top-tier power, even someone at the late foundation establishment stage couldn't make Qingxue's heart race just with their aura. Ye Xun couldn't quite grasp what Qingxue was trying to accomplish. But since Qingxue had spoken, he held his tongue. Just as Ye Xun and his companion were about to depart, the mysterious figure who had remained utterly composed all along. I suddenly felt a bit flustered. Hey, you're running off before we've even started. What's the deal? Qingxue heard her words but didn't even turn her head, replying in a clear voice. Even if you win this contest, we have matters to attend to. We must excuse ourselves. The mysterious figure froze upon hearing this. Then, with a swift leap, she soared through the air, heading straight for Ye Xun and the others. No, you can't leave. You're insulting me. Even from his voice alone, it was clear the mysterious figure was now visibly enraged. Qingxue hadn't expected this guy to be such a pain in the ass. Chapter 222, Forest Trial. But to be fair, the mysterious man had every reason to lose his temper. Those who issue such challenges typically care less about the outcome. It was the process of the contest itself. Qingxue's earlier actions would have felt like an insult to anyone else. The three of them chased each other through the forest. Before long, they had strayed far from their starting point, deep into the heart of the forest. Earlier, Qingxue had been so frantic from the mysterious figure's pursuit that she'd fled without a second thought. Now, having calmed down slightly, she realized they had been heading in the wrong direction all along. Just as Qingxue was about to lead Ye Xun back the way they came, a gentle breeze suddenly swept through the forest. At first, Qingxue paid it little mind. Winds were common in the forest, and no one would find it strange. But after running a short distance further, Qingxue was startled to find the path ahead blocked by a wall of wind. If they forced their way through, Qingxue might escape unscathed, but Ye Xun would surely suffer some flesh wounds. Hesitation crept into Qingxue's mind, and her pace instinctively slowed. It's fine. Just charge through. Ye Xun saw what was troubling Qingxue and spoke with unwavering resolve. Hearing this, Qingxue paused for a moment, her gaze toward Ye Xun filled with complexity. Her hesitation lasted only a few seconds before she made her decision. The two of them drew closer and closer to the wind wall, the howling of the gale growing louder in their ears. Whoosh! Just as Ye Xun and Qingxue were about to charge into the wind wall, Qingxue suddenly heard a piercing whistle cut through the howling wind. Danger! Before the words had even left her mouth, Qingxue grabbed Ye Xun's shoulder with one hand. With a powerful pull of her arm, she yanked Ye Xun aside. A dart whizzed past Ye Xun's cheek, leaving a tiny scratch. Crimson blood trickled down Ye Xun's face. As Ye Xun and his companions dodged the dart, a masked middle-aged man clad in black night attire appeared before them. Qingxue immediately grew wary at the sight of this man. She could distinctly sense a dangerous aura emanating from him. Be careful. This guy's no ordinary person. Qingxue fixed her gaze on the man and whispered a warning to Ye Xun. The man maintained a steady smile as he observed Ye Xun and Qingxue, yet he never launched an attack. Not even the slightest hint of aggression. The three stood in a tense standoff for about 10 seconds before Qingxue cautiously took a step to the side. Whoosh! Before Qingxue's foot even touched the ground, a dart shot toward her. Had Qingxue not swiftly withdrawn her foot, that dart would have instantly pierced her ankle. Fellow Taoist, why are you blocking our path? Seeing that even Qingxue was no match for the masked man, Ye Xun abandoned any further resistance. He stepped forward and bowed his hands in greeting. The masked man smiled faintly upon hearing Ye Xun's words. Young lord, you flatter me. I am but a commoner, how could I dare to obstruct you too? Hearing this, Ye Xun and Qingxue exchanged glances, each harboring their own suspicions. First, this masked man and the one they encountered earlier were likely part of the same group, both originating from the cultivation world. After all, in this modern society, aside from those within the cultivation world, hardly anyone spoke like this anymore. Second, these two were most likely affiliated with a major sect. Otherwise, they wouldn't have recognized Ye Xun immediately despite his disguise. If you don't want to block our path, then move aside immediately. Qingxue stared into the masked man's eyes, her tone sharp. Her body tensed, ready to strike at any moment. Upon hearing Qingxue's words, the masked figure maintained that faint smile. Yet he refused Qingxue with unwavering resolve. My apologies, young lady, but this old man cannot comply. Qingxue narrowed her eyes upon hearing this. Well then, it seems we'll have to fight our way out, huh? Hearing her words, the masked man's smile remained unchanged as he stepped forward. It was a simple, unassuming step, yet the masked man's aura surged instantly. The fallen leaves scattered across the ground instantly whirled upward. An invisible current of air seemed to swirl around the masked man, gathering all the floating leaves. Swirled into a vortex, swirling around the masked man. Qingxue witnessed this scene. With a flick of her foot, a glow ignited in her hands as she charged directly at the masked man. The masked figure stood calmly in place, watching as Qingxue closed the distance between them. Not the slightest bit flustered. Whoosh! Just as Qingxue's hand was about to clamp down on the masked figure's throat, the fallen leaves swirling around him suddenly transformed into razor-sharp projectiles flying toward Qingxue from all directions. Startled, Qingxue reacted instantly. With a flick of her wrist, she instantly shifted her target, slapping her hands out to the sides. She shattered the blade like leaves while simultaneously leaping backward. Humph, young lady, this old man advises you to stay put. Upon hearing these words, Qingxue spat in the masked man's direction. Why don't you go ask around? When has this old lady ever backed down? Ye Xun was just about to warn Qingxue against acting impulsively. Before he could utter a word, Qingxue had already charged forward once more. Ye Xun sighed helplessly and followed her out. Qingxue alone stood no chance against that masked figure. But if the two of them teamed up, there might be a sliver of a chance. Thud! Before Ye Xun could even approach the masked man, a figure suddenly materialized before him, delivering a direct punch. Caught off guard, Ye Xun had no choice but to retreat first. He crossed his arms in front of his face and stumbled backward several meters. Only then did he barely manage to dissipate the momentum. Young god, I am your opponent. The mysterious figure who had been pursuing them earlier had now caught up, thanks to the masked man blocking his path. Ye Xun glanced at the masked figure, then shifted his gaze to the battle unfolding near Qingxue. He was surprised to discover the masked figure seemed to be deliberately holding back his power. He and Qingxue were trading blows evenly. Moreover, the masked figure kept taunting Qingxue with words, preventing her from noticing this. Though he couldn't fathom the reason behind it, at least he could now focus entirely on dealing with this mysterious figure before him. How about that? Feeling better now? The mysterious figure stood not far from Ye Xun, a hint of amusement in his tone. After hearing these words, Ye Xun froze for a few seconds before finally processing the situation. The man before him had issued a challenge, clearly wanting a fair fight without outside interference. Heh, I'm no match for you, but I'm honored you think so highly of me. Since that's the case, then let's begin. Chapter 223, No Fight, No Friendship. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a faint smile touched the stranger's lips. With a powerful stomp of his foot, the earth trembled violently, the solid ground instantly cracking open. Spider-web-like fissures spread out. Each fissure extended relentlessly toward Ye Xun's position. Ye Xun thrust his foot forward, instantly shattering a stone beneath him. His entire body soared high into the air, where he slowly thrust a palm forward. Reaching the apex of his ascent, Ye Xun twisted his waist, propelling his entire body headfirst toward the ground. His palm glowed with swirling light, friction with the air crackling like charcoal tossed into a fire. A crackling sound erupted. The mysterious figure glanced upward, bent his knees slightly, and leaped into the air. His fists clenched, light swirling around his knuckles. In the next instant, fist met palm with a dull thud. In less than half a second, the shockwave rippled outward like ripples on water. Trees within a 3-meter radius were all snapped clean in half. Ye Xun landed with a flip, stumbling backward several steps, his face turning pale. In contrast, the mysterious figure fared much better, merely shifting his right foot back a small step. TSK. So that's your strength. Not much to write home about. The mysterious man looked at Ye Xun, his tone tinged with disdain. Hearing this, Ye Xun didn't grow angry. Instead, he responded with remarkable politeness. Your cultivation is profound, fellow cultivator. I am truly impressed. The mysterious figure heard his words and looked at him with a peculiar expression. He seemed to doubt that the man before him was the legendary young divine lord Ye Xun. After a moment, the mysterious figure shook his head. This can't be your true strength. Come again. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the mysterious figure launched an attack toward Ye Xun. His attacks were fierce, yet each strike deliberately avoided vital points. It seemed he had no intention of winning, which struck Ye Xun as odd. If the stranger was truly just a martial arts fanatic, seeking Ye Xun out would have been solely because of his status as the young divine lord. If he truly wanted to spar with Ye Xun, then upon discovering Ye Xun's low combat prowess proving the rumors were nothing but groundless gossip, he should have left then and there, never continuing the fight. For in the world of martial fanatics, there are only opponents and opponents yet to be defeated. Even friendships were judged by this standard. The world of the martial arts fanatic is too simple. Yet this mysterious figure before him was single-mindedly determined to force Ye Xun to unleash his full power. This was not something a martial arts fanatic would do. After another exchange of palm strikes, Ye Xun slid backward several meters once more. This time, however, he couldn't hold it back. A mouthful of blood surged up and spurted forth. The mysterious figure halted abruptly upon seeing Ye Xun's blood, staring blankly at him. You, me, you. The stranger pointed a finger at Ye Xun, stammering for a long moment before finally managing to speak. Ye Xun stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. Fellow Taoist, shall we call it a day? The mysterious figure paid Ye Xun no mind whatsoever, standing rooted to the spot, staring at him blankly. Time ticked by, and before they knew it, nearly 2 minutes had passed. Even Ye Xun himself began to feel restless. The atmosphere was downright bizarre, two strangers standing face to face. One of them hadn't uttered a word in ages. If you remain silent, I shall take that as your consent. After saying this, Ye Xun turned to leave and find Qin Shuang. Just as they were about to pass each other, the mysterious figure suddenly grabbed Ye Xun's arm. Startled, Ye Xun nearly lashed out with a palm strike. After finally regaining his composure, Ye Xun turned back. Is there something else, fellow cultivator? Why? Now that they were closer, Ye Xun finally recognized the voice. Though the mysterious figure's voice had been specially altered, making it impossible to discern whether it belonged to a man or a woman under normal circumstances. But at such close range, Ye Xun could still discern the gender through experience. The owner of this voice was actually a girl. This further corroborated Ye Xun's earlier conjecture. The probability of a girl being a martial arts fanatic was extremely low. Her reason for seeking Ye Xun out for a duel must stem from deeper motives Ye Xun was yet unaware of. What? Ye Xun feigned confusion, pretending not to have heard what the mysterious figure had just said. Upon hearing his response, the mysterious figure released his hand and turned to face him. She lifted the veil from her face. Upon seeing the mysterious figure's true face, Ye Xun couldn't help but freeze in shock. The person before him was none other than Zhao Huayan, the third young miss of the Fengkai Pavilion. Ye Xun hadn't recognized her yet, but he felt a sense of familiarity toward the girl before him. Had he seen her somewhere before? You're clearly still wounded. Why did you agree to this duel with me? Zhao Huayan hadn't been certain either, but she'd instinctively felt that the young god prince of the divine demon island surely couldn't be defeated by her. When Zhao Huayan grabbed Ye Xun's arm earlier, it was actually to examine his condition. Only then did he discover multiple blockages in her meridians, clear signs of unhealed severe injuries. That Zhao Huayan's 2 punches hadn't directly worsened Ye Xun's injuries was already a stroke of luck. How could he possibly have the strength left to stand and fight back? Ye Xun froze upon hearing her words, clearly taken aback by Zhao Huayan's unexpected question. With such a gracious invitation from a fellow cultivator, how could I possibly refuse? Zhao Huayan fell silent upon hearing this, her eyes fixed intently on Ye Xun. Ye Xun felt uneasy under her gaze, desperately wanting to turn and leave. But the reality of the situation made that impossible. After an unknown span of time, Zhao Huayan finally spoke. Uncle Zhao, stop. The words barely left her lips when Zhao Tianding appeared beside Zhao Huayan as if he'd teleported.
A moment later, Qin Shuang also returned to Ye Xun's side. Ye Xun glanced over and noticed that aside from some torn fabric on Qin Shuang's shoulders and knees, other than that, she was merely a bit dirty, nothing serious at all. Ye Xun immediately guessed that Zhao Tianding had gone easy on her. But this only deepened Ye Xun's suspicion about the purpose behind the old man and the young woman specifically inviting him here. Allow me to introduce Uncle Zhao Tianding, my senior. Zhao Huayun smiled as she extended her hand toward Ye Xun. Hearing this, Ye Xun clasped his hands together in a deep bow toward Zhao Tianding. Thank you, senior, for showing mercy. Zhao Tianding appraised Ye Xun from head to toe, then smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 224, Turning the Sword into Plowshares. Truth be told, today's contest was nothing but Zhao Huayun's reckless antics. Zhao Huayun and his companion had arrived in Jiangcheng 3 days prior, locating Ye Xun and his group. It had only taken them a single day. However, Zhao Yukai had previously informed Zhao Huayun that Ye Xun was her fiancé. Zhao Huayun understood that her marriage wasn't something she could control at will. Knowing this didn't stop Zhao Huayun from harboring a faint hostility. Her justification was simple: Ye Xun lacked sufficient strength and was unworthy of becoming the son-in-law of the Wind and Grace Pavilion. Zhao Tianding, who had watched Zhao Huayun grow up, felt a bit of curiosity toward Ye Xun, whom he had never met. He harbored a hint of testing intent, so he didn't oppose Zhao Huayun's suggestion. Thus, today's contest came to be. Neither of them could have imagined Ye Xun would be so severely wounded. This was all the old man's idea. If I have offended the young divine lord in any way, I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Zhao Tianding took a step back, bowing slightly with great courtesy to express his apology. Qin Shuang, witnessing this scene, froze momentarily. She looked at Zhao Tianding with a puzzled expression. Seeing this, Ye Xun quickly stepped forward, extending both hands to help Zhao Tianding up. Senior Zhao, you flatter yourself. It is an honor for us juniors to receive your guidance. To speak of offense is far too severe. Zhao Tianding didn't press the issue further, taking the hint and straightening up with Ye Xun's support. He looked at Ye Xun with a broad smile. As an elder, Zhao Tianding needn't have apologized. Ye Xun wouldn't have held it against him. After all, though Ye Xun hadn't witnessed Zhao Tianding's fight with Qin Shuang, her clothes remained almost entirely intact. It was clear Zhao Tianding had held back his strength throughout. Moreover, when Zhao Tianding had intercepted them earlier, his autumn leaf blade appeared fierce but lacked significant lethality. Even Ye Xun could barely block it. But Zhao Huayun was different. She and Ye Xun were practically the same age. In fact, Zhao Huayun was even a bit younger. Setting aside matters of status and position, even children from ordinary families wouldn't start fighting the moment they met. Especially since Ye Xun was still recovering from serious injuries. For this reason, Zhao Huayun remained hidden behind Zhao Tianding, head bowed, unable to meet Ye Xun's gaze. She looked like a child who had done something wrong. After exchanging a few more words with Zhao Tianding, Ye Xun also noticed Zhao Huayun standing behind him. Zhao Tianding, seeing this, gave a faint smile and stepped aside. Zhao Huayun, who already dared not face Ye Xun, felt somewhat better hiding behind Zhao Tianding. But now that Zhao Tianding had left, Zhao Huayun suddenly panicked. She didn't know where to put her hands and kept staring at her own toes. If I'm not mistaken, young lady, you must be a Zhao family maiden? Ye Xun approached Zhao Huayun and spoke with a smile. Hearing his words, a blush spread across Zhao Huayun's fair face. She gave a slight nod, murmuring a faint as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Seeing her like this, Ye Xun could roughly guess the reason. Thank you for your guidance, Miss Zhao. I feel as though my body has regained some vitality. Zhao Huayun froze for a few seconds upon hearing this, then abruptly lifted her head to stare at Ye Xun. Aren't you angry? Why would I be angry? Ye Xun's question left Zhao Huayun flustered, momentarily at a loss for words. Your injuries haven't healed yet, and I hate you like that, you. Zhao Huayun couldn't finish the sentence, partly out of shame. After all, challenging someone while they were still recovering from serious injuries was considered a rather disgraceful act in the cultivation world. On the other hand, he was astonished by Ye Xun's remarkable generosity and magnanimity. Upon hearing Zhao Huayun's words, Ye Xun's face softened into a smile. Actually, my injuries have nearly healed. It's just that my strength hasn't fully recovered yet. I was just thinking about finding someone to spar with. At this point, Ye Xun paused briefly, his smile radiant in the sunlight. So I must thank Miss Zhao for giving me this opportunity. Watching Ye Xun smile, Zhao Huayun found herself momentarily lost in thought. An involuntary illusion took hold of her. The smile on this boy's face felt like the most perfect treasure in all the world. Her resistance to this arranged marriage began to soften. Truthfully, Zhao Huayun had been fiercely opposed to such an arrangement from the very beginning. She had agreed solely to spare her father the embarrassment, given the circumstances of their family. Zhao Huayun was well aware of the responsibilities weighing on her shoulders. But after seeing that smile, for some reason, in that moment, Zhao Huayun even felt a hint of gratitude toward her father. Miss Zhao, Miss Zhao. She couldn't tell how much time had passed when Zhao Huayun suddenly heard Zhao Tianding's voice.
Hearing Zhao Tianding's voice, Zhao Huayan snapped back to reality and instinctively responded.
Seeing her lost in thought, the wrinkles on Zhao Tianding's forehead deepened. Third young miss, the young divine lord has invited us to his residence for a simple meal. What are your thoughts? At the mention of young divine master, Zhao Huayan's face flushed involuntarily, and she gave a slight nod.
Noticing her reaction, a faint smile curved the corners of Zhao Tianding's mouth.
He turned to Ye Xun and the others. In that case, this old man and the third young miss shall impose upon you. Ye Xun received her reply, a smile spreading across his face as he stepped aside.
You're too kind, senior.
Please, both of you. Zhao Huayan caught Ye Xun's gaze as she glanced his way. He immediately turned his head back, adopting a solemn expression. He followed behind Zhao Tianding, step by step, approaching Ye Xun and the others. As they passed shoulder to shoulder, a gentle breeze suddenly swept through the woods. The strands of hair on Ye Xun's forehead were gently lifted by the breeze. Truly, he was like jade on the path, a peerless gentleman. Zhao Huayan couldn't help but pause, gazing at Ye Xun in a daze. Perhaps a few seconds passed before Ye Xun himself felt something was off. He smiled and asked, "Miss Xiao, what's the matter?" Zhao Huayan seemed completely oblivious to Ye Xun's words, still standing rooted to the spot, staring blankly at him.
Qingxue, witnessing this scene, suddenly realized something. But he had no intention of interfering.
It wasn't that Qingxue intended to disregard Su Zhixin's feelings.
While Su Zhixin was away, to give Ye Xun an opportunity to expand his harem. Chapter 225, Xiao Yuer's sense of crisis.
It was simply that Qingxue trusted Ye Xun not to do anything that would betray Su Zhixin. This was a trust that transcended all else. Zhao Tianding, who had already stepped outside, suddenly realized Zhao Huayan hadn't followed. He halted and turned to glance back. That's when he saw the scene. He had intended to go over and explain, but upon seeing Qingxue standing by Ye Xun's side, she didn't seem the least bit nervous, nor did she appear to have any intention of intervening.
This piqued his curiosity.
According to Zhao Tianding's investigation, before Ye Xun entered the cultivation world, or rather, before he set foot on the Divine Demon Island,
he had a girlfriend, but for reasons unknown. After a kidnapping incident, Ye Xun's girlfriend vanished without a trace.
Her fate, whether alive or dead, remained unknown. If not for this circumstance, even if Ye Xun were to redeem the Divine Demon Island's divine sovereign, Zhao Yukai would never consider marrying his daughter to him. Seriously, Zhao Huayan is practically a princess at the Fengkai Pavilion. There's no way she'd go be someone's second wife. Whoever marries Zhao Huayan must remain faithful to her for a lifetime.
Absolutely not, and no third person would be permitted.
Therefore, upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Tianding did not rush to warn Zhao Huayan. He trusted his young mistress's charm. Though it might sound a bit unethical, that was genuinely what Zhao Tianding thought. Even if Ye Xun's girlfriend were standing right beside him, let alone her being absent, Zhao Tianding was convinced Zhao Huayan could captivate Ye Xun with her charm and make him fall head over heels. And so, a remarkable scene unfolded. Those who could see through the situation chose to stand aside and watch the spectacle unfold, leaving only the two central figures.
Ye Xun remained oblivious, still dazed and confused about what was unfolding.
Nearly another minute passed before Ye Xun, still awaiting a response, cleared his throat softly. "Senior, Miss Zhao seems to have fallen asleep. Perhaps you could." Ye Xun couldn't think of a better excuse, so he made one up on the spot. After all, the girl before him was, at the very least, the young miss of the Fengkai Pavilion. He certainly couldn't mention Zhao Huayan's, well, in front of Zhao Tianding. Put. Hearing this, both Qingxue and Zhao Tianding couldn't hold back, bursting out laughing. Fortunately, Zhao Tianding was a few years older than Ye Xun and his companions, having seen more of the world. He quickly regained his composure. He calmly walked up to Zhao Huayan and gave her shoulder a light pat.
"Miss! Miss! Miss!" Zhao Tianding called out 3 times before Zhao Huayan finally snapped back to reality.
She turned to look at Zhao Tianding.
"Uncle Zhou?"
The words left her mouth, and Zhao Huayan instantly recalled what she had just done.
Her face flushed crimson. At that moment, Zhao Tianding spoke up. "Miss, the journey must have been exhausting. I'm afraid I didn't consider your comfort well enough." Hearing Zhao Tianding's words, Zhao Huayan instinctively wanted to deny it. But before the words could leave her lips, she suddenly realized Zhao Tianding was offering her a way out. The words she'd been about to say were abruptly swallowed back. "Ah, yes, I've been terribly tired lately. My apologies, young Master Yi." Hearing her words, Zhao Tianding felt a touch of helplessness. Zhao Huayan was still a bit too nervous. In truth, after Zhao Tianding had spoken those words, she only needed to nod along. There was no need for such lengthy explanations. After all, no one present would believe such a ridiculous excuse. This excuse was really just meant to save Zhao Huayan some face. But Zhao Huayan's words now felt like digging herself into a hole. Sure enough, the moment the words left her mouth, the atmosphere instantly turned awkward. The 4 of them stared at each other in silence for several seconds. Let's go. I'll take you 2 back first."
After about 2 or 3 minutes, Ye Xun finally couldn't stand the awkward atmosphere any longer. He broke the silence first. Zhao Huayan kept his head down, feeling his face burn as if it were on fire. He nodded silently and followed behind Ye Xun. Qingxue witnessed this scene inside, silently apologizing to Su Zhixin in her heart. Half an hour later, Ye Xun and his 3 companions had already returned to Gu Yashuan's small cottage. Xiaoyu, who had been waiting anxiously by the door, her eyes straining to catch sight of Ye Xun and the others, spotted Ye Xun and the others from afar, a smile instantly lighting up her face. She took 3 steps at a time, rushing to Ye Xun's side. "Master!" Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly, then threw open her arms and threw herself directly into Ye Xun's embrace. Xiaoyu was now at least an early-stage external force cultivator, and Ye Xun's strength hadn't fully recovered yet. The force of the embrace nearly knocked Ye Xun off his feet. "Xiaoyu?" Xiaoyu's sudden charge genuinely startled Ye Xun, who momentarily thought he was facing an enemy. Only after recognizing the figure in his arms did Ye Xun breathe a sigh of relief. "Master, Xiaoyu is so hungry. If you two don't come back soon, Xiaoyu's tummy will be starved flat." Little Fish rubbed his slightly rounded belly, his tone tinged with petulance. Hearing this, Ye Xun's face softened into a gentle smile. "Alright, your master will head back and cook for this little glutton." Ye Xun affectionately tickled Xiaoyu's nose, his smile as warm as the spring breeze melting winter snow. It felt incredibly warm and comforting. Upon hearing his words, Xiaoyu let out an excited squeal, her little face flushing rosy with delight. Zhao Huayan watched the scene unfold beside them, an involuntary smile spreading across his own face. He was reminded of his own childhood. Although Zhao Huayan was born into a wealthy family, due to Zhao Youcai's circumstances, his childhood wasn't like that of other children of his social standing, who had to strive desperately just to earn their parents' meager affection. Zhao Youcai practically doted on Zhao Huayan, even though his cultivation talent was somewhat lacking. Zhao Youcai never once withheld affection from Zhao Huayan because of it. Zhao Huayan could indulge in unrestrained pampering, much like Xiaoyu does now. Ye Xun's behavior brought back vivid memories of Zhao Huayan's childhood, filled with playful scuffles and laughter with his father. Qingxue stood nearby, watching the scene unfold. A flicker of worry crossed her eyes as she began to question the decision she had just made. After Little Fish's commotion, the awkward atmosphere that had hung among the 4 of them vanished without a trace. The group returned to Gu Yashuan's cottage, bickering and jostling all the way. Once back in the cottage, Ye Xun asked Qingxue and Gu Yashuan to stay behind and entertain Zhao Tianding and the others. He himself headed to the kitchen to begin preparing lunch. Chapter 226, Teaching Little Fish a Lesson. Little Fish remained in the living room, observing Zhao Tianding and the others with curiosity. Little Fish actually knew about Ye Xun's affairs, so even though she followed Ye Xun and the others around everywhere, Little Fish never uttered a single complaint. Never once did he complain about not being able to play with children his own age. Though Little Fish didn't believe Ye Xun was the cold-blooded killer the outside world claimed him to be. But she was just a child, no one would listen to what she had to say. So for the past half-month, while Ye Xun and the others kept to themselves, Xiaoyu didn't ask many questions. But now, after just one outing, Ye Xun and the others returned with 2 strangers in tow. This piqued Little Fish's curiosity immensely. Yet no matter how curious she felt, Little Fishy never crossed the line to ask Zhao Tianding and the others about their identities. After all, as Ye Xun's disciple, standing here represented Ye Xun's reputation. Such rudeness would make these visitors think Ye Xun couldn't discipline his own disciple. So even seated at the table, Xiaoyu merely held her cup, sipping water in small sips. She didn't utter a single word. Zhao Huayan noticed the consistently silent young girl and turned to chat with Xiaoyu. "Little sister, how old are you?" 13. "Oh, so you're Ye Xun's apprentice, right?" Xiaoyu nodded, her wide eyes fixed on the completely unfamiliar girl before her. Xiaoyu knew that Ye Xun and Qingxue always disguised themselves before going out. If Zhao Huayan could recognize Ye Xun even after all that disguise, it meant Ye Xun had revealed his identity to her himself. This only made Xiaoyu even more curious. "Good girl. Has your master ever told you that you actually have a master's wife too?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu froze instantly, the water glass in his hand clattering to the floor. It shattered into pieces. All eyes instantly turned to Xiaoyu. Even Ye Xun rushed out from the kitchen. "What happened, Xiaoyu? Did you burn yourself? Are you hurt anywhere?" Ye Xun took a few quick steps to reach Xiaoyu, grabbed her shoulders, and examined her from head to toe. Only after confirming Xiaoyu was unharmed and unburned did Ye Xun breathe a sigh of relief. "How could you be so careless?" Xiaoyu heard this, blinked her eyes, and put on a look of deep grievance. "It's not that sister's fault. I was just being careless." The entire room fell silent. Qingxue shot Zhao Huayan a dark glare. Zhao Tianding remained seated, watching Little Fish with keen interest, as if he knew everything. Zhao Huayan was stunned. She never imagined Little Fish would turn the tables like this. But truth be told, Zhao Huayan had only herself to blame. Who told her to go and tease Little Fish for no reason?
After hearing little fish's words, Ye Xun remained silent. Yet, the look he gave Zhao Huayun had already taken on a hint of suspicion. Not me, not me. Seeing that look in Ye Xun's eyes, Zhao Huayun felt a sudden flutter of panic in her heart. She tried to speak up and explain. But before she could finish, Zhao Tianding cut her off. Truthfully, Zhao Huayun was simply panicking out of concern. If she thought it through carefully, she'd realize Ye Xun wasn't the type to believe one-sided accounts, especially when it came to a child's words which sometimes couldn't be trusted. Ye Xun wouldn't genuinely believe Zhao Huayun was bullying little fish. But Xiao Yu was, after all, his disciple. In comparison, Zhao Huayun was merely an outsider. When it came to trust, Zhao Huayun didn't even rank as high as Gu Yaxuan and the others. Under these circumstances, it was only natural for Ye Xun to harbor some doubts. My deepest apologies, young divine master. My young mistress may have frightened your disciple. This old man brings her here to offer our sincerest apologies. Upon hearing these words, Ye Xun promptly stood up to respond. You flatter me, senior. Children speak without thinking. Please forgive her. After saying this, he crouched down and picked up little fish. He turned and walked back toward the kitchen. Uncle Zhao, you. Zhao Huayun quietly tugged at Zhao Tianding's sleeve, wanting to ask why he knew little fish was talking nonsense. Yet he acknowledged it and even apologized to Ye Xun personally. Zhao Tianding merely turned and smiled, discreetly signaling Zhao Huayun to wait until later. Truthfully, if Zhao Tianding hadn't intervened just now, Zhao Huayun wouldn't have been able to explain things clearly. But would only make things worse. As Ye Xun's apprentice, Xiao Yu naturally held a special place in his heart. Ye Xun would naturally trust Xiao Yu more. Zhao Huayun's explanation wouldn't just fail to clear his name, it would only deepen suspicions, making people believe Xiao Yu's words were true. Otherwise, why would Zhao Huayun be so eager to explain? Whereas Zhao Tianding's straightforward admission not only clears Zhao Huayun of suspicion, but rather suggests that Xiao Yu was throwing a tantrum and deliberately slandering Zhao Huayun. This was evident from Ye Xun and Zhao Tianding's conversation. In the kitchen, Xiao Yu sat sulkily crouched before a basin, watching the fish swim back and forth inside. Ye Xun busied himself cooking nearby, paying her no mind. After a long while, Xiao Yu stood up, tiptoed cautiously to Ye Xun's side, head bowed, hands clasped nervously. Master Yi, Xiao Yu knows she was wrong. Please forgive me. Upon hearing these words, Ye Xun paused his movements, turned, and looked at Xiao Yu seriously. Then tell me, where did you go wrong? Xiao Yu raised her head to meet Ye Xun's stern gaze, her eyes brimming with tears. Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu shouldn't have lied. Yes, and there's more. Little fish shouldn't have slandered that sister. Master, little fish. Before Xiao Yu could finish speaking, tears streamed down her face. But little fishy didn't cry out loud, instead wiping her tears away with both hands. Seeing little fish like this, Ye Xun crouched down and gently wiped away her tears with his hand. Little fish, it only takes a single word to slander someone, but the person slandered might need a lifetime to prove their innocence. Do you understand? Xiao Yu listened to Ye Xun's words and lifted her head, looking utterly wronged. But that girl. Before Xiao Yu could finish, Ye Xun cut her off sternly. No matter what the reason, it's never an excuse for you to slander others carelessly. Do you understand? After hearing this, little fish lowered her head and gave a meek, aggrieved nod. After a moment of silence, Ye Xun sighed and stood up. He scooped a golden brown, crispy little fish from the pot. Here. This little fish is your reward for owning up to your mistake. Chapter 227, Seating Arrangements. Xiao Yu looked up in surprise upon hearing Ye Xun's words. Its eyes brimmed with confusion. Master, aren't you going to punish little fish? Ye Xun gazed into little fish's eyes and replied with a faint smile. Little fish, you've taken the initiative to admit your mistake. That shows you're still a good child. I won't punish you. Xiao Yu sniffed hard, her face still brimming with astonishment, as if she couldn't quite believe it. Uncertain, he asked again. Ye Xun patiently repeated his answer and told little fish. Everyone makes mistakes. What matters most isn't the mistake itself, but whether you can actively admit it afterward. And to strive to make amends for one's mistakes. Little fish was still young and naturally couldn't grasp the full depth of this profound truth. But one thing she understood clearly. After making a mistake, it wasn't enough to just admit it, she also needed to find a way to make amends. Xiao Yu's eyes darted around as if pondering something. Alright, take this and go play. I'll call you when dinner's ready. Ye Xun didn't dwell on it, smiling as he handed the fried fish to little fish. He gently nudged her out of the kitchen. Staring at the fried fish in her hands, little fish suddenly felt the snack wasn't quite as tasty anymore. She roughly wiped away her tears and hurried into the living room. At that moment, Zhao Huayun sat alone in a corner, looking rather bored. Qin Shuang and Zhao Tianding were chatting, though it was more polite small talk than actual conversation. Often, they'd run out of things to say mid-conversation, followed by an awkward, deathly silence. Zhao Huayun felt distinctly uncomfortable in this atmosphere, but after all, he was in someone else's home. As guests, they couldn't just get up and wander off before the host had spoken. Big sister, I'm sorry. Little fish ran up to Zhao Huayun and bowed deeply with great sincerity. This startled Zhao Huayun. To be honest, he had already forgotten the incident completely. After all, it was just a minor incident, nothing significant. Quick, get up. What's the matter? Big sister was just teasing you. Zhao Huayun hurriedly helped Xiao Yu up and had her sit beside him. Xiao Yu bit her lip, head bowed. A closer look would reveal her face was etched with reluctance. Yet despite her hundredfold reluctance, she had followed every word Ye Xun had spoken. It's just because of Xiao Yu I don't want to leave a bad impression on Ye Xun's mind. Did your master scold you? Big sister will get revenge for you later. Zhao Huayun wrapped her arm around Xiao Yu's shoulder, smiling as she spoke with narrowed eyes. Upon hearing this, little fish frantically shook her head, insisting Ye Xun hadn't scolded her at all. He'd only told her that what she did was wrong and asked her to come apologize to Zhao Huayun. Zhao Huayun froze upon hearing this, then patted little fish's head affectionately. Little fishy is such a good girl, definitely a good kid. At that moment, Xiao Yu's eyes seemed to sparkle with starlight as she blinked up at Zhao Huayun. She asked cautiously, "Really? Am I truly a good child?" Seeing little fish so adorable, Zhao Huayun felt his heart melt. Instantly, maternal love overflowed. She coaxed little fish. Of course it's true. Little fish is so well behaved, she must be a good child. In just a moment, the two who had been at odds moments ago now seemed like sisters. They chatted and laughed together. Qin Xuan watched the scene unfold, utterly astonished. Ye Xun was naturally a scatterbrain, with reflexes slow enough to circle the earth twice, especially when it came to matters of the heart, where he was particularly dense. But Qin Xuan was different. After what she'd been through, she'd become quite sensitive. After spending so many days with Xiao Yu, Qin Xuan knew that Xiao Yu, like her, was actually a very sensitive person. Had Ye Xun not saved Xiao Yu back then, leaving an indelible mark on her heart? Xiao Yu wouldn't have approached Ye Xun on her own from the start. They'd actually been living together in this small house for quite some time now. Seeing Gu Yaxuan and the other girl every day, one would think Xiao Yu would have developed a certain closeness with them. No matter how deep their bond might be, he should at least be close to them. Yet the reality was quite the opposite. Qin Xuan dared to guarantee that Xiao Yu would never be alone with Gu Yaxuan and the others. Qin Xuan could guarantee that Xiao Yu would never spend time alone with Gu Yaxuan and the others. That he could get along so well with Zhao Huayun now was practically unprecedented. My young mistress is a bit childlike, she's naturally closer to children. As Qin Xuan stared blankly at Zhao Huayun and the other, Zhao Tianding interjected with a smile. Upon hearing this, Qin Xuan turned to glance at him. Truthfully, children are the most unpredictable. They might seem close, but they haven't truly accepted each other as their own yet. Neither of them spoke these words carelessly, they were merely testing each other. Zhao Tianding's remark at this moment was meant to convey one thing to Qin Xuan. Zhao Huayun genuinely loved children, and if he were with Ye Xun, he would certainly treat little fish well. There would absolutely be no conflict between them. To sum it up in one sentence, he was subtly expressing his desire to bring Zhao Huayun and Ye Xun together. Qin Xuan's words, while not as convoluted, were equally subtle. She was essentially telling Zhao Tianding that matters of the heart were unpredictable, and it would be best for both of them to stay out of it. Zhao Tianding smiled without responding, but he didn't take Qin Xuan's words to heart. Before long, Ye Xun had placed an array of dishes on the table, and a lavish lunch commenced amidst the slightly awkward atmosphere. During the meal, Zhao Tianding deliberately occupied every other seat, leaving only the one next to Ye Xun empty. Qin Xuan, noticing this arrangement, frowned slightly and whispered something to Xiao Yu. Returning after washing his hands, Zhao Huayun flushed slightly upon witnessing the scene. Her gaze instinctively shifted toward Zhao Tianding. Feeling Zhao Huayun's gaze, Zhao Tianding finally lifted his head and offered a faint smile. Chapter 228, The Change in Address. Honestly, why does Uncle Zhao always act on his own like this? Such an obvious setup, what if he figures it out? What if he swaps seats with someone else? While Zhao Huayun was lost in his thoughts, Ye Xun had already taken his seat. He hadn't noticed the subtle change in seating at all. Clearly, Zhao Huayun had overestimated Ye Xun. With his emotional intelligence, even if he noticed such a minor detail, he wouldn't give it a second thought. To Ye Xun, it was merely the order of seating during a meal, utterly insignificant. But while he didn't care, someone else did. Seeing Ye Xun sit down as if nothing had happened, Zhao Huayun's face flushed even redder. She cautiously approached the seat next to Ye Xun. Big sister. Just as Zhao Huayun was about to sit down, Xiao Yu's voice suddenly rang out beside her. Hearing the voice, Zhao Huayun instinctively responded. Big sister, I always sat with master during meals before. Could you please switch seats with me? Little fish stared at Zhao Huayun with an innocent expression, her face brimming with anticipation. Upon hearing little fish's request, Ye Xun couldn't help but turn and glance at her. He couldn't recall when such a thing had ever happened before. In the past, when they ate together, seating was always random, there was never any special seating arrangement. Xiao Yu's claim was pure fabrication.
Setting aside the fact that Xiaoyu ate incredibly slowly like a 7 or 8-year-old child despite being a teenager. She was always distracted at the table, her mind wandering off to who knows where. But Xiaoyu was just a child after all. No one would nitpick over such minor details with a kid.
Ah, that's fine. Then you can sit here.
After saying this, Zhao Huayun stood up and walked away from Ye Xun. Barely a second after she left, little fish darted in from somewhere and plopped down right beside Ye Xun.
Thank you, big sister. You're the best.
Little fish tilted her head and flashed Zhao Huayun a smile. That radiant grin felt like it could melt bones. Little fish's smile was so incredibly soothing that for a moment, Zhao Huayun even thought he was an angel. Thanks to Little Fish's adorable charm offensive, Zhao Huayun successfully forgot why she had sat next to Ye Xun in the first place. Across from them, Zhao Tianding watched the scene unfold, his forehead wrinkles bunching together. His drooping mouth managed a faint, forced smile.
Miss Qin, your tactics are truly masterful.
Zhao Tianding channeled his qi to project his voice, his tone slightly sharp as he addressed Qin Shuang. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang showed no indulgence, immediately firing back.
Not at all, Senior Zhao. You flatter me. My petty tricks are nothing compared to yours.
Since both Qin Shuang and Zhao Tianding were using their qi to project their voices as threads, Ye Xun, whose strength hadn't fully recovered yet,
couldn't make out a single word they were saying.
All he saw were their faces, both plastered with smiles as they looked at each other. Yet their smiles felt so insincere, it made one feel quite uncomfortable.
Master, master.
This sharp-tongued live carp is absolutely exquisite, you must try it. Just as Ye Xun was pondering what was going on with Qin Shuang and the others, Xiaoyu's voice reached his ears. Turning around, he saw Little Fish holding a piece of fish with her chopsticks, offering it to him with an expectant look.
It really is delicious. Thank you, Little Fish.
After devouring the fish, Ye Xun smiled and offered his praise even though he decooked every dish on the table himself.
He had sampled everything before serving it.
Xiaoyu blushed slightly at Ye Xun's praise, giggling softly. She began serving him food with even greater enthusiasm. Zhao Huayun, seated beside Qin Shuang, propped his chin on his hand, watching this heartwarming scene unfold.
The smile on his face could only be described as that of a hopeless romantic.
Across the table, Zhao Tianding sighed helplessly at his young mistress's expression. Zhao Youcai's excessive pampering of Zhao Huayun had made her emotional depth shockingly shallow. Especially when it came to matters of the heart, Zhao Huayun, still a blank slate in that regard, had no idea how to seize the happiness that belonged to him. At least that's how Zhao Tianding saw it. This lunch actually took quite a long time, over an hour, to be exact. After everyone had put down their chopsticks and bowls, Xiaoyu volunteered to take on the dishwashing duties of first for the Taoist priest in over half a month. Previously, all such household chores had required Ye Xun's explicit instructions and constant supervision, otherwise, Xiaoyu wouldn't have lifted a finger. After lunch, Zhao Tianding and Ye Xun, the two men, sat in the living room chatting.
The girls gathered in another corner.
Even though Qin Shuang really wanted to stay and listen to what tricks Zhao Tianding might be up to. But Gu Yashuan and the others, unaware of the situation, pulled Qin Shuang away, one on each side.
Young God Master.
Zhao Tianding had barely begun when Ye Xun cut him off.
Please stop calling me that, Senior. I'm no longer the young divine lord. My current status is merely that of a commoner.
Zhao Tianding paused slightly upon hearing this, but said nothing more. In that case, since I'm a few years your senior, I'll simply call you Little Yi.
Whatever you prefer, Senior.
Ah, since I'm calling you Little Yi, you shouldn't call me Senior either.
It feels too formal. Who knows? We might even become even closer in the future.
Ye Xun was utterly baffled by this remark, struggling to grasp Zhao Tianding's meaning. Not only were they barely acquainted at best, he merely knew of Zhao Tianding's existence.
Where did this talk of kinship come from?
And even if there was a kinship, it was only that thin of a connection. How could it possibly deepen? Seeing Ye Xun frozen in place, Zhao Tianding smiled faintly. Young Yi, just think of me as an old man rambling.
Don't take it to heart.
Ye Xun nodded blankly, saying nothing, just staring at Zhao Tianding.
How about this?
If you don't mind, you can call me Uncle Zhao, just like the young lady does. Upon hearing this, Ye Xun was taken aback and waved his hands repeatedly.
That's not appropriate, not at all. This. Chapter 229, Late Night Chat. Before he could finish, Zhao Tianding cut him off with a laugh. Nothing's inappropriate. We two hit it off so well, or do you think I'm reaching too high?
Upon hearing this, Ye Xun hastily denied it, adopting a most sincere demeanor.
Not at all.
I'm just an ordinary person myself, there's no question of climbing above my station.
If anything, I'm the one reaching out to you. Zhao Tianding nodded with satisfaction at Ye Xun's flustered reaction, then declared. Then it's settled.
Faced with this situation, Ye Xun found it difficult to refuse and could only reluctantly agree. In his view, Zhao Tianding and the others seeking him out this time couldn't possibly be motivated solely by Zhao Huayun's whims. Both of them must have been carrying out specific missions. At first, Ye Xun had suspected the mission might involve capturing him and bringing him back.
But after the fierce fight in the forest earlier, neither Zhao Tianding nor the others showed the slightest intention of arresting them, so Ye Xun dismissed that possibility. Moreover, Zhao Huayan's subsequent change in attitude only reinforced his certainty. Yet, having ruled out that possibility, Ye Xun was utterly baffled as to what other mission Zhao Huayan and his group could possibly be carrying out. Precisely because he didn't know what kind of mission Zhao Huayan and the others were carrying out, Ye Xun didn't object to this change in address. After all, their future encounters might become more frequent, and constantly addressing them as senior would grow tiresome. Besides, it was merely a title, something Ye Xun didn't consider particularly significant. But while he didn't attach much weight to this change in address, someone else saw it as a milestone development. Once this topic was settled, Zhao Tianding had essentially achieved his goal. The subsequent conversation took a rather unexpected turn. For one thing, he and Ye Xun had only just met, and this conversation was arguably the first time he'd ever spoken so much with Ye Xun. They were simply running out of things to say. Secondly, Zhao Tianding also wanted to gauge Ye Xian's intellect. A brute who only knew how to fight was unsuitable to be the son-in-law of the Elegance Pavilion. After all, Zhao Huayan was destined to inherit the Wind and Grace Pavilion. Having a bedmate who was nothing but a reckless brute simply wouldn't do. The two conversed quite harmoniously, covering topics far and wide, leaving no stone unturned. This pleased Zhao Tianding greatly. Before they knew it, night had fallen, and Zhao Tianding prepared to take his leave.
Xiao Yi, thank you for your generous hospitality. But it's getting late, and we must return.
Upon hearing this, Ye Xun rose and politely offered a final invitation.
Uncle Zhao, why don't you?
But Ye Xun abruptly stopped mid-sentence. Only then did he recall that Gu Yashuan's cottage was already small, and after Ye Xun arrived, there wasn't even a room for him. He could only sleep in the courtyard. He didn't mind, he was just happy to have a place to stay.
Sleeping in the courtyard was fine by him.
But Zhao Huayan and the others couldn't do that.
After all, they were guests too. How could guests be made to sleep in the courtyard?
And making Gu Yashuan and the other girls give up a room was absolutely out of the question.
After all, this house belonged to Gu Yashuan. How could the hostess be made to sleep in the courtyard?
And Xiaoyu was still just a child. Sleeping in the courtyard could lead to catching a chill, which would only cause more trouble.
It's fine, Xiao Yi. We've been out quite a while.
If we don't head back soon, the innkeeper will think we've checked out.
Zhao Tianding sensed Ye Xun's awkwardness and broke the tension with a joke.
I'm truly sorry, Uncle Zhao.
You know our situation, there's really nothing we can do.
Ye Xun replied sheepishly after hearing Zhao Tianding's words.
Zhao Tianding chuckled and waved his hand, signaling they understood and wouldn't hold it against him.
He even invited Ye Xun to visit there in some time if he had the chance. About 5 minutes later, Zhao Huayan and the other had already informed everyone that they were leaving.
Miss, you seem a bit down?
On the way back, Zhao Tianding sensed Zhao Huayan's mood was off. Once they reached their hotel room, he finally voiced the question he'd been holding back all the way. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huayan instinctively lowered her head and shook it vigorously.
I'm fine. Uncle Zhao, you've been busy all day too. Go get some rest. Zhao Tianding didn't leave.
Instead, he looked at Zhao Huayan and said with a smile,
let me guess, it's because of Xiao Yi, right?
At the mention of Xiao Yi, Zhao Huayan snapped his head up, staring at Zhao Tianding with utter disbelief. Seeing her astonishment, Zhao Tianding smiled and recounted the events from earlier that day.
After listening, Zhao Huayan's expression shifted from sudden understanding to a hint of disappointment.
Miss, he's not the type to hold a grudge. Besides, you've apologized.
He won't dwell on it.
Zhao Tianding had practically watched Zhao Huayan grow up. He could usually guess what was on her mind. Hearing this, the worry deepened on Zhao Huayan's face.
Uncle Zhao, did I go too far? He's clearly still injured, yet I insisted on.
As the old saying goes, in this world, only sneezes and love cannot be concealed. Zhao Huayan's current behavior clearly showed he was beginning to harbor some affection for Ye Xun. One could even say he had developed feelings for Ye Xun, though Zhao Huayan himself hadn't yet realized it.
Miss, you needn't blame yourself. This isn't your fault.
You had no way of knowing he was still recovering from serious injuries beforehand.
And don't forget the mission we came here to accomplish. Hearing his words, Zhao Huayan's expression didn't improve one bit. Instead, she felt even more depressed. Precisely because she had initially approached Ye Xun with ulterior motives, Zhao Huayan felt all the more certain she had done something wrong. While ignorance may be no excuse, this incident ultimately stemmed from her own recklessness.
The more magnanimous Ye Xun was, the more guilty Zhao Huayan felt.
That was precisely why she'd spent the entire morning alone in the corner.
If not for Xiaoyu, Zhao Huayan would likely have spent the entire day with a frown on her face, finding not a shred of joy.
Chapter 230, Mutual Suspicion.
Miss, if you truly feel bad about it, you could actually take the initiative. I heard little fish seems to really like dolls. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huayan's eyes suddenly lit up.
Thank you, Uncle Zhe.
Zhao Tianding looked at her, his face breaking into a warm, friendly smile.
It's the least I can do.
Meanwhile, Ye Xun and Qin Shuang were having a private discussion inside the room. Little Fish was fast asleep by now, so Ye Xun and the others unconsciously lowered their voices.
What do you think could be the reason?
Qin Shuang shook her head upon hearing this.
I don't know. There's been no word from the cultivation world either. It probably isn't about coming to take you back.
Ye Xun propped his head in one hand, lost in thought. He simply couldn't fathom what purpose Zhao Huayun and the others could possibly have for appearing so suddenly at this moment.
Friend or foe?
All of this remained unknown, but one thing was certain. Zhao Huayun and his companion were genuine representatives of the Fengkai Pavilion. Their identities were not forged. Earlier that afternoon, Qin Shuang had tried to draw them out, but unfortunately, Zhao Tianding was a cunning old fox. Whether chatting with Ye Xun or Qin Shuang, he revealed only this one piece of information.
No matter how hard Ye Xun and the others probed, they couldn't extract anything more.
Since they could temporarily confirm these two posed no threat, they decided to set them aside for now. After a moment, Qin Shuang spoke up. Upon hearing her words, Ye Xun nodded in agreement. After all, Zhao Huayun and the others' purpose for coming here would surely become clear in time. Even if Ye Xun and his companion racked their brains, they couldn't possibly guess Zhao Huayun's true purpose. According to the intelligence I've gathered, that influential figure from the Taoist sect only gave the constables a month to apprehend you.
That time is nearly up. Qin Shuang glanced left and right, confirming no one was eavesdropping. She whispered to Ye Xun.
Upon hearing this, Ye Xun's brow furrowed deeply. If the constables still failed to capture Ye Xun after a month, and they still failed to capture him, that influential figure would very likely take matters into his own hands. At that point, if Ye Xun still wanted to steal the heavenly mechanism mirror, it would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. The most critical issue now was how to infiltrate the Taoist sect's temporary encampment. Without gaining access there, nothing else would matter. After a brief silence, Ye Xun spoke softly. Qin Shuang remained silent, head bowed in thought.
As Ye Xun had stated, stealing the heavenly mechanism mirror required first infiltrating the Tao sect's temporary encampment.
But since Ye Xun had already escaped once before, the place was undoubtedly heavily guarded now.
Not even a fly could slip through.
Yet a solution remained. The constable's most wanted target was Ye Xun. All it would take was a rumor, a sighting of Ye Xun somewhere in the constables stationed at the Tao Gate's temporary headquarters. Most would undoubtedly mobilize to hunt him down. But this plan was far too risky. If things went wrong, Ye Xun could be captured. Qin Shuang and the others failed to obtain the heavenly mechanism mirror, ending up with nothing but empty hands.
I have an idea. That influential figure from the Taoist sect won't linger here for long.
After an unknown amount of time had passed, Ye Xun suddenly spoke up. Qin Shuang paused upon hearing his words, then lowered her voice to respond. If you're thinking of using yourself as bait, don't even suggest it. I won't agree to such a ridiculous idea. Ye Xun waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he replied. No, I'm not that foolish. What I mean is, if that big shot is heading back home, the guards around him won't be nearly as strong.
Qin Shuang wasn't a fool either.
She immediately understood Ye Xun's plan. Whenever that big shot travels, security is always the top priority, so the protection must be top-notch. Especially when on their own turf. But once that important figure started moving, even if the Taoist sect had countless experts, it would be impossible to provide round-the-clock protection. Even if they could, the heavenly mechanism mirror wouldn't necessarily have that many guards either. This was the opening their chance. Feasible it may be, but how would we know when that VIP would return home, or how their security forces were deployed? After proposing this plan, Ye Xun was still brimming with enthusiasm. Regardless of the details, it was a plan. Yet Qin Shuang immediately poured cold water on his enthusiasm. Ye Xun deflated instantly, slumping back into his chair with a sigh. It was indeed a problem. With our current strength alone, there was no way to solve it. Ye Xun and the others barely slept all night. They spent the entire night trying to figure out a solution, but the problem seemed unsolvable. As fugitives, even gathering the slightest bit of information required every trick in their arsenal. Let alone information of such critical importance. Even if Ye Xun still held the title of Young Divine Lord, he still had no right to know the layout of their defensive forces. By 8 o'clock the next morning, Zhao Huayun woke up, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and finished breakfast as quickly as possible. Grasping his wallet, he set off to explore the morning market. Jiangcheng's economy was relatively developed. Street vendors were almost nowhere to be seen, and the city streets appeared clean and orderly. Only crowds of people and a constant stream of vehicles filled the streets. To others, this presented a picture of prosperity, but it was a hardship for Zhao Huayun. Having lived his entire life within the cultivation world, both his habits and experiences leaned toward the more traditional and archaic. The dazzling array of shops lining both sides of the street was indeed a novelty to Zhao Huayun. Yet they also made it impossible for him to locate a shop selling dolls. Where on earth could they be? Zhao Tianding trailed alongside Zhao Huayun, seemingly uninterested in helping, content to wander aimlessly through the streets with him. Goodness, there were so many shops. After wandering for over an hour, Zhao Huayan found a shady spot and sat down.
Chapter 231, The Supreme Being is Heartless.
Zhao Huayan massaged his slightly sore calves, his face twisted in frustration as he complained. Though Zhao Huayan had been wild since childhood and never sat quietly in a study for a single moment. But she certainly didn't need to wander aimlessly through the streets under the blazing sun.
Young miss, this is your first time in the mortal world.
It's only natural that you're unfamiliar with many shops.
Take this chance to see more of the world.
Hearing this, Zhao Huayan looked up at Zhao Tianding standing before her.
Uncle Zhao, why don't you just tell me where that shop is? I really can't walk any further.
Before leaving that morning, Zhao Tianding had told Zhao Huayan. There's a shop in Jiangchang that makes exceptionally beautiful dolls, beloved by children everywhere.
They say it sells over 300 dolls a day.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Huayan immediately decided to visit the shop. However, since this was Zhao Huayan's first time in the mortal world, nearly everything here was new to her. Under these circumstances, finding a shop specializing in dolls was out of the question.
Even locating any doll shop at all proved impossible for Zhao Huayan.
After all, such shops were relatively uncommon in the mortal world. Typically, large supermarkets might have dedicated doll counters, but standalone shops selling such items were rare on the streets.
How could Zhao Huayan possibly know this?
Thus, after wandering around for ages, she still came up empty-handed.
Miss, since this is your gift to make amends, it should be offered with sincerity.
After hearing Zhao Tianding's words, Zhao Huayan nodded with a sour expression, slowly stood up, and began walking forward.
The crowd was thickening now.
Zhao Huayan blended into the throng, dragging her feet listlessly and aimlessly. Zhao Tianding walked beside her, but only smiled silently at Zhao Huayan, saying nothing. Even though he clearly knew she was heading in the wrong direction, he made no attempt to correct her. Before their departure, Zhao Yukai had specifically instructed Zhao Tianding that whenever possible, Zhao Huayan should be given opportunities to toughen up. As long as there was no danger, a little hardship and fatigue were nothing. Zhao Tianding faithfully carried out Zhao Youcai's instructions, though it was Zhao Huayan who suffered the hardship. Even now, he still didn't know the name of that wildly popular doll shop Zhao Tianding had mentioned. He couldn't tell how much time had passed, but the sun had gradually shifted to hang directly overhead.
Zhao Huayan's stomach was growling loudly by now. Miss, if you're hungry, we can grab a bite first. We can continue searching afterward.
Zhao Huayan had intended to refuse upon hearing this, but her stomach growled insistently.
Fine, let's eat first then continue searching. That shop isn't going anywhere, after all.
Zhao Huayan discreetly clutched her stomach, turning her back to Zhao Tianding, her tone tinged with a hint of coyness.
Meanwhile, in the western reaches of the cultivation world, atop Jade Maiden Peak of the Supreme Ethereal Sect,
Su Zhixin sat on the edge of a cliff, staring blankly toward the direction of the mortal world. She had been here for nearly half a year, her cultivation reaching the mid-stage of inner strength. Yet once she reached this stage, it felt like hitting a bottleneck.
No matter how intensely she trained, she simply couldn't make any progress. Deep down, she knew the reason why.
The Supreme Ethereal Sect, though not counted among the legendary 9 great orthodox sects, was nonetheless an ancient and venerable lineage. 10,000 years ago, it had even unified the entire cultivation world.
Yet now, the Supreme Ethereal Sect faced a generational gap. Beyond the Ethereal Sect master, there were no cultivators at the tribulation stage. For a sect, the presence or absence of a tribulation stage cultivator meant the difference between heaven and earth. Should the sect produce even one such cultivator, it would soar like a phoenix riding the wind. It would leap into the ranks of the super sects, gaining unimaginable power, status, and benefits. Alas, reaching the tribulation stage is exceedingly difficult. Even across the entire cultivation world, those at the tribulation stage numbered no more than 50. Precisely for this reason, the master of the ethereal sect frequently dispatched his personal attendants to scour the world for promising talents. And this particular individual was the one who had rescued Su Zhixin from the dungeon back then. After Su Zhixin returned to the ethereal sect with him, she was immediately chosen by the sect master to become his personal disciple. Within the Misty sect, being personally chosen by the sect master was both an honor and a heavy responsibility. Su Zhixin was unaware of this distinction, and even if she had known, it would have made little difference to her. After all, she had come here solely to strengthen her abilities. Once she achieved her goal, she would leave. From that day onward, Su Zhixin often sat at the edge of this cliff after her cultivation sessions. She would gaze blankly toward the direction of the mundane world. At some unknown moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Su Zhixin. She wore a pure white gown adorned with scattered stars, a dazzling Milky Way pattern across the chest. Her hair cascaded down like a waterfall, while the strands at her forehead gently veiled her cool, distant eyes. She gazed at Su Zhixin, her slender willow brows slightly furrowed. Zhixin. Upon hearing the voice, Su Zhixin hurriedly stood up and turned to bow. Master. After a long pause, the ethereal sect master sighed and spoke slowly. You know the reason yourself. Why can't you sever the ties and let go?
Su Zhixin lowered her head in silence upon hearing these words, offering no reply. After waiting a long time for no reply, the master of the ethereal sect took a step forward. Is he really that good, so good you can't even forget him? Su Zhixin remained silent, as if in that moment, she had suddenly become mute. Seeing his disciple in this state, the master of the ethereal sect grew even more furious. Fine. Since you can't forget him, I'll just kill him myself. Su Zhixin abruptly lifted her head and threw herself in front of the master of the ethereal sect at lightning speed. No! With nowhere to vent his fury, the master of the ethereal sect lashed out, punching a nearby tree. A typhoon-like blast of fist wind instantly swept across the summit of Jade Maiden Peak. Sand and stones flew wildly around the two of them, yet the trees remained seemingly untouched. Yet the leaves on the trees visibly turned yellow at a speed visible to the naked eye, rustling in the wind as it swept past. Chapter 232, Not an Inch of Progress. The leaves rustled as they fell. As if accustomed to this scene, Su Zhixin spread her arms to shield the master of the ethereal sect. Her gaze fixed on the master of the ethereal sect was filled with stubborn resolve. Sigh, why must you persist in this? After an unknown span of time, the master of the ethereal sect's anger seemed to have subsided slightly. Another sigh escaped her lips, tinged with regret. There must be a way. There must be a solution that satisfies both sides. Upon hearing her words, the master of the ethereal sect's expression suddenly turned grave. Ye Xun, though you've only been with the sect for a short time, you are the most gifted disciple we've seen in nearly a decade. But talent is merely talent. Without power, you cannot accomplish anything you desire. Su Zhixin bit her lip, never lowering her gaze as she met the master of the ethereal sect's eyes directly. I'd rather be the most lowly novice than a powerful cultivator who's heartless, unfeeling, and devoid of all desire. Upon hearing these words, the master's expression instantly hardened. He reached out, seized Su Zhixin by the throat, and hoisted her off the ground. Heartless and unprincipled, how very heartless and unprincipled. How very lowly. Even with her throat clamped and suspended mid-air, Su Zhixin showed no sign of struggling. Her eyes locked onto the master of the ethereal sect before her, and with great effort, she spoke slowly, enunciating each word clearly. I refuse to abandon the fundamentals for trivial pursuits. Upon hearing these words, the master of the ethereal sect's pupils shifted from pale black to deep blue. The surrounding temperature plummeted to -40 or 50 degrees Celsius, and ice crystals formed on the branches of the great trees. The master of the ethereal sect exerted a slight force with his hand, and Su Zhixin instantly felt her vision blur. Neglecting the fundamentals for trivial pursuits? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Do you know that killing you would be as easy as crushing an ant? Upon hearing these words, Su Zhixin's face broke into a smile. You wouldn't. You're my master. At that moment, the master of the ethereal sect felt as though his heart had been clutched by an unseen hand, the pain unbearable. The agony was almost suffocating. Before her eyes, Su Zhixin's face blurred and overlapped with another girl's. Together, they told the master of the ethereal sect. My master is the best master in all the world. Thud. At the last moment, the master of the ethereal sect released his grip, and Su Zhixin collapsed directly onto the ground. Though she coughed incessantly, a smile never left her face. The Supreme Ethereal Sect, also known to the world as the Supreme Heartless Sect, do you know why? Upon hearing this, Su Zhixin's expression grew solemn as she answered with utmost reverence. All who enter our sect must sever all earthly desires and emotions, achieving a state of pure emptiness to attain the Great Way. The Supreme Ethereal Sect, also known as the Supreme Heartless Sect, cultivates a mindset of asceticism and detachment among most of its disciples. Hardly anyone ever shows any desire for anything. For this very reason, the female disciples of the Supreme Ethereal Sect were universally sought after by men from the outside world. The Supreme Patriarch of the Piao Miao Sect nodded slightly before continuing. This is the sect's creed left behind by our first-generation founder, the Ethereal Fairy, 10,000 years ago. Su Zhixin offered no reply, only thinking silently to herself. How could anyone truly sever all 7 emotions and 6 desires? No matter what, humans are ultimately emotional creatures. No one can truly be without desire or need. This rule established by the Ethereal Fairy has remained unbroken for 10,000 years. Those who have not severed their 7 emotions and 6 desires cannot cultivate our sect's secret arts. At this point, the immortal Miss Sect leader paused abruptly, her gaze softening considerably as she looked at Su Zhixin. You are the second. Su Zhixin froze momentarily, unable to process the revelation. Under normal circumstances, after stating that no one had ever broken the rule, shouldn't he have been declared the first to break it? Why had it become the second? Very well. I will not interfere with your choice, but remember our agreement. With that, the ethereal sect master departed without another word. Watching the direction he vanished, Su Zhixin clenched her fists silently. After leaving the dungeon, she had signed a contract with that old man. The agreement stipulated that if she failed to reach the qi cultivation stage within 3 years, Su Zhixin would never descend the mountain.
At the time, Su Zhixin had thought she was already permitted to cultivate within the cultivation realm. Reaching the Qi cultivation stage within 3 years might be challenging, but it wasn't impossible. But she never expected this sudden turn of events. Her cultivation had stalled at the mid-stage of inner strength, making no progress for over a month.
Sigh. One step at a time. There must be a way.
Sighing to herself, Su Zhixin crossed her legs and began her cultivation practice.
Meanwhile, on a remote island far out at sea, within an exquisitely decorated villa.
In the villa's grand hall stood a table, around which sat 13 individuals, each silent and unmoving.
Fan Qingxue, Ye Xun's master and the current ruler of the Divine Demon Island, occupied the seat of honor.
He sipped his tea leisurely, radiating an air of unhurried ease.
After an unknown period of time, someone finally couldn't bear it any longer.
"Hey, Fan Divine Lord," one finally spoke up. "You summoned us all here with the sacred flame order.
Could it be just to watch you sip tea?"
The speaker wore a Taoist robe, with a wooden peachwood sword strapped to his back.
His hat sat askew atop his head, lending him a rather comical appearance.
"Brotherly, your temper remains as fiery as ever." Fan Qingzhou heard his words but showed no sign of urgency, sipping his tea leisurely. He remarked casually. The first to rise and speak was none other than the head of one of the 9 major orthodox sects. The head of the Tianqi Hall, Li Tianxi. "You see, brotherly, when you left home this morning, I cast a divination for you."
The hexagrams clearly indicated that today is not a day for anger.
The speaker was an elegant man clad in the robes of an astrologer, his head covered by a hat resembling a blanket. He too was the leader of one of the 9 major orthodox sects.
The master of the astrology tower, Ji Wuzhou.
Legend holds that this man once single-handedly opened the gates to the netherworld. He journeyed to the netherworld to reclaim a soul from the hands of its ruler. Indeed, from that point onward, Ji Wuzhou's cultivation advanced at an astonishing pace. In just a few short years,
he ascended from the late Great Perfection stage to the mid-tribulation stage.